Chapter 1, World of Hope. Tonight at midnight, the highly anticipated online game World of Hope, which people have been waiting for a full decade, will officially begin its public beta. This game was jointly developed with the participation of 10 major allied nations. On the same day, the currency exchange function will be activated, allowing in-game currency to be directly converted into Kyushu national currency. Moreover, the first batch of 1 billion World of Hope gaming helmets has already been sold out. Even so, demand still far outstrips supply. According to an official statement from Hope Games, the second batch of gaming helmets will be available for pre-sale at the beginning of next month, with plans to produce 2 billion units. The goal is to ensure that the entire population can enter World of Hope by the fifth batch. Of course, if you're lucky enough, you might win the grand prize by purchasing Patek Series Potato Chips, a World of Hope ring login device. So far, only 4 such rings have been distributed worldwide, with 3 already claimed by lucky winners in different countries. One remains, and rumors suggest it may very well appear in Kyushu. In Jeongnam City, on an old street, outside a scrap shop, a 40-something-inch monitor was broadcasting the news. Outside the scrap shop, 3 teenagers stood there, led by a handsome young man, standing at 1.8 meters tall, with slightly dark but healthy-looking skin, wearing a faded short-sleeved shirt and a pair of short jeans. Beside him were a boy and a girl, both around 15 years old, still with childish faces, staring intently at the TV. All these items cost a total of 30 Jojo currency. The owner of the scrapyard took out a thick notebook and spoke to the man at the front of the group. 30? Boss, your prices keep getting lower. These things usually sell for 50. Yi Chun frowned. These scraps were what they had spent the whole day collecting from several nearby streets. Selling them for only 30 bucks was definitely not satisfying. Brother, this industry is shrinking badly. 30 bucks is already me taking pity on you. I'm not making much profit. If you don't believe me, go to another scrapyard. I guarantee they'll offer you 20 at most. The boss, a middle-aged man, spoke in a calm tone as he lowered his head to calculate the accounts. Can you make it 5 more? Yi Chun continued, trying to bargain for a few extra bucks. Just 30. If you sell it, I'll pay you. If not, forget it. The boss threw out the words, then sat on his chair, fiddling endlessly with a calculator. Fine, 30 it is. Yi Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead. There was nothing more to say. 30 was 30. After saying this, the scrapyard boss directly handed Yi Chun 3 10-yuan bills of Jojo currency. After getting the money, Yi Chun took his younger siblings and left the scrapyard. Brother Yi, that boss is getting worse, always bullying us. After leaving the scrapyard, Yi Chun's younger brother was the first to speak. His face was grim, but he could only complain a little. Bad people. Yi Chun's younger sister couldn't help but say. However, Yi Chun shook his head, patted his sister's little head, and said, forget it. That's just how the world is. Who are we but scavengers? 30 yuan is enough. If the 3 of us can earn 30 yuan every day, it's not bad. At least it can ease the burden on the orphanage a bit. After saying this, Yi Chun pointed to the fountain pool not far away and said, go wash your hands. I'll buy you some snacks. Hearing there were snacks, the two were instantly overjoyed and happily trotted off toward the fountain pool. Meanwhile, Yi Chun stretched her waist and then headed toward a nearby convenience store, intending to buy them a couple of lollipops. Upon entering the store, she was greeted by a massive poster, a promotional poster for Hope World. Who on earth today doesn't know about Hope World? Hailed as the second world, it's not just a 100% realistic simulation game. More importantly, it features currency exchange. And rumor has it that the original code of Hope World was recorded on a meteorite from outer space 20 years ago. Therefore, this game has no so-called game administrators. It operates entirely autonomously. The content within isn't manipulated by humans, so there's no need to worry about insider manipulation. Moreover, this game possesses the ability to materialize in reality. In other words, the skills you master and the treasures you obtain in the game will one day appear in real life. No one knows for sure whether this claim is true or false, but as a fully immersive online game, it's an epoch-making creation. Whether it's leveling up by defeating monsters, building empires, or simply enjoying leisure activities, it attracts countless players. That's why this game has already taken the world by storm even before its public beta, with many players eager to join as power levelers or hoping to make their first fortune in the World of Hope. Even Yi Chun had entertained such thoughts, but the biggest problem was no money. The game login devices for World of Hope are extremely expensive, with the cheapest costing at least 10,000 Jojo dollars, not to mention the premium versions. As for the World of Hope ring login devices mentioned in previous news, only 4 were released globally in the first batch. A top-tier tycoon once offered a staggering $100 million, equivalent to 600 million Jojo dollars, yet no one was willing to sell, demonstrating the game's immense appeal. Possessing supernatural abilities yet unable to earn money, I must be the most useless superhuman, right? Looking at the poster, Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That's right, Yi Chun indeed had supernatural abilities. Earlier today at dawn, on his 18th birthday to be precise, he awakened an ability called Rewind Time by 1 minute. Each use required a 5-minute cooldown. At first glance, rewinding time by 1 minute seemed utterly useless. It couldn't help win the lottery or gamble successfully, since 1 minute wasn't enough to change anything. The only practical use might be during a driver's license test, allowing him to redo a question if he chose the wrong answer. At first, Yi-chun didn't think his special ability was particularly powerful. But after learning about the world of hope, he realized just how extraordinary his ability truly was. In any game, no matter what kind, there are bound to be mechanics like upgrades, enhancements, loot boxes, and prize draws, right? If an upgrade fails, rewind 1 minute, wait 5 minutes, and try again. At a rate of 1 attempt every 6 minutes, you can attempt 10 upgrades in an hour. If all 10 fail, keep trying for a full day, 240 attempts. There's no way it won't succeed eventually. Didn't he get what you wanted from a loot box? Rewind 1 minute, wait 5 minutes, and try again. Keep going until you're satisfied with the result. Though troublesome, it allows unlimited resets. How is this not overpowered? But unfortunately, I didn't have the money to buy a game login device, so despite my skills, I could only live with regret. Just then, abruptly, a sharp sound rang out. I won! I won! Ha, it's a login ring, a login ring. The sound rang out, and Yi-chun's pupils contracted as he looked at the cashier not far away, where a chubby teenager around 14 or 15 years old was clutching an ancient bronze ring and letting out a wild laugh. A login ring? Yi-chun gasped in shock. A login ring, one of only 4 limited edition pieces in the world, was actually in JoJo country? And it had appeared right before his eyes? The next moment, Yi-chun suddenly remembered something. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and activated his skill. He wanted to go back 1 minute and buy this ring. Chapter 2, The Ring Login Device. Without almost any hesitation, Yi-chun unleashed his special ability and returned to 1 minute ago. A flash of white light passed by, replaced by the sight of his younger siblings washing their hands at the fountain pool. At this moment, Yi-chun acted without almost any hesitation. He immediately rushed into the small shop. The small shop wasn't very big, with only about 4 or 5 people shopping inside. At that moment, Yi-chun spotted the chubby, fair-skinned child, who was currently holding a bag of pota chips in his hand, with someone standing in front of him at the checkout. Hey! Little buddy, I want to buy that bag of chips you're holding. I'll give you 30 yuan for it, okay? Without any hesitation, Yi-chun walked up to the chubby kid and spoke slowly. At the same time, he tried his best to stay calm. If the other person noticed something was off or simply refused to sell, he was prepared to snatch it by force if necessary. After all, the value of that bag of chips was equivalent to 600 million. Selling mine? Why? The little chubby boy was somewhat curious, completely unaware that the bag of chips in his hand was worth 600 million. My little brother really loves this kind of chips. I've checked several stores, and they're all sold out. Today is his birthday, and as his older brother, I have no choice. The original price of this bag is 5 yuan, but I'll pay 30 yuan for it. Is that okay? Yi-chun tried his best to maintain a friendly smile as he spoke. Oh, alright. You don't need to pay 30. You can have it. There's a supermarket near my house too. This little store really doesn't stock much. The chubby kid was quite kind-hearted, directly handing the potato chips to Yi-chun without asking for the 30 yuan, as if it didn't matter whether he bought them or not. The cashier and other customers glanced over but didn't pay much attention, as this kind of thing wasn't really exaggerated. If Yi-chun had asked for 30,000 or 300,000, that would have been something to make a fuss about. Thanks. By the way, what's your name? I'd like to thank you properly in the future, Yi-chun said with a smile, taking the potato chips. No need to be so polite. My name is Wang Bupong. And you don't have to thank me. Oh, by the way, do you play World of Hope? If you do, remember to carry me in the game. I've already set up my ID. It's Wang Shuiqi Handsome Wang. Wang Bupong said this. Though he appeared quite young, he was wise beyond his years. Alright, if we happen to meet in the game, I'll take you along. Yi-chun smiled calmly. He wasn't an ungrateful person. If he truly prospered in the future, he would certainly remember the kindness of this little chubby guy. After handing the items to Yi-chun, Wang Bupong clapped his hands and left without a second thought. After Yi-chun finished paying, he also walked out of the small shop. Perhaps due to nervousness and extreme excitement, he took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the joy in his heart. After glancing around to ensure no one was nearby, he finally opened the bag of chips. Sure enough, as soon as the chips were opened, an ancient-looking ring lay nestled among them. Yi-chun pretended to pick up a chip while discreetly taking the ring and slipping it onto his ring finger, completing the act unnoticed. A ring login device. A ring login device. He never imagined he would actually obtain this ring. It was said that possessing it granted eligibility for a game lottery draw, and precisely because of this, the ring had been driven to an exorbitant price. Yi-chun thought to himself. Hope World is a groundbreaking MMORPG with absolutely no game administrators, where everything is fair, no in-game store, no paid items, meaning everyone starts on equal footing. Therefore, getting ahead of others is impossible. Rarity increases value, so a single lottery draw naturally attracts countless players. Who are the most numerous on Earth? Naturally, the poor. But who are also plentiful? The wealthy. Thus, bidding up to $100 million is entirely reasonable. More importantly, while the standard login device is a helmet requiring electricity, the ring login device automatically absorbs solar energy, allowing entry into the game anytime, anywhere without worrying about connectivity, another reason for its preciousness. But no matter what, Yi Chun obtained the qualification to enter the world of hope. Just this alone was enough to satisfy Yi Chun. Wow, brother Yi, you actually bought potato chips? $5 a pack, bro, when did you become so generous? Yi Chun's younger siblings finished washing their hands and walked over. Seeing the pata chips in Yi Chun's hands, their faces lit up with surprise and excitement. You two have been working so hard. Here's a little reward for you, go ahead and eat them. Filled with joy, Yi Chun handed the chips to the two of them and even pulled out 2 lollipops, making them even happier. Just like that, the 3 of them walked side by side for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving home. An orphanage. The courtyard was already quite dilapidated and old-fashioned. At the entrance, 2 large dogs were kept, one black and one yellow. They would growl at strangers, but upon seeing Yi Chun and the others, they immediately wagged their tails affectionately, appearing very simple and adorable. Yi Chun let his younger siblings rest while he went alone to an internet cafe near the orphanage, intending to look up some information about the world of hope. And so, by 9:30 p.m., Yi Chun had been researching for a full 4 hours. It wasn't just him, many people in the internet cafe were also looking up information about the world of hope, all while chatting and discussing animatedly. Bang! Bang! At that very moment, abruptly, a sound suddenly rang out. Good evening, everyone. In just 2.5 hours, the public beta of World of Hope will begin. First, I'd like to wish you all a victorious start, hoping you'll loot epic gear and stay ahead of the competition. Secondly, our internet cafe has already set up temporary access terminals for World of Hope, charging 10 yuan per hour, or 50 yuan for overnight sessions. Additionally, our cafe is bulk purchasing World of Hope in game currency. While the black market rate is 1.2 yuan per silver coin, we offer 1 yuan per silver coin. Larger quantities can be negotiated. Alright, enjoy your gaming. The sound ended, and Yi Chun also turned off his computer. He had already finished researching the information he needed, and now he was just waiting for the server to open at midnight. In fact, Yi Chun had initially considered selling the ring, but upon further thought, he realized it would bring more trouble than it was worth. First, who would he sell it to? Second, with something worth 600 million, how many people in Jiangnan City alone would try to swindle him out of it? Even if he took it to the largest auction house, ignoring all costs and other complications, and actually got the full 600 million, what would be the result? The result would be that he would definitely be kidnapped. These days, there are plenty of ruthless criminals. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. That's an age-old truth. A common man's wealth is his own ruin. Yi Chun understood this very well, so he decided to use the ring himself, leveraging his unique abilities to amass wealth within the game. This was the true path to power. With this thought, Yi Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Standing before the bar counter, he gazed at the promotional poster for World of Hope, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. Chapter 3, Triple Hope Lottery. August 1st, 11:55 p.m. The orphanage had fallen silent, everything was extremely quiet, except for some chirping of insects. Utter stillness prevailed. Yi Chun lay on the bed, wearing the ring-shaped login device on his hand. At this very moment, he had chosen to enter the game world. Upon entering the game world, Yi Chun instantly felt drowsiness wash over him. Then, as soon as he opened his eyes, what greeted him was a grand hall. This is where the character was founded. Having researched beforehand, Yi Chun was well aware of it. Indeed, it felt so real, as if truly stepping into another world. Yi Chun gazed around in astonishment. Everything before her eyes was no mere animation, but solid structures, indistinguishable from reality in both touch and scent. Inside the grand hall, 5 statues stood on each side. These were humanity's 10 guardian deities, representing the 10 major professions. The 5 on the left were respectively the warrior, mage, archer, warlock, and assassin. The 5 on the right are appraiser, blacksmith, astrologer, runemaster, and alchemist. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Great warrior, welcome to the world of hope. Please tell me, what is your profession? As the voice spoke, Yi Chun understood that it was time to choose a profession. Assassin. This was the first profession that Yi Chun thought of. He had read a lot of information, and basically, 30% of players would choose warrior, 30% would choose mage, and another 30% would choose warlock. Among the remaining 10%, about 7 or 8% would choose archer, while very few would opt for assassin. This was because the assassin profession had low health, lacked powerful skills, and was highly challenging to master. Yi Chun didn't choose assassin to be unconventional or because he thought he was exceptionally skilled. Instead, he valued the burst potential of the assassin. With the right equipment and resources, an assassin could deal massive damage in an instant, making it the perfect choice for a lone wolf. Of course, Yi-chan had also considered choosing mage, as a single area of effect skill could wipe out monsters effortlessly, making leveling and grinding a breeze. But unfortunately, he could only pick one. Great assassin, the Dark Lord blesses you. What is your name? The system spoke, praising him before asking Yi-chan's name. The Sigh of the Monarch. Yi-chan thought of a good name. His real name wasn't suitable, and other options were too bizarre. This one was just right, slightly unconventional yet still domineering. Sigh of the Monarch, greetings. As you are a player chosen by the divine, you are granted one opportunity for a hope draw. However, you may also choose to take on a challenge by answering 3 questions from the Dark Monarch. If your answers satisfy him, you will receive 3 additional hope draws. If you fail, this draw opportunity will be revoked. Please make your choice. A player chosen by the divine? It must be because of the ring login device. 1 hope draw turning into 3? This certainly tempted Yi-chan. With this in mind, Yi-chan couldn't help but speak up, I choose the trial. The sound rang out, and in an instant, the 5th sculpture on the left began to move slowly. Yi-chan looked closely and saw that the statue was of a middle-aged man. He wore a cloak, as if lurking in the darkness, his eyes resolute and unwavering, as though he sought to hunt down the gods. What lies at the end of darkness? A hoary voice echoed, as if it had traveled from ancient times. This was the first question, and now 2 options appeared before Yi-chan. 1. The end of darkness is endless darkness. 2. At the end of darkness comes the dawn. The reason for daring to take on the challenge was due to the supernatural ability to return to 1 minute prior. Even if the wrong choice was made, it would still preserve one chance to draw a prize, so there was no loss either way. I choose 2. Yi-chan hesitated, almost not at all. Since it was only possible to go back 1 minute, Yi-chan had to act quickly already. 10 seconds had passed. Soon the voice sounded again. Darkness accompanies loneliness, so what accompanies loneliness? 1. Indifference. 2. Madness. I choose 2. Those who remain perpetually lonely will eventually go mad, and indifference is one form of madness. This is Yi-chan's belief. After answering, the voice immediately sounded again. In the life of an assassin, is it bearing infamy or carrying supreme glory? 1. Infamy. 2. Glory. 2. Yi-chan still chose the second option, and the voice sounded immediately. You answered all 3 questions correctly, but your responses weren't from the heart. If you had spoken your own words, no matter what choice you made, I would have given you an extra reward. But now you can't receive the reward. Assessment failed. The aged voice spoke, leaving Yi-chan momentarily stunned. Who would have thought this was a trap? Following the usual pattern of online games, making a choice would seem natural. Who'd expect them to want the player to speak up? Otherwise, choices like his would be seen as insincere in the other party's eyes, hence the assessment failure. But if he had made his own judgment and explanation, speaking it aloud, he could have gotten an extra reward? At this thought, Yi-chan nodded immediately. He didn't appear distressed but instead directly activated his skill. He was going back 1 minute in time. What lies at the end of darkness? Opening his eyes, the familiar yet aged voice echoed in his ears, questioning Yi-chan while presenting 2 options before him. The end of darkness is light, bringing humanity the radiance of hope. Yi-chan spoke loudly, already knowing the plot. He couldn't make the same mistake again. Moreover, Yi-chan had the correct answer, so he gave his explanation. Correct answer. Suddenly, the aged voice sounded again, but instead of posing a question, it simply said, correct answer. This surprised Yi-chan a little. He hadn't expected the future to change. However, he understood that it must be because his answer was so well reasoned that the other party responded this way. Darkness accompanies loneliness, but what accompanies loneliness? The second question has arrived, and Yi-chan already had the answer in mind. Loneliness accompanies madness. Indifference is merely one emotion of madness. Those truly submerged in darkness have long gone insane. Correct answer. The aged voice spoke again. Is an assassin's life destined to bear infamy, or does it carry supreme honor? An aged voice inquired. Yi-chan took a deep breath, his expression resolute as he spoke. An assassin's life carries supreme honor. There is no such thing as peaceful times, only someone bearing the weight in silence. We are the shadows of light, enduring curses in the darkness, yet upholding supreme honor. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. Yi-chan's words were impassioned and stirring. In an instant, the statue of the Dark Lord began to tremble incessantly, emitting beams of radiant light. Good. Excellent. You embody the way of the assassin perfectly. Would you be willing to become the Dark Lord? The aged voice, which had remained calm all along, now sounded deeply moved and utterly exhilarated as he posed the question. A voice echoed in Yi-chan's ears. Ding dong. Will you accept the soul-hidden SSSS rank quest, the Dark Monarch's entrustment? Accepting this quest will grant you the SSSS rank Dark Monarch job change book, as well as special rewards. Completing each phase of the quest will yield corresponding rewards. However, failure will result in the revocation of all benefits. An SSSS rank quest? Yi Chun couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 4, King's Reward. Having previously researched the information, Yechuan knew that in the world of Hope, quests were categorized as hidden and non-hidden. Hidden quests required personal exploration, and they were further divided into unique and non-unique types. As the name suggested, unique quests could only be accepted by one person. Additionally, quest difficulty was classified into 8 levels, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E, with higher levels indicating greater difficulty. 4S quests had not appeared in the official website guides or the strategies provided by closed beta players. Never did he imagine that he would trigger a 4S level quest, which left Yechuan utterly astonished. Accepted. Yi Chun immediately chose to accept. If she didn't, wouldn't that be inviting divine retribution? Ding dong. Congratulations to the player for accepting the SSS rank mission, the Dark Monarch's Entrustment. You have obtained 1 volume of the Dark Monarch's Job Change Book and 1 Dark Monarch's Ring. For the first phase of the mission, the player must secure first place in 5 different leaderboards within 3 months. Upon completion, you will receive generous rewards. If you fail, the Job Change Book and the Dark Monarch's Ring will be reclaimed. First place in 5 different leaderboards? That's indeed quite challenging, considering there are currently only 8 leaderboards open. Level rankings. Equipment rankings. Arena rankings. Villain rankings. Good deeds leaderboard. Reputation leaderboard. Wealth leaderboard. Mounts leaderboard. Pet rankings. The greatest pressure on all leaderboards is the wealth ranking. However, currency exchange can only be converted into Kyushu national currency, which temporarily cannot be converted back into game currency. This restriction lasts for 3 months. Even so, Yi Chun doesn't believe he can top the wealth ranking. The quest requirement is to claim first place, even second place 1T suffice. Truly befitting of an SSSS tier quest, the conditions are exceptionally harsh. The harder the quest, the greater the rewards. With 3 months ahead, anything is possible. Yi Chun thought to herself, feeling somewhat relieved, while a scroll and a ring lay quietly on the table before her. The statue of the Dark King returned to its original position, and at that moment, the system voice sounded again. Congratulations, player, for passing the assessment. The original single lucky draw has been upgraded to 3. Would you like to draw now? Hearing the system's voice, Yi Chun naturally chose to draw without hesitation. The world hopes that it's difficult to obtain other rewards, with everyone starting from a nearly equal footing. Yi Chun isn't a hardcore player either, but now faces the immense pressure of securing first place across 5 leaderboards. The earlier these rankings are claimed, the easier it is later on. It becomes much harder. The first batch of players numbered a staggering 1 billion, and next month another 2 billion will join. Standing out among so many players is nearly impossible, so seizing the early advantage is crucial, followed by steady progress to secure victory. Lottery draw. Upon choosing the lottery, a large will instantly appear before Yi Chun, adorned with various items. The most common were white, followed by green, blue, purple, red, and finally, shimmering gold. Check any white item, and the data will be displayed quickly. Hope for an experience potion. Quality, golden item. Grade, highest tier. Effect, directly increases experience points by 100,000, suitable for use below level 30. Ineffective beyond level 30. Note, cannot be traded or dropped. Players are advised to consume it promptly to avoid missing the level requirement. Even the most ordinary items are of gold quality, which finally made Yi Chun understand why the Ring login device was priced at an astonishing 600 million. In the world of Hope, virtually all items are classified in detail by quality: bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, king, epic, and divine. Each category is further divided into 5 sublevels: supreme, upper, middle, lower, and lowest. According to strategy posts from closed beta testers, after the official launch, if everything goes smoothly, the highest tier equipment items in the first 3 months would be gold tier. This shows just how precious gold items are. Who would have thought that the Hope lottery guarantees at least a gold item as the worst outcome? With an instant 100,000 experience points, reaching the top rank becomes effortless, surpassing 1 billion players. Every step leads to victory. 600 million points is absolutely worth it. Lottery draw. Yi Chun didn't waste any words and immediately started the lottery draw. Soon, the large wheel began spinning, and after 10 seconds, the pointer landed on a golden item slot. Ding dong. Congratulations, player, you have obtained a king tier item, the 3 class certificate. Gold represents the king. Yi Chun was pleasantly surprised beyond expectation. He never imagined his luck would be so good, drawing the king tier reward right off the bat. Although he wasn't overly fixated on obtaining the king tier reward, he had hoped for it. To his delight, he hit the jackpot right from the start, giving him an exhilarating boost. Prize draw. After waiting for a minute, Yi Chun spoke again. He didn't plan to waste time, especially since the game was now live. He could afford to delay for an hour, but definitely not for too long. So, it wasn't absolutely necessary to get the king tier reward. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the golden tier weapon, the greatsword of Adas. Rewind 1 minute. Yi Chun didn't waste any words, he had a clear goal in mind, nothing below platinum would do. At the very least, it had to be a legendary item. Without the ability to rewind 1 minute, Yi Chun might have settled for less, perhaps even a diamond tier item would suffice. But possessing a legendary item, Yi Chun naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity go to waste. After waiting 5 minutes, Yi Chun proceeded to draw again. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the golden tier skill book, Super Healing Technique. Rewind 1 minute. Perhaps because he had drawn the king's reward right from the start, Yi Chun spent a full hour drawing, with the best reward being of violet gold quality. It had already been 1 hour since the server launched, but Yi Chun gritted his teeth and still chose to rewind 1 minute. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, as such rewards would almost certainly never appear again in the future. Lottery. This was the 15th time the lottery was redrawn. Yi Chun stared at the spinning wheel each time he drew. He would slow down by a few seconds compared to the last, altering history in the process. The wheel spun continuously until the pointer landed once again on the red icon. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for winning the grand prize of Fragment of Divinity. Chapter 5, The Curse of the King. Another king tier reward. This surprised Yi Chun. Indeed, perseverance pays off. With 2 king tier rewards already, even a platinum reward next would be acceptable. Securing 2 king tier rewards in one go, despite taking nearly 2 hours, made it all worthwhile. Third draw, Yi Chun gazed expectantly at the grand wheel. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for winning the violet gold reward, Dragon's Roar Torrential Arrow Technique. A violet gold skill book for archers. Without hesitation, Yi Chun chose to rewind 1 minute. He wasn't an archer and had absolutely no intention of playing that class. Moreover, the main reason was this: such a rare opportunity to draw a prize if it only yielded a violet gold skill book would indeed feel like a bit of a loss. On the grand wheel, there was only one red reward, which was also a sorcerer's skill book. The Curse of the King. Although the exact effects were unknown, the king's rewards were always top tier. Yi Chun looked forward to drawing the king's reward, though if he ended up with a diamond or legendary reward instead, he might consider abandoning this skill book. 2 hours had already been wasted, and continuing like this would mean missing the optimal time window. Don't underestimate those 2 hours. That small delay might cost him 2 months to recover from. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for receiving the platinum reward, the Sorcerer's Energy Gem. Rewind 1 minute. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, you've received the golden reward, Gale Storm Sword. Rewind 1 minute. For a full 3 hours, Yi Chun stubbornly dragged on for 3 hours 10 attempts per hour, totaling 30 draws, yet the highest reward was only diamond tier. This left Yi Chun deeply frustrated. With the game having been live for 5 hours already, he had likely fallen behind by who knows how many levels. If it weren't for the level restriction in the first 3 months, Yi Chun probably would have accepted it. He decided to draw for 1 more hour. If he still didn't get a legendary item by then, he would switch to diamonds. Yi Chun thought to himself, feeling that his luck was extraordinary for having drawn 2 king tier rewards. After 30 draws, he had only gotten 1 diamond reward. 80% were gold, 15% were purple gold, 4% were platinum, and just 1% were diamond rewards. Not to mention legendary and king tier items. 1 draw. 3 draws. 5 draws. 7 draws. Still no legendary items, just a streak of gold rewards. For the 8th time, after Yi Chun chose to spin the lottery, the large wheel slowly turned and finally stopped on a golden item reward. Just as Yi Chun instinctively prepared to use his special ability, he suddenly heard the system notification sound. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for drawing the king's reward, the king's curse. Ha! I got the king's reward? Yi Chun couldn't quite believe it. He turned his gaze to the wheel. Indeed, the pointer was aimed at the golden item, but upon closer inspection, it was precisely between the golden reward and the king's reward, indistinguishable to the naked eye. The system's judgment meant that he had actually drawn the king's reward. Phew! Joy surged through him. Hoping to draw 3 times and get 3 king's rewards, this gave Yi Chun an indescribable feeling. Ding dong! Since the player has drawn the best item 3 times in a row, a hidden task has been triggered and completed, granting the title King of Hope's Lucky One. When equipped, this title provides an additional 100 points of luck. The system notification sounded again, filling Yi Chun with even greater joy. Who would have thought he'd hit the jackpot 3 times in a row, and even received a hidden reward? Indeed, the world of hope was like a real world. Hope and miracles could be found everywhere. However, this incident also made Yi Chun more cautious. From now on, even if it was troublesome, he would strive for the best items. Otherwise, his special ability would be wasted. 100 points of luck? Luck could only be boosted through accessories and potions, with a single gold quality accessory adding just about 1 point. Yet, a single title granted 100 points, truly worthy of being called a king's reward. Yi Chun thought to himself. Meanwhile, after a delay of a full 6 hours, it was already 6 a.m. If he wasted any more time, there would be no chance to play the game. However, before entering the game, Yi-chun first checked the rewards he had drawn. Dark Monarch class change scroll, Dark Monarch's ring, 3rd class change certificate, incomplete deity, curse of the king. A total of 5 items. Without hesitation, Yi-chun used the Dark Monarch class change scroll, and immediately, a series of system notifications sounded. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, on advancing to the SSSS level unique hidden class, Dark Monarch. Due to your advancement to Dark Monarch, your base attributes have undergone changes. As a result of becoming the Dark Monarch, you have awakened the first stage talent skill, the Darkness Approaches. Upon your transformation into the Dark Monarch, you have unlocked the Dark Monarch's professional skill tree abilities. The Ring of the Dark Monarch. Quality, Monarch. Grade, Supreme. First stage skill, Perception 100 points. As long as you do not actively attack enemies, you cannot be detected by them. If at night, the effect is double. Second stage skill, requires the player to reach level 10. Third stage skill, requires the player to reach level 30. Fourth stage skill, requires the player to reach level 50. Fifth stage skill, requires the player to reach level 80. Sixth stage skill, requires the player to reach level 100. Description: this is the Dark Lord's Signet Ring. Originally an ordinary item, it has gained partial divinity from being worn by the Dark Lord for an extended period. However, corresponding strength is required to activate the ring's abilities. 3 class certification. Quality, King tier. Grade, Supreme. Effect: using this certificate allows you to select 2 additional professions. Description: a certificate that enables you to possess 3 professions. Hiss. A triple profession certificate? Yi-chun was astonished. Each player could only have 1 profession, yet this certificate would allow him to possess 3 professions equivalent to having the traits of 3 professions, along with the ability to equip and learn the skills of the other 2. A warrior with high health and defense, combined with a powerful mage and a high-burst assassin, such a combination is simply invincible. With this thought, Yi-chun didn't hesitate and immediately chose to use it. Congratulations, player! You may now select 2 other professions again. As the voice sounded, Yi-chun unhesitatingly chose the warlock profession, because the Curse of the King was a skill only warlocks could learn. The remaining professions were warrior, mage, and archer. Warlocks are alternative mages, but they lean more towards support, healing, or curses. Of course, they also have some offensive capabilities, just not as potent as mages. Thus, Yi-chun dismissed the idea of becoming a mage. As for warriors, after some thought, Yi-chun rejected that option as well. The warrior class is essentially just about high health and strong defense, lacking completely in both offense and mobility. Therefore, Yi-chun chose to become an archer. Congratulations, player, on successfully acquiring the additional profession of warlock. Congratulations, player, you have successfully advanced to the additional class of archer. The 4th item. A Fragment of Divinity. Quality, King tier. Grade, Supreme. Attribute, increases critical hit chance by 50, increases fatal strike chance by 10. Attribute 2, Sealed, requires divinity to unseal. Attribute 3, Sealed, requires divinity to unseal. A critical hit deals double damage, while a lethal strike deals quadruple damage. This divine artifact is incredibly useful, practically a divine tool for assassins. Yi-chun was already numb with astonishment. Thinking this, Yi-chun equipped the divine artifact without hesitation. Finally, Yi-chun turned his gaze to the last skill book. The Curse of the King. Quality, King tier. Grade, Supreme. Attribute, the Venomous Curse of the Mysterious King. After casting the skill, all attributes of the enemy instantly drop to 20/50, lasting for 1 day. A character can only be cursed once in their lifetime. Description: the Curse of the Mysterious King is filled with resentment and fury. All attributes instantly drop by either 20 or 50%? Yi-chun swallowed hard. This skill is practically a divine tool for farming bosses. Toss a king's curse, and with good luck, the target's attributes drop by half, and their HP is directly halved. What kind of concept is that? This is simply an invincible skill for soloing bosses. The king's reward is bound to be top-notch. Yi-chun felt that dominating the world of hope was no longer just a dream. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for mastering the warlock skill, the Curse of the King. After learning the skills, Yi-chun immediately chose to enter the game. Having already wasted 6 hours, there was no time to delay any further. Chapter 6, Extremely Difficult Beginner Quest. Anyone teaming up to farm low-level monsters? Buying beginner weapons in bulk, don't let them go to waste. Offering 10 copper coins per beginner weapon. Long-term currency exchange service fair prices, stable rates preferred. Anyone rushing to level up? Come quick. Any big brother willing to carry a little sister? I have a cute lowly voice. The beginner village was packed. Yi-chun initially thought that being 6 hours late wouldn't make it too crowded, but he was sorely mistaken, it was still overflowing. Among the 1 billion players, many had been delayed by various reasons. The moment he entered the game, the system notification immediately chimed. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for the Dark Monarch's ring you are wearing has successfully topped the Hope World Equipment Rankings as number 1. Would you like to reveal your game ID? If you choose not to reveal it, rewards will be issued on the monthly ranking settlement day. If you choose to reveal it, you will additionally receive 500 reputation points. The system prompt sounded, prompting Yi-chun to make a choice. Reveal. After all, it's just a game ID, so Yi-chun wasn't worried about anything. As soon as the words were spoken, a server-wide system announcement rang out. Congratulations to the player Monarch Sai from the Kyushu Kingdom region for claiming the top spot on the Hope World Equipment Rankings with the King Tier Equipment, Dark Monarch's Signet Ring. We extend our congratulations to this player and award an additional 500 reputation points. A server-wide message echoed, and at that moment, players around the world erupted in excitement. What? A King Tier Equipment has already appeared? Damn it! Wasn't it supposed to be absolutely fair? How can you call King's Equipment fair? Is this the GM's favorite child or what? No, it's his daddy. No way. As a beta tester, I 100% believe in the fairness of Hope World, but King's Equipment? Players are boiling with excitement, and it's not just those in the JoJo region. Overseas players are equally stunned. Currently, across the entire world of Hope, only 3 pieces of gold tier equipment have made it onto the rankings. To qualify for the equipment rankings, an item must be gold tier. It's not something any random piece of gear can achieve. At the very least, it has to be gold. With a billion players and only 3 gold tier items, Yi-chun just dropped a bombshell, a king tier piece of equipment. Isn't that absolutely mind-blowing? World, Shenmuge, Sai of the Monarch, I'm willing to offer 50 million for this ring. If possible, please DM me. World Wangpingen, I bid 100 million, I want the king's equipment. I'll transfer the money on the spot, no delays. World Amrfei, I'm willing to offer $20 million to purchase it. I hope this friend will sell it. Additionally, I can assist you in real life. I'm the president of the Meglon Group. In an instant, a flood of powerful figures emerged in the world, all bidding to buy Yi-chun's king's weapon, sparking countless waves of envy and resentment. Yet Yi-chun was equally helpless. He wanted to sell it too, but the Dark King's ring was a key item for the SSS tier quest and absolutely could not be sold. Selling it would mean abandoning the quest. This item couldn't be traded. If it could, forget 100 million. 50 million for Pure Leaf? Sold. It wasn't that Pure Leaf couldn't see its true worth, he knew exactly how valuable it was. But right now, Pure Leaf genuinely needed the money. With so many younger siblings at the orphanage, he couldn't bear to see them suffer any longer. This was, after all, the fundamental reason he had entered the world of Hope in the first place. He was determined to earn money, to strive for a better life for the younger brothers and sisters at the orphanage. At the very least, he wanted them to have an education unlike him, who had dropped out of high school. Ding dong! Player Big Fat Pig has sent you a friend request. Ding dong! Player Huangfu Tinia requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong! Player Jun Maxiao requests to add you as a friend. Ding dong! Player Ifei Chongtian requests to add you as a friend. At this moment, tens of thousands of friend requests rang out, but Yi-chun paid no attention. After selecting to reject friend requests from strangers, the world fell silent. The next moment, Yi-chun opened his attribute panel to check his stats. Player, the Monarch Sai. Level, 0. Primary class, Assassin Dark Monarch. Secondary profession, Warlock not advanced. Tertiary profession, Archer not advanced. Health points, 100,100 character dies when HP reaches 0. Mana points, 100,100 cannot cast corresponding skills when MP reaches 0. Attack power, 2040 critical hit deals 40 points of damage. Magic attack power, 2040 critical hit deals 40 points of damage. Constitution, 10. Affects health points. Spirit, 10. Affects magic points and magic damage. Strength, 10. Affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility, 10. Affects movement speed and reaction ability. Awareness, 100 effect doubles during night state. Reputation, 500. 10,000 reputation points required to enter the leaderboard, and reputation points can be exchanged for prizes. Title, Lucky One of the Hopeful World. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, 01000. Due to being a hybrid of 3 professions, this experience value is higher than that of ordinary players. Gold coins, 0. Night Monarch skill bar. Darkness approaches, passive skill, your perception decreases by 100 points. Warlock skill bar. Curse of the King, casts a powerful curse on a unit, reducing all attributes of the cursed unit by 2050. These were his attributes, all maxed out, which brought Yi-chun great joy. With such stats, if not capable of annihilating heaven, earth, and the air itself, they were at least more than sufficient to handle some low-level magical beasts. The next thing to do is to complete the beginner's quest. Like most online games, the first step is to find the village chief. In reality, no game can escape this limitation, otherwise, players wouldn't understand how to play the game. Yi-chun approached the village chief and quickly chose to accept the quest. Young adventurer, the hope of Astalai, many monsters are lurking outside the village. Are you willing to protect the village? The village spoke in a solemn tone. At the same time, the system voice also sounded. Accept the beginner's quest, the village's concern? This quest is rated as easy. Players may choose a higher difficulty beginner's quest instead. Select a higher difficulty beginner's quest. Yi-chun didn't hesitate to speak. He had delayed logging in for a full 6 hours now, unsure how much the level gap had widened. The level rankings required reaching level 20 to appear, and currently, among the 8 major rankings, only the equipment ranking had any players listed. None of the other rankings had a single player, so Yi-chun had no choice but to select a high difficulty beginner quest. Please make your selection: easy quest normal experience, medium quest double experience, hard quest 5 times experience, very hard quest 10 times experience. Very hard. A 6-hour delay meant Yi-chun couldn't possibly choose the medium difficulty quest. To surpass most players, selecting the hard level quest would suffice 5 times the experience points would be more than enough. But Yi-chun's goal was to top the level rankings. Among a billion players, there were bound to be many powerful individuals for those blessed with extraordinary luck. In Hope World, the level cap for the first month was set at 30. No matter how skilled you were, you couldn't exceed this limit, and experience gain would be restricted. This meant if Yi-chun failed to reach the top before hitting level 30, claiming first place on the leaderboard would become impossible. He must secure 5 out of the 8 rankings himself, with the wealth ranking almost out of reach, leaving only 7 rankings available. Therefore, he can only afford to miss 2 rankings and must not waste any others. Thus, Yi-chun decided to go all in, making an extremely difficult choice. He demanded 10 times the experience points. Ding dong! You have successfully accepted the extremely difficult novice quest. The player must hunt 10 flame demon tigers within 24 hours. Completing the quest will reward you with 1 gold coin, 10,000 experience points, and a corresponding vocational skill book. The system notification left Yi-chun quite satisfied. Brave adventurer, we hope you can resolve the village's difficulties. Yi-chun accepted the extremely difficult level quest, and even the village chief's attitude changed. He even took out a badge and handed it to Yi-chun, saying, "Hunting flame demon tigers naturally requires suitable equipment. With this badge, you can freely purchase supplies worth up to 10 gold coins in the village. If you complete the quest, no payment will be required. If you fail the quest, the gold coins will be forcibly deducted." The village chief spoke up, saying this should be a hidden reward. Supplies equivalent to 10 gold coins, that's not bad, at least it means I won't have to fight magical beasts empty-handed. Chapter 7, Preparing Supplies, Gearing Up for Battle. With the village chief's badge in hand, Yi-chun immediately headed to the weapon shop to purchase supplies. The flame demon tiger is a level 10 magical beast found in the desolate mountains outside the village. In the world of Hope, there is a special setting, the level difference mechanic. This means that if there is a significant level gap, even if your attack power is strong, you won't be able to deal much damage. The world of Hope doesn't have a concept of defense power, but the level difference mechanic compensates for it. This way, higher level players are prevented from widening the gap too much. In other words, Yi-chun currently has no chance of successfully attacking the flame demon tiger. At the very least, he needs to close the level gap. Moreover, magical beasts of the same level are always stronger than players of the same level. Being able to solo a magical beast of the same level is already considered a mark of a skilled player. This is also one of the selling points of the world of Hope. If it were still like those browser-based games where you can kill enemies in one hit, people would quickly lose interest. Now I have mastered 3 professions, assassin, mage, and archer, so the weapons and equipment I purchase should fall into these 3 categories. Especially for the archer profession, when facing magical beasts of the same level, the archer can whittle down their health. If the enemy closes in for melee combat, I can instantly switch to assassin gear. With a perception debuff of -100 points, the opponent won't even notice me. Yi-chun thought to himself. Earlier, he had looked up a lot of information online. Of course, just because he researched didn't mean he fully understood everything. It was entirely due to Yi-chun's innate talent. Back then, he had ranked first in the high school entrance exams before dropping out. If not for the orphanage's dire financial situation, Yi-chun should have been admitted to a prestigious university. The only regret was that the school officials at the time colluded to protect each other. Originally eligible for a scholarship, Yi-chun had his qualification revoked, one of the reasons he dropped out. But now everything is fine. With the ability to rewind time by 1 minute, Yi-chun felt certain he was on his way to the peak of life. Entering the blacksmith shop, many players were seated at the entrance, though none were genuine players, but rather merchant players buying up novice equipment to profit from the price difference. While novice gear holds little value, it can be smelted into materials, which can then be used by players with crafting professions. There's a slight margin in between. With good luck, earning 100 Jojo coins in a day is easily achievable. Inside the blacksmith's shop of the beginner's village, all the weapons were plain white tier, not even bronze tier. It wasn't until reaching the inner area that Yi-chun finally spotted bronze weapons, gleaming with a bronze sheen. A sharp bronze dagger. Quality, bronze. Grade, lowest. Attribute, attack power 20. Effect, sharpness level 5. Can effortlessly slice through the hide and flesh of magical beasts. Description, assassin specialization, an extremely sharp dagger capable of effortlessly cutting through the hides of ordinary magical beasts. Warlock's magic orb. Quality, bronze. Grade, lowest. Attribute, magic damage 10. Effect, dark mage negative skill success rate 5. Description, dark mage specialization. This is a blood-stained magic orb, favored by dark mages. Green vine bow. Quality, bronze. Grade, lowest. Attribute, attack power 10. Effect, possesses exceptional long-range shooting capability, effective within a range of 500 meters. Description, archer specialization, crafted from the magical plant green vine, offering remarkable flexibility. The advantage of mastering 3 professions is the universal compatibility of weapons and equipment. If a warrior drops an archer's weapon in a dungeon, their mindset would likely be quite frustrated. Yet, Yi-chun is different. As long as it's not specialized for warriors or mages, Yi-chun can wield it. Without hesitation, Yi-chun purchased these 3 weapons, which came at an exorbitant price. 3 bronze weapons were priced at 3 gold coins by the blacksmith, a staggering amount, considering even the bronze weapons in players' hands rarely fetch a single gold coin. The official exchange rate is currently 1 gold coin equivalent to 500 Jojo national currency, while on the black market, 1 gold coin equals $1,000, twice the official rate. However, the black market carries risks. If you get scammed or robbed, there's simply no recourse. Thus, 3 gold coins equating to 3,000 Jojo national currency made Yi-chun wince in pain, as the weapons from the blacksmith were the lowest quality, the most inferior bronze equipment, utterly worthless in the long run. If it weren't for the free 10 gold coins worth of supplies, Yi-chun would never have made the purchase. Still, even the poorest bronze weapon is, after all, a bronze weapon, offering a slight boost in attack power. The most crucial aspect, however, is its effect. White equipment has no effect at all, and this effect determines whether a weapon is good or bad. Increasing attributes is not necessarily the best. Purchasing 3 gold coins, perhaps as a big customer, the blacksmith shop owner happily gave Yi-chun 100 iron arrows. These iron arrows have a retrieval feature. As long as you're willing to run, shoot an arrow and then pick it up, they can be reused indefinitely. Of course, this is still troublesome. However, after transitioning to an archer class, one can train in magical arrows, using elements as arrows or obtaining some rare arrows with built-in retrieval functions, allowing for infinite shooting. 100 iron arrows are sufficient for now. Yi-chun left the blacksmith shop and headed to the herbal medicine store to buy some herbs. According to Hope World's data, resting for 1 minute restores 10% of health, meaning without using potions. Once your health drops to 10%, you must rest for 9 minutes before continuing the battle. It's far too time-consuming. Yi-chun didn't hesitate at all when purchasing potions. If you're going to buy, go for the best. He bought 1,000 life green herbs, each restoring 20 health points, 1% of max health per second for 30 seconds. At 1 silver coin per 100 pieces, the price wasn't too steep. He also purchased 500 magic blue herbs, each restoring 10 mana points, 1% of max mana per second for 30 seconds. Priced at 2 silver coins per 100 pieces, this explains why magic users need to spend more. Anything related to magic always comes at a premium. However, Yi-chun soon discovered another special item. Low-grade toxin can be applied to weapons. If the toxin enters the bloodstream, it causes 1% toxin damage per second for 1 minute. The toxin effect lasts for 1 hour. Price, 10 silver coins. This was something worth having. Yi-chun generously purchased 8 bottles, totaling 80 silver coins. Including the cost of the herbs, it came to 1 gold coin in total. Now, only 6 gold coins remained. It seems like a lot, but in reality, it's far from enough. After buying equipment and potions, you still need to learn skills. That's where the real expense lies. Approaching the skill merchant, the NPC immediately flashed a smile and said, "Great adventurer, do you find it difficult to slay magical beasts? Come purchase skill books from me, they'll make your efforts twice as effective." The merchant's repulsive expression filled Yi-chun with disdain, but there was no point in arguing with an NPC. Yi-chun opened the shop interface, and soon, rows of skill books appeared before him. Chapter 8, The Skill Tree of the Dark Monarch. Amidst the dazzling array of skill books, Yi-chun directly focused on the 3 professions, assassin, warlock, and archer. Assassin combo, utilizing high-speed frequency attacks, it can deliver consecutive strikes in an instant. Upon upgrading, this skill can be enhanced to triple, quadruple, or even quintuple combos, with each additional hit dealing half the damage of the previous one. Price, 1 gold coin. Assassin Stealth instantly enters a stealth state, reducing detection rate by 5 points. Price, 1 gold coin. Assassin Critical Blade focuses energy to deliver a lethal strike in an instant, dealing double damage to the enemy. Price, 2 gold coins. Assassin Insight has a chance to deal flaw damage, increasing damage by 50%, priced at 2 gold coins. Warlock Curse curses the enemy, reducing all attributes by 15, priced at 1 gold coin. Warlock Weakness weakens the enemy, causing slowed movement or attribute reduction effects, priced at 2 gold coins. Warlock Blessing blesses an ally, increasing either attack power, attack speed, movement speed, or defense effect. Choose one of 4, priced at 1 gold coin. Warlock's Healing heals an ally, instantly restoring 10% of their health, then continues to restore 50 health points per second for 10 seconds. Price, 2 gold coins. Archer's Eagle Eye can keenly detect the presence of enemies and launch effective attacks. Price, 1 gold coin. Archer's Gale Arrow condenses wind elements to deliver a powerful strike. Price, 1 gold coin. Archer's Blood Rage Arrow, when in a state of rage, the archer's shots deal massive damage. Price, 2 gold coins. This is the real big expense, where even a single gold coin is just the starting point. With only 6 gold coins, Yi-Chun couldn't afford any skill books at all. To be honest, for all players at this stage, they're basically just waiting to complete the beginner quests and then receive their class-specific skill books for free. Yi-Chun didn't choose assassin skills because he was the Dark Monarch. He had access to the Dark Monarch's skill tree, where he could learn skills on his own without spending a single coin. Only skill points were required. Therefore, he only needed to learn Warlock and Archer skills. Since the Warlock skill King's Curse was already available, he could save money by skipping the regular Curse skill. As for the Weakness skill, Yi-Chun didn't want to learn it for now, mainly due to financial constraints. Yi-Chun's goal was simple: Blessing and Heal were must-learn skills, costing 3 gold coins in total. Swift Wind Arrow and Blood Rage Arrow were also essential. He already had plenty of support-type skills, so what he lacked were attack-type abilities. Raising a regular profession by 1 level grants 1 skill point, but you must first change professions before you can use skill points to learn skills. I'm different with 3 professions, I have 3 skill points. More importantly, the Dark Monarch is an SSSS tier profession, so leveling up definitely doesn't grant just 1 skill point. Of course, exactly how many skill points it grants is still unknown. I'll have to level up first to find out. 6 gold coins spent in one go for many players, that's downright extravagant. However, skill books do have their advantages. Skills learned from books don't consume skill points, which creates some disparity. Otherwise, if everything were identical, it would be a huge loss. Mastered the Warlock skill Blessing successfully. Mastered the Warlock skill Healing successfully. Mastered the Archer skill Gale Arrow successfully. Mastered the Archer skill Blood Rage Arrow successfully. The skills of Warlocks and Archers consume almost no mana, including assassin skills. Except for mages and warriors, archers, warlocks, and assassins are essentially mana-free professions. This is also one of the reasons why Yi-Chun initially chose the assassin class. There is some mana consumption, but it's extremely low. 100 points of mana are more than enough, unlike mages who can deplete their mana after just a few skills, making it difficult for them to deal damage in the early stages. Of course, things change in the late game. With access to area of effect spells, 2 or 3 mages in a dungeon can clear out all the trash mobs in one go with their group spells, utterly exhilarating. The Warlock is purely a support-type class, equivalent to a healer and buffer, though they can also master a few magical skills, albeit very few. After learning the 4 skills, the next moment Yi-Chun opened the Dark Monarch's skill tree, which was a class-specific skill set. Yi-Chun wanted to see just how powerful the Dark Monarch could be. Dark Monarch's Shadow Walk. Upon activation, the detection effect is doubled, making even powerful magical beasts struggle to sense your presence. Learnable at LV1, requires 5 skill points. Dark Monarch's Monarch Combo. This skill enables a seamless 5-10 hit combo, with no damage reduction due to the number of hits. Cooldown is 10 minutes and can affect critical hits. Learnable at LV1, requires 5 skill points. Dark Monarch's Wrath. After activating the skill, grants 200 attack points, 100% critical hit rate, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, learnable at LV1, requires 10 skill points. Dark Monarch Strike channels full power, capable of unleashing 510 times the damage in an instant, can be affected by critical hits, cooldown 1 hour, learnable at LV1, requires 10 skill points. An SSSS class profession is truly an SSSS class profession. Although only 4 skills are visible at the moment, each of these skills is divine tier. My current perception level is -100. In nighttime conditions, it drops to -200, and with Dark Stealth activated, it reaches -400. Even if I act recklessly in front of a boss, it's no problem. Moreover, the Monarch's combo is even more ferocious, with a minimum of 5 consecutive hits and a maximum of 10, without any reduction in damage. Combo attacks are the assassin's ultimate skill, the most crucial basic ability, and this skill of mine is simply invincible. Then there's the King's Wrath, which is absolutely unstoppable when killing bosses. The King's Strike is also incredibly fierce, delivering a burst damage of 5 to 10 times at the critical moment, and it can even be affected by critical hits. Based on current stats, 10 attack points plus another 10 from the weapon make 20 points of damage. A critical hit would double that to 40 points, and a tenfold burst would reach 400 points of damage. And this is at level 0. Meanwhile, a level 0 monster's health is only around 100 points. This clearly shows how terrifying this skill is. Regaining his focus, Yi-chun headed straight outside the novice village, ready to hunt magical beasts and level up quickly. Chapter 9, Leveling Up, Monarch Combo. Clutching the bronze dagger, Yi-chun stepped out of the novice village, instantly drawing the attention of countless new players. Bro, that guy's holding a bronze weapon. Damn it, I don't even have a basic weapon, and this dude already has a bronze one? This weapon is from the blacksmith's shop, 1 gold coin each, so damn extravagant. Right now, 1 gold coin sells for 3,200. Bro, need a teammate? I'm an MT. Can tank mobs. Bro, I'll draw aggro, you DPS. How about a 70-30 split on the EXP? Need a strong teammate? I might not have a bronze weapon, but my base stats are higher attack powers already at 12 points. A bronze weapon indeed caused quite a stir. After all, among the thousands of players outside the beginner's village, no one possessed a bronze weapon. Most didn't even have any weapon at all. Yi-chun owning a bronze weapon naturally drew countless players' attention and astonishment. Yi-chun declined the players' invitations. Whether it was a 70-30 split or an 80-20 split, none were as good as earning 100% of the experience himself. Corrupted Wild Dog. Level 1. Health points 100100. Attack power 510. Description: the lowest tier demonic creature. The demonic wild dog is the weakest type of wild monster. Yi-chun bypassed it directly, as killing the lowest tier monsters would feel like an insult to himself. Therefore, Yi-chun headed deeper into the mountains. The further he went, the fewer players he encountered, until he reached the area with demonic wild bulls, where only a handful of players remained. Demonic Wild Bull. Level 5. Health points 300300. Attack power 2040. Skill: Charge. Description: beware of his charge, as it may stun you. The level 5 wild monsters are slightly stronger. Yi-chun moved swiftly, equipping the warlock's magic orb to grant himself a blessing, instantly gaining a 10% movement speed boost for 1 minute, followed by casting the King's Curse. The advantage of this skill is that it can be used infinitely, but only once per target, lasting for a day. In other words, if the target isn't killed, the King's Curse cannot be cast on them again. A shadowy mass enveloped the demonized wild bull targeted by Yi-chun, which let out a miserable cry. Instantly, a blood-red number appeared. 150. It directly deducted half of its health, including defense, movement speed, attack power, and more. Since the curse was comprehensive, all attributes dropped by 20% to 50%. The lower the level and quality, the higher the damage inflicted. In the next moment, Yi-chun swiftly switched to archer equipment. He fixed his gaze on the demonized wild bull, then used an iron arrow and unleashed the Windrunner arrow. The iron arrow naturally adds 5 points of attack power. Combined with Yi-chun's inherent 20 points of attack power and the 10 points from the green vine bow, the total damage is 35 points. The swift wind arrow can amplify a certain amount of damage, though the exact value isn't displayed. This is also a unique feature of the World of Hope gameplay. Apart from certain skills, most skills lack detailed data, requiring players to explore and understand them on their own. 40. A white damage number appeared. The swift wind arrow added 5 points of damage, which is quite good. Of course, Yi-chun also understood that this was due to the effect of the King's Curse. However, with a 5-level difference, it meant the King's Curse and the 5-level gap offset each other's attributes, confirming that the swift wind arrow indeed added 5 points of damage. Dealing 190 points of damage in one hit, the demonized wild bull was left with 110 points of health. In the next moment, Yi-chun retreated several steps, leveraging the movement speed boost from the blessing to quickly create distance before firing another arrow. Roar! The demonized wild bull let out a furious roar, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly failing to detect Yi-chun. The effect of Perception 100 was triggered. Generally, with a perception level of -5 or -10, one can walk freely in front of monsters that actively attack. How exaggerated is Yi-chun's -100? Even when actively attacking a demonized wild bull, the opponent temporarily cannot locate Yi-chun. This is the benefit of having a negative perception level. It is the strongest innate ability of an assassin, whose role is to eliminate enemies without a trace. 40. Whoosh! However, despite having a perception level of -100, Yi-chun remained extremely cautious. 40. 40. 2 more consecutive arrows, and within 20 seconds, Yi-chun had taken down a demonized wild bull. Meanwhile, a nearby team of 5 had only managed to whittle away half of the bull's health in the same time, showcasing just how formidable Yi-chun's attributes and strength were. Ding dong! Congratulations on slaying the demonized wild bull. You've earned 10 experience points, with an additional 40 experience points for defeating an enemy above your level. Level 1 wild creatures yield 1 experience point, level 2 yield 3, level 3 yield 5, level 4 yield 7, and level 5 yield 10. For each level above yours, the experience gain doubles, but it does not stack multiplicatively. A demonized wild bull yields 50 experience points, so to level up, you need to kill 20 demonized wild bulls. Accepting the extremely difficult quest leaves 23.5 hours remaining. It's already 6:30 now, and Yi-chun needs to get up at 8 o'clock to handle some matters, so there's no time to waste. Roar! 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 Time passed bit by bit, and after 10 minutes, finally, as a demonized wild bull fell to the ground, a beam of white light rose from Pure Leaf's feet, fully restoring both health and mana. He felt refreshed, as if he had just soaked in a hot spring. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for leveling up. You have gained 3 attribute points. Additionally, because you are a Dark Monarch, you receive an extra 10 attribute points. Ding dong! Congratulations, player, for leveling up. You have gained 3 skill points. Additionally, because you are a Dark Monarch, you receive an extra 5 skill points. After upgrading your basic profession, you will receive 1 freely allocable attribute point. However, S-rank professions receive an additional 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. In total, this amounts to 13 free attribute points plus 8 skill points. With 13 free attribute points, Yi-chun didn't hesitate to allocate them all to attack power. His current attack attribute was very low, so he had to improve it. As for what equipment to use, Yi-chun felt helpless. Despite being a player with the lucky title, he had killed 20 wild bulls and hadn't dropped a single piece of equipment, not even a basic weapon. The drop rate in this world is truly heartbreaking. In a newbie village with tens of thousands of players, only one person managed to get any equipment. A truly heartwarming drop rate. However, equipment wasn't a priority for now. After leveling up, Yi-chun immediately allocated his attribute points to strength and agility, putting 10 points into strength and 3 into agility. A powerful assassin must have mobility. Yi-chun plans to make Dark King his primary profession, Warlock as his supporting profession, and Archer as his secondary supporting profession. Unless he obtains a rare class change book or becomes a rare class, Yi-chun will temporarily develop into an assassin. Allocate 10 points to strength, instantly increasing attack power to 40 points. Combined with the bonus from the green vine bow, that's 50 points. Pair it with the swift arrow skill, and you'll deal approximately 55 to 60 points of damage. Because the swift arrow's damage is amplified based on the character's level attributes and the monster's level. After distributing the attributes, Yi-chun immediately began learning skills. Without a doubt, Yi-chun chose the King's Combo. After spending 5 skill points, Yi-chun did not waste the remaining 3 skill points and chose to enhance the King's Combo. Should you spend 1 skill point to increase the proficiency of the King's Combo? Ding! Congratulations, your King's Combo has been upgraded to LV2. Would you like to spend 2 skill points to increase your King's Combo proficiency? Ding! Congratulations, your King's Combo has been upgraded to LV3. King's Combo. Level, LV3. Effect, can instantly launch 611 attacks within 3 seconds, with damage not decreasing with each attack. Next level upgrade, 5 skill points, LV4 King's Combo, capable of unleashing 611 attacks in 2 seconds. Cooldown, 9 minutes. Each level up of the King's Combo increases its proficiency, reducing attack time and cooldown time. When upgraded to level 2, it increases the number of consecutive hits, making it an unstoppable powerhouse. This is a powerful skill. Chapter 10, Boss's Whereabouts? At least 6 consecutive hits, with no damage reduction. The only drawback is that this skill has a cooldown time of 9 minutes, which is its biggest flaw. However, the damage is terrifying, capable of delivering 6 to 11 consecutive hits. With the current attack power of 50 points, a single King's Strike can kill a magic wild bull, making it incredibly powerful. Next, Yi-chun continued his level jumping battles, but this time he wasn't targeting mutated wild bulls. Instead, he went after mutated wild wolves, which were level 6 monsters. Each one granted 20 experience points, and if he managed to kill one, he would level up 5 times, earning a total of 120 experience points. Due to the bonuses from the Dark King and the other 2 classes, Yi-chun needed 2,000 experience points to reach level 2, which was more than 10 times the amount required by ordinary players. However, his strength was also far beyond that of ordinary players. As time passed, Yi-chun's experience gain rate accelerated. With the King's Combo, he could eliminate an additional wild wolf every 9 minutes, though this wasn't a significant increase in experience points, it was still quite fast. Compared to other players, Yi-chun's leveling speed was already quite fast. At exactly 7 o'clock, a beam of white light rose from under Yi-chun's feet, indicating that he had reached level 2. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You have gained 3 attribute points. Additionally, as you are a Dark King class, you have received an extra 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You have obtained 3 attribute points. Additionally, since you are a Dark King class, you have received an extra 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You have earned 3 skill points. Additionally, as a Dark King, you have earned an extra 5 skill points. Upon the next level up, Yi Chunjiao once again allocated his attribute points to strength and agility, assigning 3 points to agility. While this won't have a significant impact in the early stages, as the points accumulate, it will gradually increase movement speed, evasion rate, and neural reaction speed. In the game, agility represents movement speed and the most coveted evasion rate. However, even with 100 points in agility, the evasion rate is only around 4-5%, and it is absolutely impossible to achieve a 40-50% evasion rate. That would be too overpowered. At the same time, a qualified assassin must have both attack power and speed. Otherwise, even with powerful attack power, without agile reflexes, one cannot become a qualified assassin. Attack power is still insufficient. Even if I increase my strength by 10 points, my basic attack is now 60 points, plus the 10 points from the bronze dagger, making a total of 70 attack points. Without any skill bonuses, a level 7 wild tiger has a health pool of 500. 70 points of damage requires 8 hits to kill, which is still too slow, absolutely unacceptable. Yi Chuxin thought to himself, although the attributes are decent, they're still insufficient. It took a full hour to level up by 2. To go from LV2 to LV3, he needed 4,000 experience points, twice as much as before, which would take at least another hour. Yi Chuxin didn't know who was currently ranked first on the level rankings, as the rankings required a minimum of 30 levels to qualify. However, the server had been open for 7 hours, and among the 10 billion players, there were undoubtedly stronger ones than herself. Some players might even have obtained experience potions and reached level 20 by now. Catching up will be tough. I need powerful gear, otherwise, at this rate, I'll never make it to the top of the level rankings. Yi Chun pondered, this leveling up is very slow, though it seems slightly faster than ordinary players, it's only marginally faster than them. However, he was only at level 2 now, so he couldn't possibly go after the fire demon tiger yet. At the very least, he would have to wait until he reached level 8, or even level 10, before he would dare to hunt the fire demon tiger. The fire demon tiger isn't an ordinary magical beast, it's an elite magical beast, with attributes 5 times stronger than those of ordinary magical beasts of the same level. Facing an elite magical beast, especially with a significant level disparity, makes it impossible to complete the task within 24 hours. So we need to find a way to resolve this issue. Reputation can be used to purchase items from reputation shops in the 4 major cities. Given the current situation, it's virtually impossible to obtain high-quality weapons. I need a powerful weapon to improve my current circumstances, but 500 reputation points won't get me anything of true quality. Yi Chun continued to ponder. He was currently facing a major problem, his level couldn't be raised quickly. Even though it was frustrating, a treasure chest wasn't going to fall from the sky. Yi Chun could only keep fighting monsters while thinking of a solution. As time passed slowly, it was almost 9 o'clock when Yi Chun finally reached level 3. He distributed his free attribute points as usual, while keeping 16 skill points reserved. With 16 skill points, Yi Chun used all 15 to learn the skills Dark Stealth and King's Rage, leaving 1 point remaining. He allocated this point to Dark Stealth, but instead of increasing the skill's detection evasion, he chose to enhance the movement speed after activating Stealth. Currently, Yi Chun has mastered the skills of the Dark King, with levels of 3, 2, and 1 respectively. King's Combo, level 3. Dark Stealth, LV2. King's Wrath, level 1. At exactly 9 o'clock, Yi Chun logged out of the game. As he opened his eyes, he heard the sounds of children playing soccer outside the orphanage. Yi Chun washed up, had a quick meal, and told them he wasn't feeling well before logging back into the game to avoid worrying them. He logged back into the game. Yi Chun was hunting an 8th level magical beast, a demonic wild lion, to level up. However, under these circumstances, it was simply impossible to complete the extremely difficult task of hunting 10 fire demon tigers within 24 hours. However, just at that moment, a group of players suddenly appeared from the distance and rushed toward the northwest direction. Guys! The boss is here. Let's go! Defeat the boss and get some legendary gear. The silver weapon is right in front of you, hurry up and go for it. Use the human wave tactic, I don't believe we can't defeat the boss. Brothers, charge forward, don't panic. One after another, voices rang out. In the distance, terrifying newbie players swarm like fish crossing the river, rushing toward the northwest. Boss? Even Yi Chun couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. Chapter 11, The Bronze Treasure Chest. Boss is the treasure of countless players, whether in online novels or real games. Defeating a boss always yields excellent rewards. In an era where all players start with beginner weapons, encountering a boss doesn't instill much fear in players, instead, it brings endless joy and excitement. Because defeating a boss and obtaining a legendary weapon had become an established rule, everyone imagined themselves as the protagonist, and everyone believed they could definitely obtain a legendary weapon. However, given the current situation, it's impossible for there to be any extremely powerful bosses. So even if you manage to defeat one, the best gear you'll get is silver tier weapons, though silver tier weapons are still quite powerful. Yi Chun currently only has a low-tier bronze dagger, which is completely insufficient. Killing a boss is his only way out. With that in mind, Yi Chun didn't waste any time. He followed the soldiers to search for the boss. Given the current situation, Yi Chun was fully capable of taking down the boss, though not alone he would be the one to finish it off. The ownership of the boss's dropped equipment is determined by total damage dealt and the final kill. The individual or team with the highest total damage can prioritize looting the equipment, while the player who lands the final blow also enjoys a certain priority. If damage is equal, individuals take precedence over teams. For example, if a team of 5 players deals 10,000 damage, but Yi Chun deals 8,000 damage alone, Yi Chun has priority because he is acting alone. Many players go to hunt the boss, including some guild members who travel in groups to the boss's spawn point. After all, the world drop rate is too tempting. Yi Chun's luck bonus increased by 100 points, allowing him to level up from level 0 to level 3, and he killed countless monsters along the way. Not a single piece of equipment dropped. This drop rate is truly heartbreaking. Of course, Yi Chun can understand, as the official developers have publicly disclosed certain data. The drop rate for killing wild monsters is already extremely low, at 1 in 10,000. If you're killing non-human wild monsters, the drop rate is even lower. So even with 100 luck points, Yi Chun couldn't just randomly drop gear. However, when killing a boss, there is a 100% chance of dropping equipment. A bronze tier boss will always drop a bronze tier rare item, and there is even a chance of dropping a silver tier item. Relying on his incredible speed, Yi Chun quickly arrived at the source. The so-called boss was a two-headed Lion King monster with an iron-plated back, but it lay quietly in a valley, guarded by 4 two-headed Lion Kings. The players were engaged in battle with the iron-backed monster's minions, the iron-backed lion beasts. The iron-backed Lion King is a level 15 bronze quality boss, with attributes that are more than 10 times that of a player, and possibly even higher. To put it simply, Yi Chun's full attributes at level 15 might only be half, or even a third, of the iron-backed Lion King's. Additionally, there are numerous boss-specific skills that will leave you questioning your existence. Furthermore, most bosses are accompanied by minions. For example, these 4 two-headed Lion Kings are all level 15 elite monsters, with stats exceeding those of players of the same level by more than 5 times, and there are over 100 level 15 iron-backed demon lions. The vast majority of players are within level 610, with those over level 10 considered high-level players. Despite being surrounded by 3,000 or 4,000 players, none of them have reached level 15, indicating a significant disparity in strength between the two sides. Roar! The iron-backed demon lion was enormous, with a tail as thick as an iron whip, which it used to fling people into the air, leaving behind trails of blood. High-level magical beasts easily deal critical hits to low-level players. Therefore, attempting to defeat a boss of a much higher level, such as a level 1 player defeating a level 999 boss, is simply impossible. This battle was clearly a one-sided affair. There was no need for the two-headed Lion King to even show up. The players had already been wiped out in large numbers, while the real boss lay on the ground, panting heavily, basking in the warm sun and enjoying the situation. This is the boss high and mighty, with thousands of players unable to inflict any significant damage. After all, the server had only been up for 9 hours. Did they really expect to hunt down the boss so quickly? Foolish and unrealistic. Just then, a sharp-eyed player suddenly pointed to the boss and said, "Look, there's a bronze treasure chest behind the boss." The voice rang out, and instantly, countless players looked over, followed by a surge of excitement in the crowd. It's really a treasure chest. A bronze treasure chest can at least yield bronze quality items. With bad luck, you might only get the lowest tier bronze equipment. With average luck, you could get mid-tier or high-tier items, or even the highest tier. If you're really lucky, you might even get silver equipment. Plus, you can open 3 items at once. Excited shouts erupted from players who knew the details. At that moment, countless players rushed down, even though they knew they would die, but if they managed to grab the bronze treasure chest, they would strike it rich. In the Hope world, there are some locations where treasure chests spawn, but they don't spawn at fixed intervals. It's all about luck. Most treasure chests can be opened without a key, but some task-specific chests or special chests require the corresponding key. As the name suggests, treasure chests contain valuable items. Although bronze treasure chests are relatively low-level chests, they are like treasures for new players. According to the official probability rates, bronze treasure chests have a 70% chance of yielding the lowest tier or lower tier bronze items, a 20% chance of yielding mid-tier or higher tier items, a 9% chance of yielding the highest tier items, and only a 1% chance of yielding silver items. Additionally, if you're really lucky, you can obtain 3 different treasures in a row. Therefore, treasure chests are extremely valuable. Currently, a single gold coin is worth 3,200 yuan on the black market, and a bronze treasure chest has been sold for 10 gold coins, which is equivalent to 32,000 yuan each. At that moment, even Yi Chun couldn't help but be tempted. Put! Roar! A string of numbers appeared, with bright red numbers representing each player being killed. For two-headed Lion Kings go berserk, roaring with such ferocity that they inflict area of effect damage. Thousands of players leap into the valley, but none can get close enough to the center, all being instantly killed by elite monsters, unable to mount any defense. Finally, after a full 20 minutes, the players had completely calmed down. After all, once you surpass level 10, dying once results in a deduction of experience points or the option to wait an hour for resurrection. Therefore, the concept of a relay tactic simply does not exist. Unable to get close or defeat the boss, many players lost interest and chose to leave. This feeling is really frustrating, knowing there's a treasure but being unable to obtain it. Anyone would feel the same way. However, the silver lining is that since so many people can't get it, everyone feels a bit more balanced. Just then, Yi-chun stood in the canyon beside him. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to jump down. With a perception rating of 100, he hoped to pull off a daring escape. After jumping into the canyon, Yi-chun stood in the shadows. With his inherent negative perception rating of 100, his presence was virtually non-existent. He could easily deceive ordinary monsters, but he wasn't sure if it would have any effect on elite monsters or bosses. Chapter 12, Opening the Bronze Treasure Chest. With a perception level of 200, not only were the monsters unaffected, but even the players ignored Yi-chun's presence, instead focusing their attention on the boss. As he crept closer to the bronze treasure chest, the two-headed Lion King remained unaware. But suddenly, the boss lifted its head and glanced toward the bronze treasure chest. At that moment, Yi-chun held his breath, standing motionless in place, fearing that the boss would discover him. Put! The iron-backed Lion King suddenly stood up, then slowly approached Yi-chun. He raised his massive lion head, sniffing around everywhere, and finally came to stand before Yi-chun, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on him. Although this was a game, the feeling Yi-chun experienced at that moment was incredibly realistic, evoking a sense of fear akin to watching a horror film. Yi-chun's heart was pounding wildly, but in the end, the iron-backed Lion King didn't notice him, and neither did the players. They only sensed something was off in the shadows, but they couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. In the end, the iron-backed Lion King returned to its original position and continued resting, while Yi-chun remained motionless. He knew that if he were to steal the bronze treasure chest under everyone's watchful eyes, the chest would be torn to shreds by the boss. Moreover, there were many players watching, and relying solely on the negative perception attribute of 100 was absolutely insufficient. With a detection rate of 100, as long as you don't make any moves, the enemy won't notice you. Even a level 15 bronze tier boss wouldn't be able to detect Yi-chun, and even a silver tier boss might not notice him either. However, if Yi-chun were to move, he would be detected. Let alone stealing a bronze tier treasure chest right in front of them. With a perception rating of -200 points, it's definitely not enough. However, Yi-chun had a solution. By advancing another level, he could learn Dark Stealth, increasing his detection resistance by another 100 points, equivalent to 300 points. If it were nighttime, the effect would double, resulting in 600 points. This would definitely allow him to slip past undetected. Thinking this, Yi-chun didn't waste any time and left immediately. Of course, he didn't go too far. He stayed nearby to hunt a level 10 demon lion. A level 3 player taking on a level 10 magic lion was considered suicide in the eyes of other players, but Yi-chun managed to do it, though it was extremely difficult. With 60 base attack points, plus an additional 10 attack points from the bronze dagger, his normal attacks deal 70 damage. To kill a level 10 magic lion, it takes a full 15 hits, and that's without any critical hits. The incomplete divine essence requires the character to reach level 10 to awaken its attributes. Otherwise, with an additional 50% critical hit rate and the base 10% critical hit rate, that's a total of 60% critical hit rate. Why would you need to grind so hard? Yi Chushin thought to himself. He had previously obtained the incomplete divine essence, which grants a 50% critical hit rate and a 10% critical strike chance. However, the divine essence's attributes can only be activated once the character reaches level 10, otherwise, they remain inactive. This was really frustrating. This is still with a player like Yi-chun, who's a total game breaker. Most regular players have it even tougher. 5 people have to grind the same level monsters, and after they're done, they split the experience evenly. On the first day, if you can reach level 10 within 24 hours, that's already pretty good. Even estimating roughly, out of a billion players, probably 80% will only reach level 7 or 8. This highlights the harshness of the Hope world. Of course, if players started at level 20 or 30 on the first day, the game wouldn't be very interesting, and it would likely shut down within 6 months. It's almost 10 in the morning, and Yi-chun spent a full 2 hours leveling up from LV3 to LV4, earning 13 free attribute points and 8 skill points. The skill points naturally enhanced Dark Stealth. The remaining 3 points, Yi-chun decided to save for upgrading King's Strike, which is currently the most urgent skill to improve. By the time he reached LV4, it was already noon. Yi-chun couldn't wait until nightfall. He wanted to try it out right away. Once again arriving in the valley, Yi-chun directly activated Dark Stealth from the shadows. At that moment, he held his breath, but his movement speed was extremely fast. The benefits of his 24 agility points were fully evident at that moment. At LV3, Dark Stealth granted Yi-chun a 300 perception penalty, which was indeed powerful. Standing in the shadows, even as he moved swiftly, the two-headed Lion King failed to detect him. None of the players noticed him, and not even the boss sensed anything. Soon, Yi-chun arrived in front of the bronze treasure chest. Phew! The next moment, Yi-chun directly lifted the bronze treasure chest, but after thinking for a moment, he took a deep breath and decided not to pick it up. Doing so might attract the boss's attention. Yi-chun decided to open the treasure chest right there. Yes, that's right, open the treasure chest on the spot. As long as you don't actively attack monsters or other players, you can maintain your current status, so there's no problem opening the bronze treasure chest here. Ding! Do you want to open the bronze treasure chest? Opening the chest requires a 20-second waiting period. Do you want to proceed? The system sound rang out. This was a bronze treasure chest that did not require a key, causing Yi-chun to couldn't help but show a look of joy. If it had required a key, that would have been a hassle. Thud! At that very moment, the treasure chest opened successfully, and two items appeared inside. A pair of lion-inspired gloves. Quality, bronze. Grade, superior. Attributes, 100 attack points. Effect, has a certain chance to deal critical damage to wild monsters, and normal attacks deal an additional 30% damage. Requirements, can be equipped at level 5, warrior specialization. Iron armor of the magic lion. Quality, bronze. Grade, superior. Attributes, 300 health points. Effect, effectively resists a certain amount of attack damage. Requirements, level 5 or higher to equip, warrior specialization. 2 pieces of high-quality bronze equipment, both warrior-specific. Yi-chun didn't hesitate to choose to go back 1 minute in time. There was no way he would choose these 2 items, they were completely worthless, unless he sold them. But now that he couldn't even develop himself, how could he let others develop? Yi-chun wasn't that foolish. Going back a minute, Yi-chun patiently sat in front of the bronze treasure chest, waiting for time to pass. Chapter 13, 3 Treasures? What a stroke of luck! Hopefully, the title of luckiest person in the world will finally come in handy. After opening 5 bronze treasure chests in a row, although none of the items satisfied Yi-chun, at least each time he opened one, he obtained 2 items, and sometimes even 3. Moreover, every item was either intermediate or advanced in quality. The highest tier items have never appeared, but upper tier items have appeared multiple times. This treasure chest opening experience is what truly highlights the bonus from the lucky title. Otherwise, after killing over 100 monsters, not a single piece of equipment dropped, leaving Yi-chun extremely frustrated and speechless. The highest tier. As long as I get one highest tier weapon, I'll call it quits. Yi-chun set his goal a top tier bronze weapon. It had to be specialized, and he could choose any class, assassin, sorcerer, or archer. He didn't need many, just one would suffice. On the 6th attempt, he once again obtained 2 high tier equipment pieces. Yi-chun returned to 1 minute prior, and it was now nearly 11 o'clock. Yi-chun, however, remained relaxed, leaning against the shaded stone wall. He waited 5 minutes before opening the bronze treasure chest. When it didn't contain the bronze treasure chest he wanted, he simply rewound time by 1 minute. 7 times. 8 times. 9 times. 10 times. Even with a 100-point luck bonus, it wasn't guaranteed that he could get what he wanted every time. Bronze treasure chests could yield silver tier equipment, but Yi-chun didn't expect the best. Relying on his own abilities, Yi-chun had considered it and ultimately decided he didn't need the best rewards. There's no time to waste, after all, each draw takes 6 minutes. Yi-chun can wait an hour, even a day and night, but what about 3 days and nights? 10 days and nights? Sometimes it's simply not worth it. There's no need to be overly meticulous, unless it's something truly exceptional. Otherwise, something like a bronze treasure chest is something Yi-chun has already considered. The top 3 will suffice. It would be best to obtain silver tier equipment, so as long as it is the highest tier specialized weapon, whether 1 piece or 3, Yi-chun will take it immediately and will not continue to rewind time. Silver weapons are the best rewards, followed by the highest tier specialized weapons, and then upper tier bronze daggers, which Yi-chun will also choose without hesitation. Unless the first silver treasure chest yields a high-grade bronze dagger, Yi-chun will settle for whatever comes after the 20th attempt. However, if other players were to hear this idea, Yi-chun would likely be beaten to death. Damn it! Everyone can't even get their hands on a bronze treasure chest, let alone the highest tier or even the upper tier ones. Even if they got a lower tier item, or even the lowest tier bronze weapon, they'd be over the moon. Yet Yi-chun actually looks down on an upper tier bronze weapon. It's truly a case of comparing oneself to others, enough to drive one mad. Brush. At that very moment, a beam of white light appeared. This was Yi-chun's 12th time opening the bronze treasure chest, but he never expected that the 12th time would yield a silver item. It was a skill book, not a weapon, which left Yi-chun somewhat disappointed. A shower of arrows filled the sky. Quality, silver. Grade, rare. Class, archer. Skill effect fires 10 arrows into the sky, which then transform into a hail of arrows raining down, dealing area of effect damage within a localized area. The arrow storm lasts for 3 waves, with each wave dealing 50% of the attacker's attack power as damage. A rare skill book? This left Yi Chun speechless. Possessing the Dark King skill tree, Yi Chun had no interest in other skills, not even silver tier ones. But when he saw the word rare written on the skill book, he was stunned. Yi Chun was truly stunned. The term rare does not necessarily mean it is stronger than the highest tier. Rare simply means it is uncommon. This skill cannot be learned through normal means and can only be obtained by completing specific tasks. Therefore, rare items represent uniqueness and possess characteristics that cannot be replicated by others. However, this skill is not about uniqueness but rather its powerful area damage. 3 waves of arrow rain deal 150% damage, and since it's area damage, that alone speaks volumes. While area damage can injure many enemies, its damage output is rather lackluster, especially in the early game. After reaching level 10, mages can learn a Fire Blast spell, which deals 10% of the caster's magic attack damage, quite impressive. However, this skill can deal 150% of physical attack damage, making it an absolutely game-breaking skill for clearing out hordes of enemies. Yi Chun immediately decided he had to have this skill book. However, Yi Chun soon realized that there were 2 more items in the treasure chest, both of which were silver grade items. Bamu Na's exploding longbow. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attributes, 500 attack points. Effect, possesses terrifying piercing ability, with a 20% chance to deal critical damage. Additional skill explosion, each arrow that hits its target has a 10% chance to trigger an explosion, dealing additional damage. If this effect occurs simultaneously with destructive damage, it is calculated as a 100% critical hit. Requirements, requires LV10 to equip Archer Specialization. Description, Bamuna's exploding longbow is imbued with explosive energy. Be cautious, as the arrows may explode and cause injury. Katan's Honor Shield. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attributes, 500 attack points, 2000 health points. Effect, possesses astonishing defensive capabilities, and when swung, deals massive damage. Additional skill, Holy Light Shield, effectively blocks 5000 points of damage, lasts for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Requirements, requires level 10 to equip Warrior Specialization. Description, the glory shield of Kartan, symbolizing his honor. Every powerful warrior aspires to become Kartan, but the shield is extremely heavy, significantly reducing attack speed. A bronze treasure chest containing 3 silver items, a rare skill book, and 2 silver pieces of equipment. If word got out, it would astonish countless people. And they're all high-tier items, to boot. There's a 9% chance of getting a silver quality item, then a 9% chance of getting a higher tier item, and then another 9% chance of getting 3 items of the same quality. Yi Chun was incredibly lucky, even he was stunned. This shield, if sold, could fetch an astronomical price. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Chapter 14, Ready to Go, Target Level 10. The Glory Shield of Kaden is a warrior-exclusive piece of equipment, extremely powerful. It grants an additional 2000 health points and 500 attack power, along with the Holy Light Shield skill. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances, given the current situation, it can definitely be auctioned off for an astronomical price. It might even fetch $1 million. However, Yi Chun currently has no plans to sell this shield. At the very least, he will wait until a month later when he has stabilized his ranking on the leaderboard. The reason is simple, in a month's time, the remaining 50 billion players will also join the Hope World. At that point, there will be even more people, and the Honor Shield, which is currently lagging behind, will definitely not become outdated. It's a level 10 silver grade equipment piece. After a month, it will still be one of the top tier equipment pieces and will never be phased out. By then, the value of this equipment will be even higher. This bronze treasure chest left Yi Chun thoroughly satisfied. Getting 3 silver items in one go was a huge windfall. Just then, the system alert sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement. You can now open any quality treasure chest and obtain 3 items of the same highest quality. As a result, you have acquired the rare skilled treasure chest forcing technique and an additional 500 reputation points. Chest forcing technique. Quality, special. Grade, rare. Effect, any treasure chest can be opened directly, regardless of whether a key is required. If the chest does not require a key, the luck value increases by 10%. If the chest requires a key, you can attempt to force it open with a 50% success rate. If the attempt fails, the chest will be permanently locked and cannot be opened. Note, this skill can be leveled up. After opening 100 treasure chests of the highest quality, the skill will be upgraded. Special skill, treasure chest forcing technique. This is similar to the treasure chest opening ability in D&D games. Yi Chun is very satisfied with this skill, as he will encounter various types of treasure chests in the future. If he comes across a treasure chest that requires a key, this skill will make him virtually unstoppable. Regardless of the type of treasure chest, whether locked or unlocked, there is a 50% chance of opening it. However, there is also a chance of failure. If the attempt fails, the treasure chest will enter a locked state. Nevertheless, this poses no issue for Yi-chun. Going back 1 minute will never result in the chest being locked. Opening the treasure chest and completing the achievement grants an additional active skill and 500 reputation points. This is absolutely fantastic. Yi-chun placed all the items from the treasure chest into his backpack, closed it securely, and then slipped away quietly. To this day, no player has noticed that the treasure chest had been tampered with. By noon sharp, Yi-chun had reached level 5. To equip Bamuna's exploding longbow, he still needed 5 more levels. However, advancing from LV5 to LV6 required a full 10,000 experience points, and one of the 3 professions had to be a 4S tier profession. This meant Yi-chun's experience points were 10 times that of an average player, which was extremely frustrating for him. The free attribute points remain at 10 strength and 3 agility. With 8 skill points plus the 3 remaining from before, a total of 11 skill points are allocated entirely to the King's Combo skill. This is currently my strongest offensive active skill. Upgrading it to LV4 increases the combo count to 712, with the cooldown remaining at 9 minutes. At LV5, the cooldown will decrease by 1 minute. If this skill had a cooldown of around 3 minutes, it would be a god tier skill. Yi Chushin thought to himself. Surrounding the Demon Lion's territory, Yi Chunshin held a bronze dagger in his hand and unleashed the King's Combo. At that moment, he exuded a terrifying aura, calm and composed. In an instant, his wrist trembled, and his arm and body resonated to a single point, followed by a series of rapid strikes. 130. 130. 260. 130. A total of 8 consecutive strikes dealt 1,170 points of damage. The level 10 Magic Lion had a maximum health of 1,500 points. Yi-chun used a King's Curse followed by a King's Strike, instantly slaying the Magic Lion with ruthless precision. Additionally, the experience points gained from a single Magic Lion are quite substantial, totaling 500 points. Each Magic Lion grants 500 experience points, meaning Yi-chun only needs 10,000 experience points to advance from level 5 to level 6, enough to level up by defeating 20 Magic Lions. With the Curse of the King active, these minor enemies are effectively weakened by a 50% reduction in all attributes. Yi-chun's plan was simple: quickly level up to LV10, then equip Bamuna's exploding longbow. With that, clearing out enemies would feel like having divine assistance. He soloed his way through until 3 p.m., managing to level up twice along the way. He was lucky that afternoon, as he kept landing critical hits, otherwise, he never would have reached LV7 so easily. After leveling up twice, the free attribute points were still allocated according to the previous categories, with the focus now on skill points. With 16 skill points, plus the 1 skill point he already possessed, Yi-chun had no hesitation in deciding to focus on enhancing the King's Combo skill. The King's Combo is currently at LV4. To upgrade it by 1 level requires 10 skill points. With 16 skill points available, Yi-chun allocated all of them to the King's Combo, directly upgrading it to LV5, leaving 6 skill points remaining. Upon reaching level 5, the cooldown time for the King's Combo was reduced to 8 minutes. If it could be reduced to 5 minutes or even 3 minutes, that would be absolutely amazing. Currently, Yi-chun's skill bar has 9 skills. King's Combo LV5 requires 10 skill points to advance to the next level. Dark Stealth LV3 requires 5 skill points to advance to the next level. King's Wrath LV1 requires 10 skill points to advance to the next level. Blessing LV1 requires 1 skill point to advance to the next level. Heal LV1 requires 1 skill point to advance to the next level. Gale Arrow LV1 requires 1 skill point to advance to the next level. Blood Rage Arrow LV1 requires 1 skill point to upgrade to the next level. Rain of Arrows LV1, a rare skill book that cannot be upgraded using skill points. A second Rain of Arrows skill book is required to increase damage. Chest Forcing Technique LV1, rare special skill, cannot be upgraded using skill points, requires completion of the corresponding achievement to increase level. Currently, there are only 6 skill points remaining. Yi-chun plans to wait until he reaches LV8 before learning the Royal Strike, which will grant him significantly enhanced offensive capabilities. At 3 p.m., Yi-chun spent an hour and finally reached LV8. Due to the level increase, the experience points he gained became increasingly scarce. Previously, defeating a single Magic Lion would yield 500 experience points. Now, he could only gain 400 experience points, and advancing from LV7 to LV8 required a full 30,000 experience points. It took him 1.5 hours to reach LV8. Furthermore, advancing from LV8 to LV9 requires 40,000 experience points, while defeating a single Magic Lion only grants 300 experience points. The gap is constantly widening, but there are reasons for not choosing higher level monsters. That's because their health isn't sufficient. Yi-chun currently has 300 health points. He equipped a plain tunic, which grants an additional 200 health points. However, the Magic Lion's attack damage is exactly 200 points, so Yi-chun can only withstand one hit. If he takes 2 hits, he will die without a doubt. Moving to a higher level monster area is no longer about whether you can farm monsters, but whether you can withstand the damage they deal. You need to reach level 10 quickly and complete the extremely challenging beginner quests. By doing so, you can use the quests to level up to level 13 or 14 today, with only a small difference in level. Yi Chushin pondered this in his mind before continuing the battle. Leveling up had its advantages, though the experience points gained were fewer. The speed at which he could defeat monsters had noticeably increased. If he waited until level 10 and equipped the Bamuna's exploding longbow, it would probably be even more satisfying. Chapter 15, Reaching Level 10, a single arrow deals 9,600 damage. At 7 p.m., Yi-chun had dinner at 5 p.m. and then resumed monster hunting, continuing until 7 p.m. Finally, as a flash of white light flickered beneath his feet, Yi-chun officially reached level 10. Player, the Sigh of the King. Level 10. Primary profession, Assassin Dark King. Second profession, Sorcerer Unspecialized. Third profession, Archer Unpromoted. Health points 500500. When health points reach 0, the character dies. Magic points 200200. When magic points reach 0, the character cannot use any skills. Attack power 220,440. Critical hits deal 440 damage. Magic attack power 2040. Critical hits deal 440 damage. Constitution 10. Affects health points. Spirit 10. Affects magic points and magic damage. Strength 110. Affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility 40. Affects movement speed and reaction ability. Perceivability 100. Nighttime effects are doubled. Reputation 1000. Requires 10,000 reputation points to enter the rankings, and reputation points can be exchanged for rewards. Title, Lucky Child of the World. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points 010,0000. Since this is a mix of 3 professions, the experience points are higher than those of ordinary players. Coins 0237. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. At level 10, Yi-chun possesses explosive attributes with 110 strength and 40 agility. His health and mana are sustained by the 3 pieces of equipment obtained through previous battles. Rusted iron armor, an unknown magical belt, and coarse hemp shoulder guards add a total of 400 health points and 200 magic points. These are all basic weapons, not even worth the bronze. In the Hope world, players have a total of 12 equipment slots. Upper body, lower body, belt, head and shoulders, and shoes. These are the armor pieces, and then there are the accessories. Necklace, ring, bracelet, earrings. These are accessory items, and the following are. Elfstone, support item. This is a special piece of equipment. Even Divine Essence is considered an auxiliary item. Finally, there are the weapons. There are 12 equipment slots, and players who can currently fill all of them are already quite skilled. Forget about having a full set of bronze gear. Even with Yi-chun's 100-point luck bonus, his current gear consists of a white tier chest piece, white tier shoulder pieces, and a white tier belt, along with 3 bronze weapons. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have reached level 10 and activated the Dark King attribute bonus. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10, activating the Dark King attribute bonus. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10 and activating the incomplete Divine Essence effect. At that moment, the system voice sounded. Yi-chun had already known about awakening the Divine Essence, but he never expected that reaching level 10 would also activate the attribute bonuses of the Dark King. The next moment, the voice sounded again. Since your primary profession is Assassin, the only hidden class in the 4-star system, the Dark King, you have obtained a level 10 attribute bonus, 1,000 additional health points, 1,000 additional magic points, 500 additional physical attack power, and 500 additional magic attack power. Additionally, you have gained the innate blessing of Rare Agility Enhancement. Rare Agility Enhancement. Quality, Special. Grade, Rare. Attributes, increases agility by 60 points. Effect, permanently triples the current agility attribute. Description, this is a rare agility enhancement, a gift from the heavens. A series of enhancements appear. Health points and magic points have increased by 1,000, equivalent to an additional 100 points in physical and mental attributes. Additionally, physical attack and magic attack have increased by 500 points, resulting in an extra 250 attribute points for strength and spirit. This is simply too powerful. In an instant, Yi-chun's physical attack power reached 720 points, and his magical attack power also reached 520 points. The next moment, Yi-chun equipped Bamuna's exploding longbow, and his attack power instantly reached 1,220 points. What does 1,220 points of attack damage mean? A level 10 Magic Lion has 1,500 HP. Yi-chun can take down a Magic Lion with a single critical hit without using any skills. If there's no critical hit, 2 arrows are enough to take down a Magic Lion. Add to that the incomplete divine essence, which grants a 50% critical hit rate, plus the 10% critical hit rate every player starts with, and that's a total of 60% critical hit rate. It's absolutely terrifying. There's also the talent blessing, advanced agility enhancement. This talent blessing doesn't directly alter attributes, it triples them instead. The so-called gift of talent refers to the world's strongest talent skills, which cannot be learned through conventional means. They must be obtained by completing special tasks. The rare tier agility enhancement is merely slightly inferior to the ultimate agility enhancement and divine tier agility enhancement. A 5-fold agility bonus made Yi-Chun as light as a sparrow. Moreover, agility not only affects movement speed and reaction time but also significantly impacts attack speed. Yi-Chun now possesses 40 points of agility, plus an additional 60 points from his passive talent, totaling 100 points of agility. However, due to the rare agility enhancement, 100 points of agility can actually yield the effect of 300 points of agility. Yi-Chun's speed is like a gentle breeze, making it impossible for low-level wild monsters to even catch a glimpse of his attack trajectory. Additionally, there is another crucial point. Previously, Yi-Chun required 2 seconds to fire a single arrow, but now he can fire 3 arrows in a single second. This is the truly terrifying aspect of his combat prowess. 1,120 points of physical attack damage, plus 3 arrows in 1 second, or switching to a dagger for 3 strikes in 1 second. This is the advantage of agility. Every 100 points of agility doubles attack speed, with no upper limit. It's practically invincible. Equipped with Bermuda's exploding longbow, Yi-Chun aimed at a demon lion, drew the string in an instant, and fired an arrow at an incredible speed. This was an invisible arrow not made of iron, but a natural ability of the silver weapon itself. It can be understood as an elemental arrow. Bang! The sound of the bowstring vibrating rang out, crisp and clean. 9,600. A sudden surge of damage appeared. Piercing plus explosion, double damage, plus a critical hit quadrupling the damage, equaling 8 times the damage. Ultimate arrow, 9,600 damage. Invincible. Even Yi-Chun himself was stunned into silence. These archers are damn strong. Chapter 16, Terrifying Damage Output. Critical hit, fatal strike. 8 times the damage, blood red in color, and thanks to the agility bonus, Yi-Chun can fire 3 arrows in an instant. If lucky, all 3 arrows deal this damage, unleashing a massive amount of damage in one breath. And the most important point is that this is Yi-Chun's basic attack, without any skill enhancements. If he were to activate a skill, the maximum damage would definitely exceed 9,600. With absolute power at his disposal, Yi-Chun was now focused on completing his mission. Having reached level 10, Yi-Chun must now face the Fire Demon Tiger, a high-level wild monster of the same tier, stronger than the Magic Lion, and classified as a special monster. Though it doesn't match the elite monsters, the Fire Demon Tiger is considered a leader-level wild monster. It possesses 3 times the attributes of a typical level 10 wild monster, making it extremely powerful. Upon arriving at the Fire Rock Mountains, Yi-Chun followed the quest guidelines and quickly located the Fire Demon Tiger. Its entire body was a deep crimson, and as it ran, it resembled a blazing inferno. This was the Fire Demon Tiger's immense power and the origin of its fearsome nickname. Name: Fire Demon Tiger. Level: LV10. Health points: 5000500. Magic points: 500500. Attack power: 400800. Skill: Flame Claw. Description: beware of its sharp claws. Once they come into contact with the flames, you will be burned alive until you die. This magical beast has completely fused with the flames. With 5,000 health points and an attack power of 400, even if Yi-Chun were to be hit once, he'd be in trouble. Currently, Yi-Chun has 1,500 health points and can only withstand 4 hits. If he were to take a critical hit, 2 hits would be enough to take him down. Without any hesitation, Yi-Chun immediately activated his skill, Dark Stealth, reducing his detectability. Here, the Fire Demon Tigers were moving in packs, so Yi-Chun dared not take any chances. Even with 1,220 attack points, he absolutely couldn't afford to be careless. Finally, Yi-Chun spotted 2 lone Fire Demon Tigers. In the next instant, he switched to the Sorcerer's Magic Orb, unleashing a Curse of the King that reduced all attributes by 50%. He then swiftly switched to the Bronze Dagger and stabbed it into the Fire Demon Tiger's head. Put. Put. 3 swift and precise cuts, and 3 data points appeared instantly. 730. 730. 1,460. Dealing 2,920 points of damage in a single second. Due to being equipped with a bronze dagger, Yi-Chun's physical attack power was only 730 points. King's Curse. Yi-Chun switched to the Sorcerer's Magic Orb, unleashing the Curse skill. Black energy coiled around a Fire Demon Tiger. Immediately afterward, Yi-Chun switched to Bermuda's exploding longbow, retreating 10 meters backward at an incredible speed, then drew the string and fired 3 arrows. Arrows of the Whirlwind. Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! Whoosh! Clang! 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 3 critical hits, enhanced by the incomplete divine essence, caused Yi-chan to land critical hits almost every time. 3 consecutive critical hits dealt 7,500 points of damage, instantly taking down a fire demon tiger. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss level wild monster fire demon tiger. You have gained 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss level wild monster fire demon tiger and earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss level wild monster fire demon tiger and earning 500 experience points. To level up from LV10 to LV11, you need 100,000 experience points. Each fire demon tiger grants 500 experience points, so defeating 200 fire demon tigers will allow you to level up once. Given his current attack speed and attack power, Yi-chan can defeat 1 fire demon tiger in 10 seconds. Assuming a high efficiency rate of 5 fire demon tigers per minute, he can kill 50 in 10 minutes, and 40 minutes would be sufficient to level up. Whoosh! Whoosh! 1,250. 1,250. 2,500. 2,500. 1,250. 2,500. 2,500. The Curse of the King. The Curse of the King. The Curse of the King. Without further ado, Yi-chan didn't switch weapons. He held Bamuna's explosive longbow and fired arrows frantically, 3 arrows per second. Combined with the King's Curse, he was killing monsters at an incredible rate, and his experience points kept climbing. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10. After hunting down the 10th one, the system sound finally rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on completing the extremely difficult beginner's quest within 24 hours. You have earned 10,000 experience points and 2 gold coins. Would you like to accept the second phase of the extremely difficult beginner's quest? Yes. 2 gold coins made Yi-chan very happy. Currently, the price of a single gold coin on the black market was estimated to have risen to 3,500, so 2 gold coins were worth 7,000 Jojo coins. How could this not make Yi-chan happy? Ding! Congratulations, player, on accepting the extremely difficult newbie quest second phase, the Fire Demon Tiger Uprising. Please hunt down 100 Fire Demon Tigers and 1 elite level Fire Demon Tiger within 24 hours. Completing the quest will grant you 10,000 experience points and 5 gold coins as a reward. The second phase of the task is even more challenging, requiring the slaying of 100 Fire Demon Tigers, including 1 elite level Fire Demon Tiger. However, Yi-chan had originally planned to level up here, so he didn't mind much. Dark Stealth. In the next moment, Yi-chan hid in the shadows, observing his surroundings. He wanted to test the power of the Rain of Arrows, so he sought out an area where Fire Demon Tigers gathered in large numbers, as this would allow him to unleash the true might of the Rain of Arrows. 5 minutes later, Yi-chan arrived at a low-lying valley. At a glance, there were at least 20 Fire Demon Tigers lying there. Yi-chan counted them. There were exactly 25 Fire Demon Tigers. Without wasting any words, he stood in the center of the area, activated his sorcerer's magic orb, and then unleashed the King's Curse spell. Fortunately, this skill had no cooldown, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to cast it once per second. All 25 Fire Demon Tigers were hit by the King's Curse, causing all their attributes to drop by 50%. Then Yi-chan, holding Bamuna's exploding longbow, fired a volley of arrows into the sky, unleashing a skill. Arrow Storm. Arrow feathers fell one after another, resembling a downpour. The iron arrows plummeted, inflicting terrifying damage in an instant. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 625. 625. 625. 675. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. A dense array of damage appeared, with 625 points of non-critical damage, and 1,250 points of critical damage. Yi-chan's Rain of Arrows dealt 3,125 points of damage to each Fire Demon Tiger. The Fire Demon Tigers have 5,000 HP, but the King's Curse reduces all their attributes by 50%, effectively halving their HP. 3 waves of arrows rained down from the sky, and Yi-chan completed a kill within 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Fire Demon Tiger and earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Fire Demon Tiger and earning 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully defeating the Fire Demon Tiger and earning 500 experience points. 25 consecutive system notifications sounded simultaneously, and a pair of white shoes dropped. In the blink of an eye, Yi-chan gained 12,500 experience points. This was Yi-chan's current output capability. Chapter 17, Level 15, Hunt the Boss. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the extremely difficult second phase of the newbie quest, earning 100,000 experience points and 2 gold coins as a reward. At exactly 2 p.m., Yi-chun had already reached level 11 and seamlessly completed the second phase of the task. He directly received a reward of 100,000 experience points. Now, to advance from LV11 to LV12, he needed 200,000 experience points. Completing the second ring task had filled half of the required experience points, bringing Yi-chun great joy. Upon leveling up again, Yi-chun continued to allocate his attributes according to the 103-point distribution method, 10 points in strength and 3 points in agility. This distribution would remain unchanged until reaching level 20, at which point he would need to change his class and reassign his attribute points based on the situation at that time. As for skill points, with the 6 skill points saved from before, Yi-chun now has a total of 14 skill points. After learning the Royal Strike skill, he has 4 skill points remaining, which he will not use for now. Ding! Do you accept the third phase of the special mission? Completing all tasks will grant additional rewards. The third stage of the mission appears, and Yi-chun immediately chooses to accept it. The system sound rings out. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully accepting the third ring task. This task requires you to go to Fire Rock Mountain to find a precious material, Fire Spirit Grass, and defeat the Fire Demon Tiger King to obtain its heart. Then, proceed to find the village chief to submit the task. The reward for this task is 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. Note, the Fire Demon Tiger King is a level 15 task boss with formidable strength. You have 48 hours to complete this task. Fire Demon Tiger King? Yi-chun knew this guy. In the Hope world, bosses were divided into 2 types, quest bosses and regular bosses. Quest bosses were tied to specific quests, would respawn at fixed intervals, and dropped fixed loot. For example, Yi-chun currently needed the Fire Demon Tiger King's heart, so after defeating it, the heart would either not drop at all or drop for sure. Wild bosses, like the Iron-backed Lion King, drop a variety of valuable items. However, wild bosses are generally more powerful. While quest bosses are also strong, they are ultimately designed to be defeated by players. Of course, these are meant to be defeated by the most skilled players. Ordinary players should not even attempt it. A level 15 boss? Yi-chun furrowed his brows. At level 11, taking on a level 15 boss alone was still quite challenging. Unless he reached level 15, there was still a glimmer of hope. After all, he possessed the divine skill Curse of the King, which could directly reduce the target's health by 20% to 50%. This Curse of the King was highly effective against ordinary quality bosses and wild monsters. Since it originates from the King's Curse, it generally reduces all attributes of ordinary bosses by 50% outright. It's a real game changer in the early stages. First, level up to level 15 before taking on the boss solo. Be cautious, as you'll need to defeat not only this boss but also the other one. Yi-chun turned his gaze toward the northwest, where the Iron-backed Lion King was located. The skill tree of the Dark King requires reaching level 20 before new skills become available. Given the current situation, my ultimate skills are King's Combo, King's Strike, and King's Wrath, a powerful support skill that guarantees a 100% critical hit every 5 minutes and grants an additional 200 attack power. Yi-chun was calculating his damage output in his mind. At the same time, he was continuously fighting monsters on Fire Rock Mountain. The experience points gained from the Fire Demon Tigers are significantly higher than those from level 11-15 wild monsters. This is because Fire Demon Tigers are special quest monsters, so they grant a lot of experience points. Of course, their damage output and health are also much higher, so most players wouldn't bother grinding here. Rain of Arrows. King's Combo. King's Wrath. Arrow of the Wind. Blood Rage Arrow. Curse of the King. Blessing. King's Strike. As each skill was unleashed, Yi-chun's 1,200 magic points were depleted in less than an hour. Some skills consumed magic points at an alarming rate, such as the Rain of Arrows, which required 300 magic points to cast. Yi-chun could only cast the Rain of Arrows 4 times, as it was a group attack spell. However, it must be noted that combining King's Wrath with Rain of Arrows can instantly defeat the Fire Demon Tiger. Originally dealing 625 damage, the 100% critical hit rate instantly deals 1,250 damage, and 3 such hits amount to 3,750 damage. A hail of arrows covering a 10 by 10 yard area dealt terrifying damage, densely packed. The King's Curse combined with the hail of arrows instantly obliterated everything in its path. One after another, Fire Demon Tigers met their end here, emitting cries of agony, replaced by a series of data points. This continued from 3 p.m. until 6:30 p.m., when finally, a halo flashed beneath Yi-chun's feet, and he smoothly reached level 15. Reaching level 16 from level 15 requires a whopping 500,000 experience points. Even if you complete the tasks, you can only reach level 17 by midnight today. Breaking through to level 20 will be extremely challenging. Upon reaching level 15, you will have 52 free attribute points and 32 skill points. Free attribute points remain unchanged, 10 points in strength and 3 points in agility. With strength now at 150 points, combined with the attack boost from the class and the silver weapon enhancement, the base attack power has reached 1,350 points. In critical hits, it can deal up to 2,700 points of damage. Agility stands at 115 points. With the rare agility enhancement from the blessing talent, this equates to 345 points of agility in both movement speed and attack speed, allowing for 345 arrows per second. With 32 skill points, Yi-chun has enhanced 3 skills, King's Combo, King's Strike, and King's Rage. All 3 of these skills are damage-dealing abilities and each requires 10 skill points. When King's Strike is upgraded to LV6, the cooldown time is 8 minutes, with a maximum of 813 consecutive hits, a minimum of 8 hits, and a maximum of 13 hits. King's Wrath upgraded to LV2, attack power increased from 200 to 400, 100% critical hit rate, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown time 1 hour. King's Strike has been upgraded to level 2, increasing damage from 510 times to 610 times, with a minimum of 6 times damage, and a cooldown of 1 hour. After upgrading all 3 skills, Yi-chun headed straight for the peak of Fire Rock Mountain. He was going to confront the Fire Demon Tiger King. Chapter 18, Star Fantasy Guild. The Fire Demon Tiger King is the strongest boss in the newbie village, a level 15 fixed quest boss. It is over 5 times larger than an ordinary Fire Demon Tiger, covered head to toe in flames. At this very moment, it lies in a corner of the Fire Rock Mountain, snoring soundly in its sleep. This Fire Demon Tiger King is even larger than the Iron-backed Lion King. Fire Demon Tiger King. Level, LV 15. Quality, Bronze Boss. Health points, 200,000,200,000. Magic points, 100, 001, 0000. Attack power, 100,020,000. Skills? The Fire Demon Tiger King's attributes are terrifying. With 200,000 HP and 10,000 MP, not to mention its base attack damage of 1,000, every single hit it lands will deal 1,000 damage. In the Hope World, all bosses and wild monsters have high health points but low attack power. However, the Fire Demon Tiger King's attack power is already terrifyingly high. Given Yi-chun's current situation, even if he chooses the warrior class and equips the honor shield fully armed, his health points would barely exceed 10,000. In such a scenario, he wouldn't be able to withstand 10 hits from the Fire Demon Tiger King, and the enemy also has skills. What if it uses a stun skill? That would be the end of him. True to the rule that wild monsters are stronger than fixed bosses, if the Fire Demon Tiger King is this powerful, then the Iron-backed Lion King must be even stronger. Yi Chushin thought to himself, but at that moment he had already begun preparing, mentally rehearsing which skills to use to deal the maximum damage in an instant. Just then, out of nowhere, a group slowly made its way into the valley. The Fire Demon Tiger King is the strongest boss in this newbie village, though it is weaker than the Iron-backed Lion King, a wild boss. We have all reached level 18, which is 3 levels higher than the Fire Demon Tiger King, giving us a level advantage. Everyone must be extremely cautious. One mistake and we could be wiped out. What about Old 7? A voice rang out. Yi-chun followed the sound and looked in the direction it came from. Not far away, there were 4 players in total. The leader was wearing a full set of bronze armor. In the early stages of the server, having a full set of bronze armor was a sign of being a true powerhouse. Either they were incredibly lucky players or wealthy players, but 90% were wealthy players. Even if they were incredibly lucky, Yi-chun's luck points would only increase by 100 points, which wouldn't be enough to assemble a full set of bronze gear. So the young man in front of him, wearing bronze gear, must be a wealthy player. Clothed in armor, wielding a bronze spear, he looked imposing and majestic, with 4 large characters emblazoned on his forehead. Star Fantasy never fades. The Star Fantasy Guild? Yesterday, Yi-chun looked up a lot of information at the internet cafe, including the guild organization of the game. This was something that had to be thoroughly investigated. It wasn't that Yi-chun wanted to join that guild, he just wanted to understand it. The Star Fantasy Guild is one of the highest ranked guilds among major online games. Within the gaming guild community, there are 2 major rankings, the Heavenly Rankings and the Earthly Rankings, comprising the 36 Heavenly Rankings and the 72 Earthly Rankings. These rankings reflect the strength of a guild's organization, based on its assets, the prominence of its members, and its achievements in specific games. The rankings are determined through a selection process. The Star Fantasy Guild currently holds the 9th position on the Earth Rankings. Though it may seem insignificant to be merely 9th and not even on the Heaven Rankings, it is important to note that the Star Fantasy Guild has a total of 109 players, making it extremely challenging to climb higher. With just 109 guild members, they have dominated the top 10 charts of the hottest games, including first kills in the highest difficulty dungeons and the strongest bosses. Moreover, the Star Fantasy Guild has 3 beta testers, one of whom participated in the level 20 beta test dungeon and successfully completed the first kill. This is the true strength of the Star Fantasy Guild. Yi-chun didn't expect to encounter players from the Star Fantasy Guild here. However, he wasn't very familiar with the character Star Fantasy Immortal. Through online information, Yi-chun knew about the 3 members of the Star Fantasy Guild. The Guildmaster, Xinghuan Wudi, the Deputy Guildmaster, Xinghuan Shangwei, and the Deputy Guildmaster, Xinghuan Shanglong. This Xinghuan immortal is someone he doesn't recognize. Where did old 7 go? I've been looking for him everywhere, but he's still offline. I guess his hemorrhoids are acting up again. Another player shouted in agreement. The 4 players were led by Xinghuan, who looked very young and handsome. The second was a fat man wearing several plain weapons and holding a bronze long sword. The third was a woman dressed simply, but she had a very attractive figure and delicate features. I hope the world has a feature that can enhance beauty by 20% and reduce ugliness by 20%. Therefore, based on the character models, even the ugliest characters won't be too ugly, and the most beautiful ones won't be too beautiful. Additionally, when players see each other's faces in the game, they will automatically forget them after logging out. This is to prevent players from seeking revenge in real life, including through voice chat. Therefore, the third player is a young woman, and the fourth is also a young woman, wearing a purple leather jacket, with her figure accentuated in a very alluring manner. Even if the visuals were enhanced by 20%, they would still be quite appealing. The 3 players behind them are Xinghuan Daoi, Xinghuan Rabbit, and Xinghuan Zitan. Old 7 is such a slacker. Does he even know that the leader's mission is to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King? If he doesn't log in now, what if someone else beats us to it? We'll have to wait another day. Xinghuan Rabbit spoke up, sounding a bit downcast. Don't worry about that. With the current strength of the new players in the beginner's village, they wouldn't stand a chance against the Fire Demon Tiger King. Even we wouldn't be able to defeat it. However, the leader completed a hidden quest and obtained a special item that can reduce the Fire Demon Tiger King's attributes, giving us a sliver of hope. As for the others? Ha ha. Xinghuan Daoyi spoke up, boasting about himself, but his words grew increasingly cryptic as he spoke. However, Yi-chun stood about 20 meters away from them, yet the 4 of them were completely unaware of his presence. As a result, Yi-chun heard every word they said clearly. It wasn't until they were just 3 or 4 meters away that Xinghuan Bumia suddenly noticed Yi-chun. Someone. Xinghuan Bumia frowned, took a few steps back, and the other 3 followed suit, staring at Yi-chun in astonishment, especially Dao Yi, who looked as though he had seen a ghost. What the hell are you doing? You're trying to scare us to death. You really scared me to death. Wow, boss, don't do that. You almost scared me to death. All 4 of them were startled. It was already getting dark, and the surroundings were quiet. They were walking along just fine when suddenly someone appeared beside them. They hadn't noticed them before, so naturally they were startled. At that moment, Yi-chun felt helpless as well. As night approached, his perception had dropped to 200. This was still relatively high for a player, and he was close enough to notice. Otherwise, they would have been unable to detect him, and it wasn't his fault. Rubbing his nose, Yi-chun shrugged and said, "Sorry, I didn't expect to scare you. But are you here to hunt the Fire Demon Tiger King?" Yi-chun spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Although the other party was from the Xinghuan Guild, Yi-chun had not the slightest intention of defecting to them. Not even a single one. Don't even mention Star Fantasy. Even if it were the 3 top guilds of the 3 greats, the Myth, the Heavenly Court, and the Underworld, the top 3 guilds on the heavenly rankings, Yi-chun wouldn't join. Chapter 19, One-on-One Battle with the Fire Demon Tiger King. For a player who suddenly appeared, Xinghuan Bumia and the others naturally didn't have much of a favorable impression, but they also didn't act overly arrogant. They simply replied in a matter-of-fact tone, Xinghuan Bumia uttered a single word from his nostrils, just an then ignored Yi-chun. After all, he was, a renowned member of the guild. Although he was only ranked 9th on the Earth rankings, this guild ranking was not a national ranking but a global one, so Xinghuan Bumia indeed had every reason to be arrogant. You go ahead and start first, I won't compete with you. Yi-chun spoke calmly. He had 48 hours to complete his task, while the Fire Demon Tiger King could be refreshed in 24 hours, so he could give the opportunity to the other party. It wasn't out of fear, but simply because he didn't want to cause any trouble. But the moment those words were spoken, they didn't sit well with the ears of Xinghuan Bumei and the others. Hey, buddy, can you tone it down a bit? What do you mean you're not going to compete with us? If you were 5 people, I wouldn't say anything, but you're alone. Are you really planning to take us on by yourself? Xinghuan Daoyu was a bit puzzled, not angry, just thinking that Yi Chuntai didn't know how to speak. It's about the same, Yi Chuntai nodded. He remained calm, even though the other party had a hint of hostility, but Yi Chuntai didn't respond in kind. Put. Ha. Ha. Not bad. Little brother, if you can defeat the Fire Demon Tiger King alone, I'll give you this bronze weapon. The Star Fantasy Rabbit and Star Fantasy Purple Sandalwood laughed. They weren't mocking him, they just didn't believe him. It was as funny as an elementary school student bragging about wanting to box against the world champion. Bro, the Fire Demon Tiger King is the fixed boss in the newbie village. Our team isn't fully assembled yet. If you need to farm him, go ahead. We always follow the rule of first come, first served. The Star Fantasy Guild is all about fairness. Xinghuan Immortal smiled as he spoke, simultaneously sending a private message to his 3 teammates. Stop joking around. This guy is probably an assassin player who can stealth and has a very low detection rate. We didn't notice him earlier. If we don't get rid of him or force him to take risks, and he ends up landing the final blow when we're about to defeat the boss, that'll be hilarious. Xinghuan Bumia privately messaged his 3 teammates, but they all remained silent, especially Rabbit and Zeton. They had been planning to tease Yi Chun some more, but upon hearing this, they felt it made sense and decided not to say anything else. Yeah, since the brother is so confident, let's just give it to him. The old master immediately spoke up, ordering Yi Chun to go and die. At the same time, the 4 others kept a watchful eye on Yi Chun. If Yi Chun chose not to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King, they might choose to kill Yi Chun instead, mainly out of fear that he might try to claim the first kill. Alright, then. Yi Chun wasn't particularly interested in the first kill, but since the other party had conceded, Yi Chun saw no reason to hold back anymore. This was the virtual world of an online game, not the real world. If it were the real world, with his powerful abilities, Yi Chun might choose to hide himself. But in the virtual world of an online game, one had to be bold and never play it safe. Therefore, Yi Chun has no reservations whatsoever. Blessings. As soon as he arrived, Yi Chun added a blessing status to himself. Xinghuan and the others all smiled and whispered to each other. It turned out to be a sorcerer. A support class actually wants to take on the Fire Demon Tiger King alone? You must be out of your mind. Have you been reading too many online novels? Sigh, there are more and more noobs these days. A few people whispered among themselves, and Yi Chun couldn't hear them. This was a private chat, but Dahlia's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear as he mocked Yi Chun for being a newbie. They saw Yi Chun holding a mage's magic orb and casting a simple blessing buff on himself, so they assumed he was just a mage. It wasn't out of mockery, they simply thought Yi Chun was just putting on a brave front. But the next moment. The curse of the king. In an instant, Yi Chun unleashed the curse of the king. At that moment, a number so red it turned black appeared above the head of the Fire Demon Tiger King. 100,000. Terrifying damage appeared, and Xinghuan and the others froze for a moment. They quickly rubbed their eyes and immediately looked as though they had seen a ghost. Especially Dao Yi, who remained calm as ever, staring ahead. Once the damage appeared, he was just about to laugh out loud. Only 10,000? 10,000? Dahlia's plump face turned into one of sheer shock, and all 4 of them were so stunned that their jaws dropped. Even the 2 beauties didn't bother to maintain their composure. Meanwhile, the Fire Demon Tiger King opened his eyes and let out a furious roar and growl, frantically searching the area around him. At that very moment, Yi Chun activated his dark stealth, vanishing silently from everyone's sight. Immediately afterward, Yi Chun switched to Bermuda's exploding longbow and unleashed the Skill King's wrath. A shower of arrows filled the sky. Gale Arrow. Blood Rage Arrow. 3,440. 3,440. 3,440. 3,500. 3,500. 3 arrows in a second. The Fire Demon Tiger King felt the pain but managed to endure the damage. Then, with a tiger-like leap, it moved at an incredible speed, like a shadowy figure, letting out a tiger's roar. Roar! A terrifying tiger's roar echoed through the air, resembling a sonic blast. Yi Chun felt his ears ringing, while the 4 members of the Xinghuan Bumia were instantly knocked unconscious by the roar. One by one, damage began to appear. 500. 500. 500. Terrifying damage appeared. In that instant, the Fire Demon Tiger King extended its tiger claws, forming Flaming Claws its signature skill. 8 streams of flame shot out. Yi Chun witnessed this scene, though his head felt slightly dizzy. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Chun leaped upward, narrowly avoiding the attack. The 4 members of the Star Fantasy Guild, however, were unable to escape. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 2,000. 4 blood-red damage marks appeared, and the 4 members of Xinghuan Bumia were instantly defeated. As Yi Chun regained his senses, he swiftly switched to his bronze dagger and dealt the most devastating blow in an instant. King's Combo, King's Strike. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 20,000. The King's Combo Strike, which normally deals 6 consecutive hits, was forcibly interrupted. It could have caused a minimum of 8 hits, but this was the boss's interrupt skill, so it only dealt 15,000 points of damage. Meanwhile, the King's Single Strike directly deals 8 times the damage. The 2 skills alone deal 35,000 points of damage, plus the 18,000 points of damage from the previous 3 skills, totaling 53,000 points of damage. The Curse of the King dealt 100,000 points of damage, leaving the Fire Demon Tiger King with only 47,000 points of health remaining. At this moment, Yi Chun had no chance to attack, as the Fire Demon Tiger King's attack speed, movement speed, and attack power were all extremely powerful. If Yi Chun were to stand and fight the Fire Demon Tiger King head-on, it would be nothing short of suicide. Therefore, evasion was the only option. The benefits of the rare agility enhancement are now evident. With triple agility bonuses, Yi Chun's speed is extremely fast, matching that of the Fire Demon Tiger King. Although there is still some danger, he can generally dodge all of the Fire Demon Tiger King's skills and attacks. With 47,000 HP, combined with the cooldown of my skills and the Fire Demon Tiger King's self-healing speed, it is extremely difficult to defeat him. Yi Chuxin thought to himself. The Fire Demon Tiger King regenerates 100 HP per second. Without taking any damage, it would regain 6,000 HP in 1 minute and 60,000 HP in 10 minutes. However, Yi Chunsin's full skill combo only dealt 53,000 damage. So now we're in trouble. Chapter 20, First Kill completed. The true terror of the Fire Demon Tiger King lies not in its health regeneration, but in its blinding speed and overwhelming attack power. Sometimes, sheer attack power isn't enough. Just look at Yi Chun now. His attack power is high, but his low health makes him as fragile as glass. The Fire Demon Tiger King can take half of Yi Chun's life with a single claw strike, and 2 claw strikes can send him back home. If Yi Chun makes even the slightest mistake and gets hit by a skill, he's done for. That's the terrifying power of the boss. What is a boss? A boss is a monster with high health, high defense, and high damage. If a boss can be easily defeated by a single player, can it still be called a boss? If Yi Chun didn't have the Curse of the King or rare agility enhancements, even at level 20, he wouldn't be able to solo this boss. In fact, he might not even be able to solo it successfully until level 30, and even then, he'd need 1 or 2 teammates. However, Yi Chun is currently level 15 and has come to solo the boss. While his courage is commendable, whether he can actually defeat it remains to be seen. Whoosh! Pulling back to create distance, Yi Chun couldn't allow the Fire Demon Tiger King to keep regenerating its health. He gripped Bamuna's explosive longbow tightly, then pulled it back with all his strength. In that instant, 3 arrowheads coalesced into blazing beams of light, shooting straight toward the target. Boom! 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 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. Arrows flew in unison, striking the Fire Demon Tiger King, who immediately let out an agonizing scream. This was very realistic, as it triggered the piercing and explosive effects, causing Yi Chun to deal 7,500 points of damage in a single second. The Fire Demon Tiger King's body was covered in flowing blood, appearing extremely fierce and icy. It glared at Yi Chun, filled with murderous intent and coldness. Put! The Fire Demon Tiger King charged at Yi Chun, swiping at him with a tiger paw. Yi Chun instantly leaped back, but the Fire Demon Tiger King immediately swept his tail horizontally, slapping it against Yi Chun's armor with a loud crack. 1,000. 1,000 points of damage instantly reduced Yi Chun's health to just 200 points. Without hesitation, Yi Chun consumed a life-saving herb while continuously dodging the Fire Demon Tiger King's attacks. Earlier, he had been too greedy, firing 3 arrows in quick succession, which gave the Fire Demon Tiger King enough time to launch its counterattack. Damn it, each hit deals 1,000 points of damage. If he takes another hit, he's finished. The life-saving herb isn't very effective, and he mustn't act recklessly until his health points have fully recovered. Damn it, 1 hit takes 1,000 health points. If I take another hit, I'm done for. The effect of the life potion isn't very strong. As long as my health hasn't recovered to 1,000, I absolutely can't act recklessly. Roar! The 2 sides exchanged blows. Yi Chun dared not be greedy anymore. He quickly pulled away, then shot an arrow, and continued to dodge. As the 2 exchanged blows, Yi Chun gradually gained the upper hand. The effect of the King's Wrath skill had worn off, and Yi Chun's attack damage had increased to 1,350. With the Divine Aura's boost, his critical hit rate reached an impressive 60%, though it remained a significant challenge. If you're lucky, a critical hit may occur within 27 seconds, allowing you to effectively deal damage and reduce the Fire Demon Tiger King's health. If your luck is average, attacking once within 13 seconds can still cause some damage, though not much. Still, it's better than letting the Fire Demon Tiger King regain its health, right? And so, time passed slowly, second by second. 10 minutes later, Xinghuan Bumia and his group returned to the same spot. However, they did not attempt to the boss. The honor of their guild prevented them from engaging in such a lowly act. Their sole purpose was to see just who this mysterious figure named Yi Chun truly was. At that very moment, all of Yi Chun's skills had nearly finished their cooldown, except for King's Wrath. King's Strike. Yi Chun switched his dagger and darted past the Fire Demon Tiger King like a flash of lightning. The next purple-red damage effect also appeared. 10 times the damage plus a critical hit appear. 54,000. The dagger attack dealt 1,350 damage, triggering a critical hit that quadrupled the damage. Combined with the King's Strike's tenfold damage effect, Yi Chun dealt a massive amount of damage. Upon witnessing this scene, the 4 members of Xinghuan Bume were once again left speechless. A piercing skill dealing 54,000 points of damage? What the hell is this? Especially Xinghuan Bumia, though he wasn't a beta tester, his cousin was a beta tester and the vice president of the guild. He knew exactly what 53,000 points of damage meant. He's a bronze tier player, an AB rank special class, a greatsword warrior. His basic attack only deals 240 damage. Even with all skills and buff effects, Xinghuan Bumia has tested it and only managed a single critical hit for 1200 damage. This is his highest damage output. Just moments ago, he asked the guild leader what kind of damage he could deal, and the leader stated that the highest damage recorded was 7000. Additionally, the guild master of Xinghuan Guild also informed him of this. Given the current situation, the highest damage any player in the world can deal is absolutely no more than 30,000, no matter who they are. But now he has seen one at 100,000 and another at 53,000. This means that the man before him is undoubtedly the world's best. My goodness, 53,000 damage. Brother Mia, cut me with your sword so I can see if I'm dreaming. Xinghuan Daoyi said in shock. Who is this guy? Could he be one of the top 10 divine level players? Rabbit swallowed hard and said. I don't think he's just one of the top 10 players anymore. He might be one of the 3 kings of the gaming world, or even the emperor. Zitan spoke slowly, and by the end, her voice was trembling. One emperor? Xinghuan Bumia and Xinghuan Daoyi were both stunned. In the online gaming world, there was a personal ranking system: 1 emperor, 3 kings, 10 heroes, 100 strong, and 1000 masters. Forget about the emperor and the 3 kings. Even becoming one of the 1000 masters is an unparalleled honor, because there are only so many spots available, and how many online gaming enthusiasts are there? With a global population of 50 billion, 30% are online gaming enthusiasts. This time, it's all because of the arrival of the new era. It's estimated that at least 70% are online gaming enthusiasts, meaning hundreds of billions of players, yet there are only 1,114 positions available, symbolizing glory and the object of countless players' admiration. That's why it's called the Emperor. Truly awe-inspiring. Roar! At that very moment, the fire demon Tiger King roared once more, followed by a burst of flames. The 4 members of the Star Illusion Immortals had no chance to dodge and were once again sacrificed. Damn it! Again? Xinghuan Bumia shouted, but unfortunately, he vanished from there the next second. At that moment, after dodging the attack, Yi-chan swiftly switched to his bronze dagger weapon, leaving the fire demon Tiger King with less than 10,000 health points remaining. Yi-chan leaped into the air, appearing above the fire demon Tiger King's head, and immediately unleashed the King's combo. 2,500. A critical hit landed, and when Yi-chan landed his 6th consecutive strike, the fire demon Tiger King finally roared and collapsed to the ground, dead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the fire demon Tiger King. The next moment, the system sound rang out. Chapter 21, Various Rewards, Players Question. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the newbie village boss for the first time. You have earned 2,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Since you are the first player to defeat the newbie village boss, you have earned an additional 5,000 reputation points. Ding! You have defeated the boss in the newbie village for the first time and earned 5,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! As the first player to solo the newbie village boss, you have earned 5,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Since you were the first player to defeat the fire demon Tiger King in 12 minutes, you have earned a record-breaking login time of 12 minutes and a 2,000 point reputation bonus. Ding! Since you defeated the fire demon Tiger King in just 12 minutes, you have set the record for the shortest first kill time and will receive a reward of 2,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the 3rd ring task. You have earned 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the fire demon Tiger King, earning 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the fire demon Tiger King, earning you 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is LV16. After defeating a fire demon Tiger King, a series of ding-dong sounds rang out, leaving Yi-chan momentarily dazed. Upon closer inspection, killing the fire demon Tiger King didn't yield any other tangible benefits, just a large amount of reputation points, totaling 14,000 points. Combined with his own 1,000 points, that brought his total reputation points to 15,000. Reputation points can be used to unlock the reputation shop in the main city to exchange for supplies, though I have no idea if the items in the reputation shop are any good. As for experience points, I have accumulated a total of 700,000 points. After reaching level 16, I need 600,000 experience points to advance to the next level, but I am currently short by 400,000 experience points. Just then, the system alert sounded again. Ding! The 3rd stage of the extremely difficult beginner's quest has been completed. Do you accept the 4th stage quest? The 4th stage quest is to defeat the fixed boss, the frost giant elephant. Completing the 4th stage quest will grant you 1 million experience points and 10 gold coins as a reward. The 4th stage has appeared, and the rewards are indeed generous: 1 million experience points plus 10 gold coins. Currently, 1 gold coin is being traded for 3,500 Jojo coins on the black market. 10 gold coins are worth 35,000 Jojo coins. With the 8 gold coins I currently have on me, if I complete the task and sell 15 of them, that would be 52,500 Jojo coins. That's a huge sum of money. A sum large enough to improve the current environment and quality of life. Accept. Yi-chun said without hesitation. Ding. 4th ring mission accepted successfully. This mission will be completed within 48 hours. Please note that the Frost Giant Elephant is a level 20 fixed boss with high defense and strong vitality. System alert issued. The Frost Giant Elephant does indeed have high health and defense, but its attack power isn't very high. However, it's a level 20 boss. How weak do you expect it to be? Just then, a system voice sounded. Congratulations to player King Sai for becoming the first to defeat the Fire Demon Tiger King and setting the record. A system announcement echoed throughout the entire JoJo Kingdom server. The Hope World is divided into millions of newbie villages, each housing between 10,000 and 50,000 players. The news of the first boss kill naturally spread across the entire JoJo Kingdom server. Oh no! Not him again? Could it be that legendary equipment? With the legendary gear, you can get the first kill on the boss? Is this game even worth playing anymore? King's brothers, can you take me with you? All I have is money. You help me level up, and I'll give you money. Brother, are you selling your King's equipment? $100 million. What the hell are you even doing? With King's gear, you can do whatever you want. At that moment, many players in the entire JoJo region were furious, believing that Yi-chun was cheating, relying on a single legendary item to rise through the ranks. Within moments, millions of complaint messages flooded in, but Yi-chun paid no heed. However, as the complaints grew in number, the official authorities finally made contact with Yi-chun. Hope World Official Group, hello! We are the Hope World Official Group. We hope you can publicly reveal the attributes of the Dark King's ring. If you are willing to do so, we can offer you a reward. We have detected that you currently have 15,000 reputation points, which can be used to redeem items at the reputation shop in the main city. We can provide you with a 50% discount on items from the reputation shop, but this offer is limited to one use and must be redeemed within 24 hours. What do you think? This is the official email sent by the organization. As can be seen, even the official authorities have no right to manipulate Hope World, so the other party can only come to beg for mercy. 1 discount. At the same time, I demand an extension to 48 hours. Otherwise, I do not wish to disclose the equipment's attributes, as other players might exploit this information, which would cause trouble for me. Yi-chun responded. 24 hours? Half price? That was clearly impossible, so Yi-chun made his own offer. The official response came quickly. We apologize, but your request is simply unreasonable. We can only offer a 30% discount, with the time frame extended to 48 hours. The official response was as follows. Never mind then. Yi-chun wasn't doing it on purpose, it was because the Dark King's ring had a perception attribute of 100. This meant that other players could use this to target him, hide their equipment attributes, and protect themselves. Revealing your attributes, aren't you just asking for trouble? Making yourself miserable and then not getting rewarded? That doesn't make sense either. The official didn't respond, and Yi-chun didn't care either. At that very moment, a large group of players flooded into the territory of the Fire Demon Tiger King, eager to see what the King Sai actually looked like. Unfortunately, Yi-chun had already left the mountain. He was heading to the main city to hunt higher-level monsters and trade for equipment, while also contemplating who would be a reliable buyer for his gold coins. At that very moment, among the 5 main bases, the 4 members of Xinghuan Bume stood dumbfounded at the city gates, constantly communicating through the guild chat. Xinghuan Bume, it's true, we really heard the King Sai. Star Fantasy Rabbit, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. Star Fantasy Purple Sandalwood, I'm not lying to you, I really saw it. Xinghuan Daoi, if I'm lying, I'm a fool. Xinghuan Fei, ha, I don't believe you. Xinghuan Rogue, I believe I'm the cutie. Star Fantasy Rush, dude, how many times have you tricked us? I don't believe you. Star Fantasy Rose, did you see them? Did you have any interaction? Star Fantasy Rabbit, yes. Master Dao scolded him for being a newbie and laughed at him for reading too many online novels. Xinghuan Rabbit said innocently. Daoya's expression changed slightly, how dare you say such things? Xinghuan Fei, stop exaggerating. I don't believe you. Xinghuan Tutu, you make it sound so real. Xinghuan Mo Xiao, Master Dao, Rabbit, Zeton, and Niega, they're all famous for talking big. Don't believe them. At that moment, the entire guild was buzzing with discussion, but 90% of the members didn't believe the 4 of them. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in the main city channel. The King Sai, members of the Star Fantasy Guild, please respond. There's an urgent matter. The message appeared, and in an instant, the entire Star Fantasy Guild erupted into chaos. Xinghuan Tutu, oh my god. Did you really provoke the king? Xinghuan Fei, Master, how can you not control your mouth? Xinghuan Mo Xiao, 6666, this is trouble. I hope the world's current strongest player, suspected to be one of the three giants, is powerful. Society. Star Fantasy Rose, what nonsense are you talking about? At that moment, Star Fantasy Vice President Rose also looked startled. She had thought they were just bragging, but it turned out to be true. Xinghuan Rabbit, Master Dao is even calling the little cutie names. At that moment, Xinghuan Rabbit spoke, utterly innocent. Meanwhile, the old master's expression turned extremely grim. The entire Star Fantasy Guild channel fell silent, with no one speaking a word. After a while, a message appeared. Xinghuan Wudi, damn it. Master Dao, I'm going to kill you. This is the President's Roar. Chapter 22, Crisis Strikes, Conditions are presented. Chapter 22, The Crisis Arrives, Conditions are presented. All the players of the Star Fantasy Guild were stunned. They never expected Dao Yi to actually provoke Yi-chun. This was definitely going to cause a major incident. Of course, the Star Fantasy Guild isn't one to back down. After the Star Fantasy Invincible finished his roar, he spoke up, Dao Yi, Immortal, Rabbit, Zeton, you need to handle this matter properly. If you made a mistake, you must apologize. If you didn't do anything wrong, or if the other party is being unreasonable, the Star Fantasy Guild isn't one to back down either. Xinghuan Wudi spoke very seriously. While these words were inspiring, the wise knew that if they truly provoked the so-called One Emperor and Three Kings, the Star Fantasy Guild would be forced to disband overnight, and it wouldn't even take the One Emperor and Three Kings to do it. The top 100 alone would suffice. The leader of the Star Fantasy Guild, Star Fantasy Invincible, is the Thousand Machinations, ranked 132nd. He deeply understands the terrifying power of the online gaming world. Setting aside wealth and money, many of the truly powerful players are ultra-wealthy second-generation individuals, and some even have political connections. Therefore, this circle is not filled with lazy, overweight individuals. Those at the top are all extraordinary individuals. Xinghuan Bumia, here. Lord King, what are your orders? Star Fantasy Eternal immediately contacted Yi-chun. At that moment, the four of them were both panicked and thrilled. They were panicked because they had dared to provoke someone like Yi-chun, and thrilled because they had managed to meet someone who seemed to be a figure akin to One Emperor and Three Kings. Though this acquaintance wasn't exactly pleasant, at least they knew each other now. I have 15 gold coins. Will the Star Fantasy Guild accept them? Yi-chun sent a private message to the other person, but others cannot send him private messages unless he initiates the conversation first. This is a privacy setting, otherwise, how many people on the server would want to talk to him about their life aspirations? What? Gold coin trading? Xinghuan Bumia was dumbfounded. Yi-chun, such a big shot, actually came to him to sell gold coins? Seeing that Xinghuan Bumia hadn't responded for so long, Yi-chun couldn't help but furrow his brows. He then sent a message, do you think it's too little? If it's too little, I'll think of another way. 15 gold coins aren't few. The Star Fantasy Guild has hundreds of members, and their daily output is around 50 gold coins. Yi-chun alone possesses 15 gold coins, which is already a fortune. Take it. How much? If he wasn't here to cause trouble, Xinghuan Bumia seemed genuinely happy and relieved. If Yi-chun had come to cause trouble, it would have been a major problem. Niaga, what does the king really mean? The Taoist master beside him asked with a grim expression, unsure of Yi-chun's true intentions, but merely curious. To sell gold coins to us. Xinghuan spoke honestly, and the Taoist master's expression grew even more grim. Xinghuan, Dao Yi, I may be a bit naive, but I'm not stupid. Don't do this to me. I'm scared. Xinghuan Dao Yi was about to cry, but Xinghuan Bumia didn't bother to respond and continued chatting privately with Yi-chun. The official exchange rate is 2,000 per piece, but the black market rate is 3,500. How about 3,000 per piece? Yi-chun calculated a compromise price, as the black market is full of scammers, and 3,500 is just an inflated price. Around 3,000 should be about right, with both parties making a profit. No need, 4,000 each, we'll take all 15. Brother Junwan, you don't know, players are about to reach level 30, and the first dungeon will appear soon. At the latest, it'll be tomorrow or the day after. The gold price will go up then, but we won't rip you off 4,000 each. Xinghuan Bumia said with a smile, trying to flatter Yi-chun. But the next moment, Yi-chun's expression changed involuntarily. Someone's already level 30? Is this information reliable? It's not that Yi-chun likes to make a big deal out of things, it's just that once you reach level 30, your level is locked. Within the first month, level 30 is the maximum level, and after that, the experience points you gain from killing monsters and other activities will decrease significantly. If you don't secure a spot on the level rankings now, it'll be even harder later on. Reliable, our guild leader said that he hopes the world is filled with hope and miracles, and that many players get good stuff. For example, King Brother got the King's equipment right when the server launched. As for players who participated in the beta test, they all received experience potions, so they reached level 10 as soon as they entered the game, and some even reached level 20 directly. Additionally, they were given a set of the highest tier bronze equipment. However, they are all currently stuck on the job change quest. Once they complete the job change quest, reaching level 10 will be a breeze. In the game world, there is a class change quest at level 20. Only after completing this quest can players continue to level up. If the quest is not completed, even if a player has accumulated enough experience points, they cannot proceed with leveling up. Otherwise, with a billion players, it wouldn't be difficult for a level 30 player to appear within 18 hours. After all, the base number is 100 million, not 10. After all, the foundation is 10 billion, not 10. At that moment, Yi-chun's expression changed slightly as he felt an invisible pressure. But just then, the official email was sent again. Official email, minimum 70% off, extended time limit of 48 hours. This is our final offer. We hope you will understand. Yi-chun was unaware that while he was searching for Xinhuan Bumia and the others, not only players from the Jojo Kingdom server but even players from other countries had begun to criticize them, sparking an international online dispute. The opposing side accused the players from the 9 states of cheating, while the 9 states players insisted on the truth. However, the legendary equipment they possessed made it difficult for them to deny any underhanded tactics. As a result, the number of complaints surged past 300 million in an instant. If this had happened later, the official team would have ignored it, but this was the first day the game launched. If such an incident occurred, it would negatively impact the sales of Hope World, and ultimately, the official team would have to come begging to Yi-chun. 10% off. 24-hour sale. I also need the highest grade golden dagger. Of course, I don't expect it to be permanent. A 3-day validity period will suffice. Yi-chun presented his proposal. He could shorten the time to 24 hours, but it must be a 10% discount, and he also needed a top-tier golden dagger. However, Yi-chun didn't expect it to be permanent. A 3-day validity period would suffice. Chapter 23, Armor Enhancement Material Bundle. The request for golden weapons is a bit excessive, but limited-time weapons shouldn't be too much of a hassle for the developers, since it's only for 3 days. Yi-chun aims to seize the top spot on the ranking list within these 3 days. Originally, Yi-chun wasn't too worried, but now things were different. After hearing what Xinhuan Bumia had said, Yi-chun realized the danger. Many players had already accumulated enough experience points to reach level 30, but they hadn't advanced because of the job change issue. All beta testers are unwilling to settle for an ordinary class. They all aspire to obtain better classes, whether it be high-tier classes, hidden classes, or even the unique hidden class. They all yearn for them. Therefore, they have been continuously completing class change quests to obtain advanced classes or the unique hidden class. To achieve this, they must complete a series of tasks. In Yi-chun's case, it was a combination of luck and his ability to reverse time. Otherwise, obtaining the Dark King profession is extremely difficult, if not impossible, given the stringent requirements. In summary, there is not much time left, and Yi-chun must act swiftly and not let his guard down. Meanwhile, Xinhuan Bumia was helplessly explaining to the guild players what Yi-chun had asked him to do, but none of the guild members believed him, insisting that Xinhuan Bumia was lying. Wow! Xinhuan, even at this point, you're still causing trouble? What's going on? Stop messing around. If you keep this up, our guild will disband. Yeah, Manhwa, stop it already. No one in the Star Fantasy Guild would believe what Star Fantasy Immortal said, but Star Fantasy Immortal was also completely baffled. That's how it was. Why wouldn't anyone believe him when he was telling the truth? However, at this moment, the guild master of the Star Fantasy Guild stepped forward. Immortal, if you're not joking, add Mr. King as a friend, establish a friendship status, and then transfer 100,000 Jojo coins directly to Mr. King. This amount will be covered by the guild. As for the gold coins, don't accept them. Although I don't know why the other party wants to sell the gold coins, there are indeed some top-tier professional players who are in dire need of money. Let's help them out and turn hostility into friendship. Xinhuan Wudi spoke thus, drawing the curiosity of many guild members. A being of the king's caliber, even if not a single emperor and 3 kings, should at least be among the 10 heroes, right? Could it be that they're short on funds? That's right, President. You're a 1,000 machines master, a top-tier professional player. Even the best professional players earn millions a year. How could a king like him be short on money? Not necessarily. Some professional players are too obsessed with the game and lack social connections. They don't like to promote themselves or work part-time jobs. They just love playing games, killing bosses first, and breaking dungeon records. Without other sources of income, they do sometimes run out of money. I know one of the top 10 is in a really tight spot financially. Within the guild, there are also players who truly understand the industry, and they explained the situation to everyone. Upon hearing this explanation, the other players suddenly understood. Meanwhile, Yi-chun hadn't received any news from Xinhuan Bumia yet when he immediately received an official response. Official email: golden tier weapons cannot be granted, not even as limited time weapons. This severely undermines the fairness of the game. However, as a compromise, all items in the reputation shop will be discounted by 10%, but the sale will only be extended by 12 hours. Additionally, as compensation, you will receive an extra 5,000 reputation points, along with a set of armor enhancement materials. This package contains a large quantity of enhancement materials, and if you are lucky, you can enhance an item to level 5. A top-tier silver weapon enhanced to level 5 will have attributes that are no weaker than those of a golden weapon. What do you think? This is the official's final offer. Golden tier weapons cannot be given to Yi-chan, not even for a 3-day limited period. However, the official has made some concessions: a 10% discount, a 12-hour extension, an additional 5,000 reputation points, and a set of armor enhancement materials. This is quite good. After thinking for a minute, Yi-chan decided to accept the offer. Shortly after, an email arrived, containing the rewards granted by the official team. Ding! Due to your significant contributions to the Hope World, you have been awarded an additional 5,000 reputation points and a set of armor enhancement materials. As the system sound rang out, Yi-chan immediately displayed the attributes of the Dark King's ring. At that moment, the world erupted once more. Damn it! This ring is useless. Perception rating of -100 points? What's the point of that? If you're an assassin player, this is a legendary item, but its effectiveness isn't that great. It really depends on the player. In the hands of a skilled player, it's a legendary item, but in the hands of a novice player, it's just junk. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it's actually still sealed. I knew the world wouldn't allow something this powerful to exist. This kind of legendary equipment is definitely going to get more powerful over time, but in the early stages, it's completely useless. It's not even as practical as a golden tier weapon. So it wasn't the equipment after all. As Yi-chan's equipment was revealed, everything became clear, leaving many players slightly embarrassed, especially those who had reported him. Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me. Is it really that hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Sorry, it really is. Why isn't anyone bragging about their amazing gear? You guys love to argue so much, why don't you come work at my construction site? 300 a day? Many people started posting apologies, and even some professional players apologized personally. Of course, these apologies were just a worldwide screen filler, as some people wanted to meet Yi-chan but couldn't. Jojo Kingdom's Nanbo Wan, Your Royal Highness, are you selling this equipment? If you are, I'll still pay the original price of $100 million. Just then, another big boss was willing to pay a sky-high price for Yi-chan's equipment, but he was the only one. Other bosses didn't bid, as Yi-chan's legendary equipment wasn't as powerful as they had imagined. Having received his reward, Yi-chan paid no heed to the players' apologies and reports. At that moment, he was fully focused on leveling up. Head to the main city to exchange for equipment. After obtaining the materials, Yi-chan immediately made a decision and headed to the main city to exchange them for the equipment he desired. Chapter 24, Kasha's Icy Dagger. I hope the world has 5 major cities. The Qinglong main city in the eastern region, the Zhuke main city in the southern region, the Baitu main city in the western region, the Xuanwu main city in the northern region, and the Qilin main city in the central region. The 5 main cities provide access to most parts of the Hope World. Yi-chan's destination was none other than the Qinglong main city. Yi-chan was fully aware that he lacked nothing at present, except for equipment. He needed powerful gear to defeat the magical beasts and monsters more efficiently, thereby accelerating his level progression. Although he possessed Bamuna's exploding longbow, Yi-chan still lacked a dagger weapon. Without it, his damage output would remain far from optimal. At the same time, Xinghuan Bumia sent a private message offering a high price to purchase the gold coins in Yi-chan's possession. However, Yi-chan temporarily refused the offer because he currently did not have 15 gold coins and needed to defeat the Ice Frost giant elephant to obtain them. Nevertheless, Yi-chan added Xinghuan Bumia as a friend, so that they could discuss any future transactions. But as soon as he added them as a friend, the other party immediately transferred 100,000 Jojo Kingdom coins directly into his bank account, which left Yi-chan somewhat surprised. What does this mean? Yi-chan asked curiously, but his heart couldn't help but race. As an orphan, her daily earnings were lucky to reach 50 Jojo coins. Now, receiving a sudden transfer of 10,000 Jojo coins, how could Yi-chan not be excited? However, a gentleman does not accept charity, and Yi-chan still had that much pride. It's nothing, Xinghuan said with a smile, there was a misunderstanding earlier. I hope the noble lord will forgive me. The stars will never fade. At the same time, he was nervous, fearing that Yi-chan might refuse or react negatively. However, Yi-chan remained silent for a moment before finally accepting the 10 million coins from the Nine States Kingdom. He truly needed the money, but he wouldn't take it without giving something in return. I know that Hope World influences many guilds, and it is currently the benchmark for the entire online gaming industry. So, if you join Hope World, you must also want to establish your reputation. Once the dungeon appears, I can lead you on the first raid. If we can be the first to clear it, that will be your reward. If we can't clear it, I'll find another way to compensate you. 10,000 Jojo coins indeed tempted Yi-chan, but he wouldn't take them for free. Once a player reaches level 30 and becomes the first player to reach that level, a dungeon will be unlocked. At that point, everyone can go to the dungeon to fight monsters. Not only will you gain a lot of experience, but the drop rate for equipment is also very high. If you're lucky enough to defeat the final boss of the dungeon, you might even drop a treasure chest. This can be considered the best option for players looking to enhance their strength in the current stage of the game. The experience points and equipment drops from regular monsters are too low. To make all players stronger, dungeons are the best option. Upon hearing this, Xinghuan Bumia was overjoyed, but he dared not discuss it further with Yi Chun. Instead, he messaged his guild leader privately. Xinghuan Bumia, guild leader, the king has agreed to join us in completing the dungeon raid and achieving the first kill. As soon as the message was sent, the guild leader of Star Fantasy quickly sent a voice message. Is this real? If you're lying to me, I'll kill you. It's true, President. Alright. Let everyone know, and let's hurry up and level up. The top 4 guilds on the strength rankings will participate in the first kill exploration event. Xinghuan Wudi said excitedly, also believing that he had guessed correctly. Yi Chun was indeed a true master. There's a saying circulating in the online gaming competition circle. Top players don't lack money, emperors do. The meaning is that gaming masters don't lack money, but the gaming emperor is the one who lacks money the most. True gamers who are skilled at playing games have abandoned everything and view money as trivial. If it weren't for the necessities of life, they would regard money as worthless. And at this point, Yi Chun had also arrived at the main city of Qinglong. The Qinglong main city is tens of thousands of times larger than the newbie village. The ancient city walls bear the marks of swords and blades, giving them a rustic appearance. Spanning 2,400 li east to west and 1,300 li northwest, it is extremely vast, capable of accommodating 2 billion players online simultaneously. However, at this very moment, the Qinglong main city is nearly deserted, with only a few high-level guild players roaming in groups to complete quests and level up. Upon arriving at the Qinglong main city, Yi Chun searched for 10 minutes before quickly locating the reputation shop's exchange point. The entire reputation shop is divided into 4 major categories: equipment, items, materials, and limited purchase. Among the 4 categories, Yi Chun immediately opened the equipment tab. However, Yi Chun soon discovered that bronze equipment was available within 10,000 reputation points, while silver equipment ranged from 10,000 to 200,000 reputation points. Yi Chun had 20,000 reputation points, but due to the 10% discount, it was equivalent to having 200,000 reputation points. His target was immediately set on the weapon, a silver tier weapon, specifically tailored for assassins. This was Yi Chun's choice. Shadow Dagger, silver, lowest tier, attack power 200, 5 critical hits. Selling price, 30,000 reputation points. Thousand Spider Dagger, silver, lower tier, attack power 300, applies a effect when attacking. Price, 70,000 reputation points. Giant Tiger Dagger, silver, intermediate, attack power 400, has a certain chance to inflict a critical wound on attack. Price, 130,000 reputation points. Cold Light Dagger, silver, advanced, attack power 500, attack speed 10. Price, 180,000 reputation points. Kasha's Icy Dagger, silver, highest grade, attack power 700, has a certain chance to apply a freezing effect on attack, reducing movement speed by 30%. Price, 200,000 reputation points. 200,000 reputation points. At a 10% discount, exactly 20,000 points would be enough to purchase it. Yi Chun looked at the ice blade, remained silent for a moment, and finally gritted his teeth and decided to buy it. 20,000 reputation points. 20,000 reputation points. That's already with the discount. If it weren't discounted, it would be downright terrifying. As expected, the official source is the most ruthless. Yi Chunsin worked so hard to earn 20,000 reputation points. If it were any other player, 2,000 would be more than enough. However, a single top-tier silver-grade equipment piece requires a whopping 200,000 reputation points. Although the equipment is indeed excellent, 20,000 reputation points is a hefty price. Without a 10% discount, Yi Chun would never part with it. Chapter 25, Wild Monsters in the Big City. Exchange. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chun chose to exchange it. What he urgently needed now was a main weapon, and this Kasha's Frost Dagger had better attack attributes than Bamuna's Exploding Longbow, plus it came with a frost effect. This attribute was superior to pure damage. After all, when fighting ordinary monsters, it wasn't a big deal, but when fighting bosses, this attribute effect was worth more than an extra 100 or 200 points of damage. With the weapon in hand, Yi Chun now lacks only defensive gear. He doesn't want to end up like the first time he faced the Fire Demon Tiger King, where a single touch nearly cost him his life. A level 20 Frost Giant Elephant has an attack power of only 500, but its health and defense are extremely high. This makes it more troublesome than the Fire Demon Tiger King, as the enemy doesn't need to chase you down. If you dare to approach, it will attack you first. Anyway, it has thick health, so it's not afraid of you causing trouble. Therefore, a decent set of armor is essential. Yi Chun knows that the best armor can only be found in dungeons, and even the reputation shop cannot exchange for the highest quality armor. There are 5 pieces of armor in total, and 4 different sets can be obtained from dungeons: the Dream Set, Hope Set, Starry Set, and Glory Set. Among these, the Dream Set is rare golden quality, the Hope Set is the lowest tier golden quality, the Starry Set is rare silver quality, and the Glory Set is the lowest tier silver quality. In the Wild Monster area, you can obtain the rare Bronze Brilliant Set and the lowest tier Bronze Survival Set. Bosses drop powerful single-piece equipment, though they are not part of a set and lack set bonuses. However, each piece is several times stronger than a single-piece set. If you collect all 5 pieces, they will be no weaker than the Hope Set and only surpassed by the Dream Set. However, it's still a bit early to talk about the Dream Set. Yi Chun doesn't even have a full set of bronze gear yet, so thinking about the Dream Set is a bit of a pipe dream. The attributes of the Survival Set don't increase much in terms of health points. My current health is 1,500 points, which is from equipment bonuses. I need to reach around 3,000 before I can even think about hunting the Frost Giant. Yi Chun pondered in his mind. Among the sets, the Survival Set is the worst. It can be exchanged in the Reputation Shop, and a full set only requires 2,500 reputation points. With a discount, it's just 250 reputation points. Not to mention that Yi Chun had no reputation points left. Even if he did, he wouldn't exchange them. It would only provide an additional 200 points of health bonus compared to his current random gear, which wasn't very useful. The Brilliant Set, on the other hand, provides a total health bonus of 2,000 points. However, the Brilliant Set requires 10,000 reputation points to purchase, and after the discount ends, it will cost 1,000 points. Yi Chun doesn't have the reputation points and doesn't want them either. Once a player reaches level 30, the dungeon will unlock. Once the dungeon is unlocked, Yi Chun will naturally go to farm the set. Survival and Brilliance will become useless, so after considering the situation, he finally came up with a plan. The Iron-backed Lion King is a level 15 wild boss. This boss has a certain chance of dropping the Iron-backed Lion King steel armor, which is a level 20 top-tier piece of equipment, a rare silver grade item that surpasses even the highest tier gear. Just this single piece should grant me 3,000 health points, allowing me to finally hunt down the Frost Giant elephant. Yi Chun thought to himself. He was in such a hurry because he had no choice. He didn't want the rankings to be taken by others, so he had no option but to work so hard. However, defeating the Iron-backed Lion King isn't that easy. Yi Chun plans to level up first. He's currently at LV 16, and he needs another 400,000 experience points to reach LV 17. With the help of Katya's Ice Dagger, he should be able to take on level 20 wild monsters. It is now exactly 7 p.m., with 11.5 hours remaining until the next reputation milestone. If he gives it his all, reaching level 20 shouldn't be too difficult. Furthermore, after reaching level 20, you can continue learning the Dark King's skills and further enhance your attributes. With that in mind, Yi Chun stopped wasting time, upgraded the herbs, replaced them with high-grade potions, and left the main city to hunt level 20 magical beasts, lizard magical beasts outside the city. Currently, Yi Chun had 10 skill points remaining. If he could successfully level up 3 times in a row, he would have 34 skill points, which should be enough to learn the corresponding level 20 skills. At this moment, in the Demon Beast Forest outside the city, Yi Chun activated the Dark Stealth skill and infiltrated the lair of the lizard beasts. Name, Lizard Demon Beast. Level, LV 20. Health points, 100, 001, 0000. Magic points, 15001500. Attack power, 400800. This is a massive magical beast. Be cautious, they wield magic, are extremely powerful, and deal significant physical damage. Their claws and teeth can tear off a chunk of flesh in an instant. With 10,000 health points and an additional 400 base attack power, this is indeed powerful, but Yi Chun doesn't care. Holding the Icy Dagger of Kata, this dagger increases physical attack by 700 points. Yi Chun has 160 points of strength, equivalent to 320 points of attack power. Additionally, his class grants an extra 500 points of attack, and the weapon provides an additional 700 points of attack, totaling 1,680 points of attack power. Furthermore, the incomplete Divine Essence grants a 50% critical hit rate boost, plus an additional 10% from each player. Yi Chun's basic attack deals 3,360 points of damage. If every attack crits, 4 strikes are enough to take down a lizard demon beast. Both the King's Combo and the King's Strike can instantly take down a lizard demon beast. Put. Yi Chun approached a lizard-like demon beast and immediately swung his sword 3 times. His lightning-fast attack speed allowed him to land 3 strikes in a single second. 3,360. 3,360. 3,360. 3 bright red critical hits appeared, indeed taking down a lizard monster in a single second. Ding! Lizard demon slain. You have gained 1,000 experience points. Since you performed a critical strike, you have additionally gained 4,000 experience points. A single lizard monster is worth a whopping 5,000 experience points. Yi-chan only needed to defeat 80 lizard beasts to level up. Indeed, wild monsters in big cities are different. Chapter 26, Tianyun Guild. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a beam of white light flickered up from beneath Yi-chan's feet. Exactly 2 hours later, Yi-chan had reached level 19, and advancing to level 20 would require 1 million experience points. Now, killing lizard monsters alone no longer yielded much experience, so it was time to move on to a new location and not linger here any longer. Once you've accumulated 1 million experience points, you must go and defeat the Ironback Lion King. Using my special ability, obtain the crucial equipment, then hunt down the Frost Giant Elephant. This is an extremely challenging newbie quest for the 5th ring. If everything goes according to plan, I should be tasked with hunting the level 25 Iron Spike Wolf King. If I can complete this chain quest in time, I might be able to level up to level 25. This is Yi-chan's own plan. Whether it will actually happen remains to be seen. Having reached level 19, Yi-chan had abandoned the lizard-like magical beasts and set his sights on level 25 wild monsters, the devouring beasts. These creatures had enormous mouths that could devour surrounding plants, leaving nothing but barren land in their wake. Name, Swallowing Monster. Level, 25. Health points, 200, 002, 0000. Magic points, 3,500. Attack power, 600, 1200. Note, do not get too close to it, or you will be devoured. This is a swallowing monster, with 20,000 HP. Due to the level difference, Yi-chan's attack power will be reduced by a certain percentage. Switching to Kate's Ice Dagger, Yi-chan unleashes King's Wrath, triggering a 100% critical hit and an additional 400 damage effect. 4,000. 4,000. 4,000. With a 100% critical hit rate, plus the bonus from King's Rage, Yi-chan only dealt 4,000 damage to the swallowing monster. However, that was more than enough. Roar! The swallowing monster roared angrily, and at that moment, the surrounding swallowing monsters began to gather. Yi-chunyu struck 3 times in a second, then immediately backed away after finishing his attack. He turned around and waited for the swallowing monster to finish its attack before charging forward again. This time, however, he didn't land a critical hit. 2 normal attacks and 1 critical hit were enough to take down the swallowing monster. He then activated Dark Stealth, entering stealth mode. It was nighttime, and Yi-chunyu had a detection rate of 600, meaning even a boss would be unable to detect him. Ding! Successfully defeated the swallowing monster, earning 2,000 experience points. Since you defeated it at a higher level, you additionally receive 12,000 experience points. That's a total of 14,000 experience points. That's the experience from the swallowing monster. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 in the Hope World. Every 5 levels represent a significant gap. Monsters with whole number levels gain more experience points, and at each level, they also acquire unique traits, such as higher health, increased attack power, or special abilities. The unique trait of the devouring monster is its resonance ability. For example, if Yi-chan fails to defeat a devouring monster within 5 seconds, any devouring monsters in the vicinity will rush to its aid the moment it is in danger. They will then viciously attack players and may even activate the swallowing monster's passive skill, Blood Evolution. Once triggered, it increases health, mana, attack power, and magic attack power. This is the power of the swallowing monster, and Yi-chan's negative perception is very low. Yi-chan had calculated that a negative perception level of 100 points would make it difficult for monsters of the same level to detect him, while a negative perception level of 200 points would make him undetectable even when face-to-face with a monster. A negative perception level of 400 points would make him nearly impossible to detect even if he were to attack proactively, and a negative perception level of 600 points. When facing a boss of a higher level, the boss will not detect the player, but the player's effectiveness is reduced by half, as they are still a player in an online game. Among other players, adjustments can only be made to vision and hearing. At close range, no matter how low a player's perception is, they will still detect something, unless they are invisible. Even if their perception is set to 10,000, they will still be detected and discovered. This is precisely why Yi-chan can freely hunt monsters here without any fear. One swallowing monster grants 14,000 experience points, and by defeating just 72 of them, one can reach level 20. Once you reach LV 20, the Dark King's class attributes will be enhanced, and you can learn the Dark King's advanced skills, significantly boosting your power. Put. 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 Without any nonsense, Yi-chan was fully focused on the hunt, and one after another, the devouring monsters fell to his hands. Meanwhile, outside the newbie village, it was now nighttime, and the Ironback Lion King was still lazily sleeping. Just then, hundreds of players suddenly appeared here. All warriors were to draw fire, archers and mages targeted the elite monsters, assassins diverted the boss's attention, and the bronze treasure chest was ours for the taking. The sound rang out, and at that moment, many players charged forward, almost in a suicidal manner. The Tianyun Guild was ranked 12th on the heavenly rankings. Though low in rank, it was extremely famous due to its guild master. He is one of the 4 legendary tycoons of the online gaming world. No one knows the true identity of the Tianyun Guild's leader, but it is said that he once spent 20 billion Jojo coins in a single day within a game. A single game, 20 billion Jojo currency, breaking countless records and solidifying their place as one of the 4 great tycoons. However, don't assume that spending 20 billion was a loss. In fact, after someone conducted a thorough investigation, it was discovered that everything had been meticulously calculated in advance. At the time, the official organizers launched a cashback event, promising a cashback of 50 million yuan for every 100 million yuan recharged. This was just a joke on their part. However, on that very day, the Tianyun Guild launched a national conquest strategy, sweeping through all 108 servers in the game. Overnight, they became the kings of the 108 servers, completing an impossible epic level task, obtaining the Imperial Construction Order, and various rewards. They gained an enormous amount of resources and gained control over the material prices across all servers. In essence, an investment of 10 billion yielded returns exceeding 10 billion. Which game is World, hailed as the prequel to Hope World? However, since it's a 3D game, it only has 30 million players, all of whom are paying users. Today, the Tianyun Guild has reappeared, with its sights set on this bronze treasure chest. But 5 minutes later, no one knew how many players had died, but eventually, the players from the Tianyun Guild arrived at the bronze treasure chest. Just a minute later, a voice rang out. The bronze treasure chest was gone, having been opened by someone else, and there was a note left beside it. What did they write? Someone asked. There's nothing good in the treasure chest. Trust me, I've opened it, said the Grand Commander of the Tianyun Guild. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, near the swallowing monster, a figure appeared. Chapter 27, Kill 10,000 Players, S-Rank Mission. Swish. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have successfully leveled up. Your current level is LV20. You have obtained 13 free attribute points and 8 skill points. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully reached LV20 and automatically triggered the Dark King Awakening quest. Ding. The Dark King Awakening quest has been accepted. Please defeat 10,000 players within 24 hours. If the quest is completed within 24 hours, you will receive various rewards. If the quest is not completed within 24 hours, the Awakening quest will be automatically skipped with no penalties, but you will permanently lose the rewards. Additionally, please note that if you defeat more than 10 times the required number of players within 24 hours, you will receive an unexpected super reward. The Dark Mission. Mission difficulty, S-Class. Mission description: from the moment you choose darkness, all glory will abandon you. Go forth and complete your transformation in the darkness. Blooms of death will soon blossom, and I await your emergence as the nightmare that haunts people's hearts. Task reward, unknown. Second stage task reward, 10 times the original base reward. Kill 10,000 players? Yi-chun was completely baffled. He hadn't expected that upon reaching level 20, he would still need to complete a task to obtain attribute bonuses, and that this task was so absurdly difficult? What does killing 10,000 players even mean? Even killing 10,000 monsters in a single day would be nearly impossible, let alone killing 10,000 players. And if you actually killed 10,000 players, I bet every player in the entire Hope world would curse themselves, right? But if you don't kill the players, to be honest, you'll lose the reward forever. But 10,000 players? Your reputation would be completely ruined. I hope the information in the system is kept strictly confidential. Even the authorities don't know my details, because all the information is stored in the AI brain. It's said that the AI brain can only be activated by the 7 leaders working together, and by the 3rd month, the system will operate independently, at which point even the 7 leaders won't be able to access any information. So killing 10,000 players isn't a problem. Moreover, this is not real killing, it is merely a game. In the past, someone in Hope World slaughtered 1 million players and earned the title of Butcher of Men. Now, killing 10,000 players in Hope World is just a minor feat for me. Yi-chun kept encouraging himself. Killing 10,000 players in PvP battles didn't scare him at all. His main concern was being sought out for revenge in real life. However, the Hope World clearly informed all players that all information about players would be kept confidential, unless the 7 leaders joined forces to unlock it. Otherwise, no one would be able to access it. However, just then, the system sound rang out again. Ding! Due to the special nature of your current mission, the system will strictly protect your information. Your data has been stored in the AI brain, and no one except the AI brain can access your information or data. This is a reward for your profession. Saved to the AI system? At that moment, Yi-chun couldn't help but rejoice. He had been worried about being sought out by reality, but now he had nothing to worry about. Without any further ado, Yi-chun headed straight to the nearby monster spawn point to start killing players. He didn't even bother with the boss for now. The task only had a 24-hour deadline, while the boss quest had 48 hours, leaving him with 42 hours remaining. As for the 12-hour reputation discount, Yi-chun didn't care about that either. He needed to kill enough players within the 24-hour time limit. The areas with monsters of levels 24, 23, 22, and 21 had few players. Clearly, most players were around level 1015, and those who had reached level 20 were as rare as hen's teeth. Therefore, Yi-chun left the main city area. Go directly to the area near the newbie village to check. Sure enough, when I arrived near the newbie village, many players were busy fighting monsters. One of the great things about this world is that no matter how long you play, you never get tired. You can fully utilize your sleep time to play the game. It doesn't interfere with work, and you can still defeat monsters and level up. This is why the world is so popular worldwide. Guys, hurry up and keep grinding, we're almost at level 10. Trust the clan leader, he'll definitely lead us to the top of the rankings. Although the Tianhua clan is just a small clan, we all trust and support one another. Let us unite and grind monsters together to level up. The divine gear is right before us. Hey! Let's go! Here's a song for everyone: a journey through mountains of blades and seas of fire. Sword. Slash the snow-winged eagle in anger. Mountain. Charge boldly into the clouds. Fire. Raging in flames. I'm live streaming the beheading of the king. One after another, voices rang out, especially a man shouting loudly as he was clearing monsters in the wilderness. Live streaming the battle against the king? When Yi-chun heard this, he smiled. Whoosh! No nonsense, just draw the bow and shoot 3 arrows in a second. 470. 320. 380. 3 damage points appeared, not because Yi-chun's attack power had decreased, but because the opponent's health was already that low. Ding! Player Tianhua Xiaozhu has been successfully killed. Ding! Player Tianhua Lele has been successfully killed. Ding! Player Tianhua Zuchan has been killed. Ding! Player Tianhua Lele has been killed. Ding! You have gained 1 point of sin value for maliciously killing a player. A series of system sounds rang out, followed by Yi-chun drawing his bow again and aiming at the other 2 players. Without a doubt, as 2 beams of white light flashed, all 5 players were sent back to the newbie village by Yi-chun. It all happened in just 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, Yi-chun used his dark stealth technique to kill 5 people and then began his hunt. Recommendation votes and flowers are too few. If there are few donations, the author won't say anything, but everyone should do what they can. However, flowers and evaluation votes are free, and if no one contributes, there will be no motivation to write. I'm sure there are some readers who have written something themselves, even published it. If no one supports them, how heartbreaking that must be. Please support us. Thank you. Chapter 28, S-Rank Skill, Dark Domain. I was instantly defeated. The King's Sai? Holy cow, isn't that the big boss? Big shot, we didn't offend you, did we? Why is the King's Sai attacking us? An hour later, countless players stood around the newbie village, looking completely bewildered at the resurrection point. They were extremely curious, and a few players even looked at their teammates with serious expressions. Hey, did any of you offend the king? If so, please leave the group. I'm just an ordinary player, I can't afford to mess with someone like that. At first, all the players were a bit confused, but seeing that everyone seemed to have been killed by Yi-chun, they began to discuss it among themselves. Were you also killed by the king? You're dead too? What is the king up to? I'm not sure, but it looks like the king has something important to do. He's walking ahead of us, so it might have something to do with changing jobs. That's right. The king's profession is probably an assassin, and he might need to kill players to complete his class change quest. The level 20 job change quests are all kinds of things. One of my friends took a quest that was supposed to be delivering a message. I thought it was a good thing, but it turned out to be delivering a message to King Kazuya. Even using a magic array to teleport, it would take a full 2 weeks to deliver. This job change quest is really odd. The players quickly figured out why Yi-chun killed someone, and it seemed like he wasn't even angry. Damn it, the King Sai. I'll never let you off the hook, and you dare to kill me? Brothers, grab your weapons and let's kill him together and loot his legendary gear. Just then, a player shouted angrily, vowing to kill Yi-chun. However, all he received were countless cold stares and mocking laughter. Bro, let's not do this, okay? Can you really take down the king? I heard from a professional gamer friend that the king is likely the top-ranked player in the online gaming community, and even if he's not the top, he's definitely one of the 3 kings. The online gaming community is also known as the global esports scene, where the emperor, 3 kings, 10 lords, 100 heroes, and 1,000 masters are no joke. Even if the king isn't the emperor, he's still a 3 kings level figure. Would you dare to provoke him? Do you believe the king could kill you so badly you couldn't even leave the newbie village? One after another, voices rang out, and the mockery overwhelmed the angry players, leaving them speechless. Bro, I'm just playing a game. I got killed fair and square, and I can't even complain? What kind of world is this? You can't even vent after getting killed? Ha! I was actually killed by the king. Damn it, if I tell anyone, it'll be a honor. The king must be afraid I'll surpass him, so he came to assassinate me to stop me from leveling up. Sigh, I'm truly powerful. Soon, someone emerged from the resurrection point, strutting around with an air of self-importance, causing countless people to stare in disbelief. This is truly bizarre. How can someone be so happy after being killed? Just then, another group suddenly started arguing. You trash! You're just holding me back. The king boss took you out in a second. Look at me, your captain. I managed to hold on for 3 whole seconds before the king boss finally took me down. The captain of a team spoke with pride, leaving countless people speechless once again. Meanwhile, outside the newbie village. Whoosh! Merciless iron arrows flew out, and Yi Chun, with his ID glowing red, roamed around. He killed anyone he saw, and in just 1 hour, he had already killed over 1,000 players and risen to the top of the villain rankings. The villain rankings require 1,000 kill points to qualify, and Yi Chun currently has exactly 1,350 kill points, meaning he has killed 1,350 players. Killing players is much easier than killing monsters. Most can be taken down with a single arrow, though some are more troublesome. They may hide or have special abilities, so Yi Chun needs 2 arrows to defeat them. However, since it's now evening, players have reached a level threshold. Some are level 15 or above and are farming monsters around the 5 major cities, some are still in the newbie village, and others are scattered elsewhere. Unlike the early morning, when the screen was filled with players. However, at the current pace, killing 10,000 players within 24 hours would be quite challenging. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of iron arrows piercing the air echoed, and another group fell before Yi Chun. However, at that moment, Yi Chun suddenly realized something. He hadn't even checked the level 20 skill yet. How could he have forgotten about that? Yi Chushin thought to himself. Because of this task, Yi Chushin had neglected something more important, the skill tree related to the Dark King. Thinking of this, Yi Chushin immediately opened his skill tree. With 32 skill points now, he should have enough to learn 2 new skills. Dark Backstab, lurk behind an enemy and deliver the strongest backstab, dealing triple damage. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requires LV20 to learn in 10 skill points. Dark Clone, summon 13 clones with 100% of your attributes. They last for 5 minutes but can only assist you in killing monsters. Requires level 20 to learn in 10 skill points. Dark Domain, create a dark domain with a 20 by 20 range, dealing 100 damage per second to enemies within the area, lasting for 10 seconds. Ineffective against elite level or higher monsters. Consumes 100% of your magic points as a cost. Requires LV20 to learn in 20 skill points. 3 skills, the first is Backstab, which is also an assassin type skill. Everything else is straightforward. The second is a rare clone ability, which grants 100% of all attributes and randomly summons 1 to 3 clones. However, the third one left Yi Chun completely stunned. Deducting 100 life points and 5% of total life every second for 10 seconds, that's 50% of total life. Unfortunately, it's ineffective against elite level or higher monsters, meaning it's useless against bosses. However, this skill is still extremely powerful. S-rank AoE area of effect spell. And in the very next moment, suddenly, Yi Chun came up with an idea. An idea that could potentially slaughter 100,000 players within 24 hours. Chapter 29, Spread the Message. The Dark Realm is an area of effect AoE damage ability, which is effective for clearing out wild monsters since they don't move away from their fixed locations. However, targeting players is a different matter entirely. Players will actively flee, so the Dark Realm cannot kill 10,000 players, not even a few hundred players can be killed. However, based on the characteristics of the Hope World, which is a virtual world with 100% freedom, if 100,000 players are gathered in a place they cannot escape from, it is possible to kill 100,000 players in a single night. Given the current attributes of most players, even warriors have health points ranging from 500 to 1,000. Those with over 1,000 health points are considered high-level players. I don't expect to actually kill 100,000 players, but if I can kill 50,000 to 60,000, or even 70,000 to 80,000 players within a few hours, I would have a chance to complete the task of killing 100,000 players within 24 hours. Yi Chun thought to himself. The method he had in mind was not simply to unleash skills to kill players. While it was possible to kill 10,000 players within 24 hours by targeting new players, killing 100,000 players was virtually impossible. But what if Yi Chun had a way to gather 100,000 players together? With the Dark Realm, anything is possible. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't help but take a deep breath. He calmed himself down and immediately contacted Xinghuan Bumia. This plan absolutely required assistance to be carried out. Are you still there? Yi Chun asked. Here. King brother, why aren't you sleeping so late? You're truly a big shot, more diligent than other players. Xinghuan Bumia immediately showered him with praise. I have a question, if someone wants to solo a boss, do you think players from other guilds would come to watch? Yi Chun asked. Visit? Brother, do you mean to say, loot the gear? Xinghuan immediately understood what Yi Chun meant and couldn't help but ask. Yes, that's right. Will players from other guilds come too? If it's a level 15 wild boss? Yi Chun asked directly. Of course. If we had known earlier, we would have immediately called all the other guild members to come here. Brother Junwan, are you planning to hunt that wild boss? I advise you not to go. I have confirmed that 4 guilds have already locked onto that boss and are organizing their players. Xinghuan Bumia tried to dissuade him. Organize players? How many have you organized? Those 4 guilds? Yi Chun instantly perked up. The 4 major guilds Shanghai, Xingqian, Xianuan, and Xinjiang, though all ranked on the Earth list, were financially powerful. As far as I knew, the Shanghai Guild had already gathered 3,000 players and planned to attack the boss precisely at midnight tonight. Bumi replied to Yi Chun. Isn't your guild participating? Why are there only 4 of you? Yi Chun was a bit curious. Why were there only 4 guilds, and they were all small ones? Noticing Yi Chun's curiosity, Xinghuan Bumia, eager to curry favor with Yi Chun, immediately explained everything he knew. Brother Junwan, you don't know. First, the developers want to split all players into different newbie villages. Even if everyone enters the game at the same time, they might not end up in the same newbie village. So those large guilds that want to form a human wave tactic find it very difficult to organize. Not only are players tens of thousands of levels apart, but even if they have a human wave tactic, the damage output decreases significantly due to the level difference. Some guilds have tried this, a level 14 mage dealing 0 damage to the Ironback Lion King, and it took 8 attacks to deal a single point of damage. However, a level 15 mage could deal 1 point of damage with a single skill. As a result, many guilds decided to gather level 15 players to tackle the boss. Xinghuan Bumei's explanation isn't very comprehensive, but Yi Chun has a general idea of what's going on. It boils down to 3 points. First, in the Hope world, the human wave tactic is completely ineffective. The official developers have already effectively countered it. For players of the same level, the damage they can inflict on each other is minimal. Additionally, a single boss is accompanied by a large number of minions, which further complicates matters. There aren't even that many spots available. Take the Ironback Lion King, for example. He's in a valley that can only accommodate a maximum of 30,000 players. Additionally, the attack range of basic classes is limited, making it impossible to engage in combat. Second, it's a level 15 wild boss, not worth the effort of a major guild. If it were a level 15 platinum tier boss or a diamond tier boss, that would indeed attract the attention of all guilds across the entire Hope world. Third, as Star Fantasy Immortal mentioned, everyone has scattered to different newbie villages at the start, so it's impossible to gather everyone in one place in a short time. For the reasons mentioned above, this wild boss did not attract much attention. Could you help me out? Feeling that things weren't as straightforward as he had imagined, Yi Chun could only rely on the power of the Xinghuan Guild. You know, King Brother, don't even mention helping out once. Even if you need me for 10 favors, as long as it's something I can do, I'll never refuse. Xinghuan Bumia said earnestly. Help me spread the word that tonight at midnight, I will personally go and take down the boss. You don't need to worry about the rest, just make sure the message gets out. Yi Chun said. Immediately, Xinghuan Bumia was a bit confused. According to logic, if Yi Chun wanted to take down the boss alone, shouldn't he be hiding and fighting quickly? Why does he need to send out a message? What does this mean? But Xinghuan Bumia knew that there were some things that shouldn't be asked at certain times. With that in mind, Xinghuan Bumia replied, alright, and immediately contacted the leader of the Xinghuan Guild. Upon learning of this matter, Xinghuan Wudi remained silent for 5 minutes before instructing Xinghuan Bumei to temporarily set it aside, as he would personally disseminate the information himself. Meanwhile, it was now 9:45. Yi Chun had made all the necessary preparations. Tonight, he plans to hunt down 100,000 players. Achieve a record-breaking feat that has never been seen before in the Hope world. Sure enough, less than 10 minutes later, a message appeared on all major forums, bulletin boards, and even many game groups in the Hope world. Shocking! The King Sai is preparing to solo the wild boss, the Ironback Lion King, at midnight tonight. As soon as the news spread, chaos erupted in all directions. Chapter 30, 250,000 points of damage? Even the King Sai must hunt the Ironback Lion King? The leader of the Qinglong main city and the head of the Shanghai Guild couldn't help but speak out. Master, even if the king himself intervenes, we have already prepared 2,000 elite players. While overwhelming the boss with sheer numbers might be challenging, killing a single player should be a piece of cake, shouldn't it? The man standing beside the president of the Shanghai Guild couldn't help but speak up, clearly not taking Yi Chun seriously. In his mind, how could a single player possibly match 2,000 players? In the former Hope MMORPG, a top-tier player could easily handle not just 2,000, but even 20,000 players. However, this is the Hope world, an upgraded version of Hope, where individual combat abilities have been weakened. Unless the king is a god, in the current situation, 2,000 players would be more than enough to take him down in an instant. But that's not what concerns me. The leader of the Songhai Guild shook his head. He wasn't worried about being unable to defeat Yi-chun, he was worried about something else. Then what is it? The vice president couldn't think of anything else he should be worried about. What I'm worried about isn't the king himself, but the fact that he might attract more guilds and influential figures. He possesses a royal grade weapon, though it's been exposed and isn't as powerful as imagined, it's still a royal grade weapon. I hope there are plenty of wealthy individuals in the world. Plus, since he dared to boast about taking down the boss alone, he must have a trump card. In this world, there are many who want to take advantage of the situation. Everyone thinks they're the lucky one. If he hadn't joined, our chances of defeating the boss tonight would be 70%. But with him here, our chances might not even reach 10%. Many guilds will appear, some refusing to take advantage of the situation, while others will try to recruit the king, and many players will want to see the king's true strength. Tonight is bound to be a fierce battle. Songhai Guild leader spoke thus, but after finishing his words, he finally spoke again. No matter what, our Songhai Guild must fight tonight. We will deploy 2,000 elite players and another 2,000 core guild members to ambush the surrounding areas. At the critical moment, even if we are wiped out, we must secure the Iron-backed Lion King's equipment. After saying this, Songhai Guild leader said no more and turned to go monster hunting to level up. It wasn't just that Songhai Guild, countless other guilds had also heard the news. Everyone believed they had obtained insider information, and very few people were actually in the know. Even some lone players have received the news, and players are gradually learning that tonight at midnight, the most prominent player in the current world will be the focus of attention. The King Sai was heading to take on the level 15 Ironback Lion King alone. Instantly, countless players surrounded the Ironback Lion King, some pretending to fight monsters while actually waiting for Yi-chun to appear, others hiding in trees or grass, all waiting for exactly midnight. 2 hours later, it was already 11:30 p.m. Yi-chun used those 2 hours to have a meal. He hadn't eaten all day. Although playing games required little energy, going without food for an entire day was unsustainable. So, he took the time to have a proper meal and ate until he was full. It was just enough. There was still half an hour left until midnight. Yi-chun was lurking in the shadows, but he sensed the presence of many people. Be careful, the boss could appear at any moment. Everyone stay alert. Once he reduces the boss's health to critical, we'll strike immediately to deal the final blow and claim the loot. You all tank the damage while I grab the gear. If you get it, run, don't hesitate. Death isn't an option, the gear is the priority. And now an intermediate bronze equipment can sell for $500, an advanced one for $1,000, and the highest level ones range from $3,000 to $5,000, and there are even equipment with exceptional attributes that can sell for $10,000. If we get a silver equipment, we can sell it for at least $10,000. There are 5 of us, so $2,000 each is absolutely fair. Hiding in the grass, someone spoke slowly, unable to suppress their laughter. In the darkness, Yi-chun had a detection rate of 600 points, meaning that even if he stood right next to other players, they wouldn't notice him. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yi-chun roughly counted the number of people along the way. At a glance, there were at least 7 or 8,000, if not 10,000. Indeed, his guess was correct. Once the information was released, people would naturally come. Some were there out of admiration for him, but the vast majority of players were there too and hide in the shadows. They probably didn't notice the guild players and sent scouts to wait nearby. Once the critical moment arrives, these people will likely all rush out. Yi-chun sneered inwardly, but he didn't care. With the dark domain at his disposal, he would choose to lie low and disappear at the critical moment, letting them fight each other, then release the dark domain. That would be the time to reap the rewards. At 11:45, Yi-chun arrived at the valley where the Iron-backed Lion King was resting. This Iron-backed Lion King really knew how to sleep. It had been sleeping soundly since daytime. 4 Iron-backed demon lions, elite monsters, guarded the area from all 4 directions, looking extremely serious. Another 10 minutes passed, and there were noticeably more people around. Yi-chun could sense it. He remained hidden in the darkness, waiting for the right moment. With 32 skill points, I learned 2 skills, Dark Backstab and Dark Domain. I hope they'll come in handy when the time comes. He thought to himself. 5 minutes later, at exactly 12 o'clock, Yi-chun didn't waste any words. He aimed directly at the Iron-backed Lion King and unleashed the curse of the king. At that moment, a blood-red damage effect appeared in the air. 250,000. 25,000? The next moment, even Yi-chun was stunned. A level 15 wild monster actually had 500,000 HP? That's way too exaggerated. Wow! 25,000? In an instant, screams and gasps echoed through the arena. Upon seeing the damage, tens of thousands of players were completely stunned, unable to believe what they had witnessed. 25,000 damage points? How was that even possible? A top-tier professional player stared at the damage output in complete disbelief. Chapter 31, Boss Evolution, Silver Moon Lion King. 250,000 damage points? When all the players saw this damage, they were left speechless, with no other emotions besides shock. Today is the first day the server went live, and even scoring a few hundred points of damage is considered impressive. Now, a damage output of 250,000 points is simply mind-boggling. 8,000. 8,000. 8,000. 32,000. 12,000. The King's Wrath and King's Strike were unleashed instantly, and a backstab was even more ferocious and terrifying, dealing 8,000 points of damage. This was Yi Chun's maximum damage output. At level 20, he had a level advantage, so his normal attacks could deal 4,000 points of damage. First, he unleashed the King's Wrath, a standard combo attack that dealt a critical hit of 8,000 damage. Then came the King's Strike, dealing 32,000 damage, 8 times the base damage, unaffected by critical hits. Finally, a backstab dealt triple damage, also unaffected by critical hits. In an instant, Yi Chun dealt massive damage in just 4 seconds. 68,000 points of damage, a figure so terrifying it left everyone speechless. This is the advantage of level suppression. Yi Chun's current attributes are equivalent to those of an elite monster, but more importantly, the skills Yi Chun possesses are all S-rank skills, making him overwhelmingly powerful. This is the true Assassin King, hunting down enemies in the dead of night. Darkness creeps in, and Yi Chun swiftly creates distance. In the next instant, the iron-backed Lion King roars to the heavens, awakening from his slumber. The pain is so intense that he questions the meaning of life, and the earth trembles. One by one, earthen spikes emerge, piercing the enemies. Boom! Boom! The ground trembles. This is a magical earth spike, causing area of effect damage, reducing movement speed, and dealing extremely high damage. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 1,500. One by one, the attacks landed, and many players hiding in the shadows were instantly cleared away by the earth spikes. The terrifying damage stood out vividly in the darkness of the night. Thanks to his terrifying agility, Yi Chun dodged the magical earth spikes. If he had been hit even once, his life would have been over. With less than 200,000 health points remaining, these guys are still able to hold their ground. They're really impressive. Yi Chushin sneered inwardly. With the boss now having less than 200,000 HP remaining, if 5,000 level 15 players were to appear, they could definitely take down this boss within 5 minutes. However, the fact that no one was showing up meant they didn't want to pay too high a price. They just wanted Yi Chushin to be their free labor. However, as the saying goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. It remains to be seen who will be the mantis and who will be the oriole. Whoosh! 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 The arrows of the swift wind shot out, dealing 3 more 8,000-point red damage hits. Immediately after, Yi Chun unleashed the King's Combo, dealing over 20,000 damage, followed by 3 normal attacks. It took a full 3 minutes. Including dodging and damage output, the iron-backed Lion King was already on the brink of death, with less than 100,000 HP remaining. However, at that very moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. The boss is low on health. We can take him down now. The first one to kill the boss will get the legendary gear. As the sound rang out, dozens of players suddenly stood up and charged forward. These were just minor enemies, solo players, but one after another, more solo players stood up as well. This was the bandwagon effect. Originally, everyone had intended to continue waiting, but upon seeing someone take action, others quickly followed suit. At this point, several small guilds also joined in. Each guild had around 400 to 500 members, and with 6 or 7 such small guilds acting together, the valley was suddenly filled with magical arrow showers and players rushing in. Act immediately. Warriors take the front line to absorb damage, while assassins protect the mages and archers from the shadows. Stay calm and don't panic. Finally, the leadership of a major guild has issued orders. Originally, a few players didn't want to get involved, but with so many players now tackling the challenge, they couldn't just sit back and wait for trouble. Iron-backed Lion King, Yi Chun dealt the most damage, so Yi Chun had the right to claim the equipment. However, whoever killed the boss would gain the second equipment claim right, allowing them to loot part of the equipment. Therefore, everyone is competing for the final kill, and the player who lands the final blow also becomes the first to defeat the boss. Countless players began to compete fiercely. Some had simple goals, they just wanted the first kill, whether to show off or to claim the rewards, each with their own motives. Yi Chun hid in the shadows, with a detection level of -600 points, making him nearly impossible to spot, even for a boss. However, while everyone was busy fighting the boss, Yi Chun began to officially carry out his plan. Dark Realm. Yi Chun immediately unleashed his ultimate move, and in an instant, a massive dark magic array appeared. The array looked extremely eerie and terrifying, but the players did not notice anything unusual. Roar! And at that very moment, the iron-backed Lion King suddenly let out a terrifying roar, the sound waves stunning countless players in the surrounding area. Instead of hunting the players, the iron-backed Lion King turned its attention to 4 elite monsters, devouring them whole with its gaping maw, a sight that was utterly terrifying.
At that very moment, a beam of moonlight shone upon the iron-backed Lion King.
Soon, the iron-backed Lion King grew larger, and its brown fur turned silver-white, as if it had evolved.
Immediately afterward, a voice rang out. Ding!
Due to triggering a hidden setting, the iron-backed Lion King has evolved into the Silver Moon Lion King, level 20, silver-ranked boss. Please note that since the iron-backed Lion King is the first boss to evolve in the entire server, defeating the Silver Moon Lion King today will guarantee a drop of at least one golden item, along with various other rich rewards. The system sound rang out, and at that moment, all players in the entire Johto Kingdom region were stunned. In Juke City, a woman was hunting a level 15 fixed boss. Upon hearing the news, the woman clad in a fiery red cloak spoke slowly. All members of the Fire God Palace are heading to the Silver Moon Lion King's location to hunt the boss.
The Fire God Palace is ranked 7th in the Esports Guild rankings and 7th on the Heavenly rankings.
Outside Qinglong City, a man dressed in a white robe froze upon hearing the system's voice. He then curled the corners of his mouth upward and said, "I never expected someone to trigger this hidden setting. It truly caught me off guard. I had planned to act in a week, but now it seems." At this point, he opened his private messages to contact several people and said, "All of Tiangong, mobilize. Silver Moon Wolf King, this is a matter of great importance.
Let's move out." The Heavenly Palace is the 4th ranked Esports Guild and 4th on the Heavenly rankings.
At this moment, countless large guilds set off immediately. Previously, there wasn't much at stake, but now things are different.
Chapter 32, Merciless Slaughter. The Silver Moon Lion King did not attack.
He soared through the sky, beams of moonlight entering his body and becoming his nourishment. Even if someone attacked him, their attacks would be ineffective.
This is evolution, healing wounds.
During this battle, Yi Chun had already killed 3,000 players, but this did not attract any attention. The vast majority of those killed were lone players.
Boss evolution? This is going to cause a major incident.
Yi Chun was lurking in the shadows, having already left the valley.
He lay on the ground, watching everything carefully. At the same time, Xinghuan Bumia sent a message.
"Holy crap, brother Junwan, you're really something.
You actually knew about the hidden settings. This iron-backed Lion King is the only wild boss in the newbie village.
If more than 50,000 people participate in killing it while 4 elite monsters are still alive, a hidden effect will be triggered, and this iron-backed Lion King will evolve. The official website has already released the latest news. The iron-backed Lion King can evolve again, but the conditions are extremely difficult. King brother, all 72 Earth rank guilds are participating, and many top players from the 36 Heaven rank guilds have also chosen to join the battle. King brother, I truly admire you so much." He shouted excitedly, believing that the iron-backed Lion King's evolution was caused by Yi Chun.
In reality, Yi Chun was only indirectly responsible.
He had no idea there were hidden settings involved.
The iron-backed Lion King could actually evolve? How boring is that? Did the official developers provide any attributes for this? Yi Chun asked curiously.
Attributes are naturally not disclosed, but the official announcement was very clear this time. Whoever manages to defeat this iron-backed Lion King will receive unprecedented rewards, the most important of which are a massive amount of experience points and reputation points.
Moreover, if this Silver Moon Lion King evolves into a Spirit Moon Lion King, a level 30 golden tier boss, the rewards will be even more abundant. I anticipate that a rare million-point event may occur in the near future.
Xinghuan Bumia was so excited he could barely speak coherently. The so-called million-player event refers to an event where 1,000,000 players participate, which is extremely rare in the esports scene. It might not even happen once a year. Such an event typically occurs only when there is a major event requiring perfect timing, location, and circumstances. However, it seems that no one needs to plan anything now, as more and more players are arriving, though none have entered the core area yet. Instead, they have gone to other areas to discuss strategies and plan their battles. This was bound to be a fierce battle. With only 90,000 players remaining, if things continue this way, we will undoubtedly eliminate 100,000 players. Yi Chuxin thought to himself. Roar! Just then, the Silver Moon Lion King let out a roar. At that moment, he had completed his evolution, becoming a silver tier boss capable of attacking. Charge! Defeat the boss and loot legendary gear. This time, it's really divine gear. Even if he evolves, with our strength, he's still going to die. Brothers, let's go in together and see who comes out on top. One after another, voices rang out as countless players charged forward. In the valley, countless players appeared, all here to hunt the boss. The Silver Moon Lion King roared, and in an instant, the sound waves shook the ground, instantly killing all players within hundreds of meters of him. Immediately afterward, balls of flame appeared, forming what seemed to be a magical array. The flames raged, turning the area into a fiery inferno. This is high-level magic, the Flame Magic Array. Anyone touched by this flame will immediately lose 500 HP and suffer continuous damage. The evolved Iron-backed Lion King possesses several AoE area of effect magical skills, all of which deal high-tier magical damage. Even Yi Chun dares not confront it head-on and can only hide in the shadows.
However, Yi-chun wasn't idle. He was finishing off enemies, continuously drawing his bow and firing arrows to kill players. But Yi-chun was only targeting players who were already on the brink of death. Because these players served a specific purpose, Yi-chun needed them to chip away at his health. The Silver Moon Lion King is also a target Yi-chun aims to defeat. This is a silver tier boss, and the official game has already announced the rewards, a 100% chance to obtain a golden item. As for what exactly it will be, that remains unclear, but it is definitely a golden item. Currently, it is the second day since the server launched, and aside from the lottery and some other methods, there are no other ways to obtain it. Can you obtain gold equipment by normally defeating monsters and leveling up? Absolutely not. If Yi-chun currently had a golden tier weapon, what would that mean? It would be able to defeat anything in its path. 1. Unfortunately, however, the vast majority of players can only deal a small amount of damage, even when the level difference isn't too significant. If the level difference is too large, the damage dealt is extremely low. Yi-chun also didn't forget to follow up with damage. As soon as the King's Combo and King's Strike cooldowns were up, Yi-chun immediately activated Dark Stealth to finish off the enemies. Because after the boss is defeated, equipment ownership is distributed based on individual damage, group damage, and the final kill. The player with the highest individual damage receives 1/3, the final killer receives 1/3, and the player with the highest group damage also gains ownership rights, but this is merely ownership, you must claim it to make it yours. If you can't claim it, forget about it. But other players won't be able to snatch it either. Whoosh! Whoosh! Arrow after arrow flew through the air, and one by one, players fell under Yi-chun's hands. However, no one found this unusual. After all, this was a boss battle, and Yi-chun had always intended to take it on alone. The others were there to claim the boss, so it made perfect sense for Yi-chun to act first. Roar! The Silver Moon Lion King leaped suddenly, crushing 7 or 8 players under its feet. It then opened its blood-stained maw, biting into 3 or 4 players, instantly gaining 300 to 400 points of health. This was the bloodthirsty state. Once the Silver Moon Lion King's health drops below 90%, there is a chance it will enter the bloodthirsty state. 2 million health points, a silver tier boss, is it really that terrifying? Yi-chun furrowed his brows. He had been calculating the damage data. Just by himself, he had dealt 100,000 points of damage, and the combined damage from the other players should be around 200,000. Taking into account the Silver Moon Lion King's own health regeneration speed, Yi-chun concluded that the total health was 2 million points. Moreover, its attack power was over 2,000, with critical hits potentially reaching 5,000. This kind of boss is probably unbeatable even by 10,000 players. After all, it's only the first day the server has been open. Oh, wait, it's actually the second day now. It's only the second day, there can't be too many powerful players yet. Dark Realm. 10 minutes later, Yi-chun activated the Dark Realm skill. In the valley, over a dozen guild groups had appeared, with tens of thousands of players gathered here. At that moment, Yi-chun immediately activated his skill. In less than 10 seconds, a series of system sounds rang out. In the valley overrun with enemies, a large group of players suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, Yi-chun's villain points had accumulated to 43,000, meaning he had killed nearly 30,000 players in one go. The cooldown time for the Dark Realm was half an hour. This means that the task can definitely be completed tonight. The update was going smoothly today, but the editor suddenly notified me that the book's performance has been rated as D grade in an internal evaluation. While other metrics are decent, the number of donations is particularly low. This is because the donation count can indicate a book's subscription to donation ratio. Even if a book has 10,000 bookmarks, there might only be a few hundred paid subscribers. The author isn't asking for much. Could everyone please consider giving some donations? Even just $1 would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much. Chapter 33, Heavenly Palace vs. Fire God Palace. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 1 point of villainy. Ding! Congratulations, you have earned 1 point of villainy. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 1 point of villainy. Ding! Congratulations, you've earned 1 point of villainy. The ding-ding sound kept ringing out. Yi-chun remained extremely calm as he hunted down players. On the other hand, the boss was no longer his primary target, as the damage dealt by the King's Combo and King's Strike was data that no other player could surpass. Currently, in the boss's personal damage rankings, Yi-chun is in first place with a cumulative damage of 250,000. The previous King's Curse has already expired, as the Iron-backed Lion King has evolved into the Silver Moon Lion King, with its health and magic points fully restored. The King's Curse can only be cast on a single target once, so it cannot be reapplied to the Iron-backed Lion King. However, this is sufficient. Ordinary players cannot deal any damage, while other players can only inflict a single point of damage. Some skilled players may deal 10 to 50 points of damage, but only a few players can land a critical hit for 100 points of damage. Fire God Palace is fully booked. All casual players, please leave. At that very moment, a series of voices rang out, followed by a neatly arranged group arriving. At a glance, there were roughly 5,000 players standing there in perfect formation. At the front were numerous warriors wielding various weapons, followed by mages and archers in the middle, and more warriors at the rear, with a portion of sorcerers among them. The entire formation was highly disciplined and well organized. It must be said that a major guild is a major guild, and a top-ranked guild is truly unique. In the current Hope world, obtaining a single piece of equipment is already considered quite impressive, yet the Fire God Palace has managed to equip every single member with a full set of gear. Although all the equipment is white tier, 30% of the players possess bronze tier weapons, which is indeed quite alarming. Consider this, even Yi Chun, with a luck bonus of 100 points, after spending so much time farming monsters, only managed to obtain a single set of white equipment. Yet these players have obtained 5,000 sets of white equipment and over 1,000 pieces of bronze equipment. It must be said that the Fire God Palace is truly powerful and terrifying. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that with enough resources, such achievements are attainable. These 5,000 players represent the elite core of the Fire God Palace, yet the entire Fire God Palace boasts over 1 million members, managed through a membership system and internal governance. With contributions of equipment and gold coins from millions of players, the management players distribute and allocate these resources. Equipping 5,000 elite core players is more than sufficient. As the saying goes, this is how the wealthy play the game, having 1 million people support a single account. Even if you're the luckiest person alive, you couldn't possibly compete. Of course, such wealthy individuals are few and far between, and I hope the game development community will include the old team behind the game Hope. Therefore, they intentionally added many restrictions. In the previous game, wealthy players could hire others to do tasks for them, such as weakening a monster to low health, then letting the wealthy player finish it off to gain experience points. Now there are numerous restrictions in place, so even if a wealthy player has plenty of money, they can't expect to dominate the game, they're still limited. Of course, even with these restrictions, they're still powerful, after all, they're big spenders. Fire God Palace? I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Just then, out of nowhere, a large number of players appeared from the north, outnumbering the Fire God Palace by more than double, with over 10,000 players appearing in the north. They formed a square formation, gazing intently at the Fire God Palace in the east. Have the players from the Heavenly Palace also arrived? Fire God Palace, Heavenly Palace? The 7th and 4th ranked guilds on the heavenly rankings, the leaders of these two guilds are the creme de la creme among the wealthy players. A mere silver ranked boss has actually attracted 2 heavenly ranked guilds? Is it really that strong? What do you mean mere? The official website announced that killing this silver ranked boss would grant a first kill reward in server-wide recognition. They're not after the rewards, they're after the fame. You might not know this, but in the esports scene today, the Hope World game has become the ultimate stage for determining esports prowess. That's right, Hope World is the first groundbreaking MMORPG, with an enormous platform and value surpassing countless other online games. The esports scene itself is full of things that are hard to define, and opinions vary on who is stronger or weaker. That's why insiders now view Hope World as a massive stage. Whoever becomes famous there truly becomes a sensation in the gaming world. After all, even the once popular game Hope only had hundreds of millions of players, while this game could potentially have hundreds of billions of players, or even global participation. The Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace are after fame, while we're after gear and opportunities. Brothers, let's hide and let them fight it out. The players were buzzing with discussion, some surprised, others hitting the nail on the head. Indeed, it is hoped that the world has now become the largest platform in the esports industry, surpassing all previous games in terms of value and significance. At the level of the Heavenly Rank Guild, it's not about equipment or weapons. Even the highest tier golden gear isn't worth mobilizing 5,000 players. After all, it's not a siege battle or a national war. There's simply no need to waste resources and effort. To become a guild on the heavenly rankings, it's absolutely not just about throwing money at it. It requires both strategic intelligence and true strength. The objectives of the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace are straightforward: to announce across the entire server that they will be the first guild to defeat the Silver Boss. If they succeed, they could potentially surpass the Heavenly Palace in the year-end guild rankings or even become one of the top 3 guilds. Warriors should clear out the weaker enemies, while sorcerers should grant blessing skills to archers and mages, specifically requesting damage boosting buffs. If the buffs wear off, players must immediately consume status purification potions to refresh them before refocusing their attacks and hunting down the boss. The Fire God Palace commander spoke coldly, ignoring the Heavenly Palace players. The Heavenly Palace elite forces were ready, launching a full-scale attack on the Lion King. Warriors and assassins drew aggro and dealt damage, while mages and archers took turns attacking, ensuring no gaps were left. Meanwhile, the sorcerers cast the weakness curse spell. The Heavenly Palace commander says no more. The 2 major guilds begin their battle. However, just then, several more guild groups appeared, though their numbers were not large, ranging from 1,000 to 3,000 members.
These were medium to large-sized guilds, steadily contributing to the battle, clearly aiming to steal the spoils from the victors. At that moment, the valley was teeming with players. Yi Chun did not choose to attack the guild members but instead continuously hunted down lone players.
Soon, the Dark Domain skill was once again available. Yi Chun once again unleashed the Dark Domain.
This time, Yi Chun killed a full 30,000 players, bringing the total to over 70,000 evil points.
One more time, and the task would be completed. Please follow and support me. Can you spare some donations? Even $1 would be appreciated. It would give the author some confidence. With around 6 or 7,000 followers, I doubt many would be willing to pay, but I'm truly grateful. Chapter 34, New SSS Rank Mission, Slaughter 5 Million.
The Fire God Palace truly lives up to its name, and the Heavenly Palace also lives up to its name. Standing on the cliff, Yi Chun continuously fired arrows while marveling at the players from the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace. The two teams, as members of the Heavenly Rankings Guild, were indeed formidable, one with 10,000 members and the other with 5,000. Both sides maintained strict order, ensuring no friendly fire occurred. Moreover, the 5,000 elite troops of the Fire God Palace inflict damage that is no less than that of the Heavenly Palace, and the two major guilds must have some trump cards up their sleeves. On the other hand, the lone players have no order and are mercilessly slaughtered by the Silver Moon Lion King. Regardless, the players from the Heavenly Palace and the Fire God Palace have also suffered devastating blows, as this is, after all, a boss.
A silver-ranked boss. Clang!
In the next instant, the Silver Moon Lion King's silver hair transformed into countless silver needles, shooting out in all directions. Yi Chun moved at an incredible speed, but 3 needles still pierced his body, dealing 300 points of damage to his health.
This was the moment. Yi Chun had been waiting all along.
Once the boss cast his area of effect spell, he would activate his Dark Realm. Otherwise, if he had activated it directly, he risked the boss stealing the kill, which would have been a wasted effort. A large number of players died in the valley, including members from various guilds, and even players from the Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace were caught in the crossfire.
Leader!
We've lost over 800 men, all killed by the king. A member of the Fire God Palace spoke up and reported the situation to their superiors.
The king's sigh?
The commander of the Fire God Palace this time was the vice president, Fire God Panda. Upon hearing this news, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Soon, Fire God Panda spoke up loudly, "King, we are from the Fire God Palace and have no grudge against you. Although you were soloing this boss, it has evolved, and with just your strength, you cannot defeat it. However, if you are willing to assist us in defeating this boss, we can give you an item, and you will have priority, even if it is a golden tier item." The Fire God Panda spoke earnestly. They cared about fame, of course, but equipment was also important to them. However, it wasn't something they were willing to sacrifice much for. Now he wants to make peace and form an alliance with Yi Chun.
Your Majesty, we are willing to relinquish all ownership of our equipment in exchange for your assistance.
The Tiangong players also spoke up, with the commander directly relinquishing all equipment, which would now belong to Yi Chun. They understood that the importance of securing the first kill outweighed the ownership of the equipment.
However, Yi Chun didn't care about the equipment at all. What he wanted was to complete the mission. Equipment could always be obtained later.
Nevertheless, Yi Chun made a statement. "This boss was killed by me. You took it by force, which is already a lack of respect for me, so don't blame me." Yi Chun spoke up directly. The facts were indeed as he stated. They had been fighting over the boss, which was originally a boss that Yi Chun had been soloing.
Regardless of whether Yi Chun could have soloed it successfully or not, the fact remained that Yi Chun had dealt the highest damage.
From a logical standpoint, it was indeed the two guilds that were at fault first. But in the world of online games, there is no logic.
Ding!
Player killed successfully.
Gained 1 villain point. Current villain points, 99,998. Ding!
Player killed successfully, gained 1 villain point.
Current villain points, 99999. Ding!
Player killed successfully, gained 1 villain point.
Current villain points, 99999. Ding!
Player killed successfully, gained 1 evil points.
Current evil points, 100000. The damage inflicted by the Dark Realm is terrifying.
With the additional damage from the Silver Moon Lion King, the Dark Realm has once again reaped a harvest of lives. It is now past 2 a.m., and Yi Chun has spent over 2 hours successfully killing 100,000 players.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the Dark King's second tier quest ahead of schedule. However, since it is still early, you have some time remaining. Do you wish to challenge a higher difficulty level? If you succeed, you will inherit a portion of the Dark King's divine power. If you fail, you will lose everything. The system beeped again. The task of killing 100,000 players was completed, yet there was another new task. However, the new task is a bit excessive. Failure means losing everything? Who knows what it entails? What if it requires killing 1 million players? That would be disastrous. Rejected.
That's right, Yi Chun chose to refuse, not because he was cowardly, but because he didn't want to do something he wasn't sure about.
However, the next moment, the system voice sounded. Ding!
Since you chose to refuse, the hidden settings have been triggered.
Your second stage professional quest is complete, but the reward will be halved. The heir to the Great Dark King is not one to be weak. If you choose to accept, even if you fail, you will still receive the second stage reward. This is merely a test.
The system voice rang out, causing Yi Chun to pause in surprise.
He sighed, this system is always so unfair.
However, Yi Chun immediately chose to rewind time.
Returning to 1 minute earlier, Yi Chun once again unleashed the Dark Domain.
At the same time, the two guild commanders spoke the same words, and Yi Chun responded with the same words.
Immediately afterward, the system alert sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Dark King's second transformation quest ahead of schedule. However, since it is still early, you have some time remaining. Would you like to challenge a higher difficulty level?
If you succeed, you will inherit part of the Dark King's divine power.
If you fail, you will lose everything.
Hearing the message of task completion, Yi Chun hesitated not a moment and accepted the challenge.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden settings. Due to your courage and determination, you will receive a professional awakening reward even if the task is not completed. Additionally, if you complete the next task, the reward will be multiplied by 10. Please accumulate the elimination of 5 million players within the remaining 18 hours. This is an SSS ranked task.
Completing it will multiply your rewards by 10 and grant you a 4S ranked task reward.
Please note, this mission is of critical importance. Once completed, you will experience a significant leap in growth. A series of system sounds rang out. This left Yi Chun dumbfounded. Chapter 35, The Evolution Method of the Silver Moon Lion King?
With 100,000 points of villainy, I'm currently at the top of the villain rankings. I never expected such a terrifying task to appear now.
To slaughter 5 million players and complete it within 24 hours? This is absolutely impossible.
But precisely because this task is impossible to complete, once it is accomplished, what was originally an SSS ranked task will be upgraded to SSSS ranked, but this is a one-time only reward, and the task must be completed.
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
That was Yi Chun's first reaction, because it was simple. There were only 18 hours left to complete the mission, and 5 million players. What did that even mean? The area within tens of thousands of meters was already completely filled with players.
5 million players.
Yi Chun didn't even know how long it would take to kill them all, even if the Dark Realm had no cooldown. After all, once a player dies, they have to wait an hour to revive, unless they spend money. But the vast majority of players wouldn't spend money on reviving, since they can just wait an hour to revive for free.
Why would they spend money on that?
Only some large guilds are willing to spend money, but the two major guilds, Tiangong and Huoshengong, combined have 15,000 members. Yi Chun would have to slaughter them 300 or 400 times to complete this task.
What does 5 million people even mean? Yi Chun's scalp tingled, and he didn't even want to say anything. Even if we started killing them all right now, we couldn't kill 5 million people, could we? This is simply an impossible task. Just then, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Since this mission is classified as SSS level difficulty, the player is provided with 3 options for assistance. First, you may immediately level up by 20 levels, but this is a temporary boost. Second, you may immediately obtain 200 skill points, but this is a temporary boost. Third, your health points will be temporarily increased by 10,000, and your attack power will be temporarily increased by 2,000. At this moment, the system voice sounded. Though these 3 options seem vastly different, their actual value is the same. By advancing 10 levels, one can learn the LV40 Dark King skill, the second grants 200 skill points to enhance existing skills, and the third provides pure attribute bonuses. I choose the second enhancement.
Yi Chun had no thoughts on the matter and directly chose skill points, as leveling up wouldn't make him strong enough to kill 5 million players, and improving attributes wouldn't have a significant impact either. Killing a boss was manageable, but slaughtering 5 million players was another matter entirely.
I can't do it. Yi Chun had completely given up on this task. To be honest, it wasn't that he was incapable.
After working tirelessly for 4 hours, he had only managed to kill 10,000 players.
Now he was being asked to slaughter 5 million players? What kind of concept was that? A small city only has 5 million people, right? Slaughtering an entire city? Would a day and night even be enough? Even with a machine gun, it wouldn't be enough, would it? So no matter what, Yi Chun had no plans at all.
After obtaining 200 skill points, Yi Chun allocated all of them to the Dark Domain. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yi Chun had 12 skill points of his own, plus 200, totaling 210 skill points, which was exactly enough to advance 6 levels.
The Dark Realm had now been upgraded to LV8. Darkness Domain, LV8. Creates a 200 by 200 meter area of darkness, dealing 400 damage per second and an additional 10 damage per second.
Ineffective against elite monsters and higher-tier magical creatures. Lasts for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes and consumes 50% of magic points. The LV8 Dark Domain deals 400 damage per second and an additional 10% of the target's maximum health. While this damage is certainly formidable, what practical use does it have? With a 200 by 200 range 20 times larger than before, it can easily cover an entire valley, meaning it has the power to annihilate 50,000 to 100,000 players in an instant. However, even if all current players were annihilated, it would serve no purpose. There are only 200,000 players here, and many are just watching. After killing them all, only large guilds would be willing to spend money to revive their characters. Who among the casual players would spend money to revive themselves? Plus, there's another thing: if you kill so many people, those guilds aren't pushovers. If they all come after you later, wouldn't that be a disaster? But the more important point is, these guild players, they'll just get killed by me and still stay here? Dream on. So, 5 million people is an impossible task. With that in mind, Yi-Chun's target is this silver boss. Anyway, the rewards for the second stage won't be any less, it's just the third stage rewards that are gone. Sigh, I wish you hadn't told me. Now that I know, I won't be able to complete it. It's absolutely toxic. Yi-Chun couldn't help but complain. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, half an hour had gone by. Yi-Chun had consistently been the top player in terms of individual damage output. During that time, he had also killed many other players, not because he was trying to complete a task, but simply because it was convenient to do so. Roar! Finally, after an hour, the Silver Moon Lion King could no longer hold on. He was on the brink of death, his health points nearly depleted. But at that very moment, the Silver Moon Lion King unleashed a terrifying burst of magical power. One by one, pillars appeared. These were earth-based magic spells, Earth Spirit pillars, dealing area of effect damage and blocking players' movement. Soon, each pillar began to emit a glow, channeling energy into the Silver Moon Lion King's body. A pill-like object appeared before him, and he began to absorb the power of the moonlight. Immediately afterward, a series of voices echoed through the air. Hurry up, that's his demon beast pill. Destroy it quickly, or else he'll regain his health. Quick, focus your attacks. As the sound rang out, Yi-Chun also frantically dealt damage, attacking for a full 40 seconds. Combined with the attacks of countless other players, the magic beast Dan finally shattered, and the Silver Moon Lion King lay lifeless on the ground, transforming into a beam of white light. Immediately afterward, a golden glow flickered on the ground. However, at that very moment, Xinghuan's private chat message sounded. What a pity! The Silver Moon Lion King failed to evolve into a golden tier boss. If the demon beast pill hadn't shattered earlier, it would have only needed to stabilize for 5 minutes, giving it a 50% chance to evolve into a golden tier boss, and it would have been the first wild golden tier boss in the world. Players from the 3,000 nearby newbie villages could have all participated in this boss battle. This was an official hidden Easter egg. At that moment, Xinghuan Bumie spoke up, privately messaging Yi-Chun. Upon the Silver Moon Lion King's death, he had already seen the latest announcement on the official website. It clearly stated the method for the Silver Moon Lion King's evolution. Can all 3,000 newbie village players participate? How do they participate? The next moment, Yi-Chun was astonished. There will be a boss teleportation gate. The official explanation is that the Silver Moon Lion King is resting here because this is an ancient altar with a terrifying magical array beneath it, connected to another hidden quest that has not yet been activated. The Silver Moon Lion King detected the ability to evolve here. Once he evolves, it will trigger the magical array, causing him to appear in the 3,000 newbie villages around him. Players can use the magical array to teleport directly to this location and receive an additional 10 free death buffs. This golden tier boss has evolved twice, mutating into a platinum tier boss. Xinghuan Bumie said this. Sigh. The next moment, Yi-Chun's eyes widened. He hadn't expected there to be such a surprise. However, Yi-Chun didn't waste any time and immediately chose to rewind time. New book, please add to your favorites and support it in every way possible. The third update is now available. Chapter 36, The Evolution of the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, the world's attention. Chapter 36, The Evolution of the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, captivating the world. From the very beginning, why did the iron-backed Lion King appear here? This was no coincidence. And the fact that it slept from day to night, was that also a coincidence? This is actually an Easter egg and hidden feature. There is an ancient magical array here, which was preset as part of the game's storyline. After the iron-backed Lion King evolves into the Silver Moon Lion King, you can activate the array and obtain the ability for a second evolution. Evolving from a bronze boss to a silver boss, and then from a silver boss to a golden boss, directly becoming the biggest Easter egg at server launch. At that time, numerous portals will appear, essentially allowing countless players to engage in group attacks, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. The boss will inevitably die, it's simply a way to give players an advantage. Of course, other servers have similar settings, but they must be properly configured. Otherwise, even if such a feature exists, it will be useless without the proper setup. At this very moment, Yi-chan returned to 1 minute earlier. At that moment, the Silver Moon Lion King expelled his own demon beast pill, absorbing a certain energy, while the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace launched a coordinated attack, including other lone players. However, at that very moment, Yi-chan directly unleashed his Dark Domain, enhancing its level, and it immediately covered the entire valley. This skill was ineffective against the boss, so Yi-chan wasn't the least bit concerned. At that very moment, the two commanders overseeing the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace were intently focused on the boss, eager to deliver the final blow. But just then, both of them suddenly noticed that their health bars were rapidly decreasing. Their faces turned pale, for the rate of decrease was staggering 400 or 500 health points per second. As commanders and high-ranking players in the guild, they only had over 1,000 health points, meaning they couldn't last more than 3 seconds. What the hell? How is health being deducted? Is this the boss's final move? How did my health drop so suddenly? 480 points of damage? Me? At LV8 Dark Domain, 400 HP per second plus 10% of total HP deducted. What does that even mean? Based on current player data, an average warrior's health is barely over 800, with most hovering around 500.
The Dark Realm can eliminate all players in just 2 or 3 seconds.
Even players from the Celestial Palace and the Fire God Palace couldn't last more than 4 seconds before being killed. The commanders of the entire Heavenly Palace and Fire God Palace were also baffled. When they checked who had killed them after dying, they weren't surprised, but when the entire guild started to stir up a commotion, everyone was baffled. Damn it, I was actually killed by the king. I was also killed by the king. What exactly is the king's profession? His AoE damage is way too powerful. Were you also killed by the king? I thought I was the only one. The king is truly the king. Did he take down our entire guild by himself? People were discussing it, but no one blamed Yi-chan, because this was a game, and besides, they had already made the first mistake by stealing Yi-chan's boss. They couldn't possibly blame someone else. Meanwhile, the commanders of the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace asked each other the same question at the same time. Were you also killed by the king? You too were slain by the king. Since both of you have the same question, there is no need for an answer. They were utterly shocked that Yi-chan had the ability to wipe out players from 2 major guilds in an instant. This matter must be reported immediately. At the same time, they were deeply shaken, as they had both suspected that Yi-chan had not only killed the members of their 2 guilds but had also killed every single player, leaving none alive. What exactly does he intend to do? The two were confused, but they immediately reported to their superiors. Just at that moment, a system alert sounded abruptly once again. Ding! Due to triggering the ultimate hidden setting, the Silver Moon Lion King will evolve into the Golden 3-Headed Lion King within the next 10 minutes, becoming a Golden Tier boss. However, due to 2 consecutive evolutions, the Golden 3-Headed Lion King has mutated, with its quality now equivalent to quasi-purple gold quality. If defeated, it will drop purple gold items, along with a significant amount of golden resources, and grant a large amount of experience points and reputation points. Additionally, magical teleportation arrays will be activated near the 3,000 nearby newbie villages, and each player will receive 10 free resurrection opportunities. Please note that this boss raid counts as a 9-states kingdom boss. The first kill will grant various generous rewards. Please take note. Please take note. A series of voices echoed throughout the entire Kyushu Kingdom server, and in an instant, all players in the Kyushu Kingdom region were completely stirred up. At first, many players knew there was a boss here, but due to the great distance, they decided to give up, thinking they couldn't possibly defeat it anyway. But now things were different. 10 free revives, plus the ability to teleport directly there. The announcement played for only a minute, and in an instant, thousands of players within a few kilometers rushed over like madmen. There were at least 20,000 of them, as far as the eye could see. An SSS rank mission. This looks promising. In the darkness, Yi-chan saw countless players joining in, his heart filled with determination and excitement. Tiangong Pangwang, guild leader, the Silver Moon Lion King has evolved into the Golden 3-Headed Lion King. What should we do now? Plus, it seems like we've angered the king. He wiped out our entire group earlier, and I feel like we've made an enemy. He spoke seriously, addressing the matter. Soon, the president of the Heavenly Palace provided an answer. Don't provoke him. We don't know who he is yet. We were at fault for attacking the boss first, and the Heavenly Palace will issue an apology for that. However, he has now evolved into a Golden Tier boss, so it's no longer up to him. Everyone prepare this time. We'll launch a fierce assault and use a human wave tactic to deal the highest possible damage. The Heavenly Palace leader replied in this manner. Meanwhile, the Fire God Palace also issued an apology, but now that it has evolved into a golden boss, even an apology won't suffice. They must begin to seriously vie for control. At that moment, the official forums and bulletin boards of the entire Hope world exploded with activity, and the Golden Boss incident even drew attention from overseas. Foreign players were completely baffled. While they were still grinding away at wild monsters and demons, the Golden Boss battle had already begun in the 9-States Kingdom? Is this really necessary?
Chapter 37, Mission Accomplished, SSS Rank. Overall, foreign players are all completely baffled. What the hell is going on? Japanese players are still grinding low-level monsters, and even the more skilled ones have just recently become ninjas. Oh, but you guys from Kyushu are so lucky you get a golden tier boss right off the bat, free revives 10 times, and even a teleportation gate. Using a numbers game, even a platinum tier boss would die, let alone a golden tier 1. Indeed, after the portals appeared, the number of players surged like fish crossing a river. Yi-chun, observing this from the shadows, couldn't help but whistle in awe. Now, forget about 5 million, even 50 million might be within reach. Brothers, the divine gear is right before our eyes. Let's charge forward. We're buying back all the gear dropped by the boss at high prices. Guaranteed to drop platinum gear. The first platinum weapon in the entire server. What does that even mean? It's like being able to defeat anything and everything in an instant. Charge. Attack. The sounds echoed through the air as players charged forward. At the same time, the Silver Moon Lion King had completely transformed into a golden hue, and its size had grown to 5 times its original size, resembling a small mountain. In the presence of the golden 3-headed Lion King, the players looked as weak and insignificant as ants. Moreover, the 3 golden lion heads exuded an indescribable aura of majesty and sanctity. Name: Golden 3-headed Lion King. Grade: Golden Boss Mutant. Health points? Magic points? Attack power? Skills? A string of data. At this golden tier level, no one can see the overall data. Originally, Yi-chun had the Curse of the King, which allowed him to calculate the boss's health points, but now that's impossible. Players charged in waves, but the golden 3-headed Lion King was no longer as strained as before. One head spewed flames, another struck with lightning, and the third channeled an endless stream of life essence to restore its own health and stabilize its condition. 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0. 99% of players deal 0 damage, with only the occasional rare instance of 1 or 2 players dealing a single point of damage. Even the top-tier players only deal damage that doesn't exceed 10. This is truly terrifying. A silver-ranked iron-backed Lion King already has a staggering 2 million hit points. The life points of a golden 3-headed Lion King should be at least 5 million, and that's just Yi-chun's estimate. It could be even higher. Given the current conditions in the valley, defeating this golden 3-headed Lion King would indeed pose a significant challenge. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi-chun drew his bow, activating all his buffs, and a bright red number appeared. 200. This is the damage. Yi-chun can currently deal 200 points of damage. It may seem pitiful, but it is the highest damage output among all attacks. 400. 400. 400. 2000. 800. Yi-chun used all his skills, accumulating over 10,000 damage, then chose to retreat. His goal was simply to maintain his top damage ranking while waiting for the cooldown of the Dark Realm. Currently, a group of players had rushed into the valley. As soon as a player was killed, new players immediately jumped down to deal more damage. 3,000 newbie villages represent 30 million players, and many more players can rush to these 3,000 newbie villages, meaning there could be as many as 50 million players in total. Each player gets 10 free revives, which adds up to 500 million. The Dark Realm. Finally, the Dark Realm's cooldown was ready, and Yi-chun released it directly. Immediately, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Here we go again? King, you can't be serious, can you? Big brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't cause trouble anymore. Your Majesty, please give me some face. I've already died twice. Group AoE, burning 400-500 HP per second? I'll play your grandpa. Do you want anyone to survive? Group AoE, 400-500 HP damage? What the hell? I'm an A rank class, a berserker mage. My group skill deals 50 damage, and at most 100 damage, and it only affects a 5x5 area. The king's skill, at the very least, covers the entire valley, right? The dark domain was cast again, but it immediately drew a flood of curses. Some were too upset to cry, as they had already died at Yi-chun's hands 2 or 3 times. Some players who didn't understand the situation started cursing loudly, while others begged Yi-chun to stop. Due to the golden boss, countless players were drawn to the area. Originally, the Dark Realm could only kill up to 30,000 players at a time, but now it was different. The Dark Realm lasted for 30 seconds, and within just 3 seconds, it could clear out 30,000 players. In just 30 seconds, Yi-chun managed to kill 20,000 players, adding the previous 10,000, bringing the total to 30,000 points of evil value. At that very moment, Yi-chun truly felt fortunate that he had chosen 200 skill points. Otherwise, even with such an opportunity, he would have been unable to kill 5 million players. Although there were many curses and insults, no one could find Yi-chun. Plus, the allure of the golden boss was too tempting. Who would bother with this matter? However, some people still noticed Yi-chun's villainy, but it didn't attract much attention. Once the boss battle ends, Yi-chun's actions today will undoubtedly spread throughout the entire world. King. What do you mean by slaughtering like this? The boss isn't your property, and neither is the world. Just because you have high stats doesn't mean you can do whatever you want.
Finally, a guild couldn't hold back and spoke up, believing that Ji-chun had gone too far.
The Iron-backed Lion King has been my target from the very beginning. I was this close to killing it, but you all snatched it away. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that it's evolved into a golden boss, it's all thanks to me. I'm putting this out there, anyone who stays here and tries to steal the boss is my enemy. Tonight, no matter how many of you come, I'll kill every last one of you.
Ji-chun spoke with utmost seriousness. Of course, this was just an excuse for slaughtering 5 million players.
Let's see what you're really made of. The fierce battle resumed shortly after, with countless players swarming in like locusts. Ji-chun had no place to stand and could only climb a tree. At a critical moment, he activated his dark domain, continuously eliminating players. 50,000. 80,000. 1 million. 130,000. 150,000. 180,000. 2 million.
Ji-chun's kill count kept rising, while the golden three-headed Lion King's health points continued to drop. Although it might have as many as 10 million health points, it couldn't withstand the attacks of tens of millions of players. Finally, at 6:30 a.m., Ji-chun heard a voice ringing in his ears.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS rank mission. Please consider giving some free review votes and flowers. Thank you so much. Chapter 38, SSSS mission? Another upgrade? New book, please add to your collection and support in any way you can. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS rank mission, the Dark King's class change. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS rank mission, Dark King's job change. Ding! You have approximately 10 hours remaining until the 24-hour mark. Do you wish to accept a higher difficulty challenge, one that even darkness cannot touch? This is an SSSS rank mission. If completed, you will receive an SSSS rank reward. Here we go again? Ji-chun never expected that after slaughtering 5 million players, he would now be tasked with an SSSS ranked mission. His current profession, Dark King, is only SSSS ranked, yet this mission is SSSS ranked, and completing it would grant an SSSS rank reward. His first instinct was to refuse, but remembering how the system had betrayed him before, Ji-chun gritted his teeth and chose to accept it. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the SSSS ranked mission, the Dark End. Within the specified time, eliminate 100 million players. If successful, you will receive a special title and a large amount of rewards. Wow, going from 500 to 100 million players, yet the time limit remains the same. The difficulty has increased by an unimaginable multiple. This is a 20-fold increase. With 5 million people, Ji-chun relied on his LV8 dark domain to slaughter them for over 4 hours to achieve this level. Now he's expected to slaughter 100 million players? This is simply impossible. Ji-chun felt a bit exhausted, but at least, even if he fails to complete the task, he will still receive the previous rewards. However, Ji-chun couldn't help but feel that this system was deliberately trying to annoy him. He had thought that completing the 5 million task would be enough, but he never expected there to be another 100 million task. As someone who always strived for perfection and excellence, Ji-chun couldn't help but dwell on the fact that he hadn't completed this task. Ding! Since you accepted an SSSS rank task, but the system detected that your current level and strength are too weak, 3 options are provided. 1. Reach LV50. 2. Receive 600 skill points. 3. Increase life magic by 50,000 and attack power by 5,000. All options are temporary and will be revoked upon task completion. The options remain the same as before: level, skill points, and basic attributes. Ji-chun naturally chose the skill point boost without hesitation. The Dark Realm requires a significant amount of skill points to level up. It takes a full 70 skill points to advance from LV8 to LV9. 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. Upgrading from LV8 to LV14 consumed a total of 570 skill points, leaving 32 remaining. Ji-chun randomly allocated them to the Royal Strike skill, saving the rest for boss battles. Meanwhile, the Dark Domain, now upgraded to LV14, underwent another transformation. Dark Domain, LV14, range 500 by 500, deals 2000 HP damage per second and 15 HP damage every second, lasting 1 minute with a 5-minute cooldown. However, it requires sacrificing 30% of your maximum HP as a cost. During the skill's duration, no health potions may be consumed. The Dark Domain at LV14 has been further enhanced, with a range of 500 by 500, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of players. It directly deducts 2000 HP and applies a 15 HP drain effect, lasting for a full minute. This is essentially a game-changing ability, capable of instantly eliminating tens of thousands of players. Given the current situation, to be honest, there is a slight glimmer of hope and possibility for reaching 1 billion. At that moment, Ji-chun no longer wasted any words and directly unleashed the Dark Domain.
In an instant, a dense cloud of damage appeared, with various types of damage emerging simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, Yi-chan vaporized a full 70,000 players, and due to the presence of the golden boss, there were already countless players in the surrounding area. The majority were solo players, who had 10 free resurrection opportunities, giving them the motivation and ambition to engage in fierce competition. As a result, whenever a spot opens up, a large number of players rush to fill it. Yi-chan completes the task at a staggering rate of 50,000 players per second. 1 minute later, Yi-chan had amassed 3 million evil points, drawing a flood of insults. Of course, most were confused, and even major guilds like the Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace began to question his methods. Damn it, instantly killed? If it were a boss, I'd concede, but how the hell can a player instantly kill me? Group magic first off, the range isn't that large. Let's not even talk about everyone being low level. Even if we're already at level 30, killing 100,000 players in an instant, what does that even mean? I have every right to suspect there's a glitch in the game. No doubt about it, this is cheating. The King's Sai must be a cheater. Put. What a disgusting game. I'll be damned. One after another, voices rang out. Though many managed to stay calm, the vast majority of players were seething with anger. They couldn't even defeat the boss and had already become cannon fodder, but now they were instantly killed by Yi-chan with a single move. If this had happened later in the game, they wouldn't have had a word to say. Pay-to-win players and the lucky few were untouchable, but it was only the second day since the server had opened. What Yi-chun had done was indeed astonishing. Even paying players shouldn't be this terrifying, right? If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a private server. Hearing all the insults, Yi-chan didn't bother to respond. Though they were cursing like that, making them stop playing this game? That was impossible. All they were doing was causing a scene. However, the truth was that the hope for a currency exchange system in the game kept 99% of players from quitting. Additionally, there was another reason. It was rumored that the game could change people's destinies, with real-world items appearing in the game. Of course, no one knows exactly how this will work, but regardless, the Hope World is currently the focus of attention for people all over the world. One can question it, but to say quit the game? I'd rather jump off this building than ever play as an archer again. Oh my god. It's so tempting. Ignoring the angry shouts of numerous players, Yi-chan turned this area into his own territory. As soon as his skills were ready, he immediately unleashed them. 10 minutes later, a system voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations! You have accumulated 1 million kills, earning 1 million evil points. As the first player to reach 1 million evil points, you have been awarded the legendary title, Butcher. Ding! Congratulations on accumulating 1 million player kills. You have earned 1 million evil points. As the first player to reach this milestone, you have been awarded the legendary title, Butcher of Men. Ding! Due to your accumulation of 10 million player kills, you have obtained the passive attribute Hated by All, which will trigger various negative effects. Damn it! Damn it, there are negative effects too? Yi-chun was depressed. Chapter 39, Red Blood Status, Kill the Boss? Yi-chan was truly frustrated. The task was assigned by the system, and now that he had completed it, he had actually obtained an attribute effect that everyone despised. Hated by All. Effect, you must pay double the price for any item you purchase. Effect, any NPC's favor toward you automatically decreases by 100 points, and all NPC's favor toward you decreases to hatred. Effect, dark creatures' favor toward you will increase, especially bloodthirsty monsters, who will become more friendly toward you. Description, due to killing too many players, causing widespread anger, you have earned this distinction. Day. Double the price? That's a bit excessive, isn't it? As for NPC favorability or other such things, Yi-chan could tolerate them, but double the price was indeed a bit excessive. But what could Yi-chan do? He can only grit his teeth and accept it. Moreover, 10 million was just the starting point. Yi-chan would have to continue slaughtering players, and by the time he reached 100 million, the attribute effects he would obtain would likely be even worse. Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. Time passed slowly. It must be said that most of the guild players were quite clever. They knew Yi-chan had unique abilities that allowed him to take out multiple players at once, so they calculated his skill cooldowns and downtime, sending many lone players to their deaths. They waited until Yi-chan's skills had finished cooling before acting. They immediately focused their attacks on the boss. At first, they did indeed die at Yi-chan's hands, but once they figured out the pattern, they were able to avoid it perfectly. Of course, this was entirely because Yi-chan didn't want to target these guild players. Otherwise, how about some random releases of the Dark Domain? 1 hour allows for 12 releases of the Dark Domain, but each Dark Domain lasts only 1 minute, so only 10 can be released within an hour. Each Dark Realm can generate between 200,000 and 500,000 evil points, primarily depending on the number of solo players. While there were indeed many at the beginning, the number has now stabilized around 300,000. In 1 hour, Yi-chan can eliminate 3 million players.
With only 10 hours remaining until the end, the total accumulated evil points, including the current count, amount to 40 million. 40 million is an astonishing number, but here's the catch: if we don't reach 100 million, we won't receive any rewards. What if we accidentally kill 40 million players? Wouldn't we face even harsher punishment? That would be unbearable. But after thinking it over, Yi-chun decided to play it safe and keep grinding for now. Who knows? Maybe the golden three-headed Lion King might evolve into a purple gold boss later on? Of course, this was just Yi-chun's speculation. 2 consecutive evolutions had already reached the limit. This was already at the level of mutation. In the Hope world, even a single evolution was rare, and 2 evolutions were the absolute limit. If 3 appeared, that would truly be a problem. Moreover, a golden mutation level boss can mobilize millions of players. What about a purple gold boss? Wouldn't that be invincible? Unfortunately, if the King's Curse wasn't activated from the start, then using a skill now would guarantee me the highest single target damage, thereby securing ownership. However, the King's Curse can also be used to steal ownership of other bosses, making it a divine tier ability. Unfortunately, it's ineffective against bosses of the King tier or higher, including the King himself. Yi Chushin thought to himself. Before he knew it, 6 hours had passed. Just as he had calculated, in 6 hours, Yi Chushin had killed 18 million players, plus the 10 million from before, totaling 28 million. This outcome left a group of players with no chance of revival, and they vented their frustration by cursing Yi-chun in various places. Of course, they didn't realize that a large number of new players had just finished their night shifts and logged into Hope World in the morning, eager to join the fray and meet their doom. Not only that, but within the esports community, 65 out of the 72 guilds on the Earth rankings have joined this effort, and the guilds ranked 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th on the Heaven rankings have also all taken action. The golden three-headed Lion King is now under the spotlight of players across the entire 9 states, with everyone speculating what will be revealed next. At the same time, many players are curious why Yi-chun has been relentlessly slaughtering players. After all, given how powerful the boss is, shouldn't Yi-chun be focusing on critical damage and aiming for the top individual damage output instead? Why is he slaughtering so many players? It's already reached tens of millions. Could he be a game-breaking character? It's basically impossible to complete. At 4 p.m., there are only 2 hours left before the task deadline, but in the final few hours, the number of kills far exceeds the calculated amount, with a total of 40 million players killed so far. It's estimated that more players were killed than the number of bosses defeated. However, even so, reaching the 100 million mark is still a distant goal, and there are only 2 hours left. Yi-chun calculated that even if he were to kill at his absolute limit, he would still be unable to complete the task of killing 100 million people within the remaining 2 hours. This was an impossible task from the start. Although Yi-chun still clung to a sliver of hope, he knew deep down that it was almost impossible. Don't forget to keep an eye on the forum and official website at all times. As soon as the golden three-headed king is defeated, inform me immediately of the latest developments. At the critical moment, Yi-chun informed Xinghuan Immortal of the situation, as he primarily wanted to see what official announcement would be made after the golden three-headed Lion King's demise. For example, if it was the same as before, there might still be a chance. Because right now, only 3,000 newbie villages have magic teleportation arrays. What if we allowed all players from the entire Kyushu region to come and farm the boss? That's another matter entirely. Don't worry, boss, I'll handle it. Xinghuan naturally agreed without hesitation. At that very moment, the golden three-headed Lion King's health had dropped to its lowest point. Due to continuously unleashing area of effect magical attacks, this was a sign that the boss was about to die, and it would soon release a massive barrage of area of effect magical attacks. In the personal damage rankings, Yi-chun had accumulated a staggering 1.4 million points of damage over the past few hours, while the second-place player had nearly 700,000 points of damage. That individual was the top-ranked player from the Celestial Palace, and though Yi-chun did not know their identity, it was enough to prove that there were still many powerful beings in this world. May the world be a place where hidden talents abound. Unfortunately, however, the second-place ranking does not come with any ownership rewards. Yi-chun holds 70% priority in ownership rights, the player with the highest group damage receives 10%, and the player who delivers the final blow receives 20%. In other words, if Yi-chun kills the golden three-headed Lion King, 90% of the loot will belong to Yi-chun. Roar! Finally, the golden three-headed Lion King couldn't hold on any longer. From last night until 5 p.m. today, he withstood attacks from millions of players for over 10 hours straight. If it weren't for everyone's lower levels, this boss would have definitely been defeated. He's down to red health. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. When the boss enters its final state, with less than 1% of its health remaining, its entire body turns blood red. In an instant, countless eyes fixated on the golden three-headed Lion King. At that moment, the terrifying crowd swarmed like locusts. The Dark Realm. Long ago, Yi-chun had suspected that many people were hiding in the shadows, planning their final strike.
However, he never imagined that so many players would suddenly surge forward, completely surrounding the area and leaving no room to move. If it weren't for the player limit being reached, they would have been overwhelmed. A temporary player overlap effect had occurred, this place would have been completely crushed. Chapter 40, Boss Battle, Boss Transformation Card? Since the boss entered a low health state, Yi-Chun wasted no time and immediately activated the Dark Domain. At that moment, a terrifying number of kills appeared. Previously, a single Dark Domain could only kill 30,000 players, but at that moment, a minute of Dark Domain helped Yi-Chun kill nearly 2 million players. This was due to the overlapping of characters. As a result, a space that could only hold one person could now accommodate 10, with countless players swarming like fish crossing a river or locusts, rushing forward to kill the boss. A string of zeros shot up into the sky. The dense damage is shocking to behold. Yi-Chuan didn't hesitate either, unleashing all his skills. He too aimed to secure the kill. After activating the Dark Realm, there was one advantage: within the 500 by 500 range, no one could approach for a minute. Yi-Chun showed no hesitation, unleashing all his skills. He too was determined to secure the kill. After activating the Dark Domain, there was one advantage: within the next minute, no one could approach within a 500 by 500 meter radius. In other words, aside from the initial round of damage, no one could attack the boss. 1,000, 2,000, 4,000. Various types of damage were dealt. Assuming the golden three-headed Lion King's health is 10 million, there are now 100,000 health points remaining. The first round of damage alone dealt at least 80,000 to 90,000 damage, meaning there are now 10,000 health points remaining. King's Wrath, King's Combo, King's Strike, Gale Arrow, Blood Rage Arrow. All skills were unleashed by Yi-Chun, yet at the same time, some damage appeared above the head of the golden three-headed Lion King. 500. 500. 500. 500. 500 points of damage isn't particularly high, but against a golden tier boss, being able to deal 500 points of damage with a regular attack is indeed terrifying. Moreover, within the 500 by 500 range, there isn't a single living player due to the effects of the Dark Domain. In other words, the opponent inflicted such damage from a very distant location, demonstrating an incredibly powerful and terrifying ability. Attacking you from a distance of 500 meters. It might not sound very far, but if the game's design intended for archers to have an attack range of around 10 meters, what does 500 meters even mean? You don't even know where the enemy is, yet they can attack you. This is simply an unbeatable advantage from the start. Even if you did know, at a distance of 500 meters, Yi-Chun's current agility and speed would still require 10 seconds to reach you. If the opponent has high attack power, capable of dealing 500 points of damage per second, you'd probably be dead within 10 seconds. Of course, possessing such high-level long-range killing capabilities comes with many limitations. Just like the Dark King, an SSSS tier class, it sounds powerful, but it doesn't have the ability to instantly defeat everything in its path. Because we want the world to be a realistic one, even if you possess an SSSS tier class, the effort required is still significant. For instance, if an ordinary player were to obtain Yi-Chun's experience points, they might already be level 30, or even level 40 by now. However, Yi-Chun has only barely reached level 20. The difference is clear: as you progress further, the experience points Yi-Chun gains at level 50 might be enough for an ordinary player to reach level 100. Although Yi-Chun can still easily defeat ordinary players, a group of level 100 players wouldn't even bother to play around with him. Class changes offer various attribute boosts and functional enhancements, significantly increasing combat power. Everything is fair, which is why the Hope world is so captivating. Ding! Congratulations to player Qingyun Zhixiao for successfully defeating the boss Golden Three-Headed Lion King. Finally, at this moment, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King fell, but it was not killed by Yi-Chun. The Lion King was pitiful. He had already been dead for a long time, yet he was dragged along for so long. Soon, a flash of purple gold light flickered, like a blinding glow from the depths of an abyss, bringing an inexplicable sense of joy. This is a purple gold artifact or ring. However, at that very moment, Xinghuan Bumia immediately sent the official website information to Yi-Chun. King, defeat the golden boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and you will definitely drop purple gold equipment. Additionally, a large amount of golden items will drop, including some special items. However, the rarest among them is the Boss Transformation card. Using this card allows you to transform into the Golden Three-Headed Lion King for 24 hours and remain invincible. Players cannot attack it, but only monsters can. Its purpose is to deal with powerful bosses in the future, though it can only be used once. Additionally, the purple gold equipment dropped by the Golden Three-Headed Lion King includes the most precious item, Hope World, one of the 5 exclusive weapons crafted by Amon, one of the greatest blacksmiths, with special bonuses. The remaining equipment are ordinary purple gold items. Xinghuan Bumei notified Yi-Chun. The next moment, Yi-Chun looked at the items dropped by the boss: 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, various skill books, scrolls, and a mountain of gold coins, but there was no boss transformation card. As for the equipment, it was merely an ordinary purple gold item.
Rewind time. Without hesitation, Yi Chun chose to rewind time.
It wasn't because of the exclusive weapon, but because Yi Chun wanted that boss card. Additionally, the fact that the final blow to the boss wasn't delivered by him was something Yi Chun couldn't tolerate.
Because transforming into the boss for 24 hours and doing whatever he wanted? That's basically cheating for an entire day. But there's an awkward problem. Once you rewind time, you need a 5-minute cooldown. During those 5 minutes, the boss will inevitably die, so this is your last chance. If this opportunity fails to yield the desired item, the SSSS rank mission cannot be completed. Go for it. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Give it your all. Stay at the palace tonight.
Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun could only hope that his 100 luck points would come into play, while also calculating the boss's damage.
The player Qingyun Zixiao could only fire 1 arrow per second.
Earlier, when Yi Chun used the King's Strike, Qingyun Zixiao dealt the final 500 points of damage to his health. If we rewind 1 minute, after Yi Chun's King's Strike cooldown ended, he should have let Qingyun Zixiao attack with a few arrows first, then finish off the remaining damage.
Everything was under control. Time rewinds. Yi Chun opened his eyes.
The golden three-headed Lion King roared toward the sky, as his final wish. After waiting for Qingyun Zixiao to deal nearly 2,000 points of damage, Yi Chun raised his hand and delivered a King's Strike, instantly dealing 4,000 points of damage and taking down the golden three-headed Lion King.
Chapter 41, Massive Explosions. Yi Chun calculated the data accurately, waiting for Qingyun Zixiao to launch their initial attack before striking.
A single skill took down the golden three-headed Lion King, and the system sounds rang out one after another.
Ding!
Congratulations on defeating the Golden Mutant class boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and earning 1 million experience points.
This is the simplest experience reward. Ding!
Congratulations on defeating the Golden Mutant class boss, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, and earning 100,000 reputation points.
This is also the simplest reputation reward. Killing a boss grants 2 items, experience points and reputation points. The rest are the looted equipment. Ding! Since you are the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you will receive an additional 400,000 reputation points as a reward. You will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame. This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding!
As the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you have earned an additional 400,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding!
As the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you have earned an additional 400,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding!
As the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you have earned an additional 400,000 reputation points as a reward and will be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding!
As the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you have earned an additional 400,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding!
As the first player to defeat the Golden Mutant boss, you have earned an additional 400,000 reputation points and will be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times.
40,000 reputation points and 3 announcements, both honor and rewards, have been obtained.
This is quite impressive.
Combined with the previous 10,000 reputation points, Yi Chun now has a total of 50,000 reputation points.
Ding!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for becoming the first player to log into the Hope World Hall of Fame. As a reward, you have received 1 Hope Lottery ticket.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for ranking first in personal damage in this Golden Mutation boss battle. You have earned a dazzling golden pot as your reward.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for successfully defeating the boss in this Golden Mutant boss battle and receiving a dazzling golden jar as a reward.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for ranking first in personal damage in this Golden Mutation boss battle and receiving a dazzling golden pot as a reward. The Hope Lottery ticket and 2 dazzling golden jars are all great items. While Yi Chun doesn't know what the Hope Lottery ticket is, he knows that the dazzling golden jars are currently the only containers that can yield golden equipment. Known as the equipment jars, they are one of the primary sources for obtaining equipment. This means you can directly obtain 2 pieces of golden equipment, with the specific quality depending on luck. As for the Hope Lottery tickets, Yi Chun isn't too sure, but he assumes they shouldn't be too bad. After the series of rewards ended, Yi Chun's first reaction was to check what the boss had dropped. The Golden Three-Headed Lion King crashed to the ground, and the most eye-catching item was the purple gold equipment. It was a staff, radiating purple gold light. Yi Chun wasted no words, immediately seizing the staff. Following that, he swiftly took 2 more golden grade pieces of equipment and 4 or 5 silver grade pieces, all of which he grabbed without hesitation. Finally, Yi Chun discovered a boss card, flowing with purple gold color. The transformation card of the Golden Three-Headed Lion King. Effect: after use, you can transform into the golden three-headed Lion King and inherit all its attributes. Restrictions: can only be used for 24 hours. Each use deducts 1 hour, and the transformation is cancelled. After 1 hour, it can be used again. Transformation attributes. Health points. Magic points 500000050000000. Attack power 100 002 0000. Single target skill x4. Group skills x4. 1 million life points, 500,000 magic points, and 10,000 attack points. These stats are truly terrifyingly powerful. Using this to level up or take down bosses would be an absolute game changer. Without a doubt, once the boss was in their hands, countless players logged back in at that moment. The skills of the Dark Realm vanished, and players swarmed like locusts, rushing in to attack. After the golden three-headed Lion King was defeated, gold coins piled up like small mountains. At the current exchange rate, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 4,000 Jojo Kingdom coins. If they managed to snatch a single gold coin, they would be making a fortune. The mountains of gold coins numbered at least tens of thousands. 1 purple gold equipment piece, 2 gold items, 5 silver items, 3 skill books, 2 scrolls, 1 boss card, and a large amount of gold coins. Yi Chun's hands moved swiftly as he stuffed each item into his backpack. Fortunately, there weren't too many items, and the backpack could hold everything. As for the gold coins, they only took up weight and didn't occupy any space. Before most of the other players arrived, Yi Chun relied on his triple agility to sweep up all the gold coins in an instant. His hand speed was simply unmatched. In total, there were 13,000 gold coins, along with a large amount of equipment. This time, they returned with a bountiful haul. However, Yi Chun did not seem particularly excited. Killing the boss had not brought any real benefits. The SSSS ranked quest was what Yi Chun was truly focused on. Ding! Do you want to use the transformation card? Note that using the transformation card will immediately reduce your time by 1 hour. Ding! The system sound rang out. Looking at the terrifying players swarming like locusts, Yi Chun didn't waste any words and immediately chose to transform. Swish! A flash of light erupted, and in an instant, Yi Chun transformed into a golden three-headed Lion King. The players who were shouting and fighting were once again left speechless. How is there another boss? Another golden boss? Are you trying to kill us? Damn it, are you even going to play? Guys, stop messing around. Let's take down the boss and get some epic gear. Countless players shouted. The players in front had seen the boss die and the gear being picked up by Yi Chun, but the players behind couldn't see that. They only saw the golden three-headed Lion King and thought the boss wasn't completely dead, so they charged in recklessly. Many late arriving players were unaware of the situation, even though the system had notified them. They believed what they saw with their own eyes. Upon seeing the boss, they didn't hesitate and charged straight in to attack Yi Chun. Roar! Yi Chun, transformed into a boss, unleashed a group skill, causing the ground to crack. This is an earth-based area of effect spell. In an instant, an area with a diameter of 1,000 meters was directly shattered, and countless players were killed. Put! Yi Chun raised his hand, and with a single swipe of his tiger claws, he instantly wiped out thousands of players. This was the true terror of a boss. Earlier, it was mentioned that Yi Chun had killed more enemies than the boss, but that was merely a figure of speech. In reality, the number of enemies Yi Chun had killed was far fewer than those slain by the boss. At this very moment, transformed into the boss, Yi Chun was pondering whether 2 hours would be enough for him to complete the 1 billion task. New book, please add to your favorites and support in any way you can. Chapter 42, 90 million kills. Chapter 42, 90 million kills. Roar! Boom! Boom! The golden three-headed Lion King is an Earth-type magical beast, and various Earth-type magic spells appear. Earth Pillars, Sand Burial, Sandstorm Domain, 10 Directional Earth Spikes, and other magical skills were unleashed by Yi Chun without hesitation. At that moment, Yi Chun truly understood what it meant to be overwhelmed and swept aside. Damn it, how did this boss get even stronger? It's not just stronger, it can't even deal any damage at all. Even if it can't cause damage, I feel like this boss has some kind of intelligence. First, it immediately targets players from the guild, and as for random players, it can kill them all with a single skill. Additionally, once its health drops significantly, it immediately avoids most attacks, making it much more intelligent than before. Some people commented that the new boss is stronger, while others suggested that this boss has developed intelligence. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the player. You have earned 1 point of villainy. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's villain points were increasing by tens of thousands at a time. Endless players, driven mad by the desire for divine gear, rushed over the moment they revived, completely losing their senses. However, this is only human nature. After all, defeating the boss grants various rewards. Most players are well aware that they cannot deal significant damage, but they all cling to a sliver of hope. What if they're the last one to kill the boss? It's precisely because of this that countless players go all out to attack the boss. After all, in the game, everything is extremely expensive, especially on the second day after launch. Gold coins are expensive, equipment is expensive, and items are expensive. If you manage to defeat the boss, forget about golden gear, even silver tier equipment can be auctioned off for an astronomical price. Therefore, no one can resist such temptation. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. The evil points kept rising, surging from 40 million to 50 million, and then growing to 60 million. At first, no one noticed, but later many people guessed the truth. This isn't the real boss. The official website stated that this is a boss transformation card dropped by the boss. This guy is the king, and he transforms into the boss to slaughter players. What exactly is the king up to? He started killing players from the very beginning and has been slaughtering them ever since. Could it be that he wants to make the entire world his enemy? Make the entire world his enemy? At this moment, many figures in the esports community fell silent. Never before had such a brazen player dared to defy the world? Yi Chun's actions wasn't that tantamount to declaring war on the entire world? From the very beginning until now, Yi Chun has already killed 50 million players. Although the vast majority of them were duplicates, the number of players he actually killed is estimated to be no more than 5 million. But that's still 5 million players. Kill. Although some players already knew that the boss was Yi Chun, the vast majority of players continued to blindly attack and slaughter, driven solely by their inner determination. 1,100,000, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 1,800,000, 2 million. Within half an hour of transforming, Yi Chun had already killed 20 million players, bringing the total to 60 million when combined with the previous 40 million. However, there was still about an hour left, and if he continued at this rate, he might just reach 100 million. However, many guilds have already withdrawn because they know this isn't the boss. They chose to leave, effectively wasting their efforts for the night. As a result, the kill count is steadily decreasing, which is a bad sign. This can't continue. If this keeps up, we won't be able to reach the target of 1 billion kills. We need to take the initiative and launch an offensive. Yi Chunson pondered for a moment, then leaped forward, covering thousands of meters in an instant. He shook the hair on his body, and instantly, every strand transformed into golden needles, striking down 50,000 players in an instant. He then charged toward the group of guild players who were retreating. The sky collapsed, and the earth split apart. Facing the Fire God Palace, Yi Chun directly unleashed his ultimate move, causing the earth to split apart. This was the ultimate move of the golden three-headed Lion King, with a range of 800 by 800. The ground shattered and collapsed, with deep gorges appearing, resembling an earthquake. It instantly wiped out millions of players. King, you've gone too far. Finally, a powerful force has grown angry. This is the vice president of the Luyun Pavilion, a guild ranked 9th on the heavenly rankings. They have the qualifications to challenge Yi Chun. Am I being too much? You came here to boss, isn't that too much? Yi Chun said directly. That's right, it was our mistake to boss, but there are two issues here. First, the boss isn't yours, and second, you've taken all the benefits for yourself. Now you want to eliminate us completely? Are you saying you plan to make the entire world your enemy? Do you intend to treat all of us as enemies? The vice president of the Floating Cloud Pavilion erupted in anger. Don't try to pin this on me. In the game world, there are no rules. You boss, I have nothing to say. I kill you, and you still have something to say? Yi Chun responded with a cold laugh. That's right. Since you came to steal the boss, you should be prepared to be killed in return. As a prestigious guild on the heavenly rankings, don't you understand this principle? Xinghuan Wudi spoke up, choosing to assist Yi Chun. The Xinghuan Guild had not participated in this boss battle from start to finish, as they had previously offended Yi Chun. If they were to get involved now, they feared it would only serve to deepen the enmity between them. However, Yi Chun didn't care. After all, it didn't matter who came, they were all going to die anyway. Alright. King. I hope there are many versions of this world. You might be able to dominate the entire server before level 30, but after level 30, can you still dominate the entire server? This game isn't a game for one person. One day, we from the Luyun Pavilion will reclaim this place. The vice president of the Luyun Pavilion spoke earnestly. However, Yi Chun immediately fired an energy cannon at them, instantly killing over 4,000 players from the Luyun Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had passed. Yi Chun's kill count had already reached 90 million, but he was still 10 million short, and only 20 minutes remained. The most important thing isn't that. The real issue is that there are hardly any players left to kill. Those who come now are just asking for a beating, true little cuties. Most players, even without consulting any guides, already know the boss is dead. Only a small fraction are still unaware. With only 20 minutes left, it's impossible to kill 1 million players. We're just one step away. We need to come up with a plan. At this very moment, Yi Chun was calculating everything. Only 10 million left to complete the mission. He doesn't want to let it all go to waste. He got home at 7 o'clock, wrote a chapter, had dinner, worked at home for a while, finished 2 chapters by midnight, and then continued updating. He promised to go all out. If necessary, he'd take a day off tomorrow morning. Thank you all readers for your flowers, reviews, votes, and donations. Thank you. Chapter 43, Service Update. 10,000. 20,000. 30,000. 40,000. 45,000. 49,000. 49,500. 49,800. 49,900. 49,950. With only 1 second remaining, Yi-chun took a deep breath. He had just reversed time by 1 minute and forced the release of a skill to make up for the 300-point gap, but he was still very nervous. 49,970. The number stopped here once again, the same digits, making Yi-chun feel a bit uneasy. He could no longer turn back time now, and in the end, he was still short of 300 points of evil points. But just then, the previously stagnant numbers suddenly began to fluctuate. 50,120. The numbers abruptly stopped here. This was added at the last moment. The skill Yi-chun released before transforming did not increase the evil points, and Yi-chun himself was unaware of this. However, as the numbers changed, Yi-chun immediately checked his personal notifications. Only then did he realize that otherwise, even if he had killed one more person, the evil points would not have been exactly the same as before. This means that Yi-chun has completed the mission. He has completed this impossible mission. Ding! Congratulations to player Sai of the King for accumulating 100 million player kills and 100 million villain points within 24 hours. As a result, you are hereby awarded the divine title, Butcher of Men. A loud voice echoed throughout the entire Hope world. Killing 100 million players and obtaining a god tier title was something countless players never imagined. I knew why the king had been slaughtering players all along. It was to complete this task. Although I don't know what the title Human Slaughterer is for, it sounds pretty impressive. Killing 1 person makes you a bandit, killing 10 makes you a villain, killing 100 makes you brave, killing 1,000 makes you a general, killing 10,000 makes you a king, and killing 1,000,000 makes you a god. Impressive. In other words, from start to finish, the ruler wasn't after the boss. He just wanted to complete the mission, slaughter 100 million players, accumulate 100 million points of evil, and thereby earn this title. Within 24 hours, slaughter 100 million players. Timing, location, and human resources are all essential. Not a single one can be missing. The ruler must be an internal tester, and undoubtedly one of the most renowned players in the internal testing phase. Countless players speculated that this was all part of Yi-chun's plan. At this moment, the reason behind Yi-chun's massacre of 100 million players was finally revealed. Initially, many players had criticized him, but now everyone understood and accepted it. What can be done? Can't they even complete this task? And this is just a game. Even if Yi-chun doesn't do it, whoever gets this task in the future will do the same. It's just a matter of changing the person. Unprovoked player killings naturally spark outrage, but when there's a reason behind it, many people choose to let it go. Of course, this doesn't apply to everyone, and after all, this is just a game, not real life. In real life, no matter the reason, such actions would never be forgiven. Ding! The sigh of the player king echoes once more as he enters the Hope World's famous figures chronicle, earning an additional 500,000 reputation points. Ding dong! The sigh of the player king has once again entered the Hope World's famous history, granting an additional 500,000 reputation points. Ding! The sigh of the player king has accumulated 100 million points of villainy, earning the gift of the Grim Reaper and 1 Grim Reaper's golden ticket. Ding dong! The sigh of the player king has once again entered the Hope World's chronicles of the famous, granting an additional 500,000 reputation points. Ding dong! The sigh of the player king. Accumulate 100 million points of evil points to obtain the blessing of the Grim Reaper and gain 1 chance at death and rebirth. Ding dong! Due to the player king Sai having committed heinous crimes, you have automatically switched to the evil faction. The light faction will forever abandon the player king Sai, and the supreme god of light will reject the player king Sai. Therefore, the player king Sai gains a buff, Light's Abandonment. Ding! Due to the player Sai, they have accumulated 100 million points of evil value, earning the praise of the dark supreme god and receiving the buff Dark Favor. A series of sounds echoed as the clash between light and darkness unfolded. 2 buffs were granted simultaneously, one was the light's abandonment, and the other was the darkness's favor. However, neither of these buffs displayed any attribute effects. Yi-chun speculated that this was likely a goodwill value. For example, if he interacted with NPCs from the light faction in the future, they would look down on him, despise him, and reject him. However, if he interacted with NPCs from the dark faction, they would praise him. Of course, Yi-chun doesn't know the specifics. However, the Death God voucher is a lottery item that allows you to win the Death God's treasures. As for death and rebirth, it's essentially an effect that boosts all attributes. This trip was truly lucrative, and this is merely the reward for accumulating 1 billion points of evil value.
The rewards for SSSS rank missions haven't even been factored in yet.
Just as Yi-chun was waiting for the rewards to arrive, suddenly, a system voice rang out, announcing it to the entire server.
Ding! Attention! Attention! Due to illegal programs interfering with the game's balance, Hope World will undergo a 24-hour server maintenance update.
This update will improve the game content and activities, and will completely close all data ports of Hope World, refusing any external modifications. After this update, Hope World will be fully controlled by the AI, and no one will be able to make any changes.
Hope World will create an absolutely safe and fair gaming world. Ding dong! Attention! Attention! Due to unauthorized programs interfering with the game's balance, Hope World will undergo a 24-hour server maintenance update. This update will further enhance game content and activities, while completely sealing all data ports of Hope World to prevent any external modifications. After this update, Hope World will be fully controlled by the AI system, and no one will be able to make any changes. Hope World will be transformed into an absolutely safe and fair gaming environment. Ding dong! Attention! Attention! Due to unauthorized programs interfering with the game's balance, Hope World will undergo a 24-hour server maintenance update. This update will further enhance game content and activities, while completely sealing all data ports of Hope World to prevent any external modifications. After this repair, Hope World will be fully controlled by the AI system, and no one will be able to make changes. Hope World will be transformed into an absolutely safe and fair gaming environment.
The sudden temporary server shutdown caught all players off guard, as updates are typically announced in advance. A last-minute shutdown clearly indicates an issue, but given the explanation provided, many players couldn't help but choose to believe and support the decision. Since game data is a major issue, no one wants to face real-world consequences. If the AI were to take full control and eliminate any human intervention, that would be the ideal solution. Forced logout with a 3-second countdown starting now. 3, 2, 1. Before receiving the reward for completing the task, Yi-chun was extremely frustrated and helpless. Chapter 44 Update Content, Forum Flame War. Offline. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock at night. Yi-chun opened his eyes and found that the younger brothers and sisters from the orphanage were all gathered around him, each looking very tense. What's going on? There were over 20 children in the orphanage, the oldest being 14 and the youngest 4. Though young, they were all well-behaved and understanding. At such a young age, they had to scavenge for scraps to support their families, and each of them was truly pitiful. Yi-gu, you're finally awake. You've been sleeping since the day before yesterday and haven't eaten anything. We were worried you might have fallen ill. The one speaking was the little girl who had gone scavenging with Yi-chun earlier. There were still tear stains on her face, clearly having cried. In fact, some of the other younger siblings had also cried to varying degrees. There were only about 20 people in this orphanage, and the ones keeping it running were Yi-chun and the old director. However, the old director had gone to attend a poverty alleviation conference in the city a few days earlier, hoping to secure some poverty alleviation funds. In other words, the orphanage is now being run solely by Yi-chun. If something were to happen to Yi-chun, the orphanage would be in trouble, but the real issue is not that, it's that everyone cares deeply for Yi-chun and regards him as an older brother. They are worried about Yi-chunjin. Is he sick? No. Yi-chun snapped back to reality, shook his head, and looked at his younger siblings with a smile. Xiaojin, I've just been really tired these past few days. Don't worry. It's already 10 o'clock. Go to bed now. Tomorrow, Yi-gu will take you out for a delicious meal. Let's go eat Star River fried chicken. Yi-chun said with a smile. Star River fried chicken was a type of fried chicken dish, similar to the old-fashioned KFC-style restaurants, but due to the Star River era, there were no food safety issues. It's fragrant and crispy, and eating it regularly can even help strengthen your body. Upon hearing that they could go to Xingha Fried Chicken, everyone couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Xiaojin couldn't resist asking, "Brother, are you really okay?" The delicate Xiaojin was still very worried. Alright, don't worry, everything is fine. You should all go rest now, it's already 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you out for a nice meal. But if you sleep in and can't get up, don't blame me, Yi-gu. Yi-chun ruffled Xiaojin's hair and then sent them off to bed. Everyone was indeed tired. They got up at 6 every morning to start work, and now it was 10 at night. Without any entertainment, they usually went to bed around 7 or 8. If it weren't for Yi-chun, they would have already gone to sleep. After calming everyone down, soon only Yi-chun was left alone. Once he was alone, Yi-chun immediately left the orphanage. He was heading to an internet cafe to look up some information about the recent update. He planned to buy a better phone tomorrow, otherwise, accessing information online would be a hassle. Yi Chushin thought to herself. It was already 11:30 p.m., and when Yi Chushin arrived at the internet cafe, it was already 11 p.m. Normally, there shouldn't be many people at this hour, but due to the Hope World event, all the internet cafes had been packed with people for the past 2 days. This was because the internet cafes had Hope World login helmets, and they were temporary, meaning anyone could use them.
This allowed people who couldn't afford it to give it a try. Impressive. Everyone online is searching for the King Sai right now.
A single player slaughtered 100 million others. That's truly amazing.
This is simply divine.
To be honest, forget about 100 million, even a million would be more than I could handle.
The official forum and Baidu Tieba are already buzzing with excitement.
Everyone is searching for this Sai of the king.
It's absolutely unbeatable.
Damn it, the new Silla Kingdom actually claimed that the King Sai is their country's player, but it's just a player from the Silla Kingdom stationed in China. The internet cafe buzzed with discussion, especially when someone mentioned that the Silla Kingdom's official forum was debating Yi Chun's nationality.
This sent the entire internet cafe into a frenzy. The Kingdom of Silla? Damn it, if it's really the Kingdom of Silla, I'll kill them all.
You bastards, no wonder you're slaughtering us players from the 9 States Kingdom. This bastard, if I ever find him, I'll kill him, damn it.
The entire internet cafe was in an uproar.
Most people were jumping to conclusions, but Yi Chun heard the rumor and couldn't help but frown. This rumor would indeed affect him, but Yi Chun would never admit that he was the King Sai. First, whether they believed it was a problem.
Second, even if they did believe it, it would bring about immense trouble. The stakes involved are simply too high.
The boss turned on the computer. Yi Chun casually turned on a computer, sat down in front of it, and began accessing the official website of the Hope World.
Upon opening the official website, update information appeared as expected. Dear players, this is an urgent temporary update. We kindly ask for your understanding and cooperation. The following changes have been made in this update. First, a refined worldview will be introduced, offering a complete world story to help players immerse themselves more deeply in the world of Hope. Second, the AI will fully control the Hope World. After this update, the AI will have complete control over the Hope World, and no outsiders will be allowed to interfere. Third, dungeon information will be released in advance. Once 1 million players reach level 30, the dungeon will become available. Fourth, due to this temporary update, double experience and 5 times the drop rate will be granted. Fifth, present the most comprehensive activities, with 24 activities appearing at irregular intervals each month. These are the 5 updated features. The first one is straightforward enriching the game world. The second is AI-controlled world, which ensures player safety, a feature that Yi Chun is very satisfied with. The third is early access to dungeons, but this requires 1 million players to reach level 30, which will likely take another week. The fourth activity offers double experience points and 5 times the drop rate, which is a bit more lenient and should help calm many players' anger. The fifth one is also pretty standard. Thinking of this, Yi Chun opened a new link and prepared to check out the dungeons and events. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Guys, hurry to the official forum. Those damn dogs from the new Ro Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom have teamed up to break through the firewall and are insulting us in the Kyushu region. The voices echoed, and the entire internet cafe erupted into chaos. Chapter 45, Dungeon Update Information. The sound rang out, and all the players in the internet cafe immediately took turns jumping into the fray. Yi Chun didn't look up but instead focused on reviewing the latest dungeon information and event details. This dungeon information was released early as a form of compensation for the temporary update, as Hope World had previously vowed never to release any information about dungeons. Much of Hope World's information is classified and only made public after the fact. For example, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King boss will only have its data updated on the official website after it is defeated by Yi Chun. If it is not defeated, the information will never be disclosed. This is why Yi Chun instructed Xing Huan Bumia to monitor the official website. This time, releasing the dungeon information naturally attracted the attention of countless players, as knowing your enemy is key to victory. Opening the dungeon information webpage, there was a lengthy description spanning over 10,000 words. Yi Chun studied it carefully, and after 20 minutes, he finally finished reading all the content. This update to the World Dungeon primarily introduced 5 new dungeons: Demon Forest, Mist Forest, Skeleton Camp, Forgotten Cathedral, Land of Light. Dungeons for levels 10 to 50, allowing teams of 5 to 10 players. The team must not exceed 10 players but must not be fewer than 5. There are 5 difficulty modes in total: easy, normal, hard, nightmare, and catastrophe. To complete the easy mode, players must reach a certain level. For example, 10 level 10 players can clear the easy mode without requiring high skill or damage output. However, the normal mode is different. The official website clearly outlines the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 modes. Simple: assemble a team of 10 level 10 players, equip them with a white weapon, and avoid major mistakes to complete the game. Medium: you need 10 players with well-equipped gear and excellent teamwork to clear the stage smoothly. By well-equipped, we mean at least full white gear, and players must have decent skill. Some mistakes are acceptable, but avoid major errors and too many minor mistakes. Difficult: 10 players with bronze tier equipment, all of whom must be at least 50% above the dungeon's level requirement. This difficulty level demands exceptional skill, calm judgment, and strategic thinking. While mistakes are permitted, only 3 minor errors are allowed. Nightmare: this is your nightmare. In this dungeon, it's not just about fighting monsters and leveling up. There are complex storylines and choices that will leave you feeling hopeless. It will become your nightmare. It's far from as simple as it seems. Do you dare to challenge this level of dungeon? You'll need more than just gear, you'll need courage and wisdom. Disaster. What is a disaster? A disaster is something you can never forget, even more terrifying than a nightmare. A nightmare is just a dream, but a disaster is something you can't stop. In a disaster level dungeon, even if you're 100% above the dungeon's level and have a full set of silver gear, you might not survive. This is the difference between the 5 modes. There are also some additional details, such as equipment information. Equipment is undoubtedly divided into scattered equipment and sets. The strongest individual pieces can be found on bosses and some elite monsters. If you haven't collected a full set, individual pieces are more effective than sets, with one piece being worth 3. However, once a set is complete, individual pieces of the same quality and level cannot compare to the set. Hopefully, the 5 dungeons currently available in the game will drop 4 sets. Land of Light can drop Dream Series equipment, and the Dream Series is a rare golden set, with each piece being a rare quality golden equipment item. Forgotten Cathedral can drop Hope Set series equipment, and the Hope Set is the lowest tier golden set, with each piece being the lowest tier quality golden equipment. Skeleton Camp can drop Starry Sky Set series equipment, and the Starry Sky Set is the rare silver set, with each piece being rare quality silver equipment. Misty Forest can drop Glory Set series equipment, and the Glory Set is the lowest tier silver set, with each piece being the lowest tier silver equipment. The first Magic Beast Forest dungeon does not drop sets, but significantly increases drop rates, allowing players to first collect a set of white equipment or bronze equipment. The sets have no level restrictions. To upgrade them, you need to combine identical pieces of equipment. This means you might be able to wear the Dream Set at level 10, but there's a catch. Once you reach level 40 or 50, upgrading the set requires combining dozens of identical pieces from the same body part, and there's a certain failure rate involved. Of course, wealthy players can ignore this, but the vast majority of sets are bound equipment. Only with extremely good luck will you encounter non-bound sets that can be traded. However, once bound, the attributes will significantly increase. Additionally, sets can only be obtained in difficulty modes of hard or higher, including hard mode. They cannot be obtained in other difficulty modes. Of course, the official developers have provided some explanations. In certain events, you can obtain equipment fragments or complete pieces of equipment. In other words, if you're lucky, you can obtain the Dream Set without going through the system, it's just bound to your account. According to official information, the attributes of the Dream Set will be truly astonishing. However, no one knows exactly what it is, not even the beta testers have seen the Dream Set. Meanwhile, Yi-Chun took a look at the event, but the update information was nothing special, just server downtime compensation, double experience, and 5 times the drop rate. After reviewing all the information, Yi-Chun decided to check the forum, as there were many beta testers there who might know some insider details. However, upon opening the forum, the entire page was filled with hundreds of posts, all of which were heated arguments. As it turns out, the King Sai is a player from the Silla Kingdom, with proof and pictures. The Sai of the King should be a player from the Wa Kingdom, with historical evidence to prove it. The King Sai is irrelevant to the people of that country, but the mass slaughter of players must be severely punished. These are the 3 most popular posts, with the rest being various insults and arguments. The King is a citizen of the 9 states, do you know that? The King is a new player from the Silla Kingdom. If the King is really a player from the Silla Kingdom, that would be hilarious. The entire official forum is buzzing with discussions about this matter. At that moment, Yi-Chun couldn't help but frown, because some of the headlines had made him a bit angry. Chapter 46, Monster Forest Strategy Guide, First Kill Reward? Currently, the entire official forum is buzzing about one thing, whether the King is actually a player from the 9 States Kingdom. It all started when a player from the New Ro Kingdom claimed that the King is a player from the New Ro Kingdom, and then provided a lot of evidence. For example, they argued that the reason the King massacred 100 million players is because he has a grudge against players from the 9 States Kingdom, which is why he acted this way. However, Wagik players soon saw the evidence and quickly admitted that the King was a Wagik player, even citing historical records from hundreds of years ago as evidence, feeling quite satisfied with themselves. This sent the Kyushu players into a frenzy. With countless players already killed by Yi-Chun, how could they possibly swallow their pride now? However, many players still believe that Yi-Chun is a player from the 9 States Kingdom, so they are only defending him. But if Yi-Chun is really a player from another country, that would be a major scandal, as it involves the honor of the nation. Yi-Chun read several posts and indeed found that the evidence posted by players from the Shinra Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom was quite similar. If the person involved were not himself, Yi-Chun would have believed it. In fact, Yi-Chun wanted to respond, but he didn't have an account, and even if he did, he couldn't prove that he was the one who posted the Sai of the King, unless he answered within the game. This matter must be clarified. Someone is trying to stir up trouble, and it must be clarified.
Yi-chun thought to himself, but he must wait until the server is repaired before clarifying the matter, otherwise it will be very troublesome. Currently, the entire nation of Jojo is abuzz with discussions about this matter. However, setting that aside, Yi-chun found a few posts about the dungeon. One of them was from a beta tester who provided a detailed estimate and explanation of the dungeon. Warcraft Forest Dungeon Guide. Among the 5 dungeons added in this update, as someone who participated in the beta test, I am only familiar with 3 of them. The last 2 dungeons were still just concepts during the beta test and did not appear at that time, so I will provide a detailed explanation of the first 3 dungeons. The first is the Demon Forest, the lowest level dungeon. The easy mode is straightforward, just gather 10 players, equip any white weapon, and avoid taking unnecessary risks, and you should be able to clear it. Experience gain is 50% of that from regular wild monsters, but drop rates are double those outside the dungeon, helping to sustain a large pool of new players striving to progress. For the medium difficulty mode, slightly better gear and better skills will suffice. The experience points from dungeon monsters are the same as regular monsters, and the dungeons are densely packed, making it an excellent place to level up. Therefore, groups with some decent gear can try the medium difficulty mode. In hard mode, be extra cautious. You must have a professional player leading the group, and the other players must also have decent skills. Otherwise, a single mistake can easily lead to a wipe, and clearing the dungeon becomes extremely difficult. During the beta test, I teamed up with 9 players, all level 15 with bronze gear, including myself. 7 were professional players, and the 3 casual players had decent skills as well. However, a small mistake still resulted in a wipe. In the Magic Forest, both the easy and normal difficulty levels have only one boss, a level 15 magical beast with enhanced attributes. However, in the hard difficulty, there are 2 bosses, one level 15 and one level 20, and they can summon additional minions, making the fight extremely challenging. If you reach Nightmare difficulty, please take note, this is the crucial part. Nightmare level dungeons feature storylines specific to the dungeon itself, meaning they are no longer simple dungeons but rather have branching storylines. Without even mentioning the boss, there are numerous choices to make within the dungeon. If you make the wrong choice, you will die instantly with no chance of revival or restarting the dungeon. We were 10 level 20 players, all seasoned gamers with bronze gear, and some even had silver equipment. It took us a full month, dying countless times, before we finally managed to clear the dungeon. Friendly reminder, you can only attempt the dungeon 10 times per day, and each failure counts toward your attempts. Therefore, unless you are at least 80% confident, do not randomly choose high difficulty dungeons. As for disaster level dungeons, they are even more challenging. During the 3rd month of the beta test, only a few players managed to clear a disaster level dungeon. According to some reports, the difficulty of disaster level dungeons is more than 5 times that of nightmare level dungeons. However, the rewards obtained from disaster level dungeons are also 5 to 10 times greater than those from nightmare level dungeons. Here are some more data points. I hope you'll consider giving some rewards or tips after reading this. Normal dungeon experience points are 50% of those obtained from wild monsters outside, and drop rates are double those outside. Medium dungeon experience points are equal to 100% of those from outdoor monsters, and drop rates are double those outside. Hard dungeon experience points are 300% of those from outdoor monsters, and drop rates are 5 times higher than outside. Nightmare dungeon experience points are 500% of those from regular monsters, and drop rates are 10 times higher than outside. Disaster dungeon experience points are 1,000 times higher than outside, and drop rates are 50 times higher than outside. Warcraft Forest Guide complete. This is currently the most comprehensive guide available. Other guides are not as detailed as this one. Seeing all this, Yi-chun couldn't help but ponder in his heart. At the same time, Yi-chun noticed another post and couldn't help but click on it. The rewards for the first kill in this dungeon will be based on the rewards from the closed beta test. This post caught Yi-chun's interest. Because the difficulty of the world's copy is extremely high, the rewards must be extremely rich. Therefore, Yi-chun immediately clicked on it. There are more updates coming. Please continue to support us. Today is Sunday, and tomorrow is Monday. If you've read this book after midnight, please take a moment to rate it and give it some flowers, as this is the final week of the rankings for this book. The book is scheduled to be released on Monday evening. On the day of release, we aim to ensure at least 5 updates. The exact number of additional updates will depend on the situation at the time. Thank you so much. Chapter 47, First Kill Reward Guide, Subtle Changes in Abilities. This first kill reward piqued Yi-chun's interest. Not only Yi-chun, but countless players had viewed this post. Moreover, this was the only post that had managed to climb to the homepage amidst the ongoing Three Kingdoms online feud, with every detail genuine and authentic, attracting countless players. Post content. First of all, I am a beta tester. As for who I am, I will keep that information confidential for now. Let me start by saying, during the beta test, I was the first to clear the nightmare level dungeon, though it was the Magic Forest. However, I had the opportunity to meet a player who was the first to clear the Mist Forest, and their first clear was on a disaster level difficulty. During the beta test, the difficulty wasn't actually that high because the experience points and equipment drops were much higher than in the official version, and obtaining various items was extremely straightforward. In essence, it was a test dungeon with various event mechanics and other system settings being tested. So after clearing it, that player received the set item box, which could randomly yield a piece of the set.
That was the most important part.
Now that the public beta has begun, the dungeon difficulty has at least increased fivefold, or even tenfold, according to that senior player. Therefore, I and that senior player speculate that players who complete the first kill in this dungeon will definitely receive the set gift box. The set gift boxes from the closed beta could only yield sets of lower quality than the desired set. However, the set gift boxes obtained after the closed beta test are estimated to contain the Hope set or even the Dream set. Of course, this is just speculation, but it is highly likely that the official developers will set the equipment obtained from the gift boxes as bound items, with 5 difficulty modes in total. Only players who complete the game on hard difficulty or above, including the first kill on hard difficulty, will be eligible for rewards.
Normal and medium difficulty modes will not grant any rewards. That's the gist of it. We hope you'll continue to support us. End of post. Although this post is brief, every word is carefully chosen, emphasizing the importance of the first kill reward. How powerful is the Dream set? The rare golden set? Yi-chun was curious but also more excited, as he possessed the ability to rewind time by 1 minute, which would likely allow him to obtain the golden set faster than others. The reason is simple: during dungeon runs, defeating bosses has a chance to drop equipment fragments. After each boss defeat, players can open a treasure chest, which has a certain chance to contain a complete piece of equipment. Though the chance is extremely low, the probability of obtaining fragments is higher. By utilizing the ability to rewind time by 1 minute, you don't need to obtain complete single-piece sets. Obtaining fragments is sufficient. By collecting a certain number of fragments, you can assemble a complete piece of equipment. The set consists of 5 pieces, and 100 fragments can be synthesized into one piece of equipment. Yi-chun researched extensively and found that, on average, in a nightmare-level dungeon, from the moment you enter until you clear it, with extremely good luck, you can obtain 10 set fragments. In a catastrophe-level dungeon, you can obtain 20 set fragments. If you don't mind the hassle, by fully utilizing this feature, you can obtain 20 fragments per dungeon run, 10 runs per day, totaling 200 fragments. In theory, you could collect enough fragments for the Dream set in just 3 days. Of course, this is just in theory. Yi-chun doesn't believe it's possible that quickly either, because first of all, killing the boss, opening treasure chests, and clearing the stage aren't guaranteed to drop fragments. There's only a 1% chance of getting a fragment, and even with extremely good luck, you might only get 20 fragments. However, even if you get 20 fragments, they might not all be fragments of the Dream set. They could be Hope, Star, or Glory fragments. It's not like you can just keep grinding endlessly for the Dream set, right? It's not impossible, but there's a catch: dungeon runs have a time limit, and you only get 2 hours at most. Go back 1 minute, then try again, wait 5 minutes, and go back 1 minute. Each time you go back 1 minute, it takes 4 minutes. 15 times in an hour is the absolute limit. Not a single second can be wasted. In reality, managing 13 times in an hour would already be considered a good outcome. In 2 hours, you can only test 26 times. The odds are indeed better than those of ordinary players, but to assemble the Dream set in 3 days? You're still too young. If my ability could be set to rewind 1 second, allowing me to continuously rewind time 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds within a minute, and once the minute is up, it would require a 5-minute cooldown, that would be fine. With such an ability, my power would be greatly enhanced. Yi-chun thought to himself. The ability to rewind time by 1 minute is a powerful supernatural ability. For example, during the SSSS ranked task of slaughtering 100 million players, it played a crucial role. However, it is still not comprehensive or refined enough, because when you enhance it, you can't just go back a minute, can you? Enhancement only takes a few seconds. Additionally, it requires a 5-minute cooldown, which significantly delays the process. That's why Yi Chushin thought this way. This ability was something I discovered by accident. I hadn't tested it yet to see if it could reverse time by a few seconds. When I tested it, it could only reverse time by 1 minute. In the internet cafe, Yi-chun suddenly slapped his thigh, feeling like he had noticed something. Thinking this, Yi-chun opened his browser, searched for the time in the 9 states kingdom, and the time appeared before him. 112,857. It was now 28 minutes and 57 seconds. Yi-chun took a deep breath and silently repeated to himself, "Go back 1 second." After the silent command, time did not respond. Is it impossible? Yi-chun frowned and tried again. Back up 2 seconds. Failure. Go back 3 seconds. Failure. Go back 4 seconds. Failure. Go back 5 seconds. Failure. Go back 7 seconds. Failure. Back 9 seconds. Failure. Go back 10 seconds. 112,859. At 29 minutes and 9 seconds, Yi-chun made his 10th attempt.
Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and time reversed by 10 seconds. The entire world's time reversed by 10 seconds, and Yi-chun found himself back 10 seconds earlier. Sigh. Yi-chun sucked in a sharp breath. Unconsciously, he had discovered the ability of his own supernatural power. It could rewind 10 seconds, not just a simple minute. However, Yi-chun continued to try. Soon, he discovered that he could only go back 1 minute, 30 seconds, or 10 seconds, but not 23 seconds, 35 seconds, or 42 seconds. Currently, there are only 3 stages. 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and the 10-second countdown can be used 6 times. If it is used once, you must wait 5 minutes before it can be used again. In this way, if something happens within 10 seconds, Yi-chun can test it 6 times. For example, enhancement. Within 10 seconds, Yi-chun can enhance 6 times. If all attempts fail, he must wait 5 minutes before attempting again, significantly reducing the overall time required. However, within 30 seconds, only 2 enhancements can be released, and after that, a cooldown period must be observed. Although it was only a small change, it provided Yi-chun with significant assistance. If a minute can be split, that means there are other functions, but they need to be developed gradually. I'll have to spend some time researching this ability in the future. Thinking of this, Yi-chun couldn't help but nod, then stood up and left. Chapter 48, A Perfect Day, update coming soon. This time, the world update won't be available until 10 p.m., so Yi-chun isn't in a hurry. He needs some time to handle some real-life matters anyway. First, the Xinghuan Guild had given him 200,000, but Yi-chun knew that this amount was completely useless. If all the children in the orphanage were to attend school, each child would need 10,000 Jojo coins per month for tuition alone, based on the standard rates of regular schools. Since they had no ID cards, they were essentially undocumented, and thus ineligible for any benefits. The orphanage, excluding the director, has a total of 20 children. The annual tuition for 20 children alone amounts to 20 million Jojo currency, plus expenses for food, shelter, and other necessities. Even with careful budgeting, the annual expenditure still exceeds 50 million. In reality, Yi-chun could easily choose not to support these younger siblings, but he cannot bring himself to do so. Having been an orphan himself since childhood, he owes his very survival to the director's kindness. Moreover, the children at the orphanage are like his own siblings. Each of them is sensible and intelligent. Though they are not blood relatives, they are closer to him than family. Yi-chun could never abandon them. They must go to school, gain some education, and be able to earn money in the Hope World. Once the Hope World is established and has its own power base, these younger brothers and sisters can also rely on the Hope World to make a living. Yi-chun thought to himself, but this was a huge expense, and Yi-chun planned to renovate the orphanage. The living conditions for everyone were very poor. In the summer, there was no air conditioning, and the heat was unbearable. To make matters worse, there were many mosquitoes. In the winter, it was even worse. A few years ago, 2 children caught colds from the cold in the orphanage. One was saved, but he suffered brain damage and is now mentally impaired. One died, and it was due to the harsh winter conditions. Heat is bearable, but cold can be deadly. The old director went to the city to apply for a grant to build an orphanage, but Yi-chun knew it was pointless. The higher-ups wouldn't approve the funds. It's better to rely on ourselves than others. In the world of hope, I have so many golden artifacts. To be honest, if I were to sell just 1 or 2 of the unnecessary ones, I could easily exchange them for several million Jojo coins, which would be more than enough to build a house, renovate the orphanage, and give everything a thorough cleanup. Yi-chun grew increasingly delighted. At that moment, he was deeply grateful for his special ability, which had brought about such a dramatic transformation in just 2 days. At 6 in the morning, Yi-chun hadn't slept a wink all night. He walked to town to buy several boxes of milk and breakfast for everyone. Usually, people would just have some porridge at home, but the breakfast Yi-chun brought was nutritious and delicious. The children at the orphanage, upon seeing what Yi-chun had brought, all looked surprised and couldn't help but rush forward excitedly to eat. "Brother Yi-chun, where did you get the money?" However, the slightly older children looked at Yi-chun curiously but did not join in eating. Especially Xiao Jin, who was extremely nervous as he looked at Yi-chun and asked, "Yi-chun, are you leaving? That's why you bought us something delicious?" Especially Xiao Jin, who was extremely nervous as he looked at Yi-chun and said, "Yi-chun, are you leaving? That's why you bought us something delicious?" Xiao Jin, with her delicate features, was wearing a pair of torn pants. She looked at Yi-chun, her pigtails making her look adorable, but her lips were pouting, and her eyes were filled with tears, looking at Yi-chun with great sadness and reluctance. This reminded her of 2 children from an orphanage who had been in a similar situation. One was slightly older than Yi-chun and had been adopted. Before leaving, he treated everyone to a feast, but the next day, he departed, leaving everyone in tears for a long time, including Yi-chun, who was deeply saddened for a considerable period. The other was found by his biological parents, who were quite wealthy. When he left, it was the same. He went to Hanbei City, which is very far away from here. He has been there for over a year now.
Besides some initial letter exchanges, there has been no contact since then.
So when Xiao Jin mentioned this, the others also felt inexplicably sad, especially the 4 or 5-year-olds.
Upon hearing that Yi-chan might be leaving, they couldn't help but burst into tears. Wah! Yi-chan, don't go. I don't want you to leave. Wah, Yi-chan, if you leave, what will we do?
If others bully us, there will be no one to stand up for us.
Yi-chan, please don't leave. I'll eat less, and I'll try to eat less in the future. Yi-chan, please don't leave. If bad people come to bully us, we won't be afraid, but if Grandpa gets bullied, we won't be able to help him. Wah, it's all my fault for being useless.
Someone started crying, and soon everyone followed suit, especially Xiao Jin, who was crying so hard her tears were like raindrops on a pear blossom.
But there was one child who didn't cry. Though his eyes were red, he forced a smile and looked at Yi-chan, saying, Yi-chan brother, don't worry. If you leave, I'll take care of the orphanage. Just remember to come visit us someday.
This little boy was the same one who had gone with Yi-chan to sell scrap metal earlier. Seeing this scene, Yi-chan felt both helpless and moved.
Alright, who said we're leaving? Xiao Jin, you mustn't think like that.
Yi-chan ruffled Xiao Jin's hair and wiped away her tears before continuing, don't cry anymore.
Hurry up and eat breakfast. I'll take you to the amusement park later.
I've earned some money recently, so not only will I not leave, but I'll also make sure you never go hungry or cold again. Yi-chan spoke slowly, and especially when he said the last sentence, his voice was firm and unwavering. Upon hearing this, the children gradually began to believe him.
One by one, they started eating their breakfast.
However, perhaps still worried that Yi-chan was about to leave, they behaved themselves properly. Seeing this scene, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel a bit speechless.
However, behind the speechlessness lay an inexplicable sense of sadness.
After gathering her thoughts and finishing her meal, Yi-chan took all the orphans from the orphanage to the amusement park in the city. For this, Yi-chan had specially rented a high-speed energy-efficient bus, costing 2,000 Jojo coins for the day. Money talks, and although Yi-chan was frugal, it was because he didn't have much.
If he had money, he wouldn't hesitate to spend it.
On the way to the amusement park, a group of children were laughing happily the whole time. Upon arriving at the amusement park, Yi-chan bought everyone some toys, including bubble machines, toy machine guns, small wings, balloons, and dolls. Then he told them to be careful, to form groups of 4, with the older ones looking after the younger ones, and let them go play. They played from morning until around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Although they were children, some of them were quite exhausted.
Yi-chan. Just then, Xiao Jin arrived, looking very urgent. What's wrong? Yi-chan asked curiously. I saw brother Wang Song.
Xiao Jin came to Yi-chan and breathed heavily.
Wang Song? Yi-chan was surprised.
Wang Song was an adopted child, 2 years older than Yi-chan.
Where? Yi-chan asked. Where?
And Wang Song's older brother seemed so pitiful, with a scar on his face, like he was beaten.
He ran away as soon as he saw me.
Xiao Jin said this, and Yi-chan didn't waste any time, rushing over immediately.
However, after searching around, he couldn't find Wang Song.
In the end, there was nothing they could do but give up.
However, Yi-chan couldn't help but keep this matter in mind. He was curious the adopted Wang Song, by all accounts, shouldn't be here, should he? But Yi-chan didn't say much more.
He took his younger brother and sister home, went to the supermarket, and let them buy whatever they wanted. In the evening, he treated them to fried chicken, and the day was perfectly spent. However, the total cost came to nearly 50,000 Jojo coins. In the past, that would have been an astronomical sum, but for Yi-chan now, it didn't matter at all.
It was now 8 o'clock in the evening, with only 2 hours remaining until the game update concluded. Chapter 49, Trailer? Quiz?
With only 2 hours left before the game maintenance, Yi-chan told his younger siblings to rest and not to disturb him easily. He also instructed them to wake him up if the director came. Meanwhile, Yi-chan flipped through some documents to look up some information.
Today, Xiao Jin mentioned seeing Wang Song, and Yi-chan still remembered this incident.
Wang Song was a kind person who had been very considerate toward her in the past. However, he was later adopted by another family who reportedly came from a well-off background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the orphanage. However, he had gone to another province, so why did he suddenly reappear, and with scars? This matter kept Yi-chan awake at night. He pondered it, but after some thought, Yi-chan could only conclude that Xiao Jin had mistaken him for someone else. Otherwise, if it really was Wang Song, he would have approached Xiao Jin on his own. Why would he avoid him? Unable to think of a reason, Yi-chan flipped through some documents and found information about Wang Song. It turned out that Wang Song had been taken away by people from Zhengzhou province, and their contact information was all there. Yi-chan memorized it and planned to ask someone in the game to inquire further when the opportunity arose. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Yi-chan held the ring in her hand and began connecting to Hope World, preparing to enter the game. Upon entering the Hope World, she did not appear directly in the game interface but instead found herself in an ancient altar. A scroll unfolds, and Yi-chan quietly watches everything unfold.
Ding dong. Would you like to watch the official beta test video for the Hope World? Just then, the system sound rang out. Yi-chun paused for a moment. He had instinctively wanted to refuse and just enter the game, but upon thinking about the game's frustrating aspects, he decided to watch it anyway. After all, what if there was a special reward for watching it all the way through? Yi-chun had been burned many times before. If it weren't for his ability to rewind time by 1 minute, he would have definitely been in big trouble. After selecting to watch, the video immediately began playing. 3 million years ago, the first divine demon war erupted. The supreme god of light, representing justice, and the supreme god of darkness, along with countless followers, engaged in a cataclysmic battle that shook the heavens and the earth. After that battle, light and darkness were sealed away forever, plunging the world into eternal darkness. The world shattered, giving rise to the celestial realm and the human realm. 2 million years later, the celestial realm and the human realm lived in peace. However, the disaster god, the nightmare god, and the god of plague joined forces to launch the second divine demon war. The casualties were unimaginable, with even the dragon race nearly annihilated in the chaos. Ultimately, the supreme god of light awoke, quelled the battle, dealt a crushing blow to darkness, and banished all darkness to the northernmost region of the human realm, where the Arctic now lies, inhabited solely by demonic followers. Now, 10 million years have passed, and the world has enjoyed peace for far too long. Darkness has once again returned. The Dark Supreme God has regained consciousness and summoned 12 of his main gods to reignite the divine demon war, seeking to shroud the world in darkness. The Dark Supreme God Lucian must find 3 dark children to inherit his legacy, leading the 12 main gods to unleash a dark uprising. Meanwhile, the followers of the Supreme God of Light, the goddess of fortune, dreams of the Supreme God of Light. She learns that the Supreme God has left 12 sacred artifacts, awaiting the arrival of 12 light apostles. These apostles will lead all creatures in the world to defeat the so-called darkness. However, one of the sacred artifacts has been stolen by the completely corrupted Archbishop Asma, who plans to defile it with darkness, preventing the 12 apostles from obtaining the artifact and defeating the darkness. The 12 Holy Relics. The Heirlooms of Hope. The first volume of the epic chronicle, The 12 Holy Relics and the Dark Legacy, is now officially available. The lengthy explanations combined with an intriguing story captivated Yi-chun, but the subsequent narrative grew increasingly frustrating and tedious. Yi-chun really wanted to shut it off, but after thinking it over, he decided to endure it. After watching for 2 whole hours, it was already midnight. Yi-chun glanced at the materials behind her and realized there were still 2 more hours left, causing her heart to race. What if this was completely useless? That would be a waste of 4 hours. But what if it was useful? Maybe there was a hidden bonus? Hopefully the world just likes playing these kinds of tricks. Yi-chun is also a player who has been tricked countless times before. Thinking about it, he decided to just wait patiently after all. But suddenly, an option appeared. Excuse me, among the warriors who appeared 15 minutes ago, what was the emblem on the left shoulder of the Rima warrior? 1. Purple Crystal Badge. 2. Tulip Badge. 3. Knight's Badge. 4. Noble Badge. Answer countdown, 5, 4, 3. A question appeared, and Yi-chun didn't hesitate to choose the Tulip Badge. When faced with 3 long and 1 short, he chose the short one. When faced with 3 short and 1 long, he chose the long one. He had no idea what the answer was and could only guess blindly. Wrong answer. The correct answer is the Knight's Badge. Go back 10 seconds. Yi-chun didn't waste any words, he simply rewound the clock back 10 seconds. The current options appeared. May I ask, among the warriors who appeared 15 minutes ago, what badge was on the left shoulder of the Rima warrior? 1. Purple Crystal Badge. 2. Tulip Badge. 3. Knight's Badge. 4. Noble Badge. Knight's Badge. Yi-chun chose the Knight's Badge without hesitation, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was glad that the world's ridiculous setting was still in place. At least he hadn't made a foolish decision. If he had, he would probably regret it now. Correct answer. Earn 1 point. The system beeped, but there was no further response. Yi-chun remained calm and continued to wait patiently. 3 minutes later, another question appeared, and Yi-chun got it wrong again. He went back 10 seconds and answered correctly, earning 1 point. After an hour, a total of 8 questions appeared, and Yi-chun guessed correctly 3 times and had to go back 5 times. Another question appeared quickly, and Yi-chun directly chose 3 without even looking at the question. Wrong answer. Yi-chun didn't think twice, he simply rewound time and selected the correct answer. Splitting time and rewinding it was indeed a good idea. In situations like this, it was completely manageable. Finally, as the promotional video was about to end, the last question arose. Yi-chun still used this method to answer the last question. The next system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player! You answered correctly and are currently in first place with 10 correct answers. As a special reward, you will receive 1 super scratch card. The system sound plays. Immediately afterward, the scene before their eyes flashed by. Then, when he opened his eyes, he found himself already immersed in the game. Just then, the system's sound rang out again. Ding! Congratulations, player, on completing an SSSS rank mission. You have been awarded a special reward. Available tonight. We hope you'll support us. After midnight, you can subscribe. At least 5 updates tonight. If there are enough subscribers, the author may consider adding more updates. Thank you to every supporter. Chapter 50 Settlement Rewards. Divine Treasure Cards. Death God Gold Vouchers. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the SSSS rank mission and awakening the second stage attributes of the Dark King. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully completing the SSSS rank mission and awakening the second stage of the Dark King's attributes. Ding! Your attributes have been fully reset. Due to your awakening to the second stage, each level up will increase all attributes by 10 points, with no free attribute points. Ding! Your skill points have been reset. Each time you level up, you will gain 10 skill points. Ding! Your skill points have been reset. For every level you gain, you will receive 10 skill points. Ding! Your skill points have been reset. You now have 10 skill points for each level you gain. Ding! Your profession skill tree has been reset. The second stage of the Dark King skills has appeared. Ding! 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 Due to your successful completion of an SSSS rank task, you have gained the favor of the Dark Lord, granting you an additional 10,000 life magic points and 2,000 physical and magic attack power. Ding! 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 Due to your increased professional rank, your attributes have been reset. The 1 million experience points you previously obtained have been automatically upgraded to fill the 20-level experience gap, leaving you with enough experience to advance 5 levels. A series of ding-dong sounds left Yi-chun feeling a bit overwhelmed. Once all the sounds had ceased, Yi-chun began to sort things out one by one. First, he had awakened the second stage of his attributes, which reset all his attributes. From now on, he would no longer have free attribute points, as each level up would increase all attributes by 10 points, surpassing the 13 points gained from free attributes per level up. Skill points have been increased from 8 to 10, and they have also been reset. This includes your own skills, which have been altered and returned to their initial state, requiring you to relearn and choose them anew. These changes are straightforward. Additionally, your health and magic points have each increased by 10,000 points, equivalent to 1,000 stamina points. This bonus was unexpected for Yi Chunyu, along with an additional 2,000 attack points. This reward is indeed terrifying. Calling it cheating wouldn't be an overstatement. However, on the other hand, Yi-chun had just defeated 100 million players to earn this reward, not just one player. So, giving such a reward is still somewhat justifiable. Upon completing this task, the reward granted is 3 Divine Spirit Treasure Cards.
Yi-chun doesn't know what these are, but judging from all the previous rewards, this must be the best item available. Even if they enhance attributes, they might be quite powerful now, but in the long run and in practical terms, the previous rewards were all junk rewards that didn't even come close to matching an SSSS tier task. Moreover, one must consider that completing an SSSS tier task should yield SSSS tier rewards. Therefore, 3 divine treasure cards are undoubtedly the most precious items available, as anything less would not be worthy of an SSSS tier reward. Moreover, it is important to note that completing an SSSS tier mission should yield SSSS tier rewards. Therefore, 3 divine treasure cards are undoubtedly the most precious items available, as nothing else could possibly justify an SSSS tier reward. The final notice is that your level has been upgraded. Due to awakening the second stage, all your attributes have been improved and enhanced. In theory, advancing one level should be more challenging than for ordinary players. Fortunately, you have 1 million experience points. After making up for the missing experience points, the remaining experience points were barely enough to level up to LV25. Yi-chun understood this well. After figuring everything out, Yi-chun began to settle his finances and review all the rewards he had received. First, God tier title, Human Slaughterer. This title is obtained by accumulating 100 million points of evil deeds. Yi-chun took a look, and the attributes immediately appeared before him. Butcher of Men. Quality, God tier title. Active effect, in 1v1 combat or PvP, there is a 50% chance to instantly kill players of a lower level than your own. Wow! Instant kill? A 50% chance? For someone with the ability to rewind time by 1 minute, that's a 100% chance. Although it's limited to 1v1, it still has significant utility, as future updates will introduce personal competitions and other activities related to PvP, though it currently doesn't play a major role. This title will play a significant role in the future. Next comes 1 million reputation points, with 50,000 earned from defeating bosses and 50,000 from accumulating 100 million villain points. This item has many uses, such as exchanging for equipment, but for now, Yi-chun set it aside. Next up are various rewards. Hope lottery ticket, you can make a wish, and there is a 10% chance that the gods will hear it and grant your wish. This is the Hope lottery ticket. Yi-chun initially thought it was a lottery ticket, but he didn't expect it could be used to make a wish. This is definitely worth trying. Shining Golden Jar can yield 2 golden equipment items. The Shining Golden Jar can directly yield golden equipment, making it a practical item. However, the quality depends on luck. Next up are the items dropped by the Golden 3-Headed Lion King. A Purple Gold Magic Staff. Purple Gold Magic Staff. Unidentified. Note, requires professional authentication. Killing the Golden 3-Headed Lion King can drop exclusive purple gold equipment for the 5 major professions. This is one of the best items dropped by the Golden 3-Headed Lion King. This staff is highly likely to be an exclusive weapon, but it requires appraisal. Yi-chun will set it aside for now and have it appraised later. There are also 2 other golden grade equipment pieces. A pair of shoes and a shoulder guard, but both require appraisal. Additionally, there are 5 silver grade equipment pieces, and silver grade equipment also requires appraisal. Although appraisal costs money, the appraised equipment may turn out to be high-quality gear or junk, but possessing the ability to reverse time is a significant advantage. It is absolutely impossible for junk equipment to appear. There are also 10,000 gold coins, which were obtained from defeating the boss. All of the above items have been fully accounted for. Oh, and there's also a super scratch card. Yi-chun took out the scratch card, and the data information immediately appeared. Super scratch card, scratch it off to win various rewards. With incredible luck, you can obtain the highest tier golden equipment. 2 cans of shoes and shoulder guards, plus a scratch card, are enough to assemble a full set of top tier golden gear, a huge haul. After settling everything, Yi-chun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The items he had on hand were exactly what he needed to assemble a set of top tier golden equipment. In a world where even the wealthiest individuals couldn't afford a set of top tier bronze gear, Yi-chun now had a set of top tier gold gear, a lead that was simply unimaginable in terms of economic advantage. Meanwhile, Yi-chun continued to settle accounts for the other items. Death God Voucher, Divine Spirit Treasure Card, Death and Rebirth. These 3 items are superior to any so-called equipment. Death God's Golden Ticket. Quality? Grade? Effect, can obtain 1 item from the Reaper's treasure. Description, in the distant past, during the Great War between gods and demons, the Grim Reaper was the most powerful deity of the Dark Realm. He possessed an endless treasure trove, whose location remained a mystery to all. After his demise, people frantically searched for the Grim Reaper's treasure, but found no clues until one day, they discovered the Grim Reaper's golden ticket. Divine Treasure Card. Quality? Grade? Effect, can extract treasures from divine treasure vaults. Description, that battle was truly tragic. Though the divine beings fell, they did not wish for their legacy to be severed. All their treasures were placed within a mysterious realm, and only those who possess the divine treasure card can extract the treasures within.
death and rebirth.
Effect: after use, you will undergo a complete transformation, with the possibility of all attributes being reduced to 1, or significantly increased.
Note, this is a chance for rebirth.
If you have the courage to undergo this transformation, you may emerge completely renewed, but there is also a risk of becoming completely useless.
Chapter 51, Appraisal. The highest tier golden equipment. Yi-chun was very methodical and disciplined in his actions.
He didn't bother checking his attributes, as they could still be improved, so he proceeded directly to appraise the equipment.
Upon arriving at the appraisal office, Yi-chun walked in and was immediately approached by other players.
Hey, bro, need your gear appraised?
What quality is it?
If it's good gear, our guild can buy it. Our guild can also buy it, in large quantities. These people all spoke up, they were all merchant players.
Yi-chun ignored them and entered the appraisal office.
Inside the appraisal office were junior appraisers, intermediate appraisers, senior appraisers, and master level appraisers. Junior appraisers could appraise bronze, intermediate appraisers could appraise silver, and senior appraisers could appraise gold. The higher the appraisal skill of the master, the easier it is for them to identify high-quality equipment. Yi-chun directly chose a high-level appraiser and also purchased a book on appraisal skills. This skill was very expensive, requiring a full 100 gold coins, and it was only the most basic level of appraisal, capable of identifying bronze-grade equipment. However, after purchasing it, Yi-chun discovered that it had deducted a full 300 gold coins from his account.
Damn it!
Yi-chun froze for a moment, but quickly realized the reason was nothing special. As a player in the dark camp, he was despised by the light camp, so being charged 3 times the price was already lenient, they might not even sell it at all. Approaching the high-level appraiser, Yi-chun directly handed over 2 golden-tiered equipment pieces. The appraiser glanced at Yi-chun, his professional smile freezing on his face. He then took the golden-tiered equipment with a sour expression and spoke coldly. Appraising a piece of golden equipment requires 100 gold coins. He said, at least triple the price, but there's no way around it. Anyway, there are only 2 pieces of equipment, and Yi-chun doesn't care much about it. Darkness has been driven to the north, so I have no choice but to go there to receive preferential treatment. Here, any NPC from the light faction will lower their goodwill toward me, which is quite annoying. Yi Chushin thought to himself, he didn't blame the other party, because these people were all NPCs, just data. If he were to get angry at some data, then Yi Chushin would be the real fool. Swish! A golden light flashed, and the attributes quickly appeared. Asta's Agile Boots. Quality, Gold. Grade, Lowest grade. Time Reversal. Yi-chun didn't waste any words. He wouldn't settle for the lowest tier golden equipment, but he only went back 10 seconds. He quickly continued with the appraisal. However, it was once again the lowest grade. The 3rd time, Intermediate. 4th time, Advanced. 5th, the lowest level. 6th time, lowest level. Yi-chun quickly stopped the appraiser and waited 5 minutes before continuing with the appraisal. The 7th time, the lowest grade. 8th time, Intermediate level. 9th time, Intermediate level. 10th time, Advanced. By this point, Yi-chun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and chose to reset. The 11th time, the Superior. 12th, lowest level. After repeated attempts, it finally reached the highest level on the 25th appraisal. This was with Yi-chun's 100-point luck bonus. Without that bonus, it would probably have taken 300 attempts to get it. The Glory Boots of Ostia. Quality, Gold. Grade, Top grade. Effect, increases health by 1000 points. Effect, increases agility by 100 points. Haste, while running, there is a certain chance to trigger the haste effect, doubling movement speed for 5 seconds. Restriction, requires LV30 to equip. Description, these are the favorite boots of the elven race, favored by Astra, imbued with the power of wind magic. Golden equipment isn't about attributes, but characteristics. The 3rd characteristic is that when running, there is a certain chance of triggering a speed boost effect, increasing movement speed by 2 cups. Although it only lasts for 5 seconds, there is no cooldown time. In other words, if you're lucky, your movement speed will be double your current speed at all times. The 2nd piece of equipment was the shoulder guards, and Yi-chun continued to have the other party appraise them. However, this time, the appraisal did not take too long, and the highest quality was determined after only 15 attempts. Adelin's Brave Shoulder Guards. Quality, Gold. Grade, Top grade. Effect, increases health by 20,000 points. Effect, increases stamina by 100 points. Resilience, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to your own. The hero's protection effect is triggered, reducing damage taken by 10%. Invalid against elite monsters and above. Restriction, requires LV30 to equip. Description, shoulder guards that grant Adelin courage, inscribed with Minotaur script. This is a highly unique piece of equipment. The armor has special properties. Aggression, wisdom, resilience, speed, radiance, courage, hope, combination, endurance, glory, heroism, hardness, ordinary, extraordinary, and more.
Resilience reduces damage, and speed increases movement speed.
Fierce attack is an attribute that increases attack power, but it is also a weapon. Yi-chan once read a post specifically addressing this issue. Some players are obsessed with pursuing attack power, but in the Hope world, balance is key. Survival is the prerequisite for output. Otherwise, even if you have high attack power, your health points are 0. This is the game world, not real life. In the game world, you're bound to get hit. Therefore, when it comes to armor sets, the top priority is resilience, which is equivalent to an alternative form of defense. If all 5 pieces possess the durability trait, that's truly powerful. At the same level, the opponent can only deal 50% damage to you. Yi-chan selected the speed trait for the shoes, toughness for the shoulder guards, and will aim for the toughness trait for the remaining items, the upper garment, lower garment, and belt. With that in mind, Yi-chan didn't waste any time. He put on his equipment and left the area to start the lottery. The dazzling golden jar and the super scratch card, these 2 items could just happen to complete a set of the highest tier golden equipment. He aims to outpace other players. Not just ahead, but absolutely leading. Chapter 52, The 5 Supreme Golden Items, the Golden Scroll of Death. Ding! Would you like to use the super scratch card? Yes. Ding! Congratulations on winning the Golden Compass. Golden Compass. Quality, gold. Grade, none. Effect, during navigation, the Golden Compass will effectively prevent various disasters. Description, a compass is an essential tool for navigation, guiding you in the correct direction. The Golden Compass is not classified as equipment but as a navigation tool. Therefore, Yi-chan had no intention of keeping it and immediately discarded it. He did not need such an item. What he required was the highest tier golden equipment, specifically a tunic, trousers, and a belt, preferably with the durability attribute. However, Yi-chan had a plan in mind. He would only spend 1 hour each on the 2 dazzling golden jars and the super scratch cards. If, within an hour, he didn't obtain the highest tier equipment with the toughness attribute, he wouldn't continue. Instead, he would simply choose any other highest tier golden equipment. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the lowest tier golden equipment, Amit's belt. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the lowest tier golden equipment, Amit's belt. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the intermediate level golden equipment, Soya's tunic. Ding! Congratulations! You have won the highest tier golden equipment, Muen's glorious shoulder guards. Yi-chan can now draw 6 times in 4 minutes and roughly 80 times in an hour, over and over again. A total of 70 times, with the highest level appearing 5 times, the upper level 10 times, the middle level 15 times, the lower level 15 times, and the lowest level 25 times. This luck is quite good. According to normal game probabilities, getting 5 top-tier items in 70 attempts is considered extremely lucky. This is why Yi-chan has 100 points of luck. However, out of the 5 top-tier items, only one had the resilience effect, but it was indeed the shoulder guards. Yi-chan needs the upper body armor, lower body armor, and belt. The rest are unnecessary. 71st time. 72nd time. 73rd time. 74th time. 75th time. 76th time. 77th time. 78th time. 79th time. 81st time. The 81st time. Finally, Yi-chan decided to give up. He wanted to obtain the required equipment, and it had to be the highest grade golden item with the resilience effect. The odds were simply too low, so Yi-chan completely gave up. Therefore, when he obtained the highest grade golden armor in the 81st attempt, he stopped drawing and selected that piece of equipment. Soren's glorious battle armor. Quality, gold. Grade, top grade. Effect, 5000 HP. Effect, 100 constitution. Courage, when your health is below 50%, there is a certain probability that the damage you take will be halved. Description, this is a suit of armor adorned with glorious marks. Sauron is with you. Immediately afterward, Yi-chan retrieved the dazzling golden jar and began the direct lottery draw. Ding! The dazzling golden jar kept shaking, making a clinking sound, and finally stopped shaking. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the highest tier golden equipment, Anna's resilient belt. Anna's resilient belt. Quality, gold. Grade, top grade. Effect, 3000 health points. Effect, 100 constitution. Resilience, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to your own, the hero's protection effect is triggered, reducing damage taken by 10%. Invalid against elite monsters and above. 1 shot, 1 kill. The belt's resilience effect activated, and Yi-chan couldn't help but marvel at his own luck. It really wasn't just luck. Yi-chan immediately used the second dazzling golden jar, but his good luck didn't last. The second golden jar didn't yield what he wanted. However, the dazzling golden jar had a higher chance of yielding the highest tier items compared to the super scratch cards. After 70 attempts, Yi-chan managed to obtain the highest tier golden equipment 12 times. At that moment, Yi Chun spent another hour but still failed to obtain the lower garment with the resilience trait, which left him feeling frustrated. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If he hadn't gotten it. Moreover, Yi Chun didn't want to waste any more time, as he had a long list of tasks to tackle afterward. In the end, Yi Chun chose a lower garment with the courage trait, effectively bringing the matter to a close. 5 top-tier golden equipment pieces. Though they had some flaws and imperfections, there was nothing to complain about. At least they were 5 golden equipment pieces. Upper body, Soren's glorious battle armor. 5,000 health, 100 constitution. Lower body, AMU's brave trousers. 2,000 health, 100 constitution. Belt, Anna's resilience belt. 3,000 health, 100 constitution. Shoulder guards, Adarin's brave shoulder guards. 2,000 health, 100 constitution. Boots, boots of honor of Ostara. 1,000 health, 100 agility. Total attribute bonuses, 400 constitution, 100 agility, 13,000 health bonus, plus resilience x2, haste, and courage x2. Although Yi Chun wanted a resilience x5 bonus, having the ability to rewind time by 1 minute made it impossible. Before obtaining a high tier set, this equipment will suffice until level 50. Yi Chun thought to himself, and even believed it could last until level 60, though it would only be sufficient for daily quests and activities. If facing bosses or engaging in other activities, such equipment would naturally be inadequate by level 60. After finishing all of this, Yi Chushin began to tackle the second task. He started extracting the Death God's golden tickets. This item is far superior to a full set of golden equipment. Since it's an item drawn from the Reaper's treasure, and it's drawn from the Divine Being's treasure vault, it sounds utterly invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Chun took out the Death God's golden voucher and began the extraction process. Ding! Do you wish to use the Death God's golden voucher? Using this item will allow you to directly draw a treasure from the Death God's treasure chest. Yes. As Yi Chun finished making his choice, the red lottery ticket in his hand instantly turned into a ball of black light, and a long sword appeared in Yi Chun's hand. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the diamond weapon, the hero's sword of the Omni Knight. Diamond weapon? What the hell is this? The Reaper's treasure, and I actually got a diamond weapon? Isn't this an insult to the Reaper? No nonsense. Yi Chun immediately rewound the clock by 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the diamond weapon, the wisdom scepter of the Moon Spirit Archmage. What the hell? Insulting the Grim Reaper? Yi Chun was speechless. Divine treasures, and you give me diamonds? This isn't just an insult, it's a humiliation. If Yi Chun were to claim this item, he would definitely be added to the Grim Reaper's blacklist. However, after continuously drawing 6 times, a legendary item finally appeared, but it was useless, leaving Yi Chun speechless. Does the Grim Reaper enjoy collecting junk? Yi Chun felt frustrated, but he was determined and continued to draw relentlessly. If once doesn't work, then 10 times. 10 times isn't enough. 100 times. At the very least, you need top-tier gear. Otherwise, you'd be letting the Grim Reaper down. Yi Chun said seriously. Here's the third update. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Please subscribe. If you want to see more, please support us. Thank you. Chapter 53, Caesar's Dragon-Slaying Sword, the Ring of Death. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Arthur's legendary shoulder guards. Legendary quality. Yi Chun didn't hesitate for a moment and continued to rewind time, returning to 10 seconds earlier. After a full hour and nearly 80 draws, the best he could get was just a top-tier legendary item. Forget about the facts, he hadn't even caught a glimpse of a single strand of the king's hair. At that moment, Yi Chun deeply suspected that the Death Goddess treasure had already been completely looted by someone else. Could it really be that bad? That's way too exaggerated. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't help but sigh. What could he do? He'd just have to keep going. Champion. That was Yi Chun's absolute minimum requirement. He truly wanted nothing else. He didn't care about epic items or divine artifacts, all he wanted was champion-level gear. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the Crystal Dragon Knight Caesar's high-ranking guard's dragon-slaying sword, the highest-tier king's equipment. At that moment, a crisp sound rang out, and Yi Chun was instantly overjoyed. The highest-tier royal equipment? The dragon-slaying sword? What the hell? The dragon-slaying sword. Quality, royal. Grade, top tier. Effect, 5,000 attack points. Effect, 50 critical hit chance. After the critical hit effect triggers, each additional attack increases damage by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%. Effect, Dragon's Might. Upon killing any magical beast, there is a certain chance to instill fear in the target, including dragons, and even bosses may be intimidated. Dragon Soul, when attacking, there is a certain chance to summon a Dragon Soul. Once the Dragon Soul effect activates, it deals 50,000 damage unaffected by critical hits or other effects. Description: this is the Dragon Slayer Sword of Caesar, the Great Dragon Knight and high-ranking guard of the Crystal Empire, a legendary weapon of unmatched power.
SSSS. This is what you call a king's weapon. Look at my Dark King's ring, it's like night and day. But Ji-chun knew that the Dark King's ring was definitely not just that simple. It must have other attributes that he hadn't unlocked yet. After all, the Dark King was already a 12 main god level existence, while Caesar was merely a half-dragon knight. The gap between them was still vast, but Ji-chun was just venting his frustration. With the dragon-slaying sword in hand, Ji-chun felt he could dominate the entire Hope world with ease. But the next moment, Ji-chun took a deep breath. After experiencing it for a moment, he quickly chose to rewind time. Not for anything else, but for that one breath. The Death God's golden ticket allowed one to draw from the Death God's treasure trove. Did a single king really think he could dismiss him so easily? It was simply impossible. Even if I can't draw the highest tier king next time, if one try doesn't work, I'll try 10 times. If 10 times don't work, I'll try 100 times. If 100 times don't work, I'll try 10,000 times. Ji-chun just doesn't believe it. He can't get an epic? He can't get a legendary item? Ding! Congratulations, you've drawn a diamond tier equipment item, Taza's magic staff. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a diamond tier item, Jack's lucky earrings. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a legendary item, the Ghost's merciless dagger. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a diamond tier equipment item, the shimmering diamond bow. Once, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 300 times, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. At exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, at that very moment, a dull sound suddenly rang out, causing Ji-chun, who had been smoking until he was numb, to perk up. Oh! Great Dark Lord, you are the hope of darkness, the only hope to defeat the false darkness. I never imagined that you would be the one to inherit my legacy. It is truly an honor. This is my ring. I sense that you possess another dark amulet, and it belongs to an old acquaintance. The aura of the Dark King. Oh, that's wonderful. My ring and his amulet were both crafted by the Dark Supreme God. If combined, they could produce an unexpected effect. You are truly fortunate, Dark Lord. The voice rang out, like a chatterbox, but Ji-chun couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ding! Congratulations on using the Death God's golden voucher to obtain the divine artifact, the Death God's ring. Ding! Since you have obtained the divine artifact, the Death God's ring, the hidden quest Eternal Darkness, the Immortal God's ring has been activated. The Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring Quest. Mission level, SSSSS. Mission requirements: collect the 12 rings crafted by the Dark Supreme God for the 12 main gods. Currently, the Ring of Death and the Ring of the Dark King have been obtained, with 10 rings still missing. Task reward: the Eternal Source of Darkness. Can be used to fuse the 12 rings into a single supreme divine weapon. Ding! Since you already possess the Ring of Death and the Dark King's signet ring, they will automatically fuse into the incomplete version of the Eternal Darkness Immortal Divine Ring. Ding! Since you have inherited the legacy of the Grim Reaper, you have automatically accepted an SSSSS ranked quest, Ruler of the Underworld. Ding! Since you have accepted the SSSSS ranked mission, the Ruler of the Underworld, you have obtained the SSSS ranked profession, Necromancer. The Necromancer is an SSSS ranked profession, similar to the Dark King. However, if you obtain the godhood of the Grim Reaper and the godhood of the Dark King, you will advance to become the Grim Reaper and the Dark Sovereign, achieving dual godhood through inheritance. The Necromancer is a sorcerer class, which is precisely the class that Ji-chun can inherit. Ding! Since you have inherited the Necromancer class, your attributes will be reset and enhanced once again, and the Necromancer skill tree will automatically awaken. The base attributes of the sorcerer class are quite low, but the Necromancer class has extremely high attributes, resulting in a significant increase in natural attributes as well. However, Ji-chun didn't pay much attention to this and instead examined his Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring. The Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring. Quality: Divine Artifact. Grade: Defective. Darkness: in darkness, your strength will be doubled. This applies to all attributes, including damage, health, movement speed, reaction speed, attack speed, luck, and more, all doubled. Death: killing monsters or players allows you to accumulate death souls. Use these souls to sacrifice and summon powerful monsters or heroes from the Death Realm, or even summon a former god. Current sacrifice value: 100 million. Ji-chun wasn't one to make a big deal out of things, but now he had no choice but to be shocked. This was insane. The Dark State doubled all attributes, meaning they were literally doubled. And it wasn't just attack power, even luck and various probabilities were doubled. Even when others healed him, instead of gaining 100 HP, he would receive 200 HP. This is simply unbelievable. The Ultimate Divine Artifact. Chapter 54, The Function of the Divine Ring, Summoning Divine Beings. Not only is the first skill powerful, but the second skill is also incredibly strong, allowing one to summon creatures from the realm of the dead to fight on their behalf. However, this requires a certain amount of slaughter points.
Fortunately, Yi Chun had already slaughtered 100 million players, giving him 100 million slaughter points. Thinking of this, Yi Chun couldn't resist summoning one to test it out.
Ding! Do you wish to consume 100 million points of slaughter points to perform a necromancer sacrifice summon? Ding! Yes. Anyway, since we can rewind time, Yi Chun will summon something first and see what a billion killing points can summon.
After selecting the summoning option, the ring on Yi Chun's hand, the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, emitted an odd glow. The ring appeared even more ancient, but within its simplicity, numerous ancient runes were engraved. After selecting summoning, the ring in Yi Chun's hand, the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, suddenly emitted an odd glow. The ring appeared even more ancient, but amidst its antiquity were imprinted numerous ancient Gaulish runes and primordial magical incantations.
Additionally, a faint glow of immortal darkness flowed from the ring's surface. It looked truly extraordinary. Swish!
The magical hexagonal star array appeared, and at that moment, the entire Qinglong main city was shrouded in darkness and the scent of death.
Terrifying undead energies swept across the entire Qinglong main city.
At that moment, within the grand hall of the Qinglong main city, the great mage Obei, who was explaining the mysteries of magic, suddenly widened his eyes and revealed an expression of extreme terror.
The aura of a divine being? Filled with death and decay, who summoned the god of the underworld? Is something major about to happen in this world?
He is the Archmage, a being of over 100th rank, possessing terrifying magical power. Yet now, he has revealed a look of fear. It wasn't just him, countless powerful beings in the Qinglong main city were trembling in fear, and some had even begun to send out distress signals. At that moment, a hexagonal magic array appeared in the main city of Qinglong, spanning 400 or 500 meters. Immediately afterward, a massive demon lord over 100 meters tall emerged, with 8 horns, a colossal frame resembling a giant, covered in dragon scales, and riding a deathly frost-covered dragon, emanating a terrifying aura.
Ding!
Congratulations on summoning a lower-tier divine being, the rebellious red dragon demon god. At your current level and strength, you can only command him to perform one task and cannot control his will or actions. The system transmitted a message, and at the same time, the rebellious red dragon demon god looked down on Yi Chun with contempt and said, "You lowly human, what do you summon me here for? However, no matter what you ask me to do, you must hunt down 1 million souls for me. Otherwise, I can unilaterally breach the contract." He stood high above, a god, and it was understandable. However, the other party was so arrogant, and Yi Chun appeared utterly indifferent. Just as he was about to reverse time to return, suddenly, the rebellious red dragon demon god noticed the ring on Yi Chun's hand, and his eyes immediately gleamed with a blood-red light. The next moment, he collapsed with a thud, kneeling on the ground, trembling uncontrollably.
Great Dark Sun, I never expected it to be you who summoned me.
Amos was too foolish.
Please punish Amos, master.
The rebellious red dragon demon lord sensed Yi Chun's ring and aura, and instantly knelt down. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant, but now he's cowering.
This is the advantage of being a deity.
It was also the benefit of Yi Chun joining the darkness. Now, Yi Chun held the status of the Son of Darkness, and all NPCs in the Darkness faction had to obey him. Unlike the Light faction, the Darkness faction strictly adhered to strength and status. While the Light faction relied on absolute military might to intimidate others, the Darkness faction valued strength and status above all else.
However, the Dark faction relies on brutal methods and the hierarchical structure that has existed since ancient times to intimidate its subordinates.
Therefore, NPCs in the Dark faction place greater emphasis on status. Therefore, even a lower-ranked god, a true god, must submit.
Amos trembled in fear, utterly panicked.
He never imagined he had offended the Dark Sun, the heir to the Dark Supreme God, the successor to the God of Death and the Dark King. This is sheer suicide. Even without the Dark Supreme God intervening, the minions of the Dark King and the Grim Reaper could reduce him to dust with a single sneeze.
How dare he still act so brazenly? However, none of this mattered much to Yi Chun. He merely thought that 1 billion killing points could summon a deity? Even if it was a lower-tier deity, it was still terrifying. This must be the best possible outcome. Check attributes. Yi Chun wanted to view the other party's attributes, but found that he couldn't, because the other party was a deity, and there was nothing he could do about it. Time rewound.
Since that's the case, there's no choice but to rewind time back to 1 minute ago, when the 100 million killing points were still intact. However, Yi Chushin had an idea. With 100 million killing points, he could summon a deity. If he was lucky, he might even summon a king, or perhaps a legendary figure.
This is a game changer. At a critical moment, I can use this to overturn everything and turn the tide of battle. Didn't the Japanese and Silla say I was one of them? If I ever get the chance to go to the Japanese or Silla regions, I'll summon a deity and give them a taste of their own medicine. Yi Chushin thought to himself, this is a trump card, not to be used yet. Once it's used, it can resolve all troubles. At this moment, only 3 divine treasure cards remained, the last of his resources. After drawing these 3 items, Yi Chushin planned to use his rebirth opportunity to reset his attributes, then proceed with the quest and begin the true game. Divine treasure cards. Items that allow you to draw from the divine treasure chest. I won't even dare to hope for a divine artifact. At the very least, it should be epic, right? Of course, if it's a divine artifact, that would be even better. And if I could draw the ring of one of the 12 main gods of the Dark Camp, that would be even better. Yi Chushin thought to himself, then began the next round of draws. To be honest, Yi Chushin was getting a bit sick of it. He kept drawing cards over and over again. If someone asked Yi Chushin if this was fun or enjoyable, Yi-chan would definitely answer seriously and earnestly. I am very happy. My happiness is beyond your imagination. Indeed, although it's quite annoying to smoke, once you get something good, the entire body feels so good that it's hard to describe. This sensation is something ordinary people can't experience, and saying it's so good it's indescribable wouldn't be an exaggeration. If the process were a bit more streamlined, it would be even more exhilarating and exciting. Ding! Would you like to use your divine treasure card to participate in the lottery? Yes. Yi-chan spoke seriously. Chapter 55, The 4 SSSS Ranked Professions and the Acquisition of Divine Weapons. The Divine Treasure card allows you to draw from the Divine Treasure chest, and Yi-chan couldn't help but feel filled with anticipation. The Death God Golden Ticket yielded the Death God's Ring, which fused into the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring. Among these 3 Divine Treasure cards, perhaps the remaining 10 main God Rings belonging to the Dark Camp could be obtained. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the legendary item, Amuta's Ritual Prop. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the legendary equipment, the legendary Staff of the Aurora. Ding! Congratulations! You have won a diamond tier item, the Diamond Necklace of Phetom. Another round of repeated draws. To be honest, it's thrilling, but doing this over and over again is pretty annoying. But what can you do? Yi-chan can only keep drawing cards. After all, this is something hard to come by, and there are very few of them. If other players found out about Yi-chan's thoughts, they'd probably be cursed to death. Everyone is working themselves to death just to get a silver-tiered equipment, yet Yi-chan can obtain legendary gear effortlessly, and he's still dissatisfied here, complaining that the lottery is tiring? Ding! Congratulations! You have won a divine item, Hone's Clerical Book. Divine artifact? Yi-chan was slightly surprised. After all, he had only drawn about 20 times and had already received a divine reward. Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help but take a closer look at the divine artifact. Hua An's Divine Book. Quality, Divine. Grade? Effect, allows you to directly obtain an SSSS tier divine profession. Description, Hone was a great alchemist who dedicated his life to the study of magical inventions. Before his death, he created the Clerical Book, which is said to grant the divine profession to anyone who can decipher its secrets. Possessed the divine profession? Still SSSS rank? At that moment, Yi-chan directly selected this reward. Currently, he possessed 3 professions, Dark King, Necromancer, and Archer. With this divine profession book, he could now choose another profession. Among the 5 major professions, there are still Mage and Warrior available for me to choose. Given the current version, all 5 major dungeons have appeared. To be honest, I already have sufficient damage output in some area of effect AoE capabilities. Therefore, I will choose the Warrior profession, preferably a Shield Guardian or Dragon Knight, as these classes offer stable survival capabilities. Yi-chan thought to himself. Thinking this, Yi-chan opened the Divine Profession book, and 5 profession options appeared quickly. Yi-chan directly chose the Warrior profession, and 2 Warrior options appeared immediately. Temple Master Dragon Knight. The former is a defensive Temple Master with some offensive capabilities, but their primary role is defense. The Dragon Knight, however, not only excels in defense but also possesses high offensive output, making them a well-rounded class capable of both offense and defense. Pure defense as a slow death staying alive is essential for output, but you must have the ability to deal damage. The Dragon Knight is the stronger choice. At that moment, Yi-chan directly chose the Dragon Knight class. Instantly, the system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSSS ranked profession, Dragon Knight. Your attributes have been reset. The 4th profession, Dragon Knight, means I now have 3 SSSS tier professions. The only one left to change is the Archer. Otherwise, having 3 divine professions paired with an ordinary one just doesn't sound right. Just as Yi-chan finished thinking this, he immediately used the 2nd Divine Treasure card, and a voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations on using the Divine Treasure card. You have obtained the Divine Class Changebook, Elf Arrow God. Spirit Arrow God Class Changebook. Effect, allows you to transfer to the SSSS rank class, Elf Archer God. Description, the origin of bows and arrows, derived from elves. Every generation of elf kings possesses powerful archery skills, capable of piercing even the sun and moon with a single arrow. Yi-chan felt a sense of fulfillment, as if his wishes were coming true. He had always wanted to become an archer, and now here was a class change book for exactly that. This was simply too good to be true. At the same time, this significantly reduced the time required. Otherwise, at this rate, she would have completely exhausted herself.
Now there's only one divine artifact card left. Yi-chun doesn't dare to hope for much, he just wants a suitable weapon for one of the 4 major professions, preferably a divine tier weapon. Just thinking about it sends a chill down his spine.
Ding! Congratulations on obtaining diamond equipment. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining legendary equipment. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining legendary items. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining an epic item. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining a diamond weapon. Good luck had all but vanished by 8 o'clock in the morning, and Yi-chun still hadn't drawn anything he wanted.
To be honest, divine artifacts were extremely rare, and throughout the entire process, Yi-chun hadn't drawn a single one.
Items like class change books could only be considered divine level items. However, they weren't true divine artifacts.
The only exception was the Eternal Darkness Immortal Ring, which was a genuine divine artifact though not the complete version. In reality, the attributes of epic equipment and divine artifacts are not overly powerful. For instance, an attack power of 999,999 does not exist. At the epic level, equipment provides attribute bonuses, effect bonuses, and trait bonuses. For example, a divine artifact with the trait Resilience grants 90% damage immunity against attacks from enemies of a lower level.
If the attacker is 10 levels below the artifact's level, the damage is completely negated. If the attacker is up to 20 levels below the artifact's level, the damage is reduced by 50%. This is the true power of a divine artifact.
Even if your attack power is 1 million, as long as your level is lower than mine, you can only deal 100,000 points of damage. If your level is 10 levels lower than mine, you could stand here and attack me for 10 days and 10 nights and still not be able to move me. So attributes are just a thing in the early stages.
Once everyone has legendary weapons, attributes won't matter at all. Currently, equipment that increases attack power is definitely better. However, everything in the current version will eventually be phased out.
Only those with foresight will choose legendary items.
Of course, if the legendary items are junk, then they're not worth considering.
Finally, at exactly 10 a.m., Yi-chun managed to obtain a piece of equipment he was fairly satisfied with.
Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining the legendary item, the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet.
Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet. Quality, Divine Artifact. Grade?
Effect, when your health points reach 0, you can immediately revive, restoring 50% of your health and mana. You can revive up to 12 times within a week, and the revival count will reset after 1 week.
Effect, the 12 Jade Orbs represent 12 blessings, each usable once to grant a different buff.
However, only one buff can be active at a time.
The blessing count will reset after 1 week. Effect? Awakens at LV 40. Effect? Awakens at LV 60.
Immortality, when the damage you receive from enemies exceeds 20% of your maximum health, you enter a judgment state.
If the judgment is red, you lose the corresponding amount of health.
If the judgment is black, the damage dealt is converted into healing.
Note, this is a divine artifact created by the Goddess of Life and the Lord of Reincarnation.
It holds the secret of immortality and the mysteries of reincarnation. However, the Goddess of Life eventually fell, and the Lord of Reincarnation vanished without a trace.
Therefore, in the divine scriptures, this artifact is regarded as an omen of misfortune, as even the gods cannot comprehend the truths of immortality and reincarnation. The Goddess of Life and the Lord of Reincarnation are both deities of the highest order.
Therefore, this artifact must at least be a divine artifact of the same caliber.
Yi-chun thought to himself.
Although the explanation mentioned something ominous, this was after all a game, so Yi-chun naturally wouldn't believe such things.
With that thought, Yi-chun didn't hesitate to put on the equipment.
Obtaining a divine artifact might make an ordinary player ecstatic, but while Yi-chun was also happy, after winning so many prizes, his joy was limited. It was like winning the lottery. If you won $5 million dozens of times in a row, would you still feel as excited as you did the first time?
Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Orbs. This equipment currently ranks first on the equipment rankings. Would you like to make your name public? Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Orbs. This equipment is currently ranked first on the equipment rankings. Would you like to make your name public? Yes. Ding! Your equipment, the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, is currently ranked second on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment top is currently ranked 85th on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment, the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, is currently ranked second on the equipment ranking list. Ding! Your equipment lower garment is currently ranked 86th on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment belt is currently ranked 87th on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment shoulder guards are currently ranked 88th on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment shoes are currently ranked 89th on the equipment rankings. Ding! Your equipment shoulder pads are currently ranked 88th on the equipment leaderboard.
Two pieces of equipment are ranked first and second, while the rest are ranked 80th. Yi-chun found this quite normal. After all, there are a billion players from all over the world, and this is only the third day since the game launched, so yesterday doesn't count. With a billion players, to be honest, if you can't get at least 100 golden equipment pieces, then the world would be too terrifying. Yi-chun's 5 pieces of defensive gear are all ranked in the top 100, which is already considered very strong. Opening the equipment rankings, Yi-chun glanced at the list. Chapter 56, Reset Attributes. Unbelievable attributes. The world rankings should display a maximum of 1,000 entries. Currently, the equipment rankings feature nearly 400 golden tier items, all from different countries and players. Among the 432 items, there are almost no duplicate owners. In other words, it's just Yi-chun alone. NO1, Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet, Divine Weapon of the 9 States. NO2, Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, Divine Artifact of the 9 States. NO3, the 7-star Bow and Arrow of the Waterwood King, Kingdom of the Sovereigns. NO4, Moonlight Crystal Palace, King of the United States. NO5, Tam Knight's Earthen Blunt Weapon, Kingdom of the 9 Provinces. NO6, the Wooden Hammer of the Atlant Empire, Kingdom of Wa. NO7, Flowing Blade like Fire Bracelet, Diamond Rod Kingdom. NO8, Ugly King's Earrings, Diamond Europe. NO9, the Magic Wolf Spear of the Sita Tribe, Diamond USA. NO10, Amelin's Metal Magic Wand, Platinum 9 States. On the third day, the world was suddenly enriched with 4 additional royal grade equipment pieces, 3 diamond grade equipment pieces, 9 platinum grade equipment pieces, 12 purple gold equipment pieces, and over 400 gold grade equipment pieces. With a population of 1 billion, such a situation occurring under such terrifying circumstances is by no means surprising. However, this does not mean that Yi-chun's equipment is worthless. On the contrary, with the upcoming dungeon mode, Yi-chun's equipment has become even more valuable. After all, out of a billion players, only over 400 possess golden equipment. Among the first batch of players to enter the game, aside from a few lucky ones like Yi-chun, the vast majority are those with some background or wealth. The wealthy players are a dime a dozen, so Yi-chun isn't worried about selling his silver gear. After glancing at the equipment rankings, Yi-chun finally opened his personal attributes to take a look. With the bonuses from the 4 SSSS tier professions, Yi-chun wanted to see how powerful his attributes had become. Player, the Sai of the King. Player, the King's Sai. Level, 25. Primary profession, Assassin Dark King. Second class, Sorcerer Lich Lord. Third class, Archer Elven Archer God. Fourth class, Warrior Dragon Knight. Health points, 670-006-7000. When health points reach 0, the character dies. Magic points, 250-002-5000. When magic points reach 0, the character cannot use any skills. Attack power, 300-06000. Critical hits deal 6,000 damage. Magic attack power, 300-06000. Critical hits deal 6,000 damage. Constitution, 2,000. Affects health points. Spirit, 2,000. Affects magic points and magic damage. Strength, 1,500. Affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility, 300. Affects movement speed and reaction ability. Perceptibility, 100. Nighttime effects are doubled. Reputation, 1 million. Requires 10,000 reputation points to enter the rankings, and reputation points can be exchanged for rewards. Title, Butcher PvP allows instant kills of enemies, Lucky Child of the World. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, 0500000. Due to being a mix of 4 classes, this experience value is higher than that of ordinary players. Coins, 100, 001010. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. Skills. Curse of the King, reduces all attributes of enemy units by 50% to 20%. Chest Forcing Technique LV1, a rare special skill that cannot be upgraded using skill points. It requires completing the corresponding achievement to level up. Seeing his own attributes, Yi-chun couldn't help but be amazed. With 67,000 health points, plus 3,000 base attack and 300 agility, thanks to the advanced agility bonus, he had 3 times the agility effect, which was equivalent to 900 agility points. The terrifying agility bonus left Yi-chun in awe. However, attack speed has a cap, with 5 arrows per second being the maximum. Any excess agility is primarily allocated to movement speed. What does 900 agility points equate to? Previously, Yi-chun's movement speed was already extremely swift, but now he moves like a wisp of green smoke. It can be said that unless it's an area of effect skill, single target skills or targeted skills simply cannot hit Yi-chun. Rebirth. Yi-chun was fairly satisfied with his attributes, but he immediately used his rebirth ability to reset them. This was the ability of the Grim Reaper's Rebirth, a complete transformation. Soon, the new attributes appeared. Ding! Rebirth successful. Your health points have decreased by 10,000, magic points have increased by 2,000, and physical attack and magic attack have each decreased by 500.
Time rewound. First, prioritize health points, then attack power.
Magic points and magic attack power both decrease, but these two cannot decrease, so Yi-chan directly chooses to revert.
Therefore, Yi-chan continues to reset. Ding!
Rebirth successful. Your health points have increased by 5,000, magic points have decreased by 2,000, and physical attack and magic attack have each decreased by 500.
Ding!
Rebirth successful. Your health points have increased by 3,000, your magic points have increased by 2,000, and your physical attack and magic attack have each decreased by 1,000. Yi-chan wasn't greedy. As long as his health and attack power increased, it was fine. Even if only his health increased and his attack power didn't, or if his attack power increased and his health didn't, and his magic points decreased arbitrarily, it was all acceptable.
After refreshing 20 times in this manner, a set of attributes finally appeared that satisfied Yi-chan. Ding!
Rebirth successful. Your health points have increased by 3,000, magic points have decreased by 5,000, and physical attack and magic attack have each increased by 1,000. These stats are pretty good. Both attack power and health have increased. That's indeed quite impressive. Health, 700, 007, 0000.
Magic points, 200, 002, 0000.
Attack power, 4000800. Magic attack power, 4000800. These are Yi-chan's current attribute values. His magic points have decreased by 5,000, but all other attributes have received significant boosts.
Unfortunately, he lacks suitable weapons.
If he had 4 top-tier golden weapons, that would be quite impressive. Yi-chan thought to himself, but suddenly, he slapped his thigh. He had forgotten that he still had one item left to appraise. The purple gold magic staff. When Yi-chan defeated the boss, a purple gold equipment item dropped. At the time, he was only focused on appraising the highest tier golden equipment and completely forgot about this item. Thinking about it now, Yi-chan could only grit his teeth and head to the top appraiser to have the purple gold equipment appraised, which cost 500 gold coins per appraisal. The price had doubled, which was a real blow to Yi-chan.
The north. Someday I must go to the north.
Yi-chan muttered to himself.
After the 12th appraisal was successful, the equipment's attributes quickly appeared.
It was a purple gold exclusive magic staff. Chapter 57, 12 God tier skills, unmatched in power. After the golden 3-headed Lion King dies, it drops exclusive equipment for the 5 major professions. The staff is not only exclusive to mages but may also be exclusive to sorcerers. After identification, it was indeed confirmed to be exclusive to sorcerers. Marlin's Necromancer's mysterious staff. Quality, purple gold. Grade, top grade. Effect, 2,000 points of magical damage. Effect, when attacking with this staff, there is a certain chance to summon 10 undead warriors of the same level to fight for you.
They can only exist for 5 minutes, and after the skill ends, there is a 5-minute cooldown. Effect, all necromancy type skill effects are increased by 100%.
Silence, undead creatures summoned by this staff have a 1% chance to inflict additional random effects such as stun, curse, weakness, damage, or fear when attacking. Description, Marlin was a mage who was deeply fascinated by the study of the undead. He dedicated his entire life to researching necromancy and became a renowned necromancer grandmaster. Just as he was about to ascend to the rank of necromancer grandmaster, he suddenly decided that to truly understand the undead, he must become one himself. Thus, Marlin took his own life, leaving behind his staff. This description is a bit unusual. To study the undead, he chose to become one himself. This dedication to research is truly admirable. Golden equipment has 2 effects, purple gold equipment has 3 effects, platinum equipment has 4 effects, and diamond equipment has 5 effects, and so on. However, this changes for legendary, epic, and artifact tier equipment, which require a certain level to activate their effects, as these higher tier items have effects that are too powerful. 2,000 points of magic damage is decent, but we still need to check what the skills are. Thinking this, Yi-chan immediately summoned the skill interface. First, the Dark King's skill. Dark Stealth can be learned at LV1. After activating this skill, the perception level is reduced to 1000 for 1 minute. After the skill ends, there is a 1-minute cooldown, and it requires 50 skill points. Royal Execution, available at level 10. Instantly deals 20 times the normal damage. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Requires 50 skill points. Royal Rage, unlockable at level 20, deals 2000 physical damage with a 100% critical hit rate, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour, requires 100 skill points. This is the skill tree of the Dark King, featuring 3 skills, each of which has been significantly enhanced. However, some skills are no longer available and are likely to require a higher level to unlock. Currently, I have reached level 25, with 4 SSSS ranked professions. Each level up grants 10 skill points, meaning that with each level up, Yi-chan gains 40 skill points. It sounds impressive, but in reality, these skill points are far from sufficient. Fortunately, the only way to obtain skill points in the Hope world is not limited to leveling up, they can also be acquired through events and various rewards. 1,200 skill points, that's all the skill points Yi-chan currently possesses. He has no plans for them yet, but he has already mastered all 3 skills of the Dark King.
Currently, there are still 1,000 skill points remaining.
Upgrading can wait for later. For now, it's best to focus on learning other skills first. Elf Archer Skill Tree. Natural Archery can be learned at LV1, Passive Skill. After learning this skill, your attack range is 500, accuracy is 100, and it requires 50 skill points.
Wood Spirit Arrow, LV10, learnable. Primarily uses wood-based elements.
50% of the damage dealt is converted into your own health, lasting for 10 minutes.
Cooldown, 1 hour. Requires 50 skill points.
Blast Arrow Technique, LV10, 50 by 50 range, deals repeated strikes, totaling 5 strikes, with damage equal to 100% of physical attack.
Not affected by critical hits or other attribute bonuses. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requires 100 skill points. Still 3 skills. Natural Arrow is a passive skill that increases attack range and accuracy. A notable feature is that the Elf Arrow God does not require mana to cast skills, and skill points remain at 200. Yi-chan didn't hesitate and learned them directly. Soon, he had mastered the skill tree of the Undead Overlord. Undead Overlord Skill Tree. Undead Altar can be learned at LV1. Sacrifice 50% of your magic to summon an undead altar, which lasts for 1 hour with no cooldown. However, only one altar can be active at a time, and it requires 50 skill points. Undead Curse, LV10, can be learned. Inflicts a random advanced negative status effect on an enemy unit. Cooldown, 1 minute. Consumes 1000 magic points. No cooldown. A unit cannot be targeted again with this effect for 5 minutes after the negative status effect wears off. Requires 50 skill points. Undead Clan Necromancer Altar, also known as the Undead Altar, learnable at LV20, Passive Skill. After learning, there is a 5% chance to summon an Undead Clan Necromancer Altar when summoning a Necromancer Altar. Requires 100 skill points. The skills of the Undead Lord are relatively simple. The first is the Altar, the second is a Curse Enhancement, and the third is a support skill for the first. The Undead Altar is quite ordinary and can only summon low-tier undead. However, if you learn the Undead Clan Undead Altar, you can summon undead warriors that are highly skilled in combat. Another 200 skill points, and Yi-chan learned them all. Finally, it was time for the Divine Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight Skill Tree. Dragon Taming Mastery can be learned at LV1, allows taming of dragon-type mounts, increases mount attributes by 100%, cooperation rate 100%, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Charge, learnable at LV10, performs a powerful charge, dealing damage equal to 100% of the enemy mount's health and 5 times the user's attack power, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Fusion, available at level 20. Merges with the mount, granting the mount's attributes multiplied by 10 for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 hour. Requires 100 skill points. Most of the Dragon Knight's skills are based on mounts, which is quite awkward, as mounts have not yet been introduced in the game. This makes the Dragon Knight class particularly awkward at the moment. However, it's not a big deal. Mounts are something that will eventually appear. After spending all 800 skill points, there were still 400 skill points remaining. Yi-chan thought for a moment, then decided to allocate them to King's Rage, King's Slash, and Curse of the Dead. King's Rage was upgraded to level 3, increasing physical damage to 5000 and granting a new Bloodlust status effect with 20% lifesteal, at a cost of 200 skill points. The King's Execution has been upgraded to level 3, dealing 50 times the damage. Although it is unaffected by critical hits, with the current 3000 physical attack damage, this amounts to 150,000 damage, consuming 100 skill points. The Undead Curse has been upgraded to level 3, which applies 1 advanced, 1 intermediate, and 1 basic negative status effect. This is also quite useful, consuming 100 skill points. Glancing at all the skills, Yi-chan opened the taskbar at that moment, staring at the extremely challenging beginner's quest. Dark Stealth Royal Slaying Royal Rage. Natural Archery Wood Spirit Arrow Rainstorm Archery. Altar of the Dead Curse of the Dead Undying Spirit. Dragon Taming Mastery Dragon Rider Charge Dragon Rider Fusion. Chapter 58, Kick One Out, Form a Group. Now that his career and skills were all in order, Yi-chan, wielding his purple gold magic staff, set off to confront the frost giant elephant. However, before heading out, Yi-chan gave all his excess silver equipment to Xinghuan Bumia, though only the attribute diagrams. These items ask your guild leader what price they can offer me. No need to be too high, market price is fine. Yi-chan sent the message. He had obtained 5 silver grade items from defeating the boss, plus 2 more from opening treasure chests earlier, though he had kept 1 for himself. In total, there are 6 silver grade equipment pieces, including 2 top tier, 2 mid tier, and 2 lower tier pieces. Such incredible stats?
Xinghuan Bumia was completely stunned at first, never expecting the stats Yi-chun sent to be so terrifying. However, he didn't waste any time and immediately sent the equipment stats to the guild leader. About 5 minutes later, Xinghuan Wudi responded. The shield costs 500,000 Jojo Kingdom coins. The top tier equipment costs 300,000, the intermediate tier equipment costs 200,000, and the lower tier equipment costs 100,000 Jojo Kingdom coins. This is the price set by Xinghuan Wudi. Each item is priced approximately 20% higher than the market rate. First, it is to give face to Yi-chun as a gesture of goodwill. Second, while Yi-chun could purchase these items with money, it would be extremely troublesome to do so. Essentially, these are items with a price but no market demand, so charging 20% more is entirely justified and not at all exaggerated. The total is 140 million, Xinghuan Bumia told Yi-chun. This was a huge sum of money. To be honest, it was truly a fortune for Yi-chun at the moment. However, after enduring so many trials and tribulations, Yi-chun remained composed. With that in mind, Yi-chun agreed to the price. The other party didn't hesitate and immediately transferred 140,000 yuan. Yi-chun didn't waste any time either and promptly shipped the equipment from the inn. After settling these matters, Yi-chun set off to find the Ice Frost Giant Elephant. This was a level 25 boss, extremely challenging task for Yi-chun. He had to defeat the Ice Frost Giant Elephant. Fortunately, due to the server downtime, the task was time-locked, otherwise he would have failed long ago. There are currently 3 hours remaining, and Yi-chun immediately heads to the Frost Giant Elephant's territory. However, at this very moment, some players are already hunting the Frost Giant Elephant. There are 5 of them in total, all equipped with bronze gear, and some even have a touch of silver gear. They are currently dealing damage to the Frost Giant Elephant. Not far away, there are quite a few other players standing by, not just watching, but guarding the area to prevent anyone from stealing the boss. This is a fixed boss that doesn't drop any equipment, only experience points, as it can be considered a quest boss that respawns at regular intervals. Some people are here to farm the boss, so Yi-chun is waiting here as well. The Frost Giant Elephant has extremely high health. As Yi-chun approached, its attributes appeared. Frost Giant Elephant. Health points 500,000. Magic points 100, 001, 0000. Attack power 500, 1000. Description: its attacks can slow you down, and most of its skills have stun and heavy hit effects. Please be cautious. These are the attributes of the Frost Giant. As Yi-chun approached, many people immediately noticed him. The Red Cloud Guild is currently fighting the boss. Excuse me, could you please wait in line? This is a player from the Red Cloud Guild. The Red Cloud Guild is a guild on the Earth rankings, and it's ranked quite low, around 71st place. It's slightly better than the last place, but even though it's on the Earth rankings, it's still extremely powerful, backed by high-level players and big bosses. The opposing players were relatively polite and did not speak rudely. Although this is a game, many players are willing to follow the rules. While there are exceptions, most players avoid actions like monster stealing unless the player in question has a questionable character. Yi-chun didn't intervene either, he stood aside and waited quietly. Many players had gathered here, but they weren't there to cause trouble. They were simply there to observe. The Frost Giant Elephant's health is truly high. These are the most elite teams from the Red Cloud Guild, but the damage they deal per minute barely reaches 1,000. How long will it take to kill it? Yeah, the Frost Giant Elephant has extremely high health. This group just wants to finish the mission quickly. The class change quest is really annoying. It's said that many players have already completed the class change quest, but the hidden classes or some powerful classes are extremely difficult to complete. For example, the team leader here is an A rank class, the bloodthirsty berserker, who needs to defeat the Frost Giant to complete the quest. This is already their second attempt, and both previous attempts failed due to a few mistakes, resulting in all their efforts going to waste. The damage output is actually sufficient. If it were us, at the same level 25, 5 people dealing 100 damage per minute would be considered good. The boss has high health and regenerates health quickly per second. Players are discussing this matter heatedly. What do you think? How much damage could the King Sai deal? Just then, a curious player spoke up and asked. I'd guess at least 4 or 5,000, right? 4 or 5,000? Bro, have you checked the equipment rankings? He already has 2 legendary items. Apparently, several major guilds have jointly reported him, but the official response was to reject all claims. It's because the system is now AI controlled. To put it bluntly, even if someone cheats, as long as the AI doesn't detect it, no one can say anything. Exactly. But no one knows what the attributes of those 2 divine artifacts are. However, a big boss has offered an astronomical price of 50 billion to purchase the king's divine artifact. That was personally promised by the young master of the Longfei group, but the king hasn't responded yet. Answer? Whether the king is even a player in the 9 States Kingdom is still a mystery, big brother. People have been discussing it, and Yi-chun, who had been watching for 10 minutes, couldn't help but frown. The Red Cloud Guild was dealing hundreds to over 1,000 points of damage per minute, and if they made a single mistake, the boss would regenerate its health. Forget 3 hours 5 hours wouldn't be enough, and it might even take 10 hours to defeat this boss. And there can be no mistakes. Yi-chan naturally couldn't just continue waiting aimlessly here. He immediately stepped out of the crowd of players, bypassing the Red Cloud Guild members who were guarding the area, and joined the group of 5.
Kick one of them out and join me. Don't waste time.
Yi-chan spoke calmly, saying this.
Chapter 59, High Damage? How high could it possibly be?
In the Ice Frost Giant Elephant boss's territory, nearly 1,000 players were gathered to watch the battle.
From every angle, people were recording and filming the action.
This was the Red Cloud Guild attempting to solo the boss. Although their first attempt failed, it did not deter the Red Cloud Guild from launching a second assault. However, after nearly half an hour of fighting, due to the first failure, they are feeling some tension. It is precisely because of this tension that they have not made a single mistake.
The Frost Giant Elephant's health has now steadily decreased by 50,000 points.
At this rate, we should be able to defeat the Frost Giant within 5 to 8 hours.
Keep the rhythm steady and don't get reckless.
Captain Zhang Chen spoke up, fully focused on the situation. As the Ice Giant Elephant launched an ice crack attack, he instantly used a silver-plated spear to support himself, executing an extremely difficult dodge that drew gasps and applause from the crowd. But just then, a sudden voice rang out, instantly drawing the attention of countless players.
Kick one of them out and join me. Don't waste time.
The voice rang out, and everyone turned their gaze toward the guards stationed at the Red Cloud Guild, who grew increasingly anxious. Hey, friend, this boss was claimed by the Red Cloud Guild first.
Please don't interfere. The boss respawns every hour. Once we've defeated it, you can continue farming.
The Red Cloud Guild doesn't want trouble, but we're not afraid of it either.
Hurry up and back off. One after another, voices rang out.
The players of the Red Cloud Guild all spoke up, urging Yi-chan to step back.
Some voices were more gentle, some were firmer, and others were outright rude.
Other players also noticed the commotion.
Damn, how did that person get in there?
This guy has some nerve.
This is the Red Cloud Guild, you know? Could he be an enemy of the Red Cloud Guild? Trying to cause trouble on purpose?
His character is pretty disgusting.
The Red Cloud Guild has got the rhythm down. Although they were wiped out once before, they've stabilized now. As long as nothing goes wrong, they should be able to secure the first kill and complete the mission. If someone causes trouble now, it'll be trouble. Damn it, are there really people like this? Brothers, lock on to the target.
Even though this is a game world, we absolutely cannot allow such scum to exist.
Everyone, lock onto him and attack.
The other players also started discussing it, instinctively assuming that Yi-chan was trying to cause trouble and didn't think he had any other intentions. Bro, this boss was ours first. We hope you can give us some face. We're from the Red Cloud Guild.
As the team leader, Zhang Chen didn't get angry.
Instead, he remained calm and spoke to Yi-chan in a friendly manner, showing no signs of aggression.
However, everyone knew this was just a delaying tactic.
Meanwhile, many players from the Red Cloud Guild had already targeted Yi-chan. 50 archers and 50 mages locked onto Yi-chan, and the moment he made the slightest movement, they would unleash their skills without hesitation, determined to reduce him to dust in an instant. I can give you face I don't want to your boss. Don't misunderstand me, but I need to kill the Frost Giant Elephant.
The mission time is almost up. If you're this slow, it'll only prevent me from completing the mission.
As I said before, kick out the weakest teammate now and join me.
I'll help you complete the mission. Yi-chan spoke up. Although this was a game world, Yi-chan still had some integrity. He wasn't exactly kind-hearted, but at least his values were straight. He didn't steal others' belongings, didn't engage in underhanded deeds, and followed the principle of repaying grievances with grievances, enmity with enmity, and kindness with kindness. But as soon as he said this, the players around him burst into laughter. Bro, are you here to make jokes? Who is this guy? He's talking so big? Even if you have high damage output, so what? Boss fighting isn't as simple as just grinding mobs. It's not just about having high damage output.
The most important thing is teamwork, the coordination between teammates, monster control, kiting, healing, damage output, defense, and a whole series of tactics.
This guy is way too confident, isn't he?
No need to think about it, this guy is here to cause trouble. The players all cursed angrily. Zhang Chen's expression grew grim, and in the team chat, the other 4 members vented their frustration and anger. After finally getting the rhythm down, were they going to let it all go to waste? Captain, just listen to me. Let old Wang and the others handle it. Take him out directly. That way, we can avoid any accidents. Exactly, Captain, let old Wang handle it. This guy is definitely causing trouble. The boss's first kill is right in front of us.
Captain, you can't hesitate now.
The other 4 teammates chimed in, naturally displeased with Yi-chan. After all, Yi-chan had said to kick one person out, which meant choosing one of them. The boss's first kill was such a big deal, who would be willing to give it up? However, Zhang Chen didn't want to cause any conflicts. While continuing to attack, he said, "Brothers, the boss doesn't care about damage output. It's all about teamwork and coordination. Pure damage output is useless. Sure, your attack power might be a bit higher, but how much higher could it be?" Zhang Chen still wanted to reason with him. Yi Chun fell silent for a moment, glancing at the frost giant elephant. It had 500,000 HP, while his own attack power was only 3,000 points, and that was without close combat. Bamuna's exploding longbow increased her attack power by 500 points, bringing it to 3,500 points. Combined with the King's Rage's 100% critical hit rate and a 5,000-point physical attack boost, her total attack power reached 8,500 points. With critical hits, your normal attacks should deal 17,000 damage. Additionally, if you cast the curse skill on the frost giant first, the damage is likely to be even higher, such as inflicting critical wounds, weakness, or causing the target to fall. Thinking of this, Yi Chun didn't say a word. He raised his hand slightly, and instantly, Marlin's undead staff appeared in his hand. Ignoring the insults from the surrounding players, Yi Chun aimed at the frost giant elephant and unleashed his skill, Curse of the King. The next moment, the Red Cloud Guild wasted no time, and archers and mages unleashed their skills instantly. But immediately afterward, a terrifying burst of damage appeared on the head of the frost giant elephant. 225,000. The damage appeared, and the players who were cursing were stunned. The players from the Red Cloud Guild were also left speechless. Zheng Chen was also dumbfounded. Especially the leader who ordered the Red Cloud Guild to act. Not only was he stunned, but his face was also grim. This damage. Damn it. Some readers have said that updates are too slow. Actually, I feel really bad about it. I promised to update 4 times a day, but over the past 2 days, I've updated 5 times each day, one more than promised, and yet I'm still being criticized. It's really upsetting. Thank you to every single one of you. We truly appreciate your support. The brilliance and glory of this book are all thanks to you. Thank you. Chapter 60, Defeating a Boss in 3 Seconds. I'm a player from the 9 States Kingdom. I'm stunned. Everyone is confused. And it's the kind of confused that leaves you speechless. 22,500 damage points? Is that even possible for a human to deal? Everyone was so stunned they started questioning their existence. This is simply invincible. This is the king? Holy crap, it must be the king, right? Otherwise, at this stage of the game, who else could deal that kind of damage? 22,500. The Red Cloud Guild's elite squad took 4 hours to deal that much damage, but the king-level player did it with a single skill. It's absolutely terrifying. Damn it, I'll play your grandpa. With such stats, how are we players supposed to play? Here's a joke, the fairest game in the world. Controlled by an AI, there are absolutely no bugs. And the fact that they dare to release such data proves that the ruler is truly extraordinary. As long as the ruler sighs, I will unconditionally support him if I am a player from the 9 states. However, if I am a player from another country, then things will get complicated during the national war. That's right. All players are discussing this matter now. Who exactly is the king's player? However, judging by the accent, it's clearly a player from the 9 states. I wish the world had language translation capabilities, so even foreigners could be translated into a language you can understand. Just listening to the voice isn't enough unless the king himself admits it. One by one, voices rang out, and the players snapped back to reality, beginning to discuss the matter animatedly. Damn it, I was wondering who was being so arrogant. Turns out it was the king himself. If it's the king, I'll shut up. Who just said that harm isn't the only thing that matters? May I ask, is this harm sufficient to qualify? Here's a joke, everyone laugh along. Ha! In a group, what matters most is coordination, familiarity, mutual understanding, the rhythm of taking down bosses, and controlling damage. However, none of that compares to a single 225,000 damage hit. If there's one, then it's 225,000 damage hits. The rest of the players just laugh at those who talk about tactics, coordination, and chemistry. Those players who were just complaining earlier have all disappeared, completely vanished. One last thing, kick out one teammate and join me, or I'll take matters into my own hands. Yi Chun spoke up, his tone growing impatient. He didn't want to waste any more time, so he issued a warning for later. Zheng Chen remained silent for a second, and then one of the teammates was kicked out of the team. A new team invitation appeared shortly after. Yi Chun accepted the team invitation without hesitation. The King's Rage. Curse of the Dead. Dark Stealth. Releasing the King's Fury, a mysterious halo appeared beneath Yi Chun's feet, shrouded in ancient runes. Holding the Marlin's Necromancer staff, Yi Chun unleashed the Necromancer's curse. Advanced Weakness. Moderate Slowness. Mild Vertigo. 3 negative effects appeared. Yi Chun activated Dark Stealth again, switching to the Silver Dagger, reducing his detectability by 1,000 points. Even his teammates struggled to detect his presence. Royal Execution. Yi Chun's expression was cold and indifferent. He moved at an incredible speed, instantly arriving before the frost giant elephant.
The dagger in his hand shone like a divine artifact, erupting with brilliant light as it struck down. 150,000.
The king deals 50 times the damage, which is a base attack, meaning no buffs or debuffs can be applied. In an instant, he deals a terrifying 150,000 points of damage.
17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 17,400. 5 strikes in a second, terrifying damage erupted, and in an instant, the frost giant elephant crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss frost giant elephant and becoming the first to kill it. You have earned 20,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the frost giant elephant and earning 3 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the frost giant elephant and becoming the first to do so. You have earned 20,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the frost giant elephant and completing the extremely difficult beginner's quest. You have earned 2 million experience points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on automatically accepting the extremely difficult 4th stage beginner's quest. Please proceed to hunt the level 30 boss, the primitive monkey. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 26. All attributes have increased by 10 points, and you have obtained 40 skill points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 26. All attributes have increased by 10 points, and you have obtained 40 skill points. A series of sounds rang out, but Yi-chan remained calm. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Yi-chan had already defeated a level 25 boss. Such power was truly awe-inspiring. Zhang Chen and the others were all speechless with amazement, while the onlookers were so shocked they didn't know what to say. Our elite team would need 8 hours with almost no mistakes to defeat the boss, yet Yi-chan managed to do it in just 3 seconds. How could this not be shocking? Mr. Junwon, thank you very much for your help. Just then, Zhang Chen snapped out of his daze and immediately spoke up to thank Yi-chan, but Yi-chan merely nodded and calmly replied, I also need to complete my task, it doesn't count as helping you. After saying this, a player suddenly rushed forward and looked at Yi-chan. Your Majesty, I don't mean any harm. I just want to ask you, which country are you from? This is a player from the 9 States Kingdom. He looked at Yi-chan anxiously, his eyes filled with anticipation and curiosity. Not only her, but many players around her were also staring at Yi-chan. It wasn't just her, many other players were also watching Yi-chan. The entire forum had been buzzing for days over the issue of Yi-chan's nationality. Now that she was right there, getting an answer would be the best outcome. The Kingdom of Jojo. I am a citizen of the Kingdom of Jojo. Yi-chan spoke without any hesitation. He is a player from the 9 States Kingdom. Oh. I knew the king was a player from the 9 States Kingdom. If you're a player from the 9 States Kingdom, I have nothing to say. King, I love you. King, will you take me as your disciple? The king is mighty. The star of the 9 provinces. Those Shilla dogs and those Japanese dogs, brothers, hurry up and take the video to confront those beasts. The players cheered wildly. Many who had been recording the game immediately opened the official website and uploaded the video of Yi-chan admitting he was a player from the 9 States Kingdom, preparing to expose the Silla Kingdom and Manhwa Kingdom players. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi-chan activated his dark stealth ability and left the area silently. He had to hunt down a level 30 boss, and he needed to reach level 30 as soon as possible. Otherwise, the initial task he had undertaken would become troublesome. Soon, 10 minutes later, the official forum erupted in another heated argument. However, Yi-chan was unaware of this. It wasn't until Xing Huan's private message that Yi-chan found out what had happened. Chapter 61, Slaying the Primordial Ape King. The Primordial Ape is a fixed boss at level 30, and it's the final boss in the newbie village. Its strength far surpasses that of the frost giant elephant. Additionally, if your character is 5 levels lower than the boss and only has the current attributes, you will be able to defeat the primitive ape. Just then, the private chat suddenly rang, and it was a message from Xing Huan Bume. King, the official channels are in complete chaos. Everyone is arguing about your nationality. King, are you a player from the 9 states or a foreign player? I promise to keep it confidential. Xing Huan Bume sent a curious message, and Yi-chan couldn't help but feel a bit confused. He had just spoken so decisively, yet they were still asking about his nationality? Thinking this, Yi-chan immediately opened the official forum and quickly figured out the issue. It turned out that a player had uploaded a video earlier, intending to expose the Japanese and Silla players and prove that Yi-chan was a player from the 9 states. However, a professional player from Silla openly laughed at it. The sigh of the king must be from a Silla player. The reason they admitted to being a Kyushu player is that they want to infiltrate Kyushu and, when the time comes, eliminate all Kyushu players. This explanation is rather far-fetched, but upon closer inspection, it might just be possible. This sparked another round of online arguments. To be honest, Yi-chan couldn't care less about such verbal sparring and didn't want to get involved. All he wanted to do now was level up, and level up quickly. However, the situation had already escalated significantly. If he really didn't respond, he might end up being dragged into the drama. But no matter how I respond, they have ways to manipulate the narrative. So Yi Chun started recording and made a statement. The statement basically confirmed that he was a player from the Nine States Kingdom, then explained the reasons behind killing 100 million players, and finally, Yi Chun added a final remark on his own. Recently, many players from the Wa Kingdom and the Silla Kingdom have appeared on various forums, slandering me personally. I am powerless to stop this, but please rest assured that if players from the Wa Kingdom and the Silla Kingdom continue to spread rumors, when the national war begins or cross-kingdom battles are allowed, I will slaughter 10 billion players from each of those two kingdoms. Yi Chun spoke the above words with extreme seriousness and gravity before uploading the video. Sure enough, as soon as the video was uploaded, it immediately attracted countless likes from players. Players from the 9 states were now completely convinced and began to fiercely confront players from the Shinra Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom. The verbal battle ended in a one-sided rout. At that very moment, Yi Chun had arrived at the territory of the primitive monkeys, a valley shrouded in intense heat, making one feel unbearably hot and restless. There are many fire monkeys here, which are LV-25 wild monsters. They are numerous and densely populated because monkeys are social animals and reproduce quickly, resulting in a high respawn rate. We hope that the game world will be realistic enough to take animal reproduction into account when setting monster respawn rates. 4,500. 4,500. 9,000. Arrow after arrow flew out, and Yi Chun moved as if he were in an empty field, sweeping through the enemy ranks. Firing 5 arrows per second, he instantly killed a fire monkey, turning it into a full 2,000 experience points. Rainstorm arrow technique. Fire monkeys appeared one after another, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon beasts appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Chun released the rainstorm archery technique. He drew his bow and swiftly fired 5 arrows, which then shattered into a shower of arrows, raining down on the ground and piercing the bodies of the fire monkeys with great force. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. Heavy rain arrow technique inflicts 5 powerful strikes within a 50 by 50 area, with each strike dealing damage equal to the attacker's attack power. The fire monkey's health is only 20,000, so 5 attacks are enough to instantly kill over 100 of them. This clearing speed is simply terrifying. In just 3 seconds, Yi Chun had earned 200,000 experience points. He continued forward and finally spotted the primitive ape at the mouth of a volcano. The extreme primitive ape, to be more precise, should be called the extreme primitive ape king. This is a red ape, not a gorilla, standing over 10 meters tall. Despite its massive size, it possesses extraordinary agility and immense destructive power, making it a highly agile boss-level creature. When using the identification skill, most players check bosses or monsters using the system's built-in bestiary. However, if they encounter a boss or monster of a higher level than themselves, the bestiary will have no effect. But if they use skills like identification skill or reconnaissance skill, they may be able to obtain some related information or data. Appraisal failed. Gain some appraisal experience points. The system sound rang out, confirming the failure, but at least some identification experience points were gained. Currently, Yi Chun is learning basic appraisal technique, which requires 10,000 appraisal experience points to advance. However, the basic appraisal technique can only appraise bronze tier equipment, and cannot appraise silver tier or gold tier equipment. Thinking this, Yi Chun immediately activated Dark Stealth and approached the Primordial Ape King, then began continuously casting appraisal technique. This skill has no cooldown but functions similarly to an attack skill. Anyone you cast appraisal on will immediately detect it and attack you. Therefore, if you want to use this method to level up by appraising the boss, you must be willing to take the risk of being attacked. Appraisal failed. Gain 1 point of appraisal experience. Appraisal failed. Gain 1 appraisal experience point. Appraisal failed. Gain 1 appraisal experience point. Ding! Basic appraisal technique has automatically upgraded to intermediate appraisal technique due to reaching maximum experience points. Without any cooldown, Yi Chun spent nearly half an hour to finally upgrade appraisal technique to intermediate appraisal technique, enabling him to appraise silver grade equipment. Having already spent so much time, Yi Chun didn't waste any words and began hunting the boss. It was already 1 p.m., and to be honest, there were definitely many players nearing level 30. Yi Chun was currently 4 levels away and needed to hurry up. 500,000. The Curse of the King. A blood-red wound appeared above the Primordial Ape King's head, and the next moment, Yi Chun began his hunt. Curse of the Undead. The King's Wrath. The King executed him. Arrow of the Wood Spirit. Heavy Rain Arrow Technique. A series of skills were used, and the Undead Curse also granted the Primordial Ape King a high-level damage effect, causing it to lose 5,000 health points per second, with 1% of its maximum health lost every second, a truly terrifying effect. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's damage output per second consistently exceeds 10,000, though the attack damage isn't too high due to the level disparity.
Thus, after 5 minutes, the final boss of the newbie village, the primordial ape king, crashed to the ground and died before Yi-chun. For chapters released at once, please support us. We also hope for your understanding, as releasing everything at once requires some preparation. Chapter 62, Level Ranking Update. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, Primitive Ape King, and earning 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the extremely difficult newbie quest and earning 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the boss, the Primitive Ape King, and earning 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You are now level 27, with all attributes at 10, and you have also received an additional 40 skill points. You're now at level 27, with 3 more levels to go before reaching level 30. However, advancing from level 27 to 28 requires 20 million experience points, and moving from 28 to 29 is estimated to take 15 million points. Reaching level 30 is projected to require 100 million experience points. This is really frustrating. After midnight tonight, double experience points and 5 times the drop rate will definitely appear. At that point, even reaching level 30 won't allow you to climb the level ranking chart, and after level 30, you won't be able to level up at all. The entire server will be locked at their current levels. I have 4 SSSS tier professions, and the amount of experience points required is too high. Plus, it's not a simple addition, it's multiplication. If I can't secure a spot on the level ranking chart now, I'll never be able to do it later. Yi Chushin thought to himself, this was his last hope to secure the level ranking. Just at that moment, a sudden voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 Provinces Kingdom, the Child of the Gods, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the top-ranked player on the level ranking list. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Child of the Gods, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now the top player on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Dragon Overlord, who has just broken through level 30 and is now ranked 2nd on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Luo Shuefenfei, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now ranked 3rd on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Long Batian, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now ranked 2nd on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, White Robed Empress, who has officially broken through level 30 and is now ranked 4th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Falling Snow, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 3rd on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the 9 States, Azure Starry Sky, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 5th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the United States, James Oren, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 6th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the United States, James Oren, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 6th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Mark Trans from the United States for officially breaking through level 30 and currently ranking 7th on the level leaderboard. Ding dong! Congratulations to player James Oren from the United States for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 6th player on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from Japan, Yama Akujiro, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 8th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from Wagwa, Heianjiro, who has officially reached level 30 and is now ranked 9th on the level ranking list. Ding dong! Congratulations to player Yama Akujiro from Weigoku for officially breaking through level 30 and currently ranking 8th on the level leaderboard. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player from the West Continent, Lee Tessie Tulip, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 10th player on the level ranking list. Within just a few seconds, the server-wide system announcement appeared. Yi Chun's expression changed slightly. He immediately opened the level ranking list and saw that over 200 players had already reached level 30, some earlier and some later. Especially the top 10, they had almost reached LV 30 at the same time. This is getting tricky. If they lock the level and cap experience points now, I won't be able to overtake them. 5 minutes later, the level ranking board was suddenly dominated by 500 players, sparking intense debate among countless players. Where are the kings? The top 5 are all players from the 9 states. They're really amazing. The player base in the 9 states is just too large. From a probabilistic standpoint, if you look closely, you'll notice that nearly a third of the top 500 rankings are occupied by 9 states players. The 9 states are truly impressive. It's over. Looks like I won't be able to make it to the top of the rankings. Hopefully, the game will lock levels during the first month to accommodate the second wave of players. After reaching level 30, the experience points earned will be extremely low, almost negligible. So whoever becomes the top player on the leaderboard now will be set for life. Countless players are discussing the level ranking, but this has sparked a lot of dissatisfaction among many players. Lock levels for a month?
What are we supposed to do with the remaining time? Damn it. Yeah, locking the level for a month? What's there to do? What the hell is this chicken level lock? I'm done.
Some players were so frustrated they started shouting angrily, and soon many others joined in with mocking laughter.
It's hilarious.
Low-level players are just low-level players.
Let's not even talk about other things. Do you know how long it takes for an ordinary player to reach level 30?
Even if you grind monsters day and night, it would take at least a week, or even 2 weeks, to reach level 30. And once you reach level 30, without equipment, skill books, or attributes, you won't even be able to handle low-level wild monsters.
So locking experience is about balancing the game, giving you time to farm gear and improve yourself. Otherwise, what would you use to fight against the wealthy players? What would you use to fight against the lucky ones? It's truly hilarious.
One voice after another rang out. The matter of reaching level 30 was indeed a major issue, cutting off the path to leveling up for many players. Some players who were about to reach level 30 felt disheartened after seeing the rankings.
In a game, some players enjoy competing for the rankings, while others prefer PvP.
With the level rankings now out, everything is set in stone, naturally leaving many players dissatisfied.
The king is furious. Heavy rain arrow technique.
A hail of arrows fills the sky.
The king strikes down.
The territory of the quarter giant lizard demon beast is a gathering place for level 40 demon beasts.
The red names of the demon beasts signify danger.
A level ranking list has appeared, which is immense pressure for Yi-chan. He must quickly reach level 30 and then use the method of fighting higher level opponents to make up for the level gap. Therefore, he chose to head to the quarter giant lizard monster territory. At LV40, the monster was a full 10 levels higher than Yi-chan. Due to the game's world level disparity system, Yi-chan gave it his all, but each critical hit only managed to deal a meager 1,500 damage. Fortunately, the quarter giant lizard monster had relatively low health. It only had 30,000 HP, and with the King's Curse, which directly reduces all attributes by 50%, Yi-chan was able to handle it with ease.
1,500. 1,500. 1,500. 3,000.
The 3,000 points of damage were self-inflicted by the giant lizard. With a level difference of 13, when the quarter giant lizard attacked itself, it dealt a full 3,000 points of damage. However, for Yi-chan, who possessed 70,000 points of health,
this damage is still manageable. A single quarter giant lizard monster can grant 5,000 experience points.
With a level difference of 13, that amounts to 65,000 experience points. In less than half an hour, Yi-chan had reached level 28, but reaching level 29 would require 50 million experience points, and reaching level 30 would likely require a full 100 million.
This was quite a headache. Here's the third update. Please subscribe automatically, subscribe, and do everything you can.
Chapter 63, Level 30, Dungeon Unlocked, Super Event. At exactly 8 p.m., within the territory of the level 44 two-headed lizard demon beast, a beam of white light rose from beneath Yi-chan's feet. For a full 6 hours, Yi-chan had only taken a 10-minute break to eat a meal. He had been continuously grinding monsters here, starting from the level 40 quarter giant lizard and working his way up to the two-headed lizard. 6 hours straight, without a single rest or pause.
Finally, he managed to break through to level 30. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 30.
All attributes have increased by 10 points, and you have gained 40 skill points. Additionally, since you have reached level 30, your level will be locked, and the experience points you earn will be reduced by 99%. The system alert sounded, causing Yi-chan to furrow his brows.
He knew about the level lock, but a 99% reduction in experience points seemed a bit excessive, didn't it?
That meant that if he killed a two-headed lizard, which normally granted 15 times the experience points, he should have received 150,000 experience points, but now he would only get 1,500? Opening his personal attributes, Yi-chan saw that his experience points had been updated to 000. After reaching level 30, the level will be locked, and the experience points required will also change. We hope the game's design does not follow the principle that higher levels require more experience points, but instead adjusts based on the current situation. At lower levels, players should be able to level up directly through experience points. For higher levels, it is said that leveling up is achieved by completing specific tasks or obtaining certain items. To put it bluntly, the goal of the game world is to recreate a real world where players can level up by defeating monsters. Even in the fantasy worlds of online novels, where higher-level characters break through level boundaries in Western-style settings, isn't it through enlightenment, elixirs, or self-cultivation? Of course, that's for later. For now, I still want the world to be an MMORPG. It is said that in the game, everything in the virtual world will appear in reality. This is the official advertisement, but no further explanation has been provided. However, since the official claims such a thing, they must have the capability to make it happen. If one day it truly becomes a reality, with my current abilities, wouldn't I be unstoppable? Yi-chan thought to himself. He no longer dwelled on the ranking list. Although he hadn't even made it into the top 500 yet, if he kept defeating monsters of higher levels, he would eventually make it there. If necessary, he could just spend a month grinding on wild monsters to level up. Ding! Due to reaching the required level, the dungeon is now officially open. Currently available are the Monster Forest, Mist Forest, and Skeleton Camp. Once 1 million players reach LV40, the Forgotten Cathedral and Land of Light dungeons will be unlocked. At that moment, the system announced the opening of the 3 major dungeons. At the same time, another system voice sounded. Ding! Due to the large number of players reaching level 30, the double experience and 5 times drop rate event has been activated early. Additionally, a temporary super event featuring 5 element fragments has been launched. Details of this event are now available on the official website. Super event? Yi-chun couldn't help but feel curious and immediately opened the official website. A message immediately appeared before his eyes. Super event, 5 spirit fragments. Event background: the 5 spirits of the ancient era, the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, and the qilin are 5 divine beasts from the east. Legend has it that these 5 spirits were born long before the dawn of time, their history predating even the supreme gods of light and darkness. However, throughout their existence, the 5 spirits never gathered together, instead guarding the 5 directions of the heavens and earth. Until one day, a dark demon king emerged. He exploited the 5 spirits' kindness, deceived them, and collected their divine power, condensing it into a 5 spirits divine pearl. Possessing the 5 spirits divine pearl granted the ability to make wishes and wield power beyond the comprehension of gods and demons. The Dark Demon King made a wish to become the strongest being in the world, surpassing the 5 spirits. At that moment, countless heroes rose up in rebellion, and the 5 spirits united to defeat the Dark Demon King. However, just as the Dark Lord was on the brink of defeat, he defiled the 5 spirit divine pearls with his demonic blood and left a curse behind. The 5 spirit divine pearl will shatter, and each fragment will grant 1 wish. With each wish granted, the power of the 5 spirits will weaken slightly, until one day, the 5 spirits will lose their divine power entirely. At that time, darkness will once again descend upon the world. After speaking, the Dark Demon King vanished, and the 5 spirit divine pearl completely transformed into darkness, shattering into 3,000 fragments that scattered across the mortal realm. Now, the 5 spirit divine pearls have reappeared, drawing the covetous gaze of darkness. Event requirements: by defeating the 5 spirits elite monsters, you have a certain chance to obtain fragments of the 5 spirits divine pearl. Collecting 100 fragments allows you to synthesize a small 5 spirits divine pearl. Deliver it to the 5 spirits heir in one of the 5 major cities to receive 1 lottery chance. Additionally, collecting 100 fragments can be directly fused into a genuine 5 spirits divine pearl fragment, enabling you to make a wish. Event rewards: each lottery draw grants the Justice faction 1 point. Each successful wish grants the Darkness faction 1 point. At the end of the event, the faction with more points will receive an additional lottery draw opportunity. Event tip: lottery prizes include premium equipment, gold coins, and experience rewards. Wishing has a certain chance of failure, but the wishing pool contains level breakthrough crystals. Possessing this item unlocks the next level restriction. Level breakthrough crystal reward? After reading everything, Yi Chunyu immediately fixed his gaze on the last sentence. To be honest, given the current situation, there are definitely more players in the light camp, and the lottery offers rewards like equipment, gold coins, and experience points, so light camp players are practically guaranteed to win. However, making a wish can grant a level breakthrough crystal reward. This item can completely balance out this battle. To be honest, how many players have broken through level 30? But the level rankings are already full, and it's impossible to climb up because the AI has locked the experience points. But now there's an event that says you can break through the level cap. Can you imagine how excited players will be? Because even new players can reach level 30 in just 2 weeks. Even the most skilled players cannot break through their level without obtaining a level breakthrough crystal. Therefore, anything is possible. And for Yi Chun, possessing the ability to rewind time by 1 minute and break through the level crystallization, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? The 4th update is here. Thank you all for your support. That's all for today. We've managed to meet the minimum requirement. Chapter 64, First Kill in the Dungeon. Let's start exploring. High-priced purchase of locations for the 5 elements elite monsters, along with level-breaking crystals 100,000 per crystal. High prices offered for level-breaking crystals, 300,000 Jojo Kingdom coins per crystal. 500,000 per piece for level-breaking crystals. The Tianyun Guild isn't short on funds. You make it sound like our Huashan Guild is short on funds? 60,000 per piece, and you can become a member of our Huashan Palace Guild. As soon as the event was announced, major guilds started scrambling to acquire level-breaking crystals on behalf of their guild management. After all, this event was incredibly balanced for players. Even if you were extremely wealthy, if you happened to encounter a player with exceptional luck who managed to obtain a single level break crystal through wishes, they could break through the level cap, grind some experience points, and reach level 31 in no time. In this way, you can instantly become the top-ranked player. Even if you're overtaken later, being the top-ranked player in the Hope world is still an honor. Regardless of anything else, having that title will definitely attract guilds to recruit you. However, Yi-chun didn't close the official website news. Instead, he continued to check the dungeon information. Since the dungeon had appeared, Yi-chun had already reviewed most of the information. This time, he was checking what rewards could be obtained from the first clear dungeon. First kill rewards in the Magic Forest. Reward: the first team to defeat the boss will receive the right to have their name recorded in the dungeon, a statue will be erected in their honor, and the achievement will be announced 3 times across the entire server. Reward: each member will receive 1 premium silver gift box non-tradable, and the team leader will receive 2. Reward: the first player to clear the dungeon will receive 105 elements divine pearl fragments based on the current event, while non-first players will receive 10 fragments. Requirements: must be on hard mode or higher. Note: the faster you complete the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Missed first kill reward. Reward: the first team to defeat the boss will receive the right to have their name recorded in the dungeon, a statue will be erected in their honor, and the achievement will be announced 3 times across the entire server. Reward: each member will receive 1 premium equipment set gift box non-tradable, and the team leader will receive 2. Reward: the first player to clear the dungeon will receive 305 elements divine pearl fragments based on the current event. Non-first clear players will receive 50 fragments. Requirements: must be on hard mode or higher. Note: the faster you complete the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Skeleton Camp first kill rewards. Reward: the first team to defeat the boss will receive the right to have their name recorded in the dungeon, a statue will be erected in their honor, and the achievement will be announced 3 times across the entire server. Reward: each member will receive a premium set gift box X1 non-tradable, and the team leader will receive 2. Reward: the first player to clear the dungeon will receive 505 elements divine pearl fragments based on the current event. Non-first time clearers will receive 100 fragments. Requirements: must be on hard mode or higher. Note: the faster you complete the first kill, the better the rewards you will receive. The first kill rewards are very generous. Clearing the Magic Forest will grant you a high-tier equipment gift box, with at least 1 silver-tier item, and more importantly, fragments of the 5 Spirit Divine Pearls, an item currently coveted by all players. Moreover, the reward quantity is quite substantial. The first kill reward is 100 pieces, which can be used directly for lottery draws or wishes. As explained on the official website, killing the 5 Spirits series of elite monsters only has a 30% chance of dropping 5 Spirits Divine Pearl fragments, with a drop rate of 110. However, there is only a 0.5% chance of dropping 10 pieces, so collecting 100 pieces temporarily is quite challenging. Since there aren't many 5 Spirits series elite monsters, and even if there are, can you wish for what you want? Whether you can climb the level rankings depends on this. Yi-chun thought to himself. However, sending him to fight elite monsters now would be a waste of time, and with the dungeon appearing, many players would probably already be planning to start exploring it. In fact, some players have already entered the dungeon to start clearing it. Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately contacted Xinhuan Bumia. I'm ready to start the dungeon run now. Are you guys coming? As soon as the message was sent, Xinhuan Bumia replied instantly. Let's go. I'll contact the guild leader and the king now. What level should we aim for? Upon hearing the mention of dungeon runs, Xinhuan Bumia couldn't help but get excited. After all, this was a legendary figure in the current Hope world. If they managed to clear the dungeon with him, their name would be forever etched in the dungeon's history, and a statue would be erected in their honor. Future players entering this World of Warcraft dungeon would be able to see their majestic figure. Who wouldn't want that? To be honest, the reason why there are so many wealthy individuals playing this game is also because of vanity. What do the wealthy want? They want face. That's why they spend money to impress others. And precisely because of these vested interests, coupled with the emergence of the esports industry, esports players have suddenly become high-paying professions, even more popular than so-called celebrities. Some predict that if the virtual world truly accommodates global players, the status and prestige of professional gamers will rise to an unparalleled level, potentially overshadowing international celebrities, political leaders, and even scientists. The reason is simple. The hope is that the world will become a second world, potentially unlocking the mystery of immortality and ushering in a new era. As a result, professional gamers may one day surpass all others in the future. Of course, this is merely a possibility. What do esports players want? Glory in the world of their dreams, achieving what others cannot, or simply being the best. First kills in pioneering are what countless esports masters aspire to achieve. Leveling up and farming gear are just basic gameplay mechanics. The true mark of a high-level player lies in pioneering, researching strategies, developing characters, and offering unique insights. Xinhuan Guild is a top-tier guild on the regional rankings. Its leader, Xinhuan Wudi, is a seasoned veteran player and a master of the game.
Additionally, the guild's vice leaders are well-known wealthy playboys, which contributes to Xinghuan Guild's relatively high ranking on the regional charts.
However, with the growing popularity of Hope World, countless players have joined, bringing with them a wealth of talent. For instance, the player ranked first on the level chart, known as the Child of the Gods, is someone no one has ever heard of before. It is rumored that he was recruited by one of the top 3 guilds on the heavenly rankings. A player with extraordinary talent. Therefore, the Star Fantasy Guild's position is precarious, and it could be pushed out by later guilds at any time, as the new generation pushes out the old. Naturally, the Star Fantasy Guild is also doing a lot of things, but no matter how many things they do, it's still not enough. First kill. Pioneering. So when Xinghuan Woody heard Xinghuan Bume say that Yi Chun was going to take them on their first raid, Xinghuan Woody couldn't help but grin widely. From now on, updates will be posted at midnight, with 1 chapter released, and all remaining updates will be posted in one go at 11 p.m. every day, totaling 34 chapters. Lately, the pressure has been overwhelming. I have to update the story and work at the same time. I've been seriously considering quitting my job. But my family doesn't agree, and my wife won't let me either. I really have no choice. Sorry. Chapter 65, live stream begins. The Demon Beast Forest. The entrance to the Warcraft Forest dungeon is located within the newbie village. To attempt the first clear of the hard, nightmare, and catastrophe difficulty dungeons, you must first complete the easy and normal difficulty dungeons. Otherwise, you will not be eligible to challenge the subsequent dungeons. At the 15th newbie village, Yi Chun had already arrived. At the village entrance, Xinghuan Bumia and the others were all gathered there, waiting for Yi Chun's arrival. Due to the Monster Forest event, many players had flooded into the newbie village. After all, the drop rate in dungeons was already higher than outside, and with the current 5 times drop rate, to be honest, as long as a player wasn't too unlucky, they could easily gather a full set of white gear. Plus, this event would last for 7 days. After 7 days, all players will enter the Bronze Age, skilled players will enter the Silver Age, and top-tier players may even enter the Golden Age. This is the benefit of the event. Every event is designed to help ordinary players catch up, so that no single player becomes overly powerful. In the Hope World, unity is strength, which is why wealthy players are willing to spend large sums of money to hire many players to work for them. The king. As soon as he saw Yi Chun, Xinghuan immediately rushed over, acting like a sycophant. The other players from the Xinghuan Guild also looked at Yi Chun with envy and admiration. There were 9 of them in total. Xinghuan Bume, Xinghuan Wudi, Xinghuan Xiangwei, and Xinghuan Tuzi didn't know whose idea it was, but aside from Xinghuan Bume and Xinghuan Wudi, the remaining 7 players were all girls, each with their own unique charm. This was starting to get a bit, Could they be trying to seduce me? Yi Chun was very serious. He walked over, glanced at everyone, then Xinghuan Wudi took a step forward, came to Yi Chun's side, extended his hand, and said, Xinghuan Wudi, I am the president. It's a pleasure to meet you. I've heard a lot about you. Xinghuan Wudi was very excited. As a professional player and a member of the Qinji clan, he naturally felt a deep sense of respect and admiration for someone like Yi Chun. Now that he had the opportunity to meet him, he couldn't help but show his excitement. Hello. Yi Chun didn't put on airs. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The other female players, however, were all starry-eyed. If it weren't for the prior agreement not to act recklessly, they would have probably rushed over. Now that many players have cleared the normal and medium difficulty modes, let us not waste time. Let us hurry into the dungeon. Otherwise, if someone else beats us to the first kill, we'll be in trouble. Yi Chun spoke up. He didn't want to waste any time, so he took the initiative to suggest entering the dungeon quickly. Alright, that's fine. However, Mr. Junwan, we are a guild, so we want to increase our guild's popularity. Therefore, we would like to start a livestream and use your fame to achieve the first kill in the livestream. Of course, we will pay you a sum of money. Would that be acceptable? Xinghuan Wudi spoke in this manner, his words tinged with a touch of embarrassment. After all, he was essentially bundling Yi Chun into the deal. Consider this, presenting a King Sai first kill in the Monster Forest would undoubtedly attract a massive audience. Therefore, Xinghuan Wudi felt a bit nervous, fearing that Yi Chun might refuse. If that happened, the relationship they had worked so hard to build might crumble in an instant. How much? But surprisingly, Yi Chun didn't seem to mind. Given your fame, if you were to start a livestream, the traffic it would generate would be in the millions. Therefore, if you fail to clear the challenge, I am willing to pay 2 million Jojo coins. If you succeed, I will pay 5 million Jojo coins as compensation. Xinghuan Wudi offered this price for 2 reasons. First, Yi Chun indeed has a very high traffic volume, and second, he wants to establish a better relationship with Yi Chun. Although this method of building a relationship may seem a bit conventional, it is the most direct and most satisfying approach. Alright. Without any reservations, Yi Chun naturally agreed. Clearing the game first would earn him 5 million? For Yi Chun, this was practically giving him money for free. He currently lacked nothing except money. Seeing Yi Chun agree so readily, Xinghuan Wudi and the others also sighed in relief. At that moment, everyone burst into laughter. Soon, Yi-chun took the initiative to form a group of 9 people, including himself, with 3 men and 7 women in total. Once everything was settled, Yi-chun arrived at the entrance to the Monster Forest dungeon. At the same time, Xinhuan Wudi immediately started the livestream, an official broadcast, with the stream name changed to Xinhuan Guild joins forces with the King Sai for the Monster Forest raid. The live stream began, and within a short time, thousands of players flooded in. Where is the king? Where is the king? Reporting for duty. Wow, the Star Fantasy Guild is really impressive. They even invited the king himself? The Fire God Palace is also streaming their raid. They just cleared the normal difficulty dungeon. It looks like the Fire God Palace might secure the first kill today. Fire God Palace? Bro, don't be ridiculous. Do you think the Heavenly Palace is just there for show? As the 4th-ranked guild on the Heavenly rankings, the Heavenly Palace already has a grudge with Fire God Palace from the last boss fight. This time, they've reportedly brought in 10 top-tier players from the top 100 to claim the first kill and redeem themselves. The first kill of the boss has drawn all the guild rankings, including many from the Earth rankings who also want to get involved. Unfortunately, the top 3 giants of the Heaven rankings haven't shown up yet. If they did, things would really get interesting. As soon as players entered the live stream, a flurry of chat messages appeared. Xinhuan Wudi focused the camera on Yi-chun and interacted with his fans, though not overly enthusiastically, as he was also a seasoned gamer. This was simply a way to strengthen and promote their guild. Mr. Junwang, we have just received word that the Celestial Palace has passed through the intermediate mode of the Demon Beast Forest and has now entered the difficult mode of the Demon Beast Forest. At that moment, Xinhuan Wudi received a message informing Yi-chun. At the same time, the system alert sounded. The second update is here. Please subscribe to the new book and support it in any way you can. I sincerely apologize for the late update. There are 2 more updates coming soon. Chapter 66, Sweeping Everything in Its Path, Terrifying Beyond Belief. Chapter 66, Pushing Forward, Terrifying as Ever. Ding! Do you wish to enter the Monster Forest? This instance is of the easy difficulty level. Selecting Enter will deduct 1 instance entry opportunity. Please confirm. Confirm. Confirmed. 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 In an instant, all 10 people agreed, and the next moment, the system's voice sounded again. Entering the Monster Forest, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. As the final sound echoed, the world spun violently for an instant, and before they knew it, everyone found themselves in the midst of a forest. The forest was vast, and it was daytime, resembling a tropical rainforest, yet it was remarkably quiet. You finally arrived. This is the Monster Forest. By the time you read this letter, I may already be dead. You must be extremely cautious. For some unknown reason, all the monsters in the Monster Forest have suddenly gone berserk. Remember this: if you encounter a red 3-tailed fox, you must kill it instantly. This monster has undergone a mutation for some unknown reason, granting it powerful psychic abilities that can induce hallucinations. Be very careful. Mon Jeeks. Standing in the middle of the forest, a voice echoed slowly. Soon, Xinhuan Wudi spoke up. This is the background of the task in the Monster Forest. It is said that in the Astaya Mountains, there is a monster forest where many mutated monsters suddenly appeared. These mutated monsters are extremely powerful and enjoy devouring humans. One after another, adventurers attempted to investigate the situation, but all failed. Finally, the Holy Light Cathedral sent a high priest to investigate personally, but the high priest suddenly disappeared. This high priest was none other than Monjex. Later, someone discovered the blood-stained letters left behind by Archbishop Mon. He provided the answer. Deep within the Monster Forest lies an ancient altar, said to have been created by an evil archmage. He carved forbidden spells onto the altar to resurrect himself, creating a yin-yang altar. Our mission objective is to destroy the altar. If we achieve an A rank evaluation, we will have completed the mission. Xinhuan Wudi spoke quickly. He had done detailed research, and this information was not something the official sources would reveal. Only some beta testers knew about it. This was the difference between large guilds and small guilds. Large guilds conduct thorough research before taking any action, gaining access to information that many others are unaware of. Small guilds, on the other hand, simply wouldn't bother to investigate such matters. Even if they did investigate, they would definitely uncover nothing. When Xinhuan Wudi began to explain, all the viewers in the live stream heard it as well. Now that the dungeon has been unlocked, many guilds will be streaming it, so this secret will soon be common knowledge. If we reveal it now and educate everyone, we can gain some popularity. Meanwhile, Xinhuan Wudi's livestream has already attracted nearly 500,000 players. Most players are currently grinding the dungeon to farm loot, while only a small number are watching the livestream to learn strategies. Everyone wants to rush through the dungeon and get some gear as soon as possible. Watching others play is just boring. Even so, the livestream for Star Fantasy Invincible has a staggering 500,000 viewers, ranking it in the top 10, and the number is still growing rapidly. Almost all of them are there for Yi Chun, which speaks volumes about his immense popularity. Whoa! Woof woof! At that moment, a pack of demon wolves appeared all around, howling at each other, sending shivers down one's spine. The first trial had begun. We had to hunt down these beasts until we gathered 5 map fragments, then directly take on the first stage boss, the Blood Rage Wolf King. Once defeated, we could trigger the second phase of the stage. Xinghuan Wudi spoke with the demeanor of a group leader. After finishing his words, he shouted loudly, Xingwei, Rabbit, Kanan, and Xiaotian, the 4 of you are responsible for drawing aggro. Immortal, Lucy, Bebe, and Xiaoye, you are responsible for dealing damage. He spoke, then drew his weapon, a silver-grade long spear that resembled the armor of a high-ranking Roman guard, truly extraordinary. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. 4,500. However, immediately after Xinghuan Wudi issued his orders, Yi Chun drew out Bamuna's exploding longbow and unleashed the skill rain of arrows. Instantly, 22,500 points of terrifying damage were dealt. The monster forest was a level 10 dungeon, and these magic wolves were merely level 10 monsters. However, since it was in easy mode, their health and attack power were weaker than those of ordinary level 10 monsters. The only difference was their sheer numbers. But in the face of Yi Chun's group skill, over 100 demon wolves were instantly wiped out. Additionally, 6 or 7 white-tiered items appeared, along with 5 maps. At this very moment, Yi Chun's luck came into play, granting him a 100-point luck bonus, which in turn yielded 6 white-colored equipment pieces. However, due to the 5-fold drop rate, white-colored equipment had already lost its value. However, even with a high drop rate, the sheer number of players is overwhelming. Moreover, it's important to note that there are still countless global players who haven't even entered the game yet. Therefore, the value of a single white-tiered item is at least worth 45 to 59 state coins, and even if the price drops further, it won't go down by much. This move left the 9 members of Xinghuan Wudi feeling a bit awkward, especially Xinghuan Wudi himself. Despite issuing orders with such flair, his actions couldn't compare to Yi Chun's practical group skill. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with excitement. This damage deserves a perfect score. Ha, Xinghuan Wudi is in an awkward situation. The scene was awkward for a moment. Let me tell you a joke. Tactics? What's so funny about that? Ha, sorry, I couldn't help myself. 4,500 group damage, 1 king is worth 100 mages. In the live stream, many players were both laughing and deeply impressed by Yi Chun's damage output. Roar! Suddenly, the Wolf King appeared, leaping out of the forest. Yi Chun didn't waste any time, instantly unleashing 3 skills. Curse of the King. 200,000. Undead Weakness. Advanced Fear, Intermediate Weakness, Basic Health Drain. Sovereign Slaying. 90,000. With 3 skills unleashed, the Wolf King collapsed instantly, his eyes filled with deep fear, and he no longer had any desire to fight. Whoosh! Whoosh! 5 arrows shot out, and Yi Chun completed the move in one fluid motion, each arrow dealing 9,000 points of damage to the enemy. After finishing the attack, Yi Chun immediately activated Dark Stealth, appearing before the Wolf King like a gust of wind, and instantly switched to the Frost Dagger. Puff! 5 critical hits appeared. The critical hit rate granted by the incomplete Divine Essence, combined with 100 points of luck, meant that even without activating King's Rage, Yi Chun's critical hit rate was extremely high. As the 5th dagger struck down, a level 15 magical beast boss met its gruesome end at Yi Chun's hands. Everyone was left speechless. Chapter 67, Smooth Sailing Through the Levels, 5 million viewers. Awkward. So embarrassing. It's really awkward. The 9 members of Xinghuan Wudi stood silently, watching everything unfold. The first stage of the monster forest was to defeat the demon wolf to obtain the map, then defeat the boss. Although this was the easy mode, the Fire God Palace had taken 6 minutes and 35 seconds, while the Heavenly Palace had taken 6 minutes. After all, the first gate is a wolf-type demon beast, agile and extremely fierce, with a bloodthirsty ability, making it a troublesome foe that cannot be taken on head-on. However, Yi Chun here used. Ding! Congratulations! You completed the first level in just 30 seconds, breaking the record. However, since this is the easy mode, no rewards will be given. The system sound plays, informing everyone that it only took 30 seconds. 30 seconds. The Fire God Palace took 6 minutes and 30 seconds, and I thought that was too fast, but here it only took 30 seconds? Earlier, the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace were still competing to be the first to complete the first kill. Now it seems like it's all over. As expected of the king, you're truly amazing. King, please take me with you. I have a cute voice. King, I'm Lei Jiasen. Your Majesty, I am Li Lianying. The 666666 from Li Lianying above impressive. Ha, what kind of king is that? He's just a loser. I'm not bragging, but if I stood in front of him and he shot an arrow at me, he'd only be able to deal 500 damage at most. What a loser. 666, the person above is even more impressive.
They're bragging about their 500 HP like that. I'm impressed.
The chat exploded, with messages flooding the entire livestream. In Xinghuan Wudi's livestream, nearly 2 million viewers had already gathered. For Xinghuan Wudi, this was definitely a good thing. The more people came, the higher the popularity of his guild, and the more he would benefit. After the Blood Rage Wolf King died, it dropped a bronze tier equipment item. Yi Chun didn't even glance at it but instead said to Xinghuan Wudi, "Since you paid me, you can take everything from the dungeon. However, if any golden tier daggers, bows, warrior weapons, or 5 elements shards appear, I'll keep those. The rest is all yours." Yi Chun was very direct. He indeed needed daggers, bows, and warrior weapons. As for the 5 element shards, the official announcement stated that they could only be obtained from dungeons of difficulty level or higher. Yi Chun was very straightforward.
He was indeed in need of daggers, bows and arrows, and warrior weapons.
As for the 5 elements shards, the official announcement stated that they could only be obtained from dungeons of difficulty level or higher.
Alright.
Xinghuan Wudi didn't hesitate, directly having Qianwei accept the equipment before continuing onward. The first obstacle was the Blood Rage Wolf King.
The second stage is rescuing the adventurer.
After obtaining the map, follow it to find an unconscious adventurer who needs to be awakened.
However, during the awakening process, you will attract the ant-eating monster, which, despite its name, is extremely ferocious.
They are level 15 monsters, and their numbers are overwhelming. They never stop coming. You must wake the unconscious adventurer first. Only then can you lure out the second boss, the Anteater King.
After defeating it, the second stage is finally cleared.
Therefore, the second stage took Yi Chun only 2.5 minutes, as reviving the unconscious adventurer took 2 minutes, and defeating the final boss took only half a minute.
The second place record was 9.5 minutes, and the third place record was 12 minutes and 24 seconds. Yi Chun's 2.5 minutes stood out starkly.
The third and final stage took place at the altar, where they discovered someone attempting to summon the evil Archmage. That person was none other than the adventurer's friend. After a heated exchange, the enemy summoned the already deceased ant-eating demon beast and the bloodthirsty Wolf King. The boss reappears with approximately 30% increased attribute damage, accompanied by a large number of ant-eating monsters and magic wolves. These are all standard dungeon mechanics. Under the dual area of effect attacks from Yi Chun and the overwhelming damage output, the simple dungeon was cleared in just 5 minutes. In total, the entire process took 15 minutes, as walking time was also counted, while the actual storyline and monster killing took 8 minutes combined. The overall record and level record were both refreshed. Obtain nearly 2 gold coins, 12 white equipment pieces, and 2 bronze equipment pieces. Opening a chest yielded a bronze equipment piece. That's pretty lucky, as typically, clearing a simple dungeon and getting 5 white equipment pieces is already considered good.
As for bronze equipment, it's possible, but not very likely. After finishing the easy mode, Yi Chun quickly selected the medium mode.
Compared to the easy mode, the medium mode indeed increased the difficulty, but the drop rate also increased significantly. In total, he obtained 15 white tier equipment pieces, with 2 bronze tier equipment pieces, though one of them was an upper tier bronze, which was acceptable. In medium mode, Yi Chun secured the fastest team time with a score of 14 minutes and 39 seconds.
Second place was achieved in 44 minutes and 21 seconds. Third place was achieved in 59 minutes and 35 seconds. Ding! Do you want to choose the hard mode in the Magic Forest?
Please note that the hard mode will activate the story mode, and your completion will be judged based on perfection. After destroying the altar, you must complete 80% of the story to be considered a successful completion. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure, and all rewards will be halved.
Do you want to accept the challenge? Hard mode includes story mode.
In simple terms, when you enter a dungeon, it's no longer just about playing the game, there's a story to follow. If you fail to complete certain story elements, it will be considered as not completing the mission. The Fire God Palace failed earlier. When defeating the final boss, they lost with a completion rate of 65%.
Invincible leader, be cautious. That adventurer is crucial. You must pay extra attention.
The Celestial Palace failed here earlier. They nearly completed the challenge with a 75% completion rate. They have now restarted their attempt.
Damn it, the medium difficulty mode was manageable, but the hard mode is a real headache.
The plot twists are unpredictable. Hard mode is manageable, but apparently nightmare and catastrophe modes are the scariest. Every scenario is randomly generated, meaning that even if you fail, starting over from the beginning might still lead you to fail in the same spot. That's what makes it truly terrifying. Many players are discussing this on the comments section. Meanwhile, Yi Chun had already made his choice. Challenged.
After midnight, there will be another update.
Please bear with me. The past 2 days have been incredibly stressful. I'll make sure to post at least 4 updates, but I'm ashamed I couldn't add any extra ones.
Chapter 68, First Attempt at Hard Mode. The Path to Exploration. Chapter 68, First Attempt at Hard Mode. The Path of Exploration. Woo woo. Woo.
The difficult mode of the monster forest feels oppressive and terrifying. The sky is gradually growing darker, unlike the simple mode of the monster forest, where the monsters in the simple version only use silence to instill fear.
However, in the difficult mode, the environment is set to sunset, with a cold wind blowing.
In this forest, danger lurks everywhere, causing players to unconsciously conjure up many terrifying images. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more realistic the sensory experience becomes, and it is intentionally designed to scare you, aiming to instill fear and prevent you from concentrating.
Remember, this is just a game, don't panic.
Xing Huanwudi spoke, but he himself was also observing his surroundings with great seriousness. That's how the difficult mode works. It creates a terrifying environment that makes you feel afraid and prone to mistakes.
The first level is still the Demon Wolf, but the Demon Wolf in hard mode is different from the one in easy mode. In easy mode, the Demon Wolf chases you, while in hard mode, you have to chase the Demon Wolf.
After defeating the Demon Wolf, there is a certain chance of obtaining the map. This significantly reduces team combat effectiveness. 10 players must split into 5 or 3 groups to pursue the Demon Wolf separately, as collecting new maps is essential for progressing the storyline and advancing the game. Therefore, this approach effectively suppresses individual heroism. Under this system, even the king is powerless.
That's right. A king can only lead a team of 1.
Even if they can hunt down the demon wolves, according to the official data, the first stage of the difficult mode has a whopping 200 demon wolves, and there are only 5 maps.
That means a drop rate of just 2.5%. The later the dungeon, the harder it becomes. So it's not as simple as having high stats to pass smoothly. In easy and normal modes, you can rely on brute force to overwhelm enemies, but the hard mode is entirely different. Exactly, which is why I have more confidence in the Tiangong players. After all, they're the 4th ranked guild on the heavenly rankings. While the king is powerful, he can't compare to Tiangong. He's just a lucky player. The Celestial Palace has top-tier players who have commented on the king. One of them is Lu Yunchangqing, one of the 10 greats of esports.
He said the king isn't even one of the 3 kings of esports and certainly isn't an emperor. He's just a lucky professional.
That can't be true, can it?
If that's the case, that's way too lucky, isn't it? Why is it impossible?
Haven't you noticed that while the king has high output, it's entirely dependent on attributes, and his awareness, gameplay, and insights are all pretty low level?
I believe what the expert Lu Yunchangqing said.
You're right. Now that you mention it, that actually makes sense. Could you please stop chatting so much?
Please read carefully. The live stream already has 5 million viewers. The popularity of the king is right here. What's the point of bashing him like this?
Oh my, I sense someone's feeling a bit jealous.
Haha, jealous?
Do I need to bother?
Let's be honest, the king is just lucky. I checked his background in the esports scene, and there's no information about him at all. He's just a random character who appeared out of nowhere, so he's obviously not a top player. I hope the world is truly a miracle world where anything is possible. In the live stream, someone started stirring the pot again, beginning to belittle Yi Chun.
At that very moment, in the WoW Forest dungeon, Yi Chun wielded Banuna's exploding longbow, relentlessly pursuing the magic wolves. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. Terrifying damage appeared, with 5 arrows fired per second. Yi Chun pursued the demon wolves, and soon one after another fell under his arrows.
The most challenging part of the first stage in hard mode was that the demon wolves were fleeing, making it impossible to hit and kill them, which significantly delayed progress.
However,
after the demon wolf died, it turned into a beam of white light, and then a map appeared on its corpse.
The first demon wolf Yi Chun killed dropped the map, surprising many people. That's some luck.
The Fire God Palace had to kill over 20 demon wolves before dropping a single map. The Heavenly Palace killed over 40, and other guilds also participated. Even the luckiest ones had to kill 8. The king-level players really have good luck. In the live stream, players discussed.
Very good.
It started off with a bang, and Xing Huanwudi was also very excited.
However, woof! Another demon wolf fell before Yi Chun, and this time it also left behind a map. The 3rd. The 4th. The 5th. At this point, the 100 points of luck came into play, resulting in 5 consecutive drops and 5 maps. With the maps in hand, all that remains is to directly defeat the Wolf King. Meanwhile, several players stood there completely baffled, watching everything unfold. 666, 6666. What luck! I'm impressed. Damn, the king really has amazing luck. This isn't just a lucky guy, he's the bane of America. The ultimate European royal. 5 demon wolves and 5 maps? Are you kidding me? The livestream was completely flooded, mainly because Yi Chun's luck was just too good. Soon, Yi Chun defeated the first stage boss in just 9 minutes, while the second place player took 37 minutes. Compared to that, it was like he was cheating. After obtaining the map, everyone followed it and continued on their way, with Xing Huanwudi speaking the entire time. In the second stage of the Demon Forest's difficult mode, the adventurer we encountered earlier will guide us through 3 paths.
One is the path we've already taken, leading directly to the altar to fight the boss. However, both the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace tried this approach and both ended in failure. Therefore, the first path is likely incorrect, leaving us with only two options. But if we make the wrong choice, we'll be in trouble. The first kill might be snatched away from us. Xinghuan Wudi spoke up. He had obtained this information through internal channels, as the Heavenly Palace and Fire God Palace had disabled live streaming during their selection process to prevent other guilds from learning from their mistakes. However, Xinghuan Wudi had managed to uncover this information through other means. Two paths. Choose one. That's the terrifying thing about the hard mode. Any choice you make could lead to failure. And remember, this is just the hard mode. There's still nightmare and catastrophe mode ahead. That's where the real horror begins. The first update is here, a bit late, I'm truly sorry. Chapter 69, Sopa's Wife's Ring. The Demon Forest's hard mode has been expanded from 3 major stages to 4. First stage, Bloodthirsty Wolf King, defeat the fleeing demon wolves, collect 5 fragmented maps, and defeat the boss to proceed further. Second stage, Anteater King, this is the second stage. Upon reaching the mountainside, you will encounter an unconscious adventurer. After defeating the Anteater King, you will obtain the quest item, the Revival Potion. Third stage, the Adventurer's Choice, this is an additional stage. After reviving the adventurer, you will be presented with 3 paths to choose from. The first path is the same as the easy and normal modes, leading directly up the mountain to defeat Sopa, who is summoning the Dark Mage. The second and third paths are unknown, but it is currently known that the first path cannot be completed. Fourth stage, defeat Sopa, who is summoning the Dark Mage, but before doing so, you must complete certain hidden tasks. Otherwise, the dungeon completion rate will not reach 80%, and the stage will not be considered cleared. This is the most troublesome part. Upon reaching the second stage, you encounter the unconscious adventurer once again. Soon after, the Ant-Eating Beast King appears, accompanied by an endless horde of ant-eating monsters. The second stage is straightforward, simply eliminate the enemies without hesitation. However, the third stage is critical, as it depends on the adventurer's choice. If you make the right decision, everything will proceed smoothly. If you make the wrong choice, it's game over. 10 minutes later, with a final howl, the Anteater King lies on the ground, transforming into a beam of white light, leaving behind a bottle of Revival Potion. By defeating the Anteater King, Yi-chan gained nearly 500,000 experience points. As the team leader, he received additional experience points, and based on the damage dealt, Yi-chan also earned extra experience points. No good. We've failed. Just then, Xinghuan Wudi's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke up in the team channel, saying that if they did this, the viewers in the livestream wouldn't be able to hear what they were saying. What failed? How did it fail? Boss, what do you mean? Everyone looked at Xinghuan Wudi, unsure of what he meant. Earlier, we received intelligence that defeating the Ant-Eating Beast King in the second stage had a certain chance of dropping the quest item, the Ring of Sopa's Wife. Obtaining this item would allow one to directly ascend the mountain and defeat the boss. The ring increases the quest completion rate by 15%, which would bring it to 80%. The Fire God Palace had already obtained the ring and was currently ascending the mountain to farm the boss. Assuming no unexpected issues arose, they would secure the first kill in the difficult level dungeon. Xinghuan Wudi's expression flickered slightly, but fortunately, this is only the difficult level, so even if they secure the first kill, there will be no rewards. The real focus is the nightmare and disaster levels. If those are snatched away, it will be extremely troublesome. Sopa's wife's ring? Sopa's wife's ring? Yi-chan furrowed his brows, but the next moment, he immediately chose to rewind 1 minute. 1 minute ago. Just in the middle of battling the Anteater King. Stop attacking. Yi-chan spoke up, ordering Xinghuan Wudi and the others to cease their attack. Soon, the Anteater King began to steadily regain its health. In fact, if we rewind 1 minute, killing the boss at that moment would have yielded the same result. However, if we had been just 1 second later, the outcome would have been different. In simple terms, everything has its predetermined outcome, but if you disrupt that predetermined outcome, the future will also be altered. Why stop? Xinghuan Bumia was curious, but Xinghuan Wudi immediately spoke up, listen to him. Don't attack. Be careful of the boss's attack. After saying this, the players from the Star Fantasy Guild began dodging the boss's attacks. However, even so, 2 teammates were killed. Just then, Star Fantasy Invincible quickly received a message from his subordinates. After the Anteater King dies, it drops a quest item, Sopa's Wife's Ring. This item increases the story completion rate by 15%. If we have this ring, we can go straight to the mountain to fight the boss. A simple statement instantly caused Xinghuan Wudi's expression to change. He then immediately mentioned this matter in the team chat channel. Don't worry about it, stay calm. We'll attack in 4 minutes. Yi-chan spoke slowly. He needed to stall for 5 minutes, waiting for his special ability to recharge before launching a fierce attack. If no item dropped, he would immediately retreat 10 seconds, wait 1 second, then kill the boss. With a 100-point luck bonus, Yi-chun was confident he could obtain the mission item. Roar! 5 minutes later, the Anteater King collapsed, the white light vanished, and 2 objects appeared on the ground. A bottle of clarifying potion and a ring. Ships. Good luck! The king's luck is truly amazing. Everyone was surprised that Yi-chun managed to pull out the ring belonging to Sopa's wife in one go, and couldn't help but feel excited. Because possessing this ring was equivalent to having the qualification to clear the dungeon. Hurry up and use the clarity potion to revive this adventurer. The star-sparkling rabbit spoke, sounding eager. First stage, collect 5 maps and defeat the boss, completing 30% of the storyline. In the second stage, defeating the boss and reviving the adventurer adds 20% to the storyline completion. If you go straight to the mountain, destroying the altar and defeating the boss adds 15% to the completion rate. That's 65%. However, if you allow Sopa to summon the boss, the Dark Mage, and then defeat him, you'll gain an additional 10% completion rate. Combined with this ring, that means you can achieve 90% story completion rate, ensuring we'll definitely clear the game. Xinghuan Xiangwei analyzed. To be honest, among the entire Star Fantasy Guild team, the only players who didn't feel like mere decorations to Yi-chun were Star Fantasy Invincible and Star Fantasy Rose. These 2 individuals clearly demonstrated leadership qualities and were the backbone of the Star Fantasy Guild. While the others also had their own ideas, they mostly preferred to follow others' arrangements. People have their own aspirations, and Yi-chun didn't say anything. He simply took the money and did his job, and considered it a way to make a few friends. Soon, as the adventurer awoke, the system's voice sounded. Ding! The second phase of the task was completed in 16 minutes. The current story completion rate is 50%. Please keep up the good work. The system voice announced that the second stage took 16 minutes due to Yi-chun's 5-minute delay. However, even so, the second place team finished in 32 minutes, so Yi-chun's team still maintained first place. New book seeking subscriptions and support. Thank you so much. Chapter 70, The Adventurer Thomas. Possessing the ring of Sopa's wife is equivalent to completing 90% of the storyline. So what about the remaining 10%? This is what everyone is curious about. What exactly it is, no one knows, and the official sources have not provided an answer. From the very beginning, the events we have experienced are as follows: the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the broken map, followed by the ant-eating Beast King, Sopa's wife's ring, the awakened potion, and the awakening of the adventurer Ophir. Now, what we need to do is stop Sopa from summoning the undead. However, to add more plot depth, we need to allow Sopa to successfully summon the undead. By doing so, we will achieve 90% plot completion. Therefore, we must be extra cautious along the way. I believe the final 10% of the plot will be all about the details. Yi-chun spoke up, sharing his perspective. In reality, achieving 90% plot completion is considered clearing the game. However, if subsequent players achieve 95% or 100% completion, regardless of how much time they spend, the first place position will be handed over to them. Although the first kill in hard mode isn't particularly important, Yi-chun is a perfectionist. If there's a chance to achieve 100%, he wants to achieve 100%. That's right. If the ring belonging to Sopa's wife drops, that would effectively mean 90% completion. So the remaining 10% must be achieved through the other 2 paths, right? Otherwise, in the normal storyline, there wouldn't be any unexpected twists, would there? Xinghuan Wudi was also deep in thought. If we want to play it safe, should we just head straight up the mountain now and secure 90% of the first kills first? Xinghuan Bumie spoke up, wanting to clear the stage first. No. Yi-chun and Xinghuan Wudi spoke in unison, rejecting Xinghuan Wudi's request. They exchanged glances, and then Xinghuan Wudi said, "Since we're here, we must strive to achieve 100%. Otherwise, we'll eventually be overtaken by others." Yi-chun nodded, and just then, the third plot segment triggered. "Oh. Thank you so much for your help. I thought I was going to die. Thank you, brave adventurers." The unconscious adventurer woke up and sincerely thanked everyone. He then continued, "My name is Thomas. Thank you for your help. Did you receive the village chief's distress letter? Or were you sent by the Adventurers Guild?" Thomas asked. "We came here after receiving the village chief's distress letter. In fact, according to the storyline of the Magic Forest, they were sent here by the Adventurers Guild to investigate." As soon as he finished speaking, Thomas paused for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and said, "Thank you, village chief. Ah, that troublesome guild. Adventurers always drag their feet when they encounter problems. Fortunately, the goddess of luck is watching over us, and I was fortunate enough to meet you. Since that's the case, you must know what happened, right?" Thomas laughed. The plot has completely changed, and the members of Xinghuan Bumie all looked startled. This plot is wrong. Did a new plot trigger? According to logic, we should say that we were sent by the Adventurers Guild, and this guy should explain the situation to us and let us choose a path up the mountain. Could it be that the final 10% are here? Everyone was utterly shocked. They knew this because the plot had unfolded in the same way between the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace before. Now that their own plot was different, it left them astonished. The village chief didn't tell us what happened.
We left in a hurry and didn't have much time to talk.
Yi-chun spoke up, looking at Thomas, a young man dressed in ordinary bronze armor. His expression and gaze were so lifelike that anyone unaware might have thought he was a game master in disguise.
Oh, since that's the case, let me fill you in. The magic forest has been restless lately.
The village chief sent people to investigate and discovered that someone has set up an evil magic array on the cliff, aiming to summon a demonic archmage. The ritual is now in its final stages, so we must defeat him. Otherwise, once the demonic archmage appears, it will be a disaster.
Adventurers, are you willing to join me in defeating the evil?
Thomas said in a righteous tone. There's something strange about this guy. Xinghuan Wudi spoke up. I also think this guy is a bit strange, but if we don't continue with the plot now, we won't be able to proceed to the next step. Yi-chun agreed with this, and many fans in the livestream began to discuss it as well.
This guy must be up to something. Maybe whether we can pass this level depends on him. Even if you know he's up to something, what can you do? Are you going to hurt him? It's obvious this guy is hiding something.
At this very moment, there are already 8 million fans watching the livestream, and it's likely to break the 10 million mark soon.
Just then, Yi-chun suddenly made his move. The King's Slash.
Yi-chun acted swiftly, unleashing a skill that struck with blinding speed. The dagger in his hand seemed capable of slicing through the very fabric of space. With that single strike, a shadowy figure appeared behind Yi-chun, emanating the majestic aura of a king. No one would have expected Yi-chun to attack an NPC that's really odd. Whoosh! In an instant, Thomas retreated 4 or 5 meters at an incredible speed. Yi-chun was also extremely fast, but Thomas's reaction was even quicker.
Did you see the village chief?
After dodging, Thomas looked at Yi-chun with some surprise.
Sure enough.
This guy has some secrets, Yi-chun exhaled. When he mentioned the village chief earlier, his expression had clearly changed slightly. Later, upon learning that Yi-chun didn't know anything, Thomas felt a sense of relief, so Yi-chun sensed that things weren't as simple as they seemed. That's why he decided to take action and see if he could trigger other plot developments. I didn't expect him to guess correctly.
Who are you? You're not Thomas. Yi-chun said coldly.
As Yi-chun's voice echoed, Xinghuan Wudi and the others assumed combat stances, while the NPC disguised as Thomas revealed a cold smile.
You finally encountered that old man, haven't you?
I was planning to lead you to the dungeon to meet Sopa's wife, but it seems unnecessary now. The NPC disguised as Thomas laughed loudly. At that moment, Yi-chun obtained the information he had been seeking. Sopa's wife was still alive.
Go back 1 minute.
Without a doubt, Yi-chun unleashed his supernatural ability and returned to 1 minute earlier.
Are you willing to join me on this adventure? Thomas asked with a serious expression just a minute ago. Recommended masterpiece. The End of Online Gaming, God-tier lootbox techniques.
It shares the same setting as this book, but the plot and content are completely different.
You can check it out. The author is a friend of mine. Chapter 71, Critical Plot Twist. Attack the Fake Thomas. The game has been cleared.
The Heavenly Palace Guild has completed 90% of the game. At that very moment, Xinghuan Wudi spoke up, his expression solemn and grim. Both sides had started their live streams simultaneously, but the other party had already cleared the game. This left him feeling bitter, especially since they had achieved a 90% completion rate. If he couldn't clear it with 100% completion, he would inevitably be second place. Because they had reached the difficult mode, the outcome was no longer determined by time but by completion rate. If both players had the same completion rate, then it would come down to who finished the dungeon first. The Fire God Palace has also been cleared. At a critical moment, the Fire God Palace actually used a one-time golden equipment, dealing massive damage and defeating the evil archmage.
2 members of the exploration team have already secured first and second place. Can the Star Fantasy Guild break the record?
Both have achieved 90% completion. If the Star Fantasy Guild cannot achieve 100%, then they will only be able to secure third place.
This is the challenge of the Hope World. Even if you have unmatched output, what's the point? If you don't understand the game, even with enough luck and output, it's all for nothing.
It seems the outside world was right after all.
The King's Sai is nothing but good luck.
If the King's Sai could secure the first kill in hard mode under these circumstances, I swear I'll be a die-hard fan of the King from now on. After clearing the difficult level dungeon with the Celestial Palace and the Fire God Palace, the official website has also updated its content, even explicitly stating that the difficult mode of the Magic Forest is almost impossible to complete 100%. This is because, aside from a single ring, it also involves 2 Easter eggs. At the current stage of player progression, even with 10 Sais of the King, it is impossible to complete the task 100%, with the maximum achievable being 95%.
This is the official announcement from the website.
Many players were chatting in the livestream, and among the teams, Xinghuan Wudi looked very upset. Not only did two teams snatch the first kill, but they are currently attacking the nightmare level dungeon. If they clear the nightmare level dungeon, the rewards will be gone. While clearing the first kill in the Magic Forest dungeon grants a silver gift box X1, Xinhuan Woody isn't after the silver gift box, he wants the statue. The statue built by the developers within the dungeon. That's exactly what he wants. We are naturally willing to fight against evil. Yi-chun spoke up, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of anxiety despite the fact that the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace had completed the dungeon. Oh, that's wonderful. The disguised Thomas was overjoyed, and those who didn't know better might have thought he was genuinely happy, though it was also possible that he truly was. In that case, I'll take you on a shortcut. We can get up the mountain quickly. Otherwise, if the evil Sopa summons the Demon Lord, we'll be in big trouble. Pseudo Thomas said this, and Yi-chun nodded, following closely behind. The others, however, looked extremely surprised.
Xinghuan Changwei, it's not a choice of three, but rather they're letting us go directly.
Could this be a hidden setting?
Star Fantasy Invincible, it must be. Everyone, be careful. This is the decisive moment.
Originally feeling slightly disheartened, Star Fantasy Invincible perked up when the plot began to shift. Meanwhile, the 8 million viewers in the livestream were watching intently, as someone had already completed the game. Star Fantasy Invincible saw no need to hold back and decided to broadcast the most thrilling part directly. As a result, the viewership skyrocketed to 9 million. To attract even more traffic, Xinhuan Woody changed the title to Warcraft Forest Hard Mode 100% Story Completion Challenge. The king leads you to show off and soar. This title immediately attracted a large number of players, but it still ranked third because Huishin Gong and Tian Gong were live streaming Nightmare Mode. Pseudo Thomas led everyone down a shortcut through a narrow path. Just as they reached the halfway point, suddenly, a series of shrieks echoed through the air. A giant python monster had suddenly appeared. This python was enormous and an elite monster. When it first appeared, everyone was startled, as it looked too lifelike. Even Yi-chun felt a moment of fear, but he quickly used the king's curse and the emperor's slash to instantly slay the python monster. It was a close call, but everyone emerged unscathed. After walking for a short while, suddenly, a faint cry rang out. Help! 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 The voice was extremely faint. If it weren't for the fact that everyone was walking cautiously and that they were in the mountains, they probably wouldn't have heard it at all. There's an odd sound, let's go check it out. The fake Thomas spoke up, and he was the first to go. The others didn't waste any time and followed immediately. Be careful, we might be about to trigger a plot-related quest. Xinhuan Woody once again reminds everyone. Immediately afterward, the fake Thomas arrived at a cave. Star Fantasy Invincible intended to warn Yi-chun not to enter and avoid taking risks, but Yi-chun dismissed the warning. Because no matter what happened, he could rewind time by 1 minute. The cave was extremely damp, and the faint cries for help grew louder. The group entered the cave, with Yi-chun leading the way. They soon spotted a woman locked inside the cave, her eyes gouged out and blood flowing freely, looking utterly pitiful. The name that appeared above her head was Parker's wife. Parker's wife? What is she doing here? What's going on? What's wrong with you? Everyone rushed over to ask. Seeing the other person in such a pitiful state, they couldn't help but ask with concern. Just then, a sudden chill filled the air, followed by the sound of a system voice. You are within the core range of a high-level frost magic array and have been frozen. You will be unable to move for 5 minutes. At that very moment, the system voice sounded, and Yi-chun knew the time was right. Immediately, Yi-chun returned to 1 minute earlier. 1 minute earlier, Yi-chuanji was about to enter the cave, with Xinhuan Woody and the others following closely behind him. Follow my commands. Focus your attacks on Thomas. Yi-chun said this in the team chat, then immediately began unleashing his skills. The King's Wrath. Arrow of the Wood Spirit. Curse of the King. Curse of the Undead. High-level slowdown, medium-level weakness, and low-level health loss. 1 million. A terrifying 1 million points of damage appeared as Yi-chun unleashed the King's Curse on Thomas, instantly dealing 1 million points of damage. This scene left the entire live stream audience speechless. Kill. The next moment, Yi-chun didn't give Thomas any chance. With a royal slash, his torrential arrow technique immediately struck, and in an instant, several attacks dealing over 10,000 damage appeared. Blessings. Light of Life. Courage Boost. Xingwei and a few others instantly cast 7 or 8 buffs on Yi-chun, while Xinhuan Woody and his group quickly launched a fierce attack, unleashing skills like Earth Slash, completely overwhelming the fake Thomas in an instant. Chapter 72, 100% plot, difficult to clear, aiming for the nightmare. Pseudo Thomas never expected Yi-chun to launch a surprise attack at this moment. Not only that, but the attack left him utterly disheveled in an instant. A single King's Curse spell nearly cost him his life, followed by a terrifying slowdown in movement speed, moderate weakness, and a continuous bleeding effect. Who was this person? How could he possess an assassin's burst damage, a warlock's weakness buff, and the aura of an archer? 3 classes combined? Pseudo Thomas didn't think much of it, he only wanted to quickly create some distance. Unfortunately, Xinghuan Wudi's skill, Mighty Earth Smash, was a control-based stun ability.
Pseudo Thomas had no countermeasure and was knocked off balance by the impact. 13,400. 13,400. 6,700. 13,400. 13,400. With Hichunyu dealing 60,500 damage per second, the fake Thomas was taking a massive beating. The intermediate weakness effect was equivalent to amplifying Hichunyu's damage. However, this fake Thomas was also extremely powerful, with 2 million health points, making him a formidable opponent. Bang!
Xinghuan, taking advantage of the opening, immediately unleashed a fierce collision, which was a strong control move.
How can you just kill NPCs like that? What does the king mean by that?
I've always felt that this NPC was problematic, but I never expected the king to be so decisive and just go for it.
Can you actually kill the NPC in return? Is that even allowed? Hard mode is way too hard. If you have to kill this adventurer to complete the quest, with 2 million HP, how is that even possible?
Have you noticed that if the king hadn't cast a curse in an instant, slowing Thomas's movement speed significantly, he would have already created a safe distance based on his previous speed, and then everything would have been in trouble. No wonder they say it's impossible for players to clear this stage now. How are they supposed to clear it? What are they supposed to use to clear it? The livestream has already surpassed 10 million viewers, and due to the new plot being triggered, the viewership has increased by 200,000 or 300,000, now reaching 14 million viewers. Truly terrifying.
Stay calm and don't make any mistakes.
He is the key to this situation. Yichun spoke, his expression cold and stern. However, even if one wanted to forcefully control the fake Thomas, it was difficult to achieve seamless control. When Yichun was about to deal 60,000 points of terrifying damage, the fake Thomas finally broke free from the control and disorientation, took a step back, and dodged a distance of 3 or 4 meters. His first instinct was to flee. You go to the cave to rescue the people, I'll pursue him. Yichun, relying on his high-level agility bonus, moved at an extremely fast pace and gave chase. Pseudo Thomas, having been hit by a high-tier slow effect, moved very slowly, and Yichun quickly caught up.
13,400. 13,400. Yichun moved in close and delivered 2 swift strikes, clean and precise.
He then activated Dark Stealth, reducing his detection rate to 1000, leaving the fake Thomas completely unaware of Yichun's location.
He could only run around aimlessly like a headless fly.
Meanwhile, Yichun's shoes triggered an effect, doubling his movement speed for 5 seconds. In an instant, he caught up to the fake Thomas, swung his blade, and landed 5 consecutive strikes, piercing through the fake Thomas's back. He was already in a critically injured state, having taken 1 million points of damage from the King's Curse, 60,000 points of continuous damage from Yichun, and now nearly 10,000 points of damage, leaving him with only around 30,000 hit points remaining. To make matters worse, he was also in a bleeding state.
Stop! Why are you attacking me?
The fake Thomas spoke up, looking at Yichun with a puzzled expression, but he continued to run.
I've seen the village chief.
Yichun spoke slowly. He had mentioned meeting the village chief before, but it was clear that Thomas didn't believe him. In truth, Yichun didn't know who the village chief was either, but he always felt that this village chief was someone very important.
Have you seen him?
The fake Thomas looked grim and continued, since you already know all the secrets, I won't hide anything from you.
I can sense a dark force within you. If you let me go, I can arrange for the organization to accept you. This plan includes you. What do you say?
Pseudo Thomas said this.
Sure enough. Yichun nodded, but his attack remained swift and fierce, showing no intention of sparing his opponent. Whoosh! 13,000. 13,000. 13,000. However, Yichun no longer used a dagger but a bow and arrow.
He had the bonus of the natural arrow, which increased his range by 500 points. This 500 was not 500 meters but the map range, equivalent to approximately 1,000 meters. The slow-moving fake Thomas would need at least 5 seconds to escape 1,000 meters away, and within 5 seconds, Yichun was confident he could eliminate the fake Thomas.
You can't kill me.
If you kill me, you'll never find out what our plan is. Pseudo Thomas was frantic with anxiety, fearing that Yichun would kill him. I already know the plan the village chief told me. Yichun spoke calmly, his hands moving faster.
No. You have no idea. You're deceiving me. Anthony would never tell you the plan, and I can't tell you either because it involves. He stopped abruptly at this point. Anthony? The village chief is named Anthony? Yi Chushin remembered the name and continued, You can't tell me why I should spare your life? Yi Chushin sneered. I cannot reveal the plan to you, but I can make you a participant in it. This black talisman is the symbol of a participant. If I die, this item will vanish. However, if I survive, you will possess absolute power. Your future could even surpass mine. Pseudo Thomas spoke thus. Give me the item. The appearance of the black talisman piqued Yichun's curiosity, causing him to halt his attack. Pseudo Thomas immediately tossed the black talisman toward him. Soon, the information from the black talisman appeared before Yichun's eyes. Satan's black symbol. A fact? Description? Perhaps this item is the final task item for the last 5% of the hard mode. Yi-chun put away Satan's black symbol without saying a word, then ruthlessly struck and killed the fake Thomas, who never expected Yi-chun to be so merciless. No! You can't kill me! If you kill me, the black talisman will disappear, and you'll never be able to access that plan in your lifetime. He shouted loudly, his voice breaking with emotion. Unfortunately, it ultimately turned into a flash of white light. Ding! Successfully defeated the fake Thomas, earning 50,000 experience points. Ding! Due to the death of the fake Thomas, Satan's black symbol has disappeared. As the system alert sounded, it was indeed as the fake Thomas had said. Satan's black symbol vanished instantly. This was rather peculiar. Let's rewind a minute. Yi-chun didn't think much of it. He had killed the fake Thomas purely out of curiosity to see if what the man had said was true. It seems that it was indeed true. Ding! Saving Sopa's wife was successful, and the plot completion rate increased by 5%. Just then, the system alert sounded. The plot is now 70% complete. Adding Sopa's ring for 15%, that's 85%. Plus releasing the evil Archmage, that equals 95%, which is enough to surpass the records of the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace. The final 5% might just be this thing. Yi-chun thought to himself, then looked at the fake Thomas and asked, "Why are you impersonating Thomas? This is just an identity. I'll tell you next time we meet. By the way, remember not to believe what Sopa says. He's already gone mad. Don't let him deceive you. I'm leaving here now." The fake Thomas covered his wound, swallowed a red pill, and after speaking, vanished without a trace. The high-level slowdown effect had already worn off. Don't trust Sopa? Yi-chun furrowed his brows but didn't think much of it. He joined Xinhuan Wudi and immediately headed up the mountain. They deliberately waited until Sopa released the evil spirits before launching a fierce attack. After eliminating the evil spirit mages, Sopa's wife appeared. Sopa cried out loudly and personally sealed the evil spirit Archmage. Then a system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations, player, on completing the difficult mode of the Monster Forest with 100% of the storyline intact. Surprisingly, it was completed 100%. Chapter 73, The Invitation of the Divine Child, Nightmare Mode. Thank you so much. Thank you for saving Sopa. Thank you. Sopa's wife knelt on the ground. Though she was blind, she still managed to smile, while Sopa wept bitterly as he looked at Yi-chun and the others. Thank you all. It was my mistake earlier. I thought Sopa was dead, so I resorted to forbidden techniques to summon the Dark Sorcerer and attempt to revive my wife. Now that my wife is still alive, I am overjoyed. However, I will atone for everything I have done. Sopa is a middle-aged man who looks very refined and kind. He is kneeling on the ground, weeping bitterly, while embracing his wife. The scene is truly heartbreaking. Stay strong, you will get through this. The Star Fantasy Rabbit couldn't help but speak up, offering blessings to the two, while the livestream chat was filled with messages of encouragement and sympathy. Yes, how pitiful. Poor thing. How pitiful. Damn Thomas, it's all his fault. Damn it, such a happy couple, and now they've been killed like this. The official website provided some information. Sopa summoned a demonic sorcerer, which caused him to feel guilty. His wife, due to health issues, passed away at a young age, and eventually Sopa took his own life. Yeah, I watched the plot too. It's really tragic. Oh well, it's all that Thomas's fault. In the livestream chat, many players sent their blessings because Yi-chun had completed the dungeon storyline 100%, so the official team updated the story of Sopa immediately. Just then, the system voice sounded. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit in 3 seconds. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit, 2 seconds. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit, 1 second. Soon, Yi-chun and the others exited the difficult level dungeon. The series of twists and turns were indeed complex. Not to mention the powerful monsters inside, but just the convoluted plot alone. How many players could have anticipated that? How many players could have pulled it off? However, Yi-chun could sense that the black talisman he had obtained was unique. Even if other players replicated the same strategy, they would be unable to obtain Satan's black talisman. The Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace had failed outright. The Nightmare level dungeon proved too much for them due to their lack of familiarity with the mechanics. They were wiped out by the ant-eating Beast King. At the Nightmare level, all monsters had their attributes tripled, and the boss had a 100% boost to all attributes, making it far stronger than the difficult level dungeon. Should we regroup and try again? Xinhuan Wudi spoke up, looking at Yi-chun as he asked. Alright, I need hard control. If the Nightmare level event occurs before that, I need a hard control team. Yi-chun said this. During his previous battle with the fake Thomas, what he lacked was control skills. If he had had control skills, things wouldn't have been so complicated. Alright. Xinhuan Wudi didn't waste any time. He immediately gathered 6 people from the guild to replace the other 6 girls.
These 6 were all equipped with silver grade gear and were among the strongest members of the Xinghuan Guild: 3 warriors, 1 warlock, and 2 mages, all of whom possess stun and other support skills. King Brothers. The king's big brother. King Brother. As the 6 of them emerged, they all called out to Yi Chun, who nodded and smiled in response, acknowledging them without appearing arrogant in the slightest. Just then, suddenly, a voice rang out. It was the district-wide announcement. The child of the gods, King, I am a player from the Imperial Court Guild. Let's team up and tackle the nightmare level dungeon. But you can't clear it alone. I have 8 experts here, and with you, we'll have 10. You should know the principle of maximizing benefits. Joining the Star Fantasy Guild will only hold you back. The voice rang out, and a single shout was worth $10,000. This is where the Hope world makes its money. However, the first to react was Xinghuan Bumia. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant? I heard he's just a newcomer. So what if he has a little gaming talent? How dare he be so cocky? He was furious because the other party was mocking the entire Star Fantasy Guild. However, it must be said that the other party was speaking the truth. Only by joining forces could they maximize their benefits. Bringing along the Star Fantasy Invincible group had indeed held them back. King Brother, he is correct. You should join forces with them. This way, we can clear the nightmare level dungeon faster. I just received word that the Heavenly Palace and the Fire God Palace also failed their second attempt. The nightmare level dungeon is extremely challenging, so it will be difficult for us to clear it with you. It would be better if you join them instead. Xinghuan Wudi isn't playing hard to get, he's being honest. He knows that with Yi Chun leading them, it'll be tough to clear the dungeon. To be honest, it'd just hold Yi Chun back. As the leader of the Star Fantasy Guild and 1,000 machinery master, he has his own dignity, which is why he speaks this way. At the same time, many players across the entire Johto region were discussing this matter, with nearly 80% of them agreeing that the child of the gods was absolutely correct. Who says that only by joining forces can one maximize benefits? We're all strong individuals, none of us will submit to anyone else. Who would follow whom? Yi Chun shook his head and continued, to be the first to clear the dungeon, we must work together. Perhaps your damage output isn't great, but I'm the leader, and we coordinate well. If I were to join them, we'd spend half the time arguing over who should be the leader. Alright, Invincible Brother, if you consider me a friend, don't say such things. Whether we succeed or fail, I've agreed to clear the dungeon with you, and I won't back out halfway. Yi Chun had no interest in the children of the gods, on the contrary, he felt a bit repelled by them. Yi Chun's words deeply moved Xinghuan Wudi and the others. Alright. I won't be sentimental either. Once this mission is over, whether we succeed or fail, 5 million Johto Kingdom coins will be transferred to your account. I know you might be facing some difficulties, so don't hesitate to take the money. Xinghuan Wudi was deeply moved, and Yi Chun didn't say much either. The next moment, he directly chose to enter nightmare mode. Soon, the child of the gods once again broadcasted a message across the entire server. I'm waiting for you to fail. After you fail, message me privately. A simple statement, yet brimming with confidence, implying that Yi Chun absolutely cannot conquer the nightmare level dungeon of the Demon Forest. Due to the repeated failures of the Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace in their attempts to clear the Nightmare Tier dungeon, an overwhelming influx of viewers flooded into Xinghuan Wudi's livestream. Now, his popularity has soared to a staggering 30 million. Chapter 74, Nightmare Mode, Village Chief Anthony. Only after experiencing Nightmare Mode will you realize how easy hard mode really is. This is what the Fire God Palace said during its first attempt at hard mode. And remember, after Nightmare Mode comes Catastrophe Mode. Most importantly, this is merely the level 10 Magic Beast Forest dungeon, not the level 20 or level 30 Mist Forest or Skeleton Camp dungeons. Once you enter the Nightmare level dungeon, the Monster Forest is already shrouded in darkness. At this moment, the Eternal Darkness Ring of the Immortal God takes effect. Once night falls, Yi Chun's attributes and abilities are doubled. This isn't just a simple 11, but a breakthrough beyond his current self. In fact, why did Yi Chun dare to enter the Nightmare level dungeon? He knew that if he teamed up with the children of the gods, it would naturally be even better strength upon strength. However, Yi Chun has 3 trump cards that are more than enough to survive the Nightmare level dungeon, and even the Catastrophe level dungeon. This trump card is the ability to summon divine beings. With 100 million points of slaughter value, he can summon a lower tier god and call a god from the underworld. What's the Demon Beast Forest compared to that? Of course, Yi Chun wouldn't use this ability unless absolutely necessary. After all, 100 million points of slaughter value is no small feat. It requires the perfect alignment of time, place, and circumstances to accumulate such a massive amount. This power must be reserved for the most critical moments. Cough, cough. Are you the warriors sent by the Adventurers Guild? Just then, a voice suddenly echoed through the air. At that moment, everyone snapped back to reality and realized they were standing at the foot of the Monster Beast Forest. An old man was looking at Yi Chun and the others with a hopeful expression. Above the old man's head, the title village chief Anthony Prado appeared prominently, causing everyone to startle slightly. This is the real plot twist, Xinghuan Bumia said in the team chat. Earlier, during the difficult mode, they had no idea who the village chief was, but now, in nightmare mode, the secret was about to be revealed.
Yes, Mr. Anthony, what exactly is happening here? Yi-chun spoke up. Oh, in the name of the light god, thank you for coming.
The village chief first expressed his emotions, then continued, in recent days, the beasts of the demon forest have suddenly mutated for some unknown reason and begun attacking humans.
Many villagers have been killed by the beasts.
A group of adventurers arrived later, and one of them, named Thomas, discovered that someone was summoning evil spirits in the demon forest. It seems they are using a legend of the forest to activate a magical array, causing the beasts to go mad. However, Thomas went to stop them and has not returned yet. Village Chief Anthony spoke thus, and everyone listened intently. However, Yi-chun couldn't help but glance at Village Chief Anthony. In the difficult mode, through the words spoken by the fake Thomas, Yi-chun knew that the village chief was in cahoots with the fake Thomas, so he didn't believe a word he said.
Legend? What legend?
Xinghuan Woody asked directly. It's like this magical forest was once home to a powerful dark wizard who had been studying the art of resurrection. In our village, there was a strange man named Sopa, a magician who had come to the village over a decade ago. He had a beautiful wife, and the two lived happily together, always helping others and teaching the village children magic. They were our benefactors. But one day, for reasons unknown, his wife disappeared. We searched for a long time but never found Sopa's wife. Until one day, we found a piece of clothing with Sopa's scent inside the belly of an ant-eating monster, so we believed Sopa was dead, and the entire village was deeply saddened. Sopa, in despair, gave up on life. Eventually, someone in the village revealed the secret of the magic array to Sopa, who then disappeared. A few days later, the magical beasts began to rampage.
Thomas informed me that someone was performing an evil sacrifice and wanted to stop it, but he never returned. Brave adventurers, are you willing to go and save Thomas and prevent evil from spreading? Anthony looked at everyone with eager eyes.
The others, unaware of the truth, completely believed what Anthony had said. Meanwhile, the backstory of the monster forest began to unfold. For now, everyone should have a general understanding of the situation. The kind-hearted couple, Sopa and his wife, settled in a village near the demon beast forest and lived happily for over a decade. Suddenly, Sopa's wife was abducted by a man posing as Thomas and vanished without a trace. Devastated by the loss of his beloved wife, Sopa spiraled into despair and self-destruction. Finally, the kind villagers told Sopa about a legend of the magic beast forest. After enduring countless hardships, Sopa found the magical array and attempted to summon the dark sorcerer to revive his wife. However, activating the array unleashed the dark energy, causing the magic beasts to go berserk and begin hunting innocent villagers.
This is the general plot of the monster forest story. However, if things were really that simple, it wouldn't be so complicated. Others might not know, but Yi-chun knew that there must be an extraordinary secret behind it all. For example, what was the plan that the fake Thomas and Anthony were talking about? It is a secret, and its impact is extremely significant. Ding! Will you accept Village Chief Anthony's request? Head to the monster forest to find the missing adventurer, Thomas, complete the mission, and receive a 20% increase in dungeon completion rate. The system beeps. This is the first phase of the nightmare level dungeon quest. Completing it will increase the story completion rate by 20%. Accept. Naturally, everyone chose to accept. Just then, Anthony spoke again, but remember, Thomas is very young, around 18 years old. Don't let him deceive you. The voice rang out, and this time everyone couldn't help but pause in surprise. Xinghuan Woody, in hard mode, we told Thomas that the village chief sent us to find him. But in hard mode, that Thomas is at least in his early 30s, which means he's a fake. If we encounter the village chief, Thomas must know we've never met him before, so he's leading us to the cave to kill us? Xinghuan Woody was the first to react, unable to help but whistle in astonishment. I'd like to get everyone's opinion on this writing style for the dungeon. Are you satisfied with it? Do you prefer the typical MMORPG style where raw stats and power dominate everything, or would you rather see a more story-driven approach with plot, intelligence, and narrative elements? Actually, the inspiration for this writing style came from the author's experience playing games. He noticed that side quests requiring skill and wisdom were extremely popular, while those that were simply about grinding monsters were mostly unpopular. That's why he decided to give this style a try. Creating a different kind of online game. However, if everyone feels that this writing style is too superficial and uninteresting at this stage, then I won't write the second, third, or fourth dungeons in the same way. Otherwise, everyone will criticize me again. Please make sure to respond in the comments section, as this will affect the writing style of the later parts of the book. Thank you so much. Chapter 75, 5-Minute Nightmare, the world is in an uproar. Everyone finally caught on, but even then, it only added to their frustration, because they had no idea what the real plot was. They were merely amazed by the flexibility and freedom of the game. This wasn't a game at all, it was a detective game. What should we do now? Xing Huan Bumia asked everyone.
Soon, Yi Chun spoke up, you all go up the mountain first. I'll escort the village chief to safety.
After saying this, the others didn't think much of it.
Although they were indeed curious why Yi Chun wanted to escort the village chief, whether they could clear the first boss or not completely depended on Yi Chun, so naturally they had no say in the matter. After they had left, Yi Chun escorted the village chief away.
I can go back on my own, there's no need to trouble you.
Anthony smiled, still playing the role of the village chief.
There's no need to act anymore. Yi Chun took out Satan's black talisman.
Upon seeing it, Anthony's expression suddenly changed, but he quickly regained his composure and looked at Yi Chun with a puzzled expression. Adventurer, what is this?
I am already a participant in the plan. What's the point of continuing to pretend, Anthony? Are you serious?
Yi Chun sneered coldly, simultaneously producing a silver dagger in his hand and aiming it at Anthony's head. It was clear that if Anthony continued to hide, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him outright. After all, this was just a game, and if killing the village chief caused the mission to fail, they could simply rewind time. Anthony chuckled lightly, but he wasn't afraid of Yi Chun's dagger. Instead, he spoke up, I never expected the news to leak out. I thought only Antis knew the secret of this place. I never imagined there was a third person who knew. I've guarded this place for 20 years. The treasures here belong to me alone.
Don't even think about taking them.
After saying this, Anthony instantly vanished from where he stood. He was a magician. Yi Chun immediately cast Dark Stealth, reducing his detection rate to negative 1,000 points. However, in the darkness of night, the Eternal Darkness Immortal Ring granted him double the effect.
That was a full 2,000 points of detection. Not only could Anthony not sense him, but even a deity would struggle to detect Yi Chun. Dark Stealth?
Anthony's expression froze for a moment, then he lowered his voice and asked, which faction are you from? Who is the deity you worship?
He was extremely curious.
The Dark Camp, the Dark King.
Yi Chun answered honestly, but after answering, he left his original position, and Anthony couldn't detect him. Dark King, are you the heir to the king? Anthony seemed somewhat surprised, with a sense of unexpectedness.
That's correct.
Yi Chun admitted it directly and openly, as he wanted to know what Anthony intended to do.
Just as he finished answering, Anthony suddenly knelt on the ground, his face filled with reverence, and said, Great heir to the Dark King, I never expected you to be the heir to the king.
Forgive my offense.
I am Anthony Sira, a loyal follower of the Dark King. The plot took an unexpected turn, leaving Yi Chun somewhat surprised that the other party was actually a follower of the Dark King.
How can this be proven? Yi Chun asked.
Anthony didn't waste any words, he simply pulled up his shirt, and soon a skull throne appeared on his chest. This was the seat of the Dark King, the embodiment of faith.
And Anthony was not an ordinary believer, he was a fanatic.
In the world of hope, both the God of Light and the God of Darkness have 12 main gods under their command. Each main god has numerous subordinates, who are lower-tier gods, each with countless fanatical followers. Needless to say, the 12 main gods are even more formidable. 99% of assassins and thieves worship the Dark King, and then go on to worship other lesser gods, such as the God of Thieves, the God of Blood Assassins, or the God of Agility. It can only be said that the followers of the Dark Lord are few in number, but those who do follow him are extremely fanatical, to the point of being utterly terrifying.
It can be said that Anthony's tattoos are absolutely genuine. Such tattoos are not something ordinary low-level believers can possess, they are tattoos personally imprinted by the temple.
At that moment, Yi Chun withdrew from stealth mode. He had no reason to worry, as per the rules of the Hope World, fake believers cannot become high-ranking believers.
To attain that status, one must undergo the divine judgment.
If the divine being discovers that you do not truly believe in them and are merely pretending to be a believer, your fate will be a gruesome one. As soon as Yi Chunyu appeared, Anthony immediately looked at Yi Chunyu, his eyes fixed intently on the ring in Yi Chunyu's hand. He had not noticed it before, but now that he paid close attention, Anthony was struck as if by lightning.
This is the Dark God Ring, the supreme divine artifact. You are not the heir to the Dark King, you are the heir to the darkness itself. Dark Prince. Anthony was overcome with emotion beyond words.
Upon hearing this, he immediately knelt on the ground and bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, Please forgive me, Your Highness, for my previous offense. Please forgive me, Your Highness, for my previous offense.
At that moment, Anthony was terrified to the extreme.
After all, Yi Chun was the heir to the Dark King, and he had already been deeply shaken by this revelation. Now, discovering that Yi Chun was actually the Dark Heir, the Dark Prince chosen by the Dark Supreme God, this was completely on a different level altogether.
I almost offended the heir of the Dark Supreme God? At this thought, Anthony was truly terrified. Tell me, what exactly is your plan with Antis?
Yi Chun asked, surprised that his status was so useful. He had previously thought that the favor of the Dark Supreme God was of little use, but it turned out to be quite valuable. Your Highness, it was not part of my plan with Antis. It was a plan initiated 20 years ago by the 49 churches that collaborated on the research.
What plan? The Satan plan? To resurrect the dead?
Based on the previous plot, Yi-chun expressed his thoughts, sounding quite curious.
A plan being researched by 49 members of the Holy See? That does sound a bit terrifying.
No. Great Dark Lord, it is the eternal life plan.
Anthony spoke calmly, but the last 4 words left Yi-chun speechless. Just then, several system voices suddenly rang out. Ding!
Congratulations, player King Sai, on completing the hidden settings in the Monster Forest. The Nightmare Mode storyline has been completed with 100% completion.
Ding!
Congratulations to player King Sai for completing the Nightmare Mode storyline in the Monster Forest with 100% completion.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for clearing the Nightmare Mode of the Warcraft Forest in just 5 minutes with 100% story completion, becoming the first team to achieve this feat. At that moment, players worldwide fell silent. However, the next moment, the entire world erupted in excitement.
The 4th update is complete.
I recommend a great book, Fantasy, The Reading of the Gods.
Everyone should check it out. It's a fantastic million-word masterpiece. Chapter 76, Behind the Nightmare, Lies Disaster?
Congratulations to the players Sai of the King, Star Fantasy Invincible, Star Fantasy Eternal, Star Fantasy Rose, Star Fantasy Sword, Star Fantasy Cloud, Star Fantasy Panda, and 7 other players who completed the Nightmare level Monster Forest dungeon in just 5 minutes with 100% story completion. Each player will receive a silver gift box, and the team leader will receive an additional 2.
Ding!
Congratulations to the first players in the Johto region to clear the Nightmare level Monster Forest dungeon, earning 105 Spirit Divine Pearl Fragments. Additionally, the names of these 10 players will be permanently recorded in the Hope World, each receiving an extra 1000 reputation points. Statues of them will also be erected in the Monster Forest dungeon, except for disaster level dungeons. A system announcement was broadcast across the entire server, heard not only by players in the 9 states but by players worldwide.
Have you cleared the level? Damn, you really did it? 5 minutes? Are you kidding me?
6666, the King Sai that's truly powerful.
What? 5 minutes to clear the level?
Our Great Heaven and Guild failed 3 times, yet a player from the 9 states managed to clear it in 5 minutes?
I must strongly report this is definitely cheating. We VE only just cleared the medium difficulty mode, and there are actually players from the Kyushu Kingdom who VE cleared the nightmare difficulty?
This is clearly cheating.
As a player from the Great Scylla Kingdom, I strongly condemn this and will report it. Oh my god, we Crusaders have spent so much time and can't even get past the first level, yet a guild from the Kyushu Kingdom managed to get the first kill in just 5 minutes? It's hard to believe.
Players worldwide are at a loss for words, some are cursing, reporting, furious, or simply unable to believe it. Meanwhile, players from the 9 states are both thrilled and stunned, especially those watching the livestream.
They're completely baffled. What did I miss? Everyone, I just blinked, and I missed something. How did you get through it? Could the skilled player please explain?
Answering the post above, just a second ago, I saw a beam of light, and a man in white emerged from it, holding a 3-legged cauldron of chaos on his head. He shouted, "I am Yi Tian Di, and I shall suppress all enemies in the world." Then he cleared the level.
Holy crap, the person above is a genius. 6. That's it? Is it really that easy? The operator's favorite child? The operator's favorite child? Damn it, you big shot, do you have to show off like this? Does the face of the god's child hurt? How did you manage to beat the game? Please help. Can someone please explain how to beat the game? I'll be very grateful.
My king has lived his life as he saw fit, why should he explain himself to others? One after another, comments appeared on the screen, leaving countless players baffled. It's no wonder they were confused, even the Star Fantasy Invincible team was baffled.
They hadn't done anything, yet they had cleared the stage? Secured the first kill? I completed the hidden quest, so I just beat the game.
Yi-chun glanced at the members of Xinghuan Wudi before speaking directly. As soon as he said that, the 9 of them immediately looked at Yi-chun with admiring eyes.
Xinghuan Bume was the most exaggerated, rushing over to hug Yi-chun's leg. "Master, from today onward, I'll follow you. I don't even care about my old boss anymore. I found the hidden quest too. Damn it, now let's see who dares to call you unconscious. Beating the game in 5 minutes, you're truly the king. Please accept my humble bow as your disciple." Xinghuan Bumia shouted loudly, causing Xinghuan Wu Di beside him to look a bit embarrassed. However, upon coming to their senses, everyone rejoiced. Though it was somewhat absurd, there was no denying it, they had cleared the game. In the 4 difficulty modes of the Monster Forest, easy, normal, hard, and nightmare, there were statues of them in all of them. This was the ultimate honor.
Well, if you just beat the game directly, you only get the experience points for completing the game, but you don't get any monster experience points or loot from chests. If you use the hidden quest to beat the game directly, you lose out a lot, but if it's your first time beating the game, it's still worth it. At this point, Xinghuan Xiangwei spoke up, pointing out the drawbacks of Yi-chun's approach to clearing the game. There were only rewards for completing the dungeon, and no experience points were gained along the way. With Yi-chun's team, completing the easy mode grants each member approximately 500,000 experience points. However, once they reach the maximum level, the experience gain is reduced to 1%, meaning each member should receive around 5,000 experience points. In medium mode, each player will receive 10,000 experience points. Hard mode, 30,000 experience points. Nightmare mode should at least require 50,000 or even 100,000 experience points, but the issue is that you don't actually earn them. You only receive the 10,000 experience points reward for completing the mode, which is where the trade-off lies. However, in terms of the first kill, this is definitely a huge win, as you get various honors and rewards. Enter the disaster level dungeon and clear the Warcraft Forest dungeon as soon as possible so that the Mist Forest dungeon can appear sooner. Yi-chun spoke up. Others might not understand, but he knew the reason behind everything, so he didn't care about the outside world. Instead, he urged everyone to enter the disaster level monster forest. Because only by clearing the disaster level monster forest would the Mist Forest dungeon appear in 3 days. Otherwise, if the Mist Forest dungeon appeared, it would have to wait another month. Catastrophe level? Upon hearing the words disaster level, everyone couldn't help but get excited. They had experienced simple, medium, difficult, and nightmare levels. And they approached disasters with anticipation. Xinhuan Wudi was also the first to rename their livestream to First Ever Disaster Level Monster Forest. Global premiere. This global first was indeed explosive, with 30 million viewers in just a few minutes, surging to over 100 million. It truly seemed like players from all over the world were watching, and the chat was as dense as the ocean, with countless messages filling the screen. At that very moment, Yi-chun was deep in thought. Yi-chun had already understood what was meant by a unique copy of the world. It's not just about fighting monsters and leveling up, it's about solving mysteries, immersing players in the story, and truly understanding the narrative. Combining monster slaying and leveling up, this game is highly innovative. Now that it has reached the nightmare level, the biggest secret is the immortality plan. This is why Yi-chun was able to clear the game directly. He used his status to uncover the secret. If he had followed the normal procedure, he would have gradually discovered the immortality plan while also being drawn into it, wondering what it truly entails. So the final plot of the nightmare level dungeon is the eternal life plan. What is the final plot of the disaster level dungeon? The eternal life plan is definitely not the final secret. What is the true story behind the Warcraft Forest? If the eternal life plan is the final secret, then it shouldn't be nightmare level, but rather disaster level. What is a catastrophe? Yi-chun wasn't sure. He wanted to see it for himself. The disaster level dungeon of the monster forest. What exactly is it? What can be called a disaster? Ding dong. Are you ready to challenge the disaster level dungeon? Warning. This dungeon is extremely dangerous. Warning. This copy may have a negative impact on your mental and physical well-being. Do you choose to proceed? Yes. Chapter 77, Disaster Level Monster Forest. Catastrophic Level Dungeon. As night fell, the monster forest grew even quieter. Just then, the information appeared before everyone. The monster forest you entered has been a nightmare for 3 years. 3 years ago, a monster rampage occurred in the monster forest. However, 3 years later, something strange happened again. Over the past month, hunters have not seen a single monster. Yet, soon afterward, villagers from the surrounding villages began disappearing one by one. The strange occurrences resurfaced, and you once again received a request from the Adventurers Guild to assist in the monster forest. However, upon arriving at the monster forest, the Adventurers Guild urgently sent a magical letter. Just as the magical letter was about to reach the captain's hands, a sudden beam of light appeared out of nowhere, snatching the magical letter away. Please hurry and search for the magical letter. Main quest: find the Adventurers Guild's magical letter. Completing this quest will increase the story progression by 20%. Time limit: 2 hours. Quest hint: the enemy moves quickly and is highly vigilant. Consider intentionally splitting up your team to lure them out. The first phase of the mission has appeared. Xinhuan Wudi reports immediately. The first phase task is to find the magical letter delivered by the Adventurers Guild. However, the unknown entity that stole the magical letter has been hiding in the shadows. If we don't act alone, we won't be able to lure it out. But if we split up, it can easily take us out one by one. This is a dead end. To be precise, we must gather immediately when it appears. Otherwise, if we make even one mistake, we're as good as defeated. Xinhuan Wudi spoke up. Although none of them had particularly strong offensive capabilities, in a disaster-level dungeon, raw damage output doesn't mean everything. Control, support, coordination, and skill outweigh sheer damage output. The simplest reason is that it doesn't hold water. Even if you have output and ability, so what? Yi-chun's output is already quite high, and with the night bonus, all attributes are doubled. However, Yi-chun's health is only 140,000, so he can't withstand more than a few rounds. Therefore, teamwork is essential. Soloing the dungeon isn't impossible, but having an extra person means an extra pair of hands. But if we don't split up, will he appear? The problem arose, and Xinghuan Bumia frowned as he spoke. Although separating them individually would expose them to attacks, if they didn't separate, the unknown entity that had stolen the magical letter wouldn't appear either. Disperse, but don't move too quickly. Stay within a 500-yard radius. I'll activate Dark Stealth and randomly infiltrate one of you. If danger arises, I'll provide immediate support. There's no other option now. Everyone is hoping Yi Chun made the right call. Soon, the 10 people scattered. Yi Chun had not walked more than 100 meters when he immediately activated his Dark Stealth ability. He then headed towards Xinghuan Shangwei, as she was the weakest player among the group. If everything went according to plan, they would definitely target the weakest first. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 4 minutes. Just then, a sudden system voice rang out. Ding! Teammate Xinghuan Panda's health has dropped to 0 and has died. Did someone sneak up on Star Fantasy Panda? This was something Yi Chun hadn't anticipated, but fortunately, he had previously told them not to move so quickly. Yi Chun immediately retreated half a minute and then rushed toward the Star Fantasy Panda. The distance between the two was less than 500 yards. At his current speed, Yi Chun could cover that distance in just 10 seconds. Upon reaching the side of the Star Fantasy Panda, Yi Chun instructed it to continue searching while he remained hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. 18 seconds. 20 seconds. At that very moment, Yi Chun struck suddenly, a black shadow flickered past, and Yi Chun immediately unleashed the King's Curse, targeting the black shadow. Terrifying damage erupted instantly. 200,000. 20,000 points of damage means the opponent has 40,000 points of health. In the darkness, Yi Chun's agility was greatly enhanced. He pounced forward instantly. His base attack of 4,000 was boosted by an additional 5,000 points from the King's Rage, bringing his total attack power to 9,000 points. Combined with the 500 attack points from his equipment, this brought his total attack power to 9,500 points. Due to the nighttime state, the attack power is 19,000 points. If it lands a critical hit, that's 38,000 points of damage. This is the terrifying damage Yi Chun can currently inflict. The Royal Slash strikes down, dealing 380,000 points of health damage. Suddenly, a howl echoed through the air, and a black wolf lay motionless on the ground, its last breath having just left its body. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the mysterious speed Black Wolf. You have earned 2,000 experience points. The first stage is complete, and the dungeon storyline is now 20% complete. A sound rang out, and soon after the mysterious speed Black Wolf was defeated, it left behind a bronze weapon and a magical envelope. Was it resolved so quickly? This output is unbeatable. I thought it would take a long time, but it was solved so quickly. Damn, they said the output wasn't that useful, but this output is absolutely insane. These days, saying 6 is already outdated. No matter what it is, when you have something, you inevitably lose something else. You, the king, may have extraordinary offensive capabilities, but at the same time, you've also lost the frustration of being unable to clear enemies quickly. What the person above said makes sense, but it just sounds a bit off. The livestream viewers were originally very excited about the high-level gameplay and unique storyline, but they never expected Yi Chun to breeze through the first level so easily, completely dampening their anticipation. If it's just mindlessly relying on raw power to solo through the game, what's the point? At that very moment, all the teammates had already rushed over, and just then, everyone rejoiced, as Yi Chun had resolved the first problem. This Black Wolf had low health, but its speed and attack power were utterly terrifying: 600 agility points, 20,000 attack power, and various attribute bonuses. It was simply too terrifying to handle. Just then, Xinghuan Changwei immediately displayed the attributes of the mystic speed Black Wolf. 40,000 health points, 2,000 attack power, 600 agility points, 5 claw strikes per second, and additional effects including poison, weakness, and advanced bleeding status. To be honest, these stats and data are indeed exaggerated and terrifying. This is clearly designed to prevent players from progressing. A rational analysis suggests that if Yi Chun hadn't happened to be standing next to the Star Fantasy Panda, this Black Wolf would have had terrifying killing power, easily taking out 10 people with ease. Therefore, the first stage is extremely difficult to overcome. Chapter 78, Disaster, Second Stage. This attribute is a bit exaggerated, isn't it? Disaster level is that scary? A monster with this attribute, and it's skilled at hiding, only attacking when the opponent is alone. What's the point of playing then? It can only be said that we were very lucky. The king, a powerful player, was moving through the group and had decent luck. Just as this Black Wolf attacked the Star Phantom Panda, the king happened to be heading in that direction. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The first checkpoint is designed so that the team cannot gather together, everyone must stay alone. Meanwhile, the Black Wolves launch indiscriminate attacks, and during their assault, you only have a few seconds to react. This tests the team's coordination and reaction speed. The most terrifying part is that your agility must be fast, the entire team's agility must be fast. Otherwise, if you're even a moment too late, you'll lose a teammate immediately. To clear this mode, you need at least 10 level 50 players, all equipped with golden gear, and all must be a rank or higher hidden classes. Otherwise, you simply cannot pass. Everyone, the Imperial Court Guild has started a live stream. They are currently attacking the disaster level stage. Just now, they completed the nightmare level stage with 95% plot completion. Hurry up and go watch. The Imperial Court? The third ranked guild on the heavenly rankings? The guild affiliated with the Children of the Gods? Yeah, the Children of the Gods have contacted another legendary veteran player. Right now, 10 of them are in a disaster level dungeon, and their skills and awareness are 100 times better than this team's. The chat in the live stream was as vast as the Yangtze River. However, Yi-chan and the others paid no attention, instead picking up the magical letters and opening them. Instantly, information appeared. The king sigh, be cautious. After further reconnaissance, we have discovered that the magic beast forest harbors a massive secret, one that is connected to an earth-shattering mystery and may even be linked to the core of the divine demon war. However, we still do not know exactly what it is. Oh, and one more thing, through the magical owl, we have learned that Sopa's wife is still alive. The letter ends here. Upon reading the letter, everyone fell into deep thought. However, Xinghuan Xiangwei was the first to speak up. The time frame of the disaster level dungeon occurred after the deaths of Sopa and his wife. According to official records, Sopa's wife, unable to bear the pressure, chose to take her own life a year later because she had lost her sight. It is said that when she took her own life, the villagers heard the horrific, heart-wrenching screams. 6 months later, Sopa, in a daze, also chose to end his life. The villagers buried him. This is the official account, so how is Sopa's wife still alive? Xinghuan Xiangwei is curious. The nightmare level monster forest dungeon is probably where this story takes place, but we just rushed through it, so we don't know what actually happened. Hold on a moment, I'll go find out what's going on. Xinghuan Wu Di believes that the nightmare level dungeon must be related to this plot, so he has sent people to gather information. However, Xinghuan Wu Di soon shook his head and said, the plan mentioned in the nightmare level dungeon is the resurrection plan. In the difficult level dungeon, we helped Sopa so he wouldn't be exploited by others. However, in the nightmare level dungeon, Sopa and his wife are still alive at that time point. The plot revolves around the resurrection timing, which allows people to be resurrected using dark magic. Therefore, the nightmare level dungeon is not closely related to the difficult level or disaster level dungeons, as there is a several-year gap between them. Everything is extremely complex, to the point of being perplexing. Let's break it down simply. In the normal difficulty dungeon, defeat Sopa to complete the task. In the medium difficulty dungeon, defeating the summoned evil archmage counts as completing the task. In the hard difficulty dungeon, find Sopa's wife while summoning the evil archmage and defeating him, allowing Sopa and his wife to live happily ever after. The first 3 time periods all revolve around Sopa and his wife, similar to most Western fairy tales, where good triumphs over evil, and the lovers eventually end up together. The nightmare level dungeon takes place before the hard mode, while the catastrophe level dungeon occurs afterward. In other words, everything that happens is centered around Sopa and his wife's story. The magic forest may just be a cover, a distraction to confuse players, and even the official website has been complicit in deceiving everyone by releasing misleading information. The magic forest hides a secret known as a disaster. Yi-chan spoke each word carefully. This was his current understanding and belief. Ding! Accept the second phase of the mission, locate the whereabouts of Sopa's wife. Time limit, 2 hours. Upon completion, the dungeon storyline completion rate will increase by 30%. The second phase of the mission accounts for 30% of the dungeon storyline completion. No matter what Yi-chan says, we must follow the script first. Search first, then decide. Yi-chan didn't waste any words, and everyone began searching. Soon, Xinghuan Wu Di smiled and said, that team failed. They failed the challenge of the disaster level dungeon. How terrifying a disaster level dungeon was, no one here with Yi-chan could fathom. However, after the Imperial Court Guild completed their first run, the entire world of players came to understand the true horror of a disaster level dungeon. The Imperial Court Guild, with 10 players fully equipped in silver armor and top-tier weapons from the rankings, even had several trump cards up their sleeves. Yet they were systematically taken down one by the cunning Black Wolf, leaving only 7 members of the Imperial Court Guild standing. They fought with all their might to kill the cunning Black Wolf, but it escaped, only to return and slaughter them one by one once again. This is the most frustrating design choice in the game. If 2 or more players gather together, the swift Black Wolf will not appear. It will only attack when you are alone, unless the 2 weakest players are together. With 20,000 points of attack, 5 claws per second, and various weakening and blood loss effects, who can beat that? Even the children of the gods were defeated outright, but they did not give up. Instead, they chose to challenge again. In the second phase, an hour later, Yi-chan and the others couldn't find Sopa's wife at all, while the players from the Imperial Court Guild had failed 3 times. Now, on their fourth attempt, they finally passed the first stage and went out of their way to borrow several pieces of golden equipment that boosted agility and health. They had barely managed to get through the first stage and were now, like Hee-chan and the others, waiting in the second stage to continue their search.
There are 2 more updates to come.
I sincerely apologize for the delay today. Something unexpected came up.
I apologize once again. Chapter 79, Sopa's Wife, the Headless Corpse. The demon beast forest is so vast, how are we supposed to find her? An hour later, everyone gathered together, looking grim. After searching for an entire hour, they hadn't found a single trace of Sopa's wife. We searched many nearby areas and found no signs of human habitation, including the former magical array. There were no traces of anyone having been there, and given the heavy rain a few days earlier, there should have been footprints if anyone had been there. Yet there were none, not even the footprints of magical beasts. Xinhuan Wudi was the most observant player among the group. He carefully analyzed the relevant information. The magic forest is incredibly vast. Even if we spent 10 or 20 hours searching, we wouldn't be able to find Sopa's wife. Although this task is disaster level, the AI would never assign an impossible mission. A disaster level dungeon doesn't mean it's impossible to complete. There must be clues out there. We need to think critically and dig deeper. Yi-chan spoke, and his words caused everyone to nod in agreement. After pondering for a moment, Xinhuan suddenly said, "Actually, I've thought of a place where we might be able to find Sopa's wife." He said this, and everyone turned their gaze toward him, filled with anticipation. Feeling the expectations of the crowd, Xinhuan Bumie spoke up, "I think it's highly likely that we'll find her in the same place where we first found her, in that cave. We searched the magic beast forest but overlooked and neglected this place." As he said this, everyone couldn't help but be startled, feeling a sudden realization. Yes, how could we have overlooked that? Perhaps it really is possible. That place is where Sopa's wife was imprisoned 3 years ago. Perhaps Sopa's wife is still alive and being held captive there. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Xinhuan Bumie had said. "Let's go take a look." Since everyone felt the same way, Yi-chan nodded and led the group toward the cave. However, due to the disaster-level monster forest, which was the monster forest 3 years later, many trees had grown, and the group couldn't find it right away. If it weren't for the fans in the live stream guiding them, they would have had to spend quite some time searching. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived near the cave. As soon as they arrived, a series of faint sounds suddenly began to echo through the air. "Help! Help!" The sound rang out, and everyone rejoiced, especially Xinhuan Bumie, who excitedly shouted in the team channel. "I was right after all, boss. You have to give me credit for this." He was very excited, and everyone smiled and walked inside. However, Xinhuan Wudi, considering what had happened last time, wanted Yi-chan to stay behind as backup. But Yi-chan shook his head and chose to go inside to take a look. After all, he could always reverse time, so he wasn't afraid of anything. As soon as they entered, the cave appeared extremely cool and dark. There was an indescribable atmosphere in the air, and everyone walked in silence. The cave 3 years later seemed noticeably larger than it had 3 years ago, though it might have been a figment of their imagination. At that moment, a figure appeared in the cave, emitting a sorrowful sound. Xinhuan Bumie was the most excited. He ran over eagerly, wanting to trigger the quest. "Are you Sofa's wife? Help! Help! Can you help me find something?" The cave was extremely dark, and everyone was cautious. However, Xinhuan Bumie was more carefree. Upon hearing the voice, he couldn't help but ask again, "What are you looking for? Perhaps we can find it." "Really? Can you really help me find it?" The other person's voice sounded very urgent and excited. "Yes, what are you looking for?" Xinhuan Bumie said with a smile. Everyone watched quietly, mainly because the cave was very dark, and they could only see each other's silhouettes and clothes. It did indeed seem like Sopa's wife. "I need to find my leader. Can you help me find him?" The next moment, a voice filled with confusion and coldness rang out, and everyone froze in an instant. Before their eyes lay a headless corpse, with blood still flowing from its neck, the cervical vertebrae shattered, an utterly terrifying sight. Xinhuan Bumie found himself face to face with the corpse at close range, frozen in place. Everyone was filled with horror. Because they want the world to be 100% realistic, it's like a real headless corpse appearing. "Damn it! You scared me! Official, come out here. I promise I won't hit you." No wonder they say it has a negative impact on both the mind and body. Damn it, a headless corpse. Of course it has a negative impact. If it could be good, I'd stream myself eating. I feel okay, but Xinhuan Bumie saw a headless corpse up close like that. I bet he's got some trauma now. Everyone, did I miss anything just now? I went to the bathroom. Let me know if anything big happened. The live stream chat was flooded with messages. This sudden scene was absolutely heart-stopping. Wow. Oh my. Coming to his senses, Xinhuan kicked him hard. His nerves were thick, and he seemed to have been scared senseless, yet he still dared to resist. However, the kick went straight through the opponent's body. Is it a ghost? Yi-chan snapped back to reality.
He furrowed his brows, immediately sensing that the other was a spirit. "It's you guys." However, the voice sounded again. The headless female corpse did not know how to communicate, but she seemed surprised by the appearance of Yi-chan and the others. Moreover, it did not sound malicious, but it had indeed startled them earlier.
Ding! Sopa's wife has been found.
Second phase of the mission completed. Accept the third phase of the mission, Sopa's wife's head. Completing the third phase of the mission will increase the dungeon completion rate by 20%. Third phase task appears. At the same time, the undead before him was none other than Sopa's wife. This was something no one had anticipated.
Sopa's wife had already died. The official website is not lying, nor is the Adventurers Guild. It's just that many people have overlooked the existence of undead beings.
The magical owl of the Adventurers Guild likely saw the spirit of Sopa's wife, but it couldn't distinguish between spirits and real players.
That's not right. Sopa's wife committed suicide out of despair for life. To become a spirit, one must be filled with resentment, and most spirits have violent personalities. Why didn't a battle trigger, and how did Sopa's wife become a spirit?
At that moment, Xing Huanyun suddenly spoke up. He was a necromancer, so he was well versed in this profession. At 1 a.m., I hope no readers are scared.
Cough cough. Chapter 80, Stage 3. The most exciting moment is about to arrive.
In the setting of the world of hope, becoming an undead is no easy feat. First, you must be in a highly unstable emotional state before death, have been subjected to certain stimuli, and simultaneously experience negative emotions. The stronger the negative emotions, the greater the likelihood of becoming an undead. And the most crucial point is that becoming an undead requires an obsession.
Why are most undead evil? Because their obsession is revenge they must kill.
Thus, they are pure evil spirits. However, Sopa's wife is different. She appears perfectly normal, except for the fact that she has no head, which is somewhat terrifying. Could it be that she lost her head, so she's filled with resentment? As the old saying goes, debts have their debtors, and wrongs have their wrongdoers, right?
Xinghuan Panda spoke up, speculating.
Impossible. When the Adventurers Guild sent us a letter, they saw her face. Although the magical owls couldn't tell who was a undead and who wasn't, they could at least tell if the person had a head or not. So, Sopa's wife's head must have been taken by someone after she became a undead. Xing Huan Woody offered an explanation, but discussing such a topic as heads inside a cave was rather unsettling. The most terrifying thing wasn't the rose, but rather the cloud, which was trembling uncontrollably and even ended up vomiting by the side. Indeed, anyone who saw such a scene would be terrified and trembling. Such a situation is actually quite normal.
Do you know me?
Yi-chan spoke up, not engaging in discussion but instead taking the initiative to ask about Sopa's wife.
I recognize you. It was you who saved me several years ago. I remember now.
Sopa's wife seemed very happy, and her voice was no longer so melancholy.
This made people even more curious. Could the undead experience joy? Besides seeking revenge, shouldn't the dead be happy?
This matter has once again become shrouded in mystery.
Do you remember us? Why did you become a ghost?
Since you remember yourself, Yi-chan decided to ask directly. However, upon hearing the question, the other fell into deep thought for a moment. After a long time, she shook her body, as if shaking her head, and replied, I don't know.
I don't know anything. I only remember a voice that brings me back here every day.
I didn't even realize I was dead until much later, when I realized I hadn't eaten for a long time.
That's when I realized I was dead. By the way, have you seen Sopa? Where is he? I'm so lonely, and I miss him very much.
Sopa's wife spoke in this way, her voice filled with longing. She wanted to see her husband so badly.
What a pitiful woman. We didn't encounter him. Xinghuan Shanwei didn't tell Sopa's wife about her husband's fate.
Instead, she said, let's help you find your head first.
Perhaps you'll remember something.
Xinghuan Shanwei spoke, and after saying this, she began the third phase of the mission with the others.
Find the head of Sopa's wife. Alright, thank you for helping me again. I really appreciate it. Unfortunately, I'm already dead and unable to repay you.
Sopa's wife said this with a touch of embarrassment. The others didn't say much and began the third phase of the mission.
How did you lose your head? Yi-chan asked.
To find Sopa's wife's head, they needed some clues, otherwise, it would be very difficult to locate it.
I don't remember. All I remember is that when I woke up, my head was gone.
Sopa's wife doesn't even know herself. That's really speechless.
Captain, come and take a look.
Just then, Xing Huanyun shouted loudly, and everyone turned to look, thinking they had found some clues. But when they arrived, everyone was once again astonished. Xing Huanyun, who had been scared and vomiting earlier, accidentally saw something extraordinary. Deep within the cave, on one of the walls, there were countless characters carved into the stone.
Why?
Just these 3 words, densely packed, at least tens of thousands of them, covered the entire wall, looking extremely unsettling.
What wise?
Yi-chan furrowed his brows, everyone else did too, and the fans in the livestream were completely excited and boiling over because the high-level boss had arrived. There was no doubt that the most exciting part was about to begin, and many players would rationally help Yi-chan and his team analyze the situation. After Sopa's wife died, she became a spirit, but Sopa's wife, who still possesses her head, remembers everything. Here, she uses spirit magic to carve the word Y tens of thousands of times. Everyone can take a closer look. The strokes are very deep, clearly imbued with deep resentment. This means that once Sopa's wife's head is found, the disaster level dungeon can be considered cleared. The person above is correct, and there's one more thing to note. Why does Sopa's wife keep staying in this cave? Perhaps the cave holds some other secret. Let's set that aside for now. I think this matter is getting more and more complicated. It's a disaster. What should we do? The third phase of the mission is complete, which means 70% of the story is finished. However, to achieve a disaster level first time clear, 90% completion is required, meaning there's at least one more stage remaining. There won't be any more. The third stage is likely the final stage, and the remaining 30% are hidden stages that won't appear directly. Players are discussing it heatedly in the live stream comments. However, Yi-chan noticed something unusual. Let's not go looking for them. We'll stay here. More accurately, we'll lie in wait. Yi-chan spoke, leaving everyone puzzled. Why? What's wrong? Everyone was curious and didn't quite understand. The third stage of the task had no time limit, meaning that all they had to do was wait. Yi-chan explained the issue he had discovered, and everyone immediately understood. Alright, let's continue waiting here. Once the first kill mission is completed and the story progression reaches over 90%, we can clear the dungeon with a single click, obtain 100% of the rewards, and avoid repeated challenges, allowing us to claim the prizes directly. Xinghuan Wudi nodded in agreement. Through Yi-chan's perspective, he also explained the benefits of clearing the dungeon for the first time. Players who successfully complete the first run of a dungeon get 10 chances per day to complete it with a single click. The rewards are 100% guaranteed, equivalent to going through the dungeon again, but without wasting your time. Otherwise, the time wasted on disaster level dungeons alone would be enough to make you give up after just 3 attempts in a day. The next 10 teams to complete the dungeon will only receive 80% of the experience points and equipment drops, with the first 100 players receiving 70%, the first 1,000 players receiving 60%, the first 10,000 players receiving 50%, and the remaining players receiving 40% of the rewards. Therefore, as long as they secure the first kill, then you can complete 5 tasks with a single click later, directly earning 5 rewards. Though it's tough, at least the payoff is huge. And so, time passes bit by bit. Finally, it grew dark. 2.5 hours had passed, and at last, there was movement outside the cave. The final plot can be completed today. I've laid the groundwork for a lengthy storyline and decided to give it a try. I'm not sure if everyone will like it, but it incorporates elements of mystery and detective work in an online game format. Otherwise, it would just be mindless level grinding, which isn't very interesting to write. Thank you to all the brothers who have continued to support me. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 81, Reunion with Antis. Unveiling the truth. The sounds from outside caught everyone's attention, and soon everyone fell silent, hiding in the cave. Soon, a figure entered the cave. Everyone, including the millions of players watching the live stream, was curious to see who had arrived. However, as the figure appeared, everyone was astonished. It was the fake Thomas. That is, Antis, an NPC who had been spared by Yi-chan 3 years ago. Who would have thought he would actually show up? It's his doing again. So it was him. 3 years ago, he imprisoned Sopa's wife, and 3 years later, he cut off her head. This man is poisonous. Probably has a grudge against the Sopa family. Forget about the rest for now, let's take this guy down. This guy tried to harm us 3 years ago, and now he's back. Look at what he's holding, it's Sopa's wife's head. He must have used some kind of special magical potion, which is why he can carry her head like that. Xinghuan Panda and the others cursed while also analyzing the plot of the dungeon. Everyone remained unusually quiet, but Yi-chan was curious. However, everyone remained on guard, as there was a high likelihood that a battle would be triggered shortly. As they waited for Antis to enter the cave, he soon noticed something different. Whoosh! Antis acted decisively, vanishing from the spot. His agility and speed were so swift that no one had anticipated he would flee so abruptly. Ding! Plot completion failed. Disaster level dungeon. Mission failed. Just then, the system alert sounded, startling everyone. Is this really a failure? Is it really that dramatic? Rewind 10 seconds. Yi-chan didn't know why the mission had failed, but he dared not go back a minute, because if he failed again, he wouldn't have another chance to go back. So, to be cautious, he decided to go back 10 seconds and try to salvage the situation. After going back in time, Yi-chan spoke up in the team channel. Everyone, stay hidden and don't make a sound. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Anus disappeared once again. As always, the message of the dungeon quest failure echoed in his ears. Rewind 10 seconds. The second time he rewound time, Yi-chan didn't waste any time. He stood up directly, looking at the other person with a cold gaze.
Of course, Yi-chun couldn't really do that.
Instead, he took out Satan's black talisman and the Eternal Darkness immortal ring, looking at Antis. Whoosh! However, the next moment, Tua once again fled, leaving Yi-chun utterly helpless.
Is this guy poisonous? Why does he run away every time he sees me? Who else could possibly clear this dungeon?
However, what surprised Yi-chun was that the system sound didn't go off, and this time the task didn't end.
Wait here for a moment, I'll go take a look.
After saying this, Yi-chun immediately left the cave and ran a few steps before encountering Antis. Upon seeing each other, Tua looked at Yi-chun with some caution, but did not run away immediately.
After watching for a moment, he couldn't help but sigh in relief and said, "It's you. If I hadn't seen the black symbol, I would have already run away. Why did you hide in the cave and scare me like that?"
Antis was an NPC, but he possessed human-like emotions. He looked at Yi-chun helplessly, his tone tinged with complaint. If one didn't know better, they might have mistaken him for a player.
This is why the quest didn't fail.
According to the storyline, Antis was supposed to leave and not appear for a long time, which would have caused the dungeon quest to fail.
However, upon seeing Yi-chun, Antis turned back.
Therefore, the mission can continue.
Why are you here? And why do you have Sopa's wife's head in your hands? Yi-chun asked directly, getting straight to the point.
At the same time, he was also curious, why did Anthony immediately submit and kneel on the ground when he saw the ring in Yi-chun's hand, but Antis did not? After pondering this question for a moment, Yi-chun arrived at a partial answer.
The answer was simple: Anthony recognized the ring's value, while the other man did not. Why are you asking me this question? However, you're quite skilled. Possessing the black symbol and still managing to survive until now is quite impressive.
He said this with a smile, showing no fear toward Yi-chun. On the contrary, he seemed very casual, even giving off an air of superiority, as if Yi-chun were his subordinate.
Antis, as the Dark Sun, I now command you to answer my questions.
Though this statement was rather pretentious, Yi-chun clenched his teeth and spoke the words. Immediately, the Eternal Darkness immortal ring emitted an odd glow, as if it could guide one's soul into the darkness. Antis was initially surprised that Yi-chun knew his name, but upon seeing the ring in Yi-chun's hand, Antis couldn't help but furrow his brows.
After a moment, Antis took a deep breath and looked at Yi-chun. Are you the Dark Prince mentioned by Anthony?
Though it sounded rather pretentious coming from Antis's mouth, it didn't seem as ridiculous as it could have. Yi-chun nodded, and the latter immediately became excited.
Greetings, Your Highness the Dark Sun. He is very sincere. Cut the nonsense.
Tell me why you're here and how you got Sofa's wife's head.
Yi-chun asked seriously.
Your Highness, a mysterious person gave me this head and instructed me to deliver it to the cave. The person placed the item here without making a sound. To save my life, I agreed to their request. However, as soon as I arrived, I encountered you and instinctively fled.
Tua answered in this manner, but Yi-chun couldn't help but furrow his brows. Did someone send him here? Never mind that for now. Give me the head of Sopa's wife.
Yi-chun spoke, and the other didn't hesitate, handing over the head directly. Since Yi-chun was a necromancer, he could hold the head of an undead being without issue.
After obtaining it, Yi-chun continued to ask, Mysterious man? 3 years ago, why did you hide Sopa's wife in the cave? He asked this. Tua immediately froze, then spoke up. Who said I hid Sopa's wife in the cave? I'm not feeling well. Let me adjust my thoughts. I'm truly sorry. Chapter 82, the final chapter of the Demon Beast Forest. Chapter 82, the final chapter of the Demon Beast Forest. Tua was a bit dazed. He looked at Yi-chun in astonishment, for Sopa's wife was not the one he had imprisoned. Not you? Yi-chun was also surprised. If it wasn't him, then who had imprisoned her?
Yes, I just discovered her. Then, 3 years ago, I met you. On the road, I deliberately attracted a magical beast to appear and scare you. After you made a noise, I was certain that Sopa's wife must have heard it, so she would definitely come to you for help. At the time, my plan was for you and your friends to go inside, while I set a trap to capture you and your friends.
I just didn't expect you to be so clever and uncover my scheme.
Tua said this, leaving Yi-chun utterly astonished.
If Sopa's wife wasn't imprisoned by Tua, then who could it be? Could it be that Sopa has enemies?
But according to the official records and other relevant information, Sopa had come to the village over a decade ago and was a respected magician. It was unlikely that he had made any enemies. Yi-chun pondered in his heart, but after thinking it over, he shook his head and decided to return the head first. This way, he could obtain some answers from Sopa's wife, and the completion rate of the quest would also reach 70%.
The remaining 10% could be figured out gradually.
Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately left, and Tua naturally followed behind. Yi-chun needed his help, and at the same time, Tua greatly admired Yi-chun and was also surprised that Yi-chun was the Dark Sun.
Upon entering the cave, everyone felt awkward when they saw Yi-chun holding the severed head of Sopa's wife.
After all, seeing someone holding another person's head was unsettling. But fortunately, this was just a game, so no one took it seriously.
Ding! Have you completed the third stage of the mission? Ding dong. Have you completed the third stage task? At that very moment, the system beeped, prompting Yi-chun. Yes. Yi-chun directly returned the head of Sopa's wife to her. The headless spirit, having retrieved its head, could now know how it had died. Of course, doing so would gradually amplify the negative emotions, eventually transforming it into a true malevolent spirit. Everyone was preparing and anticipating the next plot development. After securing the head, Sopa's wife's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, a chill spread throughout the area. How did you die? The next moment, Xinghuan Panda spoke first. They had to know how Sopa's wife had died. If she had died a normal death, how could she have become a ghost? I was murdered. I died so unjustly. I died so terribly. I don't know who killed me, but I'm so sad, so in pain, and so desperate. In an instant, the aura of the dead filled the air, and Sopa's wife transformed into a terrifying undead creature. At that very moment, the system's voice rang out. The fourth phase of the mission has been triggered. Sopa's wife has transformed into a filled with resentment and anger. Please seal her or defeat her. Defeating her grants 15% story completion, while sealing her grants 20% story completion. Killing her grants 15%, sealing her grants 20%, but neither option counts as completing the task. These are terrifying undead creatures, not ordinary ones. Damn it, how did we provoke such an existence? Your Highness, run. I'll cover you. And Tua spoke, appearing very loyal, while the other players were curious. Why wouldn't Tua call Yi-chun Your Highness? Control first. Yi-chun spoke up, and Xinghuan Wudi immediately took control and said, use light attribute magic. Even support magic skills have targeted damage bonuses against it. Curse of the King. Yi-chun looked at Sopa's wife and immediately cast the King's Curse. In an instant, 5 million points of damage appeared, causing everyone to pale with shock. 5 million points of damage meant that Sopa's wife had a total of 10 million health points, leaving her with 5 million remaining. This is absolutely terrifying. Yi-chun used the appraisal technique, and the boss's attributes appeared quickly. Since this was a dungeon boss, its attributes were visible. Sopa's wife's undead form. Level, LV 25. Quality, purple gold. Boss. Health points, 500000010000000. Magic points, 5000005000000. Attack power, 100, 0020000. Skill, Necromantic Symphony. Skill, Death Gaze. Skill, Frozen Ground. Description, the spirit form of Sopa's wife. Before her death, she experienced intense trauma, despair, fear, and anger, ultimately transforming into a spirit. This is the attribute table. As a purple gold tier boss that is not a dungeon boss, many of its attributes are restricted and suppressed. Its actual attributes are likely even more terrifying and explosive. At that moment, Yi-chun activated all his skill effects, unleashing a single sovereign slash that dealt 380,000 points of damage, followed by a barrage of other skills. Soul Altar. In the end, Yi-chun summoned the Altar of the Dead. He had never used this skill before because it was completely unnecessary, but now he had no choice. However, this time he was quite fortunate, as the undead altar appeared directly. An ancient altar appeared outside the cave entrance, and soon, one after another, undead warriors wielding bone blades charged towards Sopa's wife. Undead warriors. Health points, 100, 001, 0000. Magic points, 00. Attack power, 200,400. Description, the weakest warriors of the undead, but also the most numerous. They fear death not. The Undead Clan's Necromancer Altar can summon 3 types of Undead Clan Warriors, Undead Clan Necromancer Warriors, Undead Clan Necromancer Knights, and Undead Clan Necromancer Mages, with probabilities of 80%, 15%, and 5%, respectively. They exist for 1 hour, summoning 5 undead creatures every minute. The altar also has health points, totaling 100,000, but it has no attack power. However, if you attack the altar, the undead will go berserk and attack you. Yi-chun summons the undead warriors to send them to their deaths. As time passed slowly, an entire hour had finally elapsed. After sacrificing 7 more lives, the group finally managed to seal away Sopa's wife. The sealing was performed when her health dropped to 5%. If it failed, Sopa's wife's health would recover to 50%. Yi-chun succeeded twice. The first attempt failed, causing time to revert, but the second attempt sealed successfully. Ding! Completed the 4th phase of the mission, sealed Sopa's wife. Mission completion rate increased by 20%. Increase by 20%. Currently at 90%, with only 10% remaining. If the target of 90% is not met, it is not considered a successful completion. The entire livestream is discussing what the remaining 10% is, as the system is no longer assigning tasks. The final 10% is likely a hidden task, and after completing the 4th phase, only the last half hour remains. If this 10% completion rate cannot be made up within the remaining half hour, the mission will be deemed a failure. What exactly is that final 10%? Xing Huan Wudi frowned. What 10%? Antis was unclear and asked curiously. It's none of your business.
Xing Huan sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He had just fought a bloody battle and was exhausted. Why does sealing Sopa's wife grant a 20% completion rate, while killing her only grants a 15% completion rate? Why is that? Xing Huan Xiangwei spoke up. Out of the 10 of us, only she, Wudi, and I survived.
We were lucky, I guess. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Because the most crucial part was about to come. This factor will determine whether you can pass the level. Yi Chun stood in the cave, deep in thought. He glanced outside the cave and then looked at his dazed wife, Sopa. In the final 10 minutes. Suddenly, Yi Chun's body trembled involuntarily. He swallowed hard, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Because Yi Chun seemed to have guessed who the murderer was. No updates yet, but the final chapter will be posted before 5 p.m. Chapter 83, The Cruelty After the Truth, a Disaster Level Challenge. I know who the murderer is. Yi Chun's voice rang out, but there was a chill in his tone. Who? Everyone was curious, including Antis, who was also curious about who the murderer might be. Yi Chun didn't answer. Instead, he slowly stood in front of Sopa's wife and spoke slowly. The records show that you went blind and eventually chose to take your own life. But if it was suicide, it would be impossible for you to become a spirit. Before your death, you must have experienced something extremely painful. But what kind of pain in this world could turn a kind-hearted person into an evil spirit? That event must have been a huge blow to you. For example, perhaps your loved ones betrayed you, or the person you loved most betrayed you. Yi Chun spoke up to this point, then took a deep breath and looked outside, saying, I think the person you loved most is probably hiding nearby. The voice echoed, but there was no response. Yi Chun then turned to Sopa's wife and continued, You were murdered, not by your own hand. And the one who killed you is none other than the man you loved most in the world, Sopa. After saying this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi Chun, their eyes filled with astonishment. No one believed what Yi Chun had said. In this story, Sopa has always portrayed himself as a devoted husband, progressing from the simple mode to the medium mode, and finally to the difficult mode. Throughout, Sopa has been a man deeply in love with his wife. To revive her, he was willing to sacrifice himself and summon the dark sorcerer. How could he betray his own wife? And even brutally kill her? No one believed it, but in reality, the truly intelligent among them had some who did. The reason is simple. According to logic, Sopa's wife, no matter what, could never have become a spirit. The conditions for becoming a spirit are extremely stringent, and the only way to have a chance of transforming into a spirit is to have experienced true despair and suffering. However, Sopa's wife is not just any undead, she is a high-ranking undead, a boss-level entity. This means that before her death, she endured unimaginable torture and faced circumstances that left her utterly despairing. What kind of torture could turn someone into a spirit? Yi Chun spoke slowly, then suddenly changed her tone, speaking in a cold and terrifying voice. It was betrayal. The betrayal of her husband. Alrei had never imagined that her husband, Sopa, had never loved her at all. Everything was just a plan. 3 years ago, your eyes were gouged out, and you were imprisoned in a cave. You drank to drown your sorrows, but it was all an act for the villagers. Because you knew that one villager knew about a mysterious magical array. For that, you were willing to harm your own wife and perform an evil ritual. But when you finally began the summoning, you discovered that it wasn't the ancient magical array you were seeking, it was just an ordinary demonic magical array. So 3 years ago, when we appeared, you pretended to be a loving husband, deceiving everyone, and took Alrei back with you. But 3 years later, you finally found the magic array you sought. However, to awaken it, there were certain requirements. It was not hard to guess that they were related to the undead. So you told your wife that someone had gouged out her eyes, and you tortured her until she died, letting her die in despair and agony, all for your plan. Sopa, it's time for you to reveal yourself. Finally, Yi Chun looked outside, and sure enough, at that moment, Sopa appeared. He looked younger than he had 3 years ago, with a smile on his face and a sickle in his hand. Long time no see, adventurers. Sopa's smile looked terrifying. Xing Huan, Bumia, and the others looked at Sopa with a chill running down their spines, while N2C stared at him with a solemn expression. Xing Huan Xiangwei spoke up. She was a woman who, after learning the truth, despised the character of Sopa to the core. Not only her, but countless viewers in the livestream were now berating Sopa as a scummy man, utterly despicable. Beautiful lady, you might have misunderstood me. I am actually a great necromancer. I did this for Alrei's sake. She wanted to be with me forever, so I will make her stay with me for eternity. Sopa spoke in a sickening tone, drawing even more curses. This was the final secret of the demon forest. Sopa was the true boss, and everything had been part of his plan from the very beginning. Everyone had been manipulated by him, including the players and his own wife. Actually, I'm curious, how did you know it was me? Sopa spoke up, not rushing to act. If you look closely, you'll notice that you've left many unresolved questions.
Decades ago, when you first arrived here, you had no known background. After your wife disappeared, you only found a torn piece of clothing in an anteater's stomach, yet you immediately concluded that she was dead. This doesn't align with the behavior of a man deeply in love with his wife. However, this is merely a point of suspicion. Later, when Antis mentioned that Aura wasn't the one he had imprisoned in the cave, I finally understood. But if I were the murderer, why didn't I kill Aura sooner? Sopa asked, sounding quite interested. You didn't want Auriai to die because you were merciful. From the very beginning, you intended to use her as a sacrifice. However, you later realized that the Adventurers Guild was investigating you, and you also discovered that the magic array you were searching for was not the one you truly sought. Therefore, you devised a plan, acted it out, and waited 3 years until you found the genuine magic array before carrying out your scheme. You wanted to deceive the Adventurers Guild by faking your death, but unfortunately, I discovered your scheme. Yi-chan spoke each word clearly. But Sopa burst into laughter. You're clever, Your Majesty. You're absolutely right. But even if you know, what can you do about it? Oh, I forgot to mention, I'm grateful to you for sealing Auriai. Now, go die. As soon as the words left his mouth, Sopa transformed into a demon. A violent wind shook the ground. And in the next instant, the sealed Aura suddenly opened her eyes. I will kill you. A cold voice rang out, and the plot took a turn. Sopa, who was once so confident, was instantly devoured and killed by Auriai. Ding! Defeating Sopa increases mission completion by 5%. Do you wish to proceed to the next stage? The next moment, the voice rang out. I've been in a really bad state lately and haven't been able to update in time. I'm truly sorry. I apologize deeply. Chapter 84 cleared. First place server-wide. No one could have imagined that the disaster-level dungeon would turn out like this. Sopa is the real culprit behind the carnage, and the entire livestream is in an uproar. A disaster-level copy refers to a disaster of the human heart. Sopa, for some plan or other purpose, was willing to sacrifice his own wife. This is the terrifying nature of the human heart. The true essence of a disaster-level scenario lies in this: the human heart surpasses all disasters. The viewers in the live stream began to discuss it. A disaster-level dungeon was cleared like that, from start to finish, all part of Sopa's plan. Why, even knowing everything, is it still only 95%? Xinghuan Woody asked curiously. As long as we reach 95%, we can clear the level. We've secured the first kill, so the details don't matter anymore. Xinghuan Bumia spoke pragmatically. As long as we reach 95%, we've cleared the level. Getting the first kill is better than anything else. Everyone nodded in agreement, and even Yi-chun didn't know what the remaining 5% was. Alii sat on the ground in a daze. She had just killed the person she loved most with her own hands. She had avenged herself, and once the vengeful spirits had taken their revenge, they would gradually fade away. Time passed slowly, and Yi-chun chose to confirm her victory. What exactly the final 5% was, Yi-chun didn't know, and it was hard to tell. Ding! Congratulations! The King Sai has completed 95% of the story quests in the disaster-level dungeon, the Demon Forest, and obtained. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and everything before his eyes began to fade away. Yi-chun was still pondering what that remaining 5% could be, but the next moment, he froze in place. Inside the cave, Antis was about to leave when Aura, who had transformed into a beam of light, suddenly revealed a smile she couldn't hide. What? The next moment, Yi-chun seemed to think of something and immediately released his ability to rewind time by 1 minute. Back to 1 minute earlier. At that very moment, Xinghuan Woody spoke up. Why, even though you know everything, is it still only 95%? This was the voice of Xinghuan Woody. Xinghuan Bume immediately responded, as long as we reach 95%, we can clear the level. We've secured the first kill, the details no longer matter. He was straightforward. In the cave, Xinghuan Rose, Xinghuan Invincible, and Antis all looked a bit sad, because this part of the plot and story was indeed quite sad. However, at that very moment, Yi-chun shook his head. He looked at the heartbroken Aura, who was Sopa's wife, and spoke slowly. Aura, I want to tell you a story. Yi-chun's voice rang out, piquing everyone's curiosity. However, Auriai, who had already transformed into a spirit, showed no reaction, continuing to cry with her head bowed. Yi-chun's voice slowly echoed once more. Many years ago, there was a woman who discovered a plan so extraordinary that even the gods were moved by it. However, aside from her, few knew of this plan. Therefore, she was willing to sacrifice everything, marrying a clumsy magician and teaching him the art of necromancy. The two lived together in harmony, and after arriving in a village, they did countless good deeds, earning the affection of everyone around them. This went on for over a decade. However, the man eventually hit a wall in his necromancy. The woman comforted him, offering encouragement and courage, and in doing so, inadvertently revealed the plan to him. In the end, the man fell into the trap. Even the gods couldn't resist this plan, and he was just an ordinary magician, he naturally couldn't resist either. To achieve her goal, the woman was willing to have her eyes gouged out by the other party, and in the end, she died at the man's hands. Yet all of this was done to make the man a scapegoat. Because once the man was dead, the Adventurers Guild would completely dispel all doubts, and then the woman could finally carry out her plan.
Am I correct, Ms. Aura?
Yi Chun's words left everyone speechless. The once chaotic livestream fell completely silent. No one had expected such a twist in the story. Earlier, everyone had been berating the scoundrel Sopa, but now no one dared to speak up anymore.
Alii lowered her head, still laughing madly, and didn't answer Yi Chun's question. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it.
I'll just stand here and watch you disappear in your undead form.
Alii, you did everything right, but you made one mistake.
When Sopa transformed into a demon, you killed him directly at that critical moment.
Don't you find that suspicious?
Yi Chun spoke slowly.
Even you yourself are curious.
Logically speaking, Sopa, who has activated the magic array, should be extremely powerful.
How could he be so easily killed by you?
You are an undead being. You devoured the demonic power within Sopa's body, which should have made you stronger.
Yet Sopa wasn't that easy to defeat. Do you know why?
Yi Chun looked at Alii.
However, the latter showed no change, still laughing.
Everyone was curious to know whether Yi Chun's guess was correct. Actually, Sopa had discovered your secret long ago.
He knew it from the very beginning. Do you know that when he killed you, the one who suffered the most was him? Because you wanted to become a spirit, you wanted eternal life, and everything you desired, Sopa had silently sacrificed for you, all because he loved you. Even in his final moments, he pretended to be the murderer in front of us.
Alrii, you have no idea how deeply a man can love you. As soon as he finished speaking, Alrii, who had been smiling softly, suddenly revealed an extremely angry gaze and looked at Yi Chun.
No. 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 It's impossible.
Alrii was extremely angry, then looked at Yi Chun and said he brought this upon himself. After he discovered the secret, he started to change. Everything that happened was his own doing.
Alii's words indirectly acknowledged everything Yi Chun had said.
At that moment, it was earth-shattering.
Everyone was completely stunned. Ding!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for completing the final hidden quest of the Warcraft Forest Disaster, increasing the story completion rate by 5%.
100% completion. The Warcraft Forest has been officially cleared. Did you bring this upon yourself? You know the answer, Aura. You know better than anyone else what Sopa has been doing and why. You know it all too well.
After saying this, Alrii had already transformed into a terrifying undead creature. Yi Chun didn't even bother to fight, as he had already completed the game and no longer needed to engage in battle.
Ding!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for completing the Monster Forest with 100% story completion. You have become the first player in the server to clear the Monster Forest Disaster Level Challenge.
Ding!
Congratulations to players Xinghuan Bumia, Xinghuan Wudi, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Shangwei, and Xinghuan Shangwei. You have cleared the Demon Forest. Become the first players in the server to clear the Demon Forest.
Ding dong! Congratulations to players Xinghuan Bumia, Xinghuan Wudi, Xinghuan Shangwei, Xinghuan Xiangmao, and 8 other players.
You have cleared the Monster Forest. You are the first players in the server to clear the Monster Forest Disaster Level.
Chapter 85, Wish Drawing, Level 1.
No one could have imagined that the disaster level dungeon in the Demon Forest would be this challenging, and that it would require not only game awareness but also a certain level of deductive reasoning. To be honest, many players had previously dismissed Yi Chun as someone who relied solely on luck. Now, after completing this dungeon, no one dares to claim that Yi Chun relied on luck anymore.
666, the king is truly unbeatable.
To be honest, even if I had unlimited damage, I still wouldn't be able to clear this dungeon. Everything is hard at first, but this is way too hard.
Don't even mention disaster level even on normal difficulty, I feel like I can't clear it. Does the plot have to be this heartbreaking? I'm both scared and heartbroken right now. Women. What happened to Ali? Anyone who knows, please come out and tell us.
Players were buzzing with speculation, and at that very moment, Yi Chun had obtained what he sought.
Ding!
Congratulations to player King Sai for successfully clearing the disaster level challenge in the Monster Forest for the first time. You have earned a beautiful silver gift box X2, 105 element divine pearl fragments, and an additional 10,000 fame points. All 9 members of the Star Fantasy Guild received their respective rewards. As the team leader, Yi Chun received a silver gift box and 5 element divine pearl fragments. While the former was not something Yi Chun particularly needed, the latter was exactly what he required.
Fame points? Not reputation points? Soon, Yi Chun noticed something else.
After the first kill, he didn't receive reputation points but fame points, which surprised him a bit. However, it didn't matter much, as it was something the system had given him anyway.
The Mist Forest dungeon will open soon. Let us form a party then.
If you need money, just transfer it to my account.
Yi-chun approached Xinhuan Wudi and spoke to him. He needed to hurry up and make a wish to obtain the level breakthrough crystal. You see, since Yi-chun entered the dungeon, it had already taken half a day. However, during that time, he hadn't obtained the level breakthrough crystal, as the top spot on the level ranking list was still held by the child of the gods. Although level breakthrough crystals can be traded, they are extremely difficult to obtain. First, one must collect 100 fragments of the 5 spirit divine pearls. After obtaining them, they must be used to make a wish. Once the wish is made, there is a certain chance of obtaining a level breakthrough crystal, but it is not guaranteed. How difficult is that? Even with a billion players, you wouldn't be able to produce many of them. However, Yi-chun already possesses a full 200 of them. The majority of the 5 spirit divine pearls are non-tradable, with only a small portion being tradable. The 5 spirit divine pearls obtained by Yi-chun through clearing the first instance of a dungeon are tradable, though each team can only obtain a maximum of 100. As previously agreed, Yi-chuan was to keep these, and Xinhuan Wudi had also agreed. Thus, all 200 were in Yi-chuan's possession, and he immediately began the synthesis process. Ding! Do you want to synthesize 100 5-element divine pearl fragments into one true 5-element divine pearl fragment? Yes. Yes. Yi-chun synthesized 2 fragments of the true 5-element divine pearl in one breath. Ding! Shall we begin making wishes? Make a wish. Break through to the next level. Yi-chun directly made a wish for the level breakthrough crystal, and soon the system sounded. Wish failed. Back 10 seconds. Make a wish. Level breakthrough crystal. Wish failed. Back 10 seconds. Make a wish. Break through the level barrier with crystals. Wish failed. Back 10 seconds. Within 4 minutes, Yi-chun could draw 6 times. In an hour, that would be exactly 90 times. Yi-chun didn't even know how many times he had drawn, but after a full 3 hours, he finally succeeded in making his wish. Wish granted. Congratulations on obtaining the level break crystal. A 100-point luck bonus, 3 hours, and 300 wishes to get the level breakthrough crystal? This probability is so low it makes me question life itself. Yi-chun was also a bit confused. Is this really necessary? Is this how the game is played? This is way too unfair. If this were any other player, forget about 300 times, they might not even get it after 3,000 or 30,000 tries. Plus, the 5 spirit divine pearl fragments are extremely difficult to obtain. I'd guess that if the entire server managed to produce 10 of them, that would already be considered quite impressive. Because the 5 spirit divine pearl fragments are bound, the level breakthrough crystals obtained through wishes are also bound. Even if you're a wealthy individual, you still need to have the goods. Ding! Would you like to use the level breakthrough crystal? Yes. Ding! Level restriction has been lifted. You can now advance to LV31. After the level cap was removed, Yi-chun glanced at his experience points and found they weren't too bad. He only needed 1 billion more experience points to level up. With that in mind, Yi-chun randomly selected a newbie village and began clearing out dungeons. Each day, players had 10 opportunities to clear dungeons. To save time, one could opt for a quick sweep, though this method yielded significantly lower experience points and equipment drop rates. Since Yi-chun was focused on gaining experience as a first-time dungeon clearer, he didn't mind the lower rewards. Yi-chun gains 100% experience points. In fact, he has chosen the option to convert equipment into experience points. All equipment dropped in dungeons is automatically converted into experience points, though the amount is proportional to the equipment's value, not very high, but not negligible either. Ding! Do you wish to clear the disaster level dungeon in the monster forest? Yes. Ding! Since you are the first player to defeat the boss, you are ranked first and will receive 100% experience points. This sweep has earned you 15 million experience points, with an additional 5 million experience points from dropped equipment. A single sweep grants 20 million experience points. If this were any other player, they could probably level up instantly, but for Yi-chun, it only increases by 20%. Of course, we hope the world is fair. Yi-chun gets 20 million experience points because his experience gain per level is higher. If it were any other player, even if they swept the area and got 100% experience, the experience gained would never exceed 2 million. Whether it's grinding monsters or doing anything else, everyone's experience points are different. Unless you have no enhancements at all, you won't become invincible. Even if you're an ordinary player, you can't expect to complete a disaster level dungeon and gain millions or tens of millions of experience points. Because for ordinary players, leveling up once only requires a few 100,000 experience points. Does a single dungeon allow you to level up 10 times? That's impossible. Sweep twice. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Finally, a beam of white light rose from Yi-chun's feet. Ding! Congratulations to player King Sai for reaching the top of the level rankings. The next moment, the system announced to the world that Yi-chun had claimed the top spot in the rankings. Chapter 86, Monster Slaying Expert, Purple Moon Heart. After securing the top spot on the level ranking, Yi-chun dared not let his guard down. He glanced at his level and experience points from LV31 to LV32, he still needed 1 billion experience points. Thinking this, Yi-chun decided to go monster hunting. However, before that, Yi-chun decided to continue making wishes first. At exactly 5 o'clock in the morning, his luck was even worse this time. After 4 hours of trying, Yi-chun finally obtained the level breakthrough crystal. After obtaining it, he went to fight monsters, and at the same time, the level ranking list showed changes. Yi-chun, at LV31, was in first place, followed by 3 other players who weren't well known at all, just 3 ordinary players. These 3 players were very lucky to obtain level break crystals through wishes, but unfortunately, they were bound and couldn't be traded. They decided to use them themselves, thus becoming the top 4 in the level rankings. They were approached by many guilds, though their success was based on luck, at least they had made it onto the level rankings. There are still many guilds willing to recruit them. This is the allure of the Hope world, everything is possible, and miracles can happen. Who knows? You might be the next lucky one. At LV31, Yi-chun fixed his gaze on the LV40 level monster. Double-tailed Earth Dragon. This is a level 40 magical beast with a small amount of wyvern blood, possessing high health and attack power. Yi-chun immediately headed toward the double-tailed Earth Dragon's territory. Upon arriving at the double-tailed Earth Dragon's territory, several massive double-tailed Earth Dragons quickly appeared before Yi-chun. Double-tailed Earth Dragons. Health points, 1000010000000. Magic points, 500, 005, 0000. Attack power, 15003000. Skill, Earth Dragon Tier. Skill, Earth Dragon Roar. Description, possesses a small amount of dragon blood, but only a trace. Be cautious, his tail is also a dangerous weapon. At this level, the monster's health and attack power are both extremely high. The King's Rage. Yi-chun instantly activated the King's Rage skill, causing his attributes to surge dramatically. Wooden Arrow Spirit. A shower of arrows fills the sky. Storm of Arrows. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 9,500. 9,500. 9,500. 2 group skills dealt damage, causing an instant explosion that killed over 100 two-tailed Earth Dragons, granting Yi-chun 2 million experience points. Each two-tailed Earth Dragon was equivalent to 20,000 experience points. Immediately afterward, Yi-chun wielded the Necromancer's staff and summoned an altar. Fortunately, he summoned an undead altar directly. Undead warriors charged forward one after another. Though they couldn't inflict terrifying damage, their numbers were sufficient, and when they united, they still had some effect. However, it must be noted that although he currently possesses 12 skills, each of these 12 skills has significant issues. Firstly, the cooldown times are far too long. The King's Execution skill alone requires a full 5 minutes to recharge, and while the damage output is indeed terrifying, it is undeniably cumbersome to use. Secondly, the single target skill deals too much damage, while the area of effect skills are limited to 2 abilities, a hail of arrows and a storm of arrows. When clearing enemies, the difference is still quite noticeable. But what can be done? We can only take it slow and hope to reach level 40 soon, to see how the attributes at that level compare. After grinding for nearly an hour, I had only managed to kill 1,000 two-tailed Earth Dragons, which amounted to 20 million experience points. There were still 80 million experience points left before I could level up. If I continued at this pace, it would take at least 4 or 5 more hours. While leveling up wasn't particularly tedious, the main issue was the efficiency. Just then, suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey, buddy, need some help? I can clear out monsters really fast." The voice rang out, and Yi-chun was a bit surprised. Someone had appeared beside him without a sound, and he hadn't even noticed. Clearly, this guy's detection rate was also very low. However, Yi-chun felt no fear. At this stage, even if all the players ranked in the top 100 of the level rankings were to arrive, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. There was no need to fear anything. The speaker was a female player wearing a purple outfit. However, upon glancing at her level, she was only level 15, clearly just a casual player. Yi-chun naturally had no reason to fear her. "You're only level 15? Can you even handle the monsters here?" Yi-chun asked calmly. "Sure, as long as you can handle it, I can too. My role is a bit unique. The higher the damage my teammates deal, the higher my damage goes. We can share damage, and all my skills are area of effect abilities with short cooldowns and high damage output." The other person laughed, and from the sound of their voice, they seemed to be around 16 or 17 years old. Of course, this was just Yi-chun's guess. Share damage? Yi-chun was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected such a profession to exist. If they could really share damage, this guy would be pretty strong. And if all their skills were group-based, they'd be a monster killing machine. Are you sure? Can you really share damage? Don't worry, I'll share 100% of the damage.
Plus, I'm an archer with 10 area of effect skills, wide range, low cooldown, and high damage. Just add me to your party, and we're good to go. The other person grinned, but she had no idea who the person in front of her was. Ding! Player XX has invited you to join their party. Do you accept? Yi Chun has hidden their name. During the team formation process, players can choose to hide their names. In simple terms, this is a random team where players join together without any intention of maintaining contact afterward. As soon as the team was formed, a series of giggles echoed through the air. Whoa! 4,500 attack points? Wow! Big brother, are you a top-ranked player? The opponent's ID is Purple Moon Heart. The name isn't bad, but their appearance is anyone's guess. Let's give it a try first. If you're lying to me, I'll send you back to town right now. Yi Chun smiled slightly, his expression kind, but it was clear that if the other person was lying, Yi Chun would send her back to the city without hesitation. Alright, boss, you can trust me. I'll handle it, there's no problem at all. Ziyu's heart didn't waste any words. He immediately pulled out a wooden bow, drew it back, and in an instant, an arrow shot out, striking its target. Immediately afterward, the arrow split into hundreds of beams of light, exploding like a nuclear bomb, with a deafening roar filling the air. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. 9,000. A series of dense red critical hits appeared. Not to mention the Purple Moon Heart, even Yi Chun couldn't help but whistle in admiration. There will be another update later tonight. Those who can wait, please do so. Those who can't wait can come back tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 87, No Cooldown Group Skills, Level Up Super Fast. Uncontrolled Arrow. Exploding Arrow. Rainfall Arrow Technique. Multiple Arrow Technique. Spread Arrow Technique. Freeze Arrow Technique. Purple Moon Heart had not deceived Yi Chun. This individual possessed only group skills. Yi Chun had never seen Purple Moon Heart use a single target skill. After unleashing round after round, 20 group skills in total, he started over again, seemingly without any cooldown. However, Yi Chun also noticed that his mana was rapidly depleting. From 20,000 mana points, it had dropped to 15,000 in an instant. Each skill consumed 5,000 mana points, and at that moment, Yi Chun finally realized how low his mana reserves truly were. Indeed, everything has its pros and cons. The Purple Moon Heart possesses 20 group skills, which seem powerful, but they only share damage. Within the team, whoever deals the highest damage can share the damage with the opponent. Actually, this is pretty impressive. It's definitely a super-powered class, and calling it SSS tier wouldn't be an overstatement. However, there's one fatal flaw: those 20 group skills deal terrifying damage, but the magic cost required is equally terrifying. Even a level 40 mage wouldn't have more than 10,000 MP, and even with 10,000 MP, their damage wouldn't be that high. The Purple Moon Heart alone costs 5,000 MP per use. Yi Chun could only sustain the Purple Moon Heart for 4 rounds of area of effect attacks, but 4 rounds amounted to 80 area of effect spells, more than enough to eliminate countless two-tailed earth dragons. Each round of area of effect skills deals 60% fixed critical damage, but with Yi Chun's 100 points of luck bonus, this effectively increases to 80-90% critical hits. Each critical hit deals 9,000 points of damage, and if the King's Rage ability is activated, the outcome would be entirely different. However, the area of effect skill of the Purple Moon Heart can only deal damage once. Only 3 skills can deal multiple hits, unlike Yi Chun's area of effect skill, which can deal 3 or 5 hits. However, when the damage from 20 group skills is combined, it totals 23 instances of damage, as 3 of the skills can deal damage twice. Each hit deals 9,000 points of damage, with occasional instances of 4,500 points. However, the double-tailed wyvern has 100,000 HP, so a single critical hit is enough to take it down. Generally, 11 critical hits plus 1 non-critical hit are enough to defeat the two-tailed dragon. However, the critical hit rate is not 100%, and some skills deal damage equal to 30% or 50% of attack power. Therefore, the Purple Moon Heart typically needs to unleash 20 skills to completely and absolutely eliminate a large number of double-tailed earth dragons, and its range is not very large, only capable of killing hundreds of double-tailed earth dragons. The leveling efficiency has improved, but not by much. Thinking about this, Yi Chun couldn't help but speak up. You continue to grind here. I'll go lure the monsters over to improve the leveling efficiency. That's right. Yi Chun planned to attract the monsters' attention, drawing a large number of two-tailed earth dragons over. This way, the leveling speed would be faster. Alright. Go ahead, big brother. I'll handle things here. Ziyu's heart was overjoyed. This time, she had finally found a powerful ally. Previously, she had gathered so many people, but to be honest, either their damage wasn't enough or their magic points were too low. After using 2 rounds of skills, they ran out of magic points immediately. As a result, she was treated with disdain by everyone. It's all because this profession is so underwhelming. While shared damage sounds impressive, all the damage dealing skills are area of effect abilities, requiring an astronomical amount of mana. Moreover, the damage output of many area of effect skills cannot be guaranteed to be 100%, with some skills only capable of dealing 30% or 50% damage.
To put it bluntly, this is because you encountered Yi-chun.
If you had faced an ordinary player with an attack power of 3 or 400, forget about one round of skills. Even 3 skills might not be enough to kill the monster, and you'd still get scolded.
Now that I've encountered Yi-chun, it's like a fish in water.
Not only is the damage high, but the mana pool is also ample, allowing me to sustain 4 rounds of skills. Each round clears a wave of enemies, and 100 double-tailed earth dragons grant me over 1,000,000 experience points. At this very moment, Purple Moon Heart finally feels that her class isn't a dud after all.
At first, she obtained an S-rank profession, which made her very happy, thinking she was invincible.
However, it turned out to be this kind of profession. It initially deceived many players, but gradually, those players began to discover its drawbacks.
So no one paid attention to it.
However, some large guilds noticed the potential power of this class. But in the early stages, they all either looked down on it or wanted to farm it, letting it stay in the newbie village for now and deal with it later. This profession is extremely powerful in the later stages but extremely weak in the early stages.
It is a profession suited for gold farming and monster grinding, with limited utility.
However, it does have its uses. Therefore, the Purple Moon Heart class experience is a very challenging and frustrating early game. However, fortunately, she encountered Yi-chun.
Ding! Ding! Ding!
A pleasant upgrade notification sound rang out, and the Purple Moon Heart felt delighted. Just at that moment, a large group of monsters suddenly charged toward them.
Hurry up! Release your skills!
Yi-chun's voice rang out, and the Purple Moon Heart reacted immediately, unleashing a barrage of skills as if they were free.
Uncontrolled arrows. Arrow of surpass. Blast arrow. Exploding arrow. Multi-arrow technique. Rainfall archery technique. Splitting arrow technique. Frozen arrow technique. Spread arrow technique. Various arrow techniques were unleashed, sending waves of arrows raining down, inflicting dense damage.
In less than a minute, Yi-chun attracted nearly 200 or 300 two-tailed earth dragons, adding to the 100 already present in the area.
20 skills were unleashed, and the system alert sounds exploded.
This directly granted 1,000,000 experience points, with the Purple Moon Heart gaining 500,000 experience points. However, Yi-chun did not level up, as the Purple Moon Heart had already reached LV 19. From the moment they formed the party until now, it had only been 10 minutes. The Purple Moon Heart had leveled up 4 times in a row, gaining experience points equivalent to over 20 levels, causing it to smile so widely its eyes were almost closed. To be honest, she had even considered deleting her account and starting over, but the thought of achieving an S-rank class stopped her. Otherwise, she might have made a foolish decision and ruined everything. To be honest, Yi-chun thinks the Purple Moon Heart is really great. It has almost no cooldown on its area of effect skills, and combined with her monster luring speed, it's a game changer.
The efficiency has improved by at least tenfold compared to before. In this situation, it's almost impossible not to rank first on the leaderboard.
Just 10 minutes later, the Purple Moon Heart finally reached level 20.
I forgot to upload it. I'm really sorry. Cough. Chapter 88. Reach level 20. Chapter 88.
Upon reaching level 20, the Purple Moon Heart immediately ceased its attacks. Yi-chun still needed 1/3 of the experience points required to level up, and couldn't help but glance at the Purple Moon Heart with a touch of curiosity.
What's going on? Yi-chun asked curiously. Big shot, I've reached level 20 and can't level up anymore. I have to complete the job change quest, so I plan to. Ziyuexin said with a sheepish smile. Her profession was quite peculiar, she had to change jobs. If she didn't, she wouldn't be able to gain experience points. I'm almost ready to level up. Once I do, I'll help you with your quest.
Yi-chun spoke up, and the latter immediately perked up. Following Yi-chun was like living the high life, so the Purple Moon Heart naturally agreed.
They continued clearing monsters along the way.
After about 15 minutes, a beam of white light finally flashed beneath Yi-chun's feet, and Yi-chun officially reached level 32, securing the top spot. Currently, Yi-chun has already secured the reputation rankings, equipment rankings, level rankings, and villain rankings, 4 out of the 5 rankings.
He only needs to claim any one of the remaining rankings to complete the task.
In addition to the above 4 rankings, there are currently the competition ranking, mount ranking, money ranking, pet ranking, and Good Samaritan ranking. However, the Good Samaritan rankings are out of reach for Yi-chun, as he would need to purify over 100 million evil points and then perform good deeds. Yi-chun has no time for that, so he doesn't even bother looking at the Good Samaritan rankings. Meanwhile, he hopes the world is just like this. The good people list and the evil people list are essentially the same. Mounts and pets are not yet available, so for now, the only rankings I can compete for are the competition ranking and the wealth ranking.
Yi-chun thought to himself, then opened the money rankings.
He had 10,000 gold coins, but couldn't even make it into the top 500. The money rankings clearly demonstrated the power and terror of the financial elites. The top-ranked player had nearly 1 million gold coins, 978,450 gold coins. Yi Chun had no idea how this person had managed to acquire such a vast fortune, even though it was only the third day of the game. The ratio has dropped significantly, but 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1,000 yuan, which amounts to 978,450,000 Jojo Kingdom coins.
100 million.
And that's because of transaction restrictions. We have to acquire them from other players, which is a hassle. If we were to simply top up our accounts, it would likely cost far more than 970,000 gold coins. So the gold coin ranking is basically out of the question. Of course, it's not absolutely impossible. Yi Chun could sell all his equipment and become the top money earner, but that would have no meaning.
Competition rankings.
Once I've dealt with the strength of the purple moon heart, I'll go grind some competition points. Yi Chun confirmed his plan and then looked at the purple moon heart and asked, "What is your class change quest?"
Kill a level 40 elite monster or a level 30 boss.
Ziyu's heart smiled, but her smile was filled with awkwardness.
A level 40 elite monster? A level 30 boss?
Yi Chun furrowed his brows slightly.
This quest was indeed terrifying.
Even ordinary monsters at level 40 had as much as 100,000 HP.
If they were elite monsters at level 40, they would have at least a million HP, right?
As for a level 30 boss, that was even more terrifying.
After changing jobs, my group skills will be enhanced, cooldowns will be reduced, and magic point consumption will decrease. There are so many benefits.
Purple Moon Heart was worried that Yi Chun wouldn't be willing to help, so she immediately spoke up, hoping that Yi Chun would lend a hand. However, in reality, players like Purple Moon Heart might be seen as a burden by others, but to Yi Chun, she was a monster-killing expert. Not only could she handle monsters, but she could also tackle many dungeon quests and more. 1 Purple Moon was worth 10 elite players. Therefore, Yi Chun was naturally willing to help, though this favor was by no means something he would grant lightly. Earlier, while continuously fighting the double-tailed Earth Dragon, we might have even shared our luck, resulting in a lot of loot dropping, including over a dozen bronze-tier items, which together were worth several $1,000s. This is no exaggeration. However, this happened while I was distracting the monsters. Ziyu's heart took all the bronze equipment, and Yi Chun saw it all. At that moment, Yi Chun spoke up.
Helping you isn't out of the question, but there's one thing. I never help others for free. Plus, I needed to level up earlier, so I let you join the team.
Now that I'm max level, I don't need your help to level up anymore, so I'm going to start charging.
Yi Chun understood perfectly. Ha? There's a fee? Upon hearing the word fee, Ziyu's face turned helpless and dejected. It was clear she didn't have any money. Of course not. Who in this world would help you for free?
Yi Chun said seriously, but quickly added, however, if you don't have any money, I could help you if I wanted to.
Great, great. How do we do it? Ziyu's eyes widened in eager anticipation. I helped you, so you have to help me, right? I'll help you complete the task, and you can work for me. All equipment below gold tier will be yours, and the better equipment will be mine.
The benefits will be split 7-3 in my favor.
How about that?
Yi Chun spoke up. He naturally wanted to bind the Purple Moon Heart to himself. This was a powerful tool for defeating enemies, but Yi Chun didn't like to keep it hidden. He preferred to speak his mind directly because he wanted to demonstrate his own strength, not that of the Purple Moon Heart. This way, he could firmly control it. Of course, everything is tied to interests. If you want to bind the Purple Moon Heart, you must offer benefits in return. Otherwise, no matter how eloquent you are, if you don't give them what they want, who would follow you? Alright. Who would have known that the Purple Moon Heart didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed to this matter? It was clear that Ziyu's heart wasn't foolish. She knew who was stronger and who was weaker.
Chapter 89, Losing Both the Wife and the Army, a Hidden Quest? It was clearly Yi Chun overthinking things.
The Purple Moon Heart clearly wanted to follow him. The reason was simple: her profession was such that she grew stronger against stronger opponents and weaker against weaker ones. So even if Yi Chun hadn't spoken up, the Purple Moon Heart would have agreed on her own.
Since that's the case, let's go. This isn't about pitying anyone or bringing anyone along.
Yi Chun needs the Purple Moon Heart. All of these skills are area of effect attacks, and they have fast cooldowns and share damage.
For Yi Chun, this is like having a super monster killing tool.
Even if the Purple Moon Heart betrays him in the future, Yi Chun doesn't care. Because the Purple Moon Heart cannot exist without him, but Yi Chun can exist without the Purple Moon Heart.
It all depends on whether the skill cooldown will be adjusted during the second transformation, which occurs at level 50.
Level 30 bosses are relatively difficult to find, but level 40 elite monsters are not too hard to locate. Yi Chun had previously spotted an elite monster near the territory of the two-tailed Earth Dragon, a two-tailed blood dragon, the evolved form of the two-tailed Earth Dragon.
Double-tailed blood dragon. Level 40. Quality, elite. Health points, 1,500,000.
Magic points, 200,000,200,000. Attack power 40008000. Skill, Double Tailstorm. Skill, Blood Dragon Tear. Skill, Wind Curse Feather Rip. Description: this is an elite monster among the two-tailed earth dragons. Be cautious, as being struck by its twin tails will grant it a health boost. A level 40 elite monster is extremely powerful. Even Yi-chan must prepare carefully, as a single misstep could result in death at the hands of the elite monster. The Curse of the King. Yi-chan gripped the death staff tightly and unleashed the Curse of the King. Instantly, 750,000 damage appeared. Yi-chan now understood this was the Curse of the King, capable of reducing the opponent's damage by 50% to 20%. But why is it always 50%? The reason is simple: this is a king-level skill, and Yi-chan had not yet encountered any bosses or elite monsters surpassing king-level quality, so the effect was naturally around 50%. Hurry up and attack. Seeing the purple moon heart still standing there in shock, Yi-chan shouted, and the purple moon heart snapped out of it, unleashing various area of effect skills. Yi-chan didn't hesitate and began slaughtering the enemies. The King's Rage. After activating his passive skill, his attack power instantly reached 9,500. Immediately afterward, the King's Slash was unleashed. Yi-chan moved like a ghostly shadow, darting forward in a flash and charging toward the enemy before thrusting his sword forward. Put. 150,000. The terrifying damage of 150,000 points exploded instantly, followed by a round of area of effect skills that dealt nearly 50,000 points of damage. Since the opponent was at LV 40 and Yi-chan was 8 levels lower, the original 180,000 points of damage was reduced to 150,000. The purple moon heart, which should have dealt over 100,000 damage, could only inflict 50,000 damage. This is the terrifying power of level suppression. However, regardless of the situation, he had already dealt 950,000 points of damage in one go. Yi-chan immediately activated Dark Stealth, quickly creating distance between himself and his opponent. He then gripped Bamuna's exploding longbow and began attacking furiously. Standing 150 yards away, Yi-chan fired 5 arrows per second, each one landing a critical hit with a red flash. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. The terrifying damage left Ziyu's heart speechless. She had previously believed that the damage she had dealt was Yi-chan's maximum damage, but it turned out that this was Yi-chan's true maximum damage. A regular attack alone dealt a staggering 19,000 points of damage. This is simply terrifying. In reality, the current level is too low, only level 32. Once you reach level 50 and undergo the second job advancement, all attributes and skills will change again. I hope there are 3 job advancements within the top 100 levels in the world. 1 job change at level 20. Yi-chan, due to the special nature of his profession, undergoes his job change at level 30. However, the next job change will be at level 50, followed by another at level 100. After the third job change, there is a possibility of rebirth, but the specifics are unclear at this time. Yi-chan's damage output is indeed terrifying, but it is primarily burst-based. While his basic attacks also deal some damage, they are not designed for sustained damage output. As time passed, 5 minutes later, Yi-chan defeated the boss with the King's Slash. Luckily, he dropped 25 element divine pearls, a silver soft armor, and a small pile of silver coins. Yi-chan immediately collected everything and divided it according to the 3:7 ratio, giving 2 gold coins to the purple moon heart. Purple moon heart, who had rushed over excitedly, saw that Yi-chan had taken everything and couldn't help but smile broadly. Big shot, you're already fully equipped with divine gear. A piece of silver equipment is nothing to you. Please give it to me. Look at me, I'm still wearing bronze gear. Purple moon heart spoke in a cute, pleading tone. However, Yi-chan wasn't buying it. He shook his head and said, at your level, many new players don't even have a set of white equipment, let alone bronze equipment. But I'm still your guy, aren't I? Little brother. Ziyu's heart directly hugged Yi-chan and began to act spoiled, hoping that the world was real, with every sensation and detail identical to reality. Of course, if you were to actively make advances toward female players, you would immediately be struck by lightning. If the other party is willing to cooperate, there will be no issues. The other party held their own hands, and Yi-chan suddenly felt something, but Yi-chan did not appear too unnatural. Instead, he naturally embraced the purple moon heart and said calmly, is this all it takes to make me your person? Upon hearing Yi-chan's words, Ziyu's heart stiffened involuntarily, and she quickly pulled away. She had only intended to act spoiled, but she never expected Yi-chan to be so unmoved. Now she felt like she had been taken advantage of for nothing. This left Ziyu's heart both distressed and speechless. It was a double loss. Alright, go submit the task and hurry up and change jobs. Yi-chan spoke up. Just then, out of nowhere, Xinghuan Wudi sent a message. King brothers, I have a hidden mission here. Can you come over and help me? Chapter 90, The Lost Gold in Ancient City. Hidden quest? Upon hearing this news, Yi-chan immediately sent a message back. Where are you? Plain 3 lines. Star fantasy never fades, instant return.
In a hurry? It's okay, if you have something to do, I can wait for you. 20 minutes.
After leaving a message, Yi-chun handed over the job change quest with the purple moon heart. Carrying the purple moon heart was like having a powerful ally, though this ally could only be relied upon by oneself. 10 minutes later, the purple moon heart had completed the task.
A rainbow-colored glow surrounded it, and soon a set of equipment appeared, emanating a wood spirit aura.
A bow and arrow made from vines also materialized in her hands.
Your profession actually provides equipment?
Yi-chun was a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the purple moon heart profession to actually give out equipment and weapons.
This was truly top-notch service.
No, they're all junk equipment. Purple moon heart shook her head immediately, afraid that Yi-chun would care.
After checking the equipment, she even shared the equipment attributes and said, "Take a look, this is bound equipment. Otherwise, I would have given it to you." Zi Yuexin smiled broadly, clearly having only shown Yi-chun the equipment after realizing it was bound.
Elf's Blessing Silver Set.
Hit rate, 50. Skill critical hit rate, 20.
Group skill range, 100 yards.
Magic cost reduced by 30. Elf's Vine Bow Silver Weapon. Accuracy 30. Shared damage 20.
No numerical attribute increases. This may be related to her class.
As the strongest player in the team, attribute values are shared, so the purple moon heart does not require any numerical attributes, as its strength depends on the attributes of others.
However, this equipment shares a 20% damage increase, which is quite useful.
Since you don't need any equipment, I don't need to prioritize giving you other equipment.
Yi-chun spoke slowly.
Upon hearing this, Ziyu's expression immediately changed, and she quickly replied, "Who said I don't need it?
Big shot, my equipment can be refined in advance, but it requires consuming a large amount of equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the better the attributes it provides. Maybe the shared damage could even reach 100%, making it practically unbeatable when farming monsters."
Zuxin said this. Even if I gave you the equipment, you'd probably just keep it to sell later, wouldn't you? Yi-chun directly exposed Zuxin's ulterior motives, but he didn't bother with that. Instead, he asked, after changing jobs, are there any other improvements? Yes. Zuxin nodded eagerly, clearly wanting to change the subject.
She continued, after I change jobs, there's a chance that shared damage will deal double damage.
This isn't a critical hit. Yes. Zuexin nodded eagerly, clearly trying to change the subject. She said, after I change jobs, there's a chance that shared damage will deal double damage, and this isn't a critical hit.
Additionally, my 20 group skills have been reduced to 10, but the damage and cooldown times have been significantly improved. The cooldown times are now 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and so on up to 10 seconds, and all attacks are multi-hit. Zuexin explained this, sharing all the skill attributes. Yi-chun glanced over them carefully and couldn't help but whistle in admiration. This class is truly impressive. Before the class change, Purple Moon Heart's skills were all ordinary area of effect abilities. However, after the class change, while the number of area of effect skills has decreased, their cooldown times and mana costs have been significantly reduced, and the damage output has greatly increased, now featuring multiple hits. Additionally, they have certain effects. For example, the Flame Arrow Formation, Frost Arrow Formation, and Gale Arrow Formation all possess elemental damage and elemental effects, such as slowing, burning, and more, making them a true master of versatile skills. After completing the class change, Yi-chun set off with the Purple Moon Heart to seek out Xinghuan Wudi. 10 minutes later. Plane 3 line, this is a gathering place for LV-35 level beasts. After Yi-chun arrived here, Xinghuan Wudi appeared shortly thereafter. The King Brothers. Xinghuan Wudi smiled broadly at Yi-chun, with 4 or 5 players following closely behind him.
What hidden quest? Yi-chun was curious. Hidden quests usually offered very generous rewards. Earlier, I helped a brother in the guild who accidentally took on a hidden quest to the lost golden ancient city. I spent a fortune to find this information. There was an internal tester who had obtained a notebook, and the notebook contained details about the lost golden ancient city. Once the quest is completed, we can receive an extremely generous gold coin reward, at least 1,000,000 gold coins. Xinghuan Wudi said this very seriously. Upon hearing about the millions of gold coins, Ziyu's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Why aren't we going? 1,000,000 gold coins. Who is this? Xinghuan Wudi had noticed the Purple Moon Heart from the start but hadn't asked about it. Now that the Purple Moon Heart spoke up, he couldn't help but ask first. Oh, just a little sidekick. No need to pay attention to him. Yi-chun smiled slightly, which made the Purple Moon Heart feel a bit awkward. However, after thinking for a moment, the Purple Moon Heart didn't say anything and continued listening. The royal brothers are quite playful. Xinghuan Wudi gave a smile that only men would understand, then immediately turned serious. To find the lost golden city, we need to complete a series of tasks. We've completed the first 3, but now we've encountered a difficult problem. We need to see something from an adventurer, and that adventurer is very powerful. None of us can defeat him, so we've come to ask for your help. Xinghuan Wudi was straightforward and didn't beat around the bush. Upon receiving the hidden quest, Xinghuan Wudi didn't immediately think of Yi Chun. The reason was simple: everyone is selfish and wants to keep the benefits for themselves. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Chun, it wasn't close enough to share everything. However, now that he couldn't complete the task, he had no choice but to ask Yi Chun for help. Yi Chun understood the ways of the world and wasn't angry. After thinking for a moment, he spoke up. How should we divide it? How should we divide it? Yi Chun was straightforward, and Xinghuan Wudi immediately replied, please have your brother help me out this once. 50,000. 50,000 is no small sum, after all, it's just for one favor. This price is fair, Yi Chun nodded, but then shook his head and said, alright, I'll help you for free this time. I charged you 5 million before, which was a bit much, so this time I'll consider it a favor. However, if you need my help again in the future, or if it's something you really need me for, I can continue to help for free, but I want to be involved. I'll take 30% or 50%, depending on what I do. Of course, if you don't need me, I won't take a single penny. Yi Chun proposed a very fair distribution plan. Xinghuan Wudi thought for 20 seconds before finally nodding and saying, alright. Yi Chun proposed a very fair distribution plan. Xinghuan Wudi thought for 20 seconds before finally nodding and saying, alright. Yi Chun proposed a very fair distribution plan. Xinghuan Wudi thought for 20 seconds and finally nodded and said, alright. Meanwhile, Zuzhixin was completely dumbfounded. 50 million for a single move? 500 million? May I ask if that's in the currency of the 9 states? Zu's heart asked timidly. Chapter 91, Legendary Figures. Is this the currency of the 9 states kingdom? This question is quite awkward, because it must be the currency of the Kyushu kingdom. If it were gold coins, 50,000 gold coins would make Xinghuan Wudi wince, and if it were 500,000 gold coins, who in the entire game could possibly afford that? Actually, it's not really Purple Moon Heart's fault. Anyone would be shocked by that number. 50,000 just to have Yi Chun intervene once? That's way too easy money. And a king? What king? I don't know if it's because the Purple Moon Heart is too naive or what, but she still doesn't know who Yi Chun is, just calling him boss over and over. Enough chatter. Take me there. Yi Chun didn't want to waste any more time here. After speaking, he followed Xinghuan Wudi to their destination. In a valley along the third line of the plains, an old man was sitting by a river, fishing. Upon sensing the arrival of Xinghuan Wudi and the others, he showed no reaction. It wasn't until they approached that a player stepped forward. Xinghuan Wudi, a player with extraordinary luck, had received a hidden quest. After exchanging a few words with the Star Fantasy Rebellion, the old man who had been fishing quickly stood up, glanced at everyone, and then spoke. This is your third chance. If you fail again, I will leave this place, and this secret will disappear from the world along with me. He spoke thus. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. No wonder such a good opportunity had been notified to him by Xinghuan Wudi. It turned out they had already tried twice before. If it weren't for the fact that this final attempt was crucial to the success or failure of the mission, they probably wouldn't have bothered to bring him in. However, Yi Chun didn't say anything. It was only human nature. After all, if one doesn't look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. Alright. Xinghuan nodded, then pointed at Yi Chun and said, this is the friend I invited. He will be your opponent in the third battle. Alright, as I mentioned earlier, I will suppress 99% of my power. If you win, I will reveal the secret to you. If you lose, I will keep my word and disappear forever with the secret. After the old man finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Yi Chun. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before everyone's eyes, as if he had become invisible, leaving no trace of his presence. I forgot to mention, he's also an assassin, a high-ranking assassin. Be careful. At that moment, Xinghuan Mao immediately spoke up, reminding Yi Chun of this oversight. In their minds, Yi Chun was almost invincible. Therefore, they had forgotten to mention this matter. However, Yi Chun didn't care. Since the opponent was invisible, he immediately activated Dark Stealth. Dark light began to swirl around him, and soon Yi Chun was lurking in the shadows. Although hiding in the shadows didn't double his attributes, it did increase them slightly. In the dimly lit area, Yi Chun couldn't find the other person. He held his breath and carefully observed every corner. Time passed slowly. Finally, the old man's figure appeared, and Yi Chun didn't hesitate to cast a royal curse. However, the once invincible king's curse suddenly lost its effect at that moment. Ding! Curse failed. Curse failed? Only when targeting the king does it have a certain chance of failing, and even then, there's a 30% chance of failure. Could this person be a legendary figure? Yi Chuxin was stunned. No wonder they said to use only 1% of their strength when fighting him. If they're really a legendary figure, forget about 1%, even 1/500th of their strength would probably be enough to defeat me. Go back 10 seconds. Yi Chun refused to give up, immediately rewinding 10 seconds, and then once again unleashed the curse of the king. However, the result was straightforward: another failure. Once. 3 times. 5 times. 6 times. 6 times in total, all failed. The Curse of the King can only be used once on a single unit, so after 6 failures, Yi-chan could no longer reverse time and thus could not use it anymore. It must be a legendary tier existence. With a 30% failure rate, 6 failures in a row is impossible. Moreover, my luck value has an additional 100-point bonus. Even if it were the king, 6 attempts should have succeeded. Unless the opponent's luck value is higher, such an outcome is absolutely impossible. Yi-chan struck instantly, unleashing a royal slash thrust, like a black line in the night, slicing through everything in its path, dealing 190,000 damage to the old man. This damage was terrifying. Xinghuan Wudi and the others were both shocked and delighted, yet also filled with envy. The opposing side was taken aback, but Yi-chan, who was in the king's rage state, immediately leaped back to create some distance. Holding the explosive longbow of Bamuna, he fired 5 arrows in quick succession, each dealing a terrifying 19,000 points of damage. Time passed slowly, with Yi-chan attacking fiercely, but the opponent's attacks were equally intense. The two moved like ghosts in the night, lurking and calculating each other's moves. However, the opponent was ultimately a legendary figure. Although his attributes and settings were suppressed by the system, his years of experience allowed him to almost completely outmatch Yi-chan. However, the opponent's health was critically low. With a single royal slash from Yi-chan, the opponent finally succumbed to defeat. The battle lasted a full 20 minutes. On multiple occasions, Yi-chan used his game-breaking ability to rewind time by 1 minute, allowing him to anticipate the enemy's movements and pinpoint their location in advance, enabling him to execute extremely effective attacks. You're pretty good too. As an assassin, you're stronger than I was at your age, but your stealth is lacking. However, your reconnaissance skills are truly remarkable. The other person spoke, looking at Yi-chan with utmost admiration. Thank you for your kind words, master. Yi-chan replied politely, then asked earnestly, Master, you said my concealment is poor. Could you please offer some guidance? Upon hearing Yi-chan's question, the latter smiled slightly and said, During the previous battle, you attacked me 46 times, with 24 being effective attacks, and the remaining ones were ineffective. Among those, 16 were preemptive attacks, which demonstrates your keen reconnaissance skills. However, I attacked you 19 times, and you anticipated 14 of them. Yet, all 19 of my attacks were precise in determining your location. Do you know why? He explained, analyzing the previous battle situation. He spoke in this manner, analyzing the previous battle situation. Why? Yi-chan asked earnestly. Chapter 92, Legendary Assassin, God Tier Skills. He was right. In this battle, the guy's attacks were always precise, as if he knew exactly where he was. If it weren't for the rewind 1-minute cheat, Yi-chan would have already lost. That's why Yi-chan was curious and asked. Because your first reaction is to think of dark places. In your eyes, stealth must always be associated with darkness? Do you know what they say about the most dangerous place being the safest place? The other person smiled and spoke, and what he said was truly earth-shattering. Indeed, countless assassins, after activating the stealth skill, would instinctively hide under trees or in dark corners. This was the mindset of the vast majority of assassins. If one were to do the opposite, the enemy would find it difficult to anticipate. Thinking of this, Yi-chan couldn't help but nod and say, I've learned something. Whether you take my advice or not is up to you. It has nothing to do with me. You're quite talented, and your future is bound to surpass mine. However, your offensive tactics are rather one-dimensional. I can teach you a skill. No, to be more precise, half a skill. Are you interested? Half a skill? Free stuff? Yi-chan naturally wouldn't turn it down, especially since the other party was a legendary profession. How could Yi-chan possibly refuse? Please enlighten me, sir. Yi-chan appeared extremely respectful. The other party raised his hand and tapped it lightly. Instantly, Yi-chan heard the system's voice, ding. Congratulations on obtaining a divine tier inheritance and the incomplete divine tier skill, the 10,000 things technique. The 10,000 things technique incomplete. Quality, divine. Effect, depending on your profession, there is a 20% chance that your basic attack will be converted into a random skill. Effect, after actively activating this skill, your subsequent basic attacks will evolve into various different skills based on your class, ranging from bronze to king. However, since these are incomplete skills, they have certain limitations. Effect, you can freely switch between single target skills and area of effect skills. Cost, active use consumes 500 mana points. Restrictions, as an incomplete divine skill, single target skill damage is fixed at 70, and area of effect skill damage is fixed at 50. Both can be affected by critical hits and other stacking damage attributes. Description, it is said that there was a skill enthusiast who mastered all the skills of every race and class in the Hope world. In the end, he created this divine tier skill. It is said that mastering this skill is equivalent to possessing all the skills in the Hope world. Simulate other skills? That's not bad. Without using the skill, there's a 20% chance to trigger the effect. To guarantee a 100% trigger rate, you need to spend 500 magic points. However, each use consumes the magic points immediately, and with your current magic pool of over 20,000, it's a significant cost. You can use it nearly 50 times, and 50 skills is still pretty decent. This skill significantly enhances Yi-chan's mobility. Although he currently has 12 skills, the knight skills are unusable since he lacks a mount, and most of the sorcerer skills are supportive in nature, with the exception of the Curse of the King. Additionally, the archer's skills only include one area of effectability. With this skill, even without the purple moon heart, Yi-chan no longer worries about being unable to clear monsters. However, the area of effect skill deals only 50% damage, while the purple moon heart deals 100%. Additionally, due to his class and equipment, shared damage further increases the total damage dealt. Therefore, the purple moon heart still provides some assistance, at least until this skill is fully developed. Alright, you have passed my trial. The information about the Golden Ancient City has already been erased from your memories. Take this map, it contains the route to the Golden Ancient City. However, be cautious, the Golden Ancient City is cursed, and the journey is fraught with danger. Even if you were 10 times stronger, going there would be suicide. I advise you to focus on improving yourselves and return when you are truly powerful. He spoke thus, but Xinhuan Wudi merely took the map and ignored his words. What is your name? Yi-chan heard these words and asked the other person's name. My name? Just call me Woods. The old man smiled and then vanished. Woods? Is it him? Woods? The legendary figure of the Assassin's Guild? Woods? Those in the Star Fantasy Guild who knew Woods' story couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Legendary figure? Xinhuan Wudi furrowed his brows, but quickly looked at Yi-chan and said, Thank you for your help, King Brother. If we need your assistance in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. Xinhuan Wudi laughed. No problem. If needed, just follow the previous plan. Yi-chan smiled, not thinking much of it, and then left the place with the purple moon heart. After they left, Xinhuan Mao couldn't help but ask, Boss, do you think the king will approve of what we did? He stopped speaking at this point and seemed hesitant. No, he's a smart man. He wouldn't get angry over something like this. The kind of person who would get angry wouldn't act like this. You can rest assured. Xinhuan Wudi shook his head, firmly convinced of his belief. Over the next 3 days, aside from eating and resting, Yi-chan called in many construction workers and began large-scale construction to build a new orphanage, paying 5 times the usual price, all to ensure it was completed as quickly as possible. Since the land was his own, Yi-chan also had a football field and a basketball court built. After all, the surrounding area was fenced off to clearly demarcate the boundaries. A 4-story dormitory building was then constructed, with 6 rooms on each floor, accommodating 4 people per room, providing sufficient space for everyone. It was quite a large villa. 5 million was gone in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, over the course of these 3 days, Yi-chan also secured the 5th spot on the rankings, the competition rankings. Upon completion, he received various rewards, including experience points and gold coins. Just the gold coins alone amounted to 10,000, while the experience points reached an astonishing 500 million. However, all this experience points were locked at the current level. Once the level cap was lifted, Yi-chan could instantly reach level 40, which was incredibly satisfying. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. In the second month, Hope World distributed 50 billion helmets to welcome the second batch of new players logging in. There will be another update later, which will wrap up yesterday's 4 updates. Thank you all for your support. Thank you. Chapter 93, The Era of Massively Multiplayer Online Games. The Top 10 Peak Events. Ding dong! Exciting new player events are here. Over the next 7 days, players whose level is below the world level will receive a 500% experience boost. Additionally, newly logged in players will receive temporary attribute bonuses, with each of the 4 attributes increased by 100 points. Every player will also receive a temporary set of gear usable up to level 30. 1 month later, as the system announcement sounded, terrified new players rushed into the Hope World like mad, and the monsters in the newbie village were once again devastated. This time, the devastation was even more intense and terrifying than before. To prevent a significant level disparity among new players, the developers offered a 5-fold experience reward, a temporary bonus of 100 points across all attributes, and a starter set that could effortlessly defeat enemies of any level. This was already a generous offer. This has left many veteran players feeling extremely frustrated. However, the developers aren't stupid. Every veteran player has received corresponding rewards. 100 colorful lottery cards tied to gold coins. That's right, 100 gold coins. Since currency exchange transactions are now available, $10 equals 1 gold coin, so 100 gold coins means everyone received $1,000, though it's tied to the account, and any purchases made will also be tied items. Therefore, there is no such thing as a transaction. This compensation has left players fairly satisfied. While 100 bound gold coins are a small amount, the main attraction is the colorful lottery card, which guarantees a unique silver tier equipment item as long as you're lucky.
Although the game has been live for a month, even mid to high tier players only possess a few such items. The colorful lottery cards can even yield purple gold rare grade equipment, which has made many players very happy. Additionally, by the end of the second month, 100 billion new players will join, and there will be compensation at that time. However, the third round of compensation will be based on your contributions within the game, with a score assigned accordingly, and rewards will be distributed based on that score. The official guidelines have provided detailed information about this scoring system. It will evaluate your performance based on your in-game experience points, online time, contributions, reputation points, and rankings on various leaderboards. The highest rating is SSS, and the higher your rating, the better the rewards you will receive. Experience points account for 50% of the total score. In other words, regardless of other factors, the more experience points you accumulate, the better the rewards you will receive in the future. This compensation system and game design have been widely praised by players, as it allows new players to catch up quickly while also providing veteran players with benefits and perks. After the level cap was lifted, the new level cap was set at LV50. Yi-chan leveraged the experience points he had earned from completing previous tasks to reach LV40 directly, while the second place player had only reached LV36, creating a significant gap between them. Over the next period, Yi-chan and Purple Moon Heart continuously grind monsters to level up. After reaching LV40, the experience points required for Yi-chan became extremely daunting, forcing him to grind monsters non-stop day and night to maintain his top spot on the level ranking. The equipment dropped from monsters and rewards from activities earned Yi-chan a monthly income of 5 million. He distributed the unnecessary items to Ziyuji as profit shares, sold the rest, and used the proceeds to build an orphanage. When the old director returned and saw everything, he was stunned for a long time. Yi-chan had to explain everything 3 times before the old director finally understood what had happened. Meanwhile, by the end of the month, Yi-chan finally reached level 50. The third wave of players began to join in droves, with a staggering 100 billion players joining this time. By the end of the third month, a nationwide game would be launched, with 500 billion people participating, hoping to shatter countless records and usher in the era of massively multiplayer online gaming. Yi-chan purchased dozens of gaming helmets, allowing some children over the age of 15 from the orphanage to enter the game and switch to secondary professions, which could also serve as a way to earn some money. However, due to the mass participation in the game, numerous issues arose in the real world. Therefore, we hope the world will make adjustments. This adjustment is simple. In the world of hope, time and reality are reversed. Reality is daytime, and the world of hope is nighttime. As a result, in the real world, you can only go monster hunting or complete quests after 10 p.m. Otherwise, before 10 p.m., all rewards are significantly reduced. If you monster hunt outside, a night killer will appear, an invincible entity that kills players and has a certain chance of dropping equipment. Additionally, during the nighttime state in the world of hope, all success rates are halved. In simple terms, this is a terrifying buff. During the night, aside from standing idle, you can't do much else. As a result, players will mostly stick to their routines during the night. It is precisely because of this that the real world hasn't collapsed. Although there was some initial adjustment, humans eventually adapted to this gameplay. By the third month, the world level remained stagnant. Yi-chan, ranked first at level 50, was hailed as a legendary figure within the game. The third batch of players arrived, and over the course of this month, the developers intentionally allowed this group to quickly level up, granting them exceptionally generous benefits. They even launched a new event to assist new players in leveling up, offering various rewards and friendship points, as well as opportunities to participate in various lotteries. This month, there were basically no events, and even Yi-chan could only grind monsters day after day to level up. The fourth month has arrived. The era of massively multiplayer online games has arrived. With a population of 500 billion, the Hope world has become an extremely terrifying place, filled with people and players everywhere. To address this, the Hope world has made adjustments, expanding the map tenfold to provide players with an even better entertainment experience. Within the Hope world, players from the 9 provinces dominate with overwhelming superiority, while the second-ranked nation is another populous country. The era of massively multiplayer online games has arrived. Meanwhile, the first volume, The 12 Sacred Artifacts and the Dark Legacy, is nearing its conclusion. Archbishop Asma has been located, and all players have been divided into 2 factions, Darkness and Light. Light players must collect holy water to purify the 12 sacred artifacts that have been defiled. Meanwhile, players in the Dark Camp must defeat light-aligned monsters to find Bishop Asma, using their blood to forge dark power and continue defiling the artifacts. This is the main quest, lasting 1 month. Upon completion, the first volume will officially conclude, and it will also influence the subsequent plot developments. And right at the beginning of this month, a series of system notifications began to sound. Ding dong! The era of massively multiplayer online games has arrived. To celebrate this event, we will be releasing 10 peak activities. This is a one-time only event. Hurry up and boost your combat power. A sudden sound echoes throughout the entire world. Hope for the world, the top 10 peak events.
4th update. Please support us. Thank you so much. Chapter 94, Top 10 Events, Combat Power System.
This is the 4th month of the game, with many restrictions lifted, and the top 10 peak events have emerged, propelling the Hope world into its most glorious phase. Countless players log in simultaneously, greeted by a barrage of activity notifications as soon as they connect.
A overview of the top 10 peak events.
Event 1, New Player Registration. All new characters registered at the beginning of this month will receive a level 30 boost. Until reaching level 50, players will earn 10 times the usual experience points and automatically receive the highest tier silver set. Upon reaching level 50, the set will be permanently upgraded to the bronze set. Event 2, Veteran Benefits. All characters registered before the beginning of this month are eligible for 1 super lottery chance, enjoy a 10x drop rate, and receive an additional 1,000 bound gold coins as compensation.
Event 3, Super Enhancement. The enhancement system is now available early.
All enhancement costs will be reduced by 50% this month, and the success rate will increase by 20%.
A temporary enhancement equipment ranking will be opened, with results settled at the end of the month.
The player with the highest enhancement level will receive 1 10-tier Supreme Weapon Enhancement Scroll, with only one available server-wide.
The equipment must be the highest tier silver equipment, and all equipment levels will be counted. Event 4, Super Mount. The mount system is now available. Players can visit the Beast Tamer Elder to spend gold coins and claim corresponding mounts. Mounts are divided into 10 tiers.
Players can directly claim a Tier 3 mount by spending gold coins, and by completing corresponding tasks, they can obtain a Tier 5 mount. However, there is a chance to obtain a Tier 1 mount. Additionally, by defeating bosses, completing high difficulty tasks, or clearing dungeons, players can obtain rare mounts or rare mount essences.
Activity 4.
Event 5, Mount Evolution Competition. After obtaining a mount, players can evolve it using Mount Evolution crystals. Each player can have up to 3 mounts, with the final evolution level determining their ranking.
Reaching level 10 allows entry into the rankings, with the first place winner receiving 1 Divine Mount Fusion Stone.
Event 5, Mount Evolution Competition. After obtaining a mount, players can evolve it using Mount Evolution crystals. Each player can have a maximum of 3 mounts, with the final evolution level determining the ranking. Upon reaching level 10, players can enter the leaderboard, with the first place winner receiving a Divine Mount Fusion Stone.
Event 6, Super Dungeon. LV10 LV50 dungeons will grant a threefold boost to all attributes. Story mode will be disabled, and the dungeon will appear in normal mode. Upon clearing the dungeon, players will randomly encounter one of 3 treasure chests, Mount Chest, Bloodline Chest, or Enhancement Chest. Opening these chests will grant corresponding rare rewards.
Event 7, Monster Festival. The dark forces are corrupting the world, while the forces of light are everywhere.
All monsters have enhanced attributes, but their experience points have also increased.
During this period, defeating monsters will grant either light crystals or dark crystals. Collecting enough crystals allows you to unlock bloodline training early. Event 8, Northern Demon Clan. A new map, the Northern Demon Clan, has been unlocked. In the distant north, where the Demon Clan resides, massive fortresses loom over the land, and countless Demon Clan members and humans gaze down upon the east. The war between gods and demons has not yet come to an end. Within the Northern Demon Clan, countless business opportunities and possibilities await.
Event 9, Super Crafting. Within the event, the crafting system will be available early, allowing players to customize their gear.
However, various materials are required, which can be obtained through purchases or by completing quests. The highest tier weapon that can be crafted is the Purple Gold Grade Weapon, and the effects will last for 1 month. Event 10, Combat Power System. Upon reaching level 50, players can awaken the Combat Power System by completing the Combat Power side quests. With the Combat Power System, players can trigger attack bonuses and damage reduction effects based on their combat power. Additionally, players who complete the Combat Power side quests this month will receive an extra Combat Power boost, with earlier completions granting greater boosts.
These are the top 10 peak events.
Before entering the game, Yi-chan had already discussed with Xinghuan Wudi and the others. Among the 10 events, the ones that primarily enhance strength are as follows.
The Combat Power System. After reaching LV50, all monsters, bosses, NPCs, and other elements will be collectively factored into your combat power. In other words, before LV50, having combat power is irrelevant, but after LV50, you must activate the Combat Power System. Otherwise, when you attack, the system will automatically determine that your combat power is inferior to your opponent's, resulting in significantly reduced attack damage and greatly increased damage taken from your opponent. Therefore, the first thing you need to do is enable the Combat Power System, the second is to enhance your equipment, the third is to obtain a mount, the fourth is to craft a custom weapon, and the fifth is to activate Bloodline Cultivation. All activities take place within a month. It is currently early September, which means all activities will disappear by early October.
Some activities are released in advance, so if you miss them, you'll have to wait for the next round.
Purple Moon Heart, Boss, shall we tackle the Combat Power System quest together? My quest is to hunt down 1000 level 50 giant tree elves.
As soon as the event was closed, Purple Moon Heart sent a message. To activate the combat power system, you must accept a task, and the tasks are all odd and unusual. If you're lucky, you just need to deliver a letter to complete the task. If you're unlucky, you'll have to fight a boss alone. If you abandon the task, you'll have to wait a week before you can accept it again. It can be said that the tasks are entirely luck-based.
Wait a moment.
Yi-chun replied to Ziyu's heart and then went to accept a task as well. However, Yi-chun was very lucky. His first task was to deliver a letter to the appraisal master at the wooden tower of the Northern Demon Clan.
This task was quite challenging, but for Yi-chun, it was extremely easy.
This was because, first of all, players from the Light Camp who ventured into the Northern Demon Clan would face hostility and attacks. In simple terms, a player from the Light Camp who entered the Northern region might be beaten by NPCs for simply speaking a single word. Additionally, the demon race places great emphasis on bloodline and tradition, even more so than the Light faction when it comes to etiquette and status. In fact, within the demon race, certain items or privileges can only be obtained by those of a certain status. No amount of money will buy them. This is why the Northern Demon Clan emerged, offering endless business opportunities. For example, in this event where players are crafting custom equipment, certain materials can only be purchased from the Northern Demon Clan and cannot be obtained elsewhere. They can only be obtained by defeating monsters.
And the Northern Demon Clan.
Yi-chun could be considered the Dark Prince, and among the Northern Demon Clan, he was an unparalleled existence. Therefore, this task was simply too easy for him.
At that moment, Yi-chun directly teleported with the envelope.
Upon arriving at the Northern Demon Clan, Yi-chun indeed received special treatment, with everything going smoothly without any obstacles. Many other players, including Demon Clan members, who might have had the same mission were stopped along the way. Meanwhile, Yi-chun completed the task with ease.
Ding!
Congratulations on completing the side quest to unlock combat power.
Ding!
Congratulations on completing the combat power side quest.
Ding!
Detecting your combat power. Please wait.
There's another update coming up.
The authorities are cracking down recently, and this book has been randomly required to make some changes. We're rushing to make the revisions, otherwise, the book will be banned and will be out of business.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Chapter 95, Dreamy Rare Set.
Ding! Combat power detection successful.
As you are among the first players to activate the combat power task, you will receive an additional 1000 combat power bonus. Attribute combat power score, 1200. Equipment combat power rating, 41,000. Professional combat power rating, 8,000. Skill combat power rating, 2,000.
Mount combat power rating, 0. Pet combat power rating, 0. Other combat power ratings, 0. Total combat power, 53,200 points. Note, 1,000 points are additional bonuses.
With 53,200 combat power points, Yi-chun directly became the top-ranked combat power user. This is primarily due to the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet and the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, two divine artifacts that each had 50,000 combat power points. In fact, this is not at all excessive. The combat power rankings require 5,000 points to enter, and Yi-chun has 53,200 points, so he naturally takes the top spot. The second place has 6,000 points, the third place has 5,900 points, and the fourth place has over 5,800 points. The rankings are relatively close, with the first and second places differing by nearly 10 times, while the rest are fairly stable. It's relatively easy to overtake others, making the competition extremely fierce. Among the top 10 players, 5 are from the 9 States Kingdom, accounting for the vast majority of the rankings. However, within less than an hour, the combat power of the second-ranked player, known as Autumn Water and One Color, surged by 4,000 points, breaking through the 10,000 point mark. This left Yi-chun, who was assisting Purple Moon Heart, somewhat surprised.
Mounts, pets, and the combat power ratings of the other three?
Yi-chun quickly came to the conclusion that the reason the opponent had increased their combat power by over 5,000 points in just an hour was entirely due to their mount, pet, and other combat power factors, such as bloodline cultivation, which is why their combat power was higher than his own.
Bang! An hour later, after Yi-chun had slain the last giant tree spirit, the combat power system of the Purple Moon Heart was finally complete.
Immediately after submitting the task, the expression on the Purple Moon Heart's face changed instantly.
Ha! Only 50 combat points? Are you kidding me? Ziyu's heart was a bit stunned.
Her combat power was only 50 points, but fortunately, once she formed a team, her combat power would soar to 10,000 points. However, she had to form a team, otherwise, she would remain at 50 points. In an instant, Purple Moon Heart rose to second place in combat power, and she excitedly took a screenshot to commemorate the moment. After helping Purple Moon Heart complete her task, Yi-chun's next task was to initiate the second transformation. Yi-chun possessed the 4 divine professions, and undergoing the second transformation for all of them would be a terrifying process. Dark King's second transformation quest, clear the endless abyss to the 50th floor or higher.
Upon completion, the quest will be automatically completed.
Elf Archer God's second transformation quest, travel to the Elf clan, obtain the blessing of the Elf Queen, and the quest will be completed directly. Necromancer's second job quest, the Wails of the Undead echo from the Valley of Death. Please go there and seek the true essence of the undead. Dragon Knight's second job quest, obtain a mount of level 6 or higher. Once you have a mount, you can complete the quest directly. There are 4 tasks, all of which are extremely challenging. First, the Endless Abyss is the latest map to be opened, filled entirely with abyss monsters. Each floor corresponds to a level, but their attributes are 5 times that of ordinary monsters outside the abyss. Every 5 floors there is an elite monster, every 10 floors a mini-boss, and every 50 floors a major boss. In other words, to successfully advance in class, you must defeat a major boss, complete a quest with the Elf Tribe, investigate an incident in the Death Canyon, and finally obtain a 6th tier mount. The second job change quest, Yi-chan put aside for now. The main task at hand is to strengthen his equipment. Equipment enhancement can be done at any main city by an enhancement master. The process works as follows: up to level 3, the success rate is 100%, after level 3, the success rate drops to 50%, and failure does not result in a drop in equipment level but consumes gold coins. Starting from level 5, the success rate is 20%, and failure results in a drop in equipment level. At level 7 and above, the success rate drops to 10%, and failure results in the equipment being destroyed. However, once you reach level 10, you will be rewarded with a dazzling glow and special attribute bonuses. After level 10, the success rate for level 11 is 0.1%, and for level 12, it is 0.01%, and so on. Let's not even talk about 11 or 12 yet. The World Chat channel is constantly popping up with all sorts of messages. A player from the US, Obar, failed while upgrading his level 8 golden equipment steel war armor, and the equipment broke. A player from the United States, List, failed to enhance the level 8 golden weapon Master's Cross, resulting in the equipment breaking. A player from the Kingdom of Silla, Park Dae Chang, failed to enhance the level 8 golden weapon, the Storm Greatsword, resulting in the equipment being destroyed. A player from the Wak Kingdom, Kamida Ichiro, failed while enhancing a level 9 golden equipment, the Shimmering Ninja Scroll, resulting in the equipment being destroyed. A player from Kyushu, Ichiyo Chisaki, failed while enhancing the level 9 golden equipment Mars Honor War Armor, resulting in the equipment being destroyed. So far, the highest successful enhancement has been a level 9 weapon, and nearly all attempts at level 10 have failed, sparking widespread frustration among players. After all, golden equipment is still quite rare, even though the game has been live for 4 months. In the current Hope world, high-level players all have a set of golden equipment, and Yi-chan now also has a set of golden equipment, all of which are top tier. In previous dungeons ranging from LV10 to LV50, Yi-chan was always the first to clear them. Currently, he has 4 Dream Rare set gift boxes. After 4 months of grinding, he has also collected all the fragments for the Dream Rare upper armor. Now, all he needs to do is open the Dream Rare set gift box to obtain a full set of rare dream equipment. The reason for not opening them earlier was that once the gift box is opened, the level is locked. If opened at LV10, the equipment obtained would be LV20. Now at LV50, opening it would yield LV60 equipment. Given her current status, upgrading to LV60 is not difficult. With that in mind, Yi-chan began to open the gift box. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set bottom. The bottom piece is nice, as long as it's not the top. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set belt. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set shoes. Ding dong! Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set top. The last item is the top. Yi-chan steps back 1 minute and reopens it. Ding! Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set shoulder guards. After the 5 pieces of the Dream Set appeared, Yi-chan glanced at their attributes. Dream Rare Set. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Set Attribute 1, Health 50,000. Set Attribute 2, Magic Points 30,000. Set Property 3, Attack Power 5,000. Set Attribute 4, Immune to 20% of physical and magical damage. Set Bonus 5, when attacking, there is a 10% chance to enter a dream state, granting 80% damage reduction, 5x movement speed, and dealing an additional 20,000 true damage physical or magical that cannot be affected by any critical hits. Set Bonus 6, when attacked, there is a 5% chance to enter an invisibility state. While in this state, you are invincible but cannot attack enemies or use potions. However, your health and mana regeneration rates increase tenfold, with a minimum of 3,000 points restored per second. Restrictions, wearable at LV60. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the Hope world. This is the Dream Set. When Yi-chan saw the attributes, he couldn't help but be amazed. Chapter 96, The Role of Reputation, Crazy Enhancement. Chapter 96, The Role of Reputation, Frenetic Enhancement. This exaggerated set attribute is far superior to Yi-chan's previous golden grade set. Especially the base attribute enhancements, they're far beyond what ordinary equipment can match. If other players around the world were to see this set of equipment, they would be so astonished that their jaws would drop to the ground. Moreover, this set of equipment is perfectly suited for Yi-chan, who practices all 4 professions. It can only be said that this preparation aligns perfectly with Yi-chan's preferences, and he immediately conceived the idea of enhancing it in his mind. Although the current equipment is LV60 gear, it doesn't hinder Yi-chan from enhancing it right now. Additionally, there is currently an event that increases the enhancement probability by 20%, making this the optimal time to proceed. Immediately, Yi-chan headed to the enhancement master in the main city where he was currently located. At present, Yi-chan's location was still within the northern region. Therefore, the main cities in the vicinity are all under the control of the Dark Alliance. For Yi-chan, it was like coming home to his own backyard. Along the way, the NPCs not only gave him the green light to pass but also greeted him with warm smiles. Compared to when I was in the light camp and was discriminated against by NPCs, it was like night and day. With this connection, it didn't take long before I found myself in a beautifully crafted traditional house. In a small room of just a few dozen square feet, it was packed with a large number of players. Especially in the middle of the room, it was so crowded that not even a drop of water could get through. At that moment, in the crowded center of the house, across from Yi-chan stood an NPC enhancement master facing an ancient-looking NPC. Since this was the northern region and Yi-chan held the title of Dark Lord, he was not treated differently. Instead, the enhancement master greeted him with a warm smile. "I want to enhance my equipment." Yi-chan addressed the enhancement master. "Alright, please hand over your equipment to me. And pay 10 gold coins, 5 refined stones, 5 portions of cold saliva water, 5 pieces of brass, and 5 portions of 5-colored ash." The strengthening master looked at Yi-chan with a faint smile on his face. Seeing the master, who had been stern-faced, suddenly smile upon seeing Yi-chan, the other players preparing for were utterly shocked. After all, before this, the enhancement master had always been indifferent to them. Otherwise, it wouldn't have led to so many people gathering here. Refined stone, cold saliva water, brass, and gray soil. Yi-chan murmured the names of the materials under her breath. These were all materials needed for enhancement, and Yi-chan knew that they needed to be collected. Although these materials are not particularly valuable. However, collecting them requires a significant investment of time and effort. For Yi-chan, this seemed like a case of getting more trouble than it was worth. Moreover, Yi-chan knew that reputation points could be directly exchanged for these materials or used to enhance them. Therefore, Yi-chan immediately said, "Choose reputation points for enhancement." The enhancement master nodded and immediately converted the materials into reputation enhancement for Yi-chan. He then deducted 1,000 points from Yi-chan's reputation. Holding the iron hammer, he began to enhance Yi-chan's dream set. Each enhancement requires 1,000 reputation points. If materials are chosen, each enhancement requires approximately 50 gold coins, which means 500 Jojo coins per enhancement. Moreover, given the current situation, there is a high demand but limited supply. Major guilds and conglomerates are frantically collecting these materials. For Yi-chan, who had already depleted the entire currency reserves of the 9 states, this was nothing short of a waste. Ding! A notification sounded. Under the master's mysterious maneuvers, Yi-chan's dream set was directly enhanced to level 1. Yi-chan watched the enhancement succeed, his heart remaining completely calm. Before the third enhancement, the system had informed him that all previous enhancements had been successful. Each enhancement increases the attributes by 10%. The first 3 times, as long as you have all the materials, it's equivalent to giving your entire equipment a 30-point boost. Such an opportunity is something that virtually everyone would take advantage of by visiting the Master of Enhancement. This has led to a shortage of materials and prices that are sky high. Of course, Yi-chan currently has over 2 million reputation points, so he doesn't care about such things. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, upgrade successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Amidst the constant beeps of the system alerts, Yi-chan's rare dream set received a comprehensive 30-point upgrade. However, this is certainly not Yi-chan's ultimate goal. Continue strengthening. Yi-chan issued the order. Yi-chan did not choose to enhance a single skill to the top level. Instead, he opted to enhance the entire set all at once. After all, upgrading each one individually would lead to stubbornness, which would end up wasting a lot of time. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, enhancement successful. Ding, upgrade successful. Ding, enhancement successful. On the path to enhancement level 4, the enhancement of the dream set is completed in one go. Of course, this is also related to Yi-chan himself. First, the success rate was 50% for 4 to 5, plus an additional 20% from the event, and Yi-chan's 100-point luck attribute bonus, which almost guarantees a success rate of over 90%. Even if the dream set fails, it would be a miracle.
Ding. Enhancement level 5 successful. Ding. Enhancement level 5 successful. Ding. Enhancement level 5 success. Ding. Enhancement level 5 successful.
At Yi-chan's signal, the entire set of the dream outfit for level 5 was also successfully enhanced. The dream outfit, which already boosted attributes significantly, directly increased attributes by 50.
This news sent Yi-chan's heart racing with excitement.
As for the issue of level 6, the enhancement master spoke again. Your Excellency the Dark Lord, your set has already been enhanced to level 5. If you wish to enhance it to level 6, the success rate is only 20%.
In the event of failure, the item will drop in level. Are you sure you wish to proceed with the enhancement? The enhancement master looked at Yi-chan with a serious expression.
This was the advantage of his status. If it were any other player, they wouldn't care if you lived or died. Failure was failure.
But because of Yi-chan's status, the other party asked seriously. Continue. Yi-chan remained completely calm, showing no sign of concern. With his ability to rewind time by 1 minute, Yi-chan wasn't afraid of the enhancement failing.
As Yi-chan's voice fell,
the reinforcement master's iron hammer swung up once more. Clang. The outline is complete, and the upcoming plot will be even more exciting and engaging. We hope you'll continue to support this book. I've been extremely busy lately.
I sincerely apologize for the delay. I will definitely maintain a daily update schedule of 4 chapters or more from now on.
Chapter 97, Terrifying Enhancement, Shocking the World. Chapter 97, Terrifying Enhancement, Shocking the World.
If we consider that after level 6, the probability is only 20%, plus the additional 20% granted by the system, that means there is at least a 40% chance.
Of course, Yi-chan still has 100 attribute points remaining, which will further increase the probability.
Therefore, Yi-chan wasn't the least bit worried.
Ding! Ding! The Dream Top has been successfully enhanced, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Top enhanced successfully, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Bottom enhancement successful, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Top enhanced successfully, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Top enhanced successfully, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Shoes enhancement successful, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. Ding! Dream Shoes have been successfully enhanced, currently at Equipment Enhancement Level 6. After reaching Enhancement Level 6, you will automatically top the Temporary Enhancement World channel upon successful enhancement.
Players from the Kyushu Kingdom, the King Sai, have successfully enhanced the Dream Top to level 6. At that moment, a series of enhancement notifications appeared on the World Chat channel.
Look, it's the King Sai. He's also being enhanced. Do you think the king is really cheating? His equipment is so powerful. If he is, then this enhancement must be cheating too, right? And you guys better watch out.
This is the Dream Set.
The Dream Set. This is currently the world's top-tier equipment.
Even the strongest guild in the world hasn't obtained a single piece. Only the king himself possesses the entire set.
Ha, there's nothing we can do about it.
You probably think they're cheating, but maybe they just worked a little harder than us.
If it's about effort, then this enhancement is purely luck. I'll see if he can enhance it to level 9. Currently, on the World Channel, there's only one piece of level 9 equipment.
I think the king level player can only reach level 9 at most.
It's all about luck. Even if he's stronger, there's nothing he can do about it. And would he dare to enhance a 9? That's a dream set. If it breaks, it's gone for good.
At that moment, due to Yi-chan's decision to begin enhancing, the World Chat channel erupted into a frenzy. Of course, Yi-chan, the one who started it all, paid no attention at all. In the first round, the full set of 6 was completed, and Yi-chan managed to pull it off perfectly. Now it was time for the 7th round. Players from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai failed while enhancing the 7th tier Dream Top, causing the equipment level to drop to 5. The message appeared again in the World Chat window. I told you so, even the great king has failed. He's just a mortal after all. When it comes to enhancement, we're all equal. Let's all disperse. Failing at enhancement level 7, it seems the King Sai was not so impressive after all. Players from all over the world immediately started cheering. However, at that moment, the light in Yi-chan's eyes faded. Rewind 10 seconds. Players from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the Dream Top 7. With a 50% chance, Yi-chan tries again. It's enough to succeed. Of course, it wasn't just Yi-chan who went back in time. Players worldwide did too. They witnessed Yi-chan's success once again, and their eyes were filled with awe. As for Yi-chan's upcoming enhancements, everyone is now watching with even greater anticipation. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the Dream Lower Garment 7. Players from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the Sai of the King, successfully enhanced Dream Shoes 7. For a moment, Yi Chun's lucky attribute came into play once again, and even without using the time reversal ability, all the enhancements were successfully upgraded to level 7.
Hello, may I report again?
If you continue to enhance, the failure rate will reach 10%, and the consequence will be that your equipment will shatter immediately.
In that case, do you still wish to proceed with the enhancement? The enhancement master looked at Yi Chun and asked again.
The serious tone in his words was now many times stronger than before. Continue to reinforce, however, no matter how serious he was, Yi Chun simply replied with a single sentence. 7 was far from Yi Chun's goal.
I will follow your choice. The enhancement master nodded and began the process of enhancing Yi Chun's equipment once again.
The system granted a 20% success rate, plus an additional 10%, along with Yi Chun's luck attribute of 100.
There was no way Yi Chun would choose anything but to continue the enhancement.
A player from the kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the dream top to level 8, causing the equipment to shatter.
A grim warning sounded instantly. The players watching Yi Chun's enhancement were utterly stunned.
The dream set. This is currently the strongest dream set, and it's just shattered like that. What a waste. Even the most powerful players, like the king, can fail on the path to enhancement level 8, leaving everyone thrilled.
However, at this moment, Yi Chun once again activates his special ability. Time rewinds by 10 seconds.
Players from the kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the dream top 8.
For Yi Chun, enhancing to level 8 is only 10 points less than level 7, so there's at least a 40% chance of success. The second enhancement succeeded. It couldn't be more normal.
Meanwhile, players around the world watching this unfold were filled with a whirlwind of emotions. For the King Sai had been uttered right before their eyes, as he had continuously strengthened himself to level 8 without a single failure. How could this not leave them in awe? Of course, this is far from over. Players from the kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the dream lower garment 8. Players from the kingdom of Kyushu, the Sai of the King, failed to enhance the dream shoes to level 8, and the equipment shattered.
Time rewinds by 10 seconds. The ability activates.
A player from the kingdom of Kyushu, the Sai of the King, successfully enhances dream shoes 8. Under Yi Chun's time reversal, the dream set reached level 8 within a minute. For a moment, the world chat channel was abuzz with excitement. You see, even the highest enhanced equipment was only at level 9. While there are some items at level 8, none of them are as powerful as Yi Chun's. His entire set of equipment has already reached level 8. It can be said that Yi Chun is the first person to achieve a full set of level 8 equipment. The difficulty is immense, and it doesn't fall short of the 9-leaf design in the slightest. It's even more challenging, yet it doesn't feel rushed.
Do you think the great lords of the king will continue to strengthen their power?
No way, they're already fully upgraded to level 8.
They're already super strong, you know. Exactly. I only have one item at level 6 so far. My goal is just to get a full set at level 5. At level 7, the equipment shatters.
I have no idea how much material it would take to get to level 6. It's absolutely ridiculous. The king level players are truly amazing. For a moment, the world chat channel became a forum for players to discuss Yi Chun. Everyone was speculating whether Yi Chun would continue to strengthen himself further.
And just then, a player from the kingdom of Kyushu, the Sai of the King, successfully enhanced the dream top 9. As this news spreads, the global channel has completely exploded. I'm in awe of the king. Don't back down, just go for it. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling while playing a game. The show put on by the king is truly amazing. It gave me goosebumps. Company commander, bring out the big guns from the Western Kingdom and celebrate for the king. Damn it, I've witnessed another 9. It's absolutely heartbreaking.
The world channel is getting more and more posts, and there are just too many players shocked by Yi Chun. The unwavering resolve she has cultivated along the way is truly unmatched.
Do you think the king will continue to strengthen himself?
Of course they will.
Haven't you seen the big shots? They've already upgraded everything. It's definitely going to be a full upgrade. Damn it, I don't even feel like grinding anymore.
It's like watching the king's performance.
Don't even mention it. My wife asked me to go to bed with her, but I didn't even want to go. I won't log off until I see a full set. Players are flooding the world chat channel with comments.
Meanwhile, Yi Chun's expression remained calm.
The full set? That's just a small goal.
Yi Chun's true goal lies in the vast expanse of the starry seas.
Chapter 98, Strengthening 10, Japan's Covetousness. Continue strengthening.
Yi Chun issued orders to the strengthening master. At this point, the enhancement master showed a touch of humanity, revealing an expression that promised not to disappoint, as he fixed his serious gaze on Yi Chun. With a confirmed glance, this was indeed the person to be enhanced. The master of strengthening wasted no time and immediately began swinging the iron hammer. Players from the kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the Dream 9 dream underwear, causing the equipment to shatter.
A grim warning sound echoed. Just as the strengthening master stood there with a gloomy expression. Time rewinds 10 seconds.
A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the Dream 9 lower garment, causing the equipment to shatter.
The warning message appeared again.
Players in the World Channel immediately began discussing the matter, with some mocking, others offering comfort, and still others gloating over the misfortune of others. Yi-chan merely glanced at them indifferently, paying no heed. The supernatural ability activated once more. Time rewinds 10 seconds. Everything in the world returned to exactly 10 seconds earlier. Players from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the Dream Lower Garment 9. As this message spread, boom! In an instant, it felt like a thunderclap had struck every player's mind. The third piece of level 9 equipment reappeared before everyone's eyes. Moreover, this third piece of level 9 equipment was obtained by the same person. Of course, that's not the main point. This gear is Yi-chan's dream set. It's also the strongest set to appear in the game so far. But here's the thing, everyone thinks this gear is so valuable that they treat it like a treasure. The King Sai, however, was heard by everyone as he risked breaking the equipment to enhance it to level 9. He wasn't worried, but the leaders of the major factions watching this unfold were all on edge. Let me ask you this, if it were them, would they be willing to enhance such equipment to level 7? The answer is undoubtedly no. No one dares to take such a risk. On the World Channel, all players were still in shock. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, successfully enhanced the Dream Shoes 9. A blinding notification scrolls across the World Chat channel. All the players watching this scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Just moments after the shock of the third piece of level 9 equipment had barely subsided, Yi-chan's third piece of level 9 equipment once again blew everyone's minds. What does it mean to be domineering? The King Sai spoke volumes to everyone. A rare dream set, the world's top-tier equipment, risking shattering, one after another, directly enhanced to level 9. This courage is something ordinary people could never possess. At that moment, Yi-chan continued to issue enhancement commands to the enhancement master. Although it was supposed to be 10, the event had at least given 20, plus Yi-chan's 100 points of luck attribute, and the time had been reversed. The success rate isn't something ordinary people can even imagine. Half an hour later, Yi-chan's dream set, enhanced to level 9, all completed. Players from all over the world were left speechless by the awe-inspiring display brought by Yi-chan. It was as though they had all been rendered numb by the surprise Yi-chan had brought. At that moment, in a villa in the Wagwa region. Lord Kishida, did you see that? The King Sai has enhanced the entire set to level 9, and it didn't fail even once. A short, middle-aged man spoke to a man with a goatee, his head bowed. Yes. I saw it. Those damned people from the 9 states must be cheating. The man with the goatee glared at him with hatred in his eyes. Lord Kishida, I have a suggestion. Have you ever heard of a tactic called stealing chickens in the game? It happens when a player is relying on luck to win a prize draw, and during that time, other players suddenly join the draw as well. This could potentially steal the luck of the original player. The short man's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. You mean I should go and enhance myself again during the King Sai enhancement period? Steal the luck that has allowed him to succeed all this time? Kishida gave the short man a meaningful look. Exactly, Lord Kishida. If your enhanced autumn blade can steal the luck of the King Sai, it might reach level 10. That would grant special attributes. It would definitely help you grow even stronger. The short man looked at the long sword at Kishida's waist and said with a smile. That's an interesting idea. It's worth a try. A hint of surprise flashed in Kishida's eyes. Your Excellency, the Dark Lord, your set has reached level 9. Take one more step forward, and you will obtain the special attribute bonuses of the set. If I were you, I would suggest giving it a try. Of course, if you value your equipment, enhancing it to level 9 is more than enough to make you incredibly powerful. The enhancement master, who had previously greeted everyone with a smile, now held great respect for Yi-chan. A player who could enhance a set to level 9 was someone even NPCs dared not underestimate. Keep it up. Yi-chunyu remained as calm as ever, speaking casually. If you had the chance to go back in time and not take a chance, what would that make you but a piece of dried fish? Alright. The strengthening master also showed signs of excitement and swung his massive iron hammer. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the dream armor to level 10, causing the equipment to shatter. The equipment, in the hands of the enhancement master, turned into twinkling stars and dissipated into the air. The enhancement master wore a look of frustration, while players from around the world erupted into gasps of astonishment. However, Yi-chan remained calm as he activated his special ability. Time rewound 10 seconds. With a 10% enhancement probability, it was definitely not as easy as before. Yi-chan knew it would fail, so he had already made preparations for this outcome. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu, the King Sai, failed to enhance the dream shirt to level 10, and the equipment shattered. Another failure, but Yi-chan didn't seem to care at all. Time rewound 10 seconds. All the way back to the 6th time. A player from the Kyushu Kingdom successfully enhanced the dream top by 10. As this message was transmitted, the World Channel erupted into chaos. They had no idea how many times Yi-chun had failed in his quest for success this time, but all they knew was that Yi-chun had succeeded once again. He boosted it all the way to 10 in one go. Reached the current highest enhancement level. At that moment, in the land of Wa, Lord Kishida, the Sai of the King of Kyushu, the enhancement to 10 has succeeded. The short man's eyes were filled with shock. I know. This system must have malfunctioned because of the King's Sai, Kishida said with a cold expression. At that moment, before them stood another master of enhancement. Enhance this autumn katana to level 10. Kishida clenched his teeth and spoke directly. The enhancement master immediately explained the pros and cons to him, as if giving Yi-chun a hint. However, Kishida remained resolute in his decision to enhance his abilities. Following the reinforcement, a startling message once again appeared in the scrolling notifications on the World Channel. Chapter 99, Enhanced Upgrades. A player from the land of the rising sun attempted to enhance the golden autumn katana to level 10 but failed, resulting in the equipment shattering. A prominent prompt appeared and scrolled across the screen after Yi-chun's successful hint. What? Kishida stared at the prompt, his eyes wide with disbelief. Although it was a golden tier weapon, it was still a level 9 weapon. Apart from Yi-chun, this is the only one of its kind so far. This shattering of the sword has completely shattered Kishida's heart. Hey, isn't this the only weapon with a 9 rating from before? That's right, it's from the Japanese region. I didn't expect it to break so easily. That's impressive. Those Japanese must be trying to emulate the rulers of our 9 provinces by enhancing themselves to level 10. I'm afraid this guy is jealous that the great lords can level up to 10 in one go, so he wants to ride their coattails and level up his own gear to 10 as well. Too bad, this guy isn't the king, his gear is probably shattered now. Serves him right. For a moment, the World Chat channel was abuzz with discussion. What the hell? Why can his preparation directly enhance by 10, but mine can't? Kishida angrily slammed the stone platform and shouted at the short man offering advice in front of him. Lord Kishida, please calm down. The short man was also flustered. He had suggested this, and if he couldn't come up with a good reason now, he would be in big trouble. I think it might be the AI, which detected that the king was cheating by sighing, so it blocked the cheat. It must be that way. So, aside from the King's Sai item, which is already at level 10, no one else can enhance an item to level 10 in one go anymore. Even the King's Sai itself probably won't drop a second item. The short man's back was drenched in cold sweat, but he clenched his teeth and spoke resolutely. He didn't want to take the blame for this. Kishida glared at him and was about to speak when a player from the Kyushu Kingdom, the King's Sai, successfully enhanced the Dream Lower Garment by 10. Another prominent notification of a successful level 10 upgrade appeared in the temporary world window. Snap. At that moment, the short man felt as though he had been slapped across the face by someone else, his face burning with embarrassment. Just a moment ago, he had boasted that no one could possibly strengthen themselves to level 10, not even the King's Sai. The next moment, the news of the successful enhancement of the King's Sai to level 10 spread across the world. It felt as though an invisible force was relentlessly tormenting his face. Kishida's murderous gaze was now fixed intently on the short man. You bastard, go to hell along with my autumn katana. Everything that happened on the Japanese side, Yi-chun naturally wouldn't know about. However, when the reinforcement of the autumn katana failed, Yi-chun was aware of it. However, after seeing the equipment fail, Yi-chun waited for 10 seconds before attempting to enhance it again. The reason was that he feared that his failure might cause the time to reset, giving the autumn blade another chance to start over. Just by the name, this equipment is clearly from the Wokoku nation. Yi-chun isn't that kind-hearted to give Wokoku equipment another chance to be strengthened. Therefore, after 10 seconds, Yi-chun reinforced it. Even if it failed, returning to 10 seconds would still result in the autumn katana failing. Enhance all the other dream sets to level 10. Yi-chun ordered the enhancement master again. The strengthening master said nothing more. He could sense Yi-chun's determination. The iron hammer in his hand swung with great force. A player from the 9 states failed to enhance the dream shoes to level 10, causing the equipment to shatter. The expected message appeared again. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Yi-chun activated his ability without hesitation. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the 10 dream shoes, causing the equipment to shatter. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu failed to enhance the dream shoes to level 10, resulting in the equipment shattering. A series of failure messages appeared one after another. 10 wasn't that easy, and Yi-chun knew it, so even if it took a lot of time, Yi-chun was willing to do it. Just half an hour later, Yi-chun's third level 10 enhancement was activated, and he logged back into the World Chat channel. Those who witnessed this scene were left speechless, and their admiration for the king was nothing short of awe. Such reckless enhancement could only be achieved by the king himself. No one else could possibly accomplish it. Just as Yi-chun spent another hour on it, Yi-chun's dream set finally reached level 10 in all aspects. Following that, an additional red attribute appeared on the equipment. Enhancement level 10, set attribute effects are doubled. Yi Chuan's equipment reached its optimal state, revealing a hint of unexpected delight. Yi Chun's best, revealing a hint of unexpected surprise. Thanks to the attribute effect, it actually doubled. Immediately, Yi Chun displayed all the attributes of his dream set before his eyes. Dream Rare Set. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Set Attribute 1, Health 10,000 doubled. Set Bonus 2, Magic Point 60,000 doubled. Set Bonus 3, Attack Power 10,000 doubled. Set Bonus 4, Immunity to 40 doubled, Physical and Magical Damage. Set Bonus 5, when attacking, there is a 20% chance double to enter a dream state, granting 80% damage reduction, 5x movement speed, and an additional 20,000 points of true damage to physical and magical damage cannot be affected by critical hits. Set Bonus 6, when attacked, there is a 10% chance double to enter an invisibility state. This state is invincible, cannot attack enemies, and cannot use potions, but life and magic recovery speed increases tenfold, with a minimum recovery rate of 3,000 points per second. Restriction, wearable at LV 60. Dream Rare Set, currently the rarest set in the Hope world. Rating, 150,000. All attributes and trigger probabilities have been doubled. A flash of excitement crossed Yi Chun's eyes. After all, the attributes added by the Dream Rare Set were already among the best in the world. And now, after being enhanced to level 10, you get a one-time doubling of those attributes. These numbers are simply terrifying. Especially those special attributes, with damage immunity increased from 20 to 40. This is a quantum leap. Additionally, the dream state has been upgraded from a 10% chance to a 20% chance. This means that out of 5 attacks, there will be one instance of the dream state, a terrifying probability that makes Yi Chun almost on par with a boss. The invincible state doesn't need further explanation. Although it's doubled to 10, the invincible state is practically a game-breaking bug. Even if Yi Chun encounters an unbeatable boss, having this skill gives him a sliver of hope. Moreover, what we see before us is merely equipment enhancement level 10. What if it were level 11? A bold idea began to form in Yi Chun's mind. Strengthening Master, I must continue to strengthen. Yi Chun's command was once again calmly issued. Chapter 100, Unlocking the Hidden Mount Quest. Your Excellency, witnessing your equipment being strengthened to level 10 is the greatest honor for me. However, if you wish to continue strengthening it further, I must remind you of one thing. This event grants a 20% increased enhancement probability, but this applies only to equipment levels 10 and below. If you choose to enhance to level 11, you will not be eligible for the 20% success rate bonus. The Enhancement Master informed Yi Chun of this. Yi Chun closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Without the 20% success rate bonus, the probability of 11 would be 1 in 1,000. Even if Yi Chun had a 100-point luck bonus, the success rate would still be only a few hundredths of a percent. Although Yi Chun possesses the ability to reverse time, even a 1 in 100 chance could be enhanced. However, the amount of time required to do so would be absolutely enormous. Especially now that the top 10 events are all open at the same time, Yi Chun needs to enhance his abilities and complete numerous tasks. Especially the Dream Set, which is level 60 gear. At her current level 50, Yi Chun is still not strong enough to equip it. Therefore, Yi Chun has decided to stop here. Once she reached level 60 and completed all other activities and tasks, she would then spend time enhancing her equipment. Just as Yi Chun was deep in thought, the Enhancement Master spoke again. Honorable Dark Lord, judging by your expression, you must have made a decision. I have just received word that, as you are the first individual to achieve Set 10, you meet the fusion criteria. We will present you with a Set Fusion Scroll. The Enhancement Master handed Yi Chun a paper scroll. Yi Chun took it into his hands. Set Fusion Scroll. Effect, allows you to integrate sets you plan to retire into your current set of 10. A simple effect, yet it couldn't help but bring a surprise to Yi Chun's face. Each time the outfit was changed, it was a chance to discard what had been prepared earlier. Although Yi Chun's previous equipment was only of the upper tier gold grade, it wasn't that bad either. Although Yi Chun's previous equipment was only of the highest grade of gold, it wasn't that bad either. If he were to be eliminated at this point, it would naturally be a bit of a loss for Yi Chun. However, if it could be integrated into his new equipment, that loss could be avoided. It must be said that such integration is something Pure really appreciates. Just then, a message came through. Boss, do you have any secrets to strengthening? You managed to strengthen it all the way to level 10 in one go. That's absolutely terrifying. Just by looking at the content, Yi Chun knew it was from the Purple Moon Heart. No, it's just luck. Yi Chun wasn't foolish enough to reveal the matter of his supernatural abilities. Oh, I see. Well, I'll play it safe and keep grinding my mount. Maybe I can even make it into the top 100. Hee. Ziyu's heart didn't ask any further questions and instead began her own journey to grind for mounts. For ordinary players, simply enhancing this item once was enough to participate in the event. After all, if you want to compete with someone like Yi Chun, it all comes down to financial resources. Unless you have extraordinary luck, continuing to blindly strengthen yourself is just a test of intelligence. Mounts, on the other hand, are activities available to all players, regardless of their status, and are the most popular activities among all players. It's important to note that with this update, the map has been expanded by 100-fold. Many players have wasted a significant amount of time on the roads. Therefore, mounts are currently the most desired item among all players. Moreover, in any game, mounts are the ultimate status symbols. Everyone wants to ride a stylish mount and gain the admiration of others in the game. The game Hope World is also known by the nickname Miracle World. During the event, it was clearly stated that, in addition to spending gold coins to purchase a third-tier mount from the Beastmaster Elder, players can also complete corresponding tasks to obtain various mounts, with the highest tier mount being a 5th-tier mount. Of course, in addition to the Beastmaster Elder, players can also obtain rare mounts or rare mount essences by defeating bosses, completing high-difficulty dungeons, or clearing dungeons. Therefore, this also presents an opportunity for players who cannot spend real money to strive for success. Hey, boss, aren't you going to grind for a mount yet? I heard that some foreign players have already obtained 6th-tier mounts on the leaderboard, but the most impressive ones are still from our 9 states kingdom. Some 9 states players have already obtained 7th-tier mounts. The news from Purple Moon Heart has come in again. 6th tier? The task the Beastmaster Elder has is at most 5th tier, right? Could it be that they killed the boss and looted it? Yi-chan also opened the mount rankings. As Jizue had said, the top few spots on the level rankings had already been updated to 6th tier beasts, with the first place being 7th tier. Indeed, with hundreds of billions of people, anything was possible. I had seen someone mention this issue on the forum before. Apparently, it was due to their professions, which triggered hidden NPC quests and granted them special mount quests. After all, the game has just been updated, and there's no way to spend that much time hunting bosses, especially since the drop rate is incredibly low. It's simply impossible to obtain a mount in such a short period of time. The Purple Moon Heart quickly recovered. Yi-chan glanced at it and agreed with the Purple Moon Heart's assessment. At the same time, Yi-chan also recalled his special identity as the Prince of the Demon Clan. This was likely one of the most powerful titles among all players in the Hope World. It seems that to obtain a high-tier mount, one must also interact with the NPCs here. First, go find the Beastmaster Elder and see if you can get any quests related to mounts. Yi-chan immediately made his decision. He put away the dream set and left the room of the Strengthening Master, heading toward the city of the Northern Demon Clan where the Beastmaster Elder resided. Half an hour later, Yi-chan appeared in a square. The square was densely packed with players, and the noise was deafening. Is anyone available to help form a party? I've received a quest to defeat an elite monster, and I'll pay 10 gold coins. Elite monster? The Beastmaster Elder could definitely give you a 4th-tier mount for that. Offering only 10 gold coins is way too stingy. Everyone, ignore him. I also have a quest to kill an elite monster. I'll offer 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins? Take me with you. I just got a monster killing quest too. Various shouts echoed in Yi-chan's ears. There was no need to think about it, this must be where the Beast Tamer Elder resided. Since the event has only just begun, players above level 70 are mostly here trying every possible means to obtain high-tier mounts. Yi-chan pushed through the crowd and headed toward the Beastmaster Elder. Only to see within the crowd. Honorable Dark Lord, are you seeking a mount? An elderly man with snow-white hair, his face filled with respect, asked Yi-chan, who had appeared before him. However, I do not wish to purchase any third-tier mounts. Yi-chan replied directly. Since he already knew the rules here, Yi-chan saw no point in wasting time looking at the third-tier mounts. I knew the Dark Prince wouldn't look at those low-tier mounts. The Beastmaster smiled and leaned in close to Yi-chan, asking mysteriously. I do indeed have a special mount quest here. I wonder if His Dark Highness would be interested. Chapter 101, The Abyss Tower, Rare Mount. Tell me about it. Yi-chan glanced at the Beastmaster Elder and spoke directly. With the status of the Dark Prince, Yi-chan hadn't even imagined that upon arriving at the Northern Demon Clan city, he would be welcomed to such an extent. A casual inquiry, and a hidden quest was practically handed to him on a silver platter. To the north of our city lies a light boss level light flame lion beast. If the Dark Prince can defeat it and bring back its lion's paw, fur, tail, and teeth, we can summon a 6th-tier Dark Flame Demon Lion mount for you. The Beastmaster Elder whispered to Yi-chan. It's only a 6th-tier mount. However, upon hearing this news, Yi-chan couldn't help but show a look of disappointment. Although the strongest mounts currently listed on the mount rankings are all 6th-tier mounts, this is far from Yi-chan's goal. Are you dissatisfied, Dark Lord? The Beastmaster Elder glanced at Yi-chan in surprise. Of course, Yi-chan's cold gaze clearly indicated his dissatisfaction with such a task. As expected of the Dark Prince, you truly have ambition. However, I can only provide you with a 6th-tier mount. If you desire a higher tier mount, you might consider consulting Mr. News. He was a more powerful beast tamer than I was. The old beast tamer immediately introduced Yi-chan again. Due to his status, the Beastmaster even provided Yi-chun with Nusa's exact address, so that Yi-chun could find him. With this lead in hand, Yi-chun immediately departed from there. 10 minutes later, fortunately, these NPCs weren't wandering aimlessly, and Yi-chun quickly located Nusa's position. This was inside a stable. Beside the stable stands an unusually emaciated old man, but his eyes are sharp and alert as he feeds the horses their fodder. It was none other than the Dark Prince. Upon seeing Yi-chun, the old man Nus couldn't help but express his surprise. "The Beastmaster informed me that you have information about a powerful mount?" Yi-chun didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "Powerful mounts? What powerful mounts could an old man like me have? Even if I did, they wouldn't be under the control of the Dark Lord now. You'd better go back." Nus waved his hand and began to drive Yi-chun away. This was the first time Yi-chun had been driven away by an NPC in the Northern Demon Clan. However, Yi-chun wasn't a novice at games. He could clearly sense that something was amiss here. Does that mean that even I, who inherited the darkness, am not qualified? Yi-chun's voice turned cold as he held up the ring in his hand and showed it to Nus. Darkness Lord is merely a title of respect. It refers to players with extremely high affinity with darkness, who are thus called Darkness Lord. However, currently, only Yi-chun has achieved such high darkness affinity that NPCs from the Darkness faction refer to him as Lord. Upon hearing this, Nus glanced at the ring on Yi-chun's finger. Plop! Just like the demon god Yi-chun had summoned earlier, Nus knelt down mindlessly before Yi-chun. Regardless of whether he was older than Yi-chun, in the face of absolute authority, Nus chose to kneel without hesitation. This is also related to the Northern Demon Clan's emphasis on bloodline and lineage. Previously, they could only sense the dark bloodline within Yi-chun's body, but they had not detected that Yi-chun had obtained the true inheritance. Just now, after seeing the ring in Yi-chun's hand, he was completely convinced. This was an absolute display of status, and he dared not act rashly. "You absolutely have the right to do so." Nus knelt on the ground, bowing his head as he spoke. "Good. Tell me about the mount." Yi-chun commanded sternly. "Your Dark Highness, I can tell you about the mount, but please answer me one question first." Nus raised his head and looked at Yi-chun with a serious expression. "Speak," Yi-chun said. He hadn't expected this task to be so complicated. "I have a question for you, esteemed Dark Lord. Why do you desire a high-tier mount?" Nusa's eyes fixed on Yi-chun as he spoke calmly. "For power," Yi-chun replied. "I never expected it to end like this. Well, never mind. I have a 7th-tier mount essence here that I can give to you." Nus shook his head, speaking as if he were disappointed. Did I answer incorrectly?" Yi-chun looked at Nusa's expression and clearly felt dissatisfied with his own response. Although he had agreed to give him a 7th-tier mount essence, Yi-chun could sense that if he accepted it, he would definitely miss out on something. Time rewound 10 seconds. The ability activated. "I have a question for you, Your Dark Highness. Why do you desire a high-tier mount?" Nus asked. "It is to let the light of darkness shine in every corner." Yi-chun tried to answer. "Indeed, it is His Dark Majesty. I did not mistake you. With your presence, darkness will undoubtedly engulf the world once more." Nus's eyes gradually filled with astonishment, and his wrinkled, weathered face trembled with excitement. "In the southwest corner of our city stands the Abyss Tower, where various abyssal monsters lurk. If you, Dark Lord, can pass the 50-floor trial, I will reveal the location of the rare mount to you." After his initial excitement, Nus immediately assigned the task to Yi-chun. "Only by clearing the 50th floor of the Abyss Tower will you be able to obtain information about the rare mount. If the previous 7th-tier mount, Nus, could be obtained for free, then this rare mount requires proving oneself by clearing the 50th floor of the Abyss Tower. It goes without saying that this mount is far more valuable than the previous 7th-tier mount." Yi-chun naturally didn't want to miss out, and the Dark King S-Class change quest also required him to clear the Abyss Tower. It was a perfect opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Following Nus's instructions, Yi-chun headed straight for the Abyss Tower. Half an hour later, when Yi-chun reappeared, he had already arrived at a vast plain. There were no trees in sight, and the landscape stretched endlessly in every direction. However, in the middle of this plain, there is a huge deep hole. Within the abyss, a glimpse of black architecture can be seen. It resembled the inverted base of a tower. And this is precisely what Nus referred to as the Abyss Tower. This tower leads to the depths of the earth, and to this day, no one knows how many floors it has. However, those who have attempted to climb it know that the deeper one goes, the more dangerous it becomes. Each floor of the Abyss Tower is home to countless abyssal monsters, and only by defeating them can you progress to the next floor. The more layers you clear, the stronger the challenger becomes. Therefore, on the Northern Demon Clan side, many people have designated this place as a checkpoint for testing their strength. At that moment, Yi-chun wasted no time and made his way to the entrance of the Abyss Tower. Yi-chun's objective was simple: by clearing the 50th floor, he would obtain the quest for a rare mount. This won't be too difficult for Yi-chun.
Chapter 102, The Terrifying Tower Clearing Speed.
The 50-story Abyss Tower coincided perfectly with Yi Chun's class change quest, which indeed saved him a lot of trouble. After all, the 50-story Abyss Tower isn't something that can be easily cleared, especially since some people might not even make it past the 10th floor. Of course, that's for ordinary players. Yi Chun naturally doesn't fall into that category, but it still takes up a significant amount of his time. After all, the dungeon was filled with abyssal monsters, with each floor corresponding to a level, and their attributes were 5 times that of ordinary beasts outside. Every 5 floors had an elite monster, every 10 floors had a mini-boss, and every 50 floors had a major boss. Don't even mention the major bosses, even the minor bosses are so powerful that few in this world can defeat them alone. Just as Yi Chun reached the bottom of the tower. Look, that person is so fast. He reached the 10th floor in less than a minute. Apparently, his mission is to clear 30 floors. Such a challenging mission, he must be a professional gamer. He's not a professional player. Even for an average player, it's really tough to get past the mini-bosses on the 30th floor. Their stats are like 10 times that of a level 30 player. Unless you're a top-ranked player on the leaderboard, it's nearly impossible to take them down alone. If only I could be as strong as the King Sai, I'm sure they'd clear this game in no time. That's not necessarily true. You haven't tried this tower yet. Besides the boss being tough, the dense abyss monsters inside are also challenging. They're extremely numerous, tough, and have thick skin. Without a lot of area of effect skills, you won't be able to take them down. That's true. Soloing the boss tests your single target skills, but clearing out the abyss monsters requires massive AoE damage. Otherwise, taking them down one by one will take forever. I wonder if anyone has managed to reach level 50 yet, given the current level cap requirement of 50. Probably not, since monsters of the same level are already much stronger than us, and the abyss monsters are 5 times as powerful as regular monsters. Don't even think about soloing a boss of the same level. At that moment, the tower's base was already swarming with a large crowd of players, all gathered to watch the adventurers attempting to clear the Abyss Tower. The Abyss Tower grants each player only one chance to challenge it each day. Besides those who failed the challenge and are watching, there is also a group of people waiting in line. The Abyss Tower can accommodate 2 players at a time. However, due to the strength of this challenger, the other players waiting to enter the tower have stopped in their tracks, waiting for the challenger to fail and exit. Yi Chun, of course, had no interest in watching others go through the tower clearing process. He walked to the other entrance of the tower, where there was just an available spot to enter and challenge the tower. However, a group of players were queuing up, all standing still and looking down at the tower. "Excuse me, if you're not planning to enter the tower for now, could I go in first?" Yi Chun walked up to the middle-aged man at the front of the line and asked politely. As for cutting in line forcefully, Yi Chun naturally wouldn't do such a thing lightly. A basic polite inquiry wasn't something to be ashamed of. The middle-aged man at the front, seeing Yi Chun's polite demeanor, couldn't help but smile. He spoke up, "Young man, you seem pretty young. I suppose you don't know why we're standing here watching, do you?" The middle-aged man didn't wait for Yi Chun to respond and continued speaking on his own. This Abyss Tower, although it can accommodate 2 players at a time, currently has very few players who can make it past the 10th stage. Therefore, every time a strong player manages to reach the 10th floor, we wait for them to fail and exit, then have them explain the situation of the abyssal monsters inside before we go in to challenge it ourselves. With the information they provide, it will also benefit our subsequent challenges. So you can join us here and wait, you won't lose out. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, the players still waiting in the back rows couldn't help but nod in agreement. What the middle-aged man had said was exactly what they were all thinking. "Sorry, I have an urgent task to complete. I need to finish this Abyss Tower mission as soon as possible." Yi Chun spoke again. In Yi Chun's opinion, rather than waiting for the challenger to come down, he didn't even know which level he had reached. With a spot available right in front of him, Yi Chun didn't want to waste any more time. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Chun, shook his head, and muttered under his breath, "These young people nowadays." Then, he turned his gaze to the people behind him and asked, "Friends behind me, if no one has any objections, I'll let him cut in line and go in first." The middle-aged man asked politely. "It's fine. Let him go ahead. These days, young people are so impatient. We've been through so much in this world, we've seen people like him before. He won't take advantage of it. It's okay, let him go in first. Young people these days are too impatient. We've been through so much in this world, we've seen people like him before. He won't learn unless he gets hurt. There's only one chance a day to challenge the Abyss Tower. With his urgent task, he probably won't be able to complete it. Now that the world has become so immersed in online gaming, these young people really have no idea what they're getting into. Let them learn the hard way. After all, it's just a game, and they won't actually die. Let him go in first. We'll wait for the one who manages to get through the challenges so we can learn from them. Even if he goes in first, it doesn't matter. Maybe this youngster will come out before the other one. It's no big deal.
We won't waste any time.
The players waiting in line here all expressed their willingness to let Yi Chun cut in front, but they all thought Yi Chun was just a youngster who didn't know his place. After all, with 150 billion players flooding in, both previous gamers and professionals from various fields in society have all joined the game. In their view, they approach games with the same mindset they use in their daily lives, so they find Yi Chun's unconventional and solitary approach quite puzzling.
Thanks.
In response to their doubts, Yi Chun did not argue much. After expressing his gratitude, he stepped into the Abyss Tower. With a faint hum and a slight tremor, Yi Chun's figure vanished from the outside world.
In the eyes of everyone present, the first floor of the Abyss Tower was illuminated by a blue light.
This also signified that Yi Chun was currently on the first floor of the Abyss Tower. On the other side, a green light shone brightly, currently at the 29th floor, the glow of another challenger. Just as those outside were about to discuss Yi Chun further.
Suddenly,
whoosh! The blue light surrounding Yi Chun suddenly shot upward like an elevator, rising at an exaggerated speed, layer after layer, terrifyingly ascending.
In less than 30 seconds, the blue light had already reached the 30th floor.
At that moment, everyone watching the scene on the field couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
Chapter 103, straight to the 50th floor, challenging the big boss. Sigh.
At that moment, the air was filled with the sound of everyone holding their breath. They were completely dumbfounded. Especially the people in Yi Chun's row. The middle-aged man in the front row fell silent. The people behind him, who had been discussing the matter, also stared wide-eyed, no longer daring to speak. The young man they had expected turned out to be the strong one in their eyes. All of this is simply too much for them to accept.
Of course, that's not to say they're entirely without merit. It's just that this is the game world, not the real world. The ideas they were taught not to be different are just holding them back. In the game, the strong are always the outsiders. If everyone were the same as ordinary people, how could he become a strong one? This must be the great ruler, right?
I don't know, but this speed is truly terrifying. Just now I was telling him to learn from others, but it seems like we're the ones who need to learn. Bound by reality, perhaps we should be as bold as the king and dare to strive for success.
That's true.
Though this is a world of hope, it is also a world of miracles. If we all follow in the footsteps of those who came before us, we might end up being just ordinary people in the game as well.
For a moment, players kept sharing their thoughts.
Yi Chun's actions were like pouring chicken soup into their souls.
Of course, Yi Chun was unaware of all this. He genuinely wanted to enter the tower and didn't want to waste any time.
The quest for the rare mount was still waiting for him, and Yi Chun didn't want to linger any longer in this tedious tower clearing task. Abyss Tower, 30th floor.
The interior is not as small as it appears from the outside.
It spans over 3,000 square meters and reaches a height of approximately 10 meters. At that moment, before Yi Chun stood a massive insect resembling a scorpion.
Abyss Scorpion. Level 30. Health points 1,500,000. Magic points 500,005,0000.
Attack power 250,050,000. Description: a terrifying monster from the depths of the abyss.
If you gaze into its eyes, you will be dragged into the abyss.
These are the attributes of the abyssal scorpion, as described. It is 5 times stronger than ordinary beasts. Of course, this is only at level 30. Now that Yi Chun has reached level 50, his attack power has surpassed 20,000. Such a boss is no match for him. Curse of the King. In an instant, Yi Chun picked up Marlin's necromancer staff and unleashed his skill. Instantly, a terrifying burst of damage appeared on the head of the frost giant.
750,000.
The damage has reached a staggering 750,000.
The damage has reached 750,000.
The health of the abyssal scorpion plummeted instantly.
The abyssal scorpion let out a deafening roar and charged toward Yi Chun with unbridled fury. However, Yi Chun was already prepared.
The King's Rage. Curse of the Dead. Dark Stealth. Releasing the King's Fury, a mysterious halo appeared beneath Yi Chun's feet, shrouded in ancient runes.
Holding the Marlin necromancer's staff, Yi Chun unleashed a curse. Advanced weakness. Intermediate slowness. Moderate vertigo. 3 negative effects appear.
Yi Chun releases Dark Stealth again, swaps to the wound dagger, and loses 2,000 perception points.
Even the boss cannot detect his presence. Royal Slaying. Yi Chun's expression was cold and indifferent, his speed incredibly fast.
In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the abyss scorpion.
The dagger in his hand shone like a dazzling divine artifact, emitting a blinding light as it struck down. 600,000.
The monarch deals 20 times the damage, which is a base attack without any enhancements, meaning it instantly deals 600,000 points of damage.
47,000. 47,000. 47,000.
In less than a second, Yi Chun swung his sword 5 times, dealing terrifying damage that instantly brought down the level 30 abyss boss before it could react.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss, Abyss Scorpion. You have obtained experience points. You may choose to proceed to the next level and continue the challenge. One hint after another echoed in Yi Chun's mind. Proceed to the next level. Yi Chun's command was immediately issued. 30 floors. This left Yi Chun speechless for 3 seconds. Meanwhile, outside. Did I just see that correctly? The 30th floor only allowed that young man to stay 2 seconds longer? It must be correct. He was previously clearing each floor in almost 1 second, and the boss on this floor only allowed him to stay 2 seconds longer. A level 30 boss, and he only stayed 2 seconds longer? This is absolutely insane. Could this young guy really be a legendary boss? Just look at the previous challenger. When he entered, he was on the 29th floor, but now the younger players have already cleared the 30th floor, and he's still stuck on the 29th floor. No comparison, no harm. There's definitely only him. Who else could be this terrifying? A level 30 boss with stats 5 times stronger than the monsters outside, and yet he's still getting one shot. At that moment, players outside the area witnessed this scene and were all buzzing with excitement. Those who had originally planned to farm the tower were now fixated on the unfolding events. It seemed as though they were all trying to figure out where exactly Yi Chun's limits lay. 31st floor. 32 floors. 33 floors. 44th floor. Meanwhile, at Yi Chun's location, it finally took him a minute to defeat the 40th floor boss. However, upon reaching the 41st floor, Yi Chun's area of effect skills were no longer sufficient to instantly defeat the group of monsters there. After all, beyond the 40th floor, all the monsters were 40th level abyssal creatures, with attributes 5 times that of those outside the dungeon. In other words, a single abyss monster has at least 300,000 HP. The King's Wrath unleashes wood arrow spirits, a hail of arrows, and a torrential arrow storm. A full set of skills can only deal 150,000 damage to a group. It cannot achieve the same level of group instant kill as having the purple moon heart nearby. However, fortunately, Yi Chun had obtained the 10,000 things technique beforehand. One of its active effects allows him to transform his basic attacks into different skills. Additionally, he can directly consume 500 magic points to transform it into an area of effect damage skill. Of course, this comes at the cost of losing 50 damage. However, for Yi Chun, who possesses the King's Rage ability, this allows him to fully utilize his base attack while also addressing the lack of area of effect damage in his monster clearing capabilities. The art of all things. The art of all things. Consumes 500 magic power, converting your basic attacks into a hail of arrows, dealing 21,000 damage. The art of all things. Consumes 500 magic power, converting your basic attack into a meteor shower arrow, dealing 22,000 damage. After Yi Chun casts the 10,000 things technique 7 times, all the abyssal monsters on this level are completely eradicated by Yi Chun. Following this method of clearing enemies, Yi Chun continued to challenge higher and higher levels. Upon reaching the 45th floor, he encountered a deep abyss butterfly, an elite monster. When it came to taking on elite monsters, Yi Chun was far superior to dealing with groups of ordinary monsters. After battling him for 5 minutes, Yi Chun swiftly defeated him. Subsequently, the difficulty level of the challenge Yi Chun faced increased once again. 46th level. 47th floor. 49 floors. Until the 50th floor. A massive black shadow boss loomed before Yi Chun. Chapter 104, Clearing the Top Floor, Mount Fusion Stone. Abyssal Magic Crystal Tiger. Level, 50. Health points. Magic points, 1000010000000. Attack power, 15000030000. Combat power, 120000. The attributes of the 50th floor boss appeared directly before Yi Chun. His health points were also terrifying, reaching a staggering 10 million. Furthermore, once it reaches level 50, this Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger also gains its own combat power, reaching 12,000. In other words, once you reach level 50, all monsters will display their combat power data. If your own combat power exceeds that of the monster, you will be able to deal additional damage on top of your base damage. However, if your combat power is lower than that of the monster, the damage will decrease accordingly. It works just like a defense system. However, the design of combat power here is more humanized. For Yi Chun, who possesses 2 divine artifacts, this is the perfect setup, allowing his combat power to skyrocket to over 50,000. This Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger boss, on the other hand, only had 12,000, which was far below Yi Chun's level. There isn't much time left for Yi Chun to think on the 50th floor. The Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger let out a furious roar, charging toward Yi Chun without hesitation, its massive body nearly 5 meters tall. Curse of the King. Yi Chun's brows furrowed coldly, and without hesitation, he immediately cast the King's Curse upon him. 5 million. A terrifying damage warning appeared above it. Without hesitation, he summoned the Necromancer's altar once more. This boss's attack power was no joke. Before putting on the dream set, Yi Chun would avoid close combat with the boss as much as possible. Fortunately, Yi Chun's luck is decent, and he summoned the undead altar of the undead. An ancient altar appeared before Yi Chun.
Soon, one after another, undead warriors wielding bone blades charged toward the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger. Although Yi Chun could only summon the weakest undead warriors with his current abilities, they did not fear death. Each of them has over 100,000 HP, and 5 can appear every minute. They're practically free tanks. With them taking the brunt of the attack up front, Yi Chun could stay in the rear and unleash his full offensive power.
Without hesitation, Yi Chun unleashed his curse. Advanced weakness. Intermediate slowness. Moderate vertigo.
After unleashing a barrage of support skills, Yi Chun immediately switched to a dagger and lunged toward the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger.
Royal Slash. 800,000.
A terrifying 800,000 damage appeared above the Abyssal Magic Crystal Tiger's head.
It let out a furious roar.
It then turned its gaze toward Yi Chun. Such high damage instantly caused the hatred value to be directed toward Yi Chun.
Dark Stealth.
However, Yi Chun had already anticipated this scenario and immediately activated Dark Stealth, reducing his perception by 2,000 points. Immediately afterward, Yi Chun hurriedly increased the distance between himself and the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger. The undead immediately swung their bone blades, continuously hacking at the Abyss Crystal Tiger, drawing the tiger's hatred back toward them once more. At that moment, Yi Chun directly activated King's Rage.
Get 100% critical hits.
He drew his bow and arrows and continuously unleashed skills from a distance.
50,000. 50,000. 50,000.
One terrifying damage number after another floated above the head of the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger. Although he had 10 million HP, after being drained of 5 million by the King's Curse and another 800,000 by the King's Slash, he was left with only 4.2 million. Then, with Yi Chun dealing 50,000 damage per hit in various skill consumptions, this is more than enough to wear down the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger until it's exhausted.
After over 20 minutes of combat,
with his health bar nearly depleted, Yi Chun finally managed to slay the Abyss Magic Crystal Tiger.
Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the boss, Abyss Magic Scorpion, and earning experience points.
You may choose to proceed to the next level and continue the challenge.
Ding! Due to the level restriction at level 50, you cannot select the next level for the challenge.
Ding! Upon completing the task, you can obtain the proof of the Abyss Tower from news to unlock the rare mount quest.
Ding! You have completed the Dark King quest and met the requirements for the second transformation. You may now proceed with the second transformation.
Ding! Since you have completed the Dark King quest, the conditions for the second transformation have been met.
You may now choose to proceed with the second transformation. Ding!
Since you are the first player to reach the clearance limit, you will receive one chance to spin the Abyss Premium Lottery Wheel. In Yi Chun's mind, a series of prompts kept appearing. This left Yi Chun momentarily speechless. However, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, so Yi Chun quickly sorted it out. The first clue was that Yi Chun had gained a whopping 100 million experience points. While the attributes of the Abyss boss had increased fivefold, the experience points awarded were also exceptionally abundant, nearly equivalent to half a level's worth of experience for Yi Chun. The subsequent prompt indicated that Yi Chun had reached the highest floor the Abyss Tower could challenge, as the level cap was set at LV50, meaning the Abyss Tower was also limited to 50 floors.
Of course, this doesn't mean that everyone can easily clear the 50th floor.
After all, a level 50 boss is more than 15 times stronger than a player of the same level. Plus, the Abyss bosses are 5 times stronger than regular bosses. With such terrifying bonuses, how many players could possibly solo their way to the 50th floor?
Someone like Yi Chun is a complete fluke.
The system's third prompt indicated that Yi Chun had completed Nuss's proof task and could now go find Nuss to receive the rare mount quest. This is exactly what Yi Chun plans to do next, but before that, Yi Chun has 2 more exciting prompts to attend to. One of them is that Yi Chun can now advance the Dark King's profession to the second stage. The other is that Yi Chun has obtained one chance to spin the Abyss Lottery Wheel. The former was something Yi Chun naturally didn't rush, but the lottery was the thing that excited Yi Chun the most. Without hesitation, Yi Chun selected to begin the lottery. Before Yi Chun stood a large spinning wheel, adorned with various items. The most common were white, followed by green, blue, purple, red, and finally, golden ones that shimmered and glowed. It was very similar to the wheel Yi Chun had encountered when he first entered the game. However, the items on the roulette wheel had been replaced with items from the Abyss, and the highest tier was golden, which corresponds to the king tier items. These items are non-tradable and cannot be purchased. Yi Chun was naturally well versed in this wheel and immediately looked toward the best golden item.
Fusion Stone.
Effect allows you to fuse multiple mounts and pets together, with a chance to improve their quality. There is also a chance that their quality may decrease. Description: a product of the Abyss, this is a rare treasure.
Fusion Stone. This left Yi Chun a bit surprised.
He was just preparing for a rare mount quest, and now this treasure was among the rewards in the spin. This made Yi Chun, who had originally only been hoping for a golden item, flash a determined look in his eyes. That's right, Yi Chun must obtain this fusion stone. If it's possible to fuse mounts, a bold idea immediately popped into Yi-chan's mind. Lottery! Immediately, Yi-chan's orders were conveyed directly. The roulette will begin to spin. Chapter 105, The Dark King's Second Transformation, Rare Mount Quest. Chapter 104, The Dark King's Second Transformation and the Rare Mount Quest. Chapter 105, The Dark King's Second Transformation and the Rare Mount Quest. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the golden grade material Abyss Pollen. Yi-chan looked at the material in front of him and shook his head. Rewind 10 seconds. This wasn't the fusion stone Yi-chan wanted, and everything would be reset by Yi-chan. After waiting for a second. The draw. Ding dong. Congratulations to the player who has won a platinum tier weapon, the Abyssal Dark Magic Staff. Rewind 10 seconds, wait 1 second, and Yi-chan skillfully draws again. Ding. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the purple gold tier skill, Abyss Summon. Rewind 10 seconds. Yi-chan was already an expert at the lottery. If he didn't win anything, he would simply rewind the time, wait a second, and try again to avoid the previous moment. Even with the ability to rewind time, Yi-chan had already spent half an hour on it. This shows just how low the probability of obtaining this fusion stone is. Lottery! Yi-chan, tireless, repeated the command, his eyes fixed on the spinning wheel, continuing to wait for the result. The wheel came to a stop, and the pointer slowly landed on the golden icon. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the King's Item Fusion Stone. Yi-chan's eyes gradually filled with excitement. Who would have thought that Huang Tian would reward those who were diligent? The first royal reward was actually a fusion stone. However, Yi-chan had no idea how many times he had tried before finally obtaining a king tier item. Getting the fusion stone was truly well deserved. If he could go back in time, as long as he could find a mount to fuse with, obtaining a high tier mount would definitely not be a problem. Yi-chuan looked at the fusion stone he had obtained, a smile curving his lips. After that, Yi-chan focused his attention on his second transformation. Should he begin the second transformation of the Dark King? Yes. Ding dong, the Dark King's second transformation quest is complete. Awaken the Dark King's second transformation attributes. Ding dong, your attributes have been fully reset. Due to your awakening to the second stage, each level up will increase all attributes by 20 points. Ding dong, your Dark King skill points have been reset. Each time you level up, you will gain 20 skill points. Ding! Your Dark King skill points have been reset. Each time you level up, you will gain 20 skill points. Ding! Your Dark King Profession skill book has been reset. The second tier Dark King skills are now available. A series of ding-dong sounds echoed repeatedly in Yi-chan's mind. However, Yi-chan had already grown accustomed to it and began to check the changes in himself. First, the attributes. Player, the King's Sai. Level, 50. Primary profession, Assassin, Dark King's second transformation. Second class, Sorcerer Necromancer. Third class, Archer Elven Archer. Fourth class, Night Dragon Knight. Health points, 300,000. When health points reach 0, the character dies. Magic points, 200,000,200,000. When magic points reach 0, the character cannot use any skills. Attack power, 250,005,000. Critical hits deal 50,000 damage. Magic attack power, 250,500,000. Critical hits deal 50,000 damage. Constitution, 1,500. Affects health points. Spirit, 1,500. Affects magic points and magic damage. Strength, 1,500. Affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility, 1,500. Affects movement speed and reaction speed. Perceivability, 1,000. Nighttime effects are doubled. Reputation, 1,900,000. Requires 10,000 reputation points to enter the rankings, and reputation points can be exchanged for rewards. Title, Butcher can instantly kill opponents in PvP. The lucky one of the world. Increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, since this is a mix of 4 classes, the experience points are higher than those of ordinary players. Gold coins, 3,200,000. Gold coins, silver coins, copper coins. Skills. King's Curse reduces the attributes of enemy units by 50% to 20%. Treasure chest opening technique LV1, a rare special skill that cannot be upgraded using skill points. It requires completing corresponding achievements to level up. Seeing his own attributes, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel a little thrilled. A single second transformation had actually increased his health by 100,000 and his damage by 5,000. Compared to before, it was a significant leap forward. Moreover, this was Yi-chan's first second-class job. The other 3 professions are all SSSS ranked. If all of them undergo a second-class change, the resulting boost would be absolutely staggering. This made Yi-chan unable to resist the urge to level up all his other professions as well. However, at present, this is naturally impractical. I hope the World Top 10 events only last for a month. What's done is done, and Yi-chan doesn't want to let this delay the event. Then, Yi-chan looked at her Dark King skill.
Dark Stealth, Level 1, can be learned.
Upon activation, reduces perception by 2000 points for 1 minute. After the skill ends, it has a cooldown of 1 minute and requires 50 skill points.
Royal Execution available at level 10.
Instantly deals 40 times the base damage.
Cooldown 5 minutes. Requires 50 skill points.
Royal Rage available at level 20, deals 4000 physical damage with a 100% critical hit rate, lasts for 15 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes, requires 100 skill points. King's Domain available at level 30, deals 4000 base damage instantly within a 500 unit radius around the user, cooldown 2 minutes, can be affected by other buff skills, requires 50 skill points. Royal Intimidation available at LV 40, passive skill, doubles damage against dark type creatures, requires 25 skill points.
Royal Descent can be learned at LV 50. Transforms into the Dark King, doubling all attributes for 10 minutes. Cooldown 1 hour.
Can be affected by other buff skills.
Requires 100 skill points.
Yi-Chun's Dark King class has 5 skills. After the second transformation, not only were all other skills enhanced, but new skills also appeared before Yi-Chun. Although there aren't many skills, they are all highly refined. Not to mention the 3 old skills, which have been enhanced by a factor of 2, but some of the new skills have also left Yi-Chun filled with surprise.
2 active skills and 1 passive skill.
Among them, the Sovereign Domain effectively addresses the lack of area of effect damage in the Dark Sovereign class. The passive ability Royal Intimidation doubles damage against dark creatures, which is extremely useful for Yi-Chun, who is part of the Northern Demon Clan. As for the final skill, Royal Descent, it is the one Yi-Chun values most highly. It allows him to transform into a Dark King, doubling all his attributes and lasting for 10 minutes.
At first glance, this skill may seem unimpressive, as it only doubles your attributes. However, upon closer inspection, its true terror becomes apparent.
A 2x increase in base attributes, when combined with the King's Slash skill that boosts damage by 40x, means the King's Slash can now deal 80x damage.
Of course, this is just the King's execution. If used after activating King's Descent, all of Yi-Chun's skills will receive a doubled boost when cast.
Therefore, the King's Descent skill can be considered the greatest gain after the second transformation. Immediately, Yi-Chun clicked to learn all these skills.
After all, skills from an SSS tier class wouldn't be anything to sneeze at.
After completing all of this, Yi-Chun immediately set off toward news. Having completed the 50th floor challenge, while completing the second transformation was important, the real priority was to receive the quest for a rare mount.
Chapter 106, Mount Essence Box, Nighttime Fierce Beast. No wonder you're the Dark Lord. That 50-story Abyss Tower couldn't stop you after all.
News watched Yi-Chun return, his face brimming with excitement.
Tell me the information about that rare mount.
However, Yi-Chun, who was standing before him, didn't want to waste any more words and got straight to the point.
News looked at Yi-Chun and began to speak.
Once upon a time, in the southern region of our Northern Demon Clan, there was a great commotion due to the Black Night Beasts. It was said that whenever the shadows appeared, the beasts would emerge from the shadows to rampage across the land. They were massive in size, lurking in the shadows, and fed on fresh blood. In a short period of time, they have already killed no fewer than 1,000 of our demonic clan members. However, at that time, one of our Demon Clan warriors had the honor of engaging in combat with the creatures shrouded in darkness and successfully slaying several of them. News spoke up to this point, glancing at Yi-Chun with a faint smile on his lips.
What does this have to do with rare mounts?
Yi-Chun furrowed his brows and spoke in a low voice. News had been rambling on about nonsense, which was extremely irritating to Yi-Chun, who valued his time. News noticed Yi-Chun's mood change and hurriedly continued, of course it's related. Dark Lord, that warrior killed several more black shadow creatures and obtained an 8th tier Mount Essence. The final 8th tier Mount Essence even hatched into a backstab dragon. This information is currently known only to him and me. As soon as News spoke, Yi-Chun's expression grew solemn.
An 8th tier mount.
In the Hope world where even 6th tier mounts can dominate the rankings, this 8th tier mount is undoubtedly the strongest existence. No wonder that old man News gave all his 7th tier mounts to himself. It turns out he had information about 8th tier mounts in his possession. Moreover, from his words, Yi-Chun knew. As long as he could find that brave warrior and then defeat the ferocious beast lurking in the shadows, he would naturally be able to obtain an 8th tier mount. Of course, given the nature of the Hope world, there's definitely a chance it won't work. However, for Yi-Chun, probability is not an issue.
Tell me that person's information.
Yi-Chun spoke directly to News.
There's no need for unnecessary words between intelligent people. News nodded immediately and handed Yi-Chun a letter. Dear Dark Lord, this is my letter of introduction. Please give it to Gale.
When Yi-Chun took the letter into his hands, a prompt sounded in Yi-Chun's mind.
8th tier mount quest.
Description: deliver Nuss's letter to Gale to gain his favor and learn the whereabouts of the Dark Beast.
Reward: there is a chance to obtain an 8th tier mount.
As expected, Yi-Chun raised an eyebrow. To obtain an 8th tier mount, Gale was naturally the key to the problem. Of course, Yi Chun didn't linger here and headed straight for the address news had mentioned. With the envelope in hand, Yi Chun was warmly welcomed by the Northern Demon Clan, who even waived the teleportation array fees, allowing him to arrive directly at the southern part of the Northern Demon Clan's territory, the Demon Knight City. At a Demon Clan guard training ground in Demon Knight City, Yi Chun located his mission target, Gale. As Yi Chun, Gale also took the envelope Yi Chun handed him and began reading it. So the Dark Prince had come for this matter. Gale smiled and led Yi Chun to a house beside the training ground. Are there still any night beasts left? Yi Chun asked directly. Yes. The time when the Dark Palace descends is just right. Recently, there have indeed been night beasts causing trouble. Gale's tone grew serious as he continued to ask. Your Highness's goal is likely to slay the night beasts and obtain an 8th tier mount like me, isn't it? Yi Chun nodded. News had made this clear in his letter, and Yi Chun had no intention of hiding it. Indeed, those ferocious beasts in the darkness were more likely to drop mount essences, but that was also a matter of chance. Firstly, some beasts do not drop essence at all. Secondly, even if a beast drops essence, it is only an essence box. Opening the essence box relies on luck, and you may not necessarily obtain the 8th tier essence you desire. Even I had to open several essence boxes before finally obtaining an 8th tier mount. Because of his status as the Dark Lord, Gale explained everything in detail to Yi Chun. When can you take me to find the ferocious beast? Yi Chun asked. When can you take me to find the ferocious beast? Yi Chun asked. Tonight, Gale said with a serious tone. As soon as Gale finished speaking, a prompt began to ring in Yi Chun's mind. Ding dong, mission changed. Defeat the nightmarish beast to obtain the Mount Essence box. Due to the nature of the quest, players can participate in activities during the night without any negative effects. Yi Chun's eyes lit up unexpectedly. He hadn't expected the game to be so player-friendly. Thanks to the mission, she could now move freely in the dark without any restrictions. You see, after the update, almost no players dared to venture out at night in the game. After all, the system had introduced a terrifying nighttime buff, and invincible nighttime assassins would appear. Your Dark Highness, I will notify you when it is time at night, Gale said respectfully to Yi Chun. Yi Chun nodded. After surviving the challenges of the Abyss Tower and undergoing the enhancement process, Yi Chun was also hungry. He returned to the real world to have breakfast, checked on the progress of the orphanage's construction, and then returned to the game world. At that moment, the Hope world had just entered the night. When Yi Chun logged in, Gale's message came back. Following the message, Yi Chun found Gale. However, unlike during the day, Gale was accompanied by a group of demonic guards. There were about 10 of them, and assuming no surprises, they were all NPCs, though their levels weren't particularly high. Yi Chun followed them out of the city gates and headed toward a forest outside. According to Gale, this was the place where those nighttime beasts most frequently appeared. Just as Yi Chun and Gale's group had been walking through the forest for less than half an hour and were preparing to settle down for the night. Roar! A deep, angry roar suddenly echoed through the air. As the roar echoed, dozens more roars followed in quick succession. Roar! The sound of these voices caused Gale's expression to suddenly change. We're in trouble. We've encountered a pack of ferocious beasts. We're surrounded. Chapter 107, Slaying the Fierce Beasts, Mount Essence Box. A group of ferocious beasts? A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Chun's eyes. If there was a chance of obtaining a soul essence box, then the more ferocious beasts that came, the more advantageous it would be for Yi Chun. Nighttime stealth. Immediately, Yi Chun also activated his perception reduction ability, achieving invisibility. These ferocious beasts all possessed the ability to become invisible, leaving Yi Chun at a significant disadvantage as the enemy was in plain sight while he remained hidden. However, as soon as Yi Chun plunged into the darkness, a sudden scream echoed through the air. One of the NPC guards brought by Gale suddenly floated into the air. To be precise, he wasn't floating in mid-air, but rather being held aloft by some kind of monster, with blood continuously flowing from his body. Soon after, the same scene unfolded among the other guards. Only Gale suddenly drew a long sword and struck into the darkness, avoiding the fate of being snatched away. You savage beasts are asking for death. Gale roared, and the long sword in his hand erupted with a black flame, slashing toward the darkness. Roar! A deep, agonizing roar echoed through the darkness, and a massive black figure emerged from the shadows. It resembled a mutated giant lion. Yi Chun immediately used his identification technique to take a closer look. Dark Knight Fierce Lion. Level, 60. Rank, Elite. Health points, 3 million. Magic points, 1000000100000. Attack power, 300, 006, 0000. Skill, Night Shadow's perception reduced by 1000. Skill, Rage critical hit rate plus 50. Skill, Bloody Devour double damage. Combat power, 10,000. In front of Yi Chun, the attributes of this nightmarish beast were instantly revealed. A level 60 elite monster with very low health.
However, their attack power is surprisingly high. This was Yi Chun's assessment. For a level 60 elite monster, 3 million HP isn't particularly high. After all, some level 50 bosses already have health pools rivaling the millions. However, the base attack power of 30,000 is what truly caught Yi Chun off guard. However, the base attack power of 30,000 was enough to even surprise Yi Chun. After all, this base damage was already higher than Yi Chun's. Moreover, this ferocious beast also had skills. One is invisibility, another is critical hit, and the third is double damage. If all skills are used and hit directly, a single strike can deal 60,000 damage. If it's a critical hit, it can reach 120,000 damage. Even Yi Chun couldn't withstand 3 attacks. No wonder this place can drop a Mount Essence box. Ordinary players facing such a ferocious beast would probably not even know how they died. Yi Chun thought to himself. These ferocious beasts can turn invisible and deal critical damage. They're practically as powerful as elite assassins. Die. At this moment, Gale finally launched his fierce attack. He struck the Dark Knight Ferocious Lion before him, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. It's time to farm for Mount Essence boxes. After getting the basic information, Yi Chun finally took action. The King's Slash. Only Yi Chun acted first, targeting the Dark Knight Lion lurking behind one of his guards who had been seized. 260-0000. A terrifying number floated above the beast's head. This was Yi Chun testing how much his strength had increased after his second transformation, so he did not use the King's Curse. And the result was quite obvious. With the King's Slash skill boosting damage by 40 times, coupled with the passive skill King's Intimidation, which doubles damage against dark creatures, Yi Chun's single strike reached 80 times the base damage, meaning it directly dealt a terrifying 2.6 million points of damage. Of course, Yi Chun's higher combat power contributes to the additional damage, but this is not the primary factor. Gale, standing nearby, trembled all over his body upon seeing the damage Yi Chun had inflicted. This terrifying damage was something even he, a level 50 NPC, could only look up to. And this Dark Knight Fierce Lion only had 3 million HP, but Yi Chun's single strike completely depleted it. The king was enraged. Yi Chun immediately activated his critical strike skill. He then drew his bow and arrow and swiftly created distance between himself and the Dark Knight Fierce Lion. 240,000. 240,000. In less than a second, Yi Chun casually fired 2 arrows. With each arrow dealing critical hits and double damage to dark creatures, the damage output reached 240,000, appearing twice. The remaining 400,000 HP of the Dark Knight Fierce Lion were instantly wiped out. Before it even had time to react, it was already dead. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defeating the Dark Knight Lion and earning 2 million experience points. A kill notification echoed in Yi Chun's mind. Just as Yi Chun was about to go after another one, a dark red box suddenly appeared before Yi Chun. Mount Essence Box Basic. Effect, has a chance to obtain a 68th tier premium Mount Essence. Such good luck. It actually dropped on the first try. Yi Chun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as he quickly stored the box in his backpack. Now wasn't the time to open the box. There were still several Dark Knight Fierce Lions rampaging around. Yi Chun once again set his sights on them. Curse of the King. The King's Deterrence. Heavy Rain Arrow Technique. Altar of the Dead. Curse of the Dead. One skill after another was unleashed from Yi Chun's hands. Terrifying damage constantly swirls around the heads of these Dark Knight Ferocious Lions. Due to Yi Chun's own circumstances, he was completely overwhelmed by these high-burst, stealthy dark monsters. This made Yi Chun seem like a god of death, slaughtering these monsters without mercy. The King's Slash. 2,600,000. As the final attack damage number rose, the Dark Knight Fierce Lion before Gale crashed to the ground. In an instant, another dark red box appeared before the monster. Mount Essence Box Basic. Effect, has a chance to obtain a 68th tier premium Mount Essence. Such good luck. It actually dropped on the first try. Yi Chun couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as he quickly stored the box in his backpack. Now wasn't the time to open the box. There were still several Dark Knight Fierce Lions rampaging around. Yi Chun once again set his sights on them. Curse of the King. The King's Deterrence. Heavy Rain Arrow Technique. Altar of the Dead. Curse of the Dead. One skill after another was unleashed from Yi Chun's hands. Terrifying damage constantly swirls around the heads of these Dark Knight Ferocious Lions. Due to Yi Chun's own circumstances, he was completely overwhelmed by these high-burst, stealthy dark monsters. This made Yi Chun seem like a god of death, slaughtering these monsters without mercy. The King's Slash. 2,600,000. As the final attack damage number rose, the Dark Knight Fierce Lion before Gale crashed to the ground. In an instant, another dark red box appeared before the monster. Mount Essence Box Basic. Effect, has a chance to obtain a 68th tier premium Mount Essence. Yi Chun immediately added it to his backpack. With this one, Yi Chun had killed a total of 11 Dark Knight Fierce Lions.
However, to his disappointment, only 2 Mount Essence boxes dropped. Moreover, even with 2 Mount Essence boxes, the highest tier mount that can be obtained is only an 8th tier mount. However, since he has the ability to reverse time, Yi-chun isn't worried about this. And most importantly, Yi-chun still had the fusion stone. Today, we really owe a debt of gratitude to the Dark Lord. Otherwise, we might have been doomed. Gale expressed his deepest gratitude to Yi-chun. Yi-chun waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Right now, the most important thing was to open the essence box, so he immediately set off for the city with Gale. Upon arriving at the training ground, Gale arranged a house for Yi-chun, who immediately entered the room and took out the Mount Essence box. Open. Yi-chun's order was issued directly. Chapter 108, 8th Rank Mount, Dark Nest. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier mid-grade mount, the Golden-Eyed Silver-Backed Demon Bear King. Before Yi-chun's eyes, a floating light orb appeared in the air. This was the essence of the mount. Obtaining it would be equivalent to obtaining the mount itself. As for the term high grade mentioned in the prompt, this refers to a classification of pets. In addition to being categorized into 1st tier, 2nd tier, and 7th tier, pets are also classified in other ways. They are also categorized by grade. Within the same rank, mounts are further divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. Yi-chun looked at the 7th tier middle grade mount before him and naturally had no interest whatsoever. Time rewound by 10 seconds. The ability activated. Open the box. Yi-chun's command rang out once more. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier premium mount, the Primordial Relic Golden Money Python. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining an 8th tier mid-grade mount, the Crimson Blood Tiger, the King of the 10,000 Forests. Ding dong, congratulations on ranking 1st in the mount rankings. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining the 8th tier mid-grade mount, the Red Blood Tiger, the King of the 10,000 Forests. At that moment, 2 consecutive notifications echoed in Yi-chun's mind. Time rewound by 10 seconds. Open the box. Although the 8th grade mid-tier mount had already reached the top of the current rankings, this was clearly not what Yi-chun wanted. Congratulations! You have obtained a 7th tier upper grade mount, the Flame Dominator, the Lord of the Underworld Lion. Time rewinds. Under Yi-chun's relentless retreat. Finally, after 10 minutes. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th tier premium mount, the 8 Treasures White Jade Shilin. A prompt sounded in Yi-chun's mind. At the same time, another voice rang out. Ding dong! Congratulations! Your mount, the 8 Treasures White Jade Shilin, has ranked 1st on the mount rankings. Before Yi-chun, there was a white energy sphere, and within it, a miniature white rhinoceros could be faintly seen. However, Yi-chun did not summon it but instead took out the 2nd Mount Essence box. Open it. Just like with the 1st Mount Essence box, Yi-chun didn't hesitate and immediately started opening them all at once. In the time reversal box opening mode, after 15 minutes, Yi-chun obtained his 2nd 8th tier premium mount. Congratulations! You have obtained an 8th tier premium mount, the Kanglan Sky Xian Eagle King. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th tier premium mount, the Kanglan Sky Xian Eagle King. Ding! Congratulations! Your mount, the Kanglan Sky Xian Eagle King, has secured the 2nd position on the mount rankings. 2 notifications sounded again. The world was suddenly thrown into chaos by the commotion caused by Yi-chun. Securing 2 spots on the mount rankings in one go was an unprecedented feat. Of course, Yi-chun didn't seem to care. He took out the fusion stone. As soon as the fusion stone sensed the essence of the 2 mounts, it suddenly emitted a bright light, followed by a prompt appearing before Yi-chun. Shall we begin the fusion mode? Start. Activate. Before Yi-chun's eyes, 9 square frames appeared. Below the frames was a fusion option. Yi-chun immediately placed the essence of both mounts into the 2 boxes. The button for the fusion option lit up instantly. However, a small text box popped up below the options. 2 8th tier mounts have been detected. There is a small chance they can be fused into a 9th tier mount. Reading the words below, Yi-chun's eyebrows twitched slightly. Just as he had suspected. To enhance an upgrade, you need even more mounts. Look at the box displayed on the fusion stone, the maximum is 9. Given the current status of the 2 8th tier mounts, using the fusion stone is simply insufficient to fuse and upgrade them to the 9th tier. Immediately, Yi-chun decided to try this so-called low probability method, testing it a full 10 times. None of the fused mounts exceeded the 8th rank, and some even dropped in rank. It seems I need more mounts, otherwise, fusing them now would only waste the fusion stones. Yi-chun's mind raced with thoughts. Then, he left the room and went to find Gao Er again. What? Dark Lord, you intend to slay more night beasts? Gale was startled by Yi-chun's question. The city dwellers couldn't even escape those night beasts, yet Yi-chun was going to hunt them down, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Exactly. The more, the better. Yi-chun said calmly. But that would mean only darkness. Gale stopped mid-sentence, quickly covering his mouth, and continued, Your Dark Highness, your status is too exalted. Let us handle these beasts. Please rest early. Yi-chan furrowed his brows. This Gale was clearly trying to hide something. Time rewound 10 seconds. The ability activated. That would mean only darkness. Gale spoke halfway through, then stopped. Gale, do you know who you're talking to? If you dare to hide anything from me, you know the consequences. Yi-chan brandished his ring, his tone filled with authority. Upon seeing the ring, Gale's expression changed instantly, and he immediately spoke with trembling fear. No, my Dark Lord. If you wish to slay more dark beasts, you must head to the Dark Nest. However, that place is teeming with dark beasts and extremely dangerous. Dark Lord, you must think carefully. After being startled by Yi-chan, Gale immediately confessed everything in detail. This ring was used to threaten the Northern Demon Clan, and it was as effective as ever. Take me there. Yi-chan commanded once more. Gale dared not disobey Yi-chan's orders, especially since his strength was no match for Yi-chan's. Gale summoned his 8th tier mount, the Rock Flame Sun Backstab Dragon, while Yi-chan summoned his 8th tier mount, the 8 Treasures White Jade Shilanshi. The two 8th tier mounts exchanged a glance, let out a low growl, and then ignored each other completely. Clearly, their ranks were not significantly different from that of the 8 Treasure White Jade Shilan. Otherwise, lower tier mounts would immediately bow their heads in submission upon encountering higher tier mounts. This was just a minor incident. Yi-chan and Gale prepared themselves and immediately headed toward the Dark Nest. An hour later. At the outskirts of a vast valley. Your Dark Highness, the forest ahead shrouded in black mist is the Dark Nest, the location of the Dark Beast's lair that I recently discovered. However, I must warn you that the deeper you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Even though we have discovered this place, we have only explored the outskirts and have never ventured inside. Gale said to Yi-chan with a serious expression. Alright. I understand. Yi-chan simply replied and immediately headed toward the forest within the valley. Ding dong, player detected entering the hidden area's dark lair. Would you like to accept the Dark Nest challenge? Yi-chan never expected this to be a hidden area. Of course, if Yi-chan hadn't completed a bunch of tasks, he wouldn't have ended up here, so it was naturally considered a hidden area. Yes. Without hesitation, Yi-chan no longer pondered further. He had come with a purpose and immediately chose to enter the Dark Nest. Chapter 109, Advanced Essence Box, Endless Monster Farming. Chapter 108, Advanced Soul Essence Box, Endless Monster Farming. Chapter 109, Advanced Soul Essence Box, Infinite Monster Spawning. Ding! Since you are the first player to enter the Dark Nest, the drop rate for the Mount Essence Box in this challenge will be increased by 10% for you. Please note that the Dark Nest is divided into 10 layers, each corresponding to a specific Mount Essence drop. The 10th layer can drop a 9th tier premium Mount Essence Box. A prompt appeared in Yi-chan's mind. A 9th tier premium Mount Essence Box can actually drop? When Yi-chan heard the last word of the prompt, a strange expression flashed across his eyes. If before, Yi-chan had only been aiming to obtain an 8th tier premium Mount Essence Box, but after hearing this news, he completely changed his mind. If I could obtain a 9th tier premium mount plus the fusion stone, that would mean you could obtain a 10th tier mount, wouldn't it? Just thinking about it made Yi-chan's heart race. The Soul Essence Box could only drop a top tier mount of up to 9th tier at most. As for 10th tier mounts, without fusion stones, they are absolutely impossible to obtain. In other words, it's as precious as the divine artifact obtained by Yi-chan. Go to the 10th floor. Yi-chan made his decision immediately. Within the dark lair, after clearing all the monsters on each floor, one could choose to proceed to the next level. Of course, you can also choose to stay on the same floor. Just wait for 5 minutes, and the monsters will respawn. However, when it comes to farming mounts, the challenge in the Dark Nest has a limited number of attempts. You can only enter once a month, and each visit must not exceed 1 day. This also happens to align perfectly with the event's schedule. Once Yi-chan had everything organized, he began the challenge. The Black Knight beasts on the first floor were merely ordinary level 40 monsters, though they did possess a skill that reduced perception. However, this was no challenge for Yi-chan. Yi-chan spent less than 3 minutes clearing the first layer completely before directly advancing to the second layer. Of course, the second layer was stronger than the first, but for Yi-chan, it was still a breeze to take down in an instant. The third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, sixth layer. By the time he reached the sixth layer, Yi-chan once again encountered the Dark Knight Fierce Lion. As the elite monsters of this floor, their numbers weren't very large. Yi-chan spent 10 minutes clearing the entire floor in one go. Of course, thanks to the 10% increased drop rate for Soul Essence Boxes, Yi-chan also obtained another Soul Essence Box Basic. However, Yi-chan didn't think much of this basic Soul Essence Box. Although there were more of the Dark Knight Fierce Lions on the 7th layer, with Yi-chan's strength, it only took him an extra 5 minutes to sweep through them again. Upon reaching the 8th layer, all the monsters here were now Dark Knight Fierce Lions. Yi-chan spent a full 30 minutes here before finally clearing the area. The 9th floor. Just as Yi-chan had finished sweeping away the Black Knight Lions,
Suddenly, a level 60 night boss appeared before Yi Chun. Dark Knight Lion King. Level 60. Grade Gold tier boss. Health points.
Magic points 3000000300000. Attack power 600001200000.
Skill Night Shadow's perception reduced by 2000. Skill Rage critical hit rate plus 70. Skill Bloody Devour double damage.
Combat power 12,000.
Finally, the boss has arrived.
Yi Chun looked at the boss in front of him, his heart completely unmoved.
Upon entering the challenge, Yi Chun knew that the monsters here couldn't possibly be as simple as the Dark Knight Fierce Lions. Otherwise, a 9th tier mount would be way too easy to obtain.
I just didn't expect the boss to show up before we even reached the 10th floor.
And this boss is basically an upgraded version of the Dark Knight Fierce Lion. Not only does it have millions of HP, its basic attack power has reached 60,000. With those critical hits and damage doubling skills, even Yi Chun wouldn't dare to step forward and face it lightly. The Altar of the Dead. Yi Chun didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately activated the altar.
However, this time no undead emerged, but there were still 10 skeleton spirits charging toward the Dark Knight Lion King. With the undead taking the front line, Yi Chun immediately cast the Curse of the King upon them.
5 million.
A terrifying number spreads out. The Lion King roared furiously and charged toward his nearest target, the undead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Chun swiftly drew his dagger and circled around to the Lion King's back.
The King's Strike. 2,600,000.
With 40 times the attack power, double damage against dark creatures, and overwhelming combat strength, Yi Chun's single strike dealt a staggering 2.6 million points of damage. However, the Lion King also reacted in time.
He immediately grabbed and struck out. 200,000. 200,000 HP damage floated out from Yi Chun's head. His health instantly dropped by a third. Yi Chun immediately activated Knight's Advance and vanished into the darkness, evading the Lion King's next strike.
This aggressive boss not only had high attack power but also exceptional speed. If it were any other boss, after the King's Slash, Yi Chun could simply activate Night Stalking to create distance.
However, this Lion King is noticeably slower. However, Yi Chun's health is sufficient to withstand a single blow.
The king was enraged.
Wood Spirit Arrow.
50% of the damage dealt is converted into health, lasting for 10 minutes.
2,400,000. 2,400,000. 2,400,000. 2,400,000.
240,000.
Yi Chun fired 5 arrows in almost a second. Health restored by 120,000. Health restored by 80,000. The lost health was almost instantly restored.
The terror of the SSSS ranked Elf Archer God class is no less than that of the Dark King. As the Altar of the Dead was shattered, the Lion King once again charged toward Yi Chun. However, as it rushed over, Yi Chun's bow and arrow, dealing nearly 240,000 damage per strike, depleted his health to 0.
Royal Intimidation.
Within a 500-meter radius, instantly deals 4,000 damage and can be enhanced by other buffs.
140,000. As the final blow floated above its head, the Lion King collapsed with a thunderous crash before it could reach Yi Chun. Defeated the 9th tier boss, Dark Knight Lion King, and obtained experience rewards.
You may choose to proceed to the 10th floor or remain on this floor to continue the challenge.
Suddenly, 2 prompts appeared in Yi Chun's mind. However, at that moment, Yi Chun's eyes saw a box emitting a red glow appear before the Dark Knight Lion King. Mount Essence Box Advanced. Effect, obtains a 79th tier mount. Chapter 110, 9th tier Premium, Fusion. It's actually a high-grade essence box. Yi Chun's eyebrows involuntarily raised, revealing a hint of surprise.
According to the hint, this box could contain the essence of a 9th tier premium mount.
I didn't expect to get one right away.
After gripping the high-grade essence box tightly in both hands,
activate.
Yi Chun issued the command.
Ding! Congratulations!
You have obtained an 8th tier mid-grade mount, the Crimsonite Golden-Eyed Sky-Splitting Leopard.
Rewind 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations!
You have obtained the essence of a 9th tier lower grade mount, the Triangular Crimson Flame Demon Dragon Serpent. A 9th tier mount appeared in Yi Chun's hands, and the rankings immediately changed. However, for Yi Chun, who already knew about the existence of a 9th tier premium mount, the mount that appeared was not to his satisfaction.
Rewind 10 seconds. Wait another second, and Yi Chun reopens the soul box. Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained a 9th tier high quality mount essence.
Rewind 10 seconds.
For a soul box that can produce a 9th tier premium mount, even if it yielded a 9th tier upper grade mount, Yi Chun would still choose to abandon it.
Yi Chun's goal is simple, the best. After spending half an hour continuously opening boxes, Yi Chun finally. Ding dong! Congratulations!
You have obtained the essence of a 9th tier premium mount. A voice even louder than before echoed in Yi Chun's mind.
This is it.
A flash of surprise crossed Yi Chun's eyes as he immediately stored the essence away.
A 9th tier essence soul was naturally insufficient for Yi Chun.
What he aimed to do was fuse 9 9th tier premium mounts into a 10th tier mount. In the 10 major events, in addition to the mount acquisition event, there is also a mount evolution event. If you can evolve a 10th tier mount further, Yi Chun will have a chance to obtain an 11th tier mount.
Proceed to the next level. Yi Chun once again embarked on the challenge of the next level. The 10th layer of the dark nest was shrouded in thick fog, resembling a canyon surrounded by towering peaks. Yi Chun activated his dark stealth ability and immediately vanished into the darkness.
Within the dark layer, there are skills that reduce perception. Without proper preparation, there is a high risk of being ambushed by the ferocious beasts here. Moreover, this is the 10th layer of the dark nest, where the beast's attack power is exceptionally high. However, Yi Chun's perception lowering skill is far more powerful than that of these night beasts. After Yi Chun roamed around this level for a few minutes, a pack of lions appeared before Yi Chun. There were as many as 10 of them, and at the rear of the pride was the boss of the 9th layer, the Dark Knight Lion King.
It is clear that the Dark Knight Lion King is not uncommon on the 10th layer. Yi Chun immediately charged toward the lion pack. With the Lion King present, Yi Chun naturally wouldn't charge in recklessly.
He lured the Lion King's subordinates away before beginning the slaughter. When it came to these elite-level Dark Knight fierce lions, Yi Chun had only one word for them: merciless. After 10 minutes, Yi Chun had cleared most of the minor enemies around the Dark Knight Lion King and began to challenge the Lion King. With the experience gained earlier, Yi Chun had started to become more proficient in battling the Lion King. After less than 10 minutes of combat, the Dark Knight Lion King was defeated. However, no high-tier mount essence boxes were dropped this time. Yi Chun also knew that such items were rare and hard to come by. The more precious they were, the lower the drop rate. After that, Yi Chun headed toward another area on the 10th floor. Just as Yi Chun was on the 10th floor, after spending half an hour in darkness, he had thoroughly explored the area. There were lion packs like this, and Yi Chun had already eliminated a total of 10 such groups. Yi Chun swept them all away one by one. Just an hour and a half later, Yi Chun once again had 2 mount essence boxes in his hands. After spending another half hour, Yi Chun once again opened them to obtain 9-tier premium mount essence. After passing through the 10th layer of the dark nest, please choose whether to continue staying on this layer for challenges or leave the dark nest. A prompt appeared in Yi Chun's mind. Stay on this floor. Yi Chun immediately replied without hesitation. 3 essence cores were far from Yi Chun's goal. The fusion stone could accommodate up to 9 mount essence cores at once. Therefore, to achieve the ultimate perfection, this is far from enough. Yi Chun opened the fusion stone and placed the 3 prepared 9th tier mounts inside. A person can possess a maximum of 3 mounts. Therefore, Yi Chun had no choice but to place it into the fusion stone. 2 hours later, Yi Chun swept through the 10th floor for the second time. Yi Chun once again obtained a 9th tier premium mount. In this 10th tier sweep, Yi Chun didn't have the same luck as last time and only obtained a high tier mount essence box. Of course, this was still with Yi Chun having a 100 luck value and a 10% critical hit rate bonus. On the 3rd sweep of the 10th floor, Yi Chun once again obtained 2 high-tier mount essence boxes. 4th time, 2. 5th time, 1. 6th time, 1. 7th time, 2. After spending 16 hours non-stop, Yi Chun finally reached the 8th attempt and the last mount essence box appeared before him. A full 16 hours. Yi Chun had almost stayed awake the entire time, finally waiting for the last high-tier mount essence box to arrive. Open the box. Yi Chun issued the order without hesitation. Congratulations on obtaining a 9th tier superior mount, the Thunder King Jin Tian Sun. For other players, a 9th tier premium mount is almost the pinnacle of what can be achieved. However, for Yi Chun, this is simply unacceptable. He wanted the top tier 9th grade item. Rewind time by 10 seconds. After waiting a second, Yi Chun skillfully opened it again. Failure after failure had long since become routine for Yi Chun's. A 9th tier mount is not easy to obtain, and a 9th tier premium one is even more out of reach. It's almost like a dominant force on the rankings. Only Yi Chun possesses the strength to achieve such a feat with such ease. Even other wealthy players would never be able to match Yi Chun's feat. Let's not even talk about whether they can find the dark nest. Just the dark beasts here alone are enough to stop them. How many players can withstand them? Even if they can withstand it, how many players can match Yi Chun's ability to reverse time? Yi Chun used his time rewinding ability to obtain a 9th tier premium mount from a mount essence box, which is equivalent to other players opening dozens of essence boxes to achieve the same effect as Yi Chun. Moreover, when it comes to high tier mount essence boxes alone, other players would consider themselves lucky to obtain just one. Let alone someone like Yi Chun who's been so extravagant. Just 10 minutes after opening the box. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the 9th tier legendary mount, the 4-winged golden winged great demon Phoenix King. A prominent notification appeared on Yi Chun's screen and echoed through the world chat channel. Finally, 9 top tier mounts. Yi Chun's lips curled into a satisfied smile.
The fusion stone was once again opened by Yi-chun. At that moment, among the 9 squares, only one was empty. Yi-chun placed the essence of the 4-winged golden-winged great demon Phoenix King in the last box. A prompt appeared under the fusion stone option. A top-tier 9-headed mount has been detected. Fusion will grant a 100% chance to obtain a 10th tier mount. Chapter 111, 10th tier premium mount, evolution event. 100% chance to obtain a 10th tier mount. Yi-chun's eyes were filled with surprise. A 10th tier mount obtained by fusing a 9th tier mount of the highest quality. One can only imagine how precious it must be. Yi-chun's nearly day and night effort finally paid off. Fusion. Excited, Yi-chun didn't want to waste any more time. She issued a direct order. The fusion stone instantly emitted a blinding white light. The 9-headed, 9th tier premium mount also transformed into 9 beams of light of varying colors, then charged into the white light. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the essence of a 10th tier lower grade mount, the sky-devouring earth-swallowing corrupted Kuan. Before Yi-chun's eyes, a pure black light shone, revealing the rotting corpse of a Kuan fish with eyes gleaming with malice. It trembled constantly, as if it were about to burst out of the essence's glow. 10th rank lower grade? Yi-chun raised an eyebrow. If only time could turn back 10 seconds. For Yi-chun, the top grade was his ultimate goal. After waiting for a second. Congratulations on obtaining a 10th tier premium mount, the ancient relic 9-headed golden lion king. Upon seeing the name of this mount, Yi-chun's heart couldn't help but race. This was the mount from the early stages of Perfect World in the novel. The 9-headed golden lion king is a race passed down from ancient times, and it has achieved perfect atavism on its body. However, this is only a high-grade 9th rank item. A flash of reluctance crossed Yi-chun's mind. Immediately, the timer was set to count down 10 seconds before activation. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 10th tier mid-grade mount. However, after the 10th tier upper grade mount appeared once, it has remained on the brink of the 10th tier mid-grade level ever since. Top tier 10th tier mounts are extremely difficult to obtain. However, even so, Yi-chun still did not give up. Heaven rewards those who are determined, and just 1 hour later, a world-shaking alert rang out in everyone's minds. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 10th tier legendary mount in this world, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing. You have earned 100,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 10th tier legendary mount, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing, in this world. You have earned 100,000 reputation points. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player who obtained the first 10th tier legendary mount, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing, in this world. You have earned 100,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 10th tier legendary mount, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing, in this world. You have earned 100,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first 10th tier legendary mount, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing, in this world. You have earned 100,000 reputation points. This massive notification echoed 3 times in everyone's minds. At that moment, the entire world was stunned. A 10th tier supreme mount, the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing? Yi-chun's eyes lit up with excitement. This was one of the top-tier demon dragons within the Black Dragon clan. It's the very entity that nearly destroyed the entire continent of Azeroth. Deathwing. Deathwing. Rank, 10th rank. Grade, premium. Skill, Path of Death. Upon activation, the flight path will deal 30 base damage per second for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 1 minute. Merge. When activated, the player merges with a divine beast, increasing strength by 50. For Dragon Knight class, strength increases by 100 when merged. Description: the Black Dragon King. The world trembles under his torment, and all things turn to ashes in his shadow. These are the attributes of the mount. Currently, it is merely an ordinary mount with only 2 skills, but that is not an issue. The game is still in development, and everything is subject to change. The Deathwing is far from what it appears to be. After all, the mount system has just been introduced, and for now, it's merely a means of transportation for players. Moreover, based on the current situation, the skills of the Deathwing are far from simple. Especially the fusion ability, which can boost one's own strength by 50%, while the Dragon Knight class can reach a hint of 100. It's important to note that Yi-chun also has an SSSS tier class that currently lacks a mount and thus cannot utilize any of its true potential. At that moment, the entire world was in an uproar. 3 consecutive alerts made it impossible for anyone to remain unaware. Oh my god, I'm still stuck on a level 5 mount quest, and someone's already got a level 10 mount? Is this cheating? Level 10? I'm still on a level 4 mount. Damn it, I spent the whole day doing quests and only got a 6th tier lower grade mount. And now a 10th tier top tier mount has appeared. It's even a top tier one. Why are they all Huaxia people? Why do they get all the good mounts? Wait, look at the rankings. The top mount rider has changed their name. It's the king again. What? Did I see that correctly? The king? He just became the top-ranked player on the yesterday, right? How did his mount end up first today? Are you even letting anyone play the game anymore? This is so unfair. This thing is mine sooner or later. Just wait until I catch you. Please help me, please. If any high-level players see this, please reply. I don't ask for much, just a 6th tier mount will do. At that moment, the temporary mount channel was completely ablaze with activity. Everyone else was still in the early stages of obtaining mounts, but Yi-chun already had a 10th tier mount. It was utterly demoralizing. Of course, this inevitably led to people questioning whether Yi-chun was cheating, as well as many who envied him and wanted to latch onto his success. At that moment, a message from an acquaintance also came through to Yi-chuan. Xinghuan Bumya, Your Majesty, congratulations on obtaining a 10th tier mount. Hee, do you have any extra mounts to sell? I'll talk about it later when I have time. Yi-chun replied. At that moment, in Yi-chun's hands, besides the Wings of Destruction, there were actually several intermediary mount essence boxes. These were completely useless to Yi-chun, so he could sell them to others to earn some extra income. Deal. By the way, has your mount evolved yet? The news of Xinghuan's immortality was transmitted once again. Not yet. Do you have any news about the evolution materials? Yi-chun asked. Among the top 10 events, in addition to obtaining a mount, there is also a mount evolution event, but this requires various special materials. Even if some players currently have these materials, none have chosen to evolve their mounts. This is because evolution requires different materials depending on the mount's class level. The higher the mount's tier, the more valuable the evolution materials required. Therefore, players would be better off collecting the materials needed for a single high-tier mount rather than spending time and effort on a low-tier one. And Yi-chun is currently in exactly this situation. At present, he already possesses a 10th tier mount, Death Wing, and is fully capable of choosing to evolve. However, in this world, it is unlikely that a second 10th tier mount can be found, and the issue of evolution materials is undoubtedly a major headache. There are some, but as for the materials needed for something like your Death Wing, even if I know about them, they probably wouldn't be useful to you. Xinghuan Bumei sent another message back. After all, someone like Yi-chun, who has risen to the forefront of all players, is someone others find difficult to assist. Yi-chun didn't continue the conversation. If they didn't know about the evolution, news might know something. After all, NPCs know things that players can't compare to. Just as Yi-chun was about to leave the dark nest, a sudden prompt echoed through the air. Ding dong, would you like to leave the dark nest? Note, if you challenge the 10th floor 10 times, a hidden boss will appear, granting you premium mount evolution materials. Upon hearing this news, Yi-chun immediately stopped in his tracks. Chapter 112, The Dark Knight Dragon Lion King, Evolution Materials. Ultimate Mount Evolution Materials? A look of surprise flashed in Yi-chun's eyes. During the evolution event, there were clearly designated locations where evolution materials could be obtained. However, he never expected that the Dark Nest would also contain evolution materials. Although it requires challenging the 10th layer 10 times. However, Yi-chun has already attempted it 8 times. Which means that with just 2 more challenges, you can face the hidden boss. This is no problem at all for Yi-chun. Keep challenging. Yi-chun immediately chose to continue the challenge. On the 9th attempt, Yi-chun deliberately sped up. With the experience gained from the previous 8 challenges, Yi-chun completed the 9th challenge in just over 30 minutes. Without hesitation, Yi-chun then moved on to the 10th attempt. Just like the 9th time, he cleared the 10th layer in half an hour. However, this time, the prompt to continue the challenge did not appear. Moreover, on the 10th floor, a chilling sensation spread through the air, and the dense fog seemed to grow even thicker. Clearly, the so-called 10th level boss had appeared. Given Yi-chun's familiarity with the 10th floor, it took him less than half a minute to locate the boss. Dark Knight Dragon Lion Beast. Level, 60. Grade, Platinum Boss. Health points. Magic points, 600000060000000. Attack power, 2000004000000. Skill, Night Shadow's Perception reduced by 2000. Skill, Rage Critical Hit Rate plus 100. Skill, Bloody Devour Double Damage. Combat power, 20,000. Description, possessing a trace of true dragon blood, this is the absolute ruler among Lion Kings. Before Yi-chun stood a massive monster with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, towering amidst the thick fog. Not only had the monster's health points reached 30 million, but its attack power had also reached 200,000. If you factor in a 100% critical hit rate, a single strike could deal 400,000 damage. Yi-chun's health is barely enough to withstand a single hit. Fortunately, Yi-chun has undergone the second transformation of the Dark King. He has obtained the skill King's Descent, which doubles his own attributes. As long as he uses his skill, Yi-chun's health will reach a whopping 600,000. With the undead altar to block several waves of attacks and the wood spirit arrows to restore health, she can definitely hold her own in battle. Soul Altar. Yi-chun wielded his magic staff and summoned the altar first.
However, it wasn't the undead clan's altar. When facing such a terrifying high-damage boss, what you need is a meat shield.
Rewind 10 seconds. Necromancer altar.
Fortunately, Yi Chun was lucky the second time and summoned the undead altar. Curse of the King. Immediately, Yi Chun pulled out his dagger and cast the king's curse directly onto the boss.
A platinum tier boss facing a king tier curse.
Without a doubt, a direct loss of 50 HP, a terrifying figure of 15 million, floated above his head. The Dark Knight Dragon Lion Beast's ferocious face immediately turned angry as it fixed its gaze on Yi Chun, the human who dared to harm it. Roaring incessantly, it charged forward. However, at that moment, the undead of the undead race instantly charged toward him. However, it let out a puff of white breath and its massive lion-like paw struck twice, shattering the 5 undead guards into pieces. However, that was the only opening. The king has arrived. A black mist suddenly burst forth from Yi Chun's body, then continuously transformed, resembling a towering black figure standing behind him. Meanwhile, Yi Chun's power surged violently. His health, which had been at 300,000, instantly surged to 600,000.
25,000 attack power instantly turned into 50,000. Royal slaying. 4,500,000.
450,000 in terrifying damage swirls above the Dark Knight Dragon Lion King's head. 50,000 base attack, plus 40 times the king's slash, and double the damage against dark creatures, plus overwhelming combat power. This single strike from Yi Chun dealt the most terrifying damage possible, aside from the king's curse. The Lion King, with 3 million health points, was hit by the king's curse and the royal slash combo, losing a staggering 1,950,000 health points in one go. Its health dropped by 2/3, leaving only 1,050,000 remaining. The Dark Knight Dragon Lion Beast immediately fell into a frenzy of rage. Its massive body leaped forward, lunging toward Yi Chun with a ferocious bite.
390,000.
39,000 damage flashed across Yi Chun's head in an instant. The Lion King's speed was so fast that even Yi Chun, who had tried to create some distance, took a hit. Fortunately, Yi Chun's current health was at 600,000, more than enough to withstand the blow. Undead curse. Weakness curse. Slow curse. The king's wrath. Taking advantage of this opening, Yi Chun unleashed a series of curse auras and the critical strike aura beneath his feet. He then swiftly switched to a bow and arrows. The wood spirit arrow restores 50 HP equal to the damage dealt.
300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 300,000. 5 consecutive attacks fired directly. 150,000. 150,000. 150,000. Yi Chun's lost health points were also being restored at a rate of 150,000 per second, continuously replenishing. Within 3 arrows, Yi Chun's health points were fully restored. The undead clan guards once again charged forward, blocking the Dark Knight Dragon Lion King's attack. Yi Chun continued to exhaust his strength. With the sovereign deity descending, the Dark Knight Dragon Lion King couldn't defeat Yi Chun in an instant, sealing his inevitable fate of defeat. It took Yi Chun a full half-hour to exhaust himself. The dark nest that Yi Chun was about to reach the daily stay limit and was preparing to forcefully kick him out. The Dark Knight Dragon Lion King crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Before the corpse, a dragon-shaped light flickered and vanished. This is evolutionary material.
Yi Chun didn't hesitate and grabbed it into his hand. At that very moment, the challenge timer in the dark nest had expired.
Yi Chun was forcefully expelled from the dark nest dungeon. Chapter 113, Deathwing, please step aside. Outside the dark nest, Yi Chun's figure reappeared once more.
However, this time, there was an additional golden dragon-shaped glow in his hand, resembling a twisted ball of light. And in his hand was one of the evolution materials for his mount, the evolution stone. Like mounts themselves, mount evolution crystals are categorized by grade. Lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, supreme grade, earth spirit, and heaven spirit. Mounts from the 1st to the 5th tier can be evolved using low-grade evolution crystals, along with some additional materials. 6th tier mounts require mid-grade evolution crystals. The 7th stage requires high-grade evolution crystals. 8th tier is the ultimate evolution crystal.
The 9th stage is the earth spirit grade evolution crystal. Above the 9th rank lies the heavenly spirit grade. This is the official description of the evolution stone.
Using lower tier evolution stones can also evolve mounts, but the failure rate is extremely high.
Moreover, the quality improvements won't be very significant.
Therefore, the better the evolution stones available, the higher the quality improvement for the mount will naturally be. After reading the official description, Yi Chun looked at the evolution crystal in his hand. After reading the official description, Yi Chun looked at the evolution stone in his hand. Like his 10th tier mount, Deathwing, if it were to evolve, it could only be done with a celestial grade evolution crystal. To identify an evolution crystal, you need to go to the city and find the Beastmaster Elder. The evolution of mounts also requires guidance from a beast tamer. Therefore, after putting away the dragon-shaped evolution crystal, Yi Chun prepared to leave the area. Gale saw Yi Chun emerge and rode his mount to Yi Chun's side, coming to a stop in front of him.
Your Dark Highness, have you obtained your mount? Yi Chun smiled. Come out. The mount essence of Deathwing was thrown into the air by Yi Chun. Roar! A deafening roar suddenly echoed through the air. Suddenly, a massive black shadow appeared in the sky, obscuring the sun and blocking out the sky. As the shadow appeared, the air seemed to have risen by several degrees. The dark figure was seen in the sky, circling for 3 or 4 seconds before descending directly in front of Yi Chun. Its ferocious dragon head, massive wings covered in sharp spines, and abdomen resembling a pool of molten lava, all shimmered with a blinding red glow. And this is none other than Deathwing. With the appearance of Deathwing. Ah! Gale's mount, the Rockflame Sun Backstab Dragon, let out a puppy-like whine. Then, in a pathetic display, it collapsed to its knees before Deathwing, its mouth emitting choked sobs. No matter how much Gale tried to command him, it was all in vain. Your Excellency, you are truly magnificent. This mount is indeed befitting of you. I just wonder if you could ask your mount to spare this little one. Gale wore an awkward smile on his face. Yi Chun smiled. The reason its mount was like that was, first, the difference in class. Yi Chun's mount was a top-tier mount of the 10th rank. Gale is only 8th tier, so it's no wonder he's so respectful when facing Deathwing. Of course, the mount isn't powerful enough to paralyze other mounts. The reason Gale's mount is like this is solely because Deathwing and the Backstab Dragon are both members of the dragon race. Deathwing is the king of the dragon clan, while the Backstab Dragon is merely a branch of the dragon clan, so it is naturally subdued by the king's authority. You can return to the city on your own. I'll be heading back first. Yi Chun dropped those words and leaped directly to the top of Deathwing's head, patting its massive skull. Deathwing immediately soared into the air. Wait, Dark Lord, I still have something to ask you. Why don't we? Gale was about to say he wanted to leave with Yi Chun, but he noticed that Yi Chun's figure had already vanished into the horizon, turning into a dark shadow. At that moment, he finally understood why Yi Chun had said he would return first. That was because his mount simply couldn't keep up with Deathwing's speed. Asking Yi Chun to stay behind with him would have been a complete waste of time. Standing atop Deathwing, Yi Chun felt as though he were sitting on a rocket. The surrounding scenery blurred into a series of black lines, flashing by in an instant. This speed was so fast that it was impossible to even compare it to an airplane. Moreover, Yi Chun hasn't even signed a contract with Deathwing yet. Yi Chun's SSSS-ranked professional Dragon Knight has already fulfilled the requirements for the second transformation and possesses a mount of 6th tier or higher. However, since Deathwing still has the potential to evolve, Yi Chun plans to wait until Deathwing evolves before proceeding with the second transformation and signing the contract. At that point, Yi Chun will control Deathwing, and its speed and various attacks will be significantly enhanced. Just as Yi Chun was thinking this, Yi Chun, riding his mount, had once again arrived at the gates of a city belonging to the Northern Demon Clan. However, since Yi Chun had not yet signed a contract and had not gone to the Beastmaster Elder to learn the specialized skills required to control a mount, therefore, Yi Chun had no choice but to put the Deathwing away. After all, the Deathwing was simply too massive, its sheer size alone could cover several streets in the city. Upon entering the city, Yi Chun headed straight for the Beastmaster. Wow, who is that beautiful woman? How did she get a fossil? You don't even know? She's the president of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, ranked first on the Earth rankings. Wow, no wonder. So she's the president. You're right. The entire guild is working for her. She's the ultimate rich person. Plus, I heard her mount is a top-tier 7th tier mount, the Crimson Flame Dragon Patterned Python. What? A 7th tier premium mount? I thought the current temporary rankings only had the king as the strongest, with the second place being an 8th tier lower grade mount, right? That's right, her mount is also in the top 20 of the rankings. Plus, she has an evolution stone this time. If she's lucky, she might even evolve into an 8th tier mount. That would make her the second strongest mount in the rankings. Stop talking. It's time to evolve. Evolve. Amidst the crowd, there was a buzz of conversation. At the old man's side, a group of people gathered around a female player, surrounding her like a crowd gathered around the moon. Their purpose was clear: to prevent others from disturbing the woman. At that moment, the NPC was there solely to serve her. The surrounding players dared not speak out, of course. The woman's 7th tier mount was also something these players had never seen before, so they were happy to gather around and watch how the 7th tier mount had evolved. However, just at that moment, "Excuse me, please move aside. I need to find the Beastmaster Elder to appraise something." A calm voice rang out among the guild players gathered at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Chapter 114. At the old Beastmaster's location, a crowd of curious players had gathered. After all, witnessing the evolution of a 7th tier mount was a rare sight indeed. If it weren't for Lin Feng recently claiming the top spot on the mount rankings with his 10th tier mount, Death's Wing, the 7th tier mount before them, the Crimson Flame Dragon Patterned Python, would have easily secured the top position after its evolution. However, even being ranked second on the mount rankings is still a tremendous honor.
Because the man in first place is a legend in the world, and being ranked behind him is already quite an accomplishment. However, the sudden voice of Yi-chun made them a bit displeased.
What's wrong with you? Can't you see there's a 7th tier mount about to evolve? Don't cause trouble here. Exactly, what's wrong with waiting? Is the leader of the Purple Cloud Pavilion here? 8th tier. Have you ever seen an 8th tier mount?
You country bumpkin, you're lucky today to witness the birth of the second ranked mount on the mount rankings.
Shut up, shut up.
The guild leader is about to evolve. The players who had been criticizing Yi-chun earlier all turned their attention to the woman in the center of the arena when that voice rang out, leaving Yi-chun completely ignored.
Yi-chun didn't get angry either, he also stepped forward to take a look.
After all, he was about to evolve his mount himself, and observing the process would help him prepare mentally. In the center of the arena, a graceful woman stood motionless, facing the gazes of those around her with composure, showing no signs of discomfort. Clearly, she had long since grown accustomed to such intense stares. Ever since she first displayed her gaming talent, she had always been this way. Suddenly, in an empty space beside her, a giant python over 10 meters long appeared, occupying half the street.
Some onlookers stepped aside to make room for it. Is this a 7th tier mount? It's truly powerful.
The 7th tier mount ranked 17th on the mount rankings, the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python, is actually this terrifying. After evolution, it can at least advance 1 tier, and even evolve to the 8th tier, securing the 2nd position.
Hurry up and strengthen it. I can't wait any longer. The crowd gathered around, murmuring in awe.
In a world where everyone only had 5th or 6th tier mounts, a 7th tier mount was enough to leave everyone in awe. The Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python lay coiled on the ground, its eyes as large as copper bells, brimming with savage intent, captivating the heart. Its massive body emanated a searing heat, causing the surrounding air to seem to rise several degrees. The dragon patterns, faint yet distinct, covered its body, revealing a mysterious energy. Any creature even remotely connected to dragons gains additional strength, and this Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python is no exception. It is the dragon blood flowing through its veins that grants it such immense power. The head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion didn't hesitate, taking out a high-grade evolution crystal from his hand and tossing it directly into the mouth of the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python. Boom! In an instant, the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python emitted a burst of red light, as hot as fire. This sudden change captured everyone's attention, and no one dared to look away for even a moment. Roar! Suddenly, the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python roared, its voice resembling the cry of a dragon, akin to the roar of a tiger and a dragon, shaking the heavens and piercing the clouds. On the body of the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python, there were also significant changes. Its originally fiery red body became even more vibrant, resembling the color of blood. The faint dragon patterns became more defined, eventually transforming into scales that covered the python's body. Between the python's eyes, a fleshy protrusion emerged, crossing between the eyes, while the tip of its tail sprouted hard, spiny projections. After its transformation, the Crimson Flame Dragon patterned python no longer resembled a python but instead bore a striking resemblance to a dragon. Though this series of transformations appears intricate, it all occurs within a matter of seconds, yet it is more than enough to leave one awestruck. At this moment, the rankings on the Mount leaderboard have also changed, with the Crimson Flame Dragon Scale Dragon now occupying the 2nd position.
Success! Evolution complete. Wow, what great luck!
I've directly evolved into an 8th grade mid-tier mount, jumping straight to 2nd place on the mount rankings.
Congratulations, Guild Master.
Heartbreaking, I've only managed to obtain a 5th tier mid-grade mount, while everyone else has already reached 8th tier mid-grade.
Have you all forgotten about the mount that was ranked first on the mount rankings?
That was a 10th tier mount. Everyone was rushing toward the woman at the center to congratulate her. After all, she was the leader of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, the top guild on the Earth rankings. If one could establish even the slightest connection with her, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits.
However, at that very moment, Yi-chun spoke again in a calm tone. Can you make way now? Having witnessed the mount's evolution, Yi-chun was eager to see what Deathwing would evolve into. As for the Crimson Flame Dragon Scale Dragon, Yi-chun didn't feel much about it. After all, he already possessed a mount of the 10th rank, so naturally he wouldn't bother with one of the 8th rank, even if it was of the middle grade. You're such a person. Why didn't you come find the Beastmaster Elder at a better time? Someone muttered in dissatisfaction. At this moment, shouldn't everyone's attention be focused on the woman in the center of the arena? Who would be so persistent in searching for the Beastmaster Elder? Make way for this friend. It was my fault for delaying everyone else. Don't block the way anymore.
At that moment, the woman in the center of the arena spoke softly. The crowd, who had initially refused to step aside, instantly made way for Yi-chun. At this moment, Yi-chun had nothing to say.
The president is so kind-hearted he won't stoop to your level. Exactly. He's probably just a hothead who doesn't even bother to curry favor with the president of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Could this be the legendary tactic of feigning disinterest to attract attention? Haven't you noticed that the president is already speaking up for him? This is clearly an attempt to draw the president's attention. I'll see what this kid wants with the Beastmaster Elder. He doesn't even seem to care about the president. Even an 8th rank mid-tier mount appearing before him couldn't faze him. He must be a little cutie. Ignoring the surrounding whispers, Yi-chun paid no heed and walked straight toward the old Beastmaster. There was no point in arguing with these people. The real priority was to evolve the Deathwing to the 11th stage. Chapter 115. I need to appraise the fossilized evolution stone. After approaching the elder beast tamer, Lin Feng spoke directly. Immediately, a golden dragon-shaped light appeared from Yi-chun's hand, revealing the fossilized evolution. I wondered what was so urgent, but it turned out to be for identifying the fossilized crystal. I fear they've lost their minds. This fossil does look a bit different, but even so, shouldn't we show more respect to the head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion? Does he really think that just because it's an evolved fossil, it can compare to an 8th grade mid-tier mount? Look at how anxious he is. Sigh, he's probably just a reckless youngster who doesn't know what he's talking about. The people around him mocked him mercilessly, also dissatisfied with Yi-chun's straightforward personality. Appraisal fee, 200 gold coins. Proceed with appraisal? Yes. Lin Feng was completely focused on appraising the fossilized stone and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these people. However, the appraisal fee did catch Yi-chun off guard. After all, the usual price for appraising a fossilized crystal was only 1 gold coin, but here, it had been multiplied by 200. For a heavenly spirit grade fossilized crystal, Yi-chun didn't bother to argue. As a flash of purple light flickered, everyone looked surprised. Ding! Appraisal successful. Obtained a top-tier evolution crystal. Yi-chun also heard the system's notification sound ringing in his ears. Is this just pure luck? Purple light, this is a premium evolution crystal. Impossible. Identifying a top-tier evolution crystal on the first try? That's unbelievable luck. This is a huge win. This is truly a massive profit. However, at that moment, a flash of light flickered in Yi-chun's eyes. Rewind 10 seconds. The ultimate evolution stone was useless to Yi-chun, and he didn't need it, so he chose to appraise it again. Ding! Appraisal successful. Obtained a high-quality evolution crystal. Ding! Appraisal successful. Obtained a high-quality evolution stone. Ding! Appraisal successful. Obtained a high-quality evolutionary crystal. Ding! Appraisal successful. Obtained a premium evolution stone. Ding! Appraisal successful. You have obtained a Earth Spirit Grade Evolution Stone. As the Earth Spirit Grade Evolution Stone began to glow, Yi-chun chose to start over. After all, the Earth Spirit Grade Evolution Stone was still far from his ultimate goal. After enduring dozens of failures, the gazes of those around him grew impatient. They were still fixated on the fact that Yi-chun had yet to make his identification. In their eyes, Yi-chun seemed as though he were standing before the old beast tamer, lost in thought. Are you going to appraise it or not? Are you just going to show them an evolution stone and call it a day? Are you being silly, or are you afraid of losing face and don't dare to have it appraised? It's over. With us around, he'll stand there all day and still won't get it appraised. It's a waste of time. There's nothing worth paying attention to. Boom! However, at that very moment, a blinding light erupted from Yi-chun's hands, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Ding! Evolutionary stone identification successful. Obtained a heavenly spirit grade evolutionary stone. As a system prompt sounded, Yi-chun's eyes grew intense. Success! The others were left speechless, staring in disbelief at Yi-chun. They never expected him to successfully identify the fossil, let alone determine it to be a heavenly spirit grade evolution fossil. A heavenly spirit grade evolution crystal? How is that possible? The chances of finding such a thing are so low, yet he identified it on his first try. This is truly a stroke of luck. He was able to identify a heavenly spirit grade evolution crystal. This is truly a stroke of incredible luck. He managed to identify a heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil. If this heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil were to be auctioned off, its value would definitely be in the tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, with its value impossible to estimate. Is this considered an overnight fortune? The moment the heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil appeared, everyone present was stunned, and all eyes turned to Yi-chun with envy. This Tianling grade evolutionary fossil was extremely rare and of incalculable value. Even a reasonable price would attract fierce competition from all sides. Even the usually composed head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion couldn't help but have a fiery look in her eyes. As a high-level player, she knew exactly what a heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil represented. It was an evolution crystal capable of evolving a 10th tier mount, an invaluable treasure for those in need. Don't be fooled by the fact that most high-level players currently have 6th or 7th tier mounts. As they continue to grow stronger, 10th tier mounts will inevitably emerge. And with a heavenly spirit grade evolution stone, a 10th tier mount can almost be elevated to the next tier.
Even if they can't evolve to the 11th tier, they can still become the cream of the crop among 10th tier mounts. Young man, I am willing to pay 100 million for this heavenly spirit grade evolution crystal. As he spoke, the voice of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's leader trembled. No one could resist such a temptation. If this heavenly spirit grade evolution stone were used on one's mount, there was a high chance of breaking through to the 9th rank.
Goodness gracious, 100 million. I've never seen that much money in my entire life. This guy is going to make a fortune. Why can't I ever get lucky like that? That's 100 million.
I can't even imagine how valuable this heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil is. Upon hearing the words of the Purple Cloud Pavilion's leader, the others all exclaimed in astonishment. Spending 100 million to purchase a cultivation crystal from the heavenly spirit realm, what a lavish gesture. Only so-called godly tycoons could afford such extravagance, and coincidentally, the head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was precisely such a person. However, all she received in response was Yi Chun's casual remark, "No, I need to keep it for myself."
Is there really someone that peculiar? Not even a billion? Did I hear that wrong? Are they that stubborn? Please, just sell it. I can't stand looking at it anymore. No one expected Yi Chun to refuse, not even the head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was taken aback. He stammered, "Young man, I'm doing this for your own good. That's a billion. Don't waste it on a worthless mount." "No need," Yi Chuan said calmly.
"This heavenly spirit grade evolution stone is exactly what my mount needs." Immediately, he summoned Deathwing, and the sky above turned pitch black. Some people were still confused, but when they saw Deathwing in the sky, they were so terrified that they lost their wits.
Could this be the 10th tier mount, the Deathwing?
Oh my goodness, I can actually see a 10th tier mount. This is unbelievable. The sigh of the king of Junjun, it must be him. Roar! The crimson flame dragon patterned serpent lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably.
The overwhelming aura emanating from the wings of death caused it to shake violently.
This was the oppressive might of the dragon clan, a suppression rooted in their very bloodline. At that moment, the leader of the Purple Cloud Pavilion realized just how utterly wrong he had been.
Chapter 116.
As Deathwing emerged, its massive form was shrouded in a deathly aura, causing everyone nearby to hold their breath in terror, unable even to breathe. The once praised 8th grade mid-tier mount, the Crimson Flame Dragon Pattern Serpent, now lay on the ground like a small snake, trembling uncontrollably. Deathwing possessed the bloodline of a high-ranking dragon, while the Crimson Flame Dragon Pattern Serpent wasn't even worthy of being called a dragon, merely possessing a trace of dragon blood.
Naturally, it couldn't withstand Deathwing's overwhelming aura. It was clear that once Deathwing appeared, Yi Chun's true identity was also revealed. There is only one person who can possess the top-ranked mount in the mount rankings, and that is the Sai of the King. This caused those who had previously mocked Yi Chun to grow anxious and fearful. Yi Chun's record of slaying 100 million people still stood proudly at the top of the villains list, unmatched by anyone. If Yi Chuan were to launch an attack, they would certainly have no chance of escaping. At that moment, the head of the Purple Cloud Pavilion was also stunned. Just a moment ago, she had been preparing to offer money to buy the heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil from Yi Chun, implying that possessing such a fossil was a waste. But now, it was a complete slap in the face. The primary function of the Celestial Evolution Stone is to evolve a mount to the 10th tier, yet her mount is only of the 8th tier, mid-grade, and completely inferior to Deathwing. The Sai of the King, the chairman of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, apologized. "I apologize for not knowing your identity. This Tianling grade evolutionary fossil can only unleash its full potential when in your hands." Now, Yi Chun's fame is enough to intimidate major guild organizations. Even some guilds on the heavenly rankings fear her greatly, let alone those on the earthly rankings. Even the first-ranked guild wouldn't stand a chance. "Oh, I never intended to sell it to you anyway," Yi Chun said coldly.
100 million Jojo coins were indeed tempting to Yi Chun, but he was well aware that strengthening his own power was the most important thing. If Deathwing could use this opportunity to advance to the 11th rank, that would be truly terrifying. The king is indeed formidable. The Purple Cloud Pavilion might not amount to much in the presence of the king. That's not the case. Although the king is eccentric by nature, he is the pride of our 9 states kingdom. I was wrong to misunderstand the king earlier. I shouldn't have mocked him. Indeed, the strong are always humble. At that moment, everyone around began to shower him with praise. Yi Chun, however, couldn't be bothered to respond. He didn't waste any words and immediately began using the heavenly spirit grade evolutionary fossil in his hand.
Ding! Do you wish to use the heavenly spirit grade evolution crystal to evolve the 10th tier premium mount Black Dragon Lord Deathwing? Due to its high grade, there is a chance that the Black Dragon Lord Deathwing's potential may decrease. Upon seeing the system prompt, Yi Chun was also taken aback. He hadn't expected there to be a qualification drop. It seemed that advancing from the 10th stage to the 11th stage wouldn't be smooth sailing after all. If it were anyone else, they would definitely think it over carefully. After all, the cost is too high. Yi Chun could imagine that even if someone were to obtain an 11th tier mount in the future, an 11th tier mount would still remain an extremely rare existence. Yes. Fortunately, Yi Chun didn't have such concerns. As the celestial spirit grade evolutionary fossil emitted a blinding light, enveloping the body of the Deathwing, the dragon's body began to tremble violently. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first 11th tier lower grade mount in this world, the Black Dragon Holy Emperor, the Invincible Beast. 11th tier lower grade? Yi Chun thought for a moment and decided to give up. Time rewound 10 seconds. Although the evolution had succeeded, it was merely an 11th tier lower grade evolution, clearly insufficient to satisfy Yi Chun. The next second. Ding! Evolution failed. The 10th tier premium mount, Black Dragon Lord Deathwing, has downgraded in quality to 10th tier superior, with all attributes weakened. Failure? This outcome was even more unacceptable to Yi Chun. If only time could turn back 10 seconds. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 11th tier mid-grade mount in this world, the Undying Flame Phoenix, the Spirit Lord. The 11th tier mid-grade Immortal Fire Phoenix, covered in black flames, appeared before Yi Chun. The Phoenix possesses bloodlines no weaker than those of the Dragon Clan, and as for a Phoenix of the undead lineage, its might is even more terrifying. However, it remains only of the middle rank. Regression. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining. The probability of evolving from the 10th stage to the 11th stage is extremely low. Even with a 100-point luck bonus, it is still very difficult to evolve Deathwing to the 11th stage's top-tier form. However, Yi Chun did not give up. For a full 3 hours, he continued to persevere. The best quality among them was only of the upper-tier 10th rank. The crowd gathered around him numbered in the thousands, yet despite Yi Chun's lack of movement, they continued to watch intently. They had no idea what Yi Chun was doing. Finally, in the next second, an exciting prompt appeared in the minds of everyone in the world. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 11th tier legendary mount in this world, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. You have earned 200,000 reputation points. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 11th tier legendary mount in this world, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. 200,000. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first 11th tier legendary mount in this world, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. 200,000. Ding dong, evolution successful. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first ever 11th tier premium mount in this world, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. 200,000. The world was shaken. Everyone turned their gaze toward the mount rankings. At that moment, Yi Chun also felt a surge of excitement. The Dark Holy Dragon King was the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan, rumored to have been born from a light holy dragon that had fallen into darkness, transforming into an invincible dragon with both light and darkness powers, capable of destroying an entire continent. Judgment Blade. Rank, 11th rank. Grade, 11th grade. Grade, Premium. Skill, Judgment Holy Light upon use, while flying, can withstand any form of attack, deal 50% damage back, and have a 10% chance to trigger a critical strike effect, ignoring defense, depleting all health, lasting 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. Judgment Trial. While mounted on a mount, any attack has a 5% chance to trigger the judgment effect, reducing the target's defense by 50. Passive skill with no cooldown. Merge. When activated, the player merges with a Divine Beast, enhancing strength by 50. Dragon Knight class merges to enhance strength by 100. Chapter 117. What the hell? Just a few days ago, it was a top-tier mount of the 10th rank, and now it's evolved into a top-tier mount of the 11th rank. If this isn't cheating, I'll eat my own words on livestream. My 5th tier mid-grade mount failed to evolve even after using an evolution stone and dropped back to 5th tier low grade, while a 10th tier top-tier mount directly evolved into an 11th tier top-tier mount. Is the Sigh of the King really the system's favorite child? 11th tier. That's 3 tiers higher than the second ranked mount on the rankings. This is insane. No exaggeration, this royal figure is from our Shinra Kingdom, and only someone from Shinra Kingdom could produce such a prodigy. Get lost. The royal overlord even recorded a video to prove it. You must be one of them, right? Spreading hatred against the Shilla Kingdom like this will only provoke a national war, and the royal overlord will be the first to slaughter your Shilla Kingdom. The Kingdom of Silla is just a tiny country. It's not even enough for the royal overlords to slaughter on their own. They'd need the Japanese kingdom to join in to make it worthwhile. Seeking a patron for financial support. Skilled in various techniques. Contact information available. 100. The entire world was in an uproar. If the 10th tier mount wasn't enough to cause a stir, then the 11th tier mount was enough to shake everyone to their core. As everyone knows, according to official records, the highest tier mount was only a 10th tier mount. Yet Yi Chun had managed to obtain an 11th tier mount.
Yi Chun completely ignored these so-called doubts. Currently, the entire Hope world is controlled by the central AI, and no one can alter or influence the game. At that moment, Yi Chun also received a message. Purple Moon Heart, Your Majesty, I am still a 6th tier mount. Don't worry, once I'm done, I'll give you an 8th tier mount. Yi Chun said. Although the Purple Moon Heart is an S-rank profession, without the cooperation of a powerful player, it's not even as good as an ordinary profession. Alone, even defeating monsters of the same level is extremely challenging, so despite completing numerous quests, I have only managed to obtain a 6th tier mount. This is also the current situation for most ordinary players. Purple Moon Heart, thank you so much, sir. It was clear that hearing Yi Chun's words had greatly excited Purple Moon Heart. However, this was merely a trivial matter for Yi Chun, as he still had several mid-tier mount essence boxes in his possession. Moreover, the Purple Moon Heart was a powerful monster killing machine for Yi Chun. Keeping such a person by his side would bring significant benefits. At this moment, the Judgment Blade had undergone a drastic transformation. Compared to the previous Deathwing, the Judgment Blade now appeared far more majestic and imposing. As the Dark Holy Dragon King, its massive body, stretching dozens of meters in length, coiled in the air. Its pitch-black form emitted a cold, shimmering glow, and its eyes, filled with intensity, were utterly captivating. Yi Chun directly entered into a contract with the Judgment Blade. Beneath Yi Chun's feet, a hexagram array appeared, with various strange inscriptions flickering and merging into the body of the Judgment Blade. Clink. The contract between the Dark Holy Dragon King and the Judgment Blade was successfully sealed. As the system prompt sounded, Yi Chun felt a faint connection with the Judgment Blade. A single thought was enough to command the Judgment Blade, as effortlessly as moving one's own arm. This was the advantage of signing a contract. Essentially, it was like imprinting one's mark on the Judgment Blade, eliminating the need to keep it in the mount essence box. Instead, it could be directly stored in the mount space, making it extremely convenient. With a single leap, Yi Chun landed on the dragon's head of the Judgment Blade, and under the envious gazes of the crowd, he set off toward the distant horizon. Currently, among the 4 SSSS-ranked professions, only the Dark King has undergone a second transformation. The other 3 professions have yet to undergo transformation, and now that they have mounts, it is time to proceed with the second transformation of the Divine Dragon Knights. Originally, I planned to craft a custom weapon, but after some thought, I decided to complete the class changes for the 4 major professions first, and then craft a custom weapon based on my chosen profession's unique characteristics. Ding! The player has triggered the Dragon Knight class change quest. Ding dong! The player has triggered the Divine Dragon Knight class change quest. Ding dong! The Dragon Knight class change quest has been accepted successfully. Please proceed to the Fallen Realm within 24 hours to defeat the Dark Dragons of the Dragon Clan who have succumbed to darkness. If the class change quest is completed, your character's attributes will significantly improve, and you will obtain the skills available after the second class change. If the quest fails, you will automatically undergo the second class change but will lose all class change rewards. Dark Dragon. Mission difficulty, SSS rank. Mission description: a vicious demon dragon, corrupted by darkness, once destroyed a city, claiming the lives of millions, and fled into the realm of darkness. As a powerful Divine Dragon Knight, wield your sacred sword to pierce the heart of the demon dragon, unleash your divine radiance, and scatter the seeds of light into the darkness, allowing them to take root and grow. Task reward: attribute boosts and unlock the second class skill. Once Yi Chun reaches level 50 and obtains a mount, they can immediately accept the Dragon Knight class change quest. When Yi Chun saw the task description, he was taken aback for a moment. The second stage quest for the Dragon Knight was actually to slay a dragon? You must know that the Dragon Clan is the most powerful race in this world. Even the weakest dragon possesses immense strength, and its massive body alone is enough to crush all opponents. At this stage, players have become significantly stronger. However, when faced with the Dragon Clan, they are clearly as insignificant as ants. It's easy to imagine that if anyone else had chosen the Divine Dragon Knight class and attempted this class change quest, they would have been utterly despairing. Perhaps by level 100, players might have the strength to challenge the Dark Dragon, but right now, even if several top-ranked guilds join forces, they might not be able to take on a real dragon. However, Yi Chun did not consider this task impossible, as the system would never assign such an unsolvable class change quest. It was highly likely that the Dark Dragon had lost much of its former power and had been significantly weakened, making it not impossible to defeat. Moreover, with the presence of the Judgment Blade, it can undoubtedly exert absolute suppression over this so-called Dark Dragon. After all, the Judgment Blade possesses the most noble bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Fallen Realm lies amidst the northern beasts, not far from where Yi Chun is located. Riding the Judgment Blade would take only about 10 minutes. The 24-hour mission time is more than sufficient. The greatest challenge of the mission is undoubtedly dealing with this Dark Dragon. Chapter 118. Mounted on the Judgment Blade, Yi Chun stood atop the dragon's head, with the scenery below rapidly receding into the distance behind him. At this moment, Yi Chun was focusing on the super crafting event among the 10 major events. The crafting event can be said to be another wildly popular event that rivals the Supermount event in terms of popularity. Thanks to the early launch of the crafting event, even ordinary players can now obtain some top-tier gear. Any player can craft equipment in the crafting interface, provided they have obtained the equipment blueprints and the required materials beforehand. The crafting interface allows players to craft equipment of 4 different qualities: bronze, silver, gold, and purple gold. Equipment blueprints are categorized into 4 tiers: basic, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate, corresponding to the 4 equipment quality tiers. Using a low-tier equipment blueprint to craft bronze-tier equipment has a 50% success rate. However, using a low-tier equipment blueprint to craft silver-tier equipment only has a 10% success rate, and if the crafting fails, both the equipment blueprint and the crafting materials will be completely lost. To craft purple gold tier equipment, you need a top-tier equipment blueprint, and the success rate is extremely low. Even if you gather all the required purple gold tier materials, there is only a 20% chance of success. Therefore, crafting a purple gold tier equipment is an extremely challenging task except for those from the Western continent. Lower tier equipment blueprints can be purchased at general stores, while blueprints for intermediate, advanced, and legendary tiers can only be obtained by completing quests and defeating bosses. The materials required for bronze tier equipment are all quite common and can be purchased at the general store, though they cost a few gold coins. For players in urgent need of bronze tier equipment, this is only a small expense. Therefore, it won't be long before everyone can own a set of bronze grade equipment. Meanwhile, in the general store, the highest tier equipment materials available for purchase are also only bronze tier. Silver grade materials require completing some moderately challenging material quests to obtain. As for the materials needed to craft gold tier equipment, according to discussions on the forum, you must complete material tasks of a tier or higher to have a chance of obtaining them. Therefore, crafting gold tier equipment remains quite challenging. The materials required for crafting purple gold tier equipment are even more rare. Since the event began, no one has yet obtained the materials required for purple gold tier equipment. After all, purple gold tier equipment is extremely rare at this stage, and possessing a single piece of such equipment is sufficient to secure a spot in the top 100 of the equipment rankings. During the event period, completing material tasks grants a chance to obtain crafting materials. As for the quality grade, it depends on the difficulty of the task and your luck. According to official information, materials can not only be obtained by completing material tasks but also have a certain chance of dropping after defeating powerful bosses. However, materials of silver grade or higher have a very low drop rate. Yi-chan's target, of course, is the purple gold tier equipment. Opening the crafting interface, various weapon crafting options for different professions appeared before his eyes. These include equipment for the 5 major professions: warrior, mage, archer, sorcerer, and assassin. Each profession can craft equipment for 6 different slots: weapons, upper body armor, lower body armor, belt, shoes, and shoulder guards. In addition to the basic 5 pieces of armor, there is also an option to craft weapons. This caught Yi-chan's attention. The 5 major pieces of armor already had a dream rare set, and the attributes of the dream rare set were also extremely powerful. Once he reached level 60, he could wear them, so Yi-chan didn't consider the purple gold grade armor anymore. After all, even if you craft individual purple gold tier armor pieces, their overall attribute bonuses might not even match those of the dream rare sets. However, when it comes to weapons, Yi-chan is in dire need of them. Among the 4 SSSS ranked professions, Yi-chan has yet to obtain a powerful weapon exclusive to his class, with only the Necromancer Lord possessing a single purple gold staff. Yi-chan's plan is to directly craft the exclusive weapons for the other 3 professions, but this idea is clearly a long and arduous task. After all, in this world of hope, even players capable of crafting golden tier weapons are few and far between. Nevertheless, Yi-chan clicked to view the weapon options for crafting warriors, and 3 dull gray materials appeared before him. Celestial Meteorite Iron A material of 4, 5, or 6 purple gold grades, possessing exceptional hardness and containing mysterious celestial energy, ideal for crafting top-tier equipment. Dragon Heart 4th, 5th, and 6th grade purple gold materials, containing the mystical laws of the Dragon Clan, with powerful applications. Purple Gold Soul 4th, 5th, and 6th tier purple gold materials, essential for crafting purple gold tier equipment. Materials required for purple gold grade weapons for archers. Life Bamboo 4, 5, and 6 purple gold tier materials. Bamboo that grows beside the fountain of life, containing terrifying life energy, used to craft the best equipment for archers. Dragon's Vein level 4, 5, and 6 purple gold grade materials, used to craft bowstrings, incredibly resilient and imbued with a mysterious energy. Purple Gold Soul 4th, 5th, and 6th grade purple gold materials, essential for crafting purple gold grade equipment. Materials required for assassin purple gold grade weapons. Phoenix Firestone, 4, 5, and 6 purple gold grade materials, a divine stone dyed with the blood of the phoenix's rebirth. Raging Heart level 4, 5, and 6 purple gold grade materials, obtained from monsters in a raging state, which can be integrated into equipment to increase critical hit chance.
Purple gold soul 4, 5, and 6 purple gold grade materials, essential for crafting purple gold grade equipment. Materials required for purple gold tier weapons for sorcerers. Magic stones level 4, 5, and 6 purple gold tier materials, stones imbued with powerful magical fluctuations, used for crafting mage equipment. 1000-year sandalwood 4th, 5th, and 6th tier purple gold grade materials, a type of tree that grows in the magical forest, obtainable after being cut down. Purple gold core level 4, 5, and 6 purple gold grade materials, essential for crafting purple gold grade equipment. After reviewing the materials required for purple gold grade weapons across 4 professions, Yi-chan finally realized how challenging it would be to craft a single purple gold grade piece of equipment. The materials listed here are the most basic requirements for crafting purple gold tier equipment. Some blueprints even require additional materials to complete the crafting process. Most importantly, these materials all require materials of levels 4, 5, and 6. Materials are also categorized into tiers. Tier 1 materials are the lowest grade and can only be used to craft bronze tier equipment. Tier 2 materials are used to craft silver tier equipment, Tier 3 materials for gold tier equipment, and Tier 4 materials for purple gold tier equipment. The reason there are still 5th and 6th tier materials is that ordinary 4th tier materials have a 100% chance of crafting the lowest tier and lower tier purple gold equipment, while 5th tier materials have a chance of crafting mid tier and upper tier purple gold equipment, and 6th tier materials can craft the highest tier and rare equipment. Lower tier materials cannot replace higher tier materials, but higher tier materials can replace lower tier materials. However, no one would ever do such a foolish thing. According to the official announcement, players can obtain up to 4th tier materials by completing tasks and defeating bosses. 5th and 6th tier materials must be synthesized using 4th tier materials. 3 4th tier materials can be synthesized into 1 5th tier material, and 3 5th tier materials can be synthesized into 1 6th tier material. This means that to obtain 1 6th tier material, you need 9 4th tier materials, and the synthesis success rate is extremely low, at only 10%. This is also for balance purposes. Otherwise, high-level players could easily obtain the highest tier purple gold equipment at this stage, which would be too overpowered. However, Yi-chan has not given up on his plan to craft purple gold tier weapons. What others couldn't accomplish, he might be able to achieve. The material quests not only provided materials but also experience points and various rewards, without hindering his leveling progress. Imagine the immense boost in combat power you'd gain by obtaining the purple gold weapons exclusive to each profession. Especially in terms of attack power, there would be a notable increase. Before he knew it, Yi-chan had been watching for over half an hour. When he closed the crafting interface, he had already entered the Fallen Realm. As a region of the Northern Demon Clan, the Fallen Realm was also home to numerous monsters. However, all the monsters here are a type of level 40 monster known as the Fallen Lizard, and many players have already come to this area to farm monsters. Yi-chan, however, did not waste any time. Following the guidance of the second-class quest, he headed straight for the depths of the Fallen Realm. Chapter 119. There was a giant dragon in the sky. This was definitely the ultimate boss. Wait, there seems to be someone standing on the dragon's head. Could this be the 11th tier mount of the Great King? So an 11th tier mount is that prestigious? As Yi-chan rode the judgment blade across the sky above the Fallen Realm, the players below, who were busy fighting monsters, all let out exclamations of awe. Compared to the judgment blade, their mounts seemed utterly insignificant. Some of the mounts even crawled on the ground, completely submitting to the dragon's might. Just ahead, Yi-chan followed the mission's instructions and arrived at a mountain range. A thick, dark aura emanated from the front. Here, there were no players farming monsters, as this was the depths of the Fallen Realm, a place devoid of monsters, where only profound darkness lingered. Yi-chan moved forward slowly and suddenly noticed a mountain dozens of meters tall ahead. It felt different from the other peaks. Roar! At that moment, the roar of a dragon echoed through the air, and the towering mountain began to move. A pair of deep, terrifying eyes opened, staring intently at Yi-chan. When it saw the judgment blade beneath Yi-chan, its eyes filled with shock, and a deep sense of fear seemed to emanate from it. "You lowly human, dare you imprison the great dark dragon king?" A massive voice echoed through the air. At that moment, Yi-chan also saw its attributes. Dark Dragon Heights. Level, 50. Grade, Purple Gold Grade Dragon Clan. Health points, 100 million. Magic points, 500,005,0000. Attack power, 212,004,5000. Combat power, 90,000. Skill, Dragon Charge. Skill, Dark Roar. Skill, Demon Armor. Description: Heights was once the mount of a divine dragon knight. Unwilling to be controlled by others, he betrayed his master and committed evil deeds, falling under the influence of dark forces. However, he was severely wounded in battle and fell to the realm of a lesser dragon. Despite this, he still possesses immense power, particularly mastering the combat techniques of the Dragon Clan and Dragon language magic.
Upon seeing the Dark Dragon attributes, Yi-chan was also startled, never expecting that this second-tier quest would be to kill a purple gold ranked dragon. Fortunately, this dragon had been severely wounded and had fallen to the strength of a dragonling. Otherwise, a dragon at its peak would have been no match for Yi-chan in a one-on-one fight. This sub-dragon had a staggering 10 million hit points and a combat power of 180,000, making it the most powerful monster Yi-chan had ever encountered. Yi-chan's combat power was originally 53,200, but after obtaining the Judgment Blade, it increased by a full 50,000, bringing his total combat power to 103,200. In terms of combat power, Yi-chan's combat power is clearly superior to that of the Dark Dragon, meaning he can inflict greater damage. The Dark Wyvern roared again, its massive body charging straight toward Yi-chan. However, it managed to avoid the Judgment Blade. It was clear that even though the Judgment Blade was merely a mount at this point, it still exerted a tremendous deterrent effect on the Dark Wyvern. Curse of the King. Yi-chan had already placed the King's curse on the Dark Dragon's head the moment it set off. 5 million. A full 5 million points of damage erupted directly above the Dark Dragon's head. Immediately afterward, the Necromancer's altar was summoned, but unfortunately, it did not trigger the undead Necromancer's altar. It was just a regular Necromancer's altar. A skeletal hawk, nothing but bones, charged toward the Dark Dragon, deflecting its attack. Although Yi-chan was now very powerful, he did not want to take a single hit from the Dark Dragon's terrifying attack power, so he tried to use long-range tactics to wear it down. Fortunately, the Judgment Blade is able to exert a certain deterrent effect on the Dark Dragon. Otherwise, the Dark Dragon would already be able to use its powerful physique to attack Yi-chan. Advanced Bind. Intermediate Slowdown. Intermediate Fear. Before the Dark Dragon arrived, Yi-chan unleashed a series of support skills, but these skills had no effect on the Dark Dragon. Although it was merely a dragon at this stage, its physical strength was sufficient to resist most negative status effects. The king is enraged. A 100% critical hit. Yi-chan had already drawn his dagger and was coldly staring at the Dark Dragon that was about to charge toward him. Royal Slaying. Leaping into the air, Yi-chan's dagger pierced the body of the Dark Dragon. 360,000. A terrifying 3,600,000 damage appeared above the Dark Dragon's head. 40 times the damage, 100% critical hit rate, combined with the Judgment Blade's weakening effect on the Dark Dragon's hidden attributes, and the King's Dread doubling damage against Dark-type creatures, even the Dark Dragon couldn't withstand such immense damage. Of course, this was Yi-chan's strongest attack. At least before the cooldown of the King's Slash was over, it was impossible to deal such high damage again. However, fortunately, the Dark Dragon now only has 1.4 million HP remaining. Dark Stealth. With a single strike, Yi-chan vanished into thin air, leaving the Dark Dragon that had been preparing to attack him without a target. After the second transformation, the Dark Stealth ability had its detection range increased to 2000, and in a dark environment, this value doubled to 4000. Even the Dark Dragon could not detect Yi-chan's location. From a distance away from the Dark Dragon, Yi-chan switched to his bow and arrow and fired directly at the Dark Dragon. The duration of the King's rage now lasted a full 15 minutes. It could be said that the second transformation of the Dark King class had truly enhanced Yi-chan's strength, especially in one-on-one boss fights. With a 100% critical hit rate dealing 4000 physical damage, Yi-chan's burst damage output during this time was terrifying to the extreme. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. One after another, the damage continued to rise above the Dark Dragon's head, with a base damage of 100,000 per second. If other players saw this, they would never believe it. Moreover, if the opponent weren't a dragon with numerous damage reduction traits, the damage would be far greater. However, it was thanks to the Judgment Blade's effectiveness against the Dark Dragon and the King's Aura's effect on dark monsters that Yi-chan's damage output was so terrifying. After a dozen seconds, the Dark Dragon crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Ding! The player completed the Divine Dragon Knight's second transformation quest, advancing to the rank of Sacred Dragon Knight and awakening the attributes of the second transformation of the Divine Dragon Knight. Ding! Ding dong, your attributes have been fully reset. Each time you level up, all attributes increase by 20 points, and you additionally gain 100 points of health. Ding! Your Dragon Knight skill points have been reset, and the second-class profession skills have appeared. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the purple gold tier boss Dark Dragon Heights, earning 200 million experience points and 50,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the purple gold ranked boss Dark Dragon Heights, earning 200 million experience points and 50,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Since you are the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you will receive an additional 800,000 reputation points as a special reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame, and this announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding dong, since you are the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you will receive an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame. This announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding dong, as the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you have received an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward and will be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times.
Ding dong, since you are the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you will receive an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame, and this announcement will be repeated 3 times. Ding dong, since you are the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you will receive an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times.
Ding dong, as the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you have received an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward and will be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame.
This announcement will be repeated 3 times.
Ding dong, since you are the first player to defeat the purple gold tier boss, you will receive an additional 800,000 reputation points as a reward. Your achievement will also be recorded in the Hope World Hall of Fame, and this announcement will be repeated 3 times.
Chapter 120.
80,000 reputation points and 3 announcements. This made Ji-chun feel that his trip had been well worth it. Defeating a purple gold tier boss at this stage was practically impossible. For other players, even several guilds working together would struggle to defeat a golden tier boss, let alone a purple gold tier boss. It can only be said that the SSSS class is too terrifying, especially the Dark King class, which has given Yi-chun a massive boost.
The Dark King has absolute dominance over Dark-type monsters, with explosive bursts of power that are truly terrifying. Ding!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for logging back into the Hope World Hall of Fame. As a reward, you have received 1 Hope ticket.
Ding dong!
Congratulations to player Sai of the King for defeating the purple gold tier boss Dark Dragon Heights in a record time of 1 minute and 30 seconds, earning a limit challenge box. A Hope ticket and an Extreme Challenge box are both extremely rare items. Hope Lottery ticket, you can make a wish, and there is a 10% chance that it will be heard by the gods, who will then grant your wish. With this Hope Lottery ticket, Yi-chun now had 2 in total. Making a wish to the divine beings piqued Yi-chun's curiosity, but he did not attempt it, as he currently had no particular wishes.
As for the Extreme Challenge box, Yi-chun opened it directly.
Extreme Challenge box contains extreme materials used for crafting and refining equipment.
As the Extreme box was opened, a stone appeared before Yi-chun. Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have obtained the material Celestial Meteorite Iron, a 4th tier purple gold grade material. As expected, it's material for crafting equipment. However, it's only 4th tier, so Yi-chun didn't think much of it. After all, 4th tier materials can be obtained through quests, and Yi-chun believed that items gifted by the system shouldn't be this mediocre.
Rewind 10 seconds.
A flash of light crossed Yi-chun's eyes as he continued to open the Extreme Challenge box.
Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have obtained the material Wolf Beast Skin 3rd tier golden grade material.
Ding!
Congratulations, player. You have obtained the material Wolf Beast Hide 3rd tier golden grade material.
Rewind 10 seconds.
It's only 3rd tier, clearly not as good as the Celestial Meteorite from earlier.
Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have obtained the material Dragon's Heart, a 4th tier purple gold grade material. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining the material Purple Gold Soul, 4th tier purple gold grade material. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining the material Purple Gold Soul, a 4th tier purple gold grade material. After 6 attempts, most of the materials were 4th tier purple gold grade, which wasn't bad, but Yi-chun still wasn't satisfied. If he wanted to try 6 more times, Yi-chun would have to wait another 5 minutes. However, at that moment, the World Forum was in an uproar.
A 1 minute and 30 second kill of a purple gold tier boss? That's insane.
I heard that last time the Heavenly Palace Guild took down a rare golden tier boss, it took the entire guild over an hour.
A purple gold tier boss? That's impossible. No guild in the world has even dared to challenge a purple gold tier boss yet. Dark Dragon, this is dragon slaying. The king is truly mighty. Let's showcase our national pride.
Once the national war begins, we must make sure that people from other countries see this.
You bastards, the great ruler is ours, the Japanese. Get lost, you're just the ones from the Silla Kingdom and the Japanese Kingdom jumping around the most.
Yi-chun once again proved his strength, taking on a purple gold ranked boss in a one-on-one battle and finishing it in 1 minute and 30 seconds, enough to shock the entire world. Now, the name Sai of the King has become synonymous with invincibility in the Hope world. However, as the saying goes, great trees attract the wind. The nations of Shinra and Wa, which share a similar appearance with the 9 provinces, have drawn attention. Despite Yi-chun personally declaring their stance, it has proven to be of no avail.
Yi-chun decided not to bother anymore.
He would wait until the national war began, when actions would speak louder than words.
5 minutes passed quickly, and Yi-chun opened the Extreme Challenge box once more. Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Dragon's Vein, a 6th tier purple gold material. This time, Yi-chun's expression also grew excited. Sure enough, the Extreme Challenge box could yield 6th tier materials, and they were precisely the weapon materials he needed. Without resetting the time, Yi-chun put away the dragon's vein and began to examine the skills he had gained after his class change. As for the attributes reset after awakening, they were directly integrated into the character's attributes. The most important aspect was the skills gained from the class change. Dragon taming expertise can be learned at LV1, allows taming of dragon-type mounts, increases mount attribute effects by 150%, cooperation rate 200%, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Charge, LV10, learnable. Perform a powerful charge, dealing 100% of the enemy mount's health as damage equal to 8 times your attack power, and causing a 5-second stun. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Fusion, learnable at LV20. Fuses with the mount, granting the mount's attributes multiplied by 20. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Requires 100 skill points. Divine Dragon's Body, available at LV50. If you possess a dragon-type mount, you can share health with your mount. Cooldown, none. Requires 100 skill points. Available after the mount system is implemented. After the second job advancement, the name of the Divine Dragon Knight changes to Sacred Dragon Knight. The Holy Dragon Knight possesses 4 skills in total. The other 3 skills have been significantly enhanced from their previous versions, with the most notable improvement being a substantial reduction in cooldown time. The new skill is the only one added, but it has filled Yi-chun with excitement. Sharing life with a mount? This greatly enhances one's survival capabilities. Currently, mounts have no attributes and only feature skill descriptions. Since this feature was released early, some aspects are not yet fully available. They will be fully implemented by the end of the month once the event concludes, at which point the mount system will be fully functional with enhanced features. The Judgment Blade is not an ordinary mount, it is an 11th tier premium mount. Even a casual observer can imagine the terrifying power of its attributes. If it were to face a boss, Yi-chun's health points breaking the million mark wouldn't be out of the question. But this is merely Yi-chun's imagination. He hopes that the game developers are particularly committed to maintaining balance, and that a mount wouldn't be allowed to disrupt the game's equilibrium. After tidying up, Yi-chun headed straight for the main city of the Northern Demon Clan. Now that he possessed the tendons of a 6th-tier demon dragon, if he could complete some material gathering tasks, he would soon be able to forge his own exclusive weapons for various SSSS-tier professions. Chapter 121. Among the Northern Demon Clan, there are also player-owned main cities, where some NPCs for various activities reside. Yi-chun's purpose for this journey was to find a materials merchant. Upon entering the main city, Yi-chun immediately stored the Judgment Blade in his mount's storage space. After all, the Judgment Blade was far too conspicuous. Entering the main city with it so openly would undoubtedly attract a crowd of players. 1 gold coin for each first-tier material. We are buying in large quantities with no upper limit. We are purchasing intermediate equipment blueprints at 100 gold coins per blueprint. We are purchasing large quantities of materials for levels 1, 2, 3, and 4. Prices are negotiable. MD, this material task is way too challenging. Every rank task actually requires defeating 100 level 40 elite monsters, and there's no guarantee of obtaining second-tier materials. I heard that the Guild Master of the Heavenly Palace Guild has already collected a set of third-tier materials needed to craft golden-grade equipment and successfully crafted an upper garment of superior golden quality. It's truly a case of comparison is the thief of joy. As for the 4th-tier materials, you need to complete an S-rank material quest to obtain them. Although you can also obtain them through an A-rank material quest, the chances are extremely low. By the end of the month, being able to craft a full set of silver-grade equipment would already be considered quite good. At this moment, the material merchant's shop was already crowded with a large number of players. There are also players from various guilds specifically collecting materials. The chance of obtaining equipment by killing monsters is still too low, so the early release of this crafting feature has provided a new way for many players to obtain equipment. However, completing the material quests remains quite challenging. The higher the quality of the materials, the more difficult the tasks become. For ordinary players, completing S-rank or even A-rank tasks is practically impossible. Material tasks are divided into 6 tiers, SSS, SS, S, A, B, and C. Tasks at the B and C levels are relatively straightforward and can be completed even by ordinary players, though they may require teaming up or investing a significant amount of time. However, tasks at the B and C levels only yield first and second tier materials. A-rank missions, on the other hand, are much more challenging, typically involving the defeat of bosses. Solo players have virtually no chance of completing them, and only those ranked high on the leaderboard or members of guilds can attempt them. As for S-rank missions, they are even more terrifying. SS and SSS rank missions have never been completed by anyone. Material tasks are limited to 10 per player per day, meaning Yi-chun can only accept 10 material tasks as well. Great warrior, are you heading to the main city to slay the monsters outside the city walls? Approaching the material merchant, he spoke directly. Immediately, 6 task options of different levels appeared before Yi Chun's eyes. Yi Chun chose the SSS level material task without hesitation. Ding! The player successfully accepted the SSS tier material quest, eliminate the Dark Wolf King. Defeated the Dark Wolf King. Mission difficulty, SSS rank. Mission description: in the distant dark plains beyond the main city, a Dark Wolf King lurks, attacking passing caravans and causing great distress to the main city. Powerful warriors, the main city needs you to sacrifice your blood and your life. Task reward, crafting materials. Sure enough, the SSS grade material task is to defeat the boss. Since it's an SSS rank mission, the boss we have to defeat must be a golden rank boss, and one of the higher quality ones at that. No wonder no one has ever heard of anyone completing an SSS rank material mission so far. Golden tier bosses are still quite powerful at this stage. Aside from some top tier guilds on the heavenly rankings who have a chance to defeat them, ordinary players simply cannot defeat golden tier bosses. However, Yi Chun isn't particularly afraid. The tasks he's been assigned in the Northern Demon Clan seem to all involve killing dark creatures, which actually suits him just fine. After all, under the king's intimidating presence, he could deal double damage to dark creatures, allowing his attack power to reach a terrifying level. What might be an extremely challenging SSS tier material quest for others is something Yi Chun can complete with ease. The most important thing is that this SSS level task, which is specifically tailored for a single activity or task, is not as difficult as other SSS level tasks. Just like job change tasks and material collection tasks, in terms of difficulty, they are not as challenging as true SSS level tasks. Yi Chun didn't waste any time and immediately accepted all 10 quests. Ding! Player successfully accepted the SSS rank material quest and suppressed the rebellious demon clan. Ding! Player successfully accepted the SSS rank material quest and subdued the rebellious demon tribe. Ding! The player has successfully accepted the SSS rank material quest and defeated the abyssal scorpion. Ding! Player successfully accepted the SSS tier material quest and eradicated the death butterfly. All SSS rank material quests, if other players found out about this, they wouldn't believe it. SSS tier material quests are the highest tier quests available in the material quest system. It's hard to even imagine what it would be like for someone to take on 10 SSS tier material quests at once. Although material tasks do not have a specified deadline, any material tasks accepted on the same day must be completed by the end of that day. Otherwise, once midnight strikes, all material tasks will be marked as failed. Even the top players in the game wouldn't dare to do what Yi Chun did. A single SSS tier material task could be challenging enough, let alone 10 of them. Yi Chun is doing this solely to quickly gather the materials needed to craft his equipment. After completing the SSS rank material quest, although you cannot directly obtain materials of the 5th or 6th tier, you can obtain a larger quantity of 4th tier materials. Completing an S tier task grants 1 4th tier material, an SS tier task grants 2 4th tier materials, and an SSS tier task grants 3 4th tier materials. If you're lucky enough, completing a single SSS tier task is sufficient to synthesize 3 4th tier materials into a 5th tier material. In other words, Yi Chun must complete 3 SSS rank missions to obtain a 6th tier material, and each synthesis must be successful. If any synthesis fails, the materials used will be lost. And the synthesis success rate is a mere 10%. This is why crafting low-quality purple gold tier equipment is still possible, but high-quality purple gold tier materials are practically impossible to obtain. A 10% synthesis rate is more than enough to deter everyone from even trying. After accepting the task, Yi Chun immediately headed to the location specified in the material task prompt. An extra update, full of sincerity. Hope everyone will support us more. Thank you. Chapter 122. The Dark Wolf King resides atop the Dark Plains, a vast and expansive realm within the northern lands of the demonic tribes, serving as a sacred sanctuary for cultivation and advancement. Among the current players, many have joined the Dark faction, as the Northern Demon Clan can be described as an untapped treasure trove, offering numerous opportunities for exploration and growth. In other regions, the areas are overcrowded, and even leveling up requires competing with others. Unlike in the Northern Demon tribes, where there are many opportunities, after all, it's a newly discovered map. The Dark Plains were not far from the main city, so Yi Chun decided not to ride the Judgment Blade. As the target of an SSS rank material quest, the Dark Wolf King is not as powerful as the Dark Wyvern encountered in the SSS rank quest for the second transformation of the Holy Dragon Knight, but it is still a golden rank boss. If Yi Chun had any doubts about whether he could defeat the Dark Dragon alone before, the battle with the Dark Dragon made him truly realize the extent of his own power. During the duration of the King's rage, he was nearly invincible, and with the attack bonus from the King's slash, he could deal 1 or 2 million points of damage in an instant. If he had the upper hand in combat power, the damage would be even higher, especially when facing dark creatures, where all damage was doubled, enough to instantly kill many weaker bosses. Take the Dark Wyvern, for example. If it weren't for its dragon bloodline and its former status as a true dragon, granting it some immunity to physical and magical attacks, the first burst of damage from Yi Chun's first combo would nearly be enough to instantly kill it. As Yi Chun pondered, he had already arrived on the Dark Plains. Not far away, a massive dark wolf king, standing 3 meters tall with a colossal body, was rampaging and slaughtering everything in its path. The somber, deep atmosphere of the Dark Plains only served to amplify the sense of dread. This SSS ranked mission is way too crazy. We actually have to kill a golden ranked boss. I heard that even some major guilds need to use a human wave tactic to complete an SSS rank mission. This is definitely not something we can handle. There's no point in fighting. Let's abandon the mission. Better stick to the B rank material quests. If you keep at it until the event ends, you might get a few silver grade items with some luck. It's over. What a waste of a mission opportunity. What a pity. Near the Dark Wolf King, a group of people were hanging their heads in disappointment. This SSS grade material quest isn't the only one, other players can also accept it. Of course, whether they can complete it is another matter entirely. Most players who are just tagging along will try the SSS tier mission to see how difficult it is, and the result is that everyone starts questioning their existence. After all, a golden tier boss is currently an unmatched force. To defeat a golden tier boss, at least tens of thousands of players must sacrifice themselves, otherwise, it's nearly impossible to take down a golden tier boss. Since the Dark Wolf King is the target of a material quest, its respawn time is quite fast. After being defeated, it will respawn within half an hour, preventing a situation where one person defeats the Dark Wolf King and others who have accepted the same quest are unable to complete it. Yi Chun didn't waste any time and headed straight toward the Dark Wolf King. The 10 SSS ranked tasks left for Yi Chun didn't give him much time. Brother, don't be impulsive. This Dark Wolf King has over 10,000 attack power. Going there is suicide. Oh, another cute one. Go and get yourself killed. Seriously, I've been leveling up around here and have seen countless people come here to die. Those around Yi Chun urged him to be careful. Within 10 meters of the Dark Wolf King, there was no one else around. Only Yi Chun stood out, walking to a spot 2 or 3 meters away from the Dark Wolf King and coming to a halt. Dark Wolf King. Level, 50. Quality, Gold. Health points, 200,000. Magic points, 15,000. Attack power, 160-002-3100. Combat power, 25,900. Skill, Summon Wolf Pack. Description: the Silver Wolf King, corrupted by the mysterious energy of the Dark Plains, possesses terrifying aggression. Its powerful physique can instantly tear targets to shreds. It prefers to act alone but can summon a pack of wolves when faced with danger. As expected by Yi Chun, it is a level 50 golden tier boss, though its attributes are not particularly strong. It only had 2 million HP, and the only notable stat was its attack power of over 20,000. Its combat power is significantly weaker than Yi Chun's combat power of over 100,000. Roar! Perhaps sensing Yi Chun's presence, the Dark Wolf King suddenly erupted, its massive body lunging toward Yi Chun with a ferocious bite. Dark Stealth. In an instant, Yi Chun vanished into the darkness, concealing his figure. Not only could the Dark Wolf King not detect him, but even the crowd of onlookers gathered to watch the commotion could no longer see Yi Chun. Is there a ghost in broad daylight? Someone thought, feeling uneasy. However, in the next second, Yi Chun appeared. At that moment, Yi Chun was already standing beside the Dark Wolf King, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. The king was enraged. 100% critical physical damage, 4,000. Royal Execution. Yi Chun wielded his dagger and plunged it directly into the body of the Dark Wolf King. 2 million. A massive wound appeared above the Dark Wolf King's head, and his body vanished into the void. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS rank material quest and defeating the Dark Wolf King. You may claim your quest rewards from the material merchant. At this moment, all the surrounding players were so stunned by the scene that they couldn't find words to describe it. A level 50 golden tier boss was defeated in an instant? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe it. Killing the boss was as easy as taking down ordinary minions. How could that be possible? And the terrifying damage of 2 million points from a single strike made them doubt their own eyes. The sigh of the king. This must be the king himself. Otherwise, who else in the 9 states region could possibly one-shot a boss? It's actually the king's big shot, so powerful and majestic. I, Long Outyin, don't bow to anyone except the mighty ruler. Although Yi Chun did not reveal his identity, the terrifying damage he inflicted exposed his true strength. In the current 9 states region, Yi Chun is undoubtedly the unrivaled number 1. At least, in everyone's understanding, no one has yet been able to defeat a golden ranked boss in a single strike. However, Yi Chun ignored the praise and headed straight for the location of the next boss. Chapter 123. 10 SSS grade material tasks, seemingly impossible to complete, but for Yi Chun, it was much simpler. The only thing giving Yi-chun a headache was that the bosses required to be defeated for these 10 SSS rank material quests were scattered across various regions of the Northern Demon Clan.
To complete the tasks before midnight, Yi-chun didn't stop for a moment.
The Judgment Blade had already been summoned, which would reduce the time needed to travel. The materials required for the task and the bosses to be defeated were not particularly strong. Under the King's Rage state, they were almost instantly defeated with a single strike. Even if the King's Rage was on cooldown, with the overwhelming advantage in stats, defeating a boss only took 1 or 2 minutes. Killing monsters takes 1 or 2 seconds, while navigating the map takes 10 or more minutes. This is the current situation Yi-chun faces.
However, Yi-chun is still enjoying it.
As long as he can complete these 10 SSS rank material quests, he might just be able to gather the 6-tier materials needed to craft a high-quality purple gold weapon. Obtaining the materials for a single purple gold grade equipment piece in a day is an impossible feat in the eyes of others.
Even some large guilds might not possess such capabilities.
The main issue is that materials of the 5th and 6th tiers cannot be obtained through quests. Instead, they must be synthesized using 4th tier materials. Given the terrifyingly low success rate of around 10%, very few players can gather enough 6th tier materials. Now that he has obtained 6th tier Dragon's Vein, Yi-chun's top priority is to craft the equipment needed for archers, which will help address the shortage of long-range attack options. Yi-chun believes that if he possesses a top tier or even rare purple gold grade bow, he could even kite any boss to death during boss fights. Until around 10 PM in the real world, Yi-chun had been mostly in the Hope world completing quests, except for logging off to have dinner. Such an intense gaming schedule had begun to take its toll on Yi-chun, leaving him feeling somewhat exhausted. Yi-chun was now like a professional gamer, spending almost all his time in the virtual world except for necessary breaks.
With the high income from the Hope world, Yi-chun no longer needs to work.
The orphanage, with Yi-chun's help, has gradually become more organized, and all the children can now attend school like normal children, with a significantly improved quality of life.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS rank material task and defeating the magic butterfly.
You can claim your reward from the material merchant.
After a magic butterfly as tall as 2 people fell before Yi-chun, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
All 10 SSS grade material tasks had been completed.
Now all that remained was to deliver the tasks and claim the rewards. Riding the Judgment Blade, he quickly arrived at the main city. However, Yi-chun still stored the Judgment Blade in his mount's storage space and went to the material merchant alone. In the real world, nighttime was the busiest time in the Hope world. Many office workers have come to the world of Hope. At this moment, the crowd gathered at the material merchant's place was even more terrifying than before. After all, the material merchant could be considered the most popular NPC. Although the Old Beast Tamer's mount quest was also quite popular, it still couldn't compare to the material merchants. Anyone looking to craft equipment will come here, and basically all players are in need of equipment. Mounts are different. You can obtain a random 5th or 6th tier mount by completing quests, and they're also extremely difficult to cultivate.
That's why material merchants gather here in such large numbers.
Yi-chun, relying solely on his physical strength, walked straight to the front.
Deliver the task. Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS rank mission, defeating the Wolf King, earning 500,000 experience points, obtaining 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material, purple gold soul, and receiving an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint.
Ha! A blueprint? A blueprint?
After completing the first task, Yi-chun suddenly noticed a blueprint in his backpack, a blueprint for crafting a giant sword, though only an intermediate level 1. Originally, Yi-chun had planned to either kill the boss himself or purchase the blueprint, but he never expected to complete an SSS ranked task.
Go back 10 seconds.
Intermediate crafting blueprints can only create silver tier equipment, which Yi-chun naturally didn't want.
Submit the task again. Ding! Congratulations, player.
You have completed the additional random reward and received 1 intermediate crafting blueprint.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the extra random reward and receiving 1 intermediate crafting blueprint.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the additional random reward and receiving 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. Yi-chun immediately rewound time 6 times, but the reward remained the same intermediate crafting blueprint, with only the equipment component corresponding to the blueprint changing. Yi-chun didn't insist. After all, intermediate crafting blueprints were already quite decent. He had heard that advanced and top-tier blueprints could only be obtained by defeating bosses in the wild.
The chance of obtaining blueprints through quests was still quite low. For example, even a rank or lower material quests might not even drop lower-tier blueprints.
Subsequently, Yi-chun directly handed over the remaining 9 tasks.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS rank material task, suppressing the rebel forces, earning 500,000 experience points, obtaining 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material Phoenix Firestone, and receiving an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS tier material quest. You have obtained 500,000 experience points, 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material celestial meteorite, and an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS tier material quest, defeating the rebel army, earning 500,000 experience points, obtaining 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material Phoenix Firestone, and receiving an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS tier material task. You've earned 500,000 experience points, obtained 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material life bamboo, and received an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. The system has kept ringing, and Yi-chun's experience points increased by 50 million. However, Yi-chun was more concerned about the materials in his backpack. 10 tasks, totaling 34th tier purple gold materials, but they were all random, and Yi-chun didn't intentionally alter the outcome. Because these materials are all what Yi-chun needs. Fortunately, among these materials, there are 9 pieces of life bamboo and 9 pieces of purple gold soul. If the synthesis is successful, they will all become level 6 materials. Moreover, Yi-chun already possesses 6th tier dragon veins. If these 2 materials can be successfully synthesized and combined with the blueprint, it would be possible to directly craft a purple gold grade bow. However, Yi-chun first focused his attention on obtaining the blueprint, as it is essential for crafting a purple gold grade weapon. Chapter 124. Equipment blueprints are even rarer than materials. In the Hope world, a mid-tier equipment blueprint was being sold for 1,000 gold coins, and there were no buyers despite the high price. Advanced equipment blueprints, on the other hand, are priced at tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of gold coins. As for the highest tier equipment blueprints, no one has ever seen one in their possession. After all, the synthesis rate for equipment blueprints is extremely low, similar to the probability of material synthesis, with only a 10% chance of success. 3 equipment blueprints can be synthesized. If calculated by probability, it would take a full 30 lower tier equipment blueprints to synthesize a single intermediate tier equipment blueprint. Of course, this is just a rough estimate. In reality, it might require hundreds of equipment blueprints, and even large guilds might not have the resources to spare. Having completed 10 SSS grade material tasks, Yi-chun now possesses 10 intermediate equipment blueprints. Without any hesitation, Yi-chun directly placed 3 intermediate equipment blueprints onto the synthesis interface. Ding dong, do you want to synthesize the 3 intermediate equipment blueprints? Yes. As Yi-chun's voice faded, the synthetic interface emitted a faint glow. Ding dong, synthesis failed. With the synthesis failure, the 3 intermediate equipment blueprints disappeared immediately. Rewind 10 seconds. Yi-chun remained unfazed. With only a 10% chance of success, even with the boost from 100 luck points, it was impossible to succeed on the first attempt. Ding, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. However, the next dozen or so synthesis attempts all failed, taking several dozen minutes, which left Yi-chun feeling helpless. The synthesis of this equipment blueprint was far more difficult than he had imagined. However, Yi-chun persisted. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 advanced equipment crafting blueprint. Finally, on the 23rd attempt, the synthesis succeeded, bringing a hint of relief to Yi-chun. If anyone else had attempted this synthesis, it would have required a staggering 69 intermediate equipment blueprints. The cost would have been astronomical. However, Yi-chun was fortunate he only had to spend time. With 6 opportunities every 5 minutes, there were 36 opportunities in an hour, and Yi-chun could afford to wait. Immediately afterward, Yi-chun took out another 3 intermediate equipment blueprints and began the synthesis process. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. The sound of synthesis failure echoed constantly in his ears, but Yi-chun didn't care. He only felt ashamed of the world's balance settings. The reason it was so difficult to synthesize was that the hidden failure rate must be extremely high, making it harder for players to obtain high-level equipment. Comparing the failure rate of equipment blueprints, Yi-chun can imagine that the failure rate of material synthesis is also extremely high. Moreover, the higher the synthesis level, the higher the failure rate, with the success rate dropping as low as 1%. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 advanced equipment blueprint. The 18th attempt was successful, much better than before. Yi-chun didn't waste any time and immediately took out 3 intermediate equipment blueprints for synthesis. Yi-chun didn't waste any time and took out 3 more intermediate equipment crafting blueprints for synthesis. This time, Yi-chun still needed 20 attempts before successfully synthesizing the equipment. 3 advanced equipment blueprints were laid out before Yi-chun. One was for a warrior's tunic, one for a mage's weapon, and one for a sorcerer's belt, all blueprints capable of crafting golden tier equipment. If these were to be released on the market, they would undoubtedly cause a huge sensation.
With a calm demeanor, Yi-chun placed the 3 high-level equipment blueprints into the synthesis interface. To craft purple gold tier equipment, one must have top-quality equipment blueprints. Otherwise, even with the materials, it would be impossible. Compared to the synthesis rate of intermediate equipment blueprints, the synthesis rate for these advanced equipment blueprints is definitely lower. Yi-chun has already prepared himself for a few hours of intense effort. Exchanging several hours for a top-tier purple gold weapon is worth it. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed. Ding dong, synthesis failed.
Almost all the synthesis failure alerts sounded, ringing nearly 100 times.
2 or 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for crafting the premium equipment, Holy Spirit Robe. The Holy Spirit Robe is the upper garment for the mage class.
For any mage, it is something they dream of obtaining.
However, for Yi-chun, it was completely unnecessary.
Not to mention that Yi-chun doesn't have the mage class. Even if he did, Yi-chun only wants to obtain weapons, the exclusive weapons of the 4 major classes.
Rewind time by 10 seconds.
Yi-chun waited for a moment before selecting synthesis again. Fortunately, Yi-chun was accustomed to failure, and this wasted time was nothing to him. Purple gold tier weapons are currently the most powerful weapons available. Many players don't even have a single silver tier weapon, making purple gold tier weapons the pinnacle of existence. Even Yi-chun, who possesses a divine artifact, does not own a single weapon.
3 hours later, luck finally smiled upon the diligent, and a voice rang out. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the premium equipment, Amos Bao. Amos Bao equipment crafting blueprint, required materials, life bamboo, dragon's vein, and purple gold soul. Description: this is the crafting blueprint left behind by the legendary holy archer Amos. The Bao in his hands is a weapon that approaches the status of a divine artifact. The description of the blueprint for crafting this top-tier equipment is quite simple.
Although the required materials are not specified by tier, Yi-chun believes that only the finest crafting materials can produce equipment with top-tier attributes. Moreover, Amos is the legendary Holy Spirit Archer, who once used this blueprint to craft equipment that was second only to divine tier gear. This alone speaks volumes about how precious this blueprint truly is. Although it can only be used to craft weapons of the purple gold tier, it is undoubtedly the most powerful weapon within that tier.
There is no doubt about that.
The equipment blueprints are ready, all that remains are the materials.
It was already late at night, but Yi-chun still felt no signs of fatigue.
He took the materials out of his backpack and prepared to begin synthesis.
Chapter 125.
The materials required to craft the Amos bow and arrow are life bamboo, dragon vein, and purple gold soul. Currently, Yi-chun possesses 6th tier dragon's vein, while the life bamboo and purple gold soul are both 4th tier. Although there are no specific grade requirements for the materials, only high-quality materials can truly be used to craft top-tier purple gold grade equipment. Otherwise, even with the finest blueprints, using 4th-tier materials would only result in inferior purple gold equipment. This is akin to constructing a skyscraper with top-notch architectural plans but using substandard materials. The result would be nothing more than a shoddy structure. This is precisely why there is now a global trend toward artificially inflating material prices. It all stems from this very reason. To create truly top-tier equipment, one must collect high-grade materials.
Yi-chun wasted no time, immediately placing the life bamboo into the synthesis interface.
Yi-chun knew that tonight was destined to be a sleepless night.
Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed. The familiar melody rang in my ears. Synthesis failure had become a regular occurrence. If other players were synthesizing materials like Yi-chun, they would definitely go bankrupt. If only we could rewind time by 10 seconds. Fortunately, Yi-chun can use his time rewinding ability, using it 6 times in 5 minutes. While this does waste a significant amount of time, it's still better than wasting materials. While waiting for his time reversal ability to recharge, Yi-chun idly browsed through forums about the Hope World. With new players joining, the Hope World had become humanity's second world. Aside from the time spent working during the day, most of their time was spent within the Hope World. Due to the massive population, everything in the Hope World has become exceptionally expensive. If it weren't for the launch of the top 10 events, the value of bronze equipment would be extremely high. Although bronze and silver equipment are no longer as rare as they once were, high-end equipment remains extremely valuable. For example, even the leaders of smaller guilds may not be able to obtain gold equipment. Yi-chun also benefited from this game, which allowed him to fully utilize his ability to reverse time. Otherwise, he would still be just a loser. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a 5th tier purple gold material, the bamboo of life.
After a few minutes, as the notification sound rang out, Yi-chun felt a surge of energy.
The synthesis rate was still pretty high this time, taking only a few minutes. However, Yi-chan did not slack off and continued to synthesize the 4th tier life bamboo into 5th tier ones. It took a full 2 hours, and only then were the 9 4th tier life bamboos successfully synthesized into a single 6th tier life bamboo. Yi-chan suddenly envied those so-called Euro Royals. Compared to their abilities, his own regressive ability was nothing at all. Others could succeed in just 1 or 2 attempts, but he had to go through hundreds of fusions, and the bitterness of that experience was something only Yi-chan himself could understand. Just as Yi-chan was preparing to synthesize the purple gold soul, the sound of a bustling crowd echoed from the distance. Is that the leader of the 9th Guild of the Earth rank, the Heavenly Hall? He's actually wearing golden armor. I heard that the Guildmaster of Tianxia Pavilion has already collected a set of materials and spent a fortune preparing a blueprint for an advanced equipment design. It seems like he's planning to craft golden equipment. Wow, money really is great. I haven't even gathered enough materials to craft a single set of bronze gear yet. It is said that Tianxia Go is planning a major operation, so they are taking advantage of the opportunity to recruit soldiers and buy players by offering equipment. In the distance, a man of ordinary appearance stood near a materials merchant, surrounded by a crowd of curious players. Although Tianxia Pavilion was the 9th ranked guild on the Earth rankings, it was still considered a large guild for solo players. At this moment, the Guildmaster of Tianxia Pavilion was showcasing his strength by posting his equipment information on the public forum, causing a stir among the players. Dressed in a full set of silver armor and wielding golden weapons, such a combination was utterly unimaginable to ordinary players. Friends, although our Tianxia Pavilion ranks 9th, we possess strength that is in no way inferior to the top few. Join Tianxia Pavilion, and you will never regret it. The leader of Tianxia Pavilion declared loudly. This prompted many people to join the Tianxia Pavilion. Yi-chan witnessed this scene, his eyes filled with disdain. True major guilds are so exclusive that outsiders would break their heads trying to get in. How could they be like the Tianxia Pavilion, recruiting people so freely? Maybe even the 9th ranked player on the Earth rankings is a fraud. However, when Yi-chan saw the item the Tianxia Pavilion leader brought out, it piqued his interest. Equipment blueprints. To welcome so many new members to the guild, craft a golden equipment piece as an offering to the heavens. Sacrifice to the heavens. This left everyone speechless. It was just a display of one's abilities and some bragging, yet he had to make it sound so poetic. However, it did attract everyone's attention, and they all turned to look. Suddenly, the equipment blueprints emitted a blinding light, and before long, a golden-hued suit of armor appeared before everyone's eyes. Intermediate-grade golden equipment. The big shots are mighty. 666, you've truly crafted golden gear. I'm impressed. I spent the whole day doing quests and still couldn't gather enough materials to craft bronze gear. Master, I want to join the Tianxia Pavilion. Yi-chan saw this scene and his lips twitched slightly. Intermediate-grade golden equipment could actually have such an effect on these ordinary players. This was something Yi-chan had not anticipated. Moreover, as a major guild, resorting to using equipment to recruit members, Yi-chan couldn't help but question the 9th place ranking of the Tianxia Pavilion. However, Yi-chan didn't dwell on it. It was merely a minor setback in life. What mattered most now was to forge his own purple gold equipment. Moreover, he must not waste resources like the head of the Tianxia Pavilion, who had used an advanced equipment forging blueprint to create only a mid-tier golden grade piece of equipment, a true waste of precious resources. Since we're crafting equipment, we must craft the absolute best equipment available. Chapter 126. Another 3 hours passed, and Yi-chan persisted in synthesis, continuing non-stop except for the time required for his abilities to cool down. The frustratingly low synthesis success rate was enough to drive anyone mad, not just Yi-chan, but also other players aiming to synthesize the top-tier 6th-tier items. However, the key difference is that Yi-chan only spends time, while others spend vast amounts of materials. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtain 6th-tier purple gold grade material, purple gold soul. When the notification sound rang out, Yi-chan finally let out a sigh of relief. The 3 materials required to craft the Amos-Ba 6th tier life bamboo, 6th tier dragon vein, and 6th tier soul essence were all gathered, and all were 6th tier materials. Such a feat is unmatched in the world of hope, and only Yi-chan could achieve it. Next, Yi-chan's task was to craft equipment, and he was filled with anticipation. If he could successfully craft the Amos-Ba, his combat power would undoubtedly increase. At the very least, his damage output as an archer would be significantly enhanced. Taking out the equipment blueprint for the Amos-Ba, Yi-chan placed all 3 materials onto it. Should I craft the equipment? Yes. Yi-chan didn't hesitate for a moment. A purple glow rose from the equipment blueprint, and this unusual movement caused nearby players to glance over. Who is this? They're actually crafting purple gold tier equipment. No way, crafting purple gold grade equipment requires top tier equipment blueprints. It's said that there are only a few such blueprints in the entire Hope world so far. No way. Crafting purple gold tier equipment requires top tier equipment blueprints, and it's said that only a few such blueprints have ever been discovered in the entire Hope world. That's impossible. Maybe the system is glitching. How could someone already be crafting purple gold tier equipment now? It's a bug. Definitely a bug. Damn it, I don't even have a single blueprint for lower tier equipment yet. Ding.
Congratulations to the player for crafting the highest tier purple gold grade equipment, the Amos Bow.
Ding.
Since you are the first player to craft a purple gold tier equipment, your name will be announced server-wide.
Would you like your name to be displayed?
Yes.
Ding.
The player's Sai has forged the highest tier purple gold grade equipment, the Amos Bow, rewarding 1 premium equipment forging blueprint gift box.
Ding dong.
The player's Sai has crafted the highest tier purple gold grade equipment, the Amos Bow, rewarding a premium equipment crafting blueprint gift box.
Ding dong.
The player's Sai has crafted the highest tier purple gold grade equipment, the Amos Bow, rewarding a premium equipment crafting blueprint gift box.
Ding dong.
The player's Sai has crafted the highest tier purple gold grade equipment, the Amos Bow, rewarding a premium equipment crafting blueprint gift box. The entire server trembles as this sudden notification leaves everyone stunned. Unbelievable. After all, even the most skilled players are still far from being able to craft golden tier equipment, yet someone had managed to craft the highest tier purple gold equipment directly. However, it was a relief to see the name of the crafter. If it were anyone else, it might be hard to believe, but the name the King Sai has already become deeply ingrained in people's hearts. As the most powerful existence, it has created countless records and miracles. Yi Chun paid no heed to these so-called rewards and praise, instead focusing directly on the attributes of the Amos Bow.
Amos Bow.
Quality, purple gold. Grade, top grade. Effect, increases attack power by 50-100 points. Effect, increases agility by 600. Precision, increases critical strike chance by 30. Bleeding, when attacking a target, there is a chance to apply the bleeding status effect, dealing 2000 damage per second for 10 seconds.
Restriction, requires LV50 to equip. Description, crafted using the divine bow wielded by the Holy Spirit Archer Amos as a template, this weapon boasts formidable attack power.
Purple gold equipment, with attributes increased by a whopping 5000 attack points and 600 agility.
Additionally, it possesses 2 special traits, precision and bleed.
The precision attribute is quite powerful, increasing critical hit rate by a whopping 30%. This means that when using archer skills, there is a 30% chance of landing a critical hit, which is an incredibly powerful enhancement. Many top-tier archers prioritize this attribute in their equipment.
Essentially, any gear with this attribute is highly valuable. However, the second trait is far less impressive.
The bleed trait deals 2000 damage per second, which may seem like a lot, but in Yi Chun's hands, it's hardly worth mentioning.
Yi Chun specializes in burst damage, aiming to take down enemies with a single strike.
For monsters that can withstand his full burst damage, the 2000 damage per second is merely a scratch.
Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Yi Chun decisively rewinds time.
The precision trait is essential, but the bleeding trait must be replaced with another trait. It's not that Yi Chun is being stubborn, it's just that if you're going to take the time to craft a piece of equipment, you have to ensure it's of the highest quality. Otherwise, you're just wasting all those materials. After countless attempts, finally, on the 35th try, a purple glow emanated from the item.
Ding!
Congratulations, player, you have crafted a rare purple gold tier equipment item, Amos Bow.
Amos Bow.
Quality, purple gold. Grade, rare. Effect, increases attack power by 8000 points. Effect, increases agility by 1000. Precision, increases critical strike chance by 30.
Bloodsucking, restores 10% of the damage dealt as health. Restriction, requires LV50 to equip. Description, crafted using the divine bow wielded by the Holy Spirit Archer Amos as a template, this weapon boasts formidable attack power.
When Yi Chun saw the blood-sucking ability, he became extremely excited.
The blood-sucking trait was the rarest of all equipment traits. Even a single piece of equipment with 5 blood-sucking traits could fetch hundreds of thousands of Jojo coins.
With Yi Chun's attack power and critical hit rate, using the Rain of Arrows technique, as long as there are enough monsters, he can instantly restore his entire health. This terrifying sustainability is precisely what Yi Chun lacks. Moreover, the quality of the Amos Bow has been upgraded to a rare grade level, making it an exceptional piece even among purple gold grade equipment.
Satisfied, Yi Chun stored the Amos Bow in his backpack and then proceeded to the material merchant to accept 10 SSS grade material quests.
With the opportunity to complete 10 material quests daily, Yi Chun was determined not to miss out on the chance to fully craft all 4 SSS rank profession exclusive weapons. Amidst the astonished stares of those around him, he immediately set off to complete the task.
Chapter 127.
With the experience gained from previous tasks, Yi Chun completed this task with remarkable speed, finishing all 10 SSS grade material tasks in just 3 hours. However, when it came time to deliver the materials, she hadn't managed to gather enough to craft a full set of equipment. Among the 4 SSS tier professions, only the Dark King and the Holy Dragon Knight have undergone their second class change, while the Elf Archer God and the Necromancer Lord have yet to do so. Therefore, Yi-chun's primary objective is to first complete the second-class advancement for these two professions. Yi-chun prioritized the elf archer for the second job advancement, as obtaining the Amos Bow would allow the elf archer class to fully unleash its potential. Ding! The player has triggered the elf archer god class change quest. Just like the second job change quest for the Sacred Dragon Knight, Yi-chun can trigger the elf archer god job change quest at any time. It seems that all SSSS tier professions are like this, unlike ordinary professions that require players to visit a profession mentor to accept the second class quest. Moreover, SSSS tier professions do not have so-called profession mentors. Ding! You have successfully accepted the Elf Arrow God class change quest. Please proceed to the Elf Forest, locate the Fountain of Life, and defeat the monsters polluting the Fountain of Life. If you complete the class change quest, your class attributes will significantly improve, and you will obtain the skills available after the second class change. If you fail, you will lose this class. Every second job change quest has the same objective: defeat the boss, though the bosses themselves vary. However, the punishment for failing the Elf Archer God second class task is quite terrifying. You lose your profession outright. Such a price is one that even Yi-chun wouldn't want to accept. Saving the Fountain of Life. Mission difficulty, SSSS level. Mission description: the Elf clan is in decline. Once a powerful race that dominated a quarter of the continent during ancient times, the elves now face extinction. The life spring, the source of their existence, has been severely damaged. If the life spring disappears, the entire elf clan will be wiped out. Therefore, the great elf archer god must use your divine power to save the last hope of the elf clan. Task reward: enhancements to all attributes, unlocking the second class skill, and achieving the highest level of affinity with the elves. Upon seeing this task, Yi-chun couldn't help but recall the background story of the Hope world. Elves are natural archers, and in ancient times, they could even shoot down gods. However, due to a great change, the Fountain of Life began to wither. The Fountain of Life is the source of new elves. Without it, no new elves can ever be created. Currently, all the spirits on the continent have retreated to the spirit forest, and their numbers are extremely scarce. No wonder the punishment for the mission is so severe. After all, the last remaining life spring has been contaminated. If we don't act quickly to save them, the entire elf race will be wiped out, and the elf archer god profession will become nothing but a name. The elf forest is located far to the north, beyond the reach of the demon clan. Fortunately, this mission has no time limit, otherwise, Yi-chun might not have been able to make it in time. However, Yi-chun believes that once the Fountain of Life is completely depleted, it will prove that the mission has failed. Yi-chun didn't waste any time. He mounted the Judgment Blade and set off immediately. Along the way, Yi-chun took out the reward he had obtained from crafting a purple gold tier equipment, a premium equipment blueprint gift box. Premium Equipment Blueprint Gift Box. Upon opening, there is a chance to randomly obtain a Premium Equipment Blueprint. Currently, Yi-chun is still missing the weapons for the Assassin, Knight, and Warlock classes. Although the Sorcerer class has a purple gold staff, its attributes are far inferior to those of crafted equipment, so all of them need to be replaced. The daggers of Assassins, the longswords of Knights, and the wands of Sorcerers, these three types of equipment blueprints are exactly what Yi-chun needs most. As for the blueprints for other types of armor, due to the existence of the rare and dreamlike sets, they are not particularly necessary. Ding! Congratulations to the player for unlocking the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint Gift Box, obtaining the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint, Holy Spirit Shoulder Guards. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Yi-chun didn't even glance at it and immediately selected to rewind time. As long as it wasn't a weapon, it could basically be ignored. Ding! Congratulations to the player for unlocking the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint Gift Box and obtaining the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint, Royal Plate Armor. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for opening the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint Gift Box and obtaining the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint, King's Plate Armor. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for opening the Premium Equipment Blueprint Gift Box and obtaining the Premium Equipment Blueprint, Swift Wind Boots. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for opening the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint Gift Box and obtaining the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint, Spirit Devouring Battle Robe. Ding dong! Congratulations to the player for opening the Premium Equipment Blueprint Gift Box and obtaining the Premium Equipment Blueprint, Spirit Devouring Battle Robe. 6 times in a row, there were no weapon crafting blueprints, but Yi-chun wasn't too worried. The journey to the Elf Forest was quite a distance, so there were still several hours to spare. Fortunately, there's a flying mount, otherwise, traveling on foot would take even longer. Although there are teleportation arrays available, they are too cumbersome to use. It's much faster to ride the Judgment Blade and make the journey that way. Finally, after an hour, a blueprint for crafting a dagger appeared before Yi-chun. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have unlocked the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint Gift Box and obtained the Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint, Soul Stealing Blade. Soul Stealing Blade Premium Equipment Crafting Blueprint. Required materials: Phoenix Bloodstone, Raging Heart, Purple Gold Soul. Description: the soul-stealing blade was the legendary weapon of a former top-tier assassin, capable of seizing souls with a single strike, ensuring certain death. The soul-stealing blade is a dagger designed for assassins, making it the perfect weapon for Yi Chun. A purple gold tier dagger equipment can enhance an assassin's offensive capabilities, significantly boosting Yi Chun's combat strength. And after being further enhanced, it becomes even more formidable. Now, Yi Chun only needs to collect the materials. It should take no more than a day or two to craft this equipment. After flying for 5 hours on the Judgment Blade, a dense forest finally came into view. The forest was brimming with greenery, with each tree towering over 10 meters tall, resembling a pristine primeval forest. This was Yi Chun's destination, the Elf Forest. Chapter 128. The Elf Forest is also a place where players can level up, but it is quite far from the main city, so few people come here. The Elf Forest is extremely quiet and secluded, with nothing else besides its beautiful scenery. But it is precisely in this environment that danger lurks. Most of the monsters here are level 40-50 tree spirits, using their thick trunks to attack. If a player is wrapped up by a trunk, they are in great danger. Further into the depths, higher level monsters begin to appear. These monsters are not the original inhabitants of the forest but rather malevolent creatures seeking to invade the Elf Forest. This information can be found in the background description of the continent. The Elf Forest appears to be a serene retreat where elves dwell, but for centuries, other races have sought to claim this land for themselves. After all, the Fountain of Life is not only of great importance to the elves, it is a priceless treasure for all living beings. Therefore, within the Elf Forest, there are many monsters that have been left behind. Fortunately, Yi Chun was riding the Judgment Blade, so he didn't have to run on the ground. Otherwise, on the way to the location of the Fountain of Life, he wouldn't know how many monsters he would encounter. The massive dragon body of the Judgment Blade charged straight toward the depths of the Elf Forest. What is that? A dragon. Is the Elf Forest really that terrifying? There are even dragons roaming around here. All the monsters in the Elf Forest are elite monsters. There might even be a super boss lurking in the depths. Players leveling up in the Elf Forest were amazed when they saw the Judgment Blade slicing through the sky. Since Yi Chun didn't pause for even a moment, and the Judgment Blade was moving too quickly, they didn't even notice the so-called dragon. It was merely Yi Chun's pet. Yi Chun hadn't even considered that his actions would lead to the emergence of a legend about a dragon-like boss in the Elf Forest. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Chun anymore. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the Elf Forest, Yi Chun's focus sharpened, and the movements of his hands, which had been busy synthesizing materials, came to a halt. Along the way, Yi Chun didn't waste any time synthesizing the materials he already had. This would save a lot of time. Suddenly, Yi Chun spotted a massive figure lying motionless deep within the Elf Forest, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. It was neither wolf nor dog, but a strange hybrid of the two. Beside this strange creature lies a pool of clear water, so transparent that its bottom can be seen, yet the area around it is shrouded in a murky black mist. Yi Chun knew that this must be the very reason for his journey. Hero, you finally arrived. Oh my goodness, you've actually managed to subdue the Dark Holy Dragon King. At that moment, a hoarse voice echoed beside Yi Chun. An old man slowly flew to Yi Chun's side, with transparent wings and sharp ears, clearly an elf. Above his head, his name was displayed, Elf Clan Priest. Behind the Elf Clan Priest stood a group of other Elf Clan NPCs, each with striking features, the women especially stunning, all keeping a watchful eye on the monsters in the distance. Warrior, you finally returned. The elf tribe needs you. A monster has invaded the depths of our Elf Forest, occupying the Fountain of Life and attempting to corrupt it. If it succeeds, our entire elf tribe will be annihilated. The elf priestess urgently addressed Yi Chun. Don't worry, I've got this. Yi Chun said calmly. This was originally the objective of his second stage mission, so Yi Chun was determined to complete it. After all, failing the mission would result in losing the elf arrow god profession, which was something Yi Chun couldn't accept. When it comes to grinding monsters, archers are still more reliable. Although the 10,000 things technique can evolve into some area of effect attacks, it still can't match the damage output of the elf archer god. After speaking, Yi Chun mounted the Judgment Blade and slowly flew toward the monster. Roar! Before Yi Chun could get close, the monster seemed to sense his presence and stood up. When it was lying down, Yi Chun wasn't sure of its size, but when it stood up, its towering form, standing 3 or 4 meters tall, was no less imposing than that of the Dark Dragon. Hellhound. Level, 50. Grade, Purple Gold Grade. Health points, 800,000. Magic points, 500, 005, 0000. Attack power, 18,000, 30,000. Combat power, 85,000. Skill, Hellfire. Skill, Barbarian Roar. Skill, Demon Combo. Description: a monster summoned from hell, possessing noble bloodlines, a fusion of the hellish wolf and the hellhound, still young but already extremely powerful. Its sharp wolf claws can tear apart any enemy, and it possesses an extremely aggressive nature. Sure enough, another purple gold ranked boss exactly as Yi Chun had anticipated. After all, as a second-class quest for an SSSS tier profession, the difficulty of the quest is to defeat purple gold tier bosses.
However, the Hellhound's attributes are not as powerful as the Dark Wyvern's. It only has 8 million HP and its attack power is not particularly strong. This is likely due to the nature of their class.
The Elf Archer is skilled in long-range attacks, typically having high attack power but low health and defense. Therefore, the bosses encountered in the second-class quest have relatively low attack power. Otherwise, they'd be instantly killed by the boss, and there'd be no point in doing the quest. If someone else were to switch to this profession, they would only be able to complete this task with exceptional skill. Although the Hellhound has 3 skills, their effects are not visible, but Yi-chun knows that these 3 skills must be extremely powerful. However, Yi-chun wasn't particularly worried. Under the weakening effects of the King's Curse, the Hellhound would have no more than 4 million HP remaining. Moreover, the Hellhound was a dark creature, and under the influence of the King's intimidation, he could deal 200% damage. With a single burst, he could easily take down this boss. Roar! The Hellhound let out a furious roar, intending to attack Yi-chun. However, upon sensing the aura of the Judgment Blade, it hesitated slightly, showing a hint of caution. After all, as a high-ranking dragon, he naturally possessed an intimidating aura that struck fear into all monsters. Although Hellhounds are not dragon-like creatures, they are still somewhat affected by this.
Chapter 129. The Hellhound didn't attack immediately, but that didn't mean Yi-chun would just sit there and wait to die. The Curse of the King. 400 W. Only the heads of the Hellish Hounds showed 4 million points of damage. With a 100-point boost to luck, using the King's Curse almost always reduces the opponent's attributes by 50%. He then drew the purple gold magic staff from his hand and immediately unleashed the skill of the Undead Overlord. Soul Altar. This time, the Undead Altar directly manifested an Undead Altar of the Undead, and a majestic skeleton knight emerged from within the altar. This skeleton knight possesses 500,000 hit points. While its attacks are not particularly powerful, they are sufficient to hold off the Hellhound for a brief moment. Intermediate action. Intermediate critical injury. Intermediate strike. The Undead Curse instantly cast 3 curses on the Hellhound, significantly impairing its movements. Rain of Arrows. In an instant, Yi-chun switched his weapon to the Amos Bow and unleashed the skill of the Elf Arrow God. A shower of arrows rained down from the sky, striking the hellish demon dogs. 60,000. 60,000. 60,000. 5 consecutive blows dealt a total of 300,000 damage to the Hellhound. Although the Storm Arrow Rain is an area of effect attack skill, its damage is still terrifyingly high. The Hellhound grew enraged at this point, raising its claws and charging forward, only to be blocked by the Skeleton Knight. The Hellhound's claws flashed with a cold glow, shrouded in a black mist, piercing into the Skeleton Knight's body. 250,000. 250,000. The Skeleton Knight was instantly killed, which made Yi-chun alert. Although his attack power was formidable, his health was still fragile. If he were attacked by the Hellhound, he wouldn't fare well at all. The king is enraged. 100% physical damage, 4,000 damage. Yi-chun swiftly switched to his dagger and landed on the body of the Judgment Blade. The Hellhound, upon seeing Yi-chun, instinctively lunged forward to attack. Darkness Stealth. In the next instant, Yi-chun's body vanished from where he had been standing. Although it was daytime, the stealth ability still had a detection rate of 2,000. Even the powerful Hellhound approached with a puzzled expression, sniffing around with its sharp nose. Soon, they pinpointed the exact location of Yi-chun. The king's decisive strike. However, when the Hellhound approached him, Yi-chun acted decisively. The dagger in his hand pierced the Hellhound's body. 370 W. A massive burst of damage erupted from the head of the Hellhound, instantly depleting its health bar to 0. The attack power of the king's critical strike, which deals 4,000 damage, combined with the king's execution strike, which deals 40 times the damage of a critical hit, and the king's intimidation, which doubles damage against dark creatures. Yi-chun estimated that the instant damage he could unleash would be at least 5 million, and facing a Hellhound with only 340,000 HP remaining, it was naturally an instant kill. Ding! The player completed the Elf Archer God's second transformation quest and awakened the Elf Archer God's second transformation attributes. Ding dong, the player has completed the Elf Arrow God's second transformation quest and awakened the Elf Arrow God's second transformation attributes. Ding! Your attributes have been fully reset. Each time you level up, all attributes increase by 20 points, and you gain an additional 100 attack range bonus. Ding dong, your Elf Arrow God skill points have been reset, and the second-class profession skills have appeared. Ding dong, your Elf Arrow God skill points have been reset, and the second-class profession skills have appeared. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the purple gold ranked boss, Hellhound, and earning 100 million experience points and 300,000 reputation points as a reward. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Yi-chun finally relaxed completely.
Since it wasn't his first time defeating a purple gold ranked boss, otherwise, the entire server would have been notified, and he would have received a substantial reward. However, Yi-chun was already satisfied. Immediately, Yi-chun opened the skill tree of the elf arrow god and took a look. He was still quite excited about the new second-class skills. First to catch his eye were 3 existing skills, though they had been significantly enhanced. Natural Archery, LV1, learnable passive skill. After learning this skill, your attack range is 1000, accuracy is 200, and it requires 50 skill points. Wood Spirit Arrow, LV10, learnable. Primarily uses wood elemental energy. 80% of the damage dealt is converted into your own health, lasting 10 minutes. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Requires 50 skill points. Blast Arrow Technique, LV10, 100 by 100 range, deals repeated strikes, totaling 8 strikes, with damage equal to 100% of physical attack. Not affected by critical hits or other attribute bonuses. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Requires 100 skill points. The attack range and accuracy of Natural Archery have doubled, while the healing effect of Wood Spirit Arrows has been significantly enhanced and the cooldown time reduced. The coverage area of Rainstorm Archery has also doubled, and most importantly, the number of strikes has increased to 8. As a result, Yi-chun's area of effect attacks have been greatly enhanced, and the professional strength of the elf arrow god is gradually becoming evident. In addition to these 3 skills, 2 new skills have also appeared. Destruction Arrow, learned at LV50. Fires a destruction arrow. The first target hit takes 200% physical damage. 1 second later, all targets within a 100 by 100 area around the initial target take 100 physical damage. Critical hits are possible, and the target is afflicted with the destruction status. Destruction status, any subsequent attacks against the target deal double damage. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requires 100 skill points. Archer's Strike, learnable at LV50. Deals 500 physical damage to the target and reduces armor by 50 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 1 minute. Requires 200 skill points. After reviewing these 2 skills, Yi-chun finally realized that the Elf Archer class was no longer useless. While the damage of the Destruction Arrow isn't particularly high, the destruction status effect it applies is unstoppable. Any target affected by this status will have all damage they take doubled. When combined with the Rain of Arrows technique, clearing an entire area in an instant is no problem at all. Additionally, the Archer's ultimate strike deals 500 damage, which is more than a single player can withstand, and it also applies a 50% armor penetration effect. For tanks, this is a nightmare scenario. With 1 single target skill and 1 AoE skill, the Elf Archer class instantly becomes a force to be reckoned with. After decisively relearning each skill, Yi-chun was finally satisfied. As expected, every SSSS tier class is no pushover. The Elf Archer God's class change significantly enhanced Yi-chun's long-range attack capabilities. It can be said that even without relying on other classes, the Elf Archer God class alone is more than capable of standing on its own. Chapter 130. After politely declining the elf priest's generous invitation, Yi-chun left the elf forest directly. These elves are merely NPCs who drive the story of this world forward and keep it going. In the truest sense, they are merely data with their own intelligence. In everyday terms, this may not have much impact on Yi-chun, as these spirits cannot be relied upon to influence the game's balance. However, if there are tasks related to spirits, Yi-chun will gain a significant advantage. Thanks to his close relationship with the spirit clan, he can easily complete them. The material quests for today have already been completed 10 times, so Yi-chun doesn't need to rush to collect materials anymore. After much consideration, Yi-chun decided to go monster hunting to level up. Now that the level cap has been removed, there will be no more level restrictions, meaning Yi-chun no longer has to stay stuck at level 50. Due to the significant advantage gained in the early stages, Yi-chun has securely maintained the top spot on the level rankings with a level of 50, while the second place player is only at level 47. This is because Yi-chun has been busy with job change quests and equipment crafting over the past few days, otherwise, his level would have already increased significantly. However, even so, Yi-chun's experience is already nearly at level 51. To advance from level 50 to level 51 requires 10 billion experience points, and Yi-chun currently has 8,500,000,000 experience points. Even if Yi-chun doesn't level up, completing 10 material tasks will allow him to steadily reach level 52. After all, the experience points awarded for SSS tier material quests are still quite abundant. However, since there's not much else to do right now, leveling up and fighting monsters is a decent option. Returning to the Northern Demon Clan, Yi-chun chose to grind monsters here because his damage against dark creatures is doubled, which significantly increases his grinding speed. The Northern Demon Clan is also a vast map region, where monsters of all levels can be found. Therefore, Yi-chun has no trouble finding suitable locations for grinding. Yi-chun opened his friends list and sent a message to Purple Moon Heart. Leveling up and grinding monsters come quickly. Purple Moon Heart, King, you finally found me. Tell me your coordinates, I'll be right there. Purple Moon's response was almost instantaneous. From her level, Yi-chun could see that even after so many days, she was only level 35, placing her in the lower middle tier among all players. As an S-rank professional, she was in such a dire state, and the main reason was that Ziyu refused to join a guild or any other faction. Otherwise, given the unique characteristics of their profession, they would undoubtedly become a formidable force. In just a few minutes, the purple moon heart rushed over from a distance, riding a large tiger beneath her. It was clearly her mount, a 6th tier lower grade mount, the purple cloud tiger.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Are we finally going to level up again?
The purple moon heart was clearly very excited. After experiencing the thrill of teaming up with Yi-chun earlier, Purple Moon Heart felt a bit frustrated when grouping with others. Not only was the shared damage low, but after using a few skills, they ran out of mana. I'll pull you into the group. Then, Yi-chun directly pulled Ziyu's heart into the team. This time, Yi-chun chose a location within the Death Valley of the Northern Demon Clan. It is said that this place was once an ancient battlefield where countless humans fought and died, their bones buried here. Influenced by demonic energy, they transformed into skeletal warriors, with all their memories erased, leaving only the most primal instinct to fight. There were more than enough monsters here. As far as the eye could see, there were countless skeletal warriors, at least hundreds of them, and this was only a small portion of the total. It is said that a skeleton lord has emerged here, a level 60 golden tier boss. However, no one dares to farm monsters here because even the weakest skeleton warriors are 50 level elite monsters, making them extremely powerful. While most players are still hovering around level 40, this place is clearly off limits.
Let's begin.
Yi-chan ran toward a skeleton warrior ahead.
Skeleton warrior. Level, LV 50. Quality, elite.
Health points, 250002500000.
Magic points, 500,005,0000.
Attack power, 45006000.
Combat power, 8300.
Skill, Death Charge. Description: a warrior revived by demonic energy, retaining their former combat instincts. The bone blade they wield possesses terrifying combat power. A level 50 elite monster with 250,000 HP is extremely challenging for most players to defeat in a short amount of time. Additionally, these skeleton warriors have an attack power of 6,000, making them extremely formidable opponents.
Most importantly, these skeleton warriors aren't the kind of monsters that fight you one-on-one. Once they've locked onto you, a dozen or more skeleton warriors will swarm you in an instant.
However, at that very moment, a hail of arrows appeared in the sky, raining down on the skull warriors' heads.
80,000. 80,000. 160,000. 80,000. 80,000.
Waves of damage erupted from the heads of these skeleton warriors, instantly reducing their health by a third. Seeing the damage, Yi-chan realized he still had skills he hadn't activated yet, so he immediately activated them.
King's Rage. 100% critical physical attack damage, 4,000. Death Arrow Technique. Multi-Arrow Technique. Thunderbolt Archery.
The Purple Moon Heart finally revealed the true power of her profession. After sharing Yi-chan's attributes, she used this area of effect attack skill, turning it into a veritable monster slaying machine. Under a hail of arrows, the minimum damage was 160,000, and it only took 2 skills to eliminate a group of monsters.
In less than a minute, all the surrounding monsters were completely wiped out.
At this point, Yi-chun began entering the Valley of Death to pull monsters, while the Purple Moon Heart didn't idle either, swiftly cleaning up the battlefield and collecting all the loot dropped by the monsters. When another batch of hundreds of monsters appeared, chasing after Yi-chun, they were all killed in less than a minute.
Ding!
Player defeated Skeleton Warrior, earning 100,000 experience points.
Ding!
The player defeated the Skeleton Warrior and gained 100,000 experience points.
Ding!
The player defeated a Skeleton Warrior and gained 100,000 experience points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the player for reaching level 51. Soon, the sound of a level up notification rang out.
Chapter 131.
For an entire day, Yi-chun and Ziyuji spent their time in the Valley of Death, continuously fighting monsters. With Ziyu's heart as a reliable monster-killing machine, Yi-chun found the task much easier. At least he didn't have to fight the monsters himself, all he had to do was lure them toward Ziyu's heart. He leveled up directly from level 51 to level 55. The Purple Moon Heart has risen from level 35 to level 46, now only 3 levels away from the second place level of 49. As they leveled up, others were naturally also striving to climb the rankings.
If it weren't for Yi-chun's overwhelmingly powerful attributes, his rank would have been overtaken by others long ago.
Now, within the Valley of Death, the experience gained from skeleton warriors is decreasing steadily, dropping from 100,000 to 50,000, and the pace of leveling up has also slowed down. If it weren't for the abundance of monsters in the Valley of Death, Yi-chun would have already moved to another location to level up. However, by the time he reached level 55, the monsters here were clearly no longer suitable for Yi-chun's monster grinding strategy, as the pace would have slowed significantly otherwise.
Have you completed the material quests? It's just past midnight, so you can claim 10 more material quests. After clearing another wave of monsters, Yi-chan said to the purple moon heart. Ha! I was busy clearing monsters yesterday and haven't finished my material quest yet. The purple moon heart seemed to remember something and said regretfully. Alright, let's go claim the material task together, and we can work on it together. After saying that, Yi-chan directly summoned the judgment blade and had the purple moon heart ride alongside it. Mounts can carry 2 people at a time. For example, the judgment blade could easily carry 10 people if Yi-chan were willing. Wow! King, your mount is so cool. Upon seeing Yi-chan's mount, the purple moon heart let out a gasp of astonishment. Upon hearing Ziyu's words, Yi-chan suddenly remembered that he had promised her a mount, but due to being busy, he had temporarily forgotten. Yi-chan took out a mount essence box from his backpack and opened it directly. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier lower grade mount, the purple winged jade-eyed tiger. A 7th tier lower grade mount was clearly not to Yi-chan's liking. Although it was meant as a gift, a 7th tier lower grade mount was indeed rather lackluster. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Yi-chan decisively used his ability to reverse time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier premium mount, the Grassland Silver Wolf King. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Back then, I managed to obtain an 8th tier top grade mount from the Mount Essence box. This time, I'm determined to get at least an 8th tier upper grade mount. After all, it's just a waste of time. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier mid-grade mount, the Abyssal Spider. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining a 7th tier mid-grade mount, the Abyssal Spider. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining an 8th tier mid-grade mount, the Deep Sea Whale Shark. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining an 8th tier lower grade mount, the Crimson Blood Dragon Scale Lion. Ding dong, congratulations on obtaining an 8th tier premium mount, the Kanglan Sky Shen Eagle King. Finally, just as I was about to reach the main city, a notification sound rang out. An 8th tier premium mount, the Kanglan Sky Shen Eagle King. This mount had previously been obtained by Yi-chan from the Mount Essence box, but he had immediately fused it upon obtaining it. Nevertheless, such a mount is already quite impressive. After handing the essence stone to the purple moon heart behind him, he said, I promise to give you this mount. The purple moon heart was also puzzled, but when she activated the essence stone, her eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Heaven Sake, an 8th grade premium mount. Ziyu's heart exclaimed. It wasn't that she hadn't seen much of the world, but this 8th tier premium mount was simply too awe-inspiring. After all, such a mount was more than capable of securing the second spot on the mount rankings. After the excitement subsided, Ziyu's gaze toward Yi-chan grew strange, and she finally gathered the courage to say, Your Majesty, do you like me? No, Yi-chan replied firmly and directly. Not to mention that Yi-chuan had never seen the true form of the purple moon heart, and the gift of the mount was merely because Yi-chuan needed to win over the purple moon heart, a powerful monster-slaying expert. There was no other intention behind it. SSS rank job change quest, King level boss, are you sure it's just the 2 of us and not a suicide mission? When Yi-chan accepted 10 SSS rank material tasks with the purple moon heart spoke doubtfully. After all, in the current Hope world, completing an SSS rank material task was not impossible, but others had only managed to do so by relying on the numbers of their guild members and using a human wave tactic. But now, there are only the 2 of them. Previously, the tasks completed using the purple moon heart were all B rank or C rank material tasks. Yi-chan faced the purple moon heart stouts without saying much, directly summoning the judgment blade and leading the purple moon heart toward the boss that needed to be defeated for the SSS grade material quest. Although the purple moon heart already had the Kanglan Sky Shen Eagle King, the judgment blade was still much faster in terms of travel speed. 3 hours later, when the 2 stood before the materials merchant once more, the purple moon heart had fallen silent. Yi-chan's terrifying output had left her numb. Before witnessing Yi-chan in action, in her understanding, defeating a boss involved thousands of people charging forward one after another, sacrificing their lives to push the boss down, with countless casualties. However, after witnessing Yi-chan in action, her entire understanding was completely overturned. Defeating a golden tier boss in an instant, if Yi-chan had told her it was a glitch, even the purple moon heart would have believed her. After all, defeating a golden tier boss at level 50 is something that might happen once everyone is at level 100, but Yi-chan is only level 55. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS rank material quest. You have earned 500,000 experience points, obtained 3 pieces of 4th tier purple gold grade material, purple gold soul, and received an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS tier material task. You have earned 500,000 experience points, obtained 3 pieces of the 4th tier purple gold grade material Dragon's Heart, and received an additional random reward of 1 intermediate crafting blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the SSS tier material task. You have earned 500,000 experience points and obtained 3 pieces of the 4th tier purple gold grade material, the Frenzy Heart.
Additionally, you have received one random intermediate crafting blueprint as a bonus reward. As they continued to ring out, Yi-chan finally gathered all the materials he needed.
Chapter 132. Yi-chan possesses the blueprint for the ultimate assassin's weapon, the soul-stealing blade.
The three materials required for its creation, Phoenix Firestone, Frenzy Heart, and Purple Gold Soul, were all collected by Yi-chan within the 2-day mission.
Now all that remains is to combine these materials into a single item. However, it will require a significant amount of time.
Yi-chan said to the Purple Moon Heart beside him, "You can go explore on your own.
I have something to do. We'll go monster hunting tomorrow."
All right. The Purple Moon Heart didn't say much else.
Currently, Yi-chan is at level 55.
If he can advance 5 more levels, he will reach level 60. At that point, Yi-chan will truly be powerful. Because at level 60, he will be able to wear the Dreamlike Rare set, which will definitely bring a significant improvement and leap in attributes. Therefore, after completing the equipment, Yi-chan's primary goal remains leveling up. After the Purple Moon Heart departed, Yi-chan began synthesizing materials.
Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed.
If there were no synthesis materials, Yi-chan might have believed that the bonus from his 100 luck points would be extremely powerful. However, after experiencing synthetic materials, Yi-chan felt for the first time that his luck had reached an all-time low. The first 10 attempts at synthesis were mostly unsuccessful, with an extremely low success rate.
If it weren't for his time rewinding ability, Yi-chan would have already gone bankrupt. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 5th tier purple gold grade material, Phoenix Firestone. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained a 5th tier purple gold material, Phoenix Firestone. On the 11th attempt, Yi-chan finally succeeded in the synthesis. However, Yi-chan did not relax.
This was merely the beginning.
An hour later. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 6th tier purple gold grade material, Phoenix Firestone.
The first 6th tier purple gold grade material has been successfully synthesized.
Another hour and a half. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 6th tier purple gold material, Frenzy Heart. Half an hour later. Ding! Synthesis successful.
Obtained 6th tier purple gold grade material, Purple Gold Soul. 3 purple gold grade materials have been successfully synthesized.
Next, it's time to craft the equipment. Yi-chan took out the equipment blueprint for the soul-stealing blade and placed the 3 materials on it. Shall I craft the equipment? Yes. After all this time, it was all for this moment. Ding! Successfully created. Ding! Successfully crafted.
As the equipment forging blueprint emitted a dense purple glow, a dagger appeared in Yi-chan's hand.
Soul-stealing blade. Quality, purple gold. Grade, rare.
Effect, increases agility by 2,000 points. Effect, increases critical hit rate by 50%.
Soul Chase, when attacking, there is a chance to apply a Soul Chase status effect to the target, dealing 1 HP damage per second for 10 seconds.
Armor Shred, when attacking, there is a 20% chance to shred the target's armor, lasting for 5 seconds. If attacking from behind the target, there is a 100% chance to shred the target's armor, lasting for 1 second.
Restriction, requires LV50 to equip.
Description: the soul-stealing blade was the signature weapon of a legendary assassin, renowned for its ability to claim a life with a single strike. When Yi-chan saw the effect of the soul-stealing blade, his heart skipped a beat.
Although the soul-stealing blade did not provide any attack power bonuses for an assassin class, attack power was important but not absolutely essential.
The 2,000 points of agility are more than enough to compensate for the lack of attack power. Additionally, it boasts a 50% critical hit rate, a trait typically reserved for top-tier equipment. Some additional features are also perfectly suited to Yi-chan's preferences.
The soul-chasing trait deals 1 point of damage per second.
If this effect can be triggered on a boss, its power is comparable to the King's Curse, making it extremely powerful. Additionally, the armor penetration trait is extremely powerful, especially when attacking from behind, with a 100% chance to penetrate armor, enough to strike fear into all tank players. With the assassin's exclusive weapon now crafted, Yi-chan only has 2 classes left: Knight and Warlock, without their own weapons. While the Warlock's purple gold staff is also a purple gold tier item, it pales in comparison to these rare purple gold tier weapons. Once the 4 exclusive weapons are forged and combined with the Dreamlike Rare set, Yi-chan's attributes will reach a terrifying level.
After completing the equipment crafting, Yi-chan didn't rest on his laurels. He immediately began synthesizing equipment crafting blueprints.
With 2 days' worth of tasks completed, plus the single intermediate equipment crafting blueprint Yi-chan had left over from the first day, Yi-chan's inventory now contained a total of 21 intermediate crafting blueprints, enough to synthesize 2 more top-tier equipment crafting blueprints. Opening the synthesis interface, Yi-chan directly placed the 3 intermediate-level blueprints onto it.
Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding dong! Synthesis failed. As expected, it failed. Time rewound by 10 seconds. Yi-chun didn't hesitate to rewind time and continued the synthesis. Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis failed. Ding! Synthesis successful. Obtained 1 advanced equipment blueprint.
It took 13 attempts to successfully synthesize one. Such a low success rate is already considered quite high. Although it is said that there is a 10% chance of success, this does not mean that each attempt has a 10% chance. Rather, each synthesis has only a 10% chance of success. Such a probability can be considered extremely low. 1.5 hours later. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for crafting the premium equipment, Purple Gold Belt. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Although the top-tier equipment had been synthesized, it wasn't what Yi-chun needed. Another hour passed. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the legendary equipment, Hero's Holy Sword. Warriors primarily use sword-type weapons, and the Divine Dragon Knight is a specialized class of warrior. Therefore, the Brave Saint Sword is perfectly suited for Yi-chun to use. Brave Saint Sword Equipment Crafting Blueprint. Required materials: Celestial Meteorite, Dragon's Heart, Purple Gold Soul. Description: once wielded by a great knight, this holy sword was used to slay a powerful demon. Possessing this sword grants the courage of a hero, fearless in the face of danger, and growing stronger with each battle. Without wasting any time, Yi-chun proceeded to refine the remaining intermediate equipment blueprints and began the synthesis process once more. Chapter 133. Ding! Synthesis successful. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint for crafting the rare equipment, Staff of the Dead. 3 hours later, as the system's notification sound faded, the final blueprint for the premium equipment Yi-chun required was also successfully synthesized. Dead Man's Scepter Equipment Crafting Blueprint. Required materials: Magic Stone, 1000-year Sandalwood, Purple Gold Soul. Description: this is the blueprint for a weapon left behind by a necromancer 1,000 years ago. It has the power to destroy an entire city with a single thought, bringing disaster to the world. It is an extremely ominous object, but in the hands of a necromancer, it can unleash tremendous power. The blueprints for the ultimate equipment are now ready. All Yi-chun needs to do next is gather the materials. However, based on the current materials available, it will take at least 2 more days to gather all the necessary materials. Fortunately, Yi-chun isn't in a hurry. These 2 days will be a good opportunity to level up, and he might be able to reach level 60 in no time. In that case, Yi-chun would also have time to do other things. Equipment, mounts, and profession-related matters have all been taken care of, but among the 10 major events, there is still the bloodline system. The bloodline system is also a highly powerful system that can enhance one's strength. However, over the past few days, Yi-chun has been focused on crafting equipment and hasn't had time to delve into this system yet. Nevertheless, Yi-chun is not overly concerned about the delay, as his current strength is already sufficient, and he will be able to catch up on his bloodline cultivation in no time. After contacting the Purple Moonheart, he once again set off on his monster hunting journey. 2 days passed quickly, and on the level ranking list, Yi-chun firmly held the top spot at level 58. The second place was already at level 52, but what surprised Yi-chun was that the Purple Moonheart had also risen rapidly in the past few days, reaching level 51 and ranking 53rd on the level ranking chart. Such a rapid increase in level is enough to astonish many people. In the past 2 days, countless people have reached out to Purple Moonheart, hoping to invite her to join their guild. All the major guilds are constantly monitoring the rankings, so when Purple Moonheart, this dark horse, broke into the top 1000, it immediately caught the attention of many. However, Purple Moonheart rejected all offers. Her reason was simple and straightforward: whoever could defeat Yi-chun would be the guild she would join. Ziyu's words left all the guild leaders speechless. After all, everyone knew how powerful Yi-chun was. While it wasn't impossible to defeat him, the cost would be far too high. Moreover, if they offended Yi-chun in the process, that would be troublesome. At that moment, Yi-chun was standing at the materials merchant's stall, repeating the same actions over and over again to synthesize materials. All the materials needed to craft the equipment had been collected. Now, all that remained was to synthesize the materials and craft the equipment. Yi-chun had gone through this process countless times over the past few days, so he was now highly skilled and efficient. Finally, after 3 hours, the synthesis of the first set of 6th-tier purple gold materials was successfully completed. Yi-chun took out the blueprint for the premium grade equipment of the hero's sword and placed the materials on it. Shall we craft the equipment? Yes. Crafting equipment has virtually no chance of failure, but the only difference lies in the quality of the equipment's attributes. Ding! Crafting successful. Ding! Crafting successful. All that could be seen was a long sword with intricate patterns appearing in Yi-chun's hand, looking incredibly cool. However, Yi-chun merely glanced at it briefly. It was an upper-tier purple gold equipment item. Time rewound by 10 seconds. Without hesitation, Yi-chun chose to rewind time.
Even the superior grade purple gold equipment was insufficient to meet Yi-chan's requirements.
Moreover, Yi-chan sought not only the grade but also the unique properties of the equipment that was the most crucial factor.
Half an hour later. Ding! Successfully created. Rare purple gold equipment. Brave sword. Quality, purple gold. Grade, rare. Effect, increases physical attack power by 400. Effect, increases 30,000 health points. Courage, has a 20% chance to remove negative status effects when affected by such effects, and become immune to such effects for the next minute. Survival, when health drops below 20%, continuously restore 1 health per second for 1 minute. Cooldown, none. Restriction, requires LV50 to equip. Description, once wielded by a great knight, this holy sword was used to slay a powerful demon.
Possessing this holy sword grants the courage of a hero, fearless in the face of danger, and growing stronger with each battle.
Balanced attack and defense.
In terms of the added effect attributes, the hero's sword not only increases attack power but also increases health points, providing bonuses in both attack and health. However, Yi-chan values the two special traits the most. The first trait, courage, was like adding wings to a tiger for Yi-chan. For example, when surrounded by a group of people, Yi-chan couldn't avoid various negative status effects, especially annoying ones like slowing, immobilization, and dizziness. However, with this trait, she can completely ignore such negative effects, not only avoiding them but also becoming immune to them.
As for the second trait, it enhances survival capabilities, restoring 1 health point per second.
Over the course of a minute, that amounts to 60 health points, which is quite substantial. After storing the hero's sword in his backpack, Yi-chan began synthesizing the materials needed to craft the Staff of the Dead.
After 2 hours, the synthesis was complete.
Immediately afterward, Yi-chan took out the blueprint for the premium equipment of the Staff of the Dead and placed the 6th tier materials on it.
Ding dong, do you want to craft the equipment?
Yes. Yes. As the purple light shone, a scepter appeared in Yi-chan's hand.
Not satisfied. Go back 10 seconds. Repeat this until you reach half an hour ago. Ding! Successfully created. Still rare purple gold equipment. Staff of the Dead. Quality, purple gold. Grade, rare. Effect, 5,000 points of magic damage. Effect, 10% chance to apply a negative status effect to the target when attacking.
Spirit Ascension, all summoned undead creatures automatically gain 1 quality level, with purple gold being the maximum.
Eternal Descent, consumes all magic points to create a 100 by 100 range dark space that lasts for 1 minute.
Description, a weapon blueprint left behind by a necromancer 1,000 years ago, capable of destroying an entire city with a single thought, bringing disaster to the world. It is an extremely ominous artifact, but in the hands of a necromancer, it can unleash immense power. It still possesses extremely powerful attributes and characteristics, surpassing the previous purple gold staff and the mysterious staff of the Marlin Necromancer. This undead staff is more inclined toward a support role. If it were to fall into the hands of other undead mages, it might not be particularly powerful, but for Yi-chan, it is extremely powerful. After all, Yi-chan isn't a damage-dealing warlock, his primary role is support. The two traits are also very powerful. Spirit Ascension allows summoned creatures to upgrade their quality by 1 level. For example, if Yi-chan uses the Necromancer's altar to summon a creature, if it is silver quality, it will be upgraded to gold quality, and if it is gold quality, it will be upgraded to purple gold quality. This is truly incredibly powerful. As for Eternal Fallen, it is an active skill that creates a dark space. When combined with the Dark King class, it is like adding wings to a tiger. The Amos Bow, Soul-Stealing Blade, Hero Sword, and Staff of the Dead, the 4-class exclusive weapons, have all been successfully crafted. Yi-chan's strength is also extremely powerful. It can be said that any of the professions he takes on can stand alone and excel. With his exclusive weapon, he is a formidable force to be reckoned with. If he were to conceal his identity, Yi-chan could easily impersonate 4 different people, and no one would be able to tell the difference. Chapter 134. After crafting the 4-class exclusive weapons, Yi-chan didn't rush to summon the Purple Moon Heart for leveling. At level 58, no one would surpass his level within a few days. 3 out of the 4 SSSS tier professions had already undergone their second job advancement, leaving only the Undead Overlord yet to complete its second transformation. Yi-chan decided to directly accept the second-class reclassification quest for the Undead Overlord. Ding! Player triggered the Undead Overlord class change quest. Ding, ding, the player has triggered the Undead Lord class change quest. Ding! Accepting the Undead Lord class change quest successfully triggers the Undead Lord's memories. Unlike previous class change quests, after accepting the quest, Yi-chan felt a sudden dizziness. Upon recovering, the scenery around him began to change. A young genius stood atop a stage, surrounded by the geniuses he had defeated. He is the son of light and the most brilliant figure of his time. Among his peers, no one can withstand 3 of his moves. There, he encountered a woman equally gifted and brilliant. Of course, for the sake of national honor, he defeated her as well. With the wind at his back and the highest honors in his grasp, it was then that he and she fell in love. They trained together, lived together, and grew stronger together. Eventually, he became a renowned master, no longer just a so-called young prodigy. She didn't possess his extraordinary talent and remained stagnant in her current state, but he still loved her deeply. At that time, there was a supreme being who wanted to take him as a disciple and pass on his legacy to him, but he refused for her sake. To become strong enough to protect his country, his family, and the woman he loved, he embarked on a journey of trials and tribulations. But he never imagined that this journey would change everything. This ordeal allowed him to experience many things, gain countless extraordinary encounters, and most importantly, obtain a spell unlike any other. Upon returning to his homeland, he reunited with her, and at that point, he was already on the brink of breaking through. He believed that soon, he would be able to protect her with his own strength. However, she discovered that he had obtained a very powerful spell and wanted him to teach it to her. But he knew that the price for this spell was enormous, so great that it might even cost him his life, so he refused. This was a spell related to the soul, and even he did not want to risk using it. After researching it, I discovered that this spell is a prophecy-based spell, capable of manifesting words into reality. Even the caster risks being harmed by it. So how could he possibly teach her such a spell? However, she became angry. But after a couple of days, she started to improve again, and he didn't think much of it. Another sunny day dawned, with warm sunlight bathing him in comfort. As the son of the god of light, light was his best companion. She invited him to go on a trip, and he didn't refuse, wanting to spend some quality time with her. Then, just outside the city gates, a group of men in black surrounded him and her. This sudden turn of events made him tense, worried that she might be harmed. Without hesitation, he charged forward. His overwhelming strength prevented him from being overwhelmed, and he grew more formidable with each passing moment. However, she seemed frozen in place, unable to move. However, as more people gathered, he realized he couldn't hold on much longer. He grabbed her and tried to escape. She seemed to snap out of it and used her magic to help him. But just as he was about to break free, a dagger pierced his chest. He turned to look, and it was her. In that moment, he was filled with confusion and doubt. He couldn't imagine that the woman he loved so deeply would harm him, especially when he was most vulnerable. His heart ached deeply, more than the physical wounds on his body. His life force was rushing wildly toward the wounds. Just then, more black-clad figures closed in, leaving him no chance of escape. He knew she had betrayed him, all for that so-called magic. In a moment of crisis, he pulled out a scroll and escaped. Seeing this, Yi Chun's heart also grew heavy. These events unfolded before his eyes like scenes from a story. But Yi Chun could also sense the despair in the young man's heart. The person he loved most, the person he trusted most, had betrayed him and pushed him into a desperate situation. There was nothing more despairing than that. He returned to his homeland after recovering from his injuries, only to find that the entire nation had issued a warrant for his arrest. The country he had sworn allegiance to had also betrayed him. He found her, only to discover that she was now in the arms of his former rival, the offspring of the most powerful being. In a fit of rage, he severely wounded them, but he could not bring himself to kill her. Countless powerful warriors came to his aid, and he sought to kill the offspring of that supreme being, but the latter managed to survive despite his countless life-saving tactics. He, however, was severely injured and went into hiding, disguising himself as a beggar to evade the pursuit. However, just as he had recovered from his injuries, he received the shocking news that all his family members had been arrested. On the state execution ground, they were beheaded one by one. All of this was witnessed clearly by him. As the sky grew dark, all his beliefs crumbled. The deaths of his loved ones, over 100 members of his family, from the elderly in their 70s and 80s to young children, left no survivors. No one could fathom such profound sorrow. He wanted to act, but a mysterious force held him in place. He tried to scream, but all sound vanished into nothingness. All of this made his eyes turn red, and he couldn't contain the anger in his heart. However, when everything had settled, he did not act. Because he knew that appearing now would not allow him to avenge his loved ones. There were countless powerful enemies lurking in the surrounding area, waiting for him to show himself. On that day, driven by anger, he left the country. That once bright heart was no longer bright, overshadowed by anger, hatred, and various negative emotions. He has fallen into darkness. When Yi Chun witnessed this scene, he desperately wanted to speak up for the young man. However, from start to finish, Yi Chun remained nothing more than a bystander. There was nothing he could do to change it, for it was merely a memory. He could only continue watching helplessly. Chapter 135. The scenes from his memories continued to play over and over in his mind. He was once the son of the god of light, but after experiencing so much, his heart is no longer pure. All that remains is hatred and a desire for revenge. His efforts are no longer driven by the desire to protect those he once cared about, but by the burning desire to exact revenge on those who once harmed and betrayed him. The strange spell vanished from his mind, replaced by knowledge of the ancient legacy of the necromancers. Light and the undead are natural enemies, yet he sought to possess the same powerful force as you to seek revenge. Thus, he began to fuse the energies of light and the undead, and his heart gradually succumbed to darkness. Year after year, day after day, he sought to obtain great power for the sake of revenge. His enemies are the once most powerful nation and the faction that houses the ultimate being.
He must obtain power strong enough to destroy it all.
He has lost all his loved ones, so everything in this world is his enemy. He no longer needs to think about saving anyone or seeking light, all he desires is destruction. 10 years. A young man once considered the most talented in the land had been training in an uninhabited mountain range, and no one knew how powerful he had become. When he emerged from the mountains a decade later, he was no longer the son of light, but the death mage, the lord of the dead. At that moment, he had no mercy, no kindness, only hatred remained. Wherever he went, he killed everyone he encountered, and all those he killed became the souls under his control. Gradually, he gathered an army of 1,000,000 undead, destroying the country where he once lived and obliterating everything in its path. However, she and the offspring of the most powerful being fled to the territory where the most powerful being resided. He pursued them, determined to avenge his family. Yi Chun was deeply shaken by this scene. A being who once sought the light had fallen into darkness. Driven by revenge, he had killed countless innocent people. He had no choice, everything he did was merely to make himself stronger, otherwise he would never stand a chance against his enemies. At that time, he had conquered a third of the continent and was fighting against the forces of light. Millions of undead soldiers were under his command, and at his command, the heavens trembled. Moreover, he had once been the son of the god of light, and the undead he summoned possessed resistance to the power of light, giving him the upper hand for a time. However, the undead are ultimately undead, and he ultimately met his defeat. Moreover, he was subjected to endless curses and narrowly escaped death. However, all those who had ever shown him disrespect were killed, her, the supreme being, and the offspring of the supreme being. In the end, he vanished completely from the continent. However, he left behind his legacy, the legacy of the death mage, the ruler of the undead. Upon reading this, Yi Chun finally understood the origin of his profession. It was rooted in such a tragic history. As a prodigiously talented genius, he was betrayed by everyone, his entire clan was exterminated, and he was left with no choice but to embark on a path with no return. Yi Chun felt sorry for him, but he could not condone the fact that he had taken the lives of countless innocent people in his quest for revenge. After all, no matter how deep the hatred, one cannot disregard the lives of others in such a manner. The memory ended, and everything seemed as though it had never happened. What is the true meaning of death? A voice suddenly rang out, and two options appeared before Yi Chun's eyes. This familiar scene had already unfolded once before when Yi Chun first logged into this world of hope. He never expected that the second job advancement for the undead lord class would be the same. 1. The true essence of death is destruction. 2. The true meaning of death is rebirth. Since the spirit lord is a profession capable of resurrecting the dead, Yi Chun decisively chose option 2. Moreover, Yi Chun wasn't afraid of giving the wrong answer, as he could always reverse time. Congratulations on getting it right. What is the meaning of light? The second question followed immediately. 1. Under the light, there is no darkness. 2. Under the light, darkness still exists. I choose option 2. Knowing that the undead lord originated from the transformation of light, Yi Chun decisively chose option 2. This world is inherently such that there is no unchanging light, nor is there unchanging darkness. It all depends on one's own heart. Congratulations, you answered correctly. The final question: if you answer correctly, the undead lord class will advance to necromancer. If you answer incorrectly, you will permanently lose this class. Is the undead lord born for destruction? 1. Yes. 2. No. This question left Yi Chun silent for a moment. It was clear that the undead overlord's memories were entirely driven by a desire for destruction and revenge, leading to the suffering of countless lives. However, in private, the true intention of the undead overlord was not to destroy the continent, but to seek revenge. Destruction was merely a means to accumulate strength and confront their enemies. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chun made his choice. If you answer incorrectly, you will lose forever. Time rewinds 10 seconds. Yi Chun used his supernatural ability without hesitation. I choose 2. As Yi Chun's voice fell, a powerful energy suddenly emanated from the entire space, enveloping Yi Chun's body. Ding! Completed the second transformation task of the undead overlord, advancing to the rank of death mage. Awaken the second transformation attributes of the death mage. Ding dong, your attribute points have been completely reset. For every level you gain, all attributes increase by 20 points, and you gain an additional 100 points of magic attack damage. Ding! Your attribute points have been fully reset. Each time you level up, all attributes increase by 20 points, and you gain an additional 100 points of magical attack damage. Ding! Ding! Your necromancer skill points have been reset, and second-class profession skills have become available. Ding dong, your necromancer mage skill points have been reset, and the second-class profession skills have appeared. A series of sounds rang out, and Yi Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Undead Lord class, like the Holy Dragon Knight class, had its name changed, making it appear even more powerful at first glance. However, Yi-chun still felt a sense of awe toward the fragments of memory he had of the Necromancer. The Necromancer's power was undeniable, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stand alone against the strongest warriors across the entire continent. Although he ultimately fell, his strength was no less formidable. And now that I have inherited this profession, there is a high likelihood that I will become as powerful as that in the future. Even if it's just in the world of hope, that's still pretty good. With a single wave of his hand, 1,000,000 undead bases could be revived, and a single person could stand against countless enemies. This alone was enough to excite Yi-chun. With a single wave of his hand, 1,000,000 undead bases were revived. A single person could stand against countless enemies. This alone was enough to excite Yi-chun. Chapter 136. At this moment, Yi-chun had already returned to the main city and was no longer in that world of memories. The crowd surged around him, and everything that had just happened seemed like a fleeting dream. Had that once proud and mighty necromancer, now plunged into darkness, ever truly existed? Had such a brutal war ever taken place on this continent? Yi-chun would rather believe that this was just a segment of data in this game world. However, being able to make the data so magnificent is still quite impressive. Next, it was time to check out the necromancer's class skills. As a necromancer, there were sure to be many impressive abilities available. Undead Altar, learnable at LV1. Sacrifice 30% of your magic to summon an undead altar, which can be used for summoning. The summoned undead altar lasts for 3 hours with no cooldown. Up to 3 altars can appear simultaneously. Requires 50 skill points. Undead Curse, LV10, can be learned. Inflicts a random advanced negative status effect on an enemy unit. Cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 500 magic points. Lasts for 1 minute. Can be stacked. Requires 50 skill points. Undead Clan Necromancer Altar, LV20, learnable. Abbreviated as Undead Necromancer, passive skill. After learning, there is a 10% chance to summon an Undead Clan Necromancer Altar when summoning a Necromancer Altar. Requires 100 skill points. The first 3 skills are all previously acquired ones, but they have been enhanced in various aspects. The most notable changes are that the Undead Altar can now appear 3 times simultaneously, and the magic cost ratio has been reduced, allowing Yi-chun to summon 3 Undead Altars immediately at the start of combat. Additionally, the Undead Altar has been enhanced, with a 10% chance to gain an enhancement. With good luck, 3 Undead Altars can appear simultaneously, summoning undead creatures, which are extremely powerful. The Undead Curse has also been significantly enhanced. Whenever fighting against Yi-chun, 2 high-level negative combat effects are almost inevitable within a minute, severely limiting the enemy's capabilities. However, what truly caught Yi-chun's attention were the 2 newly introduced skills. Reincarnation of the Dead, learnable at LV50. When this skill is activated, you can designate a summoned undead creature to advance 1 quality tier. After advancing, the creature will be immune to all magical damage for 1 minute, with no quality restrictions. This skill consumes 10,000 magic points, has a cooldown of 10 minutes, can only be used once per target, and requires 200 skill points. Undead Resurrection, learnable at LV50. Consumes 1 magic point to resurrect a deceased target as an undead creature. The resurrected undead inherits 20% of the target's attributes and copies all its skills. The maximum number of undead that can be resurrected simultaneously is 100. The undead lasts for 1 day. No cooldown. The power of the Necromancer's resurrection skill speaks for itself. The ability to enhance the quality of summoned undead creatures by 1 level, with no upper limit, is truly extraordinary. Currently, the Undead Altar can summon undead creatures up to the golden rank, while the Undead Altar of the undead race can summon creatures up to the purple gold rank, though the chances are extremely low. However, if one were to summon a purple gold tier undead creature and then use the Necromancy Ascension skill, it could immediately be upgraded to platinum tier, demonstrating just how powerful it would be. The second skill, Undead Resurrection, made Yi-chun yearn for the memory of the million-strong undead army summoned by the Death Mage. Although the temporary limit is 100, it is still more than powerful enough. For example, if you kill a player or monster and revive them, they will inherit 20% of their attributes and all their skills will be copied. This is essentially like having a henchman. If you kill 100 powerful targets, Yi-chun can summon 100 undead using this skill, and even without intervening personally, they can sweep through an entire area. Indeed, every profession undergoes significant enhancements after the second transformation. The Dark King's enhancement lies in its explosive power, the Holy Dragon Knight's enhancement lies in its connection with its mount, and the Elf Archer's enhancement lies in its enhanced long-range damage output. As for the Necromancer, their support capabilities have been enhanced to a new level. They rely entirely on summoning undead creatures to fight, without even needing to fight themselves, and can continuously inflict negative status effects on enemies. The only drawback is that they are too fragile and lack flexibility. However, in large-scale battles, they can perform exceptionally well. Yi Chun did not want to be like the necromancer, but he did not mind possessing such power. Having completed the second-class quests for all 4 professions and successfully crafted the 4 profession-specific weapons, Yi Chun's next goal was to obtain the dream-like rare set of armor and wear it. This dream rare set is currently the most powerful set in the Hope world. The dungeon has been open for so long, yet no one has managed to collect the entire dream-like rare set. Even for some large guilds that want to collect the dream rare set, it is extremely difficult. Currently, Yi Chun's level is already 58, and he is only 2 levels away from reaching level 60. Yi Chun thought for a moment and directly contacted the Purple Moonheart. Yi Chuan was also filled with curiosity about Purple Moonheart. As an S-class professional, although he was a bit special, he seemed to be living a rather miserable life in the Hope world. When not with Yi Chun, it was as if she hadn't been leveling up at all, remaining stagnant at her current level. And I'm basically always on call. Sure enough, after contacting Purple Moonheart, it didn't take more than 10 minutes for Purple Moonheart to appear before Yi Chun. The location for this leveling session was once again the Valley of Death. It's not that there aren't better places to level up, but the Valley of Death is closer and there's no one to disturb us. Most importantly, the monsters in the Valley of Death are numerous and respawn quickly, making it an ideal leveling spot. Although the experience gained from monsters isn't as much as before, the monster spawning speed with the Purple Moonheart is more than enough to compensate for the lack of experience. At the previous monster killing speed, it would take no more than 2 days, or even just 1 day, to become the first person in the world to reach level 60. At that point, you'd also be able to wear the dream-like rare set. Chapter 137. Chapter 136, The Terrifying Army of Summoned Undead, 35, new book seeking subscriptions and support. Within the Valley of Death, Yi Chun and Ziyu's heart stood motionless in their original positions. Only Ziyu's heart could be seen continuously unleashing skills, one skeleton warrior after another falling to the ground and turning into experience points. Yi Chun suddenly wanted to test the skills of the necromancer. Necromancer Altar. A shrine appeared, and a wolf-like creature made entirely of skeletons emerged. As soon as the skeleton wolf appeared, it charged directly into the group of skeleton warriors. After tearing and biting 3 or 4 times, it actually tore a skeleton warrior to pieces. The Altar of the Dead. Altar of the Dead. Yi Chun immediately summoned the other 2 necromancer altars. One of them even condensed into an undead altar of the undead race. From that ordinary undead altar emerged a skeleton with nothing but bones, the only difference being that he wielded a staff that emitted undead magic. With just 2 spells, he obliterated a skeleton warrior. Meanwhile, from the undead altar of the undead race, a towering skeleton knight emerged. With a single charge, it sliced through a skeleton warrior, killing it instantly. Seeing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but glance at the skeleton knight with a look of astonishment. This skeleton knight was clearly different from the other summoned undead creatures. To be able to instantly kill a skeleton warrior was truly formidable. Skeleton Knight summoned Beast of the King Sai. Quality, Golden Grade elevated by the influence of the Staff of the Dead. Health points, 100,000. Magic points, 80,000. Attack power, 345,004,3000. Combat power, 35,000. Skill, Death Charge. Skill, Night Sweep. Skill, Iron Horse Trample. Death Charge has a chance to charge at the target, dealing 5 times the attack power as damage. Effect is doubled against undead creatures. Night Sweep sweeps the area in front of you 1x1 range, dealing 120 damage. Iron Horse Stomp deals 50 damage to all targets within a 5x5 area around the target and reduces their movement speed by 50 for 10 seconds. Description: the undead creatures summoned by the King Sai. When Yi Chun saw the attributes of the Skeleton Knight, he was also startled. Such attributes were already on par with some 50th level golden tier bosses, except for having slightly lower health. It was essentially a golden tier boss. However, this was only possible because the Soul Staff had triggered its Soul Ascension trait. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this powerful. Rising of the Dead. Yi Chun unleashed the second-tier skill of the Necromancer, targeting the Skeleton Knight. A beam of light rose from the Skeleton Knight's body. The Skeleton Knight's aura grew stronger, and its body began to swell, reaching a height of 2 meters. Combined with its mount, it now stood 3 meters tall. The Skeleton Knight thrust his skeleton lance forward, and with 2 strikes, he shattered a skeleton warrior into pieces. With its purple gold tier quality, the Skeleton Knight was clearly much stronger. Its attack power alone had reached an impressive 50,000, and all its skills had been enhanced. Additionally, it possessed the ability to deal double damage to undead creatures. Its health points have also been increased to 2 million. However, the skeleton warriors can still deal damage to him, and this damage is irreversible. In other words, once the Skeleton Knight's health points are depleted, it will disappear immediately. King, how did you create such a terrifying thing? The purple moon heart beside him also noticed the necromancer altar that Yi Chun had summoned, and upon seeing the Skeleton Knight, it let out a gasp of astonishment. A purple gold ranked summoned beast. If she were to fight Yi Chun, just summoning one such terrifying creature would be enough to instantly kill her.
No big deal. Just focus on grinding monsters now. Yi-chan said calmly.
Immediately, he controlled the Skeleton Knight to head deeper into the Death Valley.
When the Skeleton Knight returned, hundreds of skeleton warriors were following behind it.
The remaining 2 summoned undead creatures were also controlled by Yi-chan to lure the monsters. Seeing so many monsters, the Purple Moon Heart didn't say much and continued to focus on clearing the monsters, with the workload now more than 3 times what it had been before. The undead have risen. Seeing a skeleton warrior fall, Yi-chan waited until his magic points had recovered sufficiently before unleashing his skill. The skeleton warrior, which had just been shattered by the Purple Moon Heart, began to reassemble its bones and stood back up.
King!
The skeleton warrior is reviving, the Purple Moon Heart suddenly shouted. She discovered that among the group of skeleton warriors she had just killed, dozens of them had actually revived. This left her utterly astonished.
It's nothing, just a skill.
Yi-chan said directly, turning his head to look at his revived skeleton warrior. Sure enough, they only had 20% of the attributes of a normal skeleton warrior and moved slowly. However, their numbers were overwhelming. Within just a few minutes, 100 skeleton warriors stood before him. Although they only had 20% of their original attributes, they were still on par with some players in their 40s. Moreover, this skill is not only capable of reviving monsters but can also revive players.
Go ahead.
Yi Chunyu made up his mind, and the group of skeleton warriors he had revived began charging toward the monsters.
A dozen of them surrounded one monster and managed to kill it in an instant.
Meanwhile, Yi Chunyu directly ordered the resurrected skeleton warriors to head toward the depths of the Valley of Death, beginning to lure the monsters. After testing all the skills of the necromancer, Yi-chan truly felt the terror of the necromancer class. If he were to grow powerful enough to summon diamond tier, legendary, or even king tier undead creatures, how terrifying that would be. Moreover, the more monsters the undead resurrection can revive, the faster Yi-chan can summon a terrifying undead army in a short period of time, leaving nothing but desolation in its wake. A single individual becomes a base, akin to the former death mage, capable of opposing the might of an entire nation.
However, all of that is for the future.
The immediate priority is to raise my level to 60.
Moreover, the gap to level 60 isn't that large, just 2 levels.
At this monster killing pace, it should take no more than a day and a half, or even just a day.
Chapter 138.
Chapter 137, the first level 60 in the world. 45, new book seeking subscriptions, seeking all support. Chapter 138, the world's first level 60. 45, new book seeking subscriptions, all support welcome.
Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 60. All attributes are now at 80 points.
Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 60.
All attributes are now at 80 points. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 60, with all attributes at 80 points. Ding.
Congratulations to the player from the 9 States Kingdom, the Sai of the King, who has officially broken through level 60 and is now the top-ranked player on the level ranking list.
Ding dong.
Since a player has already reached level 60, the background story for the level 60 dungeon Death Canyon has been released early.
Once 1,000 players worldwide reach level 60, the level 60 dungeon Death Canyon will officially open.
As a group of skeleton warriors fell, a flash of level-up light appeared on Yi-chan's body, followed by a series of system notification sounds.
Finally, level 60. Just level 60? How fast are the big shots leveling up? I'm only level 50, and that's after working day and night.
The background for the level 60 dungeon has been released early. It seems that whoever makes it into the top 1,000 to reach level 60 will have a lot of prestige.
This level 60 dungeon is probably going to be dominated by the King's faction again.
However, the Heavenly Palace Guild was not far behind the King's first clear time last time.
Will the King be surpassed this time?
After all, the King is just one person, while the Star Fantasy Guild can't even compare to the major guilds on the heavenly rankings. Yi-chan reached level 60, and the world chat was buzzing with excitement. After all, Yi-chan was a citizen of the 9 states, and being the first to reach level 60 was an honor for the 9 states. Moreover, the top spot on the world rankings was almost always occupied by the name the King Sai. As for the domestic rankings, Yi-chan dominates several highly prestigious lists. However, the most heated discussions revolve around the topic of the level 60 dungeon. Yi-chan didn't rush to equip the Dream Rare set, but instead began looking up information about the level 60 dungeon. On the official website, the background story for the level 60 dungeon, Death Canyon, had already been released.
Death Canyon is a forbidden land shrouded in eternal darkness, where even sunlight cannot penetrate.
Within this dark abyss, a mysterious life force envelopes all who venture there.
Adventurers who dare to explore are met with certain death, their souls corrupted and their bodies transformed into decaying undead creatures that roam the land, spreading chaos and destruction.
The backstory of Death Valley tells of a cursed canyon where all who enter have their souls corrupted into spirits, while their bodies are transformed into undead creatures by a mysterious force. In short, anyone who enters the canyon is essentially dead. The rest of the story focuses on how powerful certain individuals are, yet they too perish in the Death Canyon, with no information provided about how to complete the dungeon. However, Yi-chan still felt it couldn't be that simple. The previously opened dungeons were all story-based and extremely complex. As a level 60 dungeon, the Death Canyon wouldn't be something that could be easily cleared with just a few monsters. However, since the level 60 dungeon hasn't been unlocked yet, Yi-chan didn't want to think too much about it. King, you're already level 60, do you still need to level up? Zuxian also heard the system prompt, so she asked. At this moment, Yi-chan was like an all-powerful being in her heart, and she admired him deeply. Let's take a break for a few days. By the way, when the level 60 dungeon opens, let's go together. Yi-chan said. The area of effect skills of the Purple Moon Heart are extremely powerful and a significant boost. Bringing her along on the dungeon run will allow us to clear it much faster. Really? Thank you, King. Upon hearing that Yi Chuanma was taking her on a dungeon run, Zuxian was also extremely excited. After all, if they could be the first to clear the dungeon, there would be plenty of rewards. Back when Yi-chan first cleared the dungeon, she had heard the system prompt and even watched a live stream, but she never imagined she would have the chance to participate herself. Alright, I'll go ahead. Yi-chan returned to the main city. The Dream Rare set is a rare golden equipment set. Although it is not purple gold grade equipment, the set's attributes are extremely powerful. Moreover, Yi-chan has already enhanced this set to level 10, making it arguably the best set in the Hope World. The Dream Rare set consists of 5 pieces of equipment: a tunic, pants, a belt, shoulder guards, and shoes. Dream Set Top Enhanced 10. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Effect, increases health by 400 points. Effect, increases stamina by 500 points. Fierce Attack, increases attack power by 10. Wisdom, when using skills, all magic point consumption is reduced by 30. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the game. Dream Set Bottom Enhanced 10. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Effect, increases health by 300 points. Effect, increases attack power by 2000 points. Fierce Attack, increases attack power by 10. Resilience, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to your own, the hero's protection effect is triggered, reducing damage taken by 10%. Invalid against elite monsters and above. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the game. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the most sought after set in the game. Dream Set Belt Enhanced to level 10. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Effect, increases health by 10. Effect, increases stamina by 600 points. Fierce Attack, increases attack power by 10. Hope, 1% chance to negate damage from any effect for 1 second. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the game. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the most sought after set in the game. Dream Set Shoulder Guards 10. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Effect, increases health by 300 points. Effect, increases stamina by 300 points. Fierce Attack, increases attack power by 10. Shield, after being attacked, there is a 10% chance to generate a shield with 10 health, lasting for 1 minute or until the shield's health is depleted. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the game. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the most sought after set in the game. Dream Set Shoes 10. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Effect, increases health by 300 points. Effect, increases agility by 300 points. Fierce Attack, increases attack power by 10. Speed, when attacking a target, there is a 10% chance to increase your own movement speed by 100 for 5 seconds. Restriction, requires LV 60 to equip. Description, a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the game. Each of the 5 pieces in this Hope set has decent individual attributes among golden equipment, but when combined, the set's overall effect is incredibly powerful, even surpassing purple gold equipment. Chapter 139. Dreamy Rare Set. Quality, Gold. Grade, Rare. Set Attribute 1, Health 100,000. Doubled. Set Attribute 2, Magic Points 60,000. Doubled. Set Bonus 3, Attack Power 10,000. Doubled. Set Property 4, Immune to 40% of physical and magical damage. Doubled. Set Bonus 5, when attacking, there is a 20% chance double to enter a dream state, granting 80% damage reduction, 5x movement speed, and dealing an additional 20,000 true damage physical or magical that cannot be critical hit. Set Bonus 6, when attacked, there is a 10% chance double to enter an invisibility state. This state grants invincibility but prevents attacking enemies and using potions. However, health and mana regeneration rates increase tenfold, with a minimum of 3,000 points restored per second.
Restriction, wearable at LV60.
Description: a dreamlike rare set, currently the rarest set in the Hope world. These are the attributes of the Dream Rare set. Since all pieces of the set are level 10, the attributes of these sets have been doubled. Immediately, Yi-chan equipped the entire Dream Rare set on himself, replacing all 5 of his golden equipment pieces. After completing all of this, Yi-chan glanced at his attributes. Player: the Sigh of the King. Level: 60. Primary profession: Assassin Dark King.
Second class, Sorcerer Necromancer.
Third class, Archer Elven Archer. Fourth class, Warrior Sacred Dragon Knight. Health points, 750,000. When health points reach 0, the character dies. Magic points, 400,000,400,000. When magic points reach 0, the character cannot use any skills. Attack power, 1,200,000,000. Critical hits deal 150,000 damage. Magic attack power, 100,130,000. Critical hits deal 130,000 damage.
Constitution, 3,100 effects health points. Spirit, 3,000 effects magic points and magic damage.
Strength, 4,200 affects physical damage and carrying capacity.
Agility, 3,500 effects movement speed and reaction speed.
Perceivability, 2,000 nighttime effects doubled. Reputation, 450,000. Requires 10,000 reputation points to enter the rankings, and reputation points can be exchanged for rewards. Title: Butcher allows instant kills in PvP. Lucky Child of the World increases luck by 100 points.
Experience points, 530,000,015 Coins, 87 million.
Skills: King's Curse reduces the attributes of enemy units by 50% to 20%.
Treasure Chest Opening Technique LV1, a rare special skill that cannot be upgraded using skill points. It requires completing the corresponding achievement to level up.
Treasure Chest Opening Technique LV1, a rare special skill that cannot be upgraded with skill points and requires completing the corresponding achievement to level up. The attributes are already extremely powerful. The attributes gained from 4 class changes have significantly enhanced them. Keep in mind that each class change provides a certain attribute boost, and with 4 class changes across all 4 professions, the cumulative increase is truly staggering. Additionally, there are bonuses from rare and dreamlike sets, which is why it is so powerful. With 750,000 HP, it's not much different from some bosses, but the most important thing is that it has an attack power of 150,000. At this stage, such attack power is virtually unstoppable. If combined with the various skills of the 4 major professions, Yi-chan even has the confidence to instantly defeat a purple gold tier boss. The critical hit effect of the King's Rage, combined with the 40x damage of the King's Execution, results in a staggering 12 million damage points. If the boss is a dark creature, that damage is doubled, amounting to 24 million damage. Looking at my own combat power, it's also a terrifying number. Attribute combat power score, 13,000. Equipment combat power rating, 230,000. Professional combat power score, 50,000. Skill combat power rating, 110000. Character combat power rating, 50,000.
Pet combat power rating, 0. Bloodline combat power rating, 0.
Other combat power score, 0.
Total combat power, 453,000 points.
With 453,000 combat points, this is undoubtedly an extremely impressive figure. On the combat power rankings, Yi-chan's combat power firmly holds the top spot. The second place combat power is 230,000, with Yi-chan's combat power nearly double that of the second place contender. Among these, the highest combat power score came from equipment combat power, totaling 230,000. Of this, 150,000 points were contributed by Dream Rare sets, followed by 2 divine artifacts that had not yet fully unleashed their power, and 4 purple gold equipment pieces. The high skill combat power rating is also due to the fact that all 4 SSSS tier professions, Yi-chan, have already undergone their second transformations, significantly enhancing their skills, resulting in such a high rating. As for the mount's rating, Yi-chan believes it has completely underestimated the Judgment Blade. However, this is mainly because the mount system has not yet been fully unlocked, and the mount's attributes have not been revealed. Once they are, the true power of the Judgment Blade will be fully revealed, and its rating will definitely be much higher than this.
The pet system has not yet been opened, so the pet combat power rating is 0.
However, when Yi-chan saw the bloodline combat power, his heart also stirred slightly. The bloodline system had been open for some time, meaning that Yi-chan had not yet begun cultivating the power of his bloodline, otherwise, he would be even stronger.
Bloodline cultivation is straightforward. By defeating demon beasts, one can obtain light crystals and dark crystals. Once enough crystals are accumulated, bloodline cultivation can be initiated. However, the probability of obtaining crystals from monsters is extremely low. Some high drop rate areas have already been taken over by various guild factions. However, the most direct way to obtain crystals is still by clearing dungeons, as clearing dungeons has a chance to drop bloodline treasure chests.
Opening the bloodline treasure chest grants a chance to obtain a large quantity of crystals, which can be used to directly initiate bloodline cultivation. Of course, the more challenging the dungeon, the higher the quality of the bloodline treasure chest dropped, and the more crystals you can obtain. But this also depends on one's luck. After wrapping up things here, Yi-chun headed straight for the newbie village where he could enter the dungeon. Level, equipment, mount, and quests were all completed. The only way to quickly improve his strength now was to begin bloodline cultivation. Moreover, it is said that activating bloodline cultivation offers immense benefits, so most players at the top of the rankings have already activated it. Although they are not very strong, their strength has improved significantly. Chapter 140. The entrance to the dungeon is located within the newbie village, which has transformed the once quiet village into a bustling hub since the dungeon's appearance. It can be said that, in the Hope world, aside from the main city, the newbie village has the highest concentration of players. After all, dungeons are currently the easiest place to obtain various equipment and items, and since the dungeons have been open for some time, players have already developed strategies for clearing them. As long as you're not too weak, most players can clear the easy and medium difficulty dungeons. However, for hard difficulty and above, some real skill is required. Currently, dungeons for levels 10 to 50 no longer feature complex story modes. Instead, they follow the standard format of defeating monsters and bosses, and they are not overly challenging. With good teamwork, players can successfully complete them. Each player gets 3 chances to clear a dungeon per day, so even the weakest players will choose not to waste these 3 opportunities. At this moment, Yi-chun was standing in the newbie village, in front of the teleportation point for the Light Realm dungeon. There were already quite a few players gathered here, but compared to other dungeon teleportation points, the number of people here was relatively small. After all, the Light's domain was a level 50 dungeon. Although most players are now at the 50 level tier, only a few have the strength to clear the dungeon. However, in this land of light, Yi-chun had already led the Star Fantasy Guild to clear the dungeon when it first opened, and there is even a statue of Yi-chun within the dungeon itself. However, this time Yi-chun had come alone, so he didn't know if he could enter the dungeon by himself. If he couldn't, he would have to recruit others or join another group. The team is recruiting members, requiring archers or mages with over 10,000 attack power. Those with combat power exceeding 20,000 are welcome to join the team. We guarantee passage through the basic level of the Land of Light. Are there any experienced players who can lead a raid? 1,000 gold coins per run, with the requirement of clearing the difficult level dungeon. Healers, join the group immediately. There were shouts all around. Generally, players entering a dungeon will ensure that their party is fully staffed to guarantee success, unless they are exceptionally confident in their own abilities. However, even the most confident players will still form a group of at least 5 when entering a dungeon, as a single player's strength is simply too weak. Bro, want to join our group? Your gear looks good. We might be able to take on the hard difficulty dungeon, and the rewards are definitely better than what you'd get from the medium difficulty. A figure who looked like a team leader walked over to Yi-chun. Yi-chun was wearing a dreamy rare set of equipment, but he had disabled all the equipment's glow effects. However, it was still evident that the equipment he was wearing was of exceptional quality. The strength of a fighter's combat power primarily depends on their equipment. Therefore, someone like Yi-chun, who possesses such gear, is the top target for others to recruit. No need, Yi-chun said coldly, then stepped into the dungeon of the Land of Light. Ding! Are you sure you want to enter the Land of Light? This instance is of disaster level. If you choose to enter, 1 instance entry opportunity will be deducted. Please confirm. Confirm. Yi-chun didn't hesitate for a moment, disappearing from where he stood and entering the dungeon. In an instant, some players outside the dungeon were left speechless. This person is so cute. How could they dare to enter the dungeon alone? Are you kidding me? The Land of Light is a level 50 dungeon. I haven't seen anyone who can solo it yet, not even the top-ranked players on the leaderboards. You're asking for trouble, going into a dungeon alone. Looks like another youngster who doesn't know his place. When entering a dungeon, teams of 10 players usually disappear together outside the dungeon, but Yi-chun disappeared alone, which left many stunned. Especially the players who had just tried to pull Yi-chun into their team, who now mocked him mercilessly. However, they never even considered that Yi-chun could be the king's Sai. After all, in such a vast region like the 9 States Kingdom, the probability of encountering Yi-chun was extremely low. Moreover, they never imagined that Yi-chun was tackling a disaster-level dungeon alone. A disaster-level dungeon contains a purple gold tier boss. Entering the Land of Light, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Yi-chun appeared in the dungeon. The current Brightland dungeon is no longer in story mode but has reverted to normal monster hunting gameplay, culminating in the final boss battle. Yi-chun had already researched this beforehand. The final boss in the Brightland dungeon is a level 50 purple gold tier boss known as the Bright Unicorn. It possesses powerful attack and healing abilities, making it extremely formidable.
Once the light unicorn is defeated, the dungeon can be completed. Yi Chun didn't waste any time.
As soon as he entered the dungeon, he summoned the Judgment Blade and headed straight for the deepest part of the dungeon. Along the way, Yi Chun simply ignored the monsters. After all, Yi Chun's purpose for this journey was to obtain the treasure chest, experience, and equipment from clearing the dungeon. He had no need for anything else. Thanks to the powerful mobility of the Judgment Blade, Yi Chun spotted the figure of the light unicorn in just 10 seconds, standing tall in an open valley.
The light unicorn. Level 50. Quality purple gold grade. Health points 1000 W 1000 W.
Magic points 1200 0012 0000. Attack power 340 005 0000. Combat power 75,000.
Skill Unicorn's Horn. Skill Light Healing. Skill Holy Light.
Description: the most powerful divine beast of the Land of Light, guarding the Land of Light and slaying all forces that invade it. Sure enough, it was a level 50 purple gold tier boss, with a staggering 10 million HP, enough to make many teams retreat. Yi Chun, however, charged forward without hesitation. The Curse of the King.
500 W.
A massive burst of damage erupted from the top of the light unicorn's head, enraging it so much that it charged directly toward Yi Chun.
Advanced slow.
Immediately, he drew the Staff of the Dead and cast a negative status effect on the light unicorn, causing its speed to drop significantly. However, at that moment, a milky white glow began to emanate from the body of the light unicorn.
100 W.
Is the skill of the light unicorn, Light Healing.
The King's Wrath.
100% critical hit chance with 4000 physical attack power, lasting for 15 minutes. King's Rage can be called a god tier ability. Attacks with King's Rage and attacks without it are on completely different levels. Yi Chun drew the Amos bow, and an arrow filled with a terrifying aura materialized, directly heading toward the light unicorn.
Archer God's Strike. Chapter 141.
After changing professions, the Elf Archer God saw a significant improvement in skill enhancement. Previously, the Elf Archer God class only had 3 skills and no single target skills, which limited its combat effectiveness in many situations. However, after the class change, the Elf Archer God class finally gained its first single target skill, Archer God's Strike.
100,000.
When the Archer God's arrow struck the light unicorn, a terrifying burst of damage appeared instantly.
The life points the light unicorn had just recovered vanished in an instant.
With 500 physical damage, plus a critical hit, and the influence of combat power, 100,000 damage isn't that exaggerated.
Moreover, as a divine beast, the light unicorn is largely immune to a significant portion of the damage from the archer's single strike.
Otherwise, the damage would be even greater. Taking advantage of the light unicorn being affected by the advanced slow debuff, Yi Chun fired arrow after arrow.
300,000. 300,000. 300,000.
In just a few seconds, the bright unicorn lost nearly 2 million hit points, which speaks volumes about Yi Chun's terrifying attack power. Now, every class can stand alone and take on purple gold tier bosses in one-on-one battles, completely eliminating the need to rely on the Dark King's burst damage to deal damage. Even support-oriented classes like the Necromancer now possess significant combat power. While they may not be able to overwhelm purple gold tier bosses, they can still defeat them under certain conditions. As for the Holy Dragon Knight, at this stage, they are relatively weaker. The main reason is that the mount system has not been fully unlocked. Otherwise, with the Judgment Blade, the Holy Dragon Knight class could even surpass the Dark King class in power. Roar! Just as the light unicorn's health was down to less than 1 million, it finally charged toward Yi Chun. Just as it was about to attack, it realized it had lost its target. Just as it was about to attack, it realized it had lost its target.
Darkness crept in.
Given the current level of detection while moving in the darkness, although a purple gold ranked boss could detect Yi Chun's presence, it wouldn't be able to pinpoint his exact location instantly.
It's over.
Yi Chun quickly appeared beside the light unicorn, the soul-stealing blade already in his hand, and stabbed toward the light unicorn.
Royal slaying. 800,000.
The remaining health points of the bright unicorn were also completely depleted.
Ding! Congratulations on clearing the disaster level dungeon.
You have obtained a rare mount chest, a rare bloodline chest, and a rare enhancement chest.
Ding!
Since you cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon solo, you have received double the chest rewards.
Ding!
You have solo cleared the disaster level dungeon, Light's Realm, in 59 seconds, achieving the accomplishment and receiving 1 bloodline cultivation lottery ticket.
Ding!
Player Sai of the King solo cleared the disaster level dungeon, Land of Light, completed the achievement, and finished in 59 seconds.
Ding dong!
Player King Sai solo cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, achieved the accomplishment, in 59 seconds.
Ding dong!
Player King Sai solo cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, achieved the achievement, in 59 seconds.
Ding dong!
Player King Sai solo cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, achieved the achievement, in 59 seconds.
Ding dong!
Player King Sai solo cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, achieved the accomplishment in 59 seconds.
Ding dong.
Player King Sai solo cleared the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, achieved the achievement in 59 seconds.
3 consecutive system alerts rang out across the entire world, leaving everyone in awe.
Single player, cleared, disaster level dungeon, 59 seconds. These sensitive keywords lingered in everyone's minds. Although the Bright Land dungeon isn't particularly difficult now, soloing it is almost unimaginable, and it's a disaster level challenge. And yet, the legendary Player King managed to solo clear the disaster level 50th level dungeon in just 59 seconds. 666, excluding travel time, did the king just one-shot the boss? I can't believe it. Several major guilds teamed up to clear the disaster level Bright Land dungeon, but they were stuck at the final boss for over an hour. The king and his allies managed to do it in just 59 seconds combined. A purple gold tier boss, let alone 59 seconds. Whether anyone can even solo it is a question. Currently, it seems that aside from the king tier players who can solo the purple gold tier boss, no one else in the world has ever been reported to have that kind of strength. It feels like the king is born to create miracles. Undoubtedly the GM's favorite. No wonder these players are so shocked. After all, a purple gold tiered boss is considered invincible in the eyes of ordinary players. A single golden tier boss is enough to dominate an area, and it would take at least 1,000 or 2 to take it down, let alone a purple gold tier boss. Among the purple gold tier bosses that have been defeated so far, every single one required the combined efforts of major guilds, resulting in tens of thousands of casualties. Yet Yi-chun managed to defeat it alone, and did so in just 59 seconds. Although many people had already guessed that Yi-chun had simply ignored the minor enemies and gone straight for the boss, saving a lot of time, many others had tried to follow his example. In the end, you still have to face the purple gold tier boss, making it hard to imagine how Yi-chun managed to clear the game in just 59 seconds. At that moment, Yi-chun appeared outside the dungeon as the system prompt sounded. Those who had just been mocking Yi-chun were stunned to see him reappear. These weren't just ordinary players. It was clear that the person before them was none other than the King Sai. Otherwise, dying in the dungeon would result in respawning at the respawn point, not appearing outside the dungeon. The Sai of the King. Someone spotted Yi-chun's figure and exclaimed in surprise. Combined with the alert sound from the system earlier, this made Yi-chun's figure grow infinitely majestic in their minds. If it weren't for the intimidating aura Yi-chun exuded, people would probably have rushed over to ask for his autograph. But no one had the courage to do so. Yi-chun didn't care, he simply entered the dungeon again. With 2 more chances left, he couldn't afford to waste them. Moreover, with the experience gained from the first attempt, Yi-chun had become well versed in the process. Although the disaster level dungeon was challenging, it was worth it for the rare treasure chests, and they were even double the usual amount. 5 minutes later, when Yi-chun reappeared outside the dungeon, his backpack already contained 6 rare mount treasure chests, 6 rare bloodline treasure chests, 6 rare enhancement treasure chests, and a bloodline cultivation lottery ticket. Chapter 142. Chapter 141, Bloodline System, Human Acupoints, 35, New Book Seeking Subscriptions, Seeking All Support. The Bloodline System is located within the character interface. When the top 10 events begin, the Bloodline System is already available. Bloodlines are divided into 2 aspects, the Dark Bloodline and the Light Bloodline. The Dark Bloodline focuses on enhancing attack power, agility, and strength, as well as resistance to these 3 attributes. The Light Bloodline focuses on enhancing health, spirit, and constitution, as well as partial immunity resistance. In essence, cultivating the Bloodline is about enhancing the player's base attributes. How to enhance them depends on each player's individual development path. The cultivation of the Dark Bloodline and the Light Bloodline both involve opening one's own acupoints, which is known as opening the orifices. Opening 10 acupoints is referred to as the beginning realm. Activate 24 acupoints, known as the realm of the brave. Activating 48 acupoints, known as the realm of the strong. Activating 64 acupoints, known as the realm of the celestial cavern. Activating 128 acupoints, referred to as the divine realm. Opening 210 acupoints, known as the superior realm. Activating 210 acupoints, referred to as the realm of transcendence. Activating 280 acupoints, known as the legendary realm. Activating 360 acupoints, known as the realm of the sovereign. There are 8 major realms, and the advancement in each realm is extremely terrifying, with the attributes gained being exceptionally powerful. For example, if a player were to enter the divine realm, even without any equipment, they would be able to match a level 50 player fully equipped with golden armor. Therefore, the activation of the Bloodline System has provided many with a path to enhance their strength. However, the crystals required to activate a single acupoint are extremely terrifying. Opening the first acupoint requires only 100 crystals, while opening the second acupoint requires a full 200 crystals. By the 10th acupoint, as many as 1,000 crystals are required. As of now, the top-ranked player on the Bloodline rankings has only just reached the Brave Realm, which gives you an idea of how incredibly difficult Bloodline cultivation truly is. Rare Bloodline Treasure Chest. Upon opening, there is a chance to obtain 1,001,000 crystals. At this moment, Yi-chun had just taken out the Rare Bloodline Treasure Chest obtained from the dungeon. 1 million crystals was a very generous reward. Whether they were dark crystals or light crystals, they were all excellent. Keep in mind that obtaining 1,000 crystals is nearly equivalent to the amount a regular player could earn by grinding monsters for nearly a month. Therefore, it is clear that the most valuable items are obtained from high difficulty dungeons. Ding! Would you like to open the Rare Bloodline Treasure Chest? Yes. Yi-chun didn't hesitate and directly opened the Rare Bloodline Treasure Chest. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 500 dark crystals. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 500 dark crystals. As the system prompt sounded, 500 dark crystals also appeared in Yi-chun's backpack. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Although 500 dark crystals are a significant number, they have not yet reached the limit. 1,000 is Yi-chun's ultimate goal. After all, having twice as many crystals would save him a significant amount of time. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining 200 dark crystals. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 200 dark crystals. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 100 light crystals. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 300 dark crystals. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining 1,000 dark crystals. Finally, on the 13th attempt, 1,000 dark crystals were obtained. Immediately afterward, Yi-chun took out the remaining 5 rare bloodline treasure chests and began opening them one by one. It wasn't that Yi-chun was being picky, it was just that in the early stages of bloodline cultivation, even 100 or 200 crystals were still very important. If he obtained 6,000 crystals, there was a high chance he could directly break through to the Brave Realm. After 3 full hours, all the remaining rare bloodline treasure chests were opened, and each one yielded 1,000 crystals. Now, Yi-chun's backpack contained a total of 3,000 dark crystals and 3,000 light crystals, which was indeed a massive fortune. It's important to note that each crystal currently sells for around 3,040 Jojo Kingdom coins. 6,000 crystals, if sold, would be worth tens of thousands. However, Yi-chun clearly wouldn't do something so foolish. Anything that could enhance his strength, Yi-chun would never sell, unless it was something he didn't need. Opening the interface for cultivating the dark bloodline, Yi-chun looked directly at it. First acupoint, consumes 100 dark crystals, with a 50% chance of direct activation. Current progress, 0, upon activation, increases attack power by 100. Sure enough, bloodline cultivation can enhance attributes. While 100 attack power isn't much, this is just the beginning. Who knows what stronger attribute boosts might come later. Without giving it much thought, Yi-chun consumed 100 dark crystals and activated the first acupoint. Ding! Ding! The first acupoint was successfully activated, increasing attack power by 100. Second acupoint, consumes 200 dark crystals, with a 50% chance to unlock directly. Current progress, 0, unlocking grants an additional 100 attack power. Ding dong, successfully activated the second acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. Ding! Second acupoint successfully unlocked, increasing attack power by 100. Ding dong, the second acupoint has been successfully activated, increasing attack power by 100. Third acupoint, consumes 400 dark crystals, with a 50% chance to unlock directly. Current progress, 0, unlocking grants an additional 100 attack power. Ding dong, successfully activated the third acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. Ding! Third acupoint successfully unlocked, increasing attack power by 100. Fifth acupoint, consumes 1,000 dark crystals, with a 20% chance to unlock directly. Current progress, 0, unlocking increases attack power by 100. Ding dong, activation failed. Current progress, 20%. Ding dong, activation failed. Current progress, 20%. When opening the fifth acupoint, the number of crystals consumed is fixed at 1,000, but the chance of opening directly becomes very low. If you're unlucky, you might need to spend 5,000 dark crystals to open it. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. Yi-chun clearly couldn't afford such a consumption and decisively rewound time. Ding! Successfully activated the fifth acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. A total of 5 acupoints have been activated. Yi-chun's 3,000 dark crystals have been completely depleted, leaving only 200 remaining. However, a total of 500 attack power has been permanently increased, which is a positive outcome. However, the amount of crystals required for this process was truly terrifying. Looking at the bloodline rankings, the players who had just reached the Brave tier had consumed over 10,000 crystals. After all, the failure rate is still quite high, but at least failing doesn't prevent you from progressing, so it's not completely hopeless. Chapter 143. Chapter 142, The Terrifying Reward, 1,000,000 Crystals, 45, New Book Seeking Subscriptions, Seeking All Support. Chapter 142, The Terrifying Reward, 1,000,000 Crystals, 45, New Book Seeking Subscriptions, All Support Welcome. The cultivation of the light bloodline is similar to that of the dark bloodline, but there is one key difference. The dark bloodline activates the acupoints of the human body, while the light bloodline illuminates the stars of the heavens. They are essentially the same path leading to the same destination, both enhancing one's own attributes. First star consumes 100 light crystals, with a 50% chance to activate immediately. Current progress, 0, upon activation, increases maximum health by 100. Second star consumes 200 light crystals, has a 50% chance to unlock directly. Current progress 0, unlocks 100 health upon activation. Third star consumes 400 light crystals, has a 50% chance to unlock directly. Current progress 0, unlocks 100 health upon activation. Third star consumes 400 light crystals, has a 50% chance to unlock directly. Current progress 0, unlocks 100 health upon activation.
Yi-chun couldn't help but admire the GM's creativity for coming up with a bloodline cultivation system, which added a lot of depth to the gameplay in terms of power building.
However, this is a world of hope, where there are no wealthy individuals buying up a large number of crystals and forcibly boosting their bloodline cultivation to the realm of a ruler. Not to mention that everyone's crystals are barely enough to cover their expenses. The failure rate of bloodline activation alone is enough to deter even the wealthiest tycoons. Bloodline cultivation is akin to cultivating martial arts techniques in novels, where one breaks through to higher realms. Those who are fortunate enough to possess exceptional talent may activate their bloodline without any chance of failure. However, Yi-chun's bloodline cultivation relies entirely on his supernatural abilities. By spending another 2,800 light crystals, he activated 5 stars, increasing his life points by 500. As a result, Yi-chun now had only 200 dark crystals and 200 light crystals remaining. At this rate, it would take at least 1 or 2 days to break through to the Braves' realm. However, after clearing the disaster-level dungeon solo, Yi-chun obtained a bloodline cultivation lottery ticket and immediately took it out. Bloodline cultivation lottery ticket grants a chance to participate in a lottery, with a minimum reward of 10,000 crystals and a maximum reward of 1 million crystals.
1 million. Sigh. Yi-chun sucked in a sharp breath. Before, Yi-chun had no concept of what the crystals were, but after beginning his bloodline cultivation, he finally realized their true importance. 1 million crystals, how far could they take his cultivation? Yi-chun had no idea. The realm of the brave? Or the realm of the strong? Without giving it much thought, Yi-chun directly used the bloodline cultivation lottery ticket. Without hesitation, Yi-chun directly used the bloodline cultivation lottery ticket. A circular disc appeared before him. The disc was adorned with 5 colors: yellow, green, blue, purple, and red. Yellow occupies a large portion and is part of the reward for reaching 10,000 crystals. Green comes next, with a reward of 50,000 crystals. Blue occupies only 2/10 of the position, with a reward of 100,000 crystals. Purple occupies only 1/10 of the space, with a reward of 200,000 crystals. Finally, red represents a reward of 1 million crystals, but it is only the size of a needle. This means that the pointer must land exactly on this position to obtain the 1 million crystal reward, and the probability is so low that it is even less than 1%. Taking a deep breath, Yi-chun activated the spinning wheel directly. Ding! Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 dark crystals. The most common yellow reward. Although 10,000 crystals are already quite a lot, they are far from enough to meet Yi-chun's needs. If only time could be turned back 10 seconds. Yi-chun had no other thoughts now. He was determined to keep drawing until he got a red reward. 1 million crystals. If you calculate based on the daily reward of 6,000 crystals for clearing a dungeon, it would take nearly half a year to accumulate 1 million crystals. Ding ding, congratulations on earning 10,000 crystals. Ding. Congratulations on earning 10,000 crystal rewards. Ding dong, congratulations on receiving a 10,000 crystal reward. Ding dong, congratulations on receiving a 100,000 crystal reward. Ding dong, congratulations on receiving a reward of 50,000 crystals. Once. 5 times. 10 times. 100 times. 200 times. 200 times. Yi-chun didn't know how long he had been standing there, but he never gave up. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Yi-chun. The purple 200,000 crystal reward had appeared several times, but the red 1 million crystal reward had yet to show up, causing Yi-chun to begin doubting his luck. However, opportunities favor those who persist and work hard, so Yi-chun continued to persevere. This is essentially trading time for opportunity. However, what puzzled Yi-chun was that, originally, when he entered the game, he would need to rest for a while after about half a day, but now he felt no fatigue at all. Sometimes he would log out of the game and take a break in the real world. There's no longer the tiredness and exhaustion from staying up all night playing online games. Instead, I feel mentally refreshed, as if I'd been exercising every day. Moreover, during this lottery draw, Yi-chun persisted for most of the day without feeling any discomfort, as if he didn't even realize he was tired. However, Yi-chun didn't pay much attention to it, as what she was most determined to obtain now was the 1 million crystal reward. For an entire day, Yi-chun kept drawing prizes. Excluding the time spent waiting for his abilities to recharge, Yi-chun had no idea how many times he had drawn, but it was undoubtedly the longest session he had ever had. The odds of this draw were so low that even a 1 in 1,000 chance wouldn't have been this bad. Finally, just as Yi-chun was about to collapse from exhaustion, a system notification sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on earning 1 million dark crystals as a reward. The sound was like a refreshing rain, nourishing Yi-chun's heart. Perseverance pays off. The needle had come to a steady stop in the red zone. Excited, Yi-chun glanced at his backpack. Sure enough, 1 million dark crystals lay quietly inside his backpack. Such a massive amount of dark crystals filled Yi-chun with anticipation for his bloodline cultivation. Securing the top spot on the bloodline rankings was now an absolute must. After all, even 1 million dark crystals wouldn't be enough to surpass the current top-ranked player in the Brave Realm. Even if one were to fail repeatedly in opening acupoints afterward, it would still be enough to surpass them. Thinking of this, Yi-chun immediately looked at the bloodline cultivation interface. Currently, he had already activated 5 acupoints. He only needed to activate 5 more acupoints to break through to the Brave Realm. Next, I can even aim for the Realm of the Strong, far surpassing other players. Chapter 144. Ding! Successfully activated the 6th acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. Ding dong! Successfully activated the 7th acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. Ding dong! Successfully activated the 8th acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. Ding dong! Successfully activated the 8th acupoint, increasing attack power by 100. After using the time reversal ability 3 times, Yi-chun successfully advanced his cultivation of the dark bloodline to the level required to activate 10 acupoints. His attack power increased by a full 1,000 points. This is the benefit of bloodline cultivation. While 1,000 attack power may not be a significant number for Yi-chun, it is extremely terrifying for any ordinary player. Consider this, even a level 50 player has an attack power of at most 1 or 2,000. Increasing attack power by 1,000 means boosting it by 1/10 or 1/20, a significant improvement. Breaking the boundary consumes 1,000 dark crystals, requires level 50, and has a 10% chance to break the boundary directly. Current progress is 0. After breaking the boundary, the attributes gained from bloodline cultivation are doubled, and an additional 1 point is added to all attack attributes. Breaking the boundary, as the name suggests, is the process of breaking through from the beginner's realm to the warrior's realm, though it is subject to level restrictions. However, Yi-chun was already at level 60, so these restrictions were meaningless to him. Instead, the bonuses granted after breaking through the realm caught Yi-chun's attention. Attributes are doubled, meaning that a 1,000 point attack power bonus is increased to 2,000 points, and there's also a 1% bonus to all attack attributes. Considering Yi-chun's current all-attribute attack power of 1%, this already provides an additional attack power of several hundred points. Without hesitation, Yi-chun directly chose to break through the realm. Ding dong, breakthrough failed, current progress, 10. Ding dong, breaking through the realm failed. Current progress, 10. Time rewinds by 10 seconds. After failing 3 times, Yi-chun finally broke through the barrier successfully. Ding! Breakthrough successful. Current bloodline cultivation realm, Brave Realm. Attack power gained from bloodline cultivation is doubled, and all attack attributes are increased by 1%. As the system's prompt sounded, Yi-chun successfully broke through to the Brave Realm. At this moment, Yi-chun's ranking on the leaderboard had risen to 47th place. However, on the global leaderboard, Yi-chun was still outside the top 100. The top-ranked player was from the New Ro Kingdom and had already activated 18 acupoints. This ranking might make players from the Scylla Kingdom feel quite proud, but it's also the only ranking where they've ever reached the top spot. Yi-chun merely smiled faintly and continued to focus on the dark bloodline cultivation interface. 11th acupoint consumes 1,000 dark crystals, with a 50% chance of direct activation. Current progress, 0, upon activation, increases attack power by 200 and agility by 100. As expected, once you reach the hero's realm, the dark crystals required start at 1,000 dark crystals from the very beginning. However, Yi-chun, who still possessed 990,000 dark crystals, remained completely unfazed. Ding dong, successfully activated the 11th acupoint, increasing attack power by 200 and agility by 100. With the support of a massive amount of dark crystals, Yi-chun's acupoint activation speed is extremely fast. Whenever he fails, Yi-chun uses his time rewinding ability, wasting not a single dark crystal. The 12th acupoint consumed 2,000 dark crystals. The 13th acupoint consumes 4,000 dark crystals. 14th acupoint consumes 8,000 dark crystals. The 15th acupoint consumes 10,000 dark crystals. The 16th acupoint still requires 10,000 dark crystals, but the chance of direct activation has been reduced to 20%. In just 1 hour, Yi-chun spent 115,000 dark crystals to reach the peak of the Brave Realm and unlocked 24 acupoints. Damn it, the kingdom of Shinra is so arrogant.
Relying on their country's luck and the activation of 18 bloodlines through dark bloodline cultivation, they dare to boast on our domestic forum, claiming that the 9 states have no one worthy.
Shame on the new Ro Kingdom. Don't they look at the other rankings? Most of the rankings are dominated by the great lords. Where do they think they belong? It is said that they are still insisting that the great kings are their own people, and that their noble bloodline is still flowing through their veins. In the Hope World International Forum,
a user from the New Ro Kingdom posted an extremely arrogant message. Throughout history, the New Ro Kingdom is the most powerful nation in the world. Within the post, there were even claims that the 9 states were part of their Scylla Kingdom's territory. Additionally, they posted a screenshot of a player from their country who ranked first in the Dark Bloodline rankings, sparking a wave of criticism from countless players from the 9 states.
However, one thing the Shinra Kingdom players said was correct: their country's players indeed hold the top spot on the Bloodline rankings, a fact that cannot be disputed, and this is the reason behind their arrogance.
Haha, you're just jealous because your bloodline isn't as good as ours from the Kingdom of Scylla. A player from the Kingdom of Scylla spoke arrogantly.
Damn, such a petty victory. But why isn't the king on the list? Did he not unlock bloodline cultivation?
Many people have raised doubts. After all, Yi-chan is now the top contender for the world's strongest, so he shouldn't be unable to activate bloodline cultivation. Those who paid close attention took another look at the rankings and immediately became excited. The king has made the list. First on the bloodline rankings, with the dark bloodline cultivation unlocking 24 acupoints. Really? I just checked the rankings. The king is so powerful. How dare the trash from the New Ro Kingdom still dare to boast? Ha, total humiliation. The king wasn't even on the list before, and now he's already number 1 in such a short time. The rankings are updated in real time, so by the time Yi-chan activated his 19th acupoint, he had already secured the top spot. This prompted some previously silent citizens of the 9 states to speak up, each sharing screenshots of the bloodline rankings, completely overshadowing the screenshots from the New Ro Kingdom showing the opening of 18 acupoints. I don't believe that the King's Sai must be cheating. No, the King's Sai is something that belongs to our people of the Scylla Kingdom, passed down through the noble bloodline of our kingdom. One day, the great king will return to our Scylla Kingdom. Yi-chan's rise to prominence left the people of the Scylla Kingdom speechless. Claiming that Yi-chan is one of their own is nothing but nonsense. After all, Yi-chan had publicly declared that he was a citizen of the 9 states. Such remarks completely undermined the credibility of the words of the Shinra Kingdom. Chapter 145. At the pinnacle of the realm of the brave, Yi-chan had successfully activated all 24 acupoints, and the amount of dark crystals consumed was not particularly alarming. After exhausting them, over 800,000 dark crystals remained, a more than sufficient supply. The next step was to break through to the realm of the strong. Breaking the realm consumes 10,000 dark crystals, requires level 60, with a 10% chance of breaking through directly. Current progress 0. After breaking through, the attributes gained from bloodline cultivation are doubled, and an additional 2 points of all attribute attack power are added, along with a 1-point boost to agility. The restrictions for breaking through the barrier aren't that scary. You just need 10,000 dark crystals and to reach level 60. However, upon noticing the level requirement, Yi-chan discovered a pattern. Breaking through the initial realm requires level 50, breaking through the brave realm requires level 60, so breaking through the next realm, the stronger realm, must definitely require level 70. And to cultivate all the way to the highest realm, the sovereign realm, one would need at least 110 levels. Of course, Yi-chan didn't dwell on it. At present, he was only at level 60, and the gap to level 110 was still vast and distant. Moreover, even if she wanted to cultivate to the highest realm, she didn't have enough dark crystals. Break through the realm. Breaking through to the realm of the strong is the most critical step at this moment. Ding dong, breakthrough failed. Current progress 10. Ding dong, failed to break through the barrier, current progress 10. Ding dong, failed to break through the barrier, current progress 10. For some reason, even though the breakthrough rate is still 10, the breakthrough rate between the Brave's realm and the Strong's realm doesn't seem as straightforward as imagined. Yi-chan had to attempt it 12 times before finally breaking through successfully. Ding dong, breakthrough successful. Current bloodline cultivation realm, realm of the strong. Attributes gained from bloodline cultivation are doubled, and all attribute attack power is increased by 2%, with an additional 1% boost to all attribute agility. Finally, the realm of the strongness realm has already surpassed the next major realm for most players. In the field of bloodline cultivation, Yi-chan's achievements have already surpassed all other players. Moreover, whether it was due to the arrogance of the New Ro Kingdom or not, it seemed to have provoked the anger of players from the 9 States Kingdom. Within just one day, the second-ranked player from the New Ro Kingdom had been pushed down to 5th place, with the newly ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th positions all occupied by players from the 9 States Kingdom. However, Yi-chan paid no attention to this, instead focusing intently on opening the acupoints required to reach the peak of the stronger realm of the dark bloodline cultivation. He had already activated 24 acupoints, and to reach the realm of the strong, 48 acupoints needed to be activated. This meant that Yi-chun still needed to activate another 24 acupoints. The 25th acupoint consumes 10,000 dark crystals, with a 50% chance of direct activation. Current progress, 0, upon activation, increases attack power by 300, agility by 200, and strength by 100. As expected, after reaching the realm of the strong, each acupoint requires 10,000 dark crystals to unlock, but the boost is also terrifying. Yi-chun made his decision without hesitation. Ding ding, successfully activated the 25th acupoint, increasing 300 attack power, 200 agility, and 100 strength. Ding! The 25th acupoint has been successfully activated, increasing attack power by 300, agility by 200, and strength by 100. The only thing that brought Yi-chun some comfort was that the success rate for direct activation wasn't too low. The 26th acupoint requires 20,000 dark crystals and has a 50% chance of direct activation. The 27th acupoint requires 40,000 dark crystals and has a 50% chance of unlocking directly. The 28th acupoint requires 80,000 dark crystals and has a 50% chance of unlocking directly. The 29th acupoint requires 100,000 dark crystals and has a 50% chance of unlocking directly. The 30th acupoint also consumes 100,000 dark crystals, but the chance of direct activation is reduced to 20%. Ding! The 35th acupoint has been successfully unlocked, increasing attack power by 300, agility by 200, and strength by 100. After spending 2 hours, Yi-chun finally activated the 35th acupoint. It wasn't that Yi-chun didn't want to continue, but the dark crystals required to activate the next acupoints were far from sufficient. 1 million dark crystals have already been spent, leaving only 35,200 remaining. However, the final increase is still quite significant. After taking a look at the attribute boosts gained from the dark training, Yi-chun was also impressed. Since he had already reached the realm of the strong, all the attributes gained from his dark cultivation were doubled. This so-called doubling refers to an additional boost on top of the original attributes. For example, if the added attribute is 100 attack power, then upon reaching the strong tier, the total increase would be 100, resulting in a final attribute increase of 300 attack power. I'm not sure how to express this clearly. Please explain it in a simple and easy to understand manner. If you reach the divine realm, the attribute increase would be 100. Currently, Yi-chun has activated 35 cave heavens, granting him a total attribute boost of 7,100 attack power, 3,600 agility, and 1,100 strength. Combined with the boost from breaking through to the realm of the strong, his attributes now stand at 21,300 attack power, 10,800 agility, and 3,300 strength. Such terrifying enhancements were beyond Yi-chun's expectations. Even without any equipment, these attributes alone would be sufficient to match a player at level 50. However, it was clearly unrealistic for most players to unlock 35 acupoints. After all, if others were to unlock acupoints, the cost would be at least 10 times that of Yi-chun. Moreover, crystals are extremely difficult to obtain, and ordinary people simply cannot collect enough of them. Moreover, obtaining crystals is extremely difficult, and ordinary people simply cannot collect that many crystals. Yi-chun's position on the bloodline rankings is already secure. Essentially, no one can challenge his status. Unless some wealthy individual were to invest billions of Jojo currency, there might be a chance to surpass Yi-chun, but that is highly unlikely. Next, Yi-chun didn't bother trying to obtain the crystal anymore. Instead, he began leveling up. Once the news about the 60-level dungeon opening began to spread, everyone started leveling up frantically. Within just 2 days, the second-place player on the level ranking had already reached level 59, and it was estimated that the first group of players would reach level 60 within the next day. When the level 60 dungeon opens, it will undoubtedly spark another intense competition among the major guilds. Although Yi-chun is confident in his own abilities, the 9 states region is teeming with powerful players, and no one can be certain of being the first to clear the dungeon. Chapter 146. Ding! 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 Before long, the system emitted a notification sound. This prompted many guilds to spring into action, and in no time, the entrance to the newbie villages dungeon was swarming with guild members. The 1050-level dungeons were completely shrouded in Yi-chun's glow, all of which were cleared by Yi-chun for the first time. As a result, many new players entering the game have heard of the name the King's Sai as if it were a household name. It can be said that this level 60 dungeon is of utmost importance to any guild. If a guild can be the first to clear the 60-level dungeon, it will significantly boost the guild's reputation and lay the foundation for aspiring to become the world's top guild. While guild rankings in the gaming world are divided into heavenly and earthly lists, in the Hope world, overall guild strength is what truly matters. Guilds that once dominated other games may not hold the same level of power in the Hope world. In the current Hope world, there are indeed precedents of Earth rank guilds surpassing Heaven rank guilds. For example, the Star Fantasy Guild, which is on good terms with Yi-chun, is merely an Earth rank guild. However, due to Yi-chun's influence, it has attracted many powerful lone players, even surpassing some guilds on the Heaven rank. After all, the Star Fantasy Guild has a very strong reputation. Among the players who were the first to clear the 1050 level dungeon, a significant portion were members of the Star Fantasy Guild, though this is largely due to Yi-chun's influence. Otherwise, a guild ranked on the Earth list wouldn't have developed so quickly. With the opening of the level 60 dungeon, information about it has already been posted on the official website. However, Yi-chun is more concerned about the rewards for being the first to clear the dungeon. Death Canyon First Clear Rewards. Reward: the first team to defeat the boss will earn the right to have their name inscribed in the dungeon. The system will erect a statue in their honor and announce the achievement 3 times across the entire server. Reward: each member will receive a set treasure box non-tradable, and the team leader will receive 2. Rewards: clearing the dungeon for the first time will grant activity-specific items based on the current event, including 3 rare mount treasure chests, 3 rare bloodline treasure chests, and 3 rare enhancement treasure chests. Requirements: must be on hard mode or higher. Note: the faster you complete the first kill, the better the rewards you will receive. The first kill reward isn't that great. Although Yi-chun doesn't know what can be obtained from the set treasure box, he already possesses the dreamlike rare set, and the other sets don't catch his eye. As for the 3 rare treasure chests, Yi-chun had already opened the rare bloodline treasure chest and knew what it contained. While these items might be extremely valuable to ordinary players, they weren't particularly important to Yi-chun. After all, 1,000 crystals are simply insufficient compared to his current bloodline cultivation level. The only thing worth mentioning is the first reward, leaving one's statue and name within the dungeon. This is a timeless honor, and it can be said that anyone aiming for the first clear of the dungeon will strive toward this goal. While we may not know how long this game will remain popular, it is currently the most enjoyable and meticulously crafted game on Earth, surpassing all current technological standards. Essentially, nearly everyone on the planet will eventually play this game, making the significance of securing a place in its history all the more profound. After clearing the dungeon, go level up. If you don't keep grinding, your top spot on the leaderboard won't last long. Yi-chun thought to himself. However, with only a few hours left before the dungeon officially opened, leveling up didn't make much sense. At Yi-chun's current level, he must defeat monsters of level 70 or even 80 to maintain his leveling speed. If he goes back to the Valley of Death to grind monsters, it'll probably take him a day or 2 just to level up once. The number of people allowed in the dungeon is limited to 10, so Yi-chun directly contacted Xinhuan Bume. At midnight sharp, we entered the dungeon to start exploring. I have 2 people here. Is your guild coming? Coming. King, we've been waiting for your word. Our guild leader has been waiting for you to give the order. We'll be there shortly. Xinhuan Bume is basically an instant response. After all, while the strength of the Xinhuan Guild has significantly increased, relying solely on their own strength, they clearly cannot compete with the top guilds on the heavenly rankings in terms of speed for clearing the first kill of a dungeon. Therefore, upon learning that the dungeon was about to open, they had already made preparations and were simply waiting for Yi-chun to contact them. If there hadn't been a few more hours left, they would have even taken the initiative to reach out to Yi-chun themselves. Yi-chun closed the chat with Xinhuan Bume and instead contacted Zuxin, ready to clear the dungeon? Coming right up. Zuxin replied instantly, clearly very interested in the dungeon raid. Coming right up. Zuxi also replied instantly, clearly very interested in clearing the dungeon. After all, who wouldn't want to build a statue and leave their name in a dungeon? This is something that even wealthy individuals would pay a fortune for but couldn't obtain. It's purely a matter of one's own strength. Before long, the members of the Star Fantasy Guild had already arrived at the newbie village and found Yi-chun. Greetings, Your Majesty. Xinhuan Immortal bowed respectfully before stepping forward. The group that had arrived this time consisted of 8 people, among whom were several familiar faces to Yi-chun. Xinhuan Bume, Xinhuan Wudi, Xinhuan Xiangwei, and Xinhuan Tuzi were clearly the backbone of the Xinhuan Guild, otherwise, they wouldn't have been allowed to stand here. Mr. King, it's a pleasure to see you again. Though it's only been a few months, your reputation has been ringing in my ears like thunder. Star Fantasy Invincible stepped forward and said. As the leader of a guild, he was clearly skilled with words, praising Yi-chun generously. After all, Yi-chun was the lucky charm of their Xinhuan Guild. Without him, the guild wouldn't have ended up in such a state. I still have someone else coming. Let's wait a bit longer. The dungeon won't officially open for a few more hours anyway. Yi-chun said. Sure enough, not long after, the purple moon heart arrived at the newbie village. The Kanglan Skyxian Eagle King beneath its feet was particularly eye-catching, drawing the attention of everyone in the newbie village. Chapter 147. Isn't this the second-ranked 8th-tier premium mount, the Kanglan Skyxian Eagle King? I never expected an 8th-tier premium mount to be this cool. There's even a girl on it. Could it belong to some big shot?
I've never heard of a female powerhouse before. Who is this person who can possess such a powerful mount? I guess they're here for the first kill of the 60-level dungeon. Lately, many powerful players have emerged out of nowhere, and it seems like the major guilds are under a lot of pressure. Wait, she's joined a group there from the Star Fantasy Guild. Could this woman be from the Star Fantasy Guild? Rumor has it that the Star Fantasy Guild has deep connections with the King's faction. The crowd was buzzing with speculation. At that moment, the Purple Moon Heart had already landed beside Yi Chun, and he had dismissed his mount. Your Majesty, are you really going to take me to clear the dungeon? The Purple Moon Heart exclaimed excitedly. Yi Chun sighed helplessly. I told you to come, so of course we're going. Wonderful. The Purple Moon Heart rejoiced like a little girl. This left the members of the Star Fantasy Guild and others standing by in astonishment. Suddenly, Xinghuan Bumei seemed to remember something and exclaimed in surprise, Lord King, could she be the Purple Moon Heart? She's ranked second on the mount rankings and has appeared in the top 100 of the level rankings multiple times. Although the Purple Moon Heart is quite low-key, appearing multiple times on the rankings is enough to catch the attention of major guilds. The Star Fantasy Guild once attempted to recruit Purple Moon Heart, but was clearly rejected, leaving Purple Moon Heart an enigmatic presence ever since. Despite possessing great power, they choose to remain hidden, making them all the more enigmatic. However, their strength is undeniable, as they rank second on the mount rankings and possess the potential to challenge the top ranks of the strength rankings. Not bad. Yi Chun said calmly. At the same time, Yi Chun did not expose Ziyu's true nature. The mount was arranged by Yi Chun, and its level was also raised by him. Otherwise, Ziyu would never have become so powerful. Moreover, just a few days ago, it was clearly ranked in the top 100 on the level rankings, but now, in just a day or two, it has already dropped to beyond the 1000th rank. I never expected that we would be able to tackle the dungeon with Purple Moon Heart this time. This is a great opportunity for our Star Fantasy Guild, and I'm sure Purple Moon Heart must be incredibly powerful. Xinghuan Wudi also spoke up at this moment. Of course, don't worry. With me and the king by your side, you can just watch. Ziyu's heart spoke with an air of mystery. Perhaps when she was alone, she was so weak that even a level 40 player could outmatch her. But when she's with Yi Chun, she's basically the one everyone hopes will be the top player in the world. With Yi Chun's nearly 1 million attack power, the damage output of the Purple Moon Heart can reach a terrifying level. Xinghuan Wudi spoke at this moment, Mr. Junwan, for this dungeon raid, I hope we can continue the livestream as before. Of course, I will pay Mr. Junwang a substantial fee. The previous livestream of the first kill had given Xinghuan Wudi a taste of success. It was also around that time that the name of the Xinghuan Guild was firmly established. Anyone who watched that livestream knows about the Star Fantasy Guild. Although the members of the Xinghuan Guild never demonstrated any remarkable strength throughout the entire event, the fact that they were able to tackle the dungeon alongside Yi Chun alone was sufficient proof of the guild's formidable power. How much? Yi Chun didn't refuse. After all, it wouldn't have much impact on him since it was a livestream. Since Mr. Junwan's last livestream brought immense benefits to our Xinghuan Guild, this time I will offer 10 million Jojo coins, regardless of whether you clear the game or not. Xinghuan Wudi said seriously. He had carefully considered this offer before making it. After all, Yi Chun is like a celebrity in the real world, wielding immense influence in the Hope world. Joining a pioneering team and going live would undoubtedly attract millions of viewers, which is nothing short of blatant advertising. Moreover, given the strength Yi Chun has demonstrated in the Hope world so far, basically, there is no such thing as passing or failing the game. Even if you don't clear the level, it's still beneficial for the Star Fantasy Guild. Alright. Yi Chun agreed without hesitation. Although Yi Chun was very powerful, he was indeed struggling financially. It can be said that the orphanage is currently being kept afloat by Yi Chun alone. Otherwise, it would have already been dissolved. 10 million is neither a large nor a small sum, but it is enough to sustain operations for a considerable period of time, ensuring that financial concerns will no longer be a pressing issue. Goodness gracious, 10 million? You're a king or something? Are you robbing us? Ziyu's heart, standing nearby, looked astonished. After all, 10 million yuan was more than enough to be shocking, and it was just to start a live stream. Xinghuan Wudi smiled and said, no, 1 million is actually quite a low price. Given Mr. Junwan's influence in the Hope world, if he were to approach other guilds, they would likely offer even more. Really? Purple Moon Heart looked at Yi Chun doubtfully and said, of course, if Miss Ziyu is willing to join our Xinghuan Guild, we are willing to pay Miss Ziyu 10,000 Jojo coins every month. Xinghuan Wudi added immediately. Paying 10,000 Jojo coins per month to recruit a player is already an enormous expense, but Miss Ziyu's heart is worth every penny in Star Fantasy Invincible's eyes. After all, without any real strength, how could one possibly have such a close relationship with Yi Chun? Looking at it another way, since Ziyu's heart has a good relationship with Yi Chun, if there's any issue, having Ziyu's heart contact Yi Chun would be much more convenient. No, it's not worth selling yourself for 10,000. Ziyu's heart firmly refused.
After waiting for several hours, the time finally reached midnight.
A system prompt sounded. Ding.
The 60-level dungeon, Death Canyon, has officially begun.
Ding.
The level 60 dungeon, Death Canyon, is now officially open.
Ding.
The level 60 dungeon, Death Canyon, is now officially open.
Chapter 148. Star Fantasy Guild joins forces with the King Sai to explore the Death Canyon. Star Fantasy Invincible has already launched its official live stream.
The name alone has caused a frenzy among players who have been following the stream, with tens of thousands flooding in within just a few minutes, and the number continues to rise rapidly.
Xinghuan Guild. They've teamed up with King Sai again? How impressive is that?
The King Sai never streams live, so you can only see it in this live stream. While dungeon rating depends on overall strength, the Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace guilds have invited many top-tier players, but they're likely to be humiliated this time around. It is said that the third-ranked guild on the heavenly rankings, the Celestial Palace, has also mobilized its forces. Their guild leader is one of the 3 kings, leading 2 of the 10 elite, with the rest being players ranked among the top of the top 100. They are clearly aiming for the first clear dungeon reward. These guys are nothing compared to the King's Elite. If the King's Elite doesn't get the first kill this time, I'll eat my words on livestream.
The guy above me, the Royal Overlord, is mighty.
Countless comments flew across the screen, with the entire livestream filled with praise for Yi Chun. At this moment, Yi Chun was the very embodiment of invincibility in the hearts of all players.
Rankings and guilds may hold some sway over ordinary players, but in Yi Chun's presence, they are all crushed without mercy. Although there are few comments about the Star Fantasy Guild, they do exist.
After all, the Star Fantasy Guild was able to invite Yi Chun to join them in clearing dungeons, which clearly demonstrates their own strength. There are even rumors that Yi Chun is actually a member of the Star Fantasy Guild, which has caused the guild's reputation to skyrocket overnight. Meanwhile, Yi Chun and his group were already preparing to enter the dungeon.
Ding! Do you wish to enter the monster forest? This instance is of the easy difficulty level. Selecting enter will deduct 1 instance entry opportunity. However, since this is your first time entering the instance, no entry opportunities will be deducted. Please confirm your selection. Confirm. Confirmed. Confirmed. Confirmed.
In an instant, Yi Chun, the Purple Moon Heart, and everyone from the Star Fantasy Guild vanished from their original positions. The sound of the system echoed in their ears.
Entering Death Canyon, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1.
As the first one landed, everyone appeared simultaneously in a dark, gloomy canyon. The sky above was overcast, and the surrounding area was deathly quiet, as if it were an uninhabited region that had never been touched by human feet. However, the white skulls scattered across the ground served as a grim reminder that this canyon was undoubtedly filled with danger.
Brave warriors, the Death Canyon is a cursed gorge.
Over the years, countless people have ventured into its depths, only to meet their end there. In the depths of the canyon dwells a powerful necromancer who commands an army of undead.
Only by slaying this necromancer can this curse be lifted. Suddenly, a ethereal voice echoed throughout the canyon, sending a chill down everyone's spine.
The chilling winds blowing from the canyon sent shivers down one's spine. Especially those brought by the Purple Moon Heart, as well as those from Star Illusion Invincible and Star Illusion Eternal, all felt anger and fear in their hearts. Even though this is just a game, the immersive experience is making these women feel a bit afraid.
From the dungeon background, there weren't many clues about this canyon. All they knew was that this Death Canyon had claimed countless lives.
Combined with the system's earlier warning, it was clear that the undead mage lurking within the canyon was responsible for all this.
Xinghuan Wudi analyzed calmly.
A level 60 dungeon even beta testers haven't experienced it firsthand. At the time of the beta test, most players had already stopped playing by level 50, and only the top players in the beta test were fortunate enough to experience the level 60 dungeon. Therefore, this time, Yi Chun and his team had no choice but to adapt on the fly. Sure enough, the Star Fantasy Guild still lacks experience. They probably know little about this level 60 dungeon. The players from the Celestial Palace are truly powerful. They've already defeated 3 waves of undead creatures and are almost at the boss's location. Those who said they'd eat their words earlier are probably going to have to eat them now. The members of the Star Fantasy Guild lack experience, but once the difficulty reaches the advanced level or higher, I'm sure the king level players will be able to turn the tide. At this point, the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1 million. When they saw Yi Chun and the others still standing there in confusion, they felt doomed. After all, the experienced members of the major guilds had already begun fighting. However, Yi Chun's reputation is still here, so they want to see his true strength. They didn't have high hopes for the first kill of the dungeon, but instead watched live streams from various guilds to learn from their experiences so that they could clear the dungeon themselves in the future.
Let's go. We'll face whatever comes our way. It's just a normal level dungeon, it can't be that difficult. Yi Chuan said decisively.
The members of the Star Fantasy Guild didn't say much either. Though they seemed numerous, the real authority still lay with Yi Chun. As for the Purple Moon Heart, it obediently followed closely behind Yi Chun.
click, snap, snap, click.
After walking for a while without noticing any danger, suddenly the sound of bones rubbing against each other began to echo all around them. All around, white bones littered the ground, piecing themselves together and assembling into one skeleton warrior after another. Skeleton warriors like these were everywhere, a sight to make one's hair stand on end. There were at least 200 or 300 of them, completely surrounding Yi-chan and the others.
This scene left everyone with a bad feeling. Skeleton warrior. Level, 60. Grade, elite. Health points, 100,000. Magic points, 20,000. Attack power, 175,002,5400.
Combat power, 30,000.
Skills, none. Description: controlled by an evil necromancer, these undead warriors fear neither life nor death.
To eliminate them completely, you must defeat all the resurrected skeleton warriors within 10 seconds. Otherwise, any skeleton warriors you have already defeated will resurrect. Upon reading this description, the members of the Star Fantasy Guild immediately felt doomed. If it were just a single skeleton warrior, it would be easy to handle. With 1,000,000 hit points, everyone attacking together could take it down in just a second or two. However, with 200 or 300 skeleton warriors, you must eliminate them all within 10 seconds. This is an impossible task. Chapter 149. Are the members of the Star Illusion Guild all idiots? Attracting so many skeleton warriors like this is asking for trouble. The big shot who started the livestream at the Celestial Palace just said that you can only attract 10 skeleton warriors at a time and kill them slowly. Otherwise, you're as good as dead. Even the Tianxian Hall can only attract 60 skeleton warriors at a time, yet the Xinghuan Guild managed to attract all of them. Even with a king-level player present, they're doomed. This time, the Royal Overlord has no choice but to accept defeat. With 1,000,000 health points, there are 300 skeleton warriors. Killing them all in 10 seconds is simply impossible. The first kill is out of the question. If we try again, who knows how much time we'll waste. The livestream was filled with comments mocking the Xinghuan Guild. In an instant, the number of viewers in the livestream dropped by nearly 100,000. Xinghuan Wudi looked at the comments in the livestream and apologized to everyone. This was my mistake. These skeleton warriors should have been lured out in batches to revive. Now, there are 300 skeleton warriors, and it's impossible to kill them all within 10 seconds. At that moment, Xinghuan Wudi was under immense pressure, facing the fishing boat, and he felt terrible as well. Without experience in dealing with a level 60 dungeon, they wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation. 300 skeleton warriors. If it were any other team, they would have been wiped out long ago, let alone being killed in just 10 seconds. It's okay, boss. We can always try again, Xinghuan said comfortingly. Within the Xinghuan Guild, everyone had already lost hope of being the first to clear this dungeon. After all, they had already wasted over 10 minutes, and starting over would definitely put them at a huge time disadvantage compared to other guilds, making it nearly impossible to catch up. Why be so pessimistic? 10 seconds is more than enough time. Yichuan said casually. He had been observing the movements of the skeleton warriors and noticed that they weren't spread out. Instead, they were divided into 5 waves, with 60 skeleton warriors in each wave, all quite densely packed. Their area of effect skills could easily cover the entire group. If it were just Yi-chan alone, he might not have the confidence to eliminate all these skeleton warriors within 10 seconds, but this time he brought the Purple Moon Heart, which allows him to share his damage. With the Purple Moon Heart's area of effect skills, it might just be possible to take out these skeleton warriors in an instant. Mr. King, is there really a way? If you can resolve this, I am willing to pay a higher price as compensation for this mistake. Xinghuan Wudi said excitedly upon hearing Yi-chan's words. For this first kill of the level 60 dungeon, Xinghuan Wudi had prepared thoroughly. If their own mistakes were to affect the first clear of the dungeon, it would be a huge blow to the reputation of the entire Xinghuan Guild. No need, these are all part of my duties. Yi-chan said calmly. Yi-chan then looked toward the Purple Moon Heart. She saw that the Purple Moon Heart already knew the answer, but still said weakly, Your Majesty, these skeleton warriors all have 1,000,000 hit points. Can we really succeed? Although the Purple Moon Heart could share damage, the damage it had previously shared with Yi-chan was clearly insufficient to instantly kill 1,000,000 health skeleton warriors. Of course, the Purple Moon Heart was unaware of Yi-chan's enhanced strength. Yi-chan spoke calmly, just treat it like a regular monster hunt. Using your skill should be sufficient. The attack range should be adequate. To ensure absolute safety, use 2 skills to cover a group of skeleton warriors. It should be done within 10 seconds. Alright, I'll give it a try, said Purple Moon Heart. Xinghuan Wudi and the others saw Yi-chan and Zuxin communicating, and their eyes were filled with confusion. Such a massive challenge, shouldn't the Royal Overlord handle it personally? But judging by the current situation, it seems that the Purple Moon Heart is about to take action. However, the next second completely overturned their understanding. The king flew into a rage. Yi-chan immediately activated his skill, and the Purple Moon Heart also began to unleash its abilities. Frost Arrow, Thunder Arrow, Exploding Arrow. Within a span of just 1 or 2 seconds, all 10 skills were unleashed simultaneously. A shower of arrows of various colors rained down from the sky, landing among the skeleton warriors. Splashes of red damage flashed across the scene. 100W. 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 Such damage is enough to instantly kill a group of skeleton warriors. 5 seconds later, not a single skeleton warrior remained standing. Shocking. Surprise. Xinghuan Wudi and the others were completely stunned. The Purple Moon Heart unleashing such terrifying damage was completely beyond their expectations. The area of effect skill dealt a staggering 1 million points of damage, with every arrow landing as a critical hit, an utterly unimaginable feat. Xinghuan Wudi finally realized that the Purple Moon Heart could stay by Yi Chun's side. With such terrifying damage output, even among the top-tier guilds on the heavenly rankings, it would be a one-of-a-kind existence. At the same time, the live stream was flooded with comments. Am I seeing things? A girl just took out 300 skeleton warriors in an instant? Isn't that the Purple Moon Heart? She has such powerful output? I can't even imagine it. 666, a million damage points. No wonder she dared to attract so many skeleton warriors at once. This damage output is probably stronger than even the Purple Moon boss in group attacks, right? This has surpassed the progress of all the major guilds. I'm impressed. No wonder the Xinghuan Guild is so arrogant they've managed to recruit 2 top-tier players. The Purple Moon Heart has truly made a name for itself in one battle. Now, almost everyone knows the name Purple Moon Heart. However, the Purple Moon Heart itself is quite bewildered. 1 million points of damage, and all in one go. 2 rounds of skills were completely unnecessary. This caused Ziyu's admiration for Yi Chun to rise sharply. If only she could stay by Yi Chun's side forever. Yi Chun is the best in the world, so she would be the second best. However, before everyone could recover, a voice rang out. The necromancer was enraged and summoned powerful undead creatures. All warriors must be cautious in their response. Chapter 150. The tense atmosphere throughout the entire dungeon suddenly vanished as the overwhelming power unleashed by the Purple Moon Heart swept through the area. Even the powerful rulers hadn't intervened, yet the Purple Moon Heart alone was already so overwhelming. Everyone's mind was focused on one word for this new dungeon: stability. Although they lack experience in clearing a level 60 dungeon, with such formidable strength, no one would doubt that this team has the capability to achieve the first clear. The standard Undead Canyon dungeon isn't particularly challenging, except for a near-fatal situation at the beginning due to lack of experience. The 300 skeleton warriors dropped a decent amount of gear, roughly 7 or 8 pieces, but the quality of the equipment was quite low, so Yi Chun didn't bother to pick them up. For Yi Chun at this stage, silver-grade equipment was already negligible, and even gold-grade equipment wouldn't catch his eye. After all, the weapon is already a rare purple gold equipment piece, and even the 5 pieces of armor he is wearing are a rare gold equipment set. Currently, the only things Yi Chun lacks are some accessories and special equipment. Of course, these items are extremely difficult to obtain in the Hope World. They rarely drop from monsters, and even in dungeons, there is no possibility of obtaining such equipment. The only way to obtain them is by completing certain unique hidden quests. As a result, even some silver and bronze accessories can be sold for astronomical prices. Next, we will face the undead creatures summoned by the necromancer. It shouldn't be too difficult, as this is only a normal difficulty dungeon. Xinghuan Wudi said casually. After what had just happened, Xinghuan Wudi had also recovered, and the number of viewers in the live stream had surged to over 10 million, firmly surpassing the live stream numbers of the other guilds. As a result, Xinghuan Wudi was in a very good mood, as the reputation of the Xinghuan Guild had not suffered any damage from the earlier mishap. The group continued deeper into the canyon and soon spotted a massive figure blocking their path. It was the undead creature summoned by the necromancer. The Death Magic Wolf, a level 60 monster, possesses 5 million HP and an attack power of around 40,000. In a standard level dungeon, it should be considered the final boss. Normally, bosses in ordinary level dungeons are not this powerful, otherwise, it would be a nightmare for most ordinary players. However, this is because it's the initial phase of clearing the dungeon, and there's a first kill reward, so the difficulty is temporarily doubled compared to normal times, also to increase the challenge of clearing the dungeon. I'll go. Let's hurry up, Yi Chun said. Although he was highly confident in his own abilities, the Jojo region was teeming with talent, and there was no guarantee that someone else wouldn't clear the dungeon before his team. The Curse of the King. 250W. Starting with the King's Curse, the undead wolf hadn't even had time to react before losing half its health. Roar! At this moment, the undead wolf finally reacted and pounced toward Yi Chun. However, Yi Chun had already drawn the soul-stealing blade. As the undead demon wolf closed in, the soul-stealing blade was thrust forward with lightning speed. Royal Slaying. 250W. Another massive blow struck, completely depleting the Death Spirit Wolf's health. Regardless of whether the Death Spirit Demon Wolf is already at half health, even if it were at full health, Yi Chun could still kill it outright. After all, undead creatures are also considered dark beings, and the damage Yi-chun inflicts on them is doubled.
Ding!
First kill of the normal tier Death Canyon, completed in 21 minutes and 35 seconds. As the system has sounded, Yi-chun and his team teleported to the entrance of the dungeon and immediately continued into the medium difficulty dungeon. Originally, if given the choice, Yi-chun would have preferred to select the disaster level dungeon and clear it directly. However, according to the dungeon's rules, players must progress through each difficulty level one by one.
The intermediate level dungeon is not much stronger than the normal level one.
The only difference is that the 300 skeleton warriors have been replaced with skeleton knights, who have slightly improved attributes, with their health increased to 1.3 million. Yi-chun and his group did not choose to lure them out in batches, but instead, like before, they lured them all out at the same time. Thanks to the Purple Moon Heart's area of effect attack capabilities, they easily disposed of all of them. They then rushed to the depths of the canyon, where 3 summoned undead creatures appeared, significantly increasing the difficulty compared to before. However, under Yi-chun's terrifying attributes, all of them were defeated in less than 5 seconds.
Ding!
First kill in the medium difficulty Death Canyon, completed in 15 minutes and 20 seconds. Compared to the normal difficulty dungeon, this medium difficulty dungeon actually took less time. It's not that the difficulty has decreased, rather, Yi-chun and his team have already adapted to the environment of Death Canyon, moving through it with ease and without wasting any time.
Ding! Do you want to choose the difficult mode for Death Valley?
Please note that the difficult mode will enter story mode, and your completion will be judged based on perfection. To clear the dungeon, you must complete 80% of the story. Otherwise, it will be considered a failure, and all rewards will be halved.
Do you want to accept the challenge?
As expected, just like dungeons from levels 10 to 50, once you reach the difficulty level of a dungeon, story mode will activate.
In simple terms, you must complete the story quests.
Otherwise, even if you defeat the final boss, it won't count as a successful completion.
Yi-chun had already experienced this before.
The story quests are intricate and complex, and without a thorough understanding of the plot, one might easily stumble and fail. After all, to clear the dungeon, you must complete 80% of the storyline. Moreover, from the difficult mode to the nightmare mode, and even the disaster mode, the story becomes increasingly challenging and unpredictable. Moreover, as you progress from hard mode to nightmare mode, and even to catastrophe mode, the story becomes increasingly challenging and unpredictable.
During the first clear of the dungeon, many powerful guilds were defeated by the storyline alone.
Although Yi-chun possesses the ability to reverse time, if he misses more than a minute of the storyline, he is powerless to change the outcome. Therefore, he must proceed cautiously, following the plot closely.
Chapter 151. Is the team led by the Royal Overlord really that powerful?
They've already reached the difficult mode. Even the Heavenly Immortal Palace, with its formidable lineup, has only just reached the medium difficulty mode and defeated 3 bosses. The Heavenly Palace is even worse off, they're still clearing out those skeleton knights. They can't even compare to these 2 guilds. The upcoming story mode will likely be much more challenging, as we need to complete 80% of the story to count as clearing the game. The medium difficulty mode was completed in just 15 minutes. Impressive. The skeleton knights and 3 bosses were all defeated in an instant.
The king is truly mighty.
Currently, the live stream where Xinghuan Wudi is located is undoubtedly the hottest one around, with countless viewers flooding the chat with messages. The Death Canyon in hard mode appears even more eerie, with chilling winds blowing all around and the sky completely darkened, with only a few stars scattered across the canyon. This is essentially a standard scene from a horror film, sending chills down the spine.
Everyone, can you help me find the cursed place?
I can assist you in eliminating the damned necromancer and lifting the curse from this valley, preventing more people from meeting their end here. Just then, a chilling voice echoed through the air, and a floating soul appeared beside the crowd. This soul was in a semi-transparent state, emitting a green glow, and was utterly eerie.
Ghost! Xinghuan, despite being a grown man, couldn't help but shout.
Because the soul was tightly clinging to him, Xinghuan Bumia could feel a deep chill emanating from it. As for the others, they were all pale with fear, only Yi-chun and Xinghuan Wudi could maintain their composure. Xinghuan Wudi said, "Don't panic. These are probably plot characters. Judging by their appearance, they are likely people who have been persecuted by this Death Canyon and may have a deep understanding of it." Upon hearing this, everyone gradually calmed down. After all, this was a game world, not the real world. Otherwise, anyone would be scared out of their wits. It could only be said that the game was too realistic, giving players a sense of being right there in the action.
Xinghuan Wudi approached the soul and asked, "Cursed land? What do you know? Can you tell me? That might help you."
Yi-chun also looked toward the soul. Ernst, soul of the dead, plot character. Ernst's soul spoke softly, "I am one of the 12 bishops of the empire, sent to resolve the curse within the Valley of Death. However, I never anticipated being ambushed by the necromancer there and ending up in this state, reduced to nothing but a soul. If it weren't for the power of the undead within the Valley of Death, which allowed me to become an undead being, I would have already been obliterated. However, I now know the secret of the Death Valley curse.
All you need to do is take me to the source of the curse, and you can destroy it. The necromancer's power will then vanish completely.
Indeed, this Ernst knows a great deal about the Death Valley. It is highly likely that Ernst is the key to this difficult mode storyline quest.
Where is the cursed land? Xinghuan Wudi asked immediately.
Within 10 minutes, continuously defeat the 5 summoned undead creatures guarding the Death Canyon to unlock the seal on the cursed land.
Only then will the cursed land appear.
If the time limit is exceeded, the seal will still open, but part of the curse will remain hidden and continue to be exploited by the undead mages.
Ernst said.
Immediately, 5 locations were marked on everyone's maps, all deep within the Death Canyon, spaced apart from one another. It was clear that the most critical factor in this difficult mode was the high-level combat strength within the team. There are 5 locations in total, with 2 people tasked with taking down 1 boss each, and they must eliminate them completely within 10 minutes. This presents a significant challenge for the Star Fantasy Guild and others. After all, while the Xinghuan Guild has been growing steadily, its strongest combat power is still not particularly formidable. By the standards of the difficult mode, these 5 bosses should all be at the golden level. While they are not overly powerful, aside from Yi Chun and Zuxan, the rest of the group would still find it challenging to defeat a single boss within 10 minutes.
Let's divide the tasks.
Mr. King can take on 1 boss alone, Miss Purple Moon should also be able to handle 1 boss, and the 3 of us, me, Star Fantasy Immortal, and Star Fantasy Rose, can barely manage 1. The remaining 5 of you should each hold off 2 bosses and focus on depleting their health as much as possible. Whoever kills a boss first should go to provide support. Star Fantasy Invincible said from the side. As for Ernst's soul, after hearing everyone's plan, he remained expressionless, but a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Chun did not object, but a hint of doubt lingered in his heart, unsure of what felt off. This was a story-based quest, but judging from the current trend, it had turned into a normal monster-slaying mode with increased difficulty for experienced players.
The only plot element currently present is what Ernst mentioned.
The others have no other choice, otherwise, the only plot clue would be lost. Mounting their mounts, the group set off toward their respective bosses according to the previous assignments. Meanwhile, Ernst did not follow the others nor stay put. Instead, he headed straight for the exact center of the area where the 5 bosses were located. No one noticed this detail, as the primary objective at the moment was to defeat the bosses.
Let's move.
In the team's voice chat, seeing that everyone was in position, Xinghuan Wudi shouted, and immediately everyone began their attack.
King's Curse. The King's Wrath. The King Slays.
In an instant, Yi Chun struck out, almost in the blink of an eye, and a golden-tiered boss was directly slain. As the boss died, a gray mist appeared, drifting away into the distance, as if stirred by some unseen force.
Immediately afterward, the purple moon heart also struck down the boss. With Yi Chun's shared attributes, a single skill was more than enough for the boss to withstand.
Immediately, the 2 rushed to assist the boss being attacked by the Star Fantasy Guild and others, who were the weakest.
Chapter 152. How is the plot structure of the Star Illusion Guild different from that of the Celestial Palace?
In the Celestial Palace, they immediately dispersed the undead upon entering. It is said that this undead creature is the true final boss. According to the storyline, once the 5 bosses are defeated, the undead creature will obtain powerful cursed energy and evolve into a diamond tier boss. That's what the people from the Celestial Palace seem to be saying. As expected, it's just the Earth Rank Guild. During the closed beta, they lacked experience.
A diamond tier boss?
Even the king level players probably can't handle it. It's over, but I still want to see what a diamond tier boss looks like. In the livestream, the chat was buzzing with comments, but at that moment, Xinghuan Wudi was fully focused on taking down the boss and had no time to pay attention to the chat. Otherwise, he would have already noticed something was wrong. At that moment, Yi Chun and Zuxan had already joined forces with the Xinghuan Guild members, each taking down another 2 bosses, and were swiftly heading towards Xinghuan Wudi's location. When they arrived at the location of Xinghuan Wudi, exactly 9 minutes had passed.
Yi Chun's arrow followed closely behind, instantly taking down the boss.
Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the entire Death Canyon, and a massive aura rose up within it.
Ha ha! Finally, I can obtain the cursed power of the Death Canyon.
Damned necromancer, you dared to transform me, a revered bishop, into this monstrous form, neither human nor ghost.
Now I shall be reborn and destroy everything.
As for those foolish humans, to thank you for releasing the cursed power, I shall grant you eternal life and turn you into my loyal servants. At that moment, a maniacal laugh echoed from the canyon, startling everyone present. At that moment, Xinghuan Wudi also saw the comments in the live stream, and his face turned pale in an instant.
I think we've fallen into a trap.
That soul was indeed an undead entity, but it used us to break the curse's seal, allowing it to be reborn and evolve into a diamond tier boss, something we can't possibly match, Xinghuan Wudi said anxiously. If it's just a gold tier or even a purple gold tier boss, they wouldn't be too worried. After all, with Yi Chun here, even a platinum tier boss isn't completely out of the question.
However, a diamond tier boss is truly terrifying.
At least, in the current Hope world, no one has ever heard of a diamond tier boss appearing before. As I thought, something's off here. Yi Chun muttered to himself. Ernst's soul had been guiding everyone in the direction he wanted them to go from start to finish. If they hadn't experienced it before, they would definitely have been led astray by Ernst's soul. After all, no one would have anticipated such a negative plot twist in a difficult mode dungeon. Most people would follow the established storyline without overthinking it. Boom! However, just as everyone was growing anxious, the sky darkened, and a terrifying force swept over their heads. 100,000. 100,000. 100,000. Hymn of the Dead. In just a few seconds, the entire field was left with only Yi Chun still alive, while everyone else lay on the ground, their health points depleted. Yi Chun took a deep breath and said calmly, "Rewind time by 1 minute." On the Blade of Judgment, a group of people were rushing toward the location of Xinghuan Wudi, but at that moment, Yi Chunshan directly said, "Follow me." Surprisingly, they changed direction and headed toward the center of the 5 bosses' positions. What is the king doing? There's only 1 minute left. Shouldn't we help Xinghuan Wudi kill the last boss? Zuxin asked curiously, but did not refuse Yi Chun's action. The others also looked at Yi Chun with curiosity. I hope we're in time. Yi Chun said calmly, then revealed Ernst's soul-stealing plot to everyone. How is that possible? A diamond-level boss? We're doomed. Are we really going to have to start all over again? Yi Chun didn't respond, relying on his mount's extremely high movement speed to keep moving forward. Before long, in less than a dozen seconds, he spotted a soul floating in mid-air in the distance. Archer God's Strike. Yi Chun swiftly switched to the Amos bow and fired directly at the soul. Ah! Damn human, why are you attacking me? Ernst's soul was pierced by an arrow, and his soul grew dimmer. You're using us to break the curse's seal. Yi Chun said calmly. Ernst's soul paled at those words and fled in panic. So what? If you don't kill the 5 undead monsters, you'll never escape this death canyon, and I will surely be reborn again. Ha ha! Ernst's soul laughed maniacally as he fled. However, he had underestimated the speed of the Judgment Blade, which caught up with him in an instant. Just kill him. Yi Chun switched to the soul-stealing blade without hesitation and stabbed directly into the soul. The once arrogant Ernst's face turned pale in an instant, and his entire soul dissipated into ashes. From his body, a gleaming token burst forth. The Bishop's Order, a token symbolizing one of the 12 bishops of the Empire. Yi Chun casually tucked it into his backpack. Though he had no idea what the token was for, it had dropped from the soul, so it must be useful for the upcoming plot. Ding! Difficult mode plot completed 90%. The system's notification sound rang out. Xinghuan Xiangwei spoke up at this moment. If I'm not mistaken, killing this soul should have completed 50% of the task. Each time we defeat a boss, we complete 10%, so defeating another boss should complete 100% of the storyline task. The hardest part of this difficult mode is distinguishing the truth from the lies in Ernst's words. I didn't expect this storyline to be so complicated. Xinghuan Xiangwei's analytical skills were quite good, and she immediately came up with many ideas. Killing 5 bosses in 10 minutes is probably just the soul tricking us. After all, the boss description didn't specify that all 5 must be killed simultaneously within 10 minutes. Yi Chun added quickly. Sure enough, not long after, a voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have successfully completed the Death Canyon in hard mode with 100% story completion. As a voice echoed, everyone returned to the entrance of the dungeon. Chapter 153. Goodness, how did the Star Illusion Guild clear this level? They didn't kill that soul. Wait, we've been watching the Star Fantasy Guild leaders live stream the whole time and didn't see the king's footage. Probably someone noticed something was off and killed the soul. Who's so bold? They clearly didn't know the plot and still dared to take the risk of killing that soul. If anyone else didn't know the plot, they wouldn't dare to attack a plot character, right? However, the Star Fantasy Guild's clearing speed isn't slow either, faster than the Celestial Palace. It won't be long before the Celestial Palace overtakes the Star Fantasy Guild. After all, the Celestial Palace knows the plot of the dungeon. The next dungeon will be nightmare level, definitely even more terrifying. In the livestream, players are also very eager to watch major guilds tackle the dungeon in real time. After all, the strength these major guilds demonstrate is far beyond what the players could ever imagine. The golden tier bosses that seemed invincible to them were easily defeated by the members of these major guilds, as if they were nothing more than broken branches being swept away. Their seamless coordination and the power they displayed were truly terrifying. Especially every time Yi Chun takes action, it feels like everyone is playing a completely different game. Damage in the hundreds of thousands is dealt with a single swing, while they, even at level 50, can barely break the 10,000 mark in attack power. Let's continue. The Celestial Palace is also a dungeon that has just been cleared in hard mode. They are familiar with the plot and will be much faster than us. Yi Chun said. Xinghuan Wudi expressed his gratitude. This time, we owe it all to you, Mr. Junwang.
Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to succeed so smoothly. Xinghuan Wudi's gratitude was sincere. After all, without Yi Chenyu's extraordinary strength and actions, which were beyond the ordinary, they probably wouldn't have known how many times they would have been wiped out. No problem, Yi Chenyu said calmly before choosing to enter the nightmare level dungeon. Upon entering the nightmare level dungeon, the group found themselves not in another part of the Death Canyon, but within the seal itself. The final plot point of the hard mode dungeon is defeating the 5 bosses guarding the seal from the outside and breaking the seal. Therefore, the group did not witness what happened after the seal was broken. However, it is now clearly visible to everyone. Surrounding them was a flat expanse within the Death Canyon, shrouded in darkness and eerie silence, with no glimpse of the outside world, as if they were in a completely isolated space. The ground was littered with bones, human and monstrous alike, by the thousands, their numbers too great to count. Countless lives had met their end here. Not far from where everyone stood, 12 massive pillars stood tall, each containing an evil force that sealed everything within. However, one of the pillars lacked any evil power, and its whereabouts were unknown. Foolish humans, you dared to break my seal. It must have been that old demon Ernst who escaped by sheer luck who instructed you to break the seal. I am surprised that you did not die at the hands of that treacherous villain, but you did do me a favor by eliminating him. However, you have now entered this cursed land, and your fate is sealed. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed through the air, startling everyone present. It must be that necromancer. Those 12 pillars are the pillars sealing the 12 bishops of the empire. Ernst must have narrowly escaped, but the evil power has already corrupted his heart, which is why he is now targeting us. Xinghuan Wudi analyzed. The plot of this level 60 dungeon has left everyone puzzled. Every action seems to be part of the plot's calculations, guiding everyone forward without any room for retreat. Yi Chun also kept a wary eye on his surroundings, especially the 12 pillars. The objective of this storyline mission was likely the bishop's soul sealed within one of the remaining 11 pillars. Click, click, click. The sound of bones colliding echoed, and the skeletal remains on the ground began to form undead creatures, slowly crawling toward Yi Chun and his group. Prepare for battle, Xinghuan Wudi shouted. Darkness surrounded them on all sides, as if they were trapped in this place, unable to escape. They could only passively defend themselves. The purple moon heart also launched its attack without mercy, as a hail of arrows formed, reaping the lives of one undead creature after another. These undead creatures were not particularly strong, but they relied on their numbers. However, when faced with the Purple Moon Heart's terrifying group skills, they could not capitalize on their advantage. Wow, this Purple Moon Heart is really powerful. It's like a killing machine. The people from the Heavenly Immortal Hall were struggling to hold their ground, while over here, they were already overwhelmed. I'm impressed. To be honest, these monsters don't grant experience points. Otherwise, this place would be a leveling paradise for the members of the Xinghuan Guild. However, according to the people from the Celestial Palace, the real challenge in Nightmare Mode isn't the skeleton monsters, but those 12 pillars. In the livestream, everyone witnessed the Purple Moon Heart once again display its terrifying power, leaving everyone in awe. Yi Chun, however, felt much more at ease. Otherwise, with so many monsters, if he had to fight them all alone, he wouldn't know how long it would take. 10 minutes later, the endless stream of undead creatures finally ceased to appear, and the Purple Moon Heart also relaxed for a moment. However, the voice of the necromancer sounded again. You do have some strength after all, but next, you will all die without a doubt. Boom! 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 Only 12 pillars could be seen, with 11 of them trembling violently. A malevolent force rose up, exerting immense pressure on those present. Bang! As one of the pillars shattered, a massive figure emerged from within. This figure was enormous, standing 2 or 3 meters tall, shrouded in black mist, resembling a demon lord from the depths of the abyss. It was clearly a terrifying boss. And this is just one of them. Chapter 154. The 12 Bishops of the Empire, Levi. Level, 60. Quality, Platinum. Health points, 5000 W 5000 W. Magic points, 100,000. Attack power, 180,000 250,000. Combat power, 300,000. Skill, Holy Spirit Judgment. Skill, Sacrificial Fire. Skill, Sanctuary Cross / Description: once one of the 12 bishops of the empire, he possessed immense combat prowess. However, he became trapped in the cursed lands of the Death Canyon, where his mind was corrupted and he fell under the control of an evil necromancer. Though he retains a sliver of his former self, he is difficult to awaken unless he sees something or someone familiar from his past. We're doomed. A platinum tier boss, and there are 11 of them. How do we fight them? Upon seeing the boss's attributes, Xinghuan Bumia was filled with despair. Platinum tier bosses symbolize immense power. One alone is already a formidable challenge, and there are 11 of them. With the terrifying attack power of platinum tier bosses, they could easily take down any one of them in an instant except for Yi Chun, of course. Xinghuan Wudi managed to stay calm, but his voice betrayed a hint of panic as he said, "The plot wouldn't give us a hopeless situation. perhaps finding that Necromancer could directly render these 11 bishops unable to fight. That's right. The power of the undead is what revived them. Without the source of their power, they naturally lose their combat ability. Xinghuan Xianwei added immediately. However, while the idea is noble, reality is brutally harsh. The most direct solution is to eliminate the Necromancer, but the Necromancer has never made an appearance, making it utterly impractical to find them. Moreover, the area is shrouded in deep darkness, and no one knows where the Necromancer might be hiding. Boom! At that moment, 11 bishops emerged from the pillars, forming a group of 11 platinum tier bosses, causing Yichun to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. If there had been just one, Yichun might have been able to handle it, and even 2 would have been manageable. However, 11 was too much for Yichun. He wasn't a god, after all. Suddenly, Yichun noticed something peculiar about the attribute descriptions of the 11 bishops. They all shared a common trait: they still retained a sliver of consciousness that could be awakened. The only possible entity capable of awakening them was the soul of the former Ernst, the only entity they could potentially contact. However, Ernst's soul had already been completely eradicated by them. In that brief moment of distraction, the 11 bishops launched their attack. 234,000. 180,000. 128,000. Massive damage erupted, and everyone except Yichun was killed. There must be another way. Yichun remained utterly calm. Rewind time by 10 seconds. 11 bishops in the distance looked fierce and imposing. Suddenly, they noticed that each of the 11 bishops had a token at their waists. Time rewound 10 seconds. Time rewinds again, returning to the moment when the 11 bishops had just escaped from the pillars. Yichuan decisively pulled out the token he had obtained from Ernst's soul earlier. Sure enough, upon seeing the token, the faces of the 11 bishops all showed signs of intense struggle. Ernst. 12 bishops. Empire. From the mouths of these 11 bishops, a few words were uttered intermittently. Useful. Yichun saw the words and actions of the 11 bishops and immediately guessed that this token must be the key to the plot. Ah! Damn undead, you dare to enslave my body. As the Archbishop of the Empire, how could I have become an undead creature? This curse. It is not something a mere undead mage could have cast. It is an ancient curse. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this fate. Even if I die, I will never become the very thing I despise most, an undead creature. Warrior! Give us liberation, kill us. We have become the undead bound by the curse of suppression. Only by killing us can the curse be released, only then can we kill the damned necromancer, and only then can everything come to an end. 15 minutes. We can suppress the evil power within us for 15 minutes. Within 15 minutes, we must be killed. Otherwise, we will become the most terrifying undead creatures. The 11 bishops were all screaming in agony, their faces contorted in pain. It was clear that regaining their senses, even briefly, came at a tremendous cost. Suddenly, holy flames began to burn on their bodies, temporarily suppressing the evil forces. Soon, their energy began to wane, no longer as powerful as before. Damn you, Bishop! You will pay for your foolishness. A dark voice echoed through the space, clearly revealing the anger of the necromancer. Clang! 11 bishops have been reduced to purple gold quality and will only attack one at a time. Please eliminate all of them within 15 minutes. Only when this voice sounded did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. If it were a platinum boss, even if they took them on one by one, they would still find it extremely difficult to defeat them within 15 minutes. However, if they're just purple gold tier bosses, it's much easier. At least purple gold tier bosses aren't that challenging to take on. Even if we set aside Yichun's combat strength, the Star Fantasy Guild alone would be able to handle a purple gold tier boss, but they wouldn't be able to take it down within the specified time limit. Let's begin. Defeating these 11 bishops should allow us to clear this nightmare-level dungeon. Yichun spoke up. The people from the Celestial Palace have already started the challenge. We must move faster than them. Xinghuan Wudi glanced at the chat before speaking. The chat feed was constantly updating the progress of various guilds clearing the dungeon, allowing Xinghuan Wudi to monitor their speeds in real time. Currently, the only guild that can rival Yichun is the Celestial Palace. As for the other guilds, even though they have experience in dungeons, without the backing of a powerful force, they find it difficult to compete with the Xinghuan Guild and the Tianxian Hall. It can be said that if the Star Fantasy Guild manages to be the first to clear this 60-level dungeon, they will truly gain widespread fame. After all, surpassing the 1 king and 2 heroes and 7 top 100 teams in terms of strength is more than enough to prove their capabilities. Although most of it is due to Yichun's influence. However, even so, the Star Fantasy Guild will still gain immense prestige. Chapter 155. The 12 bishops who had fallen from platinum rank could be said to have suffered a significant decline in strength, no longer as powerful as before, with a stark difference in their capabilities. Imperial Bishop Levis. Level, 60. Quality, purple gold grade. Health points, 1000 W 1000 W. Magic points, 20,000.
Attack power 480-006-5000. Combat power 120000. Skill Holy Spirit Judgment. Skill Sacrificial Fire. Skill Sanctuary Cross Slash. Description: once one of the 12 bishops of the empire, he possessed immense combat prowess. However, he became trapped in the cursed lands of the Death Canyon, where his mind was corrupted and he fell under the control of an evil necromancer. Despite this, his memories were awakened, and he managed to suppress the evil forces using his remaining strength, thereby lowering his rank by 1 level. The remaining 10 bishops are in the same situation, all having become purple gold ranked bosses. Although they remain powerful, they are no longer invincible. Facing them one by one, the group is certainly capable of defeating them, though it will take time. Only 15 minutes. The first bishop was already walking toward Yi-chan and the others, his staff emitting a faint glow, ready to attack. These bishops had different professions: mages, knights, warriors, archers, and assassins, so the group would have to face bosses of various professions. However, this was no challenge for Yi-chan. Yi-chan's true strength lies in one-on-one combat. When facing a single target, he can unleash formidable combat power. Moreover, since these bishops have already been corrupted by evil forces and transformed into dark creatures, the damage Yi-chan inflicts on them is doubled. The Curse of the King. 500,000. Starting with the King's Curse, the bishop's health instantly dropped by half, leaving the members of the Star Fantasy Guild speechless. After all, dealing 5 million damage with a single skill was something they had never even imagined possible. The king is furious. The king slays. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi-chan directly thrust the soul-stealing blade into the bishop's body, unleashing terrifying damage. 500W. From start to finish, it only took 3 seconds. A purple gold ranked boss was instantly defeated, leaving not only the members of the Star Fantasy Guild in disbelief but also the viewers watching the live stream utterly astonished. 666. The damage dealt by the king-level player is undoubtedly the strongest in the entire Hope world. Goodness, a purple gold tier boss was taken down in an instant. How is that possible? This is like a bug in the game. With such speed, how can the people from the Heavenly Palace compete? There's no comparison. Although the Celestial Palace is powerful, the speed at which they can eliminate these 11 bosses is nowhere near as fast as that of the king-level experts. Who exactly is this King Lord? With such incredible strength, he's never been heard of in the gaming world. He must have emerged out of nowhere in the Hope world. At that moment, Yi-chan wasn't paying attention to the so-called livestream, so he had no idea about the viewers' praise. Even if she had known, Yi-chan wouldn't have bothered to respond. Yi-chan is well aware that while he is extremely powerful in this world of hope, in real life, he doesn't even compare to some of the big shots. Therefore, staying low-key was the most important thing. Perhaps one day, when games and reality are equally powerful, we can truly be bold. The cooldown time for the King Slash is 5 minutes, which is slightly long. This means that Yi-chan will not be able to rely on the instant burst damage from the King Slash in the upcoming battles. However, Yi-chan's own attributes are also sufficiently powerful. After the Bloodline Cultivation enhancement, his attack power reaches nearly 200,000 critical damage, combined with the armor-piercing attribute, which is more than enough to deal massive damage to the boss. Moreover, the King's Curse is effective against every boss. The second bishop was taken care of in a minute. The third bishop, solved in a minute. The fourth bishop, solved in 1 minute. 10 minutes later, all 11 bishops were killed. Although the Star Fantasy Guild and others also intervened, causing significant damage, the primary damage output in defeating the boss still came from Yi-chan. Moreover, throughout the entire battle, Yi-chan was the one taking the boss's attacks head-on, with nearly 800,000 health points, ensuring that the boss posed no real threat to him. From start to finish, Yi-chan only demonstrated the skills of his assassin profession. Yi-chan was well aware that this was a live stream, so it was best to keep some of his true strength hidden. Otherwise, with the powerful output of the Elf Arrow God, he could have resolved the battle much faster. Damn bishop, you ruined my plans. But you foolish humans will pay for your actions. In the darkness, the voice of the necromancer echoed once more before fading away. Everyone was well aware that in the final disaster mode of this Death Canyon storyline quest, they would inevitably face this necromancer. The darkness of this cursed land slowly faded away, and from the bodies of the 11 bishops, one soul after another emerged from the front. Thank you for defeating us and granting us liberation. However, what lies ahead for you now is the true challenge. This necromancer has been entrenched in the Death Canyon for many years, possessing extraordinary power and terrifying abilities. This cursed land was created by a great necromancer from ancient times, and the necromancer has used it to cultivate his powers, slaughtering countless living beings. The cursed land weakens the power of living beings. When facing the necromancer, your strength will be halved. Only by destroying the necromancer can you put an end to all this. The souls of the 11 bishops slowly dissipated, leaving behind fragments of speech. It was clearly a hint about the plot. Before anyone could think deeply about it, they had already left the dungeon and appeared outside. Ding! Congratulations, player, on completing the Death Canyon Nightmare mode with 100% story completion.
As the system S sounded, it didn't ease the tension much.
Next up was the disaster mode dungeon, the final one, which would be even more challenging.
However, the only good news is that their team is definitely the fastest progressing one.
The Celestial Palace is still fighting those 11 bosses and probably won't finish within 15 minutes. In that case, we won't be able to achieve a 100% story completion. Without wasting any time, Yi-chan and the others continued to challenge the disaster mode dungeon.
Chapter 156. Entering disaster mode, Death Canyon, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. As the final sound echoed, everyone reappeared within the dungeon. This time, the dungeon's environment was extremely eerie.
Though still in the Death Canyon, they had appeared at the bottom of the canyon, surrounded by an empty plain.
The sky remains overcast and gloomy, devoid of any light, and the eerie atmosphere around us is even more intense than before.
You have finally found this place, but what awaits you is eternal slumber. The familiar voice of the necromancer echoed once more. At the other end of the valley, a necromancer shrouded in black robes reappeared. However, this time, his true form appeared before everyone, giving off an eerie vibe. Cursed forever, in the name of the necromancer, I bestow this curse upon you.
As the necromancer's voice faded, a gray aura descended upon everyone's heads. No matter how they tried to dodge, they couldn't shake off the gray aura. Ding!
Afflicted by the curse of the undead mage, all attributes are reduced by 50%, and you gain negative effects such as slowness, weakness, and dizziness. Everyone heard a system notification sound ringing in their ears, and their hearts sank instantly. This curse was clearly unavoidable and extremely powerful, not only weakening all attributes by 50% but also imposing negative status effects. Although the effects of these negative statuses are quite weak, they are indeed real. Be careful, you've already been cursed at the very beginning, and things will definitely get harder from here on out. Xinghuan Wudi said anxiously. All attributes reduced by half, that means a significant loss in combat power. If they could previously handle purple gold tier bosses at their limit, they can now only handle gold tier bosses. It is clear that this disaster mode dungeon will definitely feature purple gold tier bosses, making it extremely challenging for them to complete. However, after standing in place for about a minute, no monsters appeared, leaving everyone feeling a bit puzzled.
Moreover, the undead mage had also vanished without a trace.
A minute later, the necromancer reappeared and coldly declared, "In my name, I summon the creatures of hell to grant you immortal life." He struck again, clearly intending to get serious this time. In the bottom of the canyon, skeletons began to crawl out of the ground, each holding various weapons in their hands. Compared to the skeleton warriors encountered earlier, the skulls of these skeletons were pulsating with the flames of souls, an utterly unsettling sight. 100, 200, 500, 1000. You can't see the end. Skeletons continuously emerged from the ground, nearly covering the entire bottom of the canyon. Except for the spot where Yi-chan and his group stood, the rest of the area was filled with skeletons whose souls burned with flickering flames. These skeletons were merely elite monsters of level 60, not particularly powerful, but their numbers were overwhelming. Especially the skeletons in this entire canyon, a single spit from each of them would be enough to kill Yi-chan and his companions. Kill! Everyone charged forward together, eliminating the monsters that had already closed in on them. This time, no one was resting. With so many monsters, it was clear that even with the power of the purple moon heart alone, it was impossible to kill them all. Even Yi-chan had already drawn the Amos bow and was swiftly shooting down these monsters. 5 arrows per second, each arrow instantly killing a monster. However, Yi-chan did not use any skills, as using them at this point would have been of little use. The endless horde of undead soldiers could not be affected by skills. The disaster mode dungeon isn't going to require us to wipe out every single boss in the entire Death Canyon, is it? That would take at least several hours, maybe even a whole day. Xinghuan Bumia remarked from the side. Xinghuan Xianwei immediately replied, "No, if it's just about killing monsters, we'll never clear this dungeon. I just saw that the soul flames on the slain skeletons didn't extinguish, instead, they drifted back onto another skeleton within 10 seconds and revived. They can't be completely killed. The key must be that necromancer. We have to kill him." Xinghuan Wudi looked toward where the necromancer had disappeared. This necromancer would disappear for a period of time after each skill release, making it impossible to predict his movements. Moreover, his appearance locations were unpredictable, with only the general direction being identifiable. 1 minute later, the necromancer reappeared. "In my name, awaken the slumbering undead beasts." The necromancer cast another spell and vanished once more. However, what followed was a tremor that shook the entire canyon. 2 massive pterosaur skeletons were seen assembling in mid-air, with 2 intense flames of soul energy appearing within their skulls. Undead pterosaur. Level, 60. Quality, gold. Health points, 500,000. Magic points, 120000. Attack power, 283,005,6600. Combat power, 130,000. Skill, pterosaur spike.
Skill, Blazing Inferno. Skill, Bone Spike Spear.
Description: a undead creature returned from hell, possessing powerful attributes and capable of piercing enemies in an instant. A golden-tiered boss, not yet considered overly powerful, but the sudden appearance of two at once is enough to exert immense pressure on opponents. Especially now that everyone's attributes have been weakened, they can't unleash their full strength, making the threat posed by these undead pterosaurs truly terrifying. The main issue is that there are too many skeleton monsters surrounding them, making it impossible for the group to divide their attention effectively to deal with these two golden-tier bosses.
Is this disaster mode dungeon really this terrifying? There are so many monsters.
These skeletons could almost form a powerful base, and they keep coming back to life.
It's disgusting.
It is said that some large guilds harbor players who are necromancers.
Could they really possess such terrifying abilities?
The Celestial Palace has already been wiped out once in this disaster-level dungeon. It seems they need to locate the necromancer's position to clear the dungeon. The necromancer's spawn points are unpredictable, and it is a purple gold tier boss.
Could it be that no one will be able to clear the disaster-level dungeon on their first attempt? Chapter 157. 50,000.
A bone spike detached from the undead pterosaur's body and flew straight toward Xinghuan Wudi, striking him and dealing 2/3 of his health, nearly killing him instantly. Under normal circumstances, such an attack might not be so dangerous, but with all attributes weakened by half and constantly subjected to negative status effects, Xinghuan Bume could no longer withstand the assault. We must take down that boss first, otherwise, its skills alone could instantly kill a fragile class. Xinghuan Bume shouted loudly. He immediately retreated to the rear and began restoring his health.
I'll handle it.
Yi Chun stepped forward without hesitation,
summoning the Judgment Blade and leaping into the air.
Although his attributes had been weakened by 50%, Yi Chun was still formidable and more than capable of handling a golden tier boss.
King's Curse.
The Curse of the King.
250W. 250W.
Two consecutive King's Curse spells were cast on the two undead pterosaurs, directly reducing their overall attributes by 50%. Immediately afterward, Yi Chun, in his King's Rage state, used the King Slash attack on one of the undead pterosaurs.
250W.
Flash Sail. The skeleton of the undead pterosaur lay scattered, while its soul flames sought to flee toward the distance.
Yi Chun knew that if the soul flames escaped, another undead pterosaur would likely appear in no time.
But there was nothing he could do, because the soul flame was invulnerable to attack. Suddenly, Yi Chun seemed to think of something and pulled out the Staff of the Dead. As a necromancer, Yi Chun also possessed the ability to control the undead. Since this necromancer could summon the undead, he reasoned that he could do the same and perhaps even control the creatures it summoned.
Moreover, in terms of class, the necromancer is clearly superior to this undead mage. Undead Resurrection.
Resurrect a deceased target as a undead, granting it the attributes of the target 20 and copying all of its skills.
This is the second-class skill of the necromancer.
The soul flame that had been trying to escape suddenly came to a halt, floating in midair, and slowly began to condense the scattered bones, fully reviving itself.
Moreover, this reanimated undead pterosaur was completely under Yi Chun's control. It's done.
Yi Chun never expected that he could completely revive the undead creatures summoned by the necromancer and control them at will. Originally, Yi Chun had just acted on a whim, intending to experiment a little. However, since it worked, Yi Chun had an idea in mind. The undead resurrection skill could control 100 targets, meaning he could resurrect 100 undead creatures to fight for him. This could be considered a terrifying combat power. With the addition of the undead altar, you won't have to struggle to deal with these ordinary monsters anymore. Undead pterosaurs summon Beast of the King Sai.
Quality, Gold tier. Health points, 100,000. Magic points, 24,000. Attack power, 5600113000.
Combat power, 26,000.
Skill, Pterosaur Spike. Skill, Blazing Inferno. Skill, Bone Spike Spear.
Pterosaur Spike. When attacking, there is a chance to summon a bone spike to attack the target, dealing an additional 150 damage. Blazing Inferno. Summon Terrifying Hellfire, dealing 5,000 magic damage per second to all enemies within a 10x10 area around the target, lasting for 1 minute. Bone Spike Spear. Summon a bone spike to deal 200 damage to the target and reduce their defense by 100 for 10 seconds. Description: a undead creature summoned by the King Sai. With only 20% of their original attributes, the Deathwing Wyverns are not particularly powerful, especially in terms of attack power, which is utterly dismal. However, such strength is more than enough to overwhelm these ordinary monsters. Another Deathwing Dragon was slain by Yi Chun, but it too was revived and dispatched by Yi Chun to guard the group. King, you're so powerful. You actually turned these two bosses into your summoned beasts. Xinghuan Bumie saw the undead pterodactyls swirling around the group and exclaimed in astonishment. Even the others were equally amazed. After all, turning the boss into one's own summoned beast was simply impossible. However, Yi Chun already had many secrets, so the others did not ask any further questions. I think that to clear this disaster mode dungeon, we must defeat the necromancer. The necromancer appears once every minute, so we need to defeat him when he appears to clear the dungeon. Otherwise, the necromancer will continuously summon undead creatures, and eventually, there will be an enemy we cannot defeat. Xinghuan Wudi analyzed the chat messages in the livestream while addressing the crowd. Although they had no experience clearing the dungeon, the people from the Celestial Palace did. Through the chat messages in the livestream, Xinghuan Wudi had also gained a general understanding of the situation. "Let's go," Yi Chun said calmly. The approximate location of the necromancer was at the other end of the canyon. If it weren't for the monsters covering the mountains, it would only take 2 or 3 minutes to get there, but now, it would take at least 10 minutes. It's not that the group doesn't want to use flying mounts, but once they take off, staying stationary is manageable since the monsters only attack in one area. However, if they move, each monster's attack could instantly kill even Yi Chun, so no one dares to use flying mounts as a shortcut. "In my name, awaken the slumbering undead beasts. In my name, awaken the slumbering undead warriors. In my name, powerful evil spirits that vanished in ancient times, awaken." In 3 minutes, Yi Chun and the others had only advanced about a quarter of the way. During this time, the undead mages appeared almost once every minute, summoning 1 to 2 bosses each time. If it weren't for Yi Chun's ability to revive these bosses, their souls would gradually resurrect, leading to a situation where everyone might face dozens of bosses at the same time, making victory impossible. However, thanks to Yi Chun's presence, these bosses have become his guardians, loyally protecting Yi Chun and his team. Not a single skeleton can break through the blockade and attack Yi Chun and his team. Chapter 158. Within the disaster mode dungeon. A group of people from the Celestial Palace were tossing and turning in the sea of bones, and the slightest misstep could cause them to capsize. They didn't possess Yi Chun's formidable combat strength, but they worked together seamlessly. When attacking, they each have their own set of moves, and in this vast sea of skeletons, they have not suffered much damage. This clearly demonstrates the strength of this team. Unlike Yi Chun's overwhelming dominance, the Heavenly Immortal Hall seemed to be showcasing their skills with every move. However, in this inescapable deadlock, even the most impressive maneuvers couldn't change anything. The leader of the group was none other than one of the legendary Three Kings, a figure renowned throughout the gaming world. His name was Yi Zhiqiu, and he was the true core of this team. Among the 4 golden tier bosses, 3 were being held in check by him, and he was clad in purple gold armor, making his strength truly unimaginable. However, facing an increasing number of bosses, they are beginning to feel overwhelmed. "How is the King's Sai going over there?" Yi Zhiqiu asked the person beside him. "Boss, that Sai of the King is way too powerful. It can turn these bosses into summoned beasts and prevent them from reviving. We're currently searching for the necromancer's whereabouts," said a young man. "That's right. The King's Sai is like a glitch in the game. I think even if the legendary figure from legend were to appear in this world of hope, they wouldn't stand a chance against the King's Sai. This damned necromancer. During the beta test, we were wiped out 18 times before we finally managed to guess where the necromancer appeared and kill him. Now, we can only rely on luck." Yi Zhiqiu didn't look any better. The Heavenly Fairy Palace had been biding its time, and hadn't shown much strength in the Hope world before. They had hoped to rise to prominence in the first kill of the level 60 dungeon, but now, a formidable opponent had emerged. Yi Zhiqiu said, "Do your best. If we can't clear the first kill this time, it can only be attributed to bad luck." It's not that Yi Zhiqiu is giving up, it's just that he's powerless to change the situation now. Unless he can figure out where the necromancer is lurking, they'll eventually be wiped out by the attacks of numerous bosses. On the other side, Yi Chun and his group had already reached the other side of the canyon's bottom. Surrounding their team were a total of 15 boss-level undead guardians. All the skeleton monsters that dared to approach were instantly slain. Under the protection of these bosses, the others found themselves in a much easier situation. Next, we need to wait for the necromancer to reappear. As long as we get close enough, we'll seize the opportunity to kill him, and the dungeon will be completely cleared. Xinghuan Wudi said excitedly. This was the first time anyone had cleared the level 60 dungeon, which was a chance for the Xinghuan Guild to make a name for itself and even gain significant influence worldwide. It's important to note that while other countries are also attempting to clear this level 60 dungeon, their overall progress lags significantly behind that of the Jojo region. Therefore, if the Xinghuan Guild can emerge victorious this time, the benefits would be unimaginable. The others were also extremely excited, including Zuxin, as this was her first time tackling a new dungeon. It appeared. Yi Chun remained calm, keeping a close eye on the surroundings. The moment the necromancer appeared, Yi Chun spotted him and immediately mounted the judgment blade, charging toward him. Clang! Ding! Ding! The skeleton monsters below kept attacking Yi Chun, and in a short time, they had already reduced Yi Chun's health to below half. It's important to note that even though Yi Chun's health had been reduced by half, he still had over 300,000 health points remaining. Ding! Enter stealth mode, ignoring all attacks while unable to attack others or use potions. However, health and mana regeneration rates increase tenfold for 30 seconds, and stealth can be exited at any time. At that very moment, the effect of the dream set was triggered. Although the trigger rate was only 10%, given that he had just endured so many attacks simultaneously, triggering this state wasn't entirely unexpected. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi-chan charged straight toward the necromancer. In my name, I sacrifice the power of curses to awaken the great necromancer lord. The necromancer spoke slowly and calmly, paying no heed to Yi-chan's approach. At that moment, Yi-chan was no more than 5 seconds away from the necromancer, yet the distance felt like an eternity. A terrifying force rose before the necromancer, and a shadowy figure slowly materialized from the void. The creature summoned was no longer a skeletal being, but a flesh and blood creature, though its entire body was shrouded in a black mist, the essence of the undead. Yi-chan looked over in astonishment. Undead Lord Kierman. Level, 60. Quality, Diamond. Health points? Magic points? Attack power? Combat power? Skills? 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 Description: a lord from the realm of the undead, ruling over a territory and possessing immense power. Diamond tier boss. When Yi-chan saw the attributes of this boss, he was utterly shocked. If it were just a purple, gold, or platinum tier boss, there might still be a chance of victory. But a diamond tier boss? There wasn't even a sliver of hope left. Total annihilation was inevitable. Yi-chan never expected the necromancer to unleash such a massive attack at this critical moment, completely catching him off guard. With such a powerful boss protecting the necromancer, it was already too late for Yi-chan to forcefully kill him. Moreover, at this moment, the necromancer lord had already launched his attack, and a terrifying force surged toward Yi-chan. Time rewound 30 seconds. Yi-chan closed his eyes and silently activated his supernatural ability. When he opened his eyes again, 30 seconds had already passed. The reason it was 30 seconds was because Yi-chan wanted to give himself some leeway. If he had gone back 10 seconds, there wouldn't have been enough time, and if he had gone back a minute, it would have been a desperate move with only one chance. Therefore, these 30 seconds are absolutely crucial for Yi-chan. Chapter 159. Xinghuan Wudi continued to share his analysis, and everyone listened with great interest. However, Yi-chan had no intention of listening any further. After all, the necromancer was about to summon a diamond tier boss, which would be a catastrophic disaster for everyone present. Summoning the judgment blade, Yi-chan immediately headed toward the spot where the necromancer was about to appear. "King, what are you doing?" Xinghuan shouted loudly. The others were also completely baffled, but they all chose to believe Yi-chan. During the difficult mode dungeon, it was Yi-chan's sudden action that killed Ernst's soul. It was precisely because of this illogical action that they managed to escape danger. This time, Yi-chan's sudden action must mean something has happened. On the Blade of Judgment, Yi-chan had already arrived at the location where the necromancer was about to appear, waiting quietly. The soul-stealing blade was firmly gripped in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. No one knew what Yi-chan was doing, not even some of the people watching the livestream were clueless, because Yi-chan's current actions seemed to have no meaning at all. Unless Yi-chan is exactly where the necromancer is about to appear. However, no one believes this deduction, as the necromancer's appearance is unpredictable, unless Yi-chan can foresee the future. However, at this moment when all eyes were on him, a figure appeared not far from Yi-chan, just 5 meters away. A necromancer. At that moment, Yi-chan moved without hesitation, as if every action had been rehearsed countless times in his mind. Curse of the Dead. 250W. A massive burst of damage flashed above the necromancer's head. Seeing the damage, Yi-chan actually sighed in relief. This proved that the necromancer only had 5 million health points, more than enough for him to kill it in an instant. The necromancer turned to look at Yi-chan, his face filled with terror. He had no idea why Yi-chan had suddenly appeared beside him, and the fact that he had lost half his health in an instant made him want to flee. However, in that very instant, the dagger in Yi-chan's hand had already pierced the necromancer's body. The King's Slaying. 250W. Although all attributes have been weakened by half, the mechanism that deals double damage to dark creatures remains unchanged, and the King's Slash ability remains extremely powerful. The necromancer was instantly killed, kneeling on the ground. Yi-chan could see that his face had been corrupted by evil forces, his skin rotting away, revealing a hideous expression filled with unwillingness. I refuse to accept this. I was just one step away from becoming a grand mage. Why? I refuse to accept this. But my vitality is fading away. The necromancer's voice grew faint, and with it, the skeletons scattered across the Death Canyon, their soul flames completely extinguished. They were, after all, being summoned by the necromancer. Once the necromancer dies, they completely lose their source of power. Within the entire Death Canyon, the only undead creatures still alive were those revived by Yi-chan. A cursed power slowly rose from the bodies of the undead mages, enveloping the entire Death Canyon within its grasp. The necromancer had long since fused with the cursed energy of the Death Canyon, harnessing it for his own purposes. It could be said that the entire Death Canyon was now under the necromancer's sole control. Now that the necromancer has perished, the power of the curse is gradually beginning to fade. A ray of sunlight broke through the sky, illuminating Yi-chan and the others. Ding! Congratulations to player King Sai for completing the Disaster Mode level 60 dungeon, Death Canyon, with 100% story completion. You are now the first player in the server to achieve the first kill in the Disaster Mode of Death Canyon. Ding dong! Congratulations to Purple Moon Heart, Star Fantasy Invincible, Star Fantasy Eternal, Star Fantasy Rose, and 8 other players. You have cleared Death Canyon. You are the first players in the server to achieve the first kill in the disaster level Death Canyon. As the system's alert sounded, the entire Hope world was left in shock. Whether they were players from the 9 states region or from other areas, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. With less than an hour remaining before the level 60 dungeon opens, some players have already cleared it entirely, a truly terrifying feat. What's even more surprising is the audience in the Xinghuan Woody livestream, who all look utterly amazed. Is the king really that skilled? He seems to have foreseen the future, as if he already knew the undead mage would appear there. This must be a glitch. Or did the king figure out the pattern of the necromancer's appearances? I can't believe it. The king is leading 9 underlings with just 1 god. No, Purple Moon Heart seems to be another big shot too, making it 2 gods leading 8 underlings. Such a lineup can even surpass the big shots of the Celestial Palace. The Star Fantasy Guild is also impressive. They managed to invite the king to clear the dungeon. The damage dealt by the king level player is off the charts. After watching this livestream, I feel like I've been playing a fake game. Yi-chan's final stakeout made everyone think he had discovered a pattern. After all, no normal person would just randomly stay in one place and accidentally guess correctly. After clearing the level 60 dungeon, Yi-chan's reputation had spread far and wide throughout the Hope world. Today, the Hope world can be considered the second world, with no one not playing this game. Currently, Yi-chan's status is no less than that of some top-tier celebrities. With this new expansion, the Star Fantasy Guild has also gained significant fame. Though it lacks the deep-rooted foundation of larger guilds, its name is already well known. Many players are drawn to the Star Fantasy Guild because of its reputation. After all, in the dungeon statues between levels 10 and 60, members of the Star Fantasy Guild dominate half of the scene. Meanwhile, Yi-chan's bank account received a direct transfer of 2 million Jojo Kingdom coins from Xinghuan Woody. This was double the amount previously agreed upon, but Yi-chan did not refuse. After all, this dungeon could be said to have been cleared solely because of Yi-chan's skills. Otherwise, this team would have been wiped out countless times. Chapter 160. As soon as the first kill of the dungeon was completed, Yi-chan finally had a moment to truly relax. After all, he had already reached level 60, and his equipment, mount, enhancements, bloodline, and other such attributes had all been maxed out to the highest possible level among all players. However, Yi-chan was well aware that all of this was only temporary. In this world, there are countless people who are fortunate, and I am just one of the lucky ones. If I stagnate, I will eventually be overtaken by others. Therefore, even during his rest periods, Yi-chan would join Zuxin in battling fiercely among the hordes of monsters. After more than half a month, Yi-chan's level had risen from 60 to 70, and he had secured the top spot on the rankings. Even the Purple Moon Heart had never before reached the 5th position on the level ranking list. It's not that the leveling up is too slow, it's just that once you reach higher levels, the leveling speed naturally slows down. This applies to everyone else as well. However, a high level doesn't necessarily mean you're strong. What truly affects a player's strength are things like equipment, mounts, and bloodlines. Take the Purple Moon Heart, for example. Although it ranks 5th on the leaderboard, in terms of individual combat power, even players ranked outside the top 1000 could easily defeat it. Of course, this is largely due to the Purple Moon Heart's class-specific traits. However, during the top 10 events, level might just be the least important factor. Whether it's mounts, crafting, or bloodline cultivation, these are the core gameplay elements for players, as their success rates will significantly increase during this period. If you miss this window of opportunity, it may become much more challenging to improve later on. Ding dong, the deadline for the top 10 events has passed. The enhancement system, mount system, bloodline cultivation, crafting system, and combat power system are now fully available. Ding dong, the faction system is now available. Players can choose to join the light faction or the dark faction. Once selected, the choice cannot be changed. Players can obtain corresponding benefits based on their faction choice. Killing enemy faction players in the wild grants faction points, which can be exchanged for rare items and equipment in their respective faction stores. A faction war is held once a week, and the winning faction receives generous rewards. Ding dong, the pet system is now available. Players can visit the pet spirit to learn beast capture and obtain pets by completing related quests. As the 5th month of the Hope world began, Yi-chan, who was leveling up, heard the system prompt sound and immediately stopped leveling up. Faction system, pet system. Yi-chan muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the Purple Moon Heart exclaimed joyfully, finally, the pet system is open. I can get a cute pet now. Yi-chan heard Zu's words and was at a loss for words. The introduction of the pet system clearly enhanced the game's replayability and strengthened players' abilities. Most players would naturally aim to obtain a powerful combat pet. Cuteness might only appeal to women with a unique sense of humor. After all, the uglier a pet looks, the stronger it might be in battle, while a cute-looking pet is likely just a pretty face. Which side are you choosing, Your Majesty? The Purple Moon Heart suddenly asked. Faction. Yi Chun also noticed at this moment that there was an alliance selection option on the personal interface. Dark Camp. After joining the Dark Camp, you can purchase anything within the Dark Camp's territory and enjoy a 10% discount. Light Camp. After joining the Light Camp, you can purchase any items within the Light Camp's territory and enjoy a 10% discount. In the world of hope, light is clearly more powerful than darkness. The forces of the Dark faction are now limited to a single region of the Northern Demon Clan, and they cannot compare to the Light faction in any way. Many players will undoubtedly choose the Light Camp. However, Yi Chuan had no choice. The cost he would have to pay to join the Light Camp was 3 times higher, and due to his title as the Butcher, he was rejected by the Light Camp. Additionally, given the nature of her profession, it was clear that the Dark Camp was a better fit for Yi Chun. The Dark Camp. Yi Chun didn't even hesitate before answering Purple Moon Heart's question. After speaking, Yi Chun directly selected to join the Dark Camp on his personal profile. Ding! Congratulations on joining the Dark Camp. The Dark Camp map is now unlocked. Ding dong, congratulations on joining the Dark Camp. The Dark Camp map is now available. On the map, the Dark Camp's forces are not only comprised of the Northern Demon Clan but also include a place known as the Abyss Demon Sea, an uninhabited region that has yet to be explored by players. After joining the Dark Camp, Yi Chun also had a faint Dark Camp emblem appear above his head. It was quite blurry and could only be noticed upon close inspection. Suddenly, Yi Chun noticed that a Dark Camp emblem had also appeared above the head of Purple Moon Heart, clearly indicating that Purple Moon Heart had also joined the Dark Camp. Joining a faction not only grants a 10% discount on faction-related benefits but also provides a 10% experience point bonus when killing monsters within your faction. This is quite advantageous. After all, if there are fewer players in the Dark Camp, there won't be any monster hunting disputes. As for the Light Camp, it's definitely going to be overcrowded. Although the map of the Hope World is currently large enough, with the 9 provinces region alone spanning half the size of Earth, as more humans continue to enter the Hope World and many unexplored maps remain, there are still few places suitable for leveling up. Let's get a pet. Yi Chun thought about it. The introduction of the pet system would undoubtedly enhance players' strength. A powerful pet could very well become stronger than the player themselves. Summoning the Judgment Blade, a voice suddenly startled Yi Chun. Ding dong! With the launch of the mount system, mounts will grant players attribute boosts. Players can activate mount attributes at the Beastmaster Elder. It is clear that the mount system is now more fully integrated into the game, providing players with a more comprehensive experience. Previously, mounts had little practical use, serving primarily as a means of transportation and offering no real benefits to players. However, this has clearly changed. Mounts can now provide powerful combat capabilities. Chapter 161. The mount of the Purple Moon Heart could not be summoned, so Yi Chun could only run toward the main city of the Northern Demon Clan. However, fortunately, in the game, a player's speed is tied to their attributes. Even just running, Yi Chun had already reached nearly 80 yards per hour, and he felt no discomfort at all. If the abilities in the game could be transferred to the real world, as advertised in the Hope World, then Yi Chun would essentially be a superhero. However, this is merely a fantasy, and everyone believes it is just a gimmick used by the Hope World for promotional purposes, something that could never be realized. At least from a technological standpoint, it is impossible to achieve such a possibility. Even the most advanced technology cannot turn games into reality otherwise. With so many powerful individuals in the world, chaos would have already erupted. Within an hour, Yi Chun had already arrived at the main city of the Northern Demon Clan. At that moment, the main city was filled with numerous players for the first time, most of whom had the emblem of the Northern Demon Clan displayed on their heads. It was clear that these individuals had joined the Dark Alliance. Although the Dark faction may sound like a villainous group, this is merely a game. No one cares about being good or evil, all that matters is having enough resources. The Dark Camp's advantages lie in the newly discovered maps and the fact that there are fewer people, giving them access to many untapped resources. Yi Chun and Ziyu, along with Ziyu's heart, paid no heed to these details and headed straight for the location of the Beastmaster Elder. Is your mount that powerful? A 5th tier mount actually boosted my health by 10,000 points? That's impressive. A 6th tier mount can add 20,000 HP and significantly boost other attributes as well. The attribute boosts this mount provides to players are tied to the mount's star rating. It's said that once a mount reaches 10 stars, it can boost its attributes by 50. That's absolutely terrifying. This is just a mount of the 5th or 6th tier. The mounts on the mount rankings must be off the charts. Now, the mount flying feature has been unlocked. Apparently, even a mount that can't fly can take to the skies, though it will reduce the mount's durability. This will significantly enhance combat power.
Once the mount system is fully unlocked, it will be truly terrifying. Countless people gathered around the Beastmaster Elder, each with an excited expression on their face. Moreover, mounts continuously materialized, showcasing their immense power. With his immense power, Yi Chun easily pushed his way to the front with the purple moon heart in hand. You go first. Yi Chun activated the mount attributes of the purple moon heart first, as its mount was also an 8th tier premium grade mount, more than powerful enough. Alright. Ziyu's heart did not refuse and immediately began conversing with the Beastmaster Elder. A flash of light appeared, and the 8th tier supreme mount, the Kanglan Sky Xian Eagle King, materialized in the sky. A hint of joy flashed across the face of the purple moon heart. Your Majesty! Look! The purple moon heart has shared the mount's attributes with Yi Chun. Kanglan Sky Xian Eagle King. Level, 0 level cannot exceed the player's level. Quality, 8th tier premium. Grade, platinum. Star rating, 0. Each additional star rating grants an extra 5 points to the mount's enhancement attributes. Health points, 1000000100000 initially shares 50,000 health points, which changes with mount level and star rating. Magic points, 500,005,0000 initially shared 10,000 magic points, varies with mount level and mount star level. Attack power, 6,000 initially shares 1,000 attack power, which changes with mount level ups and mount star upgrades. Speed, 300% player movement speed. Resilience, 100. When resilience reaches 0, mounts cannot be summoned, and a 24-hour cooldown is applied. Skill, Mystic Eagle Strike. Skill, Azure Wave Wings. Skill, Kanglan Speed. Mystic Eagle Strike. While mounted, you can launch an attack on the target, dealing 500 damage and applying a 50 shield break effect. Kanglan's Wings. While flying, there is a 20% chance to increase the mount's movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Kanglan Speed. When attacked, there is a 10% chance to gain burst speed, granting immunity to non-targeted skills. Description: a divine beast from the Kanglan clan, possessing the fastest speed in the world. Upon seeing these attributes, Yi Chun was also startled. The attributes enhanced by this mount were already extremely terrifying, and the mount even had its own rank. For example, the mount of the Purple Moon Heart is Platinum Tier, which should grant it the attributes of a Platinum Tier boss. And since it's currently at a low level, upgrading it would undoubtedly result in even more terrifying attribute boosts. Ordinary Platinum Tier bosses have around 10 million HP at level 60, and around 20 million at level 70. Even if they are slightly weaker, they still have several 100,000 HP. And each level up in star rating grants a 5% attribute boost. By reaching level 10, that boost reaches 50%. 50% of several million health points is half, which means that the mount of the Purple Moon Heart, once fully cultivated, could have a terrifying boost. What? Isn't this the second-ranked 8th tier premium mount on the mount rankings? It's Purple Moon, the unmatched master of group attacks. Who would have thought that the Purple Moon Master would join the Dark Faction? If Purple Moon is part of the Dark Faction, does that mean the king has also joined the Dark Faction? As soon as the Xian Eagle King of the Kanglan Sky appeared, everyone immediately guessed the true identity of Ziyu's heart. After all, since the mount system was released early last month, while many 8th tier mounts had appeared, the existence of 8th tier top tier mounts was extremely rare. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the Purple Moon Heart in front of the Beastmaster Elder, and Yi Chun was also fixated upon by the intense gazes of the crowd. It was no secret that due to the live stream of the 60th level dungeon raid, Yi Chun and the Purple Moon Heart had become household names throughout the entire Hope world. Even some newcomers who had just entered the Hope world had heard of Yi Chun and the Purple Moon Heart. In the real world, the two of them would be true top-tier celebrities. Wherever they go, they would be the center of everyone's attention. Fortunately, Yi Chun and Ziyu's heart had already concealed their true appearances, otherwise they would have been recognized at a glance. Chapter 162. Yi Chun was fortunately already accustomed to such stares and felt no embarrassment whatsoever. After all, she had already concealed her true appearance, so others couldn't see her face or expressions. Without wasting any time, Yi Chun began talking directly with the Beastmaster Elder. Honorable Dark King, is there anything I can assist you with? The Beastmaster Elder spoke respectfully upon seeing Yi Chun. Due to his unique profession and the immortal ring of the divine artifact Eternal Darkness, Yi Chun held a very high status among the Northern Demon Clan. Even NPCs grant Yi Chun the highest honors, which is precisely why he chose to align himself with the Dark Camp. After all, in the Light faction, there is no such treatment. Instead, one would be regarded as an outsider. I need to activate my mount's attributes. Yi Chun finished speaking and immediately summoned the Judgment Blade. The expression on the Beastmaster's face grew solemn as he exclaimed in astonishment, "It's the Dark Holy Dragon King. Only His Majesty the King is worthy of such a powerful mount. I will activate its attributes for His Majesty immediately." Ding! The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has successfully activated its attributes. Ding dong! The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has successfully activated its attributes. As the voice faded, the attributes of the Judgment Blade were fully revealed before Yi Chun. Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. Level, 0 level cannot exceed the player's level. Quality, 11th tier premium. Grade, King level. Star rating, 0. Each additional star increases the mount's attribute by 5. Health points, 100,000 initially shares 20,000 health points, which changes with mount level and star level upgrades. Magic points, 250,000 initially shared 10,000 magic points, varies with mount upgrades and star upgrades. Attack power, 65,000 initially shares 10,000 attack power, which changes with mount upgrades and mount star upgrades. Speed, 500% player movement speed. Resilience, 100. When resilience reaches 0, mounts cannot be summoned, and a 24-hour cooldown is applied. Skill, Judgment Holy Light. Skill, Judgment Trial. Skill, Fusion. Judgment Holy Light, upon use, while airborne, you can withstand any form of attack and deal 50 damage in return. There is a 10% chance to trigger a finishing blow effect, which ignores defense, drains all health, lasts for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. Judgment, while mounted, any attack has a 5% chance to trigger the judgment effect, reducing the target's defense by 50. Passive skill with no cooldown. Merge, when activated, the player merges with the Divine Beast, enhancing strength by 50. Dragon Knight class merges to enhance strength by 100. Sure enough, the attributes of the Judgment Blade did not disappoint Yi-chan. Moreover, the King tier grade left Yi-chan speechless, as such a grade was already considered the pinnacle of the Hope world. The initial attributes provided were also incredibly powerful. After being enhanced by the mount, Yi-chan's health points were only a few thousand away from reaching 1 million. It was estimated that by leveling up the mount a few more times, Yi-chan's health points could reach 1 million. At that point, Yi-chan would be a human-shaped boss. With the introduction of the mount system, the importance of mounts became quite significant. Previously, players used mounts solely for travel, but now they can be fully utilized for combat as well. As long as the mount's resilience is not completely broken, players can continue to fight while riding the mount. However, the mount's stamina is also important, as it is linked to the mount's own health points. In other words, once a mount's health is depleted, its durability also resets to 0. This highlights the importance of a powerful mount. For example, once the Judgment Blade has grown strong, with its tens of millions of health points, it's not something an ordinary player can take down. How do you level up this mount? Yi-chan asked the Beastmaster Elder. It was clear that star level was a crucial factor and the key to enhancing one's attributes. The Beastmaster quickly said, upgrading your mount's star rating requires a certain amount of gold coins to be spent here. The maximum star rating for a mount is 10. Upgrading from 0 stars to 1 star has a 50% success rate and costs 100 gold coins. The more gold coins spent, the lower the success rate. If His Majesty the King upgrades the star rating, I will offer a discount, and the upgrade can be done using reputation points instead of gold coins. Currently, Yi-chan has over 4 million reputation points, nearly 5 million, while his gold coins amount to just over 1 million. Therefore, Yi-chan decisively chose to use his reputation points for the upgrade. After all, reputation points don't have much practical use at this stage, they merely allow Yi-chan to maintain his top position on the reputation rankings. The player in second place on the reputation rankings only has around 120,000 reputation points, which is nowhere near Yi-chan's total. Choose to upgrade reputation points. The Beastmaster Elder didn't waste any words. A strange magical array appeared in his hands, directly enveloping the Judgment Blade. A flash of light erupted, and the Judgment Blade's star rating began to rise. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 1 star, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. With the help of the Beastmaster Elder, the Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 1 star. Although the 5% increase may seem small, considering the Judgment Blade's attributes, that translates to an increase of 50,000 health points, which is truly terrifying. And Yi-chan's health points have also broken through the 1 million mark for the first time. Continue to use reputation points to level up. Continue to level up using reputation points. Ding! Star level upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 2 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 2 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 3 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to level 2, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. The first 3 star upgrades all had a 50% success rate. Thanks to the bonus from 100 luck points, Yi-chan succeeded without a single failure, successfully upgrading the Judgment Blade star level to 3 stars, resulting in a total attribute boost of 15. In other words, the Judgment Blade has granted Yi-chan a total of 150,000 life points. Combined with his initial 200,000 life points, the mount alone has provided Yi-chan with a total of 350,000 life points. This is the true terror of the mount system going live. With the mount bonuses, players' strength will be boosted to an utterly terrifying level. This gives most players the ability to face powerful monsters. We have entered an era where everyone is a powerhouse. Chapter 163. Chapter 162, Crazy Leveling Up, Shaking the Entire Server. 45, New Book Seeking Subscriptions, Seeking Everything. Chapter 162, Crazy Leveling Up, Server-Wide Shock. Your Majesty, what are you up to? Ziyu's heart saw Yi-chan standing in front of the Beastmaster Elder and asked curiously. You can try upgrading your mount's star rating. Yi-chan replied. You can try upgrading your mount's star level, Yi-chan replied. Yi-chan could help with the mount, but upgrading it was something he had to do on his own. Otherwise, Yi-chan could easily spend some time helping others enhance their equipment to level 10, and even have a chance to upgrade any items that could be improved. However, this is clearly impractical. The success rate for upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars is only 30%, which is already quite high, so Yi-chan didn't hesitate and began the upgrade process immediately. Thanks to the reputation system, Yi-chan's expenses were relatively low. Otherwise, upgrading from 3 stars to 4 stars would have required 5,000 gold coins. Although the exchange rate between gold coins and Jojo Kingdom coins has decreased, it still stands at 1 to 2. 5,000 gold coins equate to 10,000 Jojo Kingdom coins. Despite Yi-chan's wealth, he cannot afford such an expense. After all, Yi-chan had once been poor, struggling to make ends meet with just 3 or 4 Jojo coins a day. Naturally, he did not want to spend 10,000 Jojo coins on a single star upgrade. However, reputation is different. It is something the world desires, and it doesn't have much practical use, so it's worth the expense. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 4 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 5 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 5 stars, with a 5% increase in attribute enhancement. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 6 stars, with an additional 5 attribute points. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 5 stars, with a 5 increase in attribute boost. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 7 stars, with an attribute boost of +5. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 7 stars, with a 5-point increase in attribute boost. Rising all the way to 7 stars without a single failure, Yi-chan's luck was truly off the charts. Otherwise, with a 30% success rate, he would have failed long ago. Although he didn't use the time rewinding ability, the 100-point luck bonus was still in effect, so Yi-chan's hidden success rate remained extremely high. After reaching 3 stars, every time Yi-chan successfully leveled up, a message announcing his success would flash across the world chat, sending the entire world into a frenzy. Another king-level player. The mount system had just been launched, and the king-level player had already started leveling up. My 6th tier mount already provides terrifying attribute boosts. How much more terrifying will the king's 11th tier mount be? Remember how incredibly lucky the king was? When the enhancement system first launched, he managed to max out the dream set to level 10. Could his luck with mount star upgrades be that good too? It is said that someone tried to upgrade to 8 stars but failed, and a top tier 7th tier mount disappeared. After reaching 7 stars, if you fail, the mount is destroyed. This cost has caused many big shots to stop at 7 stars. Will the king level player attempt to directly upgrade to 10 stars this time? After all, the cost of failure is too high. With Yi-chan's star upgrade, many people began discussing it. 6 star and 7 star might not be too difficult for some players with enough resources. After all, as long as you have enough coins, you can easily reach 6 or 7 stars. However, when it comes to 8 stars, it all comes down to luck. Upgrading a mount's star rating is different from enhancing equipment. If equipment enhancement fails, the worst that happens is a drop in enhancement level. However, if a mount's star rating upgrade fails, the cost is losing the mount itself. This is unacceptable for anyone. You must understand that every mount is carefully crafted by players, and losing one is simply unacceptable. Your Excellency, the Dark King, I must solemnly remind you that if you continue to upgrade the star rating, the success rate will only be 10%. Furthermore, if the upgrade fails, the Dark Holy Dragon King may permanently depart from your Excellency and cease to exist. Ding dong, shall we proceed with the star upgrade? Ding dong, proceed with the star upgrade? Level up. Yi-chan said indifferently. If it was merely a matter of reaching 7 stars, it was far from Yi-chan's goal. After all, 7 stars only provided a 35% bonus, while 10 stars offered a 50% bonus, a significant difference. The Beast Tamer continued to level up Yi-chan. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade was destroyed.
In the sky, the body of the Judgment Blade slowly dissipated, and Yi Chun could no longer sense its presence.
Time rewound by 10 seconds. Yi Chun decisively activated his time rewinding ability.
The Judgment Blade was extremely important to Yi Chun.
Losing it would be unbearable for him.
In the past, the role of mounts was not very obvious, but now that the mount system has been introduced, mounts have become particularly important, especially 11th tier mounts.
Continue to enhance.
With his ability to reverse time, Yi Chun was confident.
Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade was destroyed. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Ding dong! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed.
A 10% success rate is already terrifying, and Yi Chun keeps failing. Fortunately, Yi Chun had already grown accustomed to such failures. Success is built up through repeated failures.
Ding! Star upgrade successful.
The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 8 stars, with an attribute boost of +5. Players from the 9 states, the King Sai, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 8 stars. The world chat window displays a message, once again echoing the legend. This time, the entire world was shocked.
Is the king really that stubborn?
He actually dared to promote someone to 8 stars. Even the star upgrade system that destroys your mount upon failure, he dares to try it. True man, I'm impressed by the king.
The king won't be aiming for 9 stars, or even 10 stars, will he? Cheats, definitely cheats. I don't believe someone like that could successfully level up. Just waiting for the 9-star failure.
No one can ignore this news, not even the leaders of some major guilds, who are keeping a close eye on it at all times. After all, upgrading mounts is of utmost importance, as it symbolizes a player's combat strength.
You must understand that even a 6-tier mount upgraded to 10 stars grants an incredibly significant attribute boost. Chapter 164.
The attribute boost granted to Yi Chun by the 8-star Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade was already terrifyingly powerful. A 40% boost means that the mount now provides a whopping 400,000 HP, 100,000 MP, and a 26,000 attack power increase.
These stats alone make them far more powerful than ordinary players.
It's easy to imagine how terrifyingly powerful Yi Chun's attributes will become once the Judgment Blade reaches a higher level. The star rating of a mount is capped at 10 stars, meaning that the Judgment Blade can only be upgraded to 10 stars at most, which translates to a 50% attribute boost. Players from the 9 states, Purple Moon Heart, and the Kanglan Sky Shen Eagle King have failed to upgrade their stars. Suddenly, a sound echoed in his ears, leaving Yi Chun utterly bewildered. Turning around, he saw the Purple Moon Heart looking completely at a loss.
Did you fail to ascend to the 8th star? Yi Chun asked, taking a deep breath.
The Purple Moon Heart spoke in a slightly aggrieved tone. Your Majesty, I thought I could succeed in leveling up like you, so I gave it a try, but I never expected to fail. Upon hearing Purple Moon's words, Yi Chun also felt a sense of helplessness. Upgrading a mount to 8 stars was something few dared to attempt, yet Purple Moon Heart had the audacity to do so, leaving Yi Chun in awe of her boldness.
Time reversal ability activated.
Returning to 10 seconds earlier, Yi Chun stopped the Purple Moon Heart, which was about to be enhanced, and said, "Don't upgrade it, it will fail."
What? King, what's wrong?
The Purple Moon Heart, which was about to promote the Xianing King to a higher star rank, halted its movement and looked at Yi Chun in confusion. In her heart, she was still hoping to be able to level up her mount to 8 stars, just like Yi Chun.
Don't upgrade it. If you fail, the mount will disappear completely. Yi Chun said solemnly. Oh, okay. Yi Chun's serious words made Ziyu's heart sink as she stopped the enhancement.
Yi Chun also felt a moment of relief, as the ability to retreat 10 seconds was still available, and it hadn't entered cooldown. Otherwise, by the time 5 minutes had passed, it would have been too late. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Chun glanced at the mount rankings. At the top of the mount rankings, Yi Chun's Judgment Blade firmly held the first position and had successfully upgraded to 8 stars. In second place is the Xianing Wang of the Purple Moon Heart, a 7-star mount.
If Yi Chun hadn't used his special ability earlier, this second place position would have been taken.
As for the mounts following the Purple Moon Heart, they were all 8th tier mounts, and all had been upgraded to 7 stars. 8 star is like a curse, no one dares to attempt it except Yi Chun. Perhaps it's because the boost from the mount's attributes is too overpowered, so such a restriction was imposed. Otherwise, the mount would essentially be a player's lifeline, indispensable.
Continue to enhance. Once the cooldown for the time rewinding ability was complete, Yi Chun decisively chose to continue enhancing.
8 stars might be an unattainable height for other players, but for Yi Chun, it was still far from enough. 10 stars, that is Yi Chun's true goal.
Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Ding! Star upgrade failed. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been destroyed. Although the success rate for upgrading from 8 stars to 9 stars remains at 10%, the hidden failure rate is exceptionally terrifying. Fortunately, Yi-Chun possesses the ability to reverse time, otherwise he would have already lost everything. The loss of an 11th tier mount is likely the greatest loss in the current Hope world. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 9 stars, with an additional 5 attribute points added. Finally, after the 13th star upgrade, the Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 9 stars. Yi-Chun didn't stop to rest, he pushed forward with all his strength, aiming directly for the 10th star tier. The entire world was watching Yi-Chun. Since Yi-Chun has already reached the 9th star, everyone believes that Yi-Chun will definitely strive to reach the 10th star level. Everyone is waiting for the system's update, whether it's a failure or a success. Regardless, for the current world of Hope, this is a moment that is more than enough to inspire and uplift everyone. Witnessing the birth of a legend is something that will be remembered by all. An hour later, a system notification sounded. Ding! Star upgrade successful. The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 10 stars, with an additional 5 attribute points added. Ding! Since the player is the first to upgrade their mount to 10 stars, a Divine Tier Star upgrade scroll has been granted. A player from the Kingdom of Kyushu has upgraded the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade to 10 stars. In an instant, the entire world erupted in chaos. Damn, is this really that crazy? It actually reached 10 stars. OMG, 10 stars. I doubt anyone will be able to reach this level within the next year or two. A 10-star mount will always be a myth, unless they change the mount leveling system. The king is truly mighty. Being the first to obtain a 10-star mount is simply unbelievable. Fortunately, the mighty ruler is one of us from the 9 states, so this honor belongs to our 9 states. I can't believe it actually worked. 10 stars is something unimaginable for all players, and even some wealthy players cannot strengthen themselves like Yi-Chun. Yi-Chun was also extremely excited at that moment. The Judgment Blade had been upgraded to 10 stars, meaning it now had a 50% boost. Currently, the Judgment Blade has 1 million health points. When the enhancement is applied to Yi-Chun, it translates to a full 50,000 health points. This boost remains permanent even if Yi-Chun does not summon the Judgment Blade, unless the Judgment Blade itself disappears. With an additional 500,000 hit points, Yi-Chun's total hit points now approach 1.3 million. It is estimated that there is no one in the entire Hope world with more hit points than Yi-Chun. Even some pure melee players, equipped with gear that boosts health points, cannot compare to Yi-Chun in terms of health points. And this is only temporary. Once Yi-Chun upgrades the Judgment Blade, the results will be unimaginable. Chapter 165. The Judgment Blade had broken through to 10 stars, making things a bit easier for Yi-Chun as well. A 10-star mount is more than enough to grant terrifying attribute boosts. This is still before the Judgment Blade has been leveled up, otherwise, Yi-Chun's attributes would undoubtedly see a significant boost. Suddenly, Yi-Chun glanced at his backpack. When upgrading the Judgment Blade to 10 stars, the system also granted a reward, a God Tier Star upgrade scroll. Originally, Yi-Chun didn't think much of it, as the Judgment Blade had already been upgraded to 10 stars, which was the maximum level for mount upgrades. Possessing this Divine Tier Star upgrade scroll seemed useless. However, upon reading the description of the Divine Tier Star upgrade scroll, Yi-Chun's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Divine Tier Star upgrade scroll, when used on a mount, there is a chance to increase the mount's star rating by 1. If the target mount is already a 10-star mount, it will increase by an additional star rating, with no failure penalty. Upgrade by 1 star level. This means that 10 stars are not the limit for mounts. Above 10 stars, there is an 11th star, but it requires extremely rare items to upgrade to the 11th star. The Divine Grade Star upgrade scroll is precisely such an item. Moreover, there are no penalties for failure, the only cost is the loss of the Divine Tier Star up scroll itself. Therefore, this Divine Tier Star up scroll is truly a divine artifact. Lord, let's go get a pet. A lot of people already have them. Ziyu's heart said beside Yi-Chun. Wait a moment. Yi-Chun replied decisively. Ziyu's heart didn't rush him. Although she didn't know what Yi-Chun was up to, his behavior was always unusual, so she didn't think much of it. After all, spending over an hour staring blankly before the Beastmaster Elder and then suddenly upgrading one's mount to 10 stars was simply impossible. Ding dong, do you wish to use the Divine Tier Star upgrade scroll? Yes. Without hesitation, Yi-Chun faced the Judgment Blade and directly used the God Tier Star upgrade scroll. A massive beam of light enveloped the Judgment Blade. Ding, star upgrade failed. Time rewound 10 seconds. Yi-Chun had never intended to succeed on his first attempt. After all, advancing from 10 stars to 11 stars was a highly unlikely feat. If he could pull it off on his first try, Yi-Chun might as well go buy a lottery ticket. Even if this star up scroll were divine tier, it wouldn't significantly increase the success rate.
Perhaps star ups below 10 stars could be completed with relative ease, but going from 10 stars to 11 stars is extremely difficult. Next, Yi-chun continued to use the divine tier star up scroll repeatedly.
Ding dong, star upgrade failed. Ding dong, star upgrade failed. Ding dong, star upgrade failed. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours.
Just as Yi-chun was convinced that this divine grade star up scroll was a counterfeit product, finally, a system notification sounded.
Ding. Star upgrade successful.
The Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to 11 stars, with the attribute upgrade limit increased by 10. A player from the Kingdom of Jojo, the Sai of the King, has upgraded the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade to level 11.
11 stars.
Exceeded the star upgrade limit set by the system. This system prompt sent shockwaves through the entire Hope World player base. It was even more shocking than reaching 10 stars. After all, in everyone's eyes, 10 stars were the upper limit for Mount Star ratings, but the appearance of 11 stars shattered everyone's understanding.
Impossible. It must be a glitch. How could there be an 11 star?
This is way too crazy.
7 stars is already the limit, so what the heck is 11 stars? Can it even surpass the system's restrictions? I'm reporting this.
There's no game experience at all, and now an 11 star has appeared.
Oh my god, I can't believe it. What's the point of playing this?
I just got to 3 stars, and everyone else is already at 11 stars.
Let's report the king for cheating and get his account banned. I'm done quitting the game.
Many players felt a sense of imbalance after seeing Yi-chun upgrade his mount to 11 stars. However, the entire Hope World is now under the control of the AI, and no one can alter any game data, not even access game information. As for those who say they've given up on the game, that's even more unrealistic. The World of Hope has now spread globally and has almost become humanity's second world. Once you enter the game, you can experience anything that is unimaginable in the real world, and no one can resist the allure of the virtual world. As for the messages on the World Chat channel, Yi-chun simply chose to ignore them. He knew that he had achieved this level of strength through countless failures and relentless efforts. However, what Yi-chun is now puzzled by is that after the Judgment Blade was upgraded to 11 stars, the enhancement was not an attribute boost, but rather an increase in the upper limit of attribute enhancements.
This cap left Yi-chun with a hint of confusion.
Originally, Yi-chun had thought that as long as the mount's attributes improved, his own attributes would also increase to some extent. However, the appearance of this level cap has left Yi-chun with a hint of concern. After all, normally, a mount's attributes would increase to an extremely terrifying level, and this would inevitably lead to an increase in one's own attributes.
However, if there is a cap, the improvement in one's own attributes will be limited. However, the only consolation is that even if there is a so-called attribute enhancement limit, it applies to all players. At least one's own strength is far superior to that of others. The Mount Star upgrade is temporarily sorted out, and there's nothing else to improve on the mount. The only thing left to improve is the mount's level. This is easy to do.
The experience gained by the mount is the same as the experience gained by the player when fighting monsters. In other words, if you kill a monster and gain 10,000 experience points, the mount will also gain 10,000 experience points. By simply grinding monsters, the level of the Judgment Blade will also rise quickly. The rest is just pets. Currently, the pet rankings feature a wide variety of pets. It is clear that after the pet system was introduced, many players have started raising pets. After all, while pets cannot directly enhance a player's strength, those that are well trained can be just as powerful as players themselves.
Chapter 166.
The introduction of the pet system has made the gameplay in Hope World even more diverse. Currently, there are 3 ways to obtain pets: purchasing them from the pet spirit, defeating monsters to obtain pet eggs, and completing hidden quests to obtain pets. For most players, the first method, purchasing pets from the pet spirit, is the most convenient and simplest option. The second option is to defeat monsters and obtain pet eggs, which can usually be sold for a substantial amount of money, as there are many wealthy players who enjoy raising various pets. There are also players with unique preferences who enjoy raising humanoid pets, especially those with attractive faces and curvaceous figures.
While these pets cannot perform any practical functions, they certainly provide visual enjoyment.
As for the final method of obtaining pets through hidden quests, this is the method with the highest chance of obtaining high-quality pets. However, these hidden quests are extremely difficult to obtain, and the difficulty of completing them is also very high. Pets are similar to mounts, ranked by tiers, with Tier 1 being the lowest and Tier 10 the strongest. Beyond Tier 10, they are referred to as divine pets.
Currently, the best quality pet on the pet rankings is a 6th tier pet.
Pets are not classified by grade but by star rating, ranging from 0 stars to 10 stars. Upgrading a pet's star rating is not like upgrading a mount's star rating, where you can simply use gold coins to upgrade. It also requires various materials, making it much more complex compared to upgrading a mount's star rating.
However, the power of pets is undeniable.
Your Majesty, I have purchased a 3rd tier pet, the Pollen Beast. In front of the pet spirit, the purple moon heart released a pet. This pollen beast had a body resembling a flower, with its roots and stems transformed into its legs and arms. The only peculiar thing was that the pollen beast had an elf-like, delicate face, soft and pink, resembling a plush toy. The maximum level of pets available for purchase here is 3rd tier, requiring 10,000 gold coins. Purple Moonheart has been accompanying Yi-chun in battling monsters for a long time, and she usually handles the cleanup after battles. As a result, Purple Moonheart has accumulated a considerable amount of gold coins. Otherwise, ordinary players can only afford 1st or 2nd tier pets. Ziyu's heart didn't hold back either, directly sharing the pollen beast's attributes with Yi-chun. Pollen beast. Level, 0. Quality, tier 3. Star rating, 0. Health points, 10001000. Magic points, 500500. Attack power, 130-250. Skill, Pollen Seduction. Pollen Seduction releases pollen to confuse the target for 110 seconds, consuming 100 mana, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Description: a creature mutated from a flower into a monster, its face possesses the ability to confuse the mind. Owner, Purple Moon Heart. The attributes of this pollen beast are already quite impressive. Even at level 0, it possesses such high attributes, surpassing players who haven't equipped any gear. Of course, expecting a pet to surpass a player is clearly an unrealistic goal. Players can equip gear, undergo bloodline cultivation, and more, all of which pets lack. Unless the pet is of extremely high quality. The attributes gained from pet upgrades are also determined by the pet's quality. For example, a level 1 pet gains 10 HP per level, while a level 2 pet gains 20 HP per level. Therefore, truly powerful pets are likely to possess growth attributes that surpass those of players. As for a pet's skills, that's entirely a matter of luck. Each time a pet levels up, there is a certain chance it will automatically learn a skill, some stronger and some weaker. According to summaries from some forum users, the chance of a pet learning a skill each time it levels up is only 1%. This means that even if a pet reaches level 100, it may not necessarily master a single skill. Of course, you can also use pet skill books on pets, but these books are extremely rare and cannot be purchased in any store. They can only be obtained by defeating bosses, with a chance of dropping. However, once a pet becomes powerful, it can become a formidable combat force that is no weaker than a player. However, the Purple Moon Heart, a 3rd tier pollen beast, is far too weak. Find a way to acquire a pet egg. Otherwise, your pet will probably be instantly defeated by a monster. Although he didn't want to dampen Purple Moon Heart's enthusiasm, Yi-chun couldn't help but say. After all, even if such a pollen beast were to reach level 70, it would still be instantly killed under his attacks. Ziyu's heart spoke firmly, "Your Majesty, I'm not relying on pets for my attacks. Just raise a flower vase instead." Indeed, when Purple Moon Heart was with Yi-chun, her damage output had broken through the sky. To be perfectly honest, without a pet of at least 7th or 8th tier quality, one truly wouldn't be worthy of the Purple Moon Heart. However, pets of the 7th or 8th tier are far too rare, and even Yi-chun himself lacks the confidence to obtain one. Truly rare pets are even more precious than mounts. If an 8th tier mount were to be openly auctioned off right now, a price of $1 million could be reached in an instant, and even 10 million wouldn't be out of the question. It might even break the 100 million mark. The current fervor surrounding Hope World is not just a fleeting trend, it is a game with enduring appeal. As a result, countless wealthy individuals have transferred their assets into Hope World. Prices for all products within the Hope World are rising at an accelerating pace. If it weren't for the implementation of certain restrictions to prevent disrupting the basic operations of the real world would likely have already collapsed. Your Royal Highness, the Dark King, to qualify for obtaining a pet, one must first learn the art of beast hunting. Shall we proceed with the training? Learning animal trapping doesn't require any effort and can be mastered with ease. On the skill interface, an option for trapping techniques appeared. Beast capture is a prerequisite for obtaining pets. Even if you possess a pet egg, you must use beast capture to subdue the pet before you can add it to your collection. Additionally, there is a certain failure rate associated with this process. However, pets hatched from pet eggs can be successfully captured using the capture technique in one attempt, with no possibility of failure. Unless they are pets of extremely high quality. Chapter 167. After learning the art of trapping, Yi-chun faced only one problem. That was how to obtain a pet. Although Pet Spirits allows you to purchase pets directly, the highest quality pets are only 3rd tier, and Yi-chun has no intention of considering them. Even the strongest pet among the 3rd tier ones would be nothing more than a decorative item to Yi-chun. Purchasing pet eggs is also highly impractical, as they are currently unavailable on the market despite their high price. The only pet egg of a 6th tier fire cloud leopard would cost 10 million Jojo coins, and Yi-chun didn't want to spend that much money on it. If he were to hunt monsters to obtain a pet egg, he had no idea how long it would take. The only remaining option is to complete the hidden quest. And accepting the hidden quest might just give you the opportunity to do so from this pet spirit right in front of you. Your pets here are all too low level. Are there no other pets?
Yi-chan asked the pet spirit calmly. I'm sorry, Dark King, I'm just a pet spirit.
The highest authority I have is to sell these pets. I have no access to higher level pets.
Perhaps sensing Yi-chan's questioning tone, the pet spirit spoke with a hint of tension.
In the Dark Realm, the hierarchical system was extremely strict.
As the Dark King, Yi-chan held an absolute position of authority within the territory he ruled.
Basically, within the Northern Demon Clan, all NPCs show Yi-chan the utmost respect.
The highest quality is only 3rd tier. Do you think it's suitable for me? Yi-chan said with a hint of disappointment. Dark King, it's not like that.
The reason we don't have stronger pets is because those powerful pets all possess immense strength. Even though we know about them, we dare not capture them.
Moreover, with the adventurer's current strength, they are still insufficient to tame such powerful pets. The pet spirit explained. Oh? Perhaps you can tell me some information, and I can go capture it myself. Yi-chan said directly.
The pet spirit hesitated for a moment before sighing and saying, since it's His Royal Highness the Dark King, he naturally possesses such power.
I wonder what kind of pet His Highness requires. The strongest. Yi-chan replied without hesitation. Since it's a pet, it's naturally better to have the strongest one.
Although a player can have up to 5 pets, only one can be summoned at a time to fight alongside you. In other words, pets are valued for their quality, not their quantity.
Having a single powerful pet can save you a lot of trouble. Dark King, there is some news recently.
The ruler of the Ice Stone Snow Plains, the Frost Dragon, has recently laid a dragon egg.
If you can defeat the Frost Dragon, you can obtain the dragon egg.
If hatched, it would definitely be the most powerful pet.
The pet spirit said. Ding! Triggered a unique SSSS rank hidden quest. Accept?
Upon hearing the sound, Yi-chan immediately became excited.
The only SSSS ranked hidden quest, and it also grants a dragon egg, it's no wonder it's so powerful. Yes. Yi-chan didn't hesitate to accept it. Ding! Accepted the unique SSSS ranked hidden quest, successfully defeated the Frost Dragon. Defeat the Frost Dragon. Mission difficulty, SSSS rank.
Mission description: deep within the Ice Stone Snowfield lies a powerful dragon, the Frost Dragon.
Recently, the Frost Dragon laid an egg and is currently in a weakened state. Task reward, Frost Dragon Pet Egg.
When Yi-chan saw this quest, he felt that his pet finally had a home. Although the target was an Ice Frost Dragon, this particular one was clearly in a weakened state, so it might not be impossible to complete the task.
SSS rank missions are now easily within Yi-chan's capabilities, and while the SSSS rank mission is more challenging, it is not necessarily impossible to complete. Moreover, this task has no time constraints, so I have plenty of time to first enhance my own abilities.
Currently, the mount is still at level 0, leaving significant room for improvement.
Once the mount reaches a level commensurate with your own, its attributes will undoubtedly become even more formidable.
Your Royal Highness, the Dark King, although this Frost Dragon is currently in a weakened state, this weakness will only last for 1 week. If we do not deal with it promptly, once it regains its full strength, it will be extremely difficult to defeat.
The pet spirit reminded him. Yi-chan replied. 7 days is more than enough time.
Yi-chan didn't bring the Purple Moon Heart with him. After all, when facing this kind of boss, the Purple Moon Heart's advantage in group attacks no longer existed. Moreover, given the Purple Moon Heart's attributes, there was a high chance it would be instantly killed by the boss, which would be a loss rather than a gain. Therefore, Yi-chan decided to go alone toward the Ice Stone Snowfield. As for the faction war, compared to the rewards from battling pets, the rewards from the faction war seemed insignificant. The Ice Stone Snowfield is located on the northern edge of the map and is a neutral map, not belonging to either the Dark faction or the Light faction. This area is rarely visited, primarily due to its extreme remoteness from the main city. Moreover, the environment here is far too harsh. You see, when players enter the game, their senses and tactile experiences are indistinguishable from reality. That's precisely why the virtual world is so popular. The Ice Stone Snow Principle is characterized by year-round snow and temperatures below freezing, making it a harsh environment that few can endure. Although players' resistance to the environment increases as their attributes improve, such harsh conditions are still best avoided. Moreover, the monsters on the Ice Stone Snowfield are generally above level 80, making them virtually impossible to defeat for most players. At this moment, Yi-chan had already arrived in the region belonging to the Ice Stone Snowfield, where snowflakes were falling from the sky. However, Yi-chan felt no chill at all, only a faint hint of coldness when the wind blew past. It must be said that Yi-chan's attributes were too abnormal, so his hidden resistance was extremely strong, and this climate could not affect him. The location of the Ice Dragon was clearly marked on the map, but Yi-chan didn't rush to go there. Instead, he began farming monsters in the vicinity. While his own level increased slowly, his mount's level began to rise rapidly. Chapter 168. Ding! Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 1, and its attributes have been enhanced. Ding! Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 2, and its attributes have been enhanced. Ding! Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 3, and its attributes have been enhanced.
Ding!
Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 10, and its attributes have been enhanced. In just a few minutes, the Judgment Blade has already reached level 10, with its health points increasing from 1 million to 2 million.
The attribute bonus of 10,000 health points per level is truly terrifying.
If this were to be upgraded to level 70, combined with the original health points, it would amount to a staggering 8 million health points.
A 50% attribute boost means an additional 4 million health points. At that point, Yi-Chun would be a true boss-level player, with terrifying health that would strike fear into any player. To improve monster killing efficiency, Yi-Chun mounted the Judgment Blade, soared into the air, drew the Amos Bow, and began using the Elf Archer's professional skills to take down the monsters. Although assassins have higher burst damage, in terms of monster killing efficiency, archers are still more powerful.
Additionally, they can use the 10,000 Things technique to evolve into area of effect attacks, and their basic attacks also deal area damage. However, the mana cost is extremely high, but in terms of efficiency, it is extremely swift. Of course, it still can't match the monster killing speed of the Purple Moonheart. The monsters here are all level 80 snowfield giants, with high attack and defense stats. However, for Yi-Chun, they pose little challenge. With just 2 rounds of attacks, he can sweep through a group of monsters. Especially under the effect of the King's Rage buff, they become even more terrifying.
A 100% critical hit rate is something monsters simply cannot withstand.
Although Yi-Chun was riding on the back of the Judgment Blade, the monster's attacks could still hit Yi-Chun's body. Otherwise, players with flying mounts could easily slaughter those monsters that couldn't fly. However, there is one advantage: by riding a mount, players can use it to dodge some attacks and have the mount take the damage instead. Especially since the Judgment Blade is massive in size, if Yi-Chun wanted to, he could easily have his mount help him absorb damage.
Not only Yi-Chun, but other players would do the same. As long as the mount's health points have not been completely depleted, the player's survival capabilities will be significantly enhanced.
Mounts have now become an indispensable item for virtually every player. Players also utilize the unique abilities of their mounts in battles against one another. For example, in battles between 2 guilds, with thousands or even tens of thousands of players on the battlefield, the importance of mounts becomes evident. A group of high health, high defense players riding mounts with exceptionally fast movement speeds can swiftly break through the enemy's formation.
There are also archers mounted on flying mounts, unleashing relentless attacks without restraint. Some forward-thinking guilds have already begun training various combat units, resembling a small-scale base.
It can be said that as the Hope world continues to develop, it is becoming much like the Second World, where anything is possible. And in this process, mounts play a crucial role.
Ding! The Mount Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade has been upgraded to level 68, and its attributes have been enhanced. Ding!
Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 69, and its attributes have been enhanced.
Ding!
Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 70, and its attributes have been enhanced.
Ding!
Your mount, the Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade, has been upgraded to level 70, and its attributes have been enhanced. After 6 consecutive days of effort, Yi-Chun finally managed to level up the Judgment Blade to level 70, while his own level also reached 72.
At level 70, the Judgment Blade's attributes were truly terrifying. Dark Holy Dragon King's Judgment Blade. Level, 70 level cannot exceed the player's level. Quality, 11th tier premium. Grade, King level. Star rating, 11 stars. Each additional star grants an extra 5 points to the mount's enhancement attributes.
Health points, 800,000 initially shares 20,000 health points, which changes with the mount's level and star rating. Magic points, 375,000 initially shared 10,000 magic points, which changes with the mount's level and star rating. Attack power, 135,000 initially shares 10,000 attack power, which changes with the mount's level and star rating.
Speed, 1,000 player movement speed.
Resilience, 7,100. When resilience reaches 0, mounts cannot be summoned, and the cooldown is 24 hours.
Skill, Judgment Holy Light. Skill, Judgment Trial. Skill, Fusion.
Judgment Holy Light, after use, while flying, can withstand any form of attack and deal 50 damage in return. Has a 10% chance to trigger a finishing blow effect, ignoring defense and depleting all health.
Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 10 minutes.
Judgment, while mounted, any attack has a 5% chance to trigger the Judgment effect, reducing the target's defense by 50.
Passive skill with no cooldown.
Merge, when activated, the player merges with the Divine Beast, enhancing strength by 50. Dragon Knight class merges to enhance strength by 100. Not only are attributes enhanced, but movement speed and resilience also see significant improvements.
Moreover, Yi-Chun finally understood what the so-called limit truly meant.
For example, if Yi-Chun is currently at level 70, the maximum boost he can achieve is 700,000 HP, 350,000 MP, and 35,000 attack power. Regardless of the star rating of the mount or the amount of enhancement, the attributes obtained from the mount at level 70, aside from the initial shared attributes, can only be enhanced by this much. Each level increase grants an additional 10,000 HP, 5,000 MP, and 500 attack power. Since Yi-chan's mount is an 11-star mount, the maximum boost attribute is increased by 10, meaning a total of 10% additional attributes are gained. However, overall, Yi-chan's health points are still an impressive nearly 1.7 million. His attack power is also approaching 200,000, and as for magic points, after such an enhancement, he has no need to worry about running out of magic points. Fully prepared, Yi-chan didn't hesitate for a moment and headed straight for the location marked by the Frost Dragon. There was only one day left before the Frost Dragon emerged from its weakened state.
Chapter 169.
The ice stone snowfield stretched vast and wide, a sea of snow-white expanse.
Aside from the monsters, there were no other structures in sight.
Without the guidance of a map, Yi-chan would likely have easily lost his way while traversing this icy wasteland alone. As Yi-chan continued to venture deeper into the icy wasteland, he gradually began to feel a chill even himself. The temperature here was definitely below zero.
Yi-chan was already very close to the location of the ice dragon. There were no monsters in the vicinity, and it was completely silent.
Suddenly, Yi-chan saw that the snow-covered ground in the distance had turned into ice, and even the snow on the surrounding mountains had melted into glaciers. This unusual environment, unlike anything he had ever seen before, made Yi-chan grow wary. It was clear that the icy frost dragon's lair lay ahead. Riding the blade of judgment forward, they finally saw a massive figure slowly crawling on the ground.
The Frost Dragon.
The frost giant dragon crawled across the ground, its body no smaller than the judgment blade, stretching over 20 or 30 meters in length. Although the frost giant dragon was still in a state of slumber, it still managed to instill a sense of immense pressure in Yi-chan. As the most powerful creatures in existence, and an adult dragon at that, the ice frost dragon would be virtually invincible unless it were in a weakened state. Now, Yi-chan could only hope that the ice frost dragon was in its weakened state, which would significantly weaken its strength. Roar! Just as Yi-chan slowly approached, the ice dragon seemed to sense something, roared angrily, and slowly took to the air. The frost dragon glared at the judgment blade with a look of caution, its eyes betraying a hint of fear. It was clear that as the Dark Holy Dragon King, the Judgment Blade held a superior bloodline, firmly suppressing the Ice Dragon. At this moment, Yi-chan also noticed the attributes of the Frost Giant Dragon.
Frost Dragon Alent. Level, 70. Quality, Platinum. Health points, 10,000W 10,000W. Magic points, 500W 500W. Attack power, 250000500000. Combat power, 800,000. Skill, Frost Breath. Skill, Dragon Strike. Skill, Absolute Zero. Description, a frost dragon slumbering within the icy snowfields, possessing terrifying ice attributes. Everything in its path is frozen solid. Due to laying dragon eggs, it has entered a 7-day weakened state, with only 10% of its attributes remaining. Remaining weakened time, 1 day. Upon seeing the frost dragon's attributes, Yi-chan also revealed a look of great surprise. The crucial point was that the ice dragon now only had 10% of its original attributes remaining. 10% of its attributes, 100 million health points, and 50,000 attack power. If this weren't during the weakened state, that would be 1 billion health points and 5 million attack power. In that case, even if Yi-chan had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough to fight the frost dragon. The true quality of the ice dragon is far beyond platinum tier, it is at least diamond tier, and possibly even legendary tier boss material. Even now, with only 10% of its attributes remaining, it still poses a significant threat to Yi-chan. Yi-chan had no doubt that even if 10,000 players were to attack this frost dragon in its current state, they might not be able to defeat it. And now, there was only Yi-chan alone. The ice dragon, perhaps due to its weakened state or fear of the pressure exerted by the judgment blade, hesitated to act, merely gazing coldly at Yi-chan. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move either. This frost giant dragon fully understood the essence of this saying. The main reason is that we are unsure of the enemy's strength, which is why we are acting this way. The best strategy against the frost dragon is to wait until its weakness phase has passed, then confront Yi-chan at full strength. The reason the frost dragon exhibits such intelligent behavior is that the higher the quality of a monster, the higher its intelligence. Legendary tier monsters possess the intelligence of an ordinary child, while king tier bosses have an IQ that is no less than that of a normal adult. Therefore, by the end of the game, all players will discover that monsters without intelligence, no matter how powerful their attributes may be, can still be defeated. On the other hand, intelligent monsters not only cannot be defeated but also know how to flee. However, stalling for time was definitely out of the question for Yi-chan. After all, a boss with just 10% of its attributes had already put him under pressure, let alone the ice dragon at its peak. Curse of the King. 2000 W. Suddenly, Yi-chan acted decisively. The king's curse remained powerful, directly reducing the frost dragon's attributes by 20 and its health by 20 million. This left Yi-chan feeling frustrated.
After all, the king's curse had previously been able to weaken all attributes by a full 50%, but the quality of this frost dragon was clearly beyond Yi Chunyu's imagination. The higher the quality of the boss, the more it can counteract the weakening effect of the king's curse. Roar! In an instant, the frost dragon roared furiously. A blast of icy cold air erupted from the dragon's mouth, striking Yi Chun directly. Yi Chun was unable to dodge in time. 50W. Frost breath. A chill ran through Yi Chun's heart, not from injury, but from the frost effect triggered by the attack of the frost dragon. Within 3 seconds, Yi Chun could already sense the breath of death. The massive body of the frost dragon was steadily closing in. Finally, the freezing effect was lifted. Darkness creeps in. Without hesitation, Yi Chun immediately entered stealth mode, then switched out the soul-stealing blade and swiftly charged toward the frost dragon. Yi Chun knew that with the frost dragon's keen senses, it would detect his presence in no time, leaving him only a single strike to act. The king was enraged. The king slays. Yi Chun struggled to thrust the soul-stealing blade into the icy dragon's body. 1000W. A massive amount of damage flashed over the head of the frost dragon. This was because the frost dragon's hidden attributes had reduced much of the damage, and since the frost dragon was not a dark creature, it did not receive any damage bonuses. Even after losing 10 million hit points, the frost dragon still had 70 million hit points remaining. The cooldown time for the king's slaying ability is 5 minutes. This period of time is the most agonizing for Yi Chun. Only those who can withstand the attacks of the ice dragon have a chance of victory. Chapter 170. With 70 million health points, if this were any other player, the frost dragon would have to stand still and let them attack for an extended period of time. However, for Yi Chun, with his high damage output and full force attacks, it would only take around 10 minutes to defeat the frost dragon. However, the only challenging aspect is that the frost dragon's attacks are extremely powerful. An attack like the one earlier could kill Yi Chun in just 4 hits. Roar! Sure enough, after taking Yi Chun's blow, the frost giant dragon went berserk. Gale force winds swirled wildly, and ice shards mixed with the gale, relentlessly striking Yi Chun's body. Though they caused no harm, the sheer force and noise were overwhelming. Suddenly, the ice dragon swiped its tail, sweeping directly across Yi Chun's body. Bang! 250,000. A massive wound appeared on Yi Chun's body. In fact, relying solely on the attributes of an ice dragon, it would not be enough to inflict such massive damage on Yi Chun. However, as a dragon, the ice dragon possesses hidden attributes that make it truly terrifying. The Altar of the Dead. Advanced slowdown. Ascend. Yi Chun rode the judgment blade, retreating wildly while unleashing the skills of the necromancer. He then switched to the Amos Bow, continuing his relentless attack. Thanks to its blood-sucking ability, he managed to restore a significant portion of his health. However, compared to the damage dealt by the frost dragon, it was clearly insufficient. The undead creatures summoned couldn't withstand the frost dragon's attacks and turned into skeletons scattered across the ground, and even the undead altar was completely destroyed. This made Yi Chun feel a tremendous threat. The ice dragon's power far exceeded Yi Chun's imagination. It was an existence that was completely unbeatable at this stage. Even with over 1 million hit points, they couldn't withstand the frost giant dragon for much longer. The Dark King's professional skills are no longer capable of inflicting substantial damage on the frost dragon. After all, close combat is required, which is akin to throwing oneself into the lion's den, placing oneself in a perilous situation. While the necromancer's skills are effective against ordinary bosses, they are completely inadequate against the frost dragon. The only skill that proves somewhat useful is the Elf Archer God's class skill, which can inflict sustained damage on the frost dragon. Suddenly, Yi Chun thought of the Holy Dragon Knight class. After the second job advancement of the Holy Dragon Knight, Yi Chun had barely paid any attention to it, as all the skills of the Holy Dragon Knight were closely tied to the mount, and at that time, the mount system had not yet been officially launched. Additionally, he had not learned any of the Holy Dragon Knight's skills. Dragon Taming Expertise, Level 1, can be learned, allows taming of dragon-type mounts, increases mount attributes by 150%, cooperation rate 200%, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Charge, LV10, learnable. Perform a powerful charge, dealing 100% of the enemy mount's health as damage, plus 8 times your attack power, and causing a 5-second stun. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Requires 50 skill points. Dragon Rider Fusion, learnable at LV20. Fuses with the mount, granting the mount's attributes multiplied by 20 for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Requires 100 skill points. Divine Dragon's Body, available at LV50. If you possess a dragon-type mount, you can share health with your mount. No cooldown, requires 100 skill points. Dragon Taming Mastery, Dragon Rider Charge, Dragon Rider Fusion, Dragon's Body. There were a total of 4 skills. Yi Chun glanced at them briefly and decided to learn them all without hesitation. Instantly, the life points of the Judgment Blade surged dramatically. Dragon Taming Mastery increases mount attributes by 150%, meaning that the Judgment Blade's health had reached an astonishing 12 million. Meanwhile, the Divine Dragon's body shares health with the Mount, meaning that although Yi Chun's health currently appears to be only over 1 million, after sharing health, it now totals a staggering 13 million.
This is an incredibly terrifying figure. Although it does not appear directly on Yi Chun's data panel, as long as the Judgment Blade's health points have not been completely depleted, Yi Chun is effectively invincible. This significantly enhances Yi Chun's survival capabilities. It can be said that the Divine Dragon Knight class was tailor-made for Yi Chun. After all, in the current Hope world, the only person who possesses a true dragon mount is Yi Chun alone. If anyone else were to possess this class, they would be unable to unleash its true potential. Facing the continuous attacks of the Ice Dragon, Yi Chun no longer felt as worried or afraid as before. Dragon Knight Fusion. Yi Chun directly activated the Dragon Knight Fusion skill. Instantly, the massive form of the Judgment Blade transformed into a beam of light, merging into Yi Chun's body. Yi Chun could only feel an immense force surging through his body. Ah! Like a miniature universe erupting, a pair of dragon wings spread out behind Yi Chun, one black and one white, without the slightest sense of incongruity, but rather an eerie beauty. On Yi Chun's body, black dragon scales began to appear slowly, emitting a cold, icy glow. Mount bonus attributes multiplied by 20. Health points skyrocketed to over 20 million, and even attack power reached over 900,000, making it extremely terrifying. At that moment, Yi Chun's aura completely overshadowed the Frost Dragon. True invincibility. The Frost Giant Dragon seemed to begin fearing the aura emanating from Yi Chun's body and dared not attack for a moment. The overwhelming pressure emanating from a true high-ranking dragon was now fully evident on Yi Chun's body. Even if the Frost Giant Dragon were at the peak of its power, it might still hesitate in the face of the aura emanating from Yi Chun, a power that transcends mere strength. However, this state can only last for 1 minute, so Yi Chun must find a way to defeat the Ice Dragon within that time frame. Otherwise, once the Dragon Knight's fusion is complete, his advantage will be lost, and he might even be killed by the Frost Giant Dragon. However, this is almost impossible. Because in the Dragon Knight fusion state, all class skills remain intact, albeit with significantly enhanced attributes. Chapter 171. Archer's Single Strike. In the Dragon Knight fusion state, Yi Chun used the skill of the Elf Archer God. A powerful arrow swiftly pierced the body of the Frost Giant Dragon. 800W. Terrifying damage erupted above the Frost Dragon's head. 500% damage. Even if the Frost Dragon could mitigate some of the damage, it couldn't withstand it. Furthermore, on top of that, there is an additional armor-piercing effect. Of course, the Frost Dragon isn't completely defenseless. Its massive body charges forward. If this had happened earlier, Yi Chun might have hesitated, but in his Dragon Knight fusion form, he charged straight toward it. Boom! 100W. This is the damage dealt by the Frost Dragon's skill. 1,000,000 points of damage is already extremely terrifying, but for Yi Chun, who possesses around 20 million health points, it doesn't pose much of a threat. In fact, Yi Chun's body only retreated a few steps before stabilizing itself. The wings behind him flapped, granting Yi Chun the ability to fly. He closed in on the Frost Dragon, drew the Soul-Stealing Blade, and launched a swift attack. 160-0000. 160-0000. 160-0000. With Yi Chun's current attack speed, he could easily achieve 3 or 4 attacks per second. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the Frost Dragon's health dropped by another 10 million.